Su Qing traversed into the realm of cultivation, where he serendipitously encountered a reincarnated empress. He awakened a sign-in system that enabled him to sign in on various individuals to acquire unique attributes. Sign in for the Devour-Heaven Body attribute. This allows the absorption of all things to enhance oneself, with the capacity to infinitely stack the innate qualities of what has been consumed. Sign in for the Avatar Path attribute. This permits the creation of an avatar for each major realm, matching the combat prowess of the original body while assisting in its cultivation. Sign in for the omniscient listening attribute. This grants the ability to hear the voices of all things in the world, even the whispers of a blade of grass or a stone. Sign in for the all-seeing eye attribute. This allows one to glean information about all entities, revealing the weaknesses of foes. Sign in for the temporal fishing attribute. This enables one to fish through time, reeling in random items from the past and future. Countless years later, as Su Qing sat upon the supreme throne, gazing down upon the myriad heavens, he sighed, "Truly, invincibility is a lonely endeavor." Chapter 1. The Reborn Empress Xianxian. Activation of the sign-in system. In the Great Qing Empire, East Sea fishing village in a remote coastal area, the sea lay tranquil. A youth clad in a coarse garment reclined beneath the shade of a tree on the cliff, the sea breeze offering a rare respite from the sweltering summer heat. This life is rather dull. 3 months prior, Su Qing had found himself in this world, the original owner being an ordinary boy from the fishing village whose parents had vanished during a fishing expedition. Fortunately, a modest sum of savings remained, supplemented by the small fish and shrimp washed ashore with the tides, thus sparing him from hunger. Suddenly, a vivid scarlet hue appeared on the distant sea, resembling a humanoid figure from afar. It was conspicuously visible upon the water surface. Su Qing squinted in that direction, murmuring to himself, "Could it be a sea monster? Just the other day, a creature the size of a whale washed ashore, only to be whisked away by a flying old Taoist, who placed it into a small bag." Such marvels abound. Recalling the old Taoist, envy flickered in Su Qing's eyes as he remembered the man's ability to soar through the skies on a flying vessel at astonishing speed. At that moment, the crimson figure drew ever closer to Su Qing. The blood-red apparition floated nearby, yet curiously, no fish accompanied it. Only when the figure was cast ashore did Su Qing dare to approach. Suddenly, countless shimmering images materialized before his eyes. Encountered a special individual, system activation. Special individual, Xianxian. Identity, 10th princess of the Great Qing Empire, child of destiny, reborn empress. Status, severely injured. Fate, empress of time and space. Talents, phoenix rebirth, indestructible, nirvana, temporal celestial power. Attributes, peerless empress, rebirth, indestructible divine body of the phoenix, astute as a demon, ice-like skin and jade-like bones, fortune bestowed, universally opposed. Summary. The Empress of the Supreme Celestial Court faced an unprecedented adversary, ultimately opting for self-detonation, with her remnants traversing time to the past. Each attribute on the character panel can be signed in once. After completing the sign-in for attributes, one may sign in near special individuals or at special locations, with the obtained items being entirely random. The higher the attribute, the better the items acquired. Su Qing's eyes suddenly gleamed. This is indeed a system, though its capabilities are rather extraordinary. He immediately began signing in, selecting the indestructible divine body of the Phoenix attribute. Congratulations, host has acquired the Devour-Heaven Body. Devour-Heaven Body, capable of absorbing all innate sources, possessing all talents and divine abilities associated with that constitution, with limitless potential for absorption and stacking of attributes, talents, and phenomena. Just as he contemplated signing in again, a notification appeared on the system panel. Each attribute on a character panel can be signed in once daily. Afterward, random sign-ins can occur daily near special individuals or locations. Thus, there are 2 types of sign-ins: attribute sign-in and random sign-in. Once the attribute sign-in is exhausted, I can sign in daily near special individuals or locations. Su Qing mused, beginning to grasp the system's function. Regrettably, at present, there was only one special individual, Yin Yin. Gazing at the extraordinary constitution he had acquired from the sign-in, Su Qing refrained from immediate fusion. Such a prodigious constitution could potentially summon terrifying phenomena, and he was uncertain how long the fusion would take, inviting unnecessary troubles or unforeseen complications would be unwise. Moreover, a crucial factor lingered. This special individual was on the brink of death. Should this special individual perish, where would he go for future sign-ins? Approaching Yun, despite her bloodied state, there was an absence of any foul odor. Instead, a fragrant aroma permeated the air in that instant. Yun opened her eyes, her visage, once marred by blood, now revealed an exquisite beauty, though her expression remained icy. Her gaze emanated a frosty light, imbued with boundless arrogance and murderous intent. The previously gentle breeze stilled the surrounding sea roiling. Fish darted away in a frenzy, as if fleeing from an unspeakably fearsome creature. Yun's eyes scanned the vicinity, and upon locking gaze with Su Qing, a fleeting look of incredulity crossed her face, quickly concealed. Her voice was frigid. "Take me to a safe place, and I shall bestow upon you certain benefits." He could see this moment. Yun was in a dire state, acutely aware of the current timeline, rendered vulnerable and weak. Her indestructible divine body had yet to awaken, and she had not embarked on her celestial path. Su Qing lifted her onto his back, intending to return to the East Sea fishing village. As he traversed the path, feeling the softness of Yun against him, his mind wandered elsewhere. He opened the system panel, eager to inspect his attributes. Host, Su Qing. Fate, unknown. Talent, none. Attribute, innately hydrophilic. Note, attribute levels are categorized as white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, rainbow, black. Summary: an ordinary youth from a fishing village. Comparing his system panel with Yun's attributes made Su Qing's seem woefully inadequate. Upon returning to the East Sea fishing village, he found the villagers in a state of distress, huddled around a notice at the village entrance, engaged in fervent discussions. It is tragic. Zhang San and Wang Er, who ventured out to fish, met a gruesome end, their bodies mangled by sea demons. The magistrate has issued a warning, forbidding any sea voyages. How are we to survive? It appears we cannot venture out for some time. Creatures of this caliber, seldom seen for decades, seem particularly abundant this year. Listening to the conversations around him, Su Qing recalled that his parents, too, had vanished at sea, a harbinger of dire omens. It appears imperative to swiftly enhance one's abilities as this world grows increasingly perilous. By nightfall, I shall merge my physique. Yun, standing behind Su Qing, was deep in contemplation. She vividly recalled this segment of memory, the impending onslaught of the sea beasts. Ultimately, the coastal cities and villages stretching thousands of miles would be drenched in blood, including this very place. A flicker of tenderness crossed Yun's gaze as she observed Su Qing. Amidst the tide of sea beasts, he shielded her escape, ultimately meeting a gruesome end. Upon awakening her own physique, a cataclysmic phenomenon erupted, with the celestial phoenix striking through the heavens, this unparalleled spectacle visible for 100,000 miles. This event attracted the elders of the two most formidable sects in the vicinity, leading her to join the Xiao sacred land, where talents flourished, soaring to great heights. Regrettably, her physique had yet to awaken. Otherwise, this grievous injury could have been swiftly mended by the rebirth abilities of her physique. Contemplation filled Yun's eyes, revealing the necessity to awaken her physique ahead of schedule, to draw the two elder sects to her and facilitate her departure. As they gradually retreated, Su Qing escorted Yun back to the dilapidated courtyard. Gently laying Yun upon the bed, he intended to step outside in search of medicinal herbs to tend to her wounds. Should she inadvertently perish, he would find himself without a place to sign in. However, upon searching his entire being, he discovered himself rather financially constrained. A faint smile graced Yun's lips as she removed the hairpin from her head and tossed it to Su Qing. "This pin is worth 100 gold pieces. Note down the medicinal herbs I require: blood red grass and blazing flame flower." Su Qing silently nodded, committing her words to memory. Noticing the sun still high in the sky, he resolved to venture to Donghai City, some miles away, to procure the necessary herbs. As for the herbs she mentioned, he had not even heard of them in the vicinity and could only seek them in larger cities. With the hairpin in hand, Su Qing departed the courtyard, while Yun Yan's eyes suddenly turned crimson, a fiery mark emerging on her brow. Chapter 2. Signing in at Donghai City to obtain the Heavenly Exchange entry. Even if I only managed to gather a 10th or a 12th of the medicinal herbs, it would be sufficient for me to awaken my physique in a short span of time, Yun Yan murmured to herself, the flame mark on her brow glowing as she rapidly absorbed the sparse spiritual energy surrounding her. At the entrance of Donghai Fishing Village, Su Qing held a beautifully crafted hairpin adorned with intricate patterns. How could she trust me so completely? What transpired in her previous life? Observing the mountains encircling her. With only a narrow path leading to Donghai City, Su Qing made her way there. It was not until the sun began to set that she finally caught a glimpse of Donghai City's silhouette. How exhausting. The mountain path was treacherous, and she had likely walked for 3 to 4 hours. Upon reaching the city gate, she encountered a long queue, with several guards conducting inspections. The gate would close at sunset in an hour, so hurry along with your business. It hasn't been particularly peaceful lately, so exercise caution. Su Qing glanced at the notice at the city gate, which bore a striking resemblance to the one at the village entrance. It warned of monstrous disturbances, with numerous nearby villages reportedly suffering the loss of dozens of lives. Terrifying indeed. It seems we shall have to spend a night within the city. A traveling merchant sighed nearby. Though it requires some silver, what is that compared to our lives? Su Qing entered Donghai City, which bustled with activity compared to the sparse crowd of Donghai Fishing Village. The surrounding buildings were considerably taller, exuding an air of prosperity. As she observed the throngs of people, a system panel appeared before her. Wang Ergo. Fate, Thief. Talent, Speedy Hands. Entry, Master of Empty Hands. Night Walker. Description, a notorious thief wanted by the authorities, recently eyeing an unparalleled jade in the black market, planning to steal it under the cover of night. Aside from this thief, Su Qing noticed many others, most of whom bore white entries, with green entries being exceedingly rare. Those with only white entries could hardly be deemed special characters and were utterly ineligible for signing in. Compared to the character panel of these individuals, Yun Yan's was simply resplendent. Su Qing began signing in with that thief, selecting the Master of Empty Hands entry. Sign-in successful, obtained Heavenly Exchange. Heavenly Exchange allows one to inconspicuously exchange any item within another's storage artifact for one's own, with a high probability of detection after 3 thefts from each artifact. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. She had unexpectedly struck gold this time, acquiring a purple entry. With this entry in hand, Su Qing no longer wished to pawn her hairpin in a conventional manner. Instead, she quietly followed behind Wang Ergo, intending to make her move at the night market. The Heavenly Exchange could even pilfer treasures from cultivators, let alone in this realm of mortals. As dusk fell and the sky darkened, a shadowy alley in Donghai City flickered with dim lights, suffused with a sense of foreboding. Everyone donned hats or masks to obscure their faces. Some, even with their features concealed, bore fierce glints in their eyes, appearing quite formidable. Su Qing crouched in a corner, wearing a monkey mask that seemed rather comical. This fellow possesses such patience, squatting for 2 hours. My legs are numb. Not far away, a vague figure perched in a tree, Wang Ergo. Had Su Qing not been tailing him, she would have never noticed. The Night Walker entry rendered his presence remarkably elusive, unnoticed even by passers-by. Just then, a gust of wind rustled through the tree's shade. Su Qing gazed in disbelief as Wang Ergo's figure vanished. She quickly scanned the area, although the lights flickered. She had her own advantage. The information of all individuals appeared above their heads. Spotting Wang Ergo watching her from a nearby pavilion sent a jolt of surprise through Su Qing. It seemed that he had noticed her from the beginning. Amidst the chaotic night market, he feared causing too much commotion that might jeopardize his opportunity to seize the unparalleled jade, alerting its owner and complicating his heist. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Su Qing, who possessed an extraordinary advantage, making his escape far from easy. Su Qing stood up, feigning confusion as she looked around, ultimately drifting into the crowd. Wang Ergo, now grinning, mused to himself that it seemed to be an official attempting to capture him. Far easier said than done. He switched to another mask and leaped down from the pavilion roof, swiftly disappearing into the night. Yet, what Wang Ergo remained blissfully unaware of was that he remained firmly within Su Qing's line of sight. The reason was simple. That glowing blue entry was exceedingly conspicuous amidst the crowd. Hours passed until the early hours of the morning. Near the tallest pavilion in the black market, surrounded by formidable guards. Each one was robust, wielding weapons. Su Qing glanced at the distant hiding Wang Ergo and observed as the system panel refreshed, beginning to sign in with Wang Ergo's Night Walker entry. Sign-in successful. Obtain Shadow Step. Shadow Step Increases speed by 30% at night, accompanied by a concealment effect. Su Qing examined Wang Ergo's Night Walker entry. Shadow Step was only marginally superior. As two green entries, it was impossible for one to vastly outstrip the other. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Thick smoke billowed from within the pavilion, engulfing the surroundings in flames. The guards grew frantic, scrambling to extinguish the fire. In the midst of the turmoil, Wang Ergo seized the opportunity to blend in. Su Qing refrained from advancing, instead contemplating the route Wang Ergo would take to escape. Faced with narrow back alleys and wide thoroughfares, she found herself in a quandary. Chapter 3. The overbearing effect of the entry. The flames illuminated the black market streets as a shadow darted into the crowd amid the chaos. Wang Ergo was exhilarated, clutching a burlap sack filled with gold bars and the unparalleled jade. Watching Wang Ergo's retreating figure, Su Qing leaned against the wall in the corner, also holding a burlap sack. This time, her gamble had paid off. He had indeed chosen to mingle with the crowd rather than take the side path. Let's see. I hope you still find it amusing when the contents of that sack turned to stone. Theft successful. Obtained 12 gold bars. Theft successful. Obtained a tattered dagger. Theft successful. Obtained a low-grade spirit stone. Su Qing stared at the spirit stone in astonishment, never expecting that the so-called unparalleled jade would actually be a spirit stone. She quickly departed. The black market was no place to linger. With over a dozen gold bars in her possession now, there was no need to pawn her hairpin. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of dawn, a young man clad in fine garments entered the apothecary. With an authoritative tone, he declared, "This esteemed young master graces your humble shop. It is your fortune. Why do you not hasten to serve me?" The proprietor, initially busy, hurried out, his expression transforming into one of obsequiousness upon seeing Su Qing's attire. "What fine herbs does this young master seek? Please, do not hesitate to command." Su Qing presented the meticulously prepared list of medicinal ingredients. "These are the ones. Quickly gather them for me." The shopkeeper's eyes widened upon examining the list. These are exceedingly rare herbs, particularly the fiery sunflower, which is said to bloom only at the very moment the sun rises and withers swiftly thereafter, making it incredibly difficult to harvest. With a smile gracing his lips, Su Qing tossed a gold bar onto the table beside him. "Is this sufficient? If not, there's more," he declared, and as the shopkeeper stood there, dumbfounded, he proceeded to throw out several more gold bars, totaling over 10. "You have half an hour to gather as many medicinal herbs as you can in Donghai City. Whatever remains is yours. Now be swift." At the sound of another sharp command, the shopkeeper nodded vigorously. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Watching him hurriedly depart with the gold, Su Qing mused to himself. Indeed, this method proves far more effective than mere conversation. Posturing can be quite exhausting. Settling comfortably onto a wooden chair, he contemplated the advantages of signing in at the entry associated with Yunyan. From his previous experiences, Su Qing had discerned a pattern. The first sign-in had occurred at the Heavenly Phoenix immortal body linked to Yunyan, granting him supreme physique. The second was at the mysterious hands, bestowing upon him the ability to manipulate reality. The third took place during the Night Walker sign-in, which endowed him with the Shadow Step. Each sign-in was intimately tied to the effects of the respective entry. As Su Qing idled away the time, the shopkeeper returned in a flurry, breathlessly carrying 2 large medicine chests. "I have fulfilled your request, acquiring the majority of the medicinal supplies from Donghai City." Su Qing opened the chests for inspection, nodding slightly. The shopkeeper had proven to be quite honest, and the medicines appeared satisfactory. "Now, do not attempt any clever tricks. Bring forth the few herbs from your storage as well." "Yes, in my haste, I neglected that detail. I'll retrieve them right away." After loading all the herbs into the chests, Su Qing departed, turning around the street corner, where he exchanged his splendid attire for his usual coarse garments. It was imperative to avoid the main entrance, for the guards would conduct searches. The vast quantity of medicinal herbs held immense value, and the origins of the gold were questionable, potentially leading to complications. However, during the previous night's chaos, Su Qing had discovered a hidden passage in the black market that led directly outside the city. The daytime night market was eerily desolate, devoid of any presence, and Su Qing spared a glance at the nearby ruins. He made his way towards the secluded path, surprising himself with how easily he exited the city. The path was overgrown with weeds, leading to a dilapidated courtyard adjacent to the city walls, which had a gap just wide enough to pass through. As Su Qing surveyed the courtyard, an unsettling chill crept up his spine. It was adorned with yellow talismans, and even the officials dared not approach, or else the breach in the wall would have long been discovered. "This place feels ominous. I should leave promptly." Just then, a warmth emanated from within the medicine chest, dispelling the earlier dread that had gripped him. Though bewildered, he hastened away, sprinting towards the direction of Donghai Fishing Village. navigating through rugged terrain and scaling several mountains. As he traversed a dense thicket, rustling from the grass drew his attention, revealing a figure, none other than Wang Ergu, the one Su Qing had outsmarted the previous night. "You little rascal, have you been tailing me since last night? So eager to claim the bounty from the officials, yet you fall short of qualifications. This shall be your grave." Wang Ergu sneered, his eyes glinting with malice as he brandished a gleaming dagger that sparkled ominously in the sunlight. Su Qing smirked. It seemed the fellow had misinterpreted the situation. Yet, there was no time for miscommunication, as the adversary had drawn his weapon, leaving Su Qing with little choice but to engage. Steal the day? Steal the day? Wang Ergu's vision darkened, and the dagger in his hand vanished, reappearing in Su Qing's grasp. Moments later, a searing pain surged through his abdomen, and he collapsed, coughing up blood. What sorcery is this? Su Qing observed the notifications from his system panel. Theft successful, obtained a fine dagger. Theft successful, acquired kidney. Theft successful, procured Wang Ergu's intestines. Theft successful, obtained Wang Ergu's heart. As the notifications continued, Wang Ergu breathed his last. Su Qing gazed at the grim spectacle, reflecting on the sheer dominance of the Steal the Day ability. It was not merely Wang Ergu's mortal shell that was vulnerable. Even the storage artifacts of cultivators could be breached. Su Qing approached, stifling his nausea, and searched Wang Ergu's lifeless body. The system panel revealed prior information. Wang Ergu is not a special character. Only entry sign-ins are permitted. After 2 sign-ins, random sign-ins are no longer available. Could a special character be defined by possessing golden entries, or even higher, rainbow entries? Su Qing pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. Ultimately, he retrieved a few pieces of silver, but nothing more. After disposing of Wang Ergu's remains, along with his organs, at the base of a slope, Su Qing felt indifferent towards the notion of a bounty. With the Steal the Day entry, acquiring silver was no longer a concern. Crouching amidst the underbrush, he lingered, reflecting on the gravity of taking a life for the first time. As time passed, Su Qing's gaze hardened. Without the system, he would have been the one lying dead. Rising to his feet, he prepared to return to Donghai Fishing Village. The priority now was to return home, sign in at Yunyan's entry, and rapidly enhance his strength. The resplendent entries beckoned. Su Qing surmised that few, if any, in the realm of cultivation could rival Yunyan's formidable character panel. Navigating swiftly along the treacherous mountain path, he soon arrived back at Donghai Fishing Village. Chapter 4, Golden Entry, Listening to All Things, Supreme Technique, Demon God, S. Overbearing Body. Not hurrying back to the courtyard, he first washed away the scent of blood by the seaside before returning with the 2 medicine chests. Inside the courtyard, upon hearing the commotion, Yunyan abruptly opened her eyes. The flame mark on her brow flickered away, and the bloodstains vanished, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Clad in a striking crimson gown, she looked vibrant, yet her gaze remained cold and distant. However, upon seeing Su Qing, a hint of softness flickered in her eyes. Yunyan's previous actions had been both a test and a trial. Had Su Qing absconded with the silver obtained from the hairpin, she would have allowed him to leave, treating it as repayment for the life-saving grace he had shown in a past life. A mere hairpin was worth 100 gold. Her possessions were worth a fortune. If Su Qing were to succumb to greed and return with villagers to enact vengeance, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. Despite her memories of the past, the allure of wealth could alter one's fate, and Yunyan had witnessed numerous such cases before. Conversely, should he return with the medicinal herbs, he would have passed her test, and she would bestow upon him a tremendous opportunity, placing her full trust in him. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Su Qing harbored fears of her untimely demise, for then he would have nowhere to sign in. As Yunyan examined the 2 medicine chests, a gentle look graced her features, though her brow furrowed slightly. She raised her gaze to Su Qing and remarked, "It appears you encountered quite a bit of trouble obtaining these herbs." Su Qing smiled faintly, shaking his head. He was engrossed in observing Yunyan's attributes, contemplating the prospect of signing in at that entry. Ultimately, he selected one, as clever as a demon. Sign in successful, obtain the entry Listening to the Voices of All Things. Listening to the voices of all things, the ability to communicate with all that exists and to hear the exchanges of the universe. At that moment, Su Qing seamlessly integrated the entry. Instantly, everything around him transformed. The chirping birds outside morphed into articulate voices. The insects in the trees by the seaside had developed a taste increasingly foul, reminiscent of excrement. Is that so? Then I must give it a try. Observing Su Qing in a daze, Yunyan cleared her throat. You've worked hard in gathering the medicinal herbs. This is your reward. I hope you will evolve into someone extraordinary in the future. Saying this, Yunyan picked up a small booklet beside her, devoid of any text, and handed it to Su Qing. As he received the booklet, a raspy voice echoed in his ears. I am the foremost body refinement technique from the celestial realm. Achieving perfection will allow you to become a congenital demon god. Young man, be sure to cherish this opportunity. Yuan smiled faintly and continued. This is a technique for tempering your physical form, known as demon goddess dominance. You may practice it as my remuneration. Su Qing initially intended to express that he was a man with an external advantage and could do without it. However, the information gleaned through the listening to all things entry revealed that this was indeed the premier body refinement technique of the celestial realm. All he could think was, how delightful. Yun began to explain. This technique comprises 8 levels, and you must complete the first level before you can access the content of the second level. Otherwise, you risk falling into madness. She recalled a past life when a body-refining immortal king challenged her, managing to crack her celestial artifact merely with his physical prowess. The might of the physical form was terrifying, allowing him to become a postnatal demon god. Even though she, who had achieved the status of an immortal emperor, could easily defeat him, killing him was an arduous task. Over the ensuing thousands of years, that body-refining immortal king was defeated 10 times, ultimately shattering his resolve. And Yun managed to slay him, acquiring this technique. By then, she had already walked her own path, despite its strength. It was no longer possible for her to practice it. Yet, the formidable nature of the postnatal demon god left a profound impression on her. As for the congenital demon god, such beings were merely mythical, said to be invincible across the myriad realms, including the celestial realm. Having concluded her remarks, Yun waved her hand. I must begin my healing now. You may study the technique on your own. Feel free to come to me if you have any questions. Su Qing nodded and exited the room, intending to delve deeper into the listening to all things entry in this technique. Outside the house, he sat upon a stone stool, gazing at the sun setting in the distance. The stone stool chattered incessantly. Young man, please refrain from passing gas above my head. I cannot endure it. The large tree in the distance also spoke. My roots are so itchy. Someone buried something beneath me 10 years ago, affecting my growth. Experiencing the wonders of listening to all things, Su Qing pondered why he couldn't hear any sounds from Yun. Could it be that her spiritual power surpassed his comprehension? Though listening to all things was remarkable, it was excessively noisy, prompting Su Qing to deactivate it. However, he noted the buried object beneath the tree, planning to excavate it in the stillness of night. During the day, the neighbors would undoubtedly notice. Holding the technique Demon Goddess Dominance gifted by Yun, he disregarded her advice and skimmed through it, finding it entirely incomprehensible due to his unfamiliarity with the world's script. Reluctantly, he activated listening to all things again. The Demon Goddess Dominance consisted of 8 levels, and only by mastering the 9th level could one truly become a congenital demon god. The secret to the 9th level lay within the first, requiring only. The raspy voice reemerged as Su Qing filtered out the other chaotic sounds, focusing intently on the words. The Qi training phase required innate energy. The foundation establishment phase necessitated achieving the root of the Tao. The golden core phase demanded the completion of the 9 transformations of purple patterns. And the nascent soul phase required the acquisition of chaotic energy to forge a chaotic nascent soul. The series of requirements for Demon Goddess Dominance left Su Qing somewhat overwhelmed. Setting aside other concerns, he had no means to procure innate energy. Fortunately, with the system in place, opportunities still remained. The initial method of cultivation for the Demon Goddess Dominance was quite simple: absorb various resources. Spiritual energy, demonic energy, beast energy, ghostly energy, malevolent energy, and even toxic energy could all be utilized. Even in the absence of these, one could absorb the essence of the sun and moon or the power of the stars. As night descended, the sky became adorned with countless twinkling stars, and the immaculate moon hung high above. Su Qing commenced his first practice, drawing down the lunar and stellar energies from the heavens, slowly absorbing them. Chapter 5. The Chaotic Tao Bone, the Whisper of the Sun. As the night deepened, Su Qing gradually opened his eyes, feeling a notable transformation within himself. He sensed his physique had significantly strengthened. However, the extent of this enhancement remained to be tested. A system panel materialized before him. Host, Su Qing. Cultivation, first layer of body refinement. Fate, unknown. Talent, none. Entries, innate affinity for water, heaven stealing and earth shifting, shadow step, listening to all things. Description, gradually embarking on the path of immortality, not weak among mortals. Closing the system panel, Su Qing gathered some tools and ventured to a nearby large tree. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he began to dig. Having broken through to the first layer of body refinement, Su Qing felt his physique had enhanced considerably. Digging fervently into the soil, the tree's voice occasionally guided him, urging him to dig deeper. Yes, right there. Su Qing, exasperated, continued to excavate until, after several minutes. He unearthed a redwood box. Listening to all things conveyed an odd sound from the box, rasping, "Young man, should you open me? You will likely be engulfed by dark energy, with a chance of being possessed." An alluring, enchanting voice emanated from within the box, suggesting a beguiling charm. "I am sealed by the malevolent path. If you open the box, I can reincarnate, and in my next life, I shall repay my benefactor." Su Qing's expression turned grave. For the voice from the box was indeed relayed through the listening to all things entry. The woman's voice inside the box was unmistakably real. Just then, a system panel appeared before Su Qing's eyes. Su Qiaoqian. Fate, short-lived. Talent, grievance. Entries, heart enchantment, possession. Description, 10 years ago. In a town several miles away, she caused the deaths of dozens, captured by a wandering Taoist priest. Due to her overwhelming grievance, the priest was unable to subdue or eliminate her, leading to her burial at the Xian position. 12 years later, the vengeful spirit dissipated into ashes. Su Qing gazed at the system panel, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. For others, this may have been a calamity, but for him, it was an opportunity. He gained 2 additional chances to sign in for entries and could utilize the grievance to cultivate the demon goddess dominance. He began the sign-in process, focusing on the entry of the vengeful spirit, Su Qiaoqian. Sign-in successful, acquired perception of good and evil. Perception of good and evil, the ability to discern others' goodwill or malice towards oneself. This entry may not seem to enhance his combat prowess, but when wielded wisely, it could avert numerous troubles. Su Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. Seating himself directly upon the wooden crate, he commenced his cultivation of the divine demon body, drawing down the celestial stars and moonlight from the heavens above. The wooden crate beneath him exuded a ghostly green resentment, which Su Qing absorbed with great fervor. Notably, the absorption of this resentment occurred at a far swifter pace, while the powers of moonlight and starlight proved to be more cumbersome to harness. Each attempt yielded but a meager quantity from the sky, and clouds obscuring the firmament would only exacerbate the challenge. Strangely, the vengeful spirits within the crate fell into an unusual silence, no longer uttering a sound. As the night waned and dawn approached, Su Qing filled in the pit he had excavated. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his progress, having ascended to the second layer of physical cultivation overnight. A truly commendable pace. Moreover, there was even better news. Su Qing glanced around the room, noticing that the sign-in entries had refreshed once more. This indicated that he could once again sign in with Yun Yan, and the entries were becoming increasingly formidable. Merely by listening to the myriad of entities, he had reaped substantial rewards. Within the confines of the room, Yun Yan had her eyes tightly shut, having consumed the majority of the medicinal materials from the 2 crates. As her eyes slowly opened, her crimson gaze revealed that the flame rune upon her brow had vanished. To her surprise, the process had gone remarkably smoothly. If all went well, she would awaken her innate constitution that very night. Though her complexion was still somewhat pale, she was now able to move about normally. She pushed open the door and gazed at Su Qing, who was squatting in the courtyard, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Here in this mundane realm, he had inexplicably advanced to the second layer of physical cultivation overnight. Su Qing shook his head slightly, pointing towards a large tree not far from the courtyard. "That spot is peculiar. Some strange aura emanates from the ground, and after absorbing it, this is what happened." Yun Yan's gaze flickered momentarily as she perceived the faint resentment, albeit in a rather diluted form. Given Su Qing's second layer of cultivation, if he continued to absorb for just one more day, he could completely deplete that resentment. In certain unique locations within the secular world, malevolent auras, such as resentment, could be generated. For instance, battlefields would produce malevolent energy, while the burial sites of unjustly deceased individuals would yield resentment. Su Qing then contemplated Yun Yan's attribute panel, musing on how to better utilize that sign-in entry. Lost in thought, Yun Yan suddenly spoke. "While the sun has yet to rise, I shall take you to absorb the power of the sun. The morning light is not yet scorching and is just the right time." Su Qing nodded in agreement and began his sign-in. Selecting the entry for ice skin and jade bone. Sign-in successful, obtained chaos Dao bone. Chaos Dao bone. After fusion, it will manifest myriad wonders, enveloping the user in chaotic light during movement, capable of both offense and defense, and generating chaotic energy autonomously to accelerate cultivation. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just needed chaotic energy last night, and today he had acquired the Chaos Dao Bone. Alas, he was still some distance from achieving the Chaos Yuan Ying, as he was only at the second layer of physical cultivation, with 3 significant realms ahead: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. Together with Yun Yan, they departed the courtyard and arrived at a coastal cliff on the East Sea. "Breathe with me to absorb the power of the sun," Yun instructed. A fiery mark appearing on her brow, radiating a red light. Su Qing mimicked her, attempting to absorb the solar energy, which was infinitely more ferocious than the moonlight and starlight. He felt a searing pain coursing through his limbs and bones. This was merely the early morning sun. At noon, it would be impossible to absorb without risking injury to his meridians. As the sun ascended above the ocean, the dawn's glow painted the sea in a breathtaking panorama. Observing this exquisite scene, Yun sighed softly within. After this night, such tranquil days would cease to exist. Upon entering the Xixiao sacred land, she would need to engage in fierce competition to swiftly become a saintess. After absorbing the sun's power for 2 hours atop the cliff, the two returned to the courtyard. Yun immediately retreated into the room, closing the door tightly behind her, and no further sounds emerged. Meanwhile, Su Qing stood in a daze, gazing skyward, whispering to himself. Why does it feel as if the sun is whispering back, though I cannot discern the words? Chapter 6. The Refinement of the Divine Spirit Entry. Yun's constitution awakens. As evening fell, dark clouds gathered, interspersed with flashes of lightning. Su Qing sat within the room, observing Yun not far off. Her eyes were gently closed, a peculiar symbol glowing at her brow, flickering like a flame. Strangely, the 2 crates of medicinal materials had been completely emptied. Yun spoke softly. Tonight may not bode well. Exercise caution when absorbing the resentment beneath the tree. The sea creatures may seize the opportunity to come ashore amidst the downpour. Su Qing nodded slightly, though Yun's words were merely a warning. He sensed their truth. She was a reincarnator, and it seemed the sea demons would indeed be making landfall tonight. Curiously, Su Qing had yet to encounter a genuine demon, and his curiosity piqued. As night descended, torrential rain engulfed the village, and Su Qing stood beneath the large tree. He excavated thoroughly, revealing a red wooden box beneath the soil. As resentment began to seep forth, he fervently absorbed it, only to find himself dissatisfied with the pace of its dissipation. In a bold move, he opened the red wooden box, revealing pure white bones within, and the resentment intensified. Su Qing felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This was as it should be. And yet, you only spoke a single word last night. Why the silence now? From the bones, a greenish light emanated, morphing into the visage of a young woman. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, clad in a white dress stained with splotches of blood. Compared to Yun's dominating presence, her aura exuded a gentler quality, albeit her form appeared somewhat dim. Su Qian offered Su Qing a slight bow, expressing gratitude. Thank you, kind sir, for dispelling my resentment. Should there be a next life, I shall seek you out to repay your kindness. Su Qing's ability to perceive good and evil activated. This female specter seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him, allowing him to relax. He inquired, if I had opened the box last night, would you have harmed me? Su Qian's expression turned complex. Yes. By then I would have been completely consumed by resentment, devoid of humanity and reason. The entry for listening to all things activated. And Su Qing heard the voice of the large box. What she says is true. If you completely resolve the resentment, she will journey to the netherworld and be reincarnated. Su Qing began to operate the divine demon body, absorbing the last remnants of resentment from her form. As the rain intensified and thunder rumbled, faint cries punctuated the storm. As Su Qian's resentment diminished, her figure grew ever more ephemeral. Su Qing successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of physical cultivation, and seizing the moment, he initiated a sign-in with the purple talent for seizing. Sign-in successful, obtain the entry for refining the divine spirit. Refining the divine spirit. Your spiritual power increases ceaselessly, without limit. Upon completing the sign-in, a pure white radiance enveloped Su Qian, and she cast a lingering gaze upon Su Qing. Then, with a serene smile, she vanished completely. Su Qing observed this scene in silence for a prolonged moment. With the fusion of the refining the divine spirit entry, he felt his mind clear and sharpen. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. He swiftly turned around, gazing upon a colossal figure traversing the muddy path. As lightning illuminated the sky, Su Qing discerned the silhouette, a humanoid, standing upright, towering at least 3 or 4 meters, its body covered in silvery scales, but with a fish-like head. Su Qing exclaimed in shock, Run! Run from the fish demon! It looks just like it. The fish demon let out a peculiar and hoarse roar directed at Su Qing, raising its sharp claws as it lunged towards him with ferocity. Su Qing swiftly retreated, comprehending its intentions through the listening of myriad beings. Your aura is saturated with spiritual energy. You appear quite delectable. Evading the demon's assault, Su Qing turned and delivered a powerful punch to its back. The white scales adorning the fish demon shattered, and it immediately howled in agony. As though its strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground with its voice fading into silence. In Su Qing's hand lay a peculiar orb, stained with traces of blood. Could this be the demon's vital point? Is this aura indeed demonic energy? Su Qing mused, observing the orb that emanated a wondrous essence. In his other hand appeared a piece of jade, the low-grade spirit stone he had acquired earlier. Regrettably, he had not yet had the chance to examine the fish demon's interface. Otherwise, he could have signed another entry. However, this world seemed increasingly perilous, and he resolved to find an opportunity to fuse the Devour-Heaven Body and the Chaos Dao Bone, thus accelerating his cultivation progress. Holding the spirit stone, Su Qing entered the dwelling, quietly placing it down before exiting to commence absorbing the demonic energy from the fish demon's core. Yuanyan opened her eyes, a hint of crimson glinting within them as she watched Su Qing digging a pit beneath the great tree, alongside the lifeless body of the fish demon not far away. Noticing the low-grade spirit stone beside her, she had long recognized that Su Qing's spiritual energy was considerably denser than that of his surroundings. Assuming it to be his fortune, she chose not to inquire further. In her past life, even a top-tier spirit crystal would have earned no more than a fleeting glance from her. Yet now, this spirit stone represented the opportunity for her to awaken her potential. It seemed the demon goddess dominance was not given in vain. Yuanyan gazed at Su Qing with increasingly tender eyes, contemplating that when she would eventually reconstruct the supreme celestial dynasty, she would bring him along. Regardless of his mediocre aptitude, grasping the spirit stone, Yuanyan began to absorb its energy rapidly. The rain began to lessen, and after Su Qing had interred Su Qiaoqian's remains beneath the great tree, he too surveyed the courtyard. He had given away the spirit stone in hopes of hastening her recovery, for danger loomed ever nearer in this village. Once she healed, she would undoubtedly depart, and he would leave alongside her. Moreover, remaining by her side would yield numerous advantages, allowing him to complete entries and possibly acquire random bonuses. Seated upon a nearby boulder, Su Qing clutched the fish demon's core and began to absorb its energy. As time elapsed, in merely 2 or 3 hours, he had drained the core's demonic energy. Although he had not yet reached the 4th layer of body refinement, he was perilously close. At that moment, the previously overcast sky transformed into a brilliant crimson. A phantom of a phoenix soared from the dwelling, ascending towards the heavens. It circled high above, dispersing the dark clouds and illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The once dense clouds parted, revealing a brilliant moon and a sprinkle of stars, rendering the sky utterly clear. The enormous phoenix phantom spiraled for some time before gradually dissipating. Su Qing stood in a daze, awestruck by the magnitude of this phenomenon caused by his awakening. Suddenly, 2 brilliant streaks of light pierced the heavens, one emerging from the East Sea and the other from the southwest. Chapter 7. The Demons Beyond the Heavens, the Mysterious Divine Sword Body. As the 2 radiant streaks of light vanished, they revealed 2 figures, each exuding an air of extraordinary distinction. This celestial phenomenon seemed to herald an awakening of remarkable potential. Such unparalleled prodigies were surely coveted by the Penglai celestial sect. The figure emerging from the East Sea was an elderly man clad in a white robe, his demeanor exuding an ethereal grace, with hair and beard as white as snow. He gazed downwards, his consciousness probing one of the courtyards below. The other figure, a young man bearing a long sword upon his back and dressed in a flowing robe, scoffed disdainfully. The demonic aura from the East Sea is palpable. Do you still have time to compete with me for the status of prodigy? The white-robed elder chuckled lightly, unperturbed. Fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined. What appears to be a calamity may yield unexpected gains. Let us observe the opinions regarding that prodigy. Such a manifestation of potential promises an extraordinary future. Su Qing stood before the courtyard, watching as the 2 figures descended from the clouds. The system interface materialized before him, revealing Yitian, identity, core disciple of the purple sky sacred land. Fate, sword god. Talent, sword heart clarity. Entries, 9 orifices exquisite sword heart, unmatched sword body, unity of man and sword. Description, an unrivaled prodigy of the purple sky sacred land, punished to guard the eastern sea border due to a past transgression against the Penglai celestial sect. Su Qing was astounded by the information regarding Yi Tian. This young man in black robes was indeed a cultivator at the god transformation stage. Moreover, his entries were formidable. He then turned his attention to the elder's character interface, Wu Yuzhenren. Identity, 3rd elder of the outer sect of the Penglai celestial sect. Incarnation of the blood demon. Talent, incarnation. Entries, blood god child, blood demon body, concealment, transformation. Description, guardian of the blood demon seal in the East Sea. One of the seals has cracked, leading to Wu Yuzhenren being possessed by a fragment of the blood demon's essence. While Su Qing was initially taken aback by Yi Tian's information, he was even more shaken upon viewing the second character panel. Yun Yin's awakening had inadvertently attracted a malevolent entity, and Su Qing surmised that the disturbances in the East Sea were indeed linked to the breach of the blood demon's seal. Yi Tian turned his gaze towards Su Qing, instructing him to summon the individual within the dwelling who had awakened their potential. Wu Yuzhenren, the incarnation of the blood demon, remained silent, yet wore a benevolent smile. Had it not been for Su Qing's glimpse of his character panel, he might have been deceived by the elder's appearance, mistaking him for a transcendent being. Su Qing nodded slightly, entering the dwelling to find Yun Yin seemingly in a special state, enveloped in a crimson glow as if undergoing a transformation. He speculated that this must be the so-called Nirvana talent. Observing Yun Yan's character panel, it had already refreshed, allowing for another entry to be signed. Glancing outside at the two formidable individuals, he realized he could now sign 3 times. Stepping back outside, Su Qing clasped his hands in a semblance of respect, saying, "Esteemed immortals, she appears to be in a peculiar state. It is perhaps best not to rouse her prematurely." Yi Tian's eyes shimmered with white light as his consciousness entered the dwelling, followed suit by Wu Yuzhenren. They nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a special transformation following her awakening. Thus, they resolved to wait. Standing in the corner, Su Qing seized the opportunity of their delay to begin signing. For Yun Yan's entries, he chose Fortune Bestowed. Sign-in successful. Acquired entry, Demon Beyond the Heavens. Su Qing was momentarily speechless. How had he signed for such an entry under the auspices of fortune? He began to inspect his attributes. Demon Beyond the Heavens will incur the disdain of this world's heavenly will, encountering various calamities. Due to your identity as an outsider, the heavenly will harbor increased animosity towards you. Each time you break through a realm, you will attract heavenly tribulations. The upside is that you shall remain unaffected by fate and destiny, with the potential to transcend the heavenly will in the future. Su Qing furrowed his brow upon reading the entry's description, realizing that the worlds will had discerned his identity as a traveler. However, this entry was marked in red, a grade surpassing even that of gold. It was the third most potent entry Su Qing had encountered thus far, the strongest being the Devour-Heaven Body, which the system could not even classify. Secondly, there lies the reincarnation entry of Yun Yan, resplendent in vibrant hues. The third entry pertains to the celestial demon from beyond the heavens. Su Qing gazed upon the devouring heavenly body, then turned his attention to the celestial demon. A faint smile gracing his lips. Even in the absence of this entry, he would inevitably be targeted by the heavenly Tao. Thus, it mattered little. Once he grew in strength, he could consume the heavenly Tao with the devouring heavenly body. Moreover, the system provides a safety net. However, he chose not to fuse immediately. As Yi Tian and the blood demon, the Wu Yuzhenren, were not far off. He initiated the second round of sign-in at the most formidable entry on Yi Tian's profile, the 9 apertures Ling-Long Sword Heart. Sign-in successful. Obtained the Xianxian Sword Body. Xianxian Sword Body, a supreme constitution of the sword path, possessing the ability to resonate with sword spirits, thereby enhancing the potential and spirituality of one's innate spirit sword. The golden entry, indicative of a sword path constitution, aligned with Su Qing's expectations and could indeed be layered with the devouring heavenly body. Casting his gaze upon the character panel of Wu Yuzhenren, Su Qing felt a slight hesitation within. Blood God Child, Blood God Body, Concealment, Transformation, 4 entries, all of a violet hue. The first 2 bore an ominous air and seemed to carry certain risks. Ultimately, Su Qing resolved to sign in under the concealment entry. Sign-in successful. Obtained Hidden Spirit. Hidden Spirit enables one to conceal their presence and cultivation. As long as one does not actively reveal it, they will remain undetected. Su Qing was relatively satisfied with this. It was a commendable entry that would allow him to conceal his cultivation until he grew powerful enough to act freely. It was wiser to remain cautious during one's weaker years. As time passed, the eastern sky began to glow with the first light of dawn, and the dim heavens gradually brightened. The door creaked open, and Yun Yan stepped out. Upon seeing Yi Tian, her gaze was calm, for she understood that during this time frame, Yi Tian was stationed at the East Sea. However, upon encountering Wu Yuzhenren, a flicker of apprehension crossed her countenance. Albeit well concealed, Yun Yan addressed the two, stating, "I hail from the Yun family of the Deqian imperial lineage, hence my need to join the Xixiao sacred land." She offered a respectful gesture to Wu Yuzhenren, saying, "I apologize, esteemed senior." A fleeting glimmer of bloodlight flashed in Wu Yuzhenren's eyes, yet it was swiftly suppressed. Although his cultivation surpassed Yi Tian's, he was not necessarily confident in overcoming him. According to Wu Yuzhenren's memories, Yi Tian had once slain a beast of the integration stage with a single sword strike. Even within the Xixiao sacred land, he was a formidable figure, bold enough to challenge the Zixiao Saint Lord. Wu Yuzhenren wished to avoid conflict with Yi Tian and transformed into a beam of light, swiftly departing toward the East Sea. Yi Tian chuckled, observing, he knows his place. Turning to Yunyan, he continued, he has left. Let me take you to the Zixiao sacred land. With the merit of inviting you to join the sacred land, I shall finally be relieved from my post at the East Sea. Yunyan shook her head slightly, pointing at Su Qing. There is one more matter. I wish to bring him into the Zixiao sacred land as well. Chapter 8. Entering the Zixiao sacred land, the imperial demon mine. Yi Tian had long observed Su Qing, noting that he possessed no spiritual roots or special constitution. However, he had just begun his path in body cultivation. That is acceptable, but he will have to start as a servant. Should his body cultivation progress, he may rise to the outer or even inner sect, Yi Tian affirmed. Yunyan voiced no objections. Once inside the Zixiao sacred land, she would have ample opportunities to assist Su Qing. Furthermore, with his demon god body, in a place rich in spiritual energy like the Zixiao sacred land, he could swiftly shed his servant status. Seeing that Yunyan had no objections, Yi Tian sighed in relief. A colossal sword light materialized from the ground, carrying Yunyan and Su Qing soaring into the sky, heading toward the Zixiao sacred land. Standing atop the sword light, Su Qing marveled at the landscape below. Despite the incredible speed, he felt not a whisper of wind. Yunyan, however, remained expressionless. Her gaze lowered, lost in thought. The sword light traveled swiftly, yet it took nearly half a day to reach the Zixiao sacred land. Nestled among the mountains, ethereal light shimmered, purple mist enveloped the skies, and celestial cranes danced gracefully. Surrounded by grand pavilions and palatial structures, it resembled a realm of immortals. The Zixiao sacred land sprawled over an immense area, suspended above the clouds, its borders seemingly endless. At the forefront of the sacred land stood an extraordinarily grand city, with 3 characters glowing in purple gold inscribed above its gates. Zitiandu amidst the mountains, ethereal light shimmered, purple mist engulfed the skies, and celestial cranes danced gracefully, embodying the essence of the Zixiao sacred land. Before the sacred land, a magnificent city towered, with the same 3 radiant characters, Zitiandu. As they arrived at the gates of the sacred land, Yi Tian descended. With 2 fingers aligned, he traced a golden sword light that surged into the depths of the Zixiao sacred land. Several gatekeeping disciples exchanged glances, none daring to impede Yi Tian's actions. From within the Zixiao sacred land emerged a breathtaking figure clad in a purple gown, her expression notably indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotion. She surveyed Yunyan before turning to Yi Tian, stating, "This time, consider it a chance for redemption. You need not guard the East Sea. Go and cultivate in the sword tomb." Joy flickered in Yi Tian's eyes as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The ethereal figure in the purple gown then led Yunyan, vanishing into the mist. Su Qing appeared momentarily dazed, yet inwardly he scrutinized the system panel. Spirit veil, identity, Zixiao Saint Lord, fate, severed affection and absolute love, talent, supreme forgetfulness, tribulation crossing, ascending to immortality, thunder spirit, entries, supreme immortal body, Zixiao thunder punishment, tribulation crossing immortal body, xianxiaaudiobooks. Description, the Zixiao Saint Lord, having mastered the supreme technique of the supreme forgetfulness record, has utterly severed all affection, achieving the supreme immortal body while becoming the Zixiao Saint Lord. Su Qing quickly signed in under the red entry of the supreme immortal body. Sign-in successful, obtained the supreme forgetfulness record. Supreme forgetfulness record, originally a fragmented true immortal level technique, it has been completed and enhanced by the system, transforming into an immortal king level technique. As Su Qing finished perusing the description of the technique, he marveled at the unexpected nature of this sign-in. Previously, he had only signed for entries. Yet this time he had acquired a technique. At that moment, Yi Tian interjected, "Kid, they have gone far. Do not stand there foolishly. I will take you to the finest mine, where your body cultivation will flourish immensely." Su Qing nodded, expressing his gratitude. Yi Tian disregarded the rules of the Zixiao sacred land, soaring high and crossing dozens of mountains until they arrived at a desolate peak, devoid of trees for hundreds of miles, characterized by dark earth and thick rock layers. Unlike the grandeur typical of immortal realms, this place exuded an inexplicable eeriness. Atop the peak sat an elderly figure clad in gray robes. Yi Tian regarded the old man, stating, "This lad shall be your subordinate from now on." Turning to Su Qing, he added, "Take care of yourself. I am leaving." With that, Yi Tian transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished, seemingly eager to depart. The gray-robed elder looked at Su Qing, devoid of pretense, kindly saying, "Though this place is sparsely populated, It has its merits, provided you can survive. Su Qing felt somewhat bewildered. Was it merely about digging pits? Surely there was no danger involved. Opening the system, he examined the elder's information. Yingxian. Identity. 10th elder of the Xixiao sacred land. Fate. Cultivator of both immortal and demon paths. Talent. The convergence of all paths. Entry. Primal immortal demon body. Body sovereign. Devouring demon. Introduction. A formidable guardian of the wild demon mind. As Su Qing gazed upon the wild demon, an unsettling premonition gripped his heart. This place, ominously named, was clearly a site of peril. How could such a location exist within the hallowed grounds of the Xixiao sacred land? Yet, seizing the opportunity for another sign-in, Su Qing opted to register under the body sovereign entry of Yingxian. Sign-in successful, obtained entry, body refinement. Body refinement. At every moment, the physical form ascends. With no upper limit, Su Qing contemplated this talent, reminiscing about his previously acquired ability, spirit refinement, which continuously augmented his soul's power. The area known as the Wild Demon Mine harbored peculiar forces capable of corroding both flesh and spirit. However, within its depths lay a rare spiritual, or known as the Emperor's Spirit Stone. If one could extract even a single fragment while still alive, they would be deemed an inner sect disciple. Elder Yingxian elucidated, tossing Su Qing a token. "This is your disciple's token," he declared, inscribed with the designation of mine number 99. Each mine bears its own unique identifier, and the token will provide guidance. After delivering these words, his figure blurred, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Su Qing found himself at a loss for words. What predicament had Yi Tian thrust him into? This place appeared more akin to a penal colony for disciples of the Xixiao sacred land, rather than a dwelling for mere auxiliary disciples. Just then, Su Qing felt an invigorating sensation coursing through his body, astonishingly breaking through to the 4th level of body refinement. His eyes widened in disbelief. Perhaps this place held hidden treasures after all. As the demon god body activated, he was surprised to find himself advancing a small tier in less than 10 minutes. Descending from the desolate mountain, Su Qing pondered the nature of this extraordinary locale. The token emitted a radiant glow, serving as a compass to guide his path. Upon reaching mine number 99, he passed by other mines, where unsettling sounds of anguish echoed, sending chills down his spine. At the entrance of a shadowy mine, he discovered a dilapidated stone hut. Entering, he observed various inscriptions, the bloodstains having darkened over time. Regrettably, he could not decipher the writings, so he activated his entry of listening to all things. A cacophony of voices flooded his ears. "I loathe this place. It is a realm of torment. If I survive and escape the Xixiao sacred land, I shall bring ruin upon you all." Chapter 9. Delving into the Emperor Demon Mind. Listening to the myriad voices, Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn. This truly resembled a prison." Yi Tian, that seemingly respectable figure, had evidently sought to ensnare him. Sitting upon a dusty stone chair, Su Qing merged all his entries. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and the world trembled, a manifestation of the Tao's trepidation. The phenomenon persisted for some time before gradually fading. All the powerhouses of the Xixiao sacred land turned their gazes toward the wild demon mine. Could it be that the sealed entity at the bottom was about to awaken? Such a terrifying anomaly was unprecedented. However, there were no signs that the seal had been breached. Within the sacred lord's hall, the Xixiao sacred lord remained seated, his expression unyielding. Yunyan stood nearby, contemplating the recent changes. She was well aware of the truth. Every holy land or celestial sect in the eastern region sealed within it a formidable demon. The blood demon of the eastern sea and the emperor demon of the Xixiao sacred land. The blood demoness seal had merely been compromised at the edges, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The demon sealed within the Xixiao sacred land was far more powerful than its eastern sea counterpart. As streams of light entered the sacred lord's hall, the powerhouses of the Xixiao sacred land convened, each bearing distinct expressions. The elderly man in gray robes, Elder 10, arrived leisurely, assuring, "Rest assured. The Emperor Demoness seal remains intact." The assembled powerhouses finally relaxed, yet their eyes betrayed their fear. The mere aura that had seeped out was terrifying. How formidable must the demon's true form be? Suddenly, the Xixiao sacred lord spoke, his voice icy. "Cast all prisoners of the Xixiao sacred land into the Emperor Demon Mine to diminish the Emperor Demon's aura." "Understood," Elder 10 replied softly. Meanwhile, within mine no. 99 of the Emperor Demon Mine, Su Qing opened his eyes, his gaze deep as a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energies. Before him appeared the system panel. Its transformation compared to before was monumental. Host, Su Qing. Cultivation, 4th level of body refinement. Fate, unknown. Talents, Devourer of Heaven, Path Devourer, Heart Sword, Freedom. Entries: Devouring the Path Body, Outer Demon, Listening to All Things, Spirit Refinement, Body Refinement, Mysterious Divine Sword Body, Chaos Dao Bone, Hidden Spirit, Heaven Stealing. Perception of Good and Evil, Shadow Step, Innate Proximity to Water. Introduction: An unparalleled prodigy yet to reach their full potential. Su Qing regarded the system panel, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was indeed a luxurious attribute panel. He retrieved a tome from his possession, detailing the techniques of the demon god body. In his mind, the advanced version of the Taishang Forgetting Emotions scripture emerged. As the entry of Listening to All Things activated, a low voice resonated from the tome. Your technique is on the verge of initiation. Once the demon god body is initiated, it will automatically operate without requiring mental exertion. Su Qing's eyes gleamed. This was akin to an idle mode, truly splendid. Alas, he was uncertain where to acquire the innate energy. Otherwise, he was confident he could ascend to the Qi refinement stage within an hour. With the activation of the Devouring the Path Body talent, small black holes manifested around Su Qing, frantically absorbing the bizarre energies in his vicinity. In merely half an hour, he surged from the 4th level of body refinement to its pinnacle. Sitting cross-legged on the stone chair, he began to comprehend the Taishang Forgetting Emotion scripture. The more he studied, the more astounded he became. The supreme lethality gained from relinquishing emotional attachments was terrifyingly potent. The advanced version required no such sacrifice while boasting even greater destructive power. When cultivated to the integration stage, it could transform into the postnatal Taishang immortal body. In contrast, the advanced version, when perfected to the spirit transformation stage, would grant the innate Taishang immortal body. Moreover, it contained a plethora of formidable secret techniques and killing moves, far surpassing the singular focus on physical enhancement found in the demon god body. After half a day's contemplation of the Taishang Forgetting Emotion scripture, Su Qing rose, exiting the stone hut and gazing into the abyssal mine. He resolved to explore deeper, for the strange aura outside was alarmingly thin. The Devourer of Heaven talent, when merely activated, was swiftly depleted. However, recovery required time. As Su Qing ventured further, the darkness deepened around him, rendering his surroundings completely obscured. The right passage harbors a terrifying presence, a mining beast in slumber, possessing peak Qi refinement cultivation. The left passage appears safer, with dozens of Emperor Demon stones buried deep within. Yet, with the entry of Listening to All Things active, various sounds reached his ears, providing Su Qing with a sense of direction. He had not yet stepped into the Qi refinement stage and would undoubtedly be unable to contend with the peak Qi refinement beast. Thus, he chose to proceed down the left passage. As he advanced, Su Qing continuously absorbed the Emperor Demon aura. His complexion grew increasingly grim. As it seemed there was no bottleneck to his realm, he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Suddenly, Su Qing felt a release throughout his body, a tremendous surge in physical strength. Alas, I have yet to acquire the innate energy, yet I have already transcended into the Qi refinement stage. At that moment, the tome of the demon goddess dominance materialized before Su Qing's chest. The cultivation of the physical body is distinct from the cultivation of Qi. Your corporeal form merely rivals that of the Qi refinement stage, yet your realm has not truly ascended. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, even if my physical realm were to reach the true immortal level, it would not impede the completion of the demon goddess dominance, would it? The tome responded, indeed. After uttering these words, it fell silent. Su Qing continued deeper into the mine, and with the elevation of his corporeal realm, the darkness around him seemed to dissipate. Gradually, he began to discern shapes in the gloom. Various sounds echoed around him, the origins of which he could not identify. Whether they stemmed from some creature or the ominous aura of the Emperor Demon, he could not ascertain due to the pervasive darkness. Advance another dozen steps, and you shall uncover a fist-sized Emperor Demon or hidden below. Su Qing approached the indicated spot, feeling the ground beneath his feet, which was covered in thick layers of rock. However, when he picked up a stone and squeezed it gently, it crumbled to dust in his hand. Goodness! The speed at which my physical strength has augmented seems rather exaggerated. Su Qing delivered a punch to the ground, astonishingly creating a small crater, with rocks scattering in all directions. Within mere minutes, he spotted a gleaming stone. As he examined the Emperor Demon stone closely, he noticed that its radiance was intermingled with a purplish hue and an eerie crimson glow. Utilizing this stone as a makeshift illumination device, he pressed onward. My word, this place is indeed peculiar. After discerning the contours of the surroundings, Su Qing's eyes filled with astonishment. Various bizarre rocks appeared to ooze traces of blood, exuding an unsettling aura. Just then, a voice echoed once more in Su Qing's ears. A corpse lies several hundred steps ahead. Chapter 10. The treasure-seeking mouse. A frenzied breakthrough. Su Qing's gaze scanned the area, yet he discerned nothing amiss. He still could not identify the source of the voice. Could it be the voice of the Emperor Demon Aura? Yet that seemed implausible. It should only emit strange cries, right? Su Qing feigned retreating a few steps, summoning the system panel before him. Treasure-seeking mouse. Talent: treasure-seeking, concealment, space, wisdom. Attributes: perception of treasures, spatial escape, internal space, danger sense, long-distance escape. Description: currently in its juvenile phase, having been tainted by demonic energy. It has transformed into an anomalous treasure-seeking mouse and has comprehended a thread of the laws of space, making its abilities of concealment and escape unparalleled. As he absorbed the system information, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that this little creature had been guiding him all along. Little mouse, I see you. No need to hide. You cannot see me, for I am concealed within the rifts of space. Hurry and seek treasure. I can hardly contain my excitement. Su Qing chuckled and continued onward. Not far ahead, there indeed lay a corpse. Although it had long since turned to bone, a faint red glow shimmered upon its remains. This skeleton must have possessed formidable cultivation in its past life, Su Qing mused. After examining the vicinity of the skeleton, he discovered an ancient ring upon its ring finger. Aside from that, there was nothing else of note. Su Qing picked up a bone and activated his talent, causing the bone to disintegrate into powder. Instantly, Su Qing's aura surged, and his corporeal realm experienced another breakthrough, now comparable to the second level of Qi refinement. These bones seemed far superior to spirit stones. If only I could gather more. Su Qing absorbed the entirety of the skeleton, further elevating his corporeal realm to the equivalent of the third level of Qi refinement. He then gazed at the ring, listening to its voice. Young one, I have long been without a master. Hasten to drip your blood and acknowledge me. Upon hearing this voice, Su Qing hesitated to comply immediately. The former owner of this item, even in death, still emanated a sanguine glow, surely indicating that it was not a benevolent entity. Caution was warranted. Holding the ring in his hand, he activated the heavenly theft attribute, intending to extract items directly from within this ring, as it was currently without a master. After several successful thefts, he acquired. Theft successful, obtained decayed blood spirit pill. Theft successful, obtained fragment of the blood demon incarnation secret technique. Theft successful, obtained a demon sword that has lost its sword spirit. As Su Qing continued to extract items from this storage ring, the spoils soon piled up into a small mountain beside him. Likely due to the passage of time, many items had deteriorated. Just then, Su Qing spotted a glimmer of golden light among the clutter and reached out to grasp it. Ah, it seems there is treasure among these items. The golden light revealed itself to be a plump mouse, resembling a larger-than-life hamster, its body adorned with golden fur, presenting a rather unique sight. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, having grasped empty air. I possess the talent of space. Do you think you can evade me? A slightly smug voice echoed in Su Qing's ear. Little creature, what treasures have you obtained? The surroundings fell into silence, and Su Qing felt somewhat speechless. This little being had undoubtedly acquired something remarkable. Opening the system panel, he selected to sign in at the treasure-seeking mouse's spatial escape attribute. Sign in successful. Acquired supreme spatial talent. Spatial talent. As your cultivation progresses and your understanding of space deepens, you will gradually master various spatial secret techniques, paving the way to the path of space. Su Qing was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had received a talent from signing in. Other talents were typically supplementary to attributes. The talents of Heavenly Devourer and Path Eater were linked to the Devouring Body, while Heartsword was a gift from the Mystic Godsword Body. This recent talent, however, was unexpectedly not an attribute but a standalone gift. Su Qing surveyed the surrounding debris and activated the Heavenly Devour talent, causing the spiritual energy within the clutter to surge voraciously into him. In mere seconds, everything was reduced to powder, including the storage ring. Although his cultivation did not experience another breakthrough, his corporeal realm had reached the pinnacle of the third level of Qi refinement. With another 10 minutes of operation, the demon goddess dominance would surely break through as well. He was left with 3 items, a pitch-black longsword and 2 blood-colored jade tubes. The jade tubes recorded the remnants of the blood demon incarnation and the blood spirit secret technique. These 2 techniques were rather peculiar. When combined, they could create a puppet of a person by acquiring a drop of their blood. Su Qing picked up the black longsword and took a few steps toward a corner, suddenly delivering a punch. The spatial talent activated, directly tearing open a rift in space, and he seized the golden rodent. It was none other than the recently fled treasure-seeking mouse. Its tiny eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could this be? You possess spatial talent as well? Su Qing pressed the black longsword against the treasure-seeking mouse's neck and inquired, what did you just take? The mouse squirmed and squeaked in distress. A smile flickered in Su Qing's eyes as he lowered the sword slightly. "Ah, a male mouse, is it? Perhaps I should remove your appendage first." No. I will hand over what I took right away." The treasure-seeking mouse writhed, producing a blood-colored piece of jade. The quality of this object is, without a doubt, the finest I have ever encountered in my lifetime, far surpassing those pitiful trinkets. Su Qing cast aside the black longsword, releasing the treasure-hunting mouse as he meticulously examined the blood-red jade. Bringing the jade close to his ear, an alluring voice emanated from within. "I am the blood demon, scheming for millennia, on the cusp of liberation. If you, Emperor Demon, are willing to assist me, I may consider granting you freedom. This object merely serves as a means of communication. This place is known as the Emperor Demon Mine." Su Qing furrowed his brow, recalling the blood demon's avatar he had previously encountered, which had effortlessly manipulated an elder of the immortal sect at the refining void stage with nothing more than a wisp of its primordial spirit. The true form of such a being is unfathomably terrifying. Fortunately, it seems the seal remains intact for now. This suggests that beneath the Emperor Demon Mine lies a sealed fiend. Su Qing activated his innate talent, commencing the devouring of the blood-red jade. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. He ascended through the fourth, fifth, and finally halted at the peak of the sixth layer of Qi refinement. The treasure-hunting mouse, initially planning to flee, stood frozen in place, its tiny paws drooping in disbelief. What an extraordinary talent. It appears as though there are no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Su Qing grasped the black longsword along with 2 jade tubes, intending to delve deeper into the mine. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting mouse spoke up, suggesting, "Since you possess spatial talent, why not attempt to carve out your own space?" Su Qing turned to gaze at the mouse. Intrigued, "Why haven't you fled? What a joke. I am the premier anomalous beast of this realm. How could I possibly flee? I perceive your talent as commendable and intend to impart some wisdom upon you." The treasure-hunting mouse replied, its voice tinged with insecurity, while secretly contemplating that it must not allow Su Qing to escape. If it could cling to this formidable ally, its life would be set. Moreover, living in this lightless abyss, where encounters are with the abnormal, finding someone like Su Qing, with whom it can converse normally, is an exceedingly rare fortune. Chapter 11. Devouring the Stone Man, entering the divine demon overlord's body. As the treasure-hunting mouse elaborated on its insights regarding space, Su Qing listened intently. By employing his mental energy to carve out an internal space, the stronger his mental energy, the larger the space he could create. Despite his innate talent for spirit refinement, he had only recently begun, and his mental energy was comparable to the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refinement. Ultimately, he managed to establish a modest space. He placed the 2 jade tubes along with a piece of Emperor Demon or into this internal space, continuing onward with the black longsword in hand. Unbeknownst to him, the treasure-hunting mouse had vanished from sight, stealthily following Su Qing within the confines of the space. From behind, it cautioned, "Once you finish extracting those Emperor Demon ores, there will be nothing of value left, and we are nearing the end." Su Qing nodded, glancing behind him. "The mine is exceedingly dark. I have lost track of how long I have been here and am beginning to feel hungry. Once you excavate those pieces of Emperor Demon ore, I shall guide you to a place where the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the heart of the earth fruit, await." The treasure-hunting mouse's voice echoed in Su Qing's ear, having somehow perched itself upon his shoulder. Su Qing nodded, affectionately patting the treasure-hunting mouse's plump belly. "You've consumed so many treasures. How is it that your cultivation remains so low?" The treasure-hunting mouse lowered its head, displaying a rather helpless expression. "Do you think it's the same for everyone? The heavenly materials and earthly treasures here are tainted with Emperor Demon energy, making them exceedingly difficult to refine." Su Qing engaged in casual conversation with the treasure-hunting mouse as he unearthed all the buried pieces of Emperor Demon or nearby, storing them within his internal space as he retraced his steps. With the aid of the listening to all things skill and the guidance of the treasure-hunting mouse, it was impossible for him to lose his way in the darkness. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Su Qing observed another mine tunnel, recalling the presence of a ferocious beast at the peak of Qi refinement within. What should he do? Should he circumvent it? "That creature is virtually invisible and specializes in defense rather than offense," explained the treasure-hunting mouse, perched on Su Qing's shoulder. Su Qing nodded. "If that beast lacks offensive capabilities, it is essentially a natural punching bag. This would provide an excellent opportunity to test his current combat prowess. Even if he were to struggle, he still possessed the steal and replace skill and spatial talent." "Is the heart of the earth fruit located deep within that tunnel?" "Indeed. Not far behind that beast lies the heart of the earth fruit tree," the treasure-hunting mouse elucidated. Su Qing contemplated entering the tunnel, attentively listening to the sounds around him. The Emperor demon energy produced noises, albeit only strange shrieks. The rocks emitted sounds as well, but they appeared to possess little intelligence. Just then, Su Qing detected a peculiar sound, akin to the grinding of rocks. This sound was quite unsettling. He hastily advanced a few steps, where a strange radiance blossomed forth. The stones on the rock wall were emitting a flickering glow. A colossal purple stone man, towering at least 3 to 4 meters tall, was gnawing on the glowing stones embedded in the wall. This stone man resembled a larger version of the Emperor demon, or, albeit in humanoid form. It appeared exceedingly bizarre, lacking in intelligence, and akin to ordinary rocks, only capable of hearing monotonous phrases through the listening to all things skill. Emperor Demon Stone Man. Talent: absorb demon energy. Skill: hardness. Description: formed from the aggregation of Emperor Demon stones, it has undergone a peculiar transformation. Su Qing scrutinized the system panel's description before glancing at the treasure-hunting mouse, which nodded, indicating that this stone man was indeed the creature in question. Step back. I shall test the hardness of this thing, Su Qing declared with a light scoff. The treasure-hunting mouse, taken aback by Su Qing's intention to engage in battle, swiftly retreated into the confines of the space. Su Qing first signed in for the hardness skill. Sign in successful. Obtain skill Iron Head. Iron Head. Your head is as resilient as mysterious iron and immune to dizziness. Glancing at the acquired skill, Su Qing felt unperturbed. Green skills seldom yield anything of great value. However, it was better than nothing. He charged directly at the stone man, swinging the black longsword down upon its hind leg, producing a shower of sparks. The stone man, sensing the threat, halted its gnawing of the rock wall, its massive arms swinging towards Su Qing. Observing the stone man's sluggish attack, Su Qing thought to himself, how slow. No wonder the treasure-hunting mouse is so unperturbed. He easily sidestepped the stone man's strike. The stone man's enormous arm crashed into the ground, sending debris flying and causing the earth to tremble. Su Qing discarded the longsword. It was wholly ineffective against the stone man, feeling inferior to his iron head skill. He then unleashed a punch. Tiny fissures appeared on the stone man's arm. The stone man retaliated with its other arm, but Su Qing evaded once more. Then, he drove a blow into the stone man's other arm, creating a significant dent. The fissures appeared to be wider and more numerous than those produced by his fist. The stone man let out a furious roar, its eye sockets glowing red, seemingly entering a berserk state. I just breached your defenses, and now you're going berserk. Su Qing felt somewhat exasperated, although the stone man's attacks had intensified. Its speed seemed to have diminished further. However, with his physical cultivation at merely the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and the stone man at the peak of Qi refinement, it remained a formidable challenge. Without employing other means, it was uncertain how long the battle would last. Su Qing fully activated the divine demon overlord's body and unleashed his devouring talent to its fullest extent. In an instant, a black hole formed behind, swiftly engulfing the stone giant's arm. The stone giant let out a harrowing scream, resonating with a piercing sharpness. At the very moment the black hole consumed the giant's arm, Su Qing experienced another breakthrough, elevating his physical cultivation to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the stone giant's chest, followed by a flurry of strikes. The giant's chest caved in, and Su Qing caught a glimpse of a glimmering light, presumably the giant's core. Activating the heavenly deception skill, he cast the core into the black hole. Instantly, the light in the giant's eye sockets extinguished, and its body began to collapse, transforming into a heap of imperial demon ore, completely devoured by the black hole. As the black hole dissipated, Su Qing stood on the ground, unflustered. With only a slight stain on his clothing, his physical realm ascended, comparable to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, with just 2 layers remaining to reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer. Remarkably, this transformation occurred merely 2 days after he embarked on his path of cultivation. Filled with awe, he recognized the Devour-Heaven Body as a physique so extraordinary that even the system could not discern its grade. Both its cultivation and innate talents were fearfully potent. Su Qing felt that even without employing any skills or abilities, he could effortlessly overpower the stone giant. With the consumption of the giant's core, the demon overlord body was fully comprehended. Su Qing sensed a tremendous enhancement in his physical form, although this increase was not reflected in his realm. Chapter 12. The treasure-seeking mouse acknowledges its master and ventures to other areas. A golden radiance materialized out of thin air, leaving the treasure-seeking mouse utterly astounded. Its tiny paws flailed wildly as it squeaked in disbelief. How is this possible? You actually killed this massive creature. The foundational cultivators who came before could only defeat it, and killing it was utterly unattainable. The mouse seemed to resolve itself to a decision, and with frantic gestures, a golden rune tinged with crimson emerged before Su Qing, merging into his hand. At that moment, Su Qing felt an unusual sensation, as if the very life and death of the treasure-seeking mouse depended on his thoughts. What is this? Could it be that you have acknowledged me as your master? The mouse nodded and hopped onto Su Qing's shoulder, declaring, "Boss, you are now my master. I am firmly attached to you. No one can stand in my way." To his surprise, Su Qing took a bold action, activating his devouring path talent to consume a drop of the mouse's blood. Su Qing's eyes sparkled. It seemed he had acquired some of the mouse's traits, allowing him to see clearly in darkness, with a deeper understanding of spatial concepts. The contract with the mouse could be freely dissolved, but though Su Qing did not choose to do so, he transformed it into an equal pact. He mused that the Devour-Heaven Body could amalgamate the talents and abilities of all physiques, and to his astonishment, it could also incorporate those of exotic beasts. The treasure-seeking mouse appeared to sense this, its eyes gleaming with excitement, realizing that this newly acknowledged master was quite loyal. "Boss, the earth core fruit tree is not far ahead," it said, gesturing with its tiny paws. "Let us go." Su Qing picked up the black long sword and ventured deeper into the tunnel. In the rocky passage, Su Qing observed the mouse and remarked, "You need a name. How about Little Gold?" The mouse rolled its eyes in exasperation, reflecting on its master's formidable prowess, yet lamenting the naming skills. Unable to protest, it reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "The name is actually quite good. I like it." Su Qing smiled in satisfaction. The tunnel was winding and intricate, with several junctions along the way. But guided by Little Gold, they soon entered a hidden passage, which radiated a shimmering white light unlike the darkness of the other tunnels. Upon reaching the depths of this passage, they encountered a grand tree standing in a clearing, lush with foliage and adorned with a dozen or so fruits, each glimmering with an extraordinary luminescence. Little Gold cautioned, "The earth core fruit tree emits a peculiar aroma that can instantly incapacitate foundational monsters, so be careful, boss." Su Qing nodded, with the demon overlord body combined with the devouring heaven body. He was confident that even the most potent of fragrances or poisons would merely serve as nourishment for his growth. As they approached the tree, Little Gold began to sway unsteadily, slipping into the spatial realm, while Su Qing, unaffected, leaped onto the earth core fruit tree and plucked all the fruits, storing them within his spatial realm. He also absorbed a portion of the intoxicating aroma, knowing it might be useful later. After leaving the passage, which took about half an hour, they arrived at the stone house at the tunnel's entrance. Su Qing retrieved a few earth core fruits and began to eat, while Little Gold nibbled on one slowly. Su Qing, unfazed, devoured his fruits with gusto, savoring their sweet and sour flavor. "Boss, what kind of monster are you? You have no fear of the imperial demon aura, while I struggle to refine it," Little Gold exclaimed, exasperated. Soon, all the fruits were consumed by Su Qing, while Little Gold managed to eat only two, having reached its limit due to the imperial demon aura. Standing up from the stone chair, Su Qing felt a crackling sensation throughout his body, leading to yet another breakthrough. His physical cultivation soared from the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the 9th. Little Gold, squinting sleepily, said, "Boss, I want to sleep in your spatial realm for a while. Is that even possible? You won't encounter any issues, will you?" Su Qing inquired, puzzled. "There won't be any problems. We have a contract, and I possess spatial talents," Little Gold replied, appearing somewhat tipsy. Su Qing welcomed it into his spatial realm. Sitting outside the 99th mine, gazing at the starry sky, he marveled, what a wondrous place. With the assistance of the treasure-seeking mouse and the listening to all things skill, my physical cultivation is advancing at an astonishing rate. Tomorrow, I will seize the opportunity to break through to the foundational stage, and in just a few days, I shall reach the golden core stage. Just then, a multitude of radiant streaks descended from the sky, heading straight for the imperial demon mine. As the lights fell, the 10th elder led a host of fearsome figures, accompanied by numerous ferocious beasts, each appearing incredibly formidable. Su Qing's system panel appeared before him. Shadow Demon. Identity: prisoner of the Xianxiao Holy Land. Talent: sealed. Entry: sealed. Description: a dominant figure of the demonic path who, after offending the Xianxiao Holy Land, was reduced to a captive. Su Qing observed that the talents and entries of each prisoner were inexplicably sealed, feeling a twinge of regret at the squandered opportunities for sign-ins. The 10th elder glanced at Su Qing, his expression filled with surprise. "You truly are impressive. Your physical cultivation has surged greatly in just one day. You are now eligible to enter the new disciples area of the Xianxiao Holy Land, and I shall personally escort you there shortly." Su Qing calmly replied, "I am not yet ready to leave. That is not up to you." An unprecedented phenomenon has erupted from the imperial demon mine, indicating that the sealed demon below is stirring. That is a true demon comparable to a genuine immortal, and we cannot afford any mistakes. All disciples currently training in the Imperial Demon Mine must evacuate, the 10th elder stated sternly. Su Qing awkwardly chuckled, realizing he could not disclose that this spectacle was merely the manifestation of his awakening physique. To his astonishment, the many powerful figures of the Xiao Holy Land believed the commotion to be caused by the Imperial demons. It is hardly surprising that the devouring heavenly body is incompatible with the heavenly Tao. When it awakens, the resulting phenomena are inevitably perceived as demonic manifestations. The 10th elder transformed into a shadow of darkness and entered the adjacent mine. Su Qing speculated that this place did not seem to be a prison. Rather, it appeared to be a site for body cultivators to refine their physiques. In the depths of mine number 99, he had encountered only a single stone golem, which moved at a sluggish pace and remained largely unseen. As a radiant light illuminated the surroundings, the 10th elder emerged, accompanied by 3 remarkably robust figures. I was fully engaged in a duel with a Peak Foundation establishment stone golem. What just transpired? I have no idea. I was still absorbing the Imperial Demon Qi when I suddenly found myself outside. Su Qing inquired, "Is your method of refining Imperial Demon Qi merely being pummeled by the stone golem?" Chapter 13, The Yin-Yang Sacred Body. Indeed, the path of body cultivation is inherently about enduring blows and exhibiting resilience. I find the stone golem's attack power rather lacking, yet I fear that a stronger assault might inadvertently lead to my demise. You appear to have only recently embarked on the path of body cultivation. In time, you will come to understand. The burly men spoke in low tones, seemingly oblivious to the reason for their presence. Su Qing observed them closely, noting that their talents and attributes were all related to physical refinement. He promptly began the sign-in process. Sign-in successful, obtained iron legs. Sign-in successful, obtained the body of mysterious iron. Sign-in successful, obtained iron fists. Similar attributes detected: iron head, iron fists, iron legs, body of mysterious iron, similarity rate 98. Would you like to merge? Su Qing gazed at the system panel, astonished that attributes could indeed be fused. He immediately opted for the merger. Merging successful. Obtained the mysterious iron battle body. Mysterious iron battle body. The flesh is comparable to that of a premium magical artifact. Fists can shatter flying swords. When subjected to close-range attacks, 30 of the attack power will rebound onto the assailant. With this fusion, Su Qing felt his physique strengthen considerably, although his cultivation level remained unchanged. The 10th elder led Su Qing and the others into the air, arriving at the outer sect of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. The expanse was vast, with countless pavilions and towers standing proudly amidst the mountains. The other 3 men departed, expressing their gratitude to the 10th elder, promising to return once the Imperial Demon Mine was operational. The 10th elder waved them off, signaling for them to leave hastily. He then turned to Su Qing, shaking his head. "What a pity you lack spiritual roots. Otherwise, I would truly wish for you to pursue the path of body cultivation. The stronger the body, it seems, the less adept the mind." Su Qing offered an awkward smile, refraining from comment. "Come, I shall take you to register at the outer sect's main hall." Remarkably, the 10th elder chose to walk rather than fly, heading toward a nearby mountain peak. Su Qing followed closely behind, awaiting the refresh of the system panel. The 10th elder still possessed a golden attribute. At that moment, the refresh finally occurred. Su Qing began to sign in for the attribute Primordial Immortal Demon Body. Sign-in successful. Obtain the Yin-Yang Sacred Body. Yin-Yang Sacred Body possesses pure innate Yin-Yang energy, capable of manifesting supreme Taiji divine abilities with unparalleled defenses. Su Qing opted not to fuse the body types, as such an action would create a phenomenon of celestial proportions, causing excessive commotion. Moreover, it was still night, making any such phenomenon even more pronounced. He decided to have the devouring heavenly body consume the Yin-Yang Sacred Body. Thus, all the characteristics and innate abilities of the Yin-Yang Sacred Body would remain intact, albeit without the accompanying phenomenon. Following the 10th elder into the outer sect's main hall, the lead disciple's first reaction upon seeing the 10th elder was not one of respect, but rather of trepidation. Several reception disciples quickly bowed, and an elder hastily approached, inquiring about the 10th elder's purpose in the outer sect hall. The 10th elder pointed to Su Qing, declaring, "From this moment on, he is an outer sect disciple. I leave him in your care. I must take my leave." With that, the 10th elder's figure dissipated like smoke, vanishing in an instant. The elder regarded Su Qing with a gentle smile, stating, "The grand ceremony for recruiting disciples into the Purple Cloud Sacred Land is in 7 days. However, considering the 10th elder's influence, you shall be formally recognized as an outer sect disciple." Su Qing observed the elder, who appeared to be merely a Foundation establishment elder. Realizing the elder seemed to have misunderstood the situation, Su Qing saw no need for explanation. leveraging the 10th Elder's reputation was quite advantageous. The Elder produced a black token, outlining its significance. The token not only symbolized one's status as a disciple of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, but also functioned as a spatial artifact, akin to a storage bag, containing the outer sect disciple's robe and recording one's residence, as well as the means to activate the residence's array. In the future, acquiring tasks and resources would also be paramount. With this token, one could claim a martial art and a magical artifact. Listening to the Elder's introduction, Su Qing nodded slightly, committing all the information to memory before exiting the outer sect's main hall. As he infused spiritual energy into the token, a glow emanated from its surface, forming a pointer that indicated a particular direction. This was the direction of his residence. The token indeed held some intrigue. Su Qing began to walk in that direction, noticing the surrounding structures becoming increasingly sparse. Beyond a secluded grove, a hazy mist wafted through the air, saturated with spiritual energy, which appeared to be transforming into vapor. Su Qing surveyed the environment, noting only a few larger pavilions surrounded by arrays, while the area felt remarkably open. This place seemed rather promising. The token shimmered, and the dense forest revealed a luminous barrier, which opened a passageway. Su Qing stepped through, exploring the surroundings, and discovered a wooden cabin nestled at the center of the grove, surrounded by peculiar flora, exuding spiritual energy and a delightful fragrance. Su Qing settled before the cabin and released the treasure-seeking mouse, which was still fast asleep. It seemed that this would be their abode for the foreseeable future. Xiao Jin rolled over in slumber, still oblivious. Su Qing grasped the tail of the treasure-seeking mouse, shaking it persistently. Awaken. Come and see our new home. Xiao Jin, still drowsy, opened its eyes and began to sniff the air, realizing the surroundings were indeed delightful. The peculiar flora formed an array that continuously generated spiritual energy. This array was quite a valuable treasure. Although Su Qing was not versed in formations, he could sense the abundance of spiritual energy. He leaped onto the roof, sitting cross-legged to absorb the power of the moonlight and starlight, as spiritual energy began to swirl around him. Seeing this, Xiao Jin mimicked him, absorbing the moonlight to cultivate, refining the imperial demon qi accumulated within. Having been born in the imperial demon mind, it had never even seen the moon before. The sensation of absorbing the moonlight filled it with wonder. Su Qing settled on the rooftop, attentively listening as the myriad stars whispered, while the moon seemed to sing ancient ballads. As he silently recited the ancient verses emanating from the moon, an even greater flow of moonlight descended from the heavens. Listening to all living things indeed bore such remarkable effects. What a practical skill. In his moment of comprehension regarding the whispers of the stars, Su Qing found himself momentarily perplexed. As dawn broke, the dark sky gradually brightened. Xiao Jin darted into the wooden cabin, its aura elevating from the third level of qi refinement to the fourth. As it refined a portion of the imperial demon qi within, its physical form grew sturdier, and its innate abilities sharpened. Its speed was such that even Su Qing could barely catch a glimpse of its shadow. The little creature seems unable to acclimate to the power of the sun, which is hardly surprising, as it has dwelled in the lightless depths of the demon emperor's minds since its inception. Su Qing gazed at the gradually rising sun, attuning his senses to the myriad melodies of nature as he listened intently to the sounds emanating from the sun. Chapter 14. The Nine Transformation Emperor Talisman, perusing ancient texts. The sounds produced by the sun were akin to a certain melody. Su Qing quietly committed them to memory, yet he dared not draw upon too much solar energy. Even with his current physical cultivation, he could not withstand the ferocity of an overwhelming influx of solar power. He began to absorb the sun's energy slowly, continuously studying the sun's melody alongside the ancient ballads of the moon. Suddenly, an image of the Tai Chi diagram emerged in his mind, responding to these two tonalities. This was the innate divine ability of the yin-yang sacred body. As the solar energy fused with him, the Tai Chi diagram generated by the divine ability began to expand dramatically, as if on the verge of explosion. Su Qing hastily activated his Devour-Heaven talent, and a colossal black hole consumed the swelling Tai Chi diagram. In that very moment, Su Qing's cultivation level experienced a breakthrough, his aura surging to a level comparable to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Alas, he feared that an explosion might damage his wooden abode. Otherwise, he would have been eager to test the power of the blast. Rising to his feet, Su Qing leapt down from the rooftop, clutching his token, intent on collecting his techniques and divine abilities. At this juncture, the most pressing matter was to seek out the innate energy, yet he had no leads. Thus, Su Qing resolved to visit the Xianxiao sacred land to consult the ancient texts in search of any records regarding innate energy. Donning the attire of an outer sect disciple and calling out to the interior of the house, he departed. A golden radiance manifested upon Su Qing's shoulder as the little golden creature nervously exclaimed, I feel a bit scared. You should just take me into your inner space. Very well, Su Qing acquiesced, withdrawing the little golden creature into his inner realm as he left his dwelling. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, resembling the stillness of night, with vast expanses devoid of any human presence. Su Qing found himself perplexed. The Xixiao sacred land was so vast, yet it felt utterly desolate. Following the guidance of his token, he made his way to a designated spot, which turned out to be the location for receiving magical artifacts, essentially a treasure vault of the outer sect of the Xixiao sacred land. The effects of the disciple token were numerous, once infused with spiritual energy. It not only directed him to his destination, but also unveiled a map of the Xixiao sacred land, which was exceedingly convenient. Only an elderly man appeared half asleep, seemingly bored as the day for the disciple selection ceremony had yet to arrive. Su Qing placed the token upon the table and addressed the elder. I have come to claim a magical artifact. The elder slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the token. It seems you have some connections, managing to join the sacred land a month in advance. As he spoke, a portal materialized behind him. Enter. You may select only one magical artifact. Otherwise, the erased spirit shall not comply. Although Su Qing did not fully understand the elder's meaning, he surmised there must be some powerful restrictions in place. Upon entering the portal, he was greeted by the chaotic cacophony of various magical artifacts. Su Qing's expression was one of helplessness. Come out and help me choose a magical artifact. The little golden creature appeared on Su Qing's shoulder, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Where have you come to? A treasure vault? You may select only one. And the strongest artifact here is that one. Su Qing inquired, which one? The little golden creature scuttled to a corner where the artifacts, unlike those glowing with brilliance, appeared dull and ashen. It returned to Su Qing's shoulder, cradling a shattered jade talisman in its claws. This is undoubtedly the finest treasure here, bar none, declared the little golden creature with utmost conviction. Su Qing, though skeptical, picked up the broken jade talisman and held it to his ear. I am the Nine Transformation Emperor's fated magical artifact, the Nine Transformation Talisman. It was shattered in the battle against the Demon Emperor and has lost its former luster. A feeble voice resonated in Su Qing's ear. It certainly sounds impressive. This will do, he concluded, after placing the little golden creature back into his inner space. He exited the portal, approaching the table outside where the elder regarded Su Qing's selection with mild surprise. However, he said nothing further, for it was common for new disciples to attempt to take advantage by rummaging through the miscellaneous pile for treasures. The elder proceeded to register Su Qing's acquisition before gesturing for him to leave. Su Qing, observing the elder, inquired, It seems this area is rather deserted. What is the reason for that? This is the area designated for new disciples of the Xixiao sacred land. It will be bustling after the disciple selection ceremony. The ceremony will take place in 7 days. Holding the jade talisman while listening to the elder's explanation, Su Qing mused to himself, no wonder it is so quiet here. After departing, he took the opportunity to sign in with the elder overseeing the foundation building disciples. The highest reward he received was merely a green token. Sign-in successful. You have obtained 10 low-grade spirit stones. Su Qing examined the rewards from the sign-in process. The green token was only marginally superior to the white token. Receiving spirit stones from sign-in was still quite beneficial. He made his way toward the library, which was primarily for distributing techniques to new disciples, alongside some records of peculiar events. The techniques available were limited to foundation building, with subsequent techniques requiring one to reach the peak of Qi refinement to acquire. Su Qing held no interest in these, as he possessed the Supreme Demon Body for physical cultivation and the Taishang for getting emotion record for Qi cultivation, both of which were supreme techniques capable of achieving the status of Celestial King. After exchanging a few words with the elder in the library, he selected a physical cultivation divine ability, the Wind and Thunder Fist. Subsequently, he approached various texts, intending to seek clues regarding innate energy. He signed in with the elder once more, earning another 10 low-grade spirit stones. These elders responsible for new disciples had long exhausted their potential, with no hope of ascending to higher realms. Therefore, each appeared lethargic, and their tokens were not particularly impressive. The highest Su Qing encountered today was merely a green token. Pulling a book titled Eastern Region Anecdotes from the shelf, he discovered that the Xixiao sacred land was adjacent to the Eastern Sea, controlling vast territories and serving as the absolute overlord of the region. To the west lay the Tianduan mountain range, where the clouds housed the 9 heavens sacred land, reputed to be a sky city. To the east resided the Penglai immortal sect, which governed the islands of the Eastern Sea. In addition, numerous smaller sects were affiliated with the Xixiao sacred land. No wonder, Su Qing pondered, the characters in the Xixiao sacred land's narrative panel seemed so formidable. And even the 10th elder is impressive. It seems I started off in a top-tier map. He then perused another volume titled Records of Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures. Within, various treasures were documented. Upon reading the first page, he discovered the 9 Deaths Resurgence herb, a celestial-grade medicinal herb, capable of restoring full vitality in an instant even if only a breath remained, and if uninjured, it could extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. However, it resided in the southern wasteland volcano, one of the most fearsome forbidden zones on Earth. As Su Qing continued to search, he finally found what he had been looking for on the last page. Innate energy. It is said that upon absorption, there is a probability of transforming acquired into innate, resulting in a transformative effect on the body. The last recorded appearance was a millennium ago, when a common disciple of the Eastern Sea's Panglai immortal sect obtained it, refining it for merely 300 years before ascending to immortality. Su Qing stared at this record in silence, reflecting, acquiring innate energy seems quite challenging. Perhaps the odds from the system sign-in are more favorable. After flipping through ancient texts for an entire day, Su Qing gained considerable insight into this world, where various demons possessed innate abilities. Each special constitution was endowed with its own innate powers, categorized into 10 ranks, with anything above that deemed celestial-level abilities. He wondered what rank his devouring heaven talent might hold. It was a constitution that even the system could not detect, certainly far beyond the realm of celestial artifacts. Chapter 15. Fishing in the River of Time. As night fell, I returned to the dense forest. Su Qing remained seated on the rooftop, yet this time, he held a low-grade spirit stone in his hand. With the aid of the spirit stone, I was confident I could reach the foundational stage of body cultivation within 10 days. As the innate ability of devouring heaven activated, the spirit stone quickly dimmed. Su Qing continued to absorb the power of moonlight and starlight, but this time, a peculiar transformation occurred. As he absorbed the moonlight, a Tai Chi diagram gradually materialized behind him, revolving slowly and drawing in even more moonlight energy. Little Jean, cradling a spirit stone, was blissfully absorbing its energy, with several other spirit stones placed behind him. As dawn approached, Su Qing's tightly shut eyes gently opened, and he glanced at the system panel. Noticing that Little Jin's sign-in opportunity had refreshed, he chose to sign in on the treasure perception entry. Sign-in successful, obtain star plucking. Star plucking can ignore time and space to steal items from others past or future, but the risk is immense, as it may provoke the backlash of the River of Time. Detected that the compatibility between star plucking and stealing heaven has reached 98. Do you wish to fuse them? Su Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. This was the second instance of encountering a fusion entry, and it was of a significantly higher grade than the first. Stealing heaven was a purple entry, while star plucking was a golden entry. He wondered if they could merge into a red entry. He chose to initiate the fusion. Fusion successful, obtained the entry Fishing in the River of Time. Fishing in the River of Time allows one to fish once a day within the River of Time across myriad realms, with a 100 success rate. Su Qing contemplated this entry. Was it not quite similar to signing in? The items obtained were still random. He activated the Fishing in the River of Time entry, and a faint, ethereal thread appeared at his fingertips, leading to an unknown destination. Suddenly, an astonishing force erupted from the other end of the thread, only to vanish in an instant. With a gentle tug, Su Qing gazed at the materializing object, momentarily stunned. What on earth? It was the corpse of a ferocious beast, its body covered in scales and spines protruding from its back, presenting a terrifying visage. However, a fist-sized blood hole marred its head, indicating that the demon core had already been extracted. As the colossal beast was about to crash onto the rooftop, Su Qing swiftly activated his devouring heaven ability. A massive black hole appeared, consuming the beast entirely. Had it fallen, the wooden house would have been obliterated. Suddenly, Su Qing's aura surged, becoming increasingly ferocious. His blood and energy surged like a fearsome beast, battling the heavens and earth, unmatched in the world. Little Jean woke up, retreating into the spatial rift, trembling in fear. Su Qing had indeed chosen the right ally. He was truly formidable. With the breakthrough, Su Qing's physique became even more robust, and he began to unleash the thunderstorm fist in the clearing. His strikes were incredibly swift, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder, appearing wildly powerful as the ferocious phantom of the beast materialized behind him. As he completed the fist technique, the phantom dissipated. Su Qing's aura began to retract, becoming remarkably subdued, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. To his surprise, the innate abilities of this fierce beast had been refined by the devouring heaven body, becoming his own talent. Su Qing glanced at the system panel, where a new talent named Fury had appeared in the talent column. Closing the system panel, he sat down in front of the wooden house, retrieving the jade talisman he had acquired during the day. The talisman emitted intermittent sounds. Su Qing let a drop of blood flow from his fingertip, preparing to recognize its master. Earlier, in the library, he had specifically researched the 9 turns Emperor's legacy. This was a powerful loose cultivator, nearing the celestial realm, who ultimately perished while assisting the holy land of Xixiao in sealing the Emperor Demon. Upon successfully recognizing the talisman, Su Qing gained an understanding of its efficacy. It was a life-preserving artifact, regardless of the severity of injuries sustained. It could restore him instantly and teleport its master to a distant location. Crucially, the teleportation occurred without any spatial fluctuations. A complete 9 turns Emperor's talisman could be used 9 times, each time restoring its master to peak condition when on the brink of death. Now in a broken state, it retained only half a use, capable of restoring him once at the moment of impending demise. However, it lacked spatial power and could no longer facilitate long-distance teleportation. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed a treasure. It was akin to gaining an extra life. If it were intact, he would have had 9 additional lives. With such a supreme treasure at his disposal, it was incomprehensible that the 9 turns Emperor could have perished. A sudden thought struck Su Qing. With the spatial power gone from the talisman, could it be that the 9 turns Emperor had faked his death to escape? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, it mattered little now. Sealing the Emperor Demon was an event that transpired tens of thousands of years ago. The 9 turns Emperor had long been on the verge of ascension. If he were still alive, he would likely have ascended by now. With a thought, he stored the 9 turns talisman within his body and resumed his cultivation with the spirit stones. After a night, 20 low-grade spirit stones were entirely absorbed. Su Qing had consumed 19, while little Jean had only absorbed half of 1. As dawn broke, Su Qing stood up, and as he moved about casually, deep footprints appeared on the ground. This was within the Grand Formation, and his physical prowess was evidently formidable. Now that he had reached the foundational stage of body cultivation, there was no place to test his combat strength. The new disciples would not arrive for several days, and he had no opportunity to sign in for entries. Perhaps a visit to the task hall would be in order. Storing little Jean in his internal space, Su Qing exited the dense forest and made his way toward the task hall. The task hall was also deserted, with only an elder caretaker snoring loudly. Su Qing signed in beside him, obtaining 15 low-grade spirit stones. Clearing his throat, he addressed the elder. "I intend to accept the task." The elder, still half asleep, gestured lazily toward the back. "You can directly accept tasks with your disciple token." As Su Qing glanced at the illuminated text that suddenly appeared behind the elder, akin to a phone booting up, he couldn't help but marvel at the stagnation of development in the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, technology would have far surpassed that of his past life. Looking over the various tasks, Su Qing noticed a myriad of options, most of which were tailored for Qi refinement stage cultivators, evidently designed for new disciples. Ultimately, he accepted the first task, to slay a golden-winged eagle. The objective was not merely to hunt a bird, but rather to explore the Zetian city. Su Qing had wandered around this area the previous day. One could only leave by completing tasks or breaking through to the foundational stage. Of course, he could not reveal his cultivation level. Otherwise, a breakthrough to the foundational stage within 3 to 4 days would be astonishing. He recalled the colossal city he had seen in the holy land of Xixiao, which surely housed numerous cultivators, offering ample opportunities for sign-ins. He could also utilize the listening to all things entry to scoop up some overlooked treasures. Chapter 16. Picking up the Tao stones, Su Qing noticed a new line of small text on his disciple token, indicating that he had accepted this task. Following the guidance of the disciple token, he proceeded toward the entrance of the holy land of Xixiao. Upon arriving at the entrance, he found a celestial street, where 8 gatekeeping disciples stood solemnly beside the towering gates. Su Qing examined each one. The strongest among them possessed merely a blue entry. Sign-in successful. Obtain the entry Clear Heart. Clear Heart increases focus during cultivation, enhancing the speed of practice by 30%. Sign-in successful. Obtained 15 low-grade spirit stones. Sign-in successful. Obtained 20 low-grade spirit stones. As the attendance was completed, combined with the previous sign-in rewards from the mission hall, Su Qing now possessed 120 inferior spirit stones. He took out his disciple token and handed it to the leading gatekeeper disciple, smoothly departing from the Xixiao sacred grounds. Su Qing leaped through the mountains, then raced towards the Zetian capital. Observing the streaks of light gliding across the horizon, he lamented, "This won't do. While my physical cultivation is formidable, sword cultivators truly exude elegance, and they can soar through the skies on their swords during the Qi refinement stage. Soon, I can acquire a sword cultivation technique. With my Xianxian sword body, cultivating should pose no problem." Near the gates of Zetian capital, numerous tents of various sizes were pitched. Although the grand ceremony was still 5 days away, a considerable number of young men and women had already gathered, their eyes shimmering with hope. If they could join the Xixiao sacred grounds, Even as mere outer disciples, their family's influence would undoubtedly rise. Su Qing cast a glance from a distance, choosing not to approach. He observed the 8 gatekeepers, each signing in and receiving another 120 inferior spirit stones. Presenting his disciple token, he entered the grand gates of Zetian capital. Inside Zetian capital, the splendor was beyond compare, with buildings adorned in gold and jade, glimmering even in the daylight, exuding rich spiritual energy. The streets, however, were bustling with noise, reminiscent of a marketplace. Top-grade thunder talismans, immensely powerful, merely 80 inferior spirit stones. Superior spirit nurturing pills, capable of enhancing one's mental acuity, only 50 top-grade spirit stones. Su Qing wandered about, the air filled with a cacophony of voices. I am a flawed talisman, indiscriminate in my attack range. I am a semi-finished pill. Consuming me will not enhance your cultivation nor have side effects, yet may give the illusion of growth. By listening to the myriad of offerings, Su Qing squatted in a corner, gathering a plethora of information. However, the overwhelming influx left his mind slightly dazed. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance within his internal space, and the voice of Xiao Jin resonated through their contract. Boss, there are treasures here, extraordinary treasures, just at that stall not far away. Amidst the throng, Su Qing approached a secluded stall manned by a frail old man, garbed in gray robes, his cultivation merely at the peak of Qi refinement. Young lad, these are treasures I risked my life to obtain from ancient ruins. Seeing you have fortune, pick any for 10 inferior spirit stones. The stall owner spoke as Su Qing lingered, examining the various items, a worn tile, a half-broken jade tube, and an ordinary stone. Su Qing's heart raced, for that seemingly inconspicuous stone stirred the divine demon body within him. This was the object Xiao Jin had mentioned. Sign-in successful. Gained 20 inferior spirit stones. Su Qing tossed out 20 inferior spirit stones, claiming the stone and the half-jade tube. I'll take these 2 items. The old man, maintaining his composure, exclaimed, You have good sense. Do you see the stone? I suspect it to be the legendary god-slaying stone, along with this jade tube. Watching Su Qing depart with his acquisitions, the old stall owner sighed in relief, secretly rejoicing, thinking to himself, I've encountered a fool. He actually bought this junk found at the ruins periphery without haggling. As Su Qing walked away, still clutching the stone, he frequently glanced back. The jade tube had already been stored in the space of his disciple token. The voice of the stone echoed in his ears. I am the enlightenment stone, steeped in innate energy for millennia, now comparable to celestial grade, capable of hastening one's comprehension of divine arts. Only those who can restrain their aura may perceive it. Having signed in for 20 inferior spirit stones from the stall owner, acquiring such a treasure felt fortuitous, especially given the lead on the innate energy's whereabouts. With joy swelling in his heart, Su Qing hastily made his way outside Zetian capital, shrouding his presence with the concealment of spirit technique, disappearing into the mountain ravine. Shortly after his departure, amidst the bustling market outside Zetian capital, a breathtaking maiden clad in a red dress appeared, her eyes filled with contemplation. The crowd parted for her, for behind her stood a white-clad female, sword immortal, emanating an aura of chilling ferocity. Yuan scanned the surroundings, her thoughts drifting to a past life. During the disciple grand ceremony, a youth of mediocre talent faced bullying and stumbled upon the enlightenment stone at the periphery of Zetian capital. He ultimately rose to prominence, his cultivation flourishing, only to later succumb to the demonic path, betraying the Xianxiao sacred grounds. In the end, he colluded with the demon emperor and was exterminated by the current Xianxiao sacred master. After wandering around the periphery of Zetian capital for a considerable while, Yuan finally located the stall in a corner. After a brief survey, she shook her head slightly, thinking, it seems the timing is not right. I shall return in a few days. She then recalled another opportunity and quietly addressed the aloof female, sword immortal behind her. I wish to explore the Foundation establishment area of Zetian capital, may I? Meanwhile, 20 miles from Zetian capital, in a secluded valley, Su Qing held the enlightenment stone to his ear, inquiring, is there indeed innate energy within that ruin? Yes, and plentiful. However, it is guarded by a peculiar creature, making it difficult to approach. The location of the ancient ruins was revealed. It lies within the cavern ruins at the periphery of the Xianxiao mountain range. This is one of the trial sites for the Qi refinement disciples of Xianxiao sacred grounds. Having reviewed the maps of Xianxiao sacred grounds and its surroundings, Su Qing grasped the approximate location. He stored the enlightenment stone within his internal space and raced towards the cavern. Although he had only grasped the basics of the demon body, achieving the innate demon god was nearly impossible. Thus, acquiring the innate energy was paramount. Su Qing yearned for the innate demon god, said to be an invincible presence even in the celestial realm. With this thought, his speed quickened. Chapter 17. Entering the Ruins. Rapid Movement Technique. Near the cavern ruins at the periphery of the Zixiao mountain range, Su Qing crouched atop a towering tree, surveying the surrounding landscape. The cavernous location featured an oval-shaped pit, pitch black and unfathomably deep. Several teams had entered, the strongest merely at the peak of Qi refinement. With no sight of Foundation establishment practitioners. After observing for 2 hours, Su Qing felt reassured. A trial site for Qi refinement should pose little danger, right? Deciding to investigate. He leapt from the towering tree, landing near the pit, and jumped straight in. With the howling winds rushing past his ears, Su Qing felt himself plummeting rapidly. After about 10 minutes, he finally landed on the ground, creating a massive crater as countless loose stones scattered, dust billowing. The inner disciples guarding the cavern ruins watched in astonishment as Su Qing brushed off the dust from his clothes. He actually jumped down without using a lightness talisman. It seems this junior brother is quite the physical cultivator. As they conversed, they approached Su Qing. One of them smiled and said, "Junior brother, it seems this is your first time at the cavern ruins. Here is a flying sword talisman. In case of danger, it can swiftly carry you out of the cavern. It costs only 30 inferior spirit stones. This is the Qi blood pill and the pregnancy spirit pill, capable of swiftly restoring both injuries and spiritual energy. Priced at 5 low-grade spiritual stones each." Observing the 2 inner sect disciples of the Foundation establishment stage diligently presenting their wares, Su Qing felt a momentary daze, as if struck by a sense of familiarity. Glancing at the character panels of these 2 individuals, he noticed a blue inscription, sign-in option available. Acquired the basic talisman crafting talent. Acquired the basic alchemy talent. Ultimately, he purchased 2 flying sword talismans. For the daunting height of the pit made Su Qing reluctant to ascend it. He kept one as a backup and ventured deeper into the ruins. One of the guarding disciples watched Su Qing's departing figure and sighed. How remarkable to have so easily procured 2 talismans. Body cultivators possess an absolute confidence in their physique. There is no need for dismay. Within the cavernous ruins, dilapidated structures lay scattered about. Their architectural style vastly different from the present. Su Qing retrieved the Enlightenment Stone, directing it to point towards the location of the innate Qi. The innate Qi resides deep within the cavern. At your current speed, you would need to run for 3 days and nights. Filled with confusion, Su Qing inquired, "Then how were you brought to the outskirts of the cavern?" "I was taken out 3,000 years ago." But that individual was gravely injured just upon reaching the cavernous periphery, holding the Enlightenment Stone. Su Qing absorbed the essence of the Wind Thunder Fist and the supreme emotionless record while racing towards the direction indicated by the stone. With each step, an aura of wind thunder began to manifest, accelerating his pace even further. Ahead, a group was surrounding and slaying a massive, ferocious beast. In an instant, dust billowed as Su Qing dashed past, lightning flickering before him, obliterating the peak Qi refinement creature into a mist of blood. All onlookers were left in stunned silence. Was that figure truly of the Qi refinement stage? The sheer physicality that shattered a Qi refinement beast was bewildering. Presumably, that individual was a body cultivator, albeit one whose ferocity had never been witnessed before. Without a backward glance, Su Qing vanished from sight. The system panel before him flickering with activity. He signed in for additional spiritual stones from the few disciples, albeit still of the low-grade variety. Was the peak Qi refinement creature truly this weak? It felt as though he hadn't exerted himself at all. Observing the crackling lightning surrounding him, the Xian iron battle body combined with the enhanced wind thunder fist elevated his explosive power to unprecedented heights. The sky within the cavernous ruins was shrouded in a gray haze, reminiscent of a dreary day. It felt like a small world, vast and boundless. As Su Qing sprinted furiously for over 10 hours in a specific direction, sitting upon a large stone to rest, he gazed into the distance. He had no idea how far he had traveled. Earlier, he could still see some Qi refinement disciples battling beasts, but now they had completely vanished. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens. It was a flying, ferocious beast, evidently setting its sights on Su Qing as prey. Blood-eyed vulture. Talent, bloodthirsty. Inscription, blood-eyed. Wind manipulation. Description, one of the most formidable beasts of the cavern's outer layer, a nightmare for the outer disciples of the purple cloud sacred ground. Faced with this spectacle, Su Qing exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. Now he could test his combat prowess. A colossal beast's phantom manifested around him, the very entity he had devoured the previous night, its spines sharp and glistening with purple lightning. In that instant, the blood-eyed vulture seemed to sense danger and veered off course, ceasing its dive. A peculiar radiance enveloped it as it ascended at an odd angle. Su Qing, with a powerful leap from the stone beneath him, shot skyward like a cannonball. The blood-eyed vulture accelerated even further. At that moment, Su Qing crushed a talisman in his hand, conjuring a streak of sword light beneath his feet, the very flying sword talisman he had purchased at the entrance. The sword light surged towards the blood-eyed vulture, but while it could close in, catching up was an impossibility, as the creator of the talisman was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As he drew closer, Su Qing activated the wind manipulation inscription. Sign-in successful. Acquired the inscription, Speedy. Speedy, your attack speed, travel speed, and all velocities are doubled. With this inscription, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sword light beneath him surged forward, pursuing the blood-eyed vulture. At this moment, the blood-eyed vulture sensed an unparalleled peril. It was one of the dominators of the ancient ruins, having always hunted others, but now found itself in a desperate flight. Yet it had to hurry. Its primal instinct screamed that if it did not flee quickly, it would face death. The blood-eyed vulture turned its gaze back, its crimson pupils igniting with a fierce glow as it charged towards Su Qing. Su Qing felt a brief dizziness, shook his head, and then quickly regained his composure. What was that? Was it the bird's innate divine ability? At this moment, the blood-eyed vulture, having exhausted its mental energy, drastically slowed its pace. This innate ability, even formidable against golden core cultivators, would stun them for a quarter of an hour. Yet, it seemed utterly ineffective against him. In that fleeting moment, Su Qing landed on the back of the giant bird, gripping its neck tightly. Chapter 18. Extortion, the Blood Sea Phenomenon. I know you can comprehend my words. Fly in the direction I indicate, and you may have a chance to live. If not, you shall perish here. Su Qing's voice reverberated in the blood-eyed vulture's ears. The creature gazed towards the designated direction, flapping its wings frantically. Even in the face of death, it refused to fly that way. The horrors that lay ahead were far too terrifying. To venture there meant certain death, and a painful one at that. Better to die now. As the inscription of listening to all things activated, Su Qing heard its thoughts and furrowed his brows. Deep within the ruins lay something that instilled fear even in peak foundation establishment beasts. What could it be? A menacing phantom of a colossal beast manifested around Su Qing as he dove towards the ground, dragging the blood-eyed vulture along. However, not far below stood a youth clad in white robes, a long sword slung across his back, his eyes radiating an overwhelming pride, gazing at the spectacle above with indifference. How rare, he remarked coldly, to witness a blood-eyed vulture being torn apart, truly a worthy opponent. But wait, why did it seem like it was coming towards me? As blood rain fell around them, a massive bird shadow plummeted towards the ground, creating a sizable crater upon impact, shattering the surrounding rocks. Su Qing leaped from the pit, dusting himself off, his expression one of utter dismay. This was most undignified. If only he could fly, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Just then, the white-robed youth floated gracefully, stepping upon sword energy to appear before Su Qing. A body cultivator, are you? I am Lung Outyin, a sword immortal. You are not worthy of my sword. Su Qing felt exasperated. Where did this pretentious individual come from? Yet, he couldn't help but admire the youth's attire. His white robes were pristine, and he stood upon azure sword energy, exuding an extraordinary charm. Just as Su Qing was about to examine his character panel, a beam of sword light erupted from its sheath, sending a terrifying sword intent soaring into the heavens, causing snowflakes to flutter down. Su Qing could no longer contain himself. This individual could flaunt all he wanted, but to dare strike first was unacceptable. Summoning the phantom of the ferocious beast, he charged towards Lung Outyin with ferocious speed, momentarily leaving him stunned before he swiftly retreated. As snowflakes descended, the ground below formed a thin layer of ice, and Lung Outyin unleashed a flurry of 10 massive sword energies. He felt an unprecedented pressure, one that even the elders at the nascent soul stage could not evoke, a sensation that sent shivers through his heart. As the sword chi struck the phantom of the ferocious beast, it merely created a ripple before returning to its original state. Yet, Su Qing was furious. How dare you strike me? With the activation of his berserk talent, the colossal beast phantom turned a fierce crimson, crackling with white lightning. Its claws lunged forward. In contrast, Lung Outyin, witnessing this, felt no anger but rather delight. It seemed he was serious now, and this display of might was indeed impressive. Soul Slash. A blade of azure light, hundreds of meters long, soared skyward, aimed at Su Qing. At that moment, the beast's claws collided with the sword light, producing a deafening roar amidst the flickering lightning. The sword light dissipated, and the beast phantom only dimmed slightly, its defenses unbroken. Lung Outyin felt a flicker of trepidation. He had expended half of his spiritual energy on this ultimate move, capable of slaying even golden core beasts. To his astonishment, his attack had been effortlessly countered. Such a terrifying body cultivator, he thought, Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone this challenge until after his own breakthrough. Transforming into a streak of sword light, he sped toward the horizon. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient ruins, an astonishing scene unfolded. Long Outyen, the foremost disciple of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, had reached the Falstan realm within a mere decade, possessing an innate sword body, unmatched in offense. His flying sword was nearing its limit, propelling him at breakneck speed in a specific direction. This is a misunderstanding. Besides, I've never heard of you in the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, he shouted. I was busy hunting birds. You struck me first. If you can't win, why run? This makes no sense. Su Qing, utterly speechless, wondered if this person was unhinged, attacking him outright, and then fleeing when faced with resistance. The phantom of the ferocious beast charged across the ground, each stride causing the earth to tremble, yet its speed remained unimpeded. With the berserk and swift abilities activated, its velocity was astonishing. Just then, Long Outyen glanced ahead. Before him lay the forbidden grounds of the Purple Cloud's sacred land. It was said that within the depths of the ancient ruins resided fearsome creatures, and elders of the ascendant stage had once intervened personally. Yet the formidable opponent behind him was drawing ever closer. He found himself caught in a dilemma, grinding his teeth. Long Outyen halted the sword light, exclaiming, I'll compensate. No, I'll pay in spirit stones. Would 10 high-grade spirit stones suffice? As the phantom of the beast dissipated and the violent aura faded, a smile crept onto Su Qing's face. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have pursued you. You must know, 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 medium-grade stone, and 100 medium-grade stones for 1 high-grade stone. You are quite generous to offer so many at once. With a pained expression, Long Outyen produced 10 high-grade spirit stones, even though he hailed from a family of cultivators. This was no trifling sum. Su Qing, now amused rather than angry, cheerfully accepted the spirit stones and patted Long Outyen on the shoulder. You're not bad. Next time you wish to challenge me, it will still cost 10 high-grade spirit stones. Before him, a system panel appeared. Long Outyen, identity, inner disciple of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, direct descendant of the Long family. Destiny, a genius sword cultivator, sword master of the Northern Plains. Talent, Ice Heart, sword soul. Attributes, snowstorm phenomenon, cold shadow sword body, clear sword heart, modest fortune. Description, proud and aloof, enjoys sword duels, disdains family constraints. Su Qing was taken aback. This individual possessed 4 purple attributes. This haul was quite rewarding. In addition to the spirit stones, he could also sign in for attributes. He chose to sign in for the snowstorm phenomenon. Signing in successful, gained blood sea phenomenon. Blood sea phenomenon. When the blood moon hangs high, the sea appears. The blood sea is inexhaustible, and injuries can be continuously healed. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed remarkable. However, he pondered whether utilizing this phenomenon might provoke the wrath of the powerful within the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. It seemed prudent not to employ it lightly there. Surveying his surroundings, Su Qing noted he was close to the location indicated by the Tao Enlightenment Stone. He bid farewell to Long Outyen. You're quite perceptive. I'm leaving now. With that, he dashed into the depths of the ancient ruins, vanishing into the thick fog. Long Outyen, momentarily stunned, realized that this was not a place for disciples like them to venture. He hesitated, torn between the urge to rescue Su Qing and his apprehension of the latter's superior strength. Yet, recalling the terrifying nature of the ancient ruins, he felt a great trepidation. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve, declaring, as sword cultivators, we must remain unyielding. He too plunged into the depths of the ancient ruins, stepping into the fog. At this juncture, Su Qing found himself surrounded by a white, impenetrable mist, entirely unable to discern his direction. He summoned the Tao Enlightenment Stone, questioning whether that place truly lay nearby. As he felt the terrain was somewhat altered, given the passage of time, it should indeed be within this area. With the mist enveloping him, Su Qing decided to sit and rest for a moment. When faced with uncertainty, it was best to lie down and take a breather. He retrieved the corpse of the blood-eyed vulture and tossed it into a vast black hole that materialized before him. A glimmer of golden light appeared on Su Qing's shoulder. Little Jean surveyed the eerie surroundings, trembling slightly. This place feels a bit ominous. Yet, it seems to harbor some splendid treasures. Is that so? Can you pinpoint a general direction? Su Qing teased Little Jean with a high-grade spirit stone. I can, but I'm somewhat reluctant to go. It's too perilous. Little Jean initially shook his head at the prospect of the high-grade spirit stone, but soon began to nod in agreement. Chapter 19, Celestial Level Beast, Shun. This was because Su Qing produced 2 high-grade spirit stones. Little Jean gleefully clutched the 2 spirit stones, stowing them in his own spatial realm. He pointed in a certain direction. It's that way. However, Su Qing did not rush toward it. Instead, he sat down. The dawn had arrived, and the system was refreshing. A thread of invisible thought emerged from his fingertips, entering the river of time, commencing his fishing endeavor. As he sank deeper within, Qing hastily retracted the thread. A rift in time and space appeared, and something rather mundane tumbled out. A common tree that exuded no spiritual energy. Not a rare herb or treasure. Qing discarded the tree into the black hole. It was only natural to receive random items while fishing through time and space, so he felt no disappointment. Observing Little Jin's panel, he decided to select an attribute for signing in within Little Jin's internal space. Signing in successful. Gained the attribute internal space. Qing was momentarily taken aback. This was quite beneficial, as his internal space had just been established and was pitifully small. Integrating this attribute, he felt his internal space expand rapidly, growing larger, although it remained empty and lifeless. Sitting cross-legged, he began to cultivate the demon god Overlord body. Grasping a high-grade spirit stone, a vast black hole appeared behind him, voraciously devouring the surrounding mist. After several hours, Qing felt unprecedentedly revitalized. Though he had not broken through, he was nearing that threshold. Little Jin, clutching a spirit stone, was fast asleep beside Qing, resting soundly and entirely oblivious to any external dangers. Qing tugged at the spirit stone, declaring, "If you do not awaken soon, this spirit stone shall be confiscated." "No, please." Xiao Jin, struggling to regain consciousness, hurriedly stowed the spirit stone within his internal space. With Xiao Jin settled upon his shoulder, Qing commenced his journey. Guided by the creature's directions, the surroundings were engulfed in dense fog. Despite his innate talent being voracious like a whale devouring its prey, the haze showed no signs of abating. Progressing slowly, he activated the ability to listen to the myriad of voices around him. "Human, you have caught the attention of a terrifying and unknown creature. Your demise may be imminent. That entity is dreadfully fearsome, unseen, and untouchable. Yet it will ensnare you in an illusion. Exercise caution." Qing gently caressed the fog ahead, realizing it was the source of the voices. "Thank you. I shall tread carefully." However, as he continued onward, the cacophony gradually faded into silence. The fog thinned, revealing structures that resembled celestial palaces, resplendent and ethereal. An enchanting celestial maiden danced gracefully in the air, her delicate figure swirling amidst the mist. Xiao Jin swayed on Qing's shoulder, his eyes filled with wonder. Have we arrived in a realm of immortals? Yet, Qing's expression remained serene, unaffected by the spectacle before him. With the golden refining spirit entry, his soul's power surged continuously, leaving even him uncertain of his current prowess. Tossing Xiao Jin into his internal space, he strode directly towards the so-called celestial palace. Everything appeared vivid and tangible, the steps beneath him solid, yet Qing remained ever vigilant. Fully concentrated, he listened intently to the sounds surrounding him, but silence prevailed. After ascending several steps, the scenery shifted abruptly. The fog vanished entirely, replaced by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. I've fallen into a trap, such potent illusion. It seems the innate aura lies nearby. Clutching the enlightenment stone, Qing's resolve remained unshaken as he advanced. His unusual attire drew curious glances from passers-by, who began to encircle him. "Wow, from which dynasty is this ancient costume? You look so dashing. May we take a photo?" A vibrant young woman approached, phone in hand with a request. Qing smiled and shook his head, yet a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "I did not expect you to appear so soon. How dull." Glancing at the system panel, he noted, Xin. Talent, absolute illusion. Entries, illusory spirit, realm of illusion, bewildering the mind, illusory form. Description, the Xin clan possesses an innate gift for powerful illusions, though their physical forms are frail. The young woman's eyes turned cold as she spoke icily. "If you depart willingly, I shall escort you out of this illusion. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Is that so? However, I possess compelling reasons to advance," Qing replied, stepping forward. A colossal black hole appeared behind him, distorting the environment into wisps of white essence. All consumed in an instant. The celestial palace, the skyscrapers, everything vanished, plunging him back into the dense fog. The young woman's appearance remained unchanged. Yet her face bore astonishment and trepidation. "You easily shattered my realm of illusion, but I will not permit you to proceed any further." Qing's aura intensified, a spectral beast emerging, crackling with lightning. He advanced step by step. "Since you refuse to yield, do not blame me." The young woman swallowed hard, her hands trembling. Though at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, her sole weapon was illusion, which proved utterly ineffective against him. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the fog, exuding an aura both deep and oppressive, standing there as if to ensnare all within its grasp. The young woman's gaze dimmed. Mother, what brings you here? Despite the formidable presence surpassing any cultivator Su Qing had encountered, including those of the Xixiao sacred land, he did not retreat. The system panel revealed an unsettling truth. Her status was alarmingly peculiar. Her entries and talents mirrored the young woman's, yet her cultivation was that of a loose immortal. Reading her profile, he discovered. Profile. Failed to transcend the immortal tribulation after 10,000 years, forsaking her physical form to become a loose immortal. Initially injured during the immortal trial, she later fell victim to an assault from a venerable elder of the Xixiao sacred land, now on the brink of death. Though she was near death, she could still easily kill him. Su Qing planned to feign intimidation and then flee, intending to return for the innate aura after her demise. Grasping the enlightenment stone, he challenged, "Your aura may be intimidating, but can you truly strike? If I am not mistaken, the seals here are designed to contain you." The young woman's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. However, the stunning woman laughed softly. "You are clever, but what of it? Should I choose to act, you would still meet your end." At that moment, Su Qing's apprehension dissipated. Given her strength, if she could act, she would not waste time conversing with him. According to the information from the system panel, the formation had been set by that venerable elder, anticipating a potential counterattack from a dying loose immortal beast. "You could kill me, but you would perish as well. Take me to retrieve the innate aura." "My sole aim is to acquire the innate aura. I only wish to take a small portion and leave." The breathtaking woman's presence waned, her complexion paling, and her voice grew weak. "You are astute. However, whether you can obtain the innate aura depends entirely on your own abilities." This ancient relic site was once the secret realm of a sect prior to the establishment of the Xixiao sacred land, but was utterly destroyed during an attack by the Emperor demons. "I am the guardian spirit beast of that sect. Should you possess the courage, follow me." The mesmerizing woman transformed into a stream of light, gliding slowly into the mist. Su Qing, seeing this, followed suit. Before departing, he glanced at the young woman and signed onto one of her entries, Illusory Realm. This was the first time he encountered a growth-oriented entry, absent even from the body of a loose immortal beast. Sign-in successful. Obtained the Realm of Strength. Realm of Strength. Within this realm, all abilities are rendered ineffective, allowing only the use of physical power, lasting 5 seconds. It is ineffective against beings exceeding 2 major realms in strength. Within the realm, your physical form receives significant enhancement. And as the entry grows, so too does the augmentation, evolving alongside your personal growth. Upon discovering this entry, Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. This entry disregarded cultivation levels. How formidable! Yet, its duration was exceedingly brief, best reserved as a trump card. He pursued the glimmering light deeper into the fog. At the center of the mist, the air cleared completely, revealing dilapidated structures scattered about. Although long in decay, the grandeur of their former glory was evident. Even fragments of tiles sparkled with residual energy, exuding an abundance of spiritual essence. The spiritual energy here was profoundly rich. With every breath Su Qing took, it felt more invigorating than absorbing spirit stones. A breathtakingly beautiful woman stood at the very center, gazing downward, her eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. As if lost in reminiscence. "Is the innate energy located beneath this realm?" Su Qing approached and inquired, his demeanor still tinged with caution, attuned to the whispers of the cosmos and the dichotomy of good and evil. Below lay the former trial grounds of the Tianxian sect, where all remnants of treasures were concealed. After speaking, the exquisite woman lightly pressed her foot down, causing a series of intricate patterns to materialize, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It resembled a one-sided teleportation array. Su Qing crouched to gently trace these markings, his other hand clutching the Enlightenment Stone. Was the individual who had taken the Enlightenment Stone also drawn into this place? Indeed, he was a prodigy from the Xixiao sacred land of that time. Possessing a pure heart, a commendable member of humanity, it was unexpected that he had perished, leaving the Enlightenment Stone now in your possession, the beautiful woman replied calmly, her gaze betraying no emotion. Listening to the resonance of the array, Su Qing confirmed that she was not lying. That person had indeed crossed to the other side of the teleportation array. Simultaneously, he signed in at this immortal-level mirage, receiving the golden entry. Sign-in successful. Gained the illusory domain. Illusory domain. Within this realm, as long as the opponent's spiritual power does not surpass yours, they shall never escape. While this entry held merit, its primary function was to ensnare foes. Su Qing preferred a more direct approach, favoring swift and brutal eliminations. He stepped into the teleportation array, a blinding radiance enveloping him, causing him to vanish completely from sight. The exquisite woman remained in place, her complexion instantly draining of color, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Today, she had been threatened by a junior, reduced to employing such underhanded tactics to entrap her adversary. The location of the innate energy was a place she had never dared to tread, even at her pinnacle. Otherwise, possessing such a supreme treasure would ensure her success in transcending the tribulations of immortality. At that moment, a young girl appeared not far away, her expression laced with concern. "Mother, since this person possesses the enlightenment stone, it implies that the one who entered before successfully exited, I fear." "No matter," the woman interrupted. "Though the space is riddled with numerous nodes, traversing these spatial junctions is an arduous task. The individual who entered before was already at the fusion stage and met with backlash leading to his demise. This person is yet to even reach the golden core stage." Qing found himself enveloped in a realm of utter darkness, where not even his own hand was visible. Echoes of two voices reverberated within his ears. One belonged to the array. "Someone has entered, but none have returned. The formation will unleash a terrifying force, rupturing space. It is exceedingly perilous." The other voice belonged to the enlightenment stone. "I was drawn from that individual, having discovered a spatial node to enter, yet the space was unstable, ultimately resulting in my demise from the backlash of spatial forces." Listening to these two voices, Qing clenched his fists, his brow furrowing as he muttered wryly. "Compared to these ancient beings, I am still far too inexperienced. This world is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to a place of eternal damnation. Should I hesitate to enter this space, that beast will undoubtedly activate the array without hesitation, seeking to obliterate me. The innate energy is located here. How could I not venture forth?" Qing continued to press onward, gradually discerning a glimmer of light ahead. Ethereal green flames floated around him, illuminating the surroundings. Everywhere he looked, colossal remains lay scattered, akin to a forest of white bones. Each gigantic skeletal fragment rivaled a mountain, their density rendering the horizon indiscernible. These behemoths had perished countless years ago, yet their formidable presence lingered. The blood-eyed vulture he had encountered previously would likely struggle to ascend in this domain. Yet, Qing remained unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, traversing the forest of bones with indifference. He stooped to retrieve a thick bone from the ground, activating his devouring talent to consume it. Despite having lain dead for so many years, it still contained such pure bloodline energy. How powerful it must have been in life. He contemplated releasing little Jean from his internal space, but just then, a chilling sense of threat washed over him. The ethereal green flames began to swell, transforming into a ferocious beast engulfed in fire, hurtling towards Qing with astonishing speed, trailing a multitude of afterimages. As he retreated, the Taiji diagram materialized before him, attempting to shield against the beast's onslaught. However, cracks began to form on the diagram's surface, indicating it could scarcely withstand the beast's relentless attacks. Qing's expression darkened. Even with the activation of his speed entry, he could not catch up to this ferocious beast. Furthermore, its assault was immensely powerful, imbued with a strange flame capable of melting through any defense. Chapter 21. Time's floating ice, all-seeing eye. Faced with such peril, Qing retreated in haste, activating his berserk talent. The phantom of the giant beast manifested alongside the Taiji diagram, augmenting his defenses just enough to hold off the beast's attacks momentarily. Qing examined the system panel. Wraith Beast. Talent, Netherfire. Entry, Spirit of the Netherflame. Description, the lingering soul of the beast remains fused with resentment, devoid of reason. Driven solely by the desire to slaughter and destroy all in its path, its only limitation is its short attack range. Unable to stray far from the remains that birthed it, Qing surveyed the bone-laden forest surrounding him, the untouched ethereal green flames casting an eerie glow, sending shivers down his spine. How could the Xixiao sacred land harbor such a terrifying locale, especially one that had yet to be discovered? Enduring the relentless assault of the beast, he began to retreat at great speed, unable even to retaliate due to the wraith beast's overwhelming velocity. It wasn't until he had escaped the skeletal territory, returning to the absolute darkness, that he stowed away the cracked Taiji diagram and the nearly indistinct phantom of the beast. Qing sat upon the ground, staring blankly at the distant forest of bones. "This is bad. I am trapped in this place. This creature is my natural nemesis. I can't even land a blow." Fortunately, the dark expanse felt relatively safe, albeit rather dim. Holding the enlightenment stone, he conjured a black hole behind him, beginning to voraciously consume the surrounding energy. Since escape was not an option, he might as well remain here to cultivate in peace. The malevolent and resentful energy radiating from the corpses, even from a distance, was still potent, perhaps even more so than the demonic energy of the Emperor Demon Mine. As time passed, Qing's eyes fluttered open, for the system panel had refreshed. He could sign in once more and even fish through time and space. Gazing at the nearly transparent thread at his fingertips, he plunged it into the rift of time and space. A bold thought struck him. What if he were to enter the other end? The thread began to quiver slightly, and Qing hastily pulled on it until he completely extracted the item. The rift of time and space sealed shut. Fishing successful. Gain Time S floating ice. Time S floating ice contains fragments of past events. This item appears rather unremarkable. Qing held the obsidian ice block, feeling no trace of coldness. Just as he intended to toss it into the black hole for consumption, the black ice began to fracture, its surface riddled with cracks. Before Qing's eyes, it transformed into countless specks of light, coalescing into vivid scenes. In the darkness of the images, 9 colossal figures, astonishingly immense, traversed countless worlds in an instant. The reincarnation of the demon lord resides in this realm. Our mission is to escort him back to the demon world. This world is vast and contains several places shrouded in mystery. It would be prudent for us to act separately. Exercise caution, and once our task is accomplished, we shall reconvene here. They exchanged nods of agreement before dispersing into various corners of the grand world ahead. As the 9 demonic shadows separated, Qing found himself confronted with 9 distinct visions. In one of these visions, a colossal demonic figure materialized in a location familiar to Qing, the Xixiao Mountains. With each breath, the demonic presence siphoned the life essence of countless beings. Subsequently, several figures descended from the heavens, igniting a cataclysmic clash. Among them, one figure stood out as exceptionally powerful, capable of momentarily engaging the demon emperor without yielding ground. Clutching a jade talisman, it was undoubtedly the 9-turned emperor, the very artifact Qing possessed. The other visions followed suit. The 9 demonic shadows clashed with the cultivators of the world, ultimately being sealed in 9 distinct locations. However, the majority of cultivators in this realm paid an exorbitant price, suffering near total annihilation. Qing gazed at these scenes, lost in thought, until the 9 visions faded away. Could that demonic figure in the Xixiao Mountains be the demon emperor? The one in the East Sea is the blood demon. It's astonishing to realize that such a fierce battle transpired long ago. The reincarnation of the demon lord? The situation is becoming increasingly convoluted. Qing shook his head slightly, committing these matters to memory. The most pressing concern at present is to navigate the immediate peril. He resolved to return to the Xixiao sacred land for secluded cultivation after acquiring the innate energy. As of now, he felt like a mere fledgling, incapable of even besting a ferocious beast. Yet, with his current cultivation pace, Qing believed it would not be long before he could vanquish these adversaries. Releasing little gold from his inner space, it immediately emitted a sharp cry before curling into a ball, resembling a golden pom-pom, round and plump. Do not panic. There is presently no danger here. Boss, this darkness feels more perilous than the surrounding bones. Little Gold shivered, voicing its apprehension. Qing pondered thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The system panel revealed nothing, and his keen sense could not detect any sounds. Observing Little Gold trembling, Qing began to sign in on it. He selected the entry for danger perception. Sign in successful, receive the all-seeing eye. All-seeing eye allows one to perceive the information of all objects, growing with one's own development. Qing regarded this entry, which seemed somewhat redundant compared to the system's description. However, being a growth-oriented entry, it could potentially become more formidable in the future. He opted to fuse the entry. His gaze turned slightly warm, and Qing promptly closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, the surroundings appeared transformed. Within the darkness, bizarre white threads incessantly penetrated into his being. Yet, due to the devouring heavenly body, all threads entering his form were devoured. Qing noticed many threads approaching Little Gold and swiftly dispersed them with a wave of his hand. He then returned Little Gold to his inner space. Gazing toward the forest of white bones ahead, Qing grasped the enlightenment stone and inquired, how did that person manage to deal with these creatures? That individual had reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage, wielding extraordinary combat prowess. Qing fell silent, acutely aware that he could barely contend with even the weakest of the outer monsters. The terrifying speed of those beasts rendered him incapable of striking back. Penetrating deeper to acquire the innate energy seemed utterly insurmountable. However, observing the threads multiplying around him, their original white hue now tinged with blood, he realized this was not a place to linger, and it appeared even more sinister than the forest of white bones. Once more, he stepped into the forest of white bones, this time remaining at the periphery, prepared to withstand a few strikes from the lurking monsters. Qing's eyes shimmered with golden light as the all-seeing eye activated, revealing the weaknesses of the flames. He ventured into the ribcage of a colossal beast, hastening toward the location of the floating flame. With the devouring heaven and path, A vast black hole engulfed the eerie green flame. And Su Qing's face broke into a grin. He had consumed it before it could expand into a creature. Who would have thought it could be this simple? Just then, a significantly smaller eerie green flame emerged, instantly morphing into a monster. Su Qing became alert in an instant. Chapter 22. The Weakness of the Resentful Demon Beast. Delving deeper into the forest of white bones. Upon observing the realm of the resentful demon beast, Su Qing's smile widened further. It turned out to be at the peak of the Golden Core stage, but it had now dropped to the initial stage. Activating his berserk talent and speed entry, the phantom of the colossal beast manifested around him. This time, thanks to the opponent's diminished realm and the assistance of the all-seeing eye, he could discern the creature's patterns. As the resentful demon beast transformed into an afterimage, lunging towards Su Qing, the phantom's massive claws tore it asunder. Yet, the resentful demon beast did not perish. Its severed remains still writhed in anguish. Su Qing immersed himself in signing in on it, acquiring the only entry, Soul Flame. Sign-in successful, received Infernal Flame. Infernal Flame, fire from the 9 nether purgatory, capable of directly incinerating an opponent's soul, enhancing one's own spiritual strength. The moment Su Qing fused this entry, dark flames ignited across his body, intertwining with the phantom of the colossal beast. This sensation was rather pleasing, although he couldn't help but feel like a classic villain, especially with the unutilized blood sea phenomenon adding to the effect. He proceeded to devour the 2 halves of the resentful demon beast, and indeed, a smaller flame materialized in its place. Su Qing scanned the surroundings, his eyes flickering, as expected. The resentment of the resentful demon beast and the remnants of the ferocious beast's soul lay concealed within the bones. The phantom of the colossal beast shattered the pristine white bones, revealing a swirling black hole that consumed most of the bones. A smaller resentful demon beast lunged at him once more. Su Qing swiftly crushed it. As anticipated, it did not reappear this time. Seated atop the bones, Su Qing gazed at the expansive, eerie green flames in the distance. A surge of ferocious energy erupted from him, and his body cultivation realm broke through once more. Comparable to the mid-foundation stage. What good is this if I still cannot pass? He mused, though he felt considerably safer now. Each ferocious beast's skeleton bore only 1 flame, unable to stray beyond the confines of the bones. The threads in the darkness could not reach this area. Su Qing began to consume the majority of the skeleton he occupied. His physical body strengthened again, though he had yet to reach a breakthrough. He was nearing the late foundation stage. This skeleton was only the size of a room, and gazing at the enormous skeletons in the distance felt like staring at mountains. Su Qing suddenly felt a headache coming on. Surely there couldn't be a celestial-level monster at the very center. The SH and beast evidently recognized the innate energy. It seemed she had once ventured into this place, being a loose immortal herself. After devouring the colossal beast skeleton, Su Qing activated his berserk talent, causing the phantom of his ferocious beast to grow even larger, its form undergoing subtle changes. Testing his speed, he activated both the infernal flame and speed entry. His velocity had increased several-fold compared to before, surpassing even the initial stage resentful demon beast, though it still fell short of the peak Golden Core stage beast. Su Qing observed the appearance of the ferocious beast's phantom, and a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. It seems somewhat reminiscent of the vengeful beasts, does it not? Why not give it a try? Entering a colossal skeleton nearby, this particular remains is slightly smaller than the previous one, posing minimal threat. As the eerie green flame transforms into a vengeful beast, it does not initiate an attack, remaining stationary instead, seizing the opportunity while this vengeful beast is momentarily distracted. Su Qing lunges forward and delivers a powerful strike, obliterating the creature into a cascade of sparks, which are swiftly consumed by the black hole. Evidently, my conjecture was correct. Vengeful beasts lack rationality and can be easily deceived. After devouring the entirety of this skeleton, Su Qing's physical realm ascended to the late foundation establishment stage. He ventured deeper into the towering remnants. This time, the vengeful beast encountered reached the mid-incubation stage, yet it still refrained from launching an attack. Given this situation, an exit would soon be at hand. With the vengeful beast not engaging, Su Qing also chose not to strike. Should the incubation stage beast choose to attack, he would find himself unable to flee. Retreating to the area designated for the Golden Core stage, Su Qing proceeded to devour several more skeletons, elevating his physical cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He initially aspired to consume more in a bid to break through to the Golden Core stage in one fell swoop. However, the Golden Core phase of physical cultivation is rather peculiar, necessitating some spiritual herbs for assistance to refine the bloodlines, organs, and bones. Simply consuming resources would not suffice for a breakthrough. Recognizing this, Su Qing reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. He collected several skeletons into his spatial storage to transport them, as there was insufficient space otherwise. Su Qing yearned to seize the entirety of this skeletal forest. Through numerous experiments, he discerned that when he activated the illusory beast projection and the nether flame, the vengeful beasts would not attack unless provoked. He continued to delve deeper into the skeletal forest, reaching the areas of the incubation and transformation stages, even in the absence of an attacking vengeful beast. The overwhelming aura here rendered Su Qing nearly immobile. The insight stone in his hand emitted sounds, indicating that the innate aura was located just beyond the outskirts of the Great Ascension stage area, very close indeed. Su Qing nodded slightly, employing his spatial affinity to sense his surroundings. Every few steps revealed a spatial node, though they appeared somewhat unstable. As he trudged forward, he arrived at the periphery of the Great Ascension stage area. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of human skeletons, preserved in a crystalline clarity despite their long-deceased state. They had all been formidable beings, at least of the Great Ascension stage in life, and the sheer number here was astounding. Following the guidance of the insight stone, he approached one particular skeleton, which indeed emanated a faint innate aura. Su Qing's heart soared with joy. Searching beside the skeleton, he found within its ribcage a metallic artifact exuding a weak innate aura. Just then, a raspy voice echoed in his mind, nearly roaring, "Flee, quickly!" Grasping the pendant and bringing it close to his ear, a small black hole materialized before him, absorbing the surrounding thin innate aura. The spatial node 10 paces to your left is your only chance of escape. Unbeknownst to him, a pale red mist began to materialize around him, an ominous presence permeating the air. Su Qing activated his speed enhancement ability, racing toward the indicated spatial node. As he was on the verge of entering, the mist suddenly turned a vivid crimson, surging towards Su Qing. It shattered the illusory beast projection and the Tai Chi diagram, causing Su Qing to experience a sharp pain in his back. With the spatial rift erupting, he quickly entered the breach. As the crimson mist dissipated, the dreadful aura evaporated entirely. Outside the ancient ruins, a spatial rift appeared, and Su Qing tumbled out, landing heavily on the ground. Remarkably, he bore no injuries, though his complexion was somewhat pale. Fortunately, he had activated the field of strength. Otherwise, he would have found himself in serious trouble. That entity, merely a presence, nearly cost me my life. What on earth was it? Chapter 23, Transformation of Power. The pendant emitted a voice. Consider yourself fortunate. That was a being from the demon realm. Su Qing furrowed his brow. Another mention of the demon realm. Could this place be connected to those 9 demon lords? However, the timelines do not align. The existence of this bone forest evidently predates the arrival of the 9 demons by a significant margin. It appears I must wait until my strength has increased before I can return to explore further. Clutching the pendant, he activated the all-seeing eye, its brilliance illuminating his gaze. Innate artifact seed. Born in areas rich with innate aura, if refined into a personal artifact, it possesses the potential to be upgraded to an innate treasure. A smile crept onto Su Qing's lips. This artifact was undoubtedly his greatest acquisition. After resting in the ancient ruins for a while, he took the pendant and sat cross-legged to begin the refining process. Surrounding him were numerous spirit stones, and as he activated the demon goddess body, he began to absorb the innate aura, initiating a transformation. The innate aura within the artifact seed was exceedingly potent, refining his bloodlines and organs. Su Qing became completely absorbed in the process, oblivious to the changes occurring in the outside world. A golden light flickered around him, as Little Gold remained vigilant, prepared to rouse Su Qing should danger arise. 5 days and nights passed. A figure, leaning on a cerulean flying sword, staggered forward, each step leaving a trail of blood. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, entirely losing consciousness. Little Gold approached, poking the individual with its tiny paw to confirm he was indeed unconscious. This person seemed to pose no threat. Should I inform the boss? Just then, a terrifying tremor emanated from the nearby structure. The ground shook violently, and the remnants of the building crumbled instantaneously. Su Qing emerged, his eyes alight with excitement. The transformation of the demon goddess body had been completed for the first time, elevating his physical cultivation to the golden core stage and strengthening his body several-fold. He had also reached the first layer of Qi refinement. Little Gold transformed into a streak of golden light, landing on Su Qing's shoulder. Boss, this person possesses quite a few treasures. Should we strip him? Su Qing approached the unconscious figure, recognizing him as the haughty Lung Outyin, the very one who had previously attacked him. Given his false core stage cultivation, he should not have been harmed by anything in the outskirts of the ancient ruins. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Su Qing, Lung Outyin's expression morphed into one of disbelief. His voice was weak. How did you escape the mist? Su Qing found the inquiry somewhat absurd. Surely, this fellow had encountered that peaked golden core little mirage within the mist. Give me 10 superior spirit stones, and I will guide you out of the ancient ruins periphery. There are still many foundation establishment stage beasts lurking here. Lung Outyin studied Su Qing intently before nodding slightly. I trust you. He retrieved spirit stones from his storage artifact and handed them to Su Qing, swallowing a few pills to improve his complexion. Observing this, Su Qing noted, "It seems you cannot leave yet. Wait for me to capture a beast for transportation." With that, he leapt into the air like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him as he soared effortlessly. Each bound covered several miles, and he soon found himself before a foundation establishment stage beast. The illusory beast projection loomed like a small mountain, forcing the creature to the ground. Submit or perish. Foundation establishment stage beasts possess a modicum of intelligence and quickly prostrated themselves, expressing their submission. Su Qing nodded in approval. Good, you have some sense. Follow me. Upon returning to the vicinity of the ancient ruins, Lung Outyin found himself momentarily stunned. He had effortlessly tamed a foundation stage beast. What manner of creature is this? It is utterly bizarre. Considering the spirit stones you provided, I have procured you a mount, Su Qing remarked with a faint smile, finding the attributes of this beast far more enticing than mere spirit stones. A purple attribute is exceedingly rare, even in the outskirts of the Purple Heaven City. Su Qing had yet to encounter a cultivator adorned with such a hue. Signing in on the body of the cold shadow sword yielded a successful result. Sign in successful. Acquired Xianhuang soft armor. Xianhuang soft armor. A supreme spiritual treasure, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, able to withstand a full-force strike from a great ascension stage cultivator. Su Qing regarded the item acquired from the sign-in with satisfaction. This marked the first time he had obtained a treasure through sign-in. Previously, he had only received attributes, talents, and techniques. In his view, attributes and talents were the most valuable, with some proving to be exceptionally formidable, and they could be utilized directly without any realm restrictions. Techniques and treasures, albeit valuable, required personal cultivation and gradual refinement. He commenced the final sign-in on the little golden beast, obtaining the ability Far Escape. Sign-in successful. Acquired the earth contracting method. Su Qing surveyed the method of cultivation that now resided in his mind. It was quite commendable. It appeared he would be quite busy upon his return. As he proceeded towards the entrance of the underground ruins, Su Qing led the way, while the beast, bearing Lung Outyin, followed closely behind, never daring to surpass him. Numerous disciples undergoing trials along the way cast astonished glances at the scene. Upon seeing Lung Outyin, their faces were painted with disbelief. How could senior brother Lung sustain such grave injuries? What within these ancient ruins could inflict harm upon him? Surely, he did not venture into that perilous place. It was inconceivable. The mists deep within the ruins were such that even elders at the integration stage hesitated to tread lightly. If senior brother Lung truly emerged from the mists, his renown would eclipse all past glories, securing him a place among the top 10, even amongst inner disciples. The two inner disciples at the entrance, upon catching sight of Lung Outyin, approached with utmost reverence. Senior brother Lung, allow me to escort you back to your abode. Lung Outyin nodded slightly at Su Qing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. The inner disciple, observing this exchange, cast a lingering glance at Su Qing before gently lifting Lung Outyin into the air on his sword and departing swiftly. The other inner disciple regarded Su Qing with envy, exclaiming, "You have actually made senior brother Lung owe you a favor. You've struck gold this time." Su Qing was aware of the misunderstanding, but chose not to clarify. Accompanied by the foundation stage beast, he shattered the flying sword talisman and departed the underground ruins, planning to strengthen himself further. He intended to return to hunt the Shun and explore the mysteries of the bone forest and the dark threads. Observing the beast beside him, resembling a regal lion, Su Qing resolved to bring it to the Purple Heaven City for sale. However, before that, he needed to complete the tasks at the mission hall, otherwise, acquiring new tasks in the future would become quite troublesome. He mounted the lion-like beast, directing it towards a specified location. In the southern jungles of the Purple Heaven City, a group was making their way forward. Two exquisite maidens frolicked playfully among the trees, moving with the grace of ethereal beings. Sister, what do you think of the Purple Xiao's holy land? Can we cultivate there? Of course. We will definitely join the Purple Xiao's holy land during this recruitment ceremony, came the cheerful reply. The two elderly men trailing behind smiled gently, cautioning, "Ladies, do take care, while we are near the immortal city. We have yet to approach it closely, better to remain vigilant." Suddenly, a magnificent golden bird swooped down from the sky, launching an attack from above. Its wings, sharp as blades, severed trees with ease. The two maidens were frozen in fear. The two elderly men moved swiftly, leaping towards the golden-winged beast. "Ladies, run." This ferocious creature has transformed into a demon. It is beyond our ability to handle. The golden-winged eagle regarded the feeble prey with disdain, astonished that they dared to resist. A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. The sheer sound left the two elderly men bloodied and incapacitated. The golden-winged eagle, now hovering above the fleeing maidens, chose to toy with them rather than immediately strike. "Sister, I can't run anymore," gasped the girl in the green dress, her face etched with terror. Sensing their exhaustion, the eagle lost interest in the chase, its claws descending towards them. The other maiden in red boldly spread her arms to shield her sister. Just as their lives hung in the balance, a commanding voice rang out, "Get down." The golden-winged eagle, now crouched low, lacked the courage to raise its head. A youth clad in azure descended from a towering tree, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, dust billowing into the air. A beast resembling a lion charged forward, uprooting trees in its wake. It remained quietly behind the young man. Su Qing gazed at the golden-winged eagle, its glimmering form easily discernible. The eagle emitted a low cry, and through his ability to listen to all things, Su Qing swiftly discerned the situation. This was a trial beast released by the Holy Land for new disciples. The region of the Purple Shao's mountain range was home to many such beasts, with the area occupied by the eagle generally avoided by travelers. Su Qing noted the two maidens, one bearing a purple attribute and the other a mere blue attribute. Sign-in successful, acquired the purple crystal battle body. Sign-in successful, acquired the concealment breath. "You two are quite unfortunate. Luckily, you encountered me," he remarked with a smile. "By the way, I would like to ask you something. Since you were already up in the tree, why didn't you intervene sooner?" The maiden in red inquired, her face displaying indignation as she glanced at the incapacitated elders. "Because you didn't call for help," Su Qing replied, effortlessly lifting the golden-winged eagle, mounting the lion-like beast with a hearty laugh as he departed. The red-dressed maiden remained stunned for a while, watching Su Qing's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Were all these powerful cultivators so peculiar? Su Qing examined the attributes of the golden-winged eagle. It bore only a white attribute. Nevertheless, he had successfully signed in once more, acquiring 5 spirit stones. With a flick of his hand, he dispatched the golden-winged eagle and stored it within the disciple's token space. The system panel prompt materialized before him. The compatibility between the hidden spirit attribute and the concealment breath attribute is 95. Would you like to fuse them? The compatibility between the purple crystal battle body and the xianxiaran battle body is 93. Would you like to fuse them? Su Qing opted for both fusions, as the xianxiaran battle body was no longer useful and could not keep pace with the growth of his physique. As for the hidden spirit, it allowed for the concealment of breath and cultivation level, but its efficacy was limited, failing to mask his presence before higher realms, particularly against the likes of the immortal level Shan. Fusion successful, acquired the overbearing body. Overbearing body, a fragmented physique, possessing only a robust body without unique divine abilities. Fusion successful, acquired the deceptive heaven. Deceptive heaven nullifies all curses, allowing for the arbitrary alteration of others' predictions about oneself, capable of concealing one's cultivation level, imperceptible to all but true immortals. Su Qing gazed upon the 2 entries, both of which were quite commendable, particularly the Deceiving Heaven entry. Activating the Deceiving Heaven entry concealed his formidable vitality, revealing only his cultivation at the first stage of Qi refinement. Su Qing examined his system panel, which had become remarkably opulent, rivaling even Yun Yan's character panel. Host, Su Qing. Cultivation, Body Refinement Realm, Qi Refinement Stage 1. Fate, Unknown. Talents, Devourer of Heaven, Path Devourer, Heart Sword, Freedom, Space, Fury. Entries, Devouring the Heavens, Outer Demon, Fishing Through Time and Space, Chaos Dao Bone, Listening to All Things, Refining Spirit, Body Tempering, Mysterious Sword Body, Blood Sea Phenomenon. All-Seeing Eye, Deceiving Heaven, Dominant Body, Swift, Illusory Domain, Domain of Power, Infernal Flame. Description, a prodigious talent gradually maturing into an unparalleled figure. He closed the system panel and continued onward, gazing at the magnificent and imposing Zetian city in the distance, patting the head of the seated lion beast beside him. Our fateful encounter ends here. I hope you find a worthy master. This lion-like beast was merely a casual catch by Su Qing, lacking potential for advancement. Its speed was not remarkable, and its attack power was mediocre. Su Qing could easily dispatch it with a mere finger. Thus, keeping it by his side bore little purpose. However, as a foundational stage beast, it should fetch a good price among the many gathered for the disciple recruitment ceremony. Outside the once quiet gates of Zetian City, a bustling throng had gathered, filled with disciples from various immortal clans, yet none were permitted entry. Su Qing, riding the lion, attracted a crowd's astonished gaze. Scanning the onlookers, he called out to a nearby corner, a foundational stage beast, unbound by contract. The highest bidder wins. Gasps erupted among the crowd. What? Unbound by contract? How could this beast be so docile? With this beast's assistance, they could easily surpass the challenges of the recruitment ceremony. Quit staring. None of us can even afford a single spirit stone. At that moment, a young man in splendid attire emerged from the throng, wielding a gold-edged folding fan, exuding an air of arrogance. This lion is quite magnificent, befitting my stature. I shall take it for a low-grade spirit stone. As he arrived, the surrounding crowd swiftly dispersed, whispering amongst themselves. The third young master of the Xianxiafan family is notoriously arrogant. We should keep our distance. Su Qing frowned slightly. Although these individuals possessed only green or white entries, their sheer numbers could amass a significant sum of spirit stones. He had just signed a few contracts when this fellow came and spoiled everything. I shall grant you one more chance. Should you fail to offer a satisfactory price, you will bear the consequences, Su Qing stated coldly. Chapter 25. The Sword Body of No Way. Su Qing's gaze fell upon the character panel of the young man before him. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Talent, malice. Entries, noble air, fortuity. Description, a direct descendant of the Xianxiafan family, known for his domineering and arrogant demeanor, infamous in the Dacian imperial capital. What a joke. I am a scion of the Xianxiafan family in the Dacian imperial capital, with my ancestral kin at the peak of the integration stage. You, a mere outer sect disciple, dare to raise your voice at me. Xianxiaaudiobooks proclaimed haughtily, clapping his hands lightly. From the shadows behind him emerged two elders, both peak golden core cultivators. Su Qing's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of crimson flashing within. With a mere flick of his hand, he could eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks and those two golden core elders in an instant. Yet, doing so would inevitably expose his strength. Just as Su Qing was about to make his move, a commanding voice resonated from above. Neither the Xianxiafan family, nor even the Dacian royal family dares to act recklessly within Zitian City. On the gate tower of Zitian City stood a youth clad in white, emanating an unparalleled aura that soared into the heavens. Xianxiaaudiobooks fell silent, casting Su Qing a deep glance. Consider yourself fortunate. We shall take our leave. With that, he departed alongside his two golden core attendants. Su Qing watched their retreating figures, a silent resolve brewing within him. He would seek revenge against them that very night. The adage of a gentleman avenging himself after 10 years was irrelevant. Had it not been for the imposing presence of that youth atop the city gate, Su Qing would have already dispatched the three of them. Turning his gaze back to the white-clad youth, his hair billowed in the wind, his attire fluttering like a banner. Chunluan. Talent, supremacy in sword Dao. Entries, void sword body, unity of man and sword, heaven slaying. Description, a true disciple of the Xiao sacred land. One of the hosts of the disciple recruitment ceremony. Su Qing was taken aback. It seemed the Xiao sacred land had quite a few sword experts. Yet, he had scarcely encountered anyone adept in their famed lightning techniques. He clasped his fists in respect to Chunluan before entering Zitian City with the lion beast. The system panel displayed, successfully signed in at the void sword body entry, obtaining the unparalleled killing sword body of No Way. Killing sword body of No Way contains boundless malevolent energy, possessing the utmost lethality, can be refined into a personal flying sword, enhancing in grade with the rise of one's cultivation. Description, the path of the heavens, severed by a single sword. Upon seeing the attributes of the item he had obtained, Su Qing was astonished. The description was exceedingly domineering. Although the periphery of Zitian City was teeming with noise, it appeared vastly more orderly compared to the chaos outside the city. After paying the stall fee, Su Qing arrived at his stall, ultimately selling the beast for 10 mid-grade spirit stones. While it was the market price, Su Qing felt a twinge of discontent for not making a larger profit. Harboring intense anger toward that young master of the Xianxiafan family, wandering the stalls at the outskirts of Zitian City, he activated both the all-seeing eye and listening to all things, hoping to uncover something valuable. Beast fusion powder, used during the breeding of demon beasts. Its potency exceeds that of the Hahuan powder used by cultivators by several tens of times. Fragmented shadowless sword technique, a sword technique of the god transformation stage, no longer cultivable. However, the recorded sword secrets within are exceedingly profound, requiring formidable comprehension to decipher. He purchased both items from a nearby stall. The seller, a young man at the peak of Qi refinement, smiled at Su Qing and remarked, "Esteemed junior brother, it appears you belong to the beast-taming lineage. To be able to subdue a foundational stage beast at the first stage of Qi refinement is quite impressive." Su Qing chuckled, attributing it to mere luck. The seller's entries were solely green, indicating a talent for beast taming, and Su Qing had successfully signed in, garnering only 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Luck is indeed a part of strength. Ancient texts recount tales of great beings who, after plummeting from cliffs, acquired the legacies of supreme masters, roaming the world unfettered, or of those who stumbled upon immortal elixirs, ascending to the heavens in broad daylight. The loquacious disciple continued, "Tomorrow, the disciple recruitment ceremony will be held in the central square of Zetian City. Should you be interested, you are welcome to attend." Su Qing nodded, hastily departing. Taken aback by the young man's incessant chatter, which felt more exhausting than battling a Yuanying stage demon beast, he set his sights on the outskirts of Zetian City, intent on executing some plans. Should Xianxiaaudiobooks meet an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly be the first suspect. It would be an untenable situation. However, there were ways to make him suffer more than death itself. Leaving the Purple Heaven City and entering a desolate forest, Su Qing clutched a vial of beast medicine, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened, and the Qi Tian entry was fully activated, allowing his figure to blend seamlessly into the shadows. All around, campfires flickered to life within various tents. In a spacious and lavishly adorned tent, Xianxiaaudiobooks sat, his expression dark and brooding, flanked by two elderly attendants. "I am utterly infuriated. When have I ever endured such humiliation? Go fetch me 2 young maidens for my pleasure." One of the old servants replied softly, "Young master, I can go alone. He must remain to protect you. Enough of your nonsense. We are right in front of the sacred land of Xixiao. Besides, I possess numerous life-saving talismans. Who could possibly kill me? Get out of my sight." Xianxiaaudiobooks shouted furiously at his attendants. At this moment, a minuscule spatial rift erupted, golden light emanating silently behind Xianxiaaudiobooks. He felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his back and turned to find nothing there. What the hell is this? Is it a mosquito turned demon? Today is truly unfortunate. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes turned crimson, smoke billowing from his nostrils. "I can't take it anymore." He attempted to leave the tent to seek a woman to satiate his beastly desires, but he found himself unable to escape. Though he believed he had exited the tent, the surroundings revealed he was still within it. Su Qing, not far away, observed the unfolding drama. In the realm of illusion, not only Xianxiaaudiobooks but even his 2 golden core attendants were ensnared, unable to extricate themselves from the mirage. Consider yourselves fortunate. This is a potent aphrodisiac for breeding with demon beasts. Little Jean, perched upon Su Qing's shoulder, trembled, thinking to himself, "Boss, you're being too sinister. I must never offend you." Su Qing watched as Xianxiaaudiobooks, now completely bereft of reason, writhed on the ground in a grotesque display. In the distance, 2 streaks of light surged forth as the 2 golden core elders returned. Behind them, a chain-like array of runes contained 2 exquisite young maidens. Chapter 26. The ceremony commences. The Emperor Dragon's astonishing fist. The 2 golden core elders entered the tent without hindrance. Upon witnessing Xianxiaaudiobooks' disgraceful state, their faces flushed crimson, their wrinkles quivering. "Young master, this is rather hasty. It seems he has consumed too much spring medicine. Indeed, it appears he cannot contain himself." Within the rune cage, the 2 beautiful maidens wore expressions of despair. They were the sisters encountered earlier by Su Qing while pursuing the golden-winged eagle. The elder sister, named Li Ruoxi, and the younger sister, Li Ruodong, hailed from a modest family in southern Deqian. Faced with this scene, Li Ruodong crouched, trembling and weeping. Li Ruoxi relentlessly pounded the rune chains with her fists, now bloodied and raw. "How can you, as cultivators, commit such despicable acts? Release us at once. Do not fret. We shall let you out soon," one of the elders sneered. The rune chains glowed and expanded, enveloping the entire tent. The 2 elders wisely departed. They looked back at Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose eyes were now bloodshot, lunging toward the sisters. Su Qing's eyes gleamed coldly as he gazed at Li Ruoxi's purple entry, noting her promising physique, yet it remained unawakened. A high-quality spirit stone appeared in his hand. He crushed it into powder, pure spiritual energy, transforming into threads. "Little Jean, I must trouble you once more. Go help the maiden awaken her physique." "All right, boss," Little Jean replied, taking the threads of spiritual energy and slipping into the spatial tunnel without a trace of disturbance. Su Qing observed this scene, noting Little Jean's talent had evolved. His prior refinement of innate energy had not been in vain. Inside the tent, Li Ruoxi continually evaded, her back against the rune chains as she faced the frenzied Xianxiaaudiobooks, despair etched on her face, tears streaming down her pristine cheeks. Just as Xianxiaaudiobooks lunged forward, an incredible spectacle unfolded. A radiant 5-colored light emanated from her, repelling him forcefully. The 5-colored brilliance ignored the rune chains, soaring into the night sky, illuminating the darkness as if it were day, casting light across the entirety of Purple Heaven City. Within the city, a sword light swiftly emerged. Chunlun landed before the tent, his aura radiating a fierce, killing intent. You scoundrels are unworthy to join the sacred land of Xixiao. Begone. As he stepped forward, sword energy surged beneath his feet, shattering the rune chains. Two streaks of sword energy pierced through the elders, blood blooming forth, though they were not slain. Their golden cores shattered, relegating them to the foundation establishment stage. Their hopes of attaining golden core status forever dashed. Despite Chunluan's presence, Xianxiaaudiobooks, still red-eyed, stubbornly lunged at Li Ruoxi. Chunluan let out a soft huff, sound waves expanding to knock Xianxiaaudiobooks unconscious. Addressing the bloodied elders, he commanded, "Take him back to the Xianxian family. Should you resist, I shall come to the Xianxian family wielding my sword one day." Su Qing, watching from the shadows, quietly departed. What a pity, my attempt to use another's blade failed. It seems I must pay a visit to the Xianxian family in Qing in the future. Boss, I want to go too. A cultivation family sounds like it harbors many treasures, little Jean declared fiercely, waving his tiny paw. The following morning, a thin mist enveloped the air, yet outside Purple-Heaven City, a lively scene unfolded. Today marked the day of the sacred land of Xixiao's disciple recruitment ceremony. Countless youths eagerly anticipated this moment. Su Qing was among the crowd. Sign-in successful, acquired array talent. Sign-in successful, acquired 10 low-grade spirit stones. Sign-in successful, acquired heavenly spirit grass. As he gazed at the system interface, a series of notifications appeared. Though the talents of these individuals were not remarkable, their sheer numbers granted them ample cultivation resources. Just then, Chunluan appeared atop the city wall, proclaiming, "Once the gates of Purple-Heaven City open, guides will lead you forward. No attendants or family members are permitted inside." As the gates swung open, the crowd surged into Purple-Heaven City. Su Qing, however, remained unhurried. Examining Chunluan's attribute panel, contemplating where to sign in, one entry was Heaven Slashing and another Sword and Man as one. Ultimately, he decided to sign in at Heaven Slashing. Sign-in successful, acquired the Emperor Dragon's Astonishing Fist. Emperor Dragon's Astonishing Fist, one of the most domineering fist techniques in existence, accompanied by dragon shadows during execution. Upon reaching mastery, one can summon up to 99 dragon shadows. Su Qing regarded his newly acquired technique with satisfaction. It was a powerful skill, adorned with effects, and quite impressive. Ultimately, strength was secondary. His own physique, divine abilities, and talent entries were sufficiently powerful. After all, looking good was paramount. Entering Purple-Heaven City, he followed the crowd to a vast plaza. The atmosphere was grandiose, with an outer elder stationed at every few steps. At the center stood several imposing arenas, adorned with towering black boulders, each reaching several stories high. In the very center, a colossal black beast loomed, unlike any other, towering over the scene. Su Qing gazed towards the heavens, where several figures appeared, albeit in a hazy blur. Yet, their bodies shimmered with gold, unmistakably indicating the presence of golden attributes. However, the distance was too great for him to register their presence, which left Su Qing feeling a tinge of regret. At that moment, an ethereal elder, embodying the essence of a celestial being, descended gracefully from the sky, hovering above the colossal arena. "I shall preside over the grand disciple initiation ceremony of the Xixiao sacred land. Without further ado, the first challenge will be a talent assessment. Only the most extraordinary prodigies may tread upon the central arena. If any of you possesses the confidence, feel free to step forth." Su Qing observed this spectacle from a corner, as the plaza was overwhelmingly vast. He longed to register with the elder, yet the distance proved insurmountable. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. "Are you here to witness the ceremony as well? I wonder if this new batch of disciples will produce a truly exceptional prodigy." Turning around, Su Qing was surprised to see the previously injured Lung Outyin. "You've recovered remarkably quickly," he remarked. "I invested a considerable sum in a spiritual pill from the Xixiao sacred land Pill Peak, and after consuming it, my injuries healed." A faint smile flickered across Lung Outyin's typically indifferent visage. Su Qing found himself somewhat speechless. This fellow truly lived lavishly. It seemed prudent to cultivate a connection for future benefits. Moreover, he could seize the chance to register. Examining the words Sword Heart Enlightenment and Fortune, both shimmering in purple, he ultimately chose to register under Sword Heart Enlightenment, as the fortune attribute had proven to be rather deceptive. Previously, he had registered on a golden fortune attribute linked to Yun Yin, only to encounter an otherworldly demon. While it was a red attribute, its utility remained uncertain. As the system panel illuminated, Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment at the outcome. "Successful registration. You have obtained 500 premium spirit stones." He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he had not anticipated such a wealth of resources. Just then, the crowd erupted in commotion. "Look, someone has ascended the central arena." A stunning maiden clad in red stepped onto the stage with an expression devoid of emotion, seemingly unfazed. The surrounding prodigies struggled even to ascend a single step, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. Su Qing, too, turned his gaze forward, astonished to see that Yun Yan had indeed appeared. She placed her hand upon a massive stone, and a celestial phoenix phenomenon erupted, tinting the clouds of vivid crimson. Gasps of awe filled the air. Could this be an extraordinary physique manifesting? Someone wondered aloud, perplexed by the nature of her attribute. I have scoured my family's tomes and am familiar with most physical manifestations, yet I have never encountered such a phenomenon. The elder hovering above stroked his beard and chuckled. This is the undying heavenly phoenix physique, a fusion of the celestial phoenix and the supreme human physique from ancient times, ranking among the elite in the world. He declared as of today, Yun Yan shall be the 8th candidate saintess of the Xixiao sacred land. The crowd erupted into a fervor, their eyes glistening with envy as they beheld the central arena. The throng around the platform swelled, each individual eager to ascertain whether they, too, possessed an extraordinary physique. Lung Outyan's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing Yun Yan. How did she end up here? Su Qing inquired, puzzled. She is the brightest gem of Daqian, renowned for her unparalleled talents, be it astronomy, geography, the 5 elements, or the arts. She excels in all. However, I heard she disappeared a month ago due to an accident, Lung Outyan explained. Su Qing nodded slightly, pondering the apparent discord within Yun Yan's royal family. He contemplated whether to reveal some of his own talents, believing that attaining a higher status would grant him access to more formidable individuals and facilitate his own registrations. Alongside this elevation in status, he would also gain access to greater cultivation resources. The only downside was the inevitable exposure of some of his hidden cards. Yet he was confident that the benefits of his registrations would far outweigh this concern. As Su Qing mulled over his options, another figure ascended the central arena. This one appeared cold and aloof, draped in a cerulean dress. As she walked, an unbearable chill enveloped the crowd, prompting them to retreat in haste. The moment her hand touched the massive stone, the clear sky darkened ominously. In the sweltering summer heat, snowflakes began to fall like feathers. The icy winds of the north howled, unleashing a blizzard upon the scene. The elder above beamed with delight, exclaiming, "This is the ice and snow sacred body. Yet another extraordinary physique. You shall be the 9th candidate saintess." Lung Outyan observed this spectacle, a wry smile on his lips. My sword path snowstorm phenomenon feels rather insignificant in her presence. Su Qing patted Lung Outyan's shoulder, encouraging him, as a sword cultivator. You should embody the spirit to conquer all. What is the disparity in physique matter? Lung Outyan nodded, a flicker of his former pride returning to his eyes. Yet, murmurs of derision rippled through the crowd, as onlookers scoffed. He truly knows not the vastness of the heavens. The disparity in physique cannot be compensated for by mere cultivation. Indeed, he remains oblivious to the true significance of a sacred body, a classic case of ignorance. Laughter erupted, mocking him. A glint of fury sparked in Lung Outyan's eyes. He wished to assert himself and silence the jeers. However, Su Qing merely smiled and shook his head, striding toward the central arena amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. While others struggled to ascend, Su Qing moved with remarkable speed, appearing utterly at ease. In the eyes of the incredulous spectators, he placed his hand upon the massive stone. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted, with the sun and moon shining in unison, and the energies of yin and yang swirling in the air. The spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence. Standing nearby, Yun Yan's eyes reflected intense fluctuations. She had not anticipated Su Qing's prowess to be so formidable. In his previous life, Su Qing had perished amidst a tide of sea beasts for her sake, never even having the chance to undergo the sacred land's qualification assessment. What stood before them was the legendary Yin-Yang sacred body, an exceedingly rare treasure. The tale spoke of the sun sovereign possessing the solar sacred body and the moon empress embodying the lunar sacred body. Each alone could shake the world and ascend to the celestial realm. Yet, the Yin-Yang sacred body encompassed the attributes of both, rendering its cultivation speed unparalleled. The elder floating above beamed with ecstasy, astonished that the Xixiao sacred land had produced 3 extraordinary physiques in a single day. He proclaimed, "You shall be the 9th candidate saint." In a corner of the plaza, Lung Outyan's expression was one of shock. He had not expected Su Qing to possess such an awe-inspiring sacred body. Previously unaware of Su Qing's name, he had assumed he was merely a reclusive cultivator within the Xixiao sacred land, never anticipating that he was a new disciple capable of effortlessly besting him. The revelation left Lung Outyan more astonished than ever. Even a peak Qi refinement stage sacred body would struggle to contend with him. After all, he was on the verge of entering the golden core stage. With this realization, Lung Outyin felt compelled to forge a friendship with Su Qing in secret. Just as Su Qing released his hand and the phenomenon subsided, intending to approach Yun Yin for registration, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and blood-red lightning flickered, transforming into colossal beams that struck directly towards Su Qing. This was divine retribution. Could it be that this youth's extraordinary talents had provoked the wrath of the heavens? The elder floating in the air exhibited no sign of concern. For above the clouds sat the Holy Master, and this was merely a tribulation, nothing more than a heavenly trial. Even the ascension tribulations had been faced by the Holy Master of Xixiao more than once. From above the clouds, a purple lightning bolt pierced through the heavens and the crimson lightning columns, allowing sunlight to cascade back onto the earth. Su Qing approached Yun Yin and the aloof maiden beside her, nodding gently at Yun Yin. Surprising as it was, in just a few days, Yun Yin had already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. A faint smile graced her lips as she observed the system panel of the maiden clad in blue. Murong Shui. Identity: a legitimate daughter of the Murong family in the imperial capital of Daqian. Fate: the reincarnation of the Ice Sovereign. Talent: Ice Heart, Snow Soul, Fate Soul. Attributes: Ice and Snow Sacred Body, Cold Sky Anomaly, Ice Snow Throne, Ice Lotus Protection, Reincarnation Mark. Description: the Ice Sovereign was a formidable figure at the level of celestial kings in the immortal realm, who was obliterated in a duel with the demon sovereign, leaving behind only a remnant soul that entered reincarnation. Due to connections in the underworld, she obtained the reincarnation mark, preserving her memories within it, allowing her to restore them upon reaching the transformation stage. Su Qing gazed at her character panel, astonished to discover her connection to the demon sovereign. However, this bore little significance to him. He intended to select attributes from her to sign in. Chapter 28. The 7-colored attribute of the Avatar Path. He signed in at the attribute of Ice Lotus Protection. Su Qing learned through the system that the Ice Lotus had been her protective treasure in her previous life, and this attribute would ensure automatic protection in times of life-threatening peril. Although the Ice Lotus had been damaged by the demon sovereign, it was still a divine artifact of the celestial king rank, possessing considerable power. Sign-in successful. Obtained Blood Lotus. Blood Lotus, a low-grade celestial artifact, which can evolve with the owner's cultivation level upon refinement. It possesses a formidable protective ability and can emit foul blood energy to corrupt other celestial artifacts, exhibiting immense lethality. Su Qing looked at the rewards from the sign-in with a hint of exasperation. First, there was the Blood Sea Anomaly, followed by the celestial artifact Blood Lotus. Using either of these within the Xixiao Holy Land would be tantamount to courting death, perhaps due to the enmity towards demonic cultivators stemming from the imperial demon. The Xixiao Holy Land harbored a profound disdain for them. Nevertheless, the items were decent and could be refined secretly. After all, they were legendary celestial artifacts, undoubtedly possessing significant power with the potential for limitless growth. Su Qing turned his attention back to Yun Yan's character panel. There were 3 attributes available for sign-in: Rebirth, Peerless Empress, and Universally Opposed. After much deliberation, he concluded that the Rebirth attribute was the strongest of the 7-colored attributes currently available in the system. Aside from the unseen rank of the Devouring Path Body, his strongest attributes thus far were merely 2 red ones. He chose to sign in at the Rebirth attribute. Suddenly, the system shimmered with radiant colors. Sign-in successful. Obtained Avatar Path. Avatar Path. For each major realm ascension, 1 avatar can be obtained, which can be freely modified and endowed with attributes, currently possessing 2 opportunities. Su Qing examined this attribute, his brows furrowing slightly. It felt somewhat unworthy of its 7-colored rank. There were numerous formidable avatar techniques in the cultivation realm. However, there was no time for detailed exploration at present. He would have to investigate the intricacies of this attribute after the disciple ceremony. Looking towards the elder floating in the air, he noted that this was an elder at the pinnacle of the integration stage, with the strongest attributes being merely of the purple rank. Sign-in successful. Obtain 9 Revolutions Soul Recovery Pill. 9 Revolutions Soul Recovery Pill, a miraculous life-saving elixir. As long as the time since death is not too long, it can revive the deceased. As the disciple ceremony progressed, Su Qing continued to sign in and acquire numerous items. However, most were resources and treasures, and he planned to return and consume them all at once to make a significant leap to the body refinement nascent soul stage. As the disciple ceremony came to a close, Su Qing, Yun Yan, and Murong Shui were led deep into the Xixiao Holy Land. All 3 were newly appointed candidates for the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Before 3 peculiar statues, the elder in white robes smiled and said, "Our Xixiao Holy Land primarily cultivates the Sword Path and the Lightning Path. The Sword Path technique is called the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Cannon. While the lightning path technique is known as the Zixiao divine thunder art, both are unparalleled celestial level techniques, and you may choose any one of them. Su Qing pointed towards the central statue, asking, does that represent a technique as well? That is the absolute foundation of the Zixiao Holy Land, the Taishang Wuqing record. Only the holy sons and holy maidens of each generation may cultivate it. Upon mastery, one can become the holy master of the Zixiao Holy Land, the elder replied, stroking his beard slowly. Yunyan gazed at the Taishang Wuqing record, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. In her previous life within the Zixiao Holy Land, she had indeed cultivated this technique, but after ascending to the immortal realm, she had discarded it, incurring great costs to adopt other arts to fulfill her emotional needs. While the technique was supreme, it required the abandonment of all emotions, leading to rapid cultivation speed in the early stages, but causing significant shortcomings in mindset, making higher-level breakthroughs exceedingly difficult later on. Simple and straightforward. I shall choose the Zixiao Divine Thunder Art, she declared. Seeing this, Su Qing also selected the Zixiao Divine Thunder Art. Only Murong Shui ultimately chose the Heavenly Tribulation Sword Cannon. The elder in white nodded with a smile, and the two statues emitted radiant light that surged into the foreheads of the three. Su Qing immediately found the method of cultivation for the Zixiao Divine Thunder Art appearing in his mind. However, it only encompassed the preliminary techniques, allowing him to cultivate only to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Su Qing was unconcerned. After all, it was merely a superficial technique, and he already possessed an enhanced version of the Taishang Wuqing record. The elder explained, you will gradually receive subsequent techniques as you pass the trials of the Zixiao Holy Land. Although your talents are extraordinary, you still belong to the new disciples. Return to that area. Su Qing spoke up. Elder, esteemed elder, since we possess such exceptional talents, will the Holy Land not bestow upon us some spirit stones? My requests are modest. Just a few tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones will suffice. The rules of the Zixiao Holy Land dictate that everything must be earned through one's own efforts. If you wish to obtain spirit stones, you'll need to undertake tasks. The elder in white, fearing Su Qing would inquire further, waved his sleeve, causing peculiar patterns to emerge on the ground, and a few beams of light flashed. Su Qing, Yunyan, and Murong Shui vanished without a trace. Su Qing found his surroundings shifting rapidly before he suddenly stood outside the secluded courtyard where he resided within the dense forest. Entering, he activated the formation and stepped out onto the rooftop. This time, he had taken a significant risk, revealing a hint of his capabilities. Yet he had managed to acquire a technique. He had expected that becoming a candidate for the Holy Sun would afford him some special treatment. Seated cross-legged on the rooftop, for items floated before him, the Wudao sword embryo, the innate artifact seed, the blood lotus, and the Xianhuang soft armor. A thin line of blood appeared at his fingertip, seeping into the treasures. These treasures transformed into beams of light, entering Su Qing's body. Internally, he inspected his dantian, where 4 items floated: the 9 revolutions emperor talisman, the Wudao sword embryo, the innate artifact seed, the blood lotus, and the Xianhuang soft armor. The 9 revolutions emperor talisman was inherently broken, classified as a high-grade magical artifact, and Su Qing had long since completed its refinement. The Wudao sword embryo and the innate artifact seed were rapidly being refined, for these 2 items held great potential. Though their current ranks remained low, the refinement speed of the Xianhuang soft armor is remarkably swift. However, the blood lotus, being a celestial artifact, undergoes the refinement process at a pace akin to that of a tortoise, exceedingly slow. Suddenly, Su Qing seems to recall something, manifesting the image of a sea of blood within himself, and the blood lotus promptly takes root there, actively engaging in its own refinement. The compatibility is astonishingly high, to the extent that one can even hear the internal spirit of the artifact rejoicing in delight, observing the numerous treasures gradually refining within his dantian. Su Qing begins to delve into the intricacies of the 7-colored attribute. The path of clones allows for the creation of 2 doppelgangers. Should he break through to the foundation establishment stage, he would gain an additional clone. The moment this attribute is activated, Su Qing's vision brightens significantly. Having previously underestimated this attribute by merely glancing at its summary, he now realizes its true worth, living up to its reputation as a 7-colored attribute. In Chapter 29, titled Frantic Breakthrough, the Tide of Sea Beasts begins. The ability to create 2 doppelgangers in battle to assist him is revealed. Not only do these clones possess identical combat prowess as Su Qing himself, but they also serve to aid in cultivation, comprehend techniques, and refine treasures, thereby tripling efficiency. Furthermore, the doppelgangers can freely swap positions with the main body and summon it to their side, a truly remarkable skill. Even if a clone is destroyed, it can be restored after a month, with no significant loss to the main body. This is not merely a threefold increase in combat power. When three Su Qings combine and cooperate, their collective strength could reach fivefold or even greater. The main body can also bestow special attributes upon the clones, directing their actions. Additionally, with the bloodline of divine beasts, one can create a divine beast clone. Moreover, with each major breakthrough, an additional clone is gained, 3 at the foundation establishment stage, 4 at the golden core stage, and a staggering 9 at the great ascension stage. The power reaches an extraordinary zenith, able to both attack and endure. Su Qing can only express his delight at the path of clones represented by the 7-colored attribute. A premium spirit stone materializes in his hand as he enters a state of self-forgetfulness for cultivation. 10 minutes later, Su Qing breaks through to the second layer of Qi refinement. At the very moment of his breakthrough, the heavenly tribulation descends upon him once more. The skies above the dense forest darken with ominous clouds, and crimson lightning flashes like divine retribution, transforming into colossal beams that strike down. Observing this, Su Qing slightly opens his eyes, fully aware that he has been marked. It appears that every breakthrough from now on will attract the wrath of the heavens. He actively activates the formation of the dense forest, allowing the lightning to descend unimpeded. Su Qing's form is enveloped in the radiance of the lightning, appearing utterly unscathed, even seemingly relishing the experience. Meanwhile, in the Holy Master Hall, the high-ranking officials of the Xixiao sacred land are engaged in discussions. They have all witnessed the tribulation and, upon focusing their minds, discern the situation at hand. It seems an extraordinary new disciple has emerged this year, having just embarked on the path of cultivation. He has already attracted the heavenly tribulation. Such a physique is indeed formidable, as he bathes in the lightning, appearing rather relaxed. This is the Yin-Yang sacred body, a rare occurrence throughout history, with only one other individual sharing this trait. Unfortunately, that person succumbed to the path of darkness and ventured into the demon realm long ago. Linglong, the holy master of Xixiao, sits above, her beautiful eyes revealing no hint of emotion. Her words are somewhat indifferent. In this millennium, it is rare to encounter a peerless physique. Astonishingly, 3 have surfaced this time. Arrange for guardians to be assigned. Refrain from intervening unless faced with a life-threatening crisis. Do not overly disrupt their paths of growth. The many elders standing below nod in agreement. At that moment, a golden light swiftly enters the Holy Master Hall, accompanied by urgent voices. A tide of sea beasts has erupted in the East Sea, caused by the blood demon's assault on the seal, resulting in cracks and the subsequent release of malevolent energy. This news comes from the Penglai immortal sect, requesting the assistance of Xixiao sacred land's experts to reinforce the seal. Upon hearing the name of the blood demon, a wave of panic sweeps through the assembly. What? That fiend has actually breached the seal. Someone exclaims in horror. Each of these demons is incredibly fearsome, having once wrought havoc across an era. Even the transcendent power of Xixiao sacred land emerged in the aftermath of the 9 demons' chaos. Linglong's expression turned serious, instructing the strict guarding of the imperial demon mine, with the second elder leading a team of 10 great ascension elders to address this matter. Understood. In the courtyard of the dense forest, Su Qing blissfully absorbs the power of the heavenly tribulation. After 9 bolts of blood-red lightning, the ominous clouds begin to dissipate. He promptly activates his devouring heaven talent, reducing the premium spirit stone in his hand to mere dust. He breaks through once again, achieving the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. The clouds that had begun to disperse unexpectedly gather once more. The lightning surges with even greater ferocity than before. The tempest of lightning continues well into the night, leaving all the new disciples in the vicinity watching the dense forest with trepidation. Who could it be dwelling there? But the heavenly tribulation persists. This kind of tribulation had occurred during the disciple ceremony, only to be dispelled by the sect's powerful figures. Are you saying that the one residing there is the Yin-Yang sacred body, Su Qing? In a secluded courtyard nearby the dense forest, Yuanyan gazes at the sky with a complex expression. It's unfortunate that you perished too early in your past life. Otherwise, with such talent, you could undoubtedly ascend the path to immortality. As the time draws near, the tide of sea beasts should be commencing, and the special secret realm should soon emerge. Yuanyan recalls that during this period, as the Xixiao sacred land and Penglai immortal sect joined forces to seal the blood demon, they discovered a unique secret realm deep in the East Sea, accessible only to those at the Qi refinement stage. Within lies the essence of the heavenly Tao. Absorbing it leads to the foundation of the heavenly Tao. It is known that establishing the foundation of the heavenly Tao is deemed the foremost basis in the world of cultivation. As long as one does not meet an untimely end, they are destined to become a great ascension powerhouse. In her previous life, she had entered that secret realm and successfully obtained the essence of the heavenly Tao. She had even mapped out a safe passage, Entering it guarantees a risk-free acquisition. Reflecting on the arduous trials of her past life, during which she nearly lost her life, Yunyan's lips curve into a faint smile. With the experience gained from her previous life, this time equates to a rebirth in her cultivation. Thus, the current resources for cultivation are insufficient, indicating that her next steps must be meticulously planned. She gazes toward the direction of the Qing Empire, intending first to become the next emperor and subsequently leverage the empire's influence to ascend as the saintess of the Xixiao sacred land. With the support of these two forces, coupled with her foresight, she recognizes the potential of legendary figures who are still weak and is aware of various opportunities. Yunyan is confident that within a century, she shall reclaim her path to immortality and swiftly establish a supreme immortal dynasty. As the ominous clouds finally dissipate above the dense forest, Su Qing reclines on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky. It is truly perplexing. The heavenly tribulation seems to have discerned his intentions, refusing to descend any further. At this moment, Su Qing has already reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. With no tribulation forthcoming, he decides to forego further breakthroughs and aims to solidify his current level. Moreover, he has utilized the heavenly tribulation to successfully cultivate the 1st layer of the Xixiao divine thunder technique. Should the higher-ups of the sect become aware, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. It is noteworthy that even the current Holy Master took 3 days to master the 1st layer of the Xixiao divine thunder technique. Yet Su Qing, without actively pursuing cultivation, has merely endured the strikes of the lightning to achieve success. Su Qing produces a comprehension stone, an item capable of significantly enhancing one's understanding. However, due to the overwhelming power of the heavenly tribulation, he refrains from using it, fearing damage. Otherwise, he would have already mastered the 2nd layer of the Xixiao divine thunder technique. Just then, the system interface lights up, indicating that he can once again fish through time and space. Chapter 30. Gaining the devouring sky centipede egg, undertaking a task. The transparent silk thread traverses the vast river of time, where Su Qing patiently awaits. Suddenly, a radiant glow catches his eye. Fishing successful, acquired the extraordinary beast. The devouring centipede egg. Devouring centipede, ranked 5th among the celestial ferocious insects, possessing the divine ability to consume heaven and earth. Once fully matured, it can effortlessly devour an entire realm, while also exhibiting formidable toxicity, capable of easily killing adversaries 2 realms higher than itself. Within the rift of time and space, the transparent silk thread connects to a pitch-black egg, no larger than a walnut, adorned with sinister patterns. Holding the egg of this aberrant creature in his hand, he observes the potent life force emanating from within, indicating that it should be capable of hatching. On the morrow, as day transitions to night, the Taiji symbol on Su Qing's back spins with increasing rapidity, radiating the dual energies of yin and yang, and the phenomenon intensifies once more. Gazing at this Taiji manifestation, Su Qing murmurs to himself, why does it resemble the legendary phenomenon, the yin-yang Taiji diagram? As the sun rises fully, the anomaly dissipates. Su Qing steps into the wooden cabin, where a figure emerges behind him, bearing an identical appearance and essence. Looking at his doppelganger is akin to gazing into a mirror. With but a thought, he can manipulate the clone at will, as effortlessly as one eats or drinks, and can dismiss it just as easily. A disciple's token materializes in his hand, which he tosses to one of his clones. Intending for his true self to refine treasures and cultivate divine abilities within the cabin while the clone ventures forth to gather resources. Su Qing sits cross-legged on the bed, activating the heavenly deception entry to thoroughly conceal his presence. The clone, adorned in a blue robe with the disciple's token at its waist, exudes an intriguing sensation. Su Qing clenches his fist, realizing that the clone is scarcely different from his true self. The only distinction lies in the absence of treasures within the clone's body. Apart from that, everything else is identical, including the entries and system panel. Throughout his journey, all eyes turn towards him in reverence, to which Su Qing responds with a calm smile. Unbeknownst to them, he is silently signing in. Sign in successful, acquired 10 low-grade spirit stones. Sign in successful, acquired 10 pieces of Xian iron. Sign in successful, acquired 10 gathering chi pills. A continuous stream of system notifications fills the air. Yet Su Qing revels in the experience. Upon entering the task hall, the previously stern elder steward immediately reveals a gentle smile and approaches him warmly. Ah, you have arrived. What task do you wish to select this time? Su Qing tosses his disciple's token and gazes at the luminous screen above. He is taken aback to find that the tasks differ entirely from those previously available. The elder steward explains, as your status and talents elevate, the sacred grounds will assign more challenging tasks, albeit with superior rewards. Su Qing nods slightly, examining the tasks displayed on the screen. Guard the 100 Poisons Forest, earning 50 high-grade spirit stones per month. Slay the Foundation Establishment Earth Dragon Beast. Its core can be exchanged for a top-grade spirit stone. In the southern region of the Great Qing Empire, there are demons causing havoc. Local cultivation families seek assistance. Eliminate the demons and acquire a certificate from the families to receive 10 top-grade spirit stones. A legendary undying herb is rumored to have appeared near the volcano in southern Great Qing. Verify the news to obtain a Xianxian spirit pill. The rewards for these tasks are predominantly spirit stones and are astonishingly generous. Su Qing feels a sense of gratification, relieved that there are some rewards for being a candidate for the Holy Sun, and they are quite promising. He selects 2 tasks, to eliminate the demons and to investigate the undying herb. To his surprise, the task regarding the undying herb has already been claimed by Yun Yan. Tasks here can be accepted by multiple individuals, and should you wish to leave the sect, you may rent a celestial crane. As a candidate for the Holy Sun, riding the crane is complimentary. The elder steward respectfully hands Su Qing a golden whistle, stating that once he leaves the sacred grounds, he may blow the whistle anywhere, and the crane will descend from the heavens. Taking the previous reward of the golden-winged eagle along with his disciple's token, Su Qing exits the task hall. It is akin to a ride-hailing service for cultivators, remarkably convenient. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Su Qing moves with the sound of thunder, vanishing from sight in an instant. Just after leaving the gates of the sacred grounds, he stands atop a lofty peak, gazing at the clouds within arm's reach. Just as he is about to blow the whistle to summon the celestial crane, a brilliant blue sword light descends from the sky, landing beside him. It is none other than Cold Ao, who, unlike before, emanates an air of respect towards Su Qing. You are heading out on a task. Allow me to escort you. That would be great, thank you. Su Qing clutches his disciple's token, which indicates the location, the Li family in South Lake City of the Great Qing Empire. Cold Ao, taken aback by the location, nods and unleashes azure sword light that spreads beneath his feet, wide as a door panel. We can reach it in an hour. Su Qing steps onto the sword light, which soars into the sky without a hint of wind. High above the clouds, Su Qing gazes down at the earth, relishing the splendid view. Suddenly, Cold Ao speaks. Apart from you, there are already 8 candidates for the Holy Sun in the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Once 10 candidates are gathered, the assessment will commence. In a year, you will leave the area of new disciples, and they may seek to trouble you. You must grow as swiftly as possible. Su Qing's eyes gleam with excitement. Are they all exceptional physiques? Who is the strongest, and who is the weakest? The strongest is Lu He, already at the early stage of integration. However, the most formidable in battle is Yi Tian. Though he is only at the peak of the transformation stage, he can contend evenly with Lu He. It is said that he has just entered the sword tomb, and once he emerges, he will be the strongest. As for the weakest, Cold Ao smirks disdainfully. That fellow is named Yin Hai. He possesses the early stage of the nascent soul and can fight against those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul. He also hails from the Great Qin royal family. Listening to this, Su Qing feels no fear, but rather an exhilarating anticipation. These are prime opportunities, and he has been seeking good entries. They have now presented themselves on a silver platter. If he were to unleash all his hidden cards, he could easily overpower Yun Hai and even contend with those at the transformation stage. However, having only just stepped into the cultivation world a few days ago, he does not wish to draw too much attention. As the sword light descends, a vast lake lies tranquil, undisturbed by even a ripple. In the distance, a small city bustles with activity, its inhabitants casting reverent gazes at the 2 figures. Cold Ao nods slightly to Su Qing before departing. He soars into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanishes into the horizon. Su Qing gazes at the sky, admiring the elegance of sword flight. Once his destined flying sword is refined, he will likely be able to fly for a brief duration. Approaching the nearby city, Su Qing finds it to be smaller than EC City. The majority of its inhabitants are mortals, with only an occasional glimpse of a lowly cultivator. Su Qing arrives at a refined mansion and knocks lightly. This is the Li family, where it is rumored that an ancestor at the peak of Foundation establishment has recently passed away, and demons have taken over his body. It appears to be a task of little difficulty. How it feels to transition from a max-level map to a lower-level one. At that moment, the mansion door swings open. A middle-aged woman steps out, and upon seeing Su Qing's attire from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, she promptly bows. I am Liu, the current head of the Li family. Su Qing nodded and followed her through the grand entrance of the estate. Along the way, he inquired, please elaborate on the specifics. I am pressed for time. Approximately 3 months ago, the patriarch's time was up, and he completely entered nirvana. However, just 7 days after his burial, a heavenly thunderbolt cleaved open his tomb. Subsequently, in a single night, over 100 lives were lost in Nanhu City. Upon investigation, I discovered that the patriarch's coffin was shattered and his remains had vanished. Later, my father and I searched the vicinity and found the patriarch's corpse at the bottom of Nanhu Lake. My father sustained severe injuries, and in desperation, we had to seek assistance from the sacred land. Listening intently, Qing also observed her attribute panel. Initial stage foundation establishment, with the best attribute merely green. Sign-in successful. Obtained strong divine pill. Is the patriarch's corpse still at the bottom of Nanhu Lake? Qing asked. It should be. For there were more deaths in Nanhu City last night, Liu replied, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Qing nodded and activated his all-seeing eye. A peculiar aura pervaded the surroundings, reminiscent of Yin energy. The source was identified as a decorative rockery, which he pointed to directly. The dual energies of Yin and Yang converged at his fingertips, transforming into a radiant stream that shattered the rockery. Liu screamed in alarm. That was my father's sanctuary for recovery. What are you doing? Qing's gaze turned cold, as the Yin and Yang energies morphed into threads. Yanking a middle-aged man from within the rockery, he crashed heavily to the ground, causing the floor to buckle and crack. This is corpse energy. Entirely impossible for a demon to possess. You have such audacity to deceive me. The moment the man was exposed to sunlight, a look of agony crossed his face. White smoke billowing from his body with a hissing sound. Liu's aura surged fiercely, her expression turning ferocious as her initial stage foundation establishment powers erupted. Truly deserving of being a disciple of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Since you've discovered me upon your arrival, but you are merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. You might as well perish. Qing summoned a hand formed from Yin and Yang energies and struck down. Liu's soft sword was instantly shattered, embedding her into the ground as she coughed up blood. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The cultivation realms in the immortal world were like chasms, and even surpassing a minor realm in combat demanded every conceivable means. Yet this youth, merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, had dealt such a devastating blow. Enough with the idle chatter. Your Li family harbors corpses and still dares to report to the Purple Cloud Sacred Land? Qing kicked the middle-aged man toward her, then turned to leave. As for their matters, the Purple Cloud Sacred Land would handle them. The beautiful woman's eyes brimmed with malice. I curse you. Before she could finish, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, reducing the two of them to ashes. Are you insane? I can't even be bothered with you, yet you dare to provoke me. Qing scoffed, searching the estate and discovering various sinister spiritual herbs and secret techniques. He also found records indicating that the patriarch of the Li family had once been a disciple of a sect called the Corpse-Yin sect for several years, but was expelled due to poor aptitude. As his time approached, he intended to transform himself into a sinister corpse, seeking an alternative form of immortality. Simultaneously, the current head of the Li family, along with Liu, wished to transform the patriarch's body into a sinister corpse as well. The outcome was predictable, truly a case of paternal love and filial malice. Qing collected all the items, intending to return and feed them to his main body. He departed from Nanhu City, plunging into the lake with the intention of eliminating the old zombie, thus preventing it from causing further harm. This, too, would serve as a resource for cultivation. However, in an instant, he regretted his decision. At the lake's bottom stood a grotesque corpse, repugnant to the extreme. The Yin and Yang energies, infused with purple cloud divine thunder, raged violently. The entire lake erupted into tumultuous waves. Before he could even sign in, the old zombie was obliterated to nothingness. Qing leapt from the lake, water vapor rising from his form, and he retched at the sight of the sinister corpse. Truly revolting. After resting in Nanhu City, he summoned a celestial crane and swiftly took flight. The citizens of Nanhu City knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "An immortal has commanded the thunder to vanquish the demons. From this day forth, we shall know peace." On a mountaintop several hundred miles away, the 10th elder of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, Xianxian, chuckled while sipping from a wine gourd. The combination of purple cloud divine thunder and Yin and Yang energies is astonishingly potent. Although that corpse was incomplete, it rivaled the strength of an illusory core realm practitioner. The purple cloud divine thunder indeed restrains evil entities, yet this lad is merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. His combat potential is truly remarkable. It seems his chances of becoming the Holy Sun have increased. Having become this youth's protector, Xianxian lamented. Recalling his initial misjudgment of the boy's physique, life is indeed unpredictable. With a sigh, he vanished from his spot, continuing to follow Qing to the next location to safeguard him. Beneath the cerulean sky, Qing sat atop the celestial crane, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the evening sky crimson. This sensation was delightful, yet to attain true freedom, his strength remained a fraction insufficient. As night fell, with stars twinkling overhead, Su Qing reclined casually on the crane's back. His doppelganger could not cultivate. To elevate his cultivation, he needed to return to his main body and refresh himself. This entailed dissolving the doppelganger and then remanifesting it. For 3 consecutive days, he traveled, and as he approached the southern region of Deqian, the weather grew increasingly sweltering. Below, the land lay sparse with inhabitants, riddled with wide fissures. According to the map, there was a gathering place for cultivators near a volcano in the south. After all, within the volcano, there were numerous fire-attributed treasures and many rare flame spirit beasts, valuable items that could be exchanged for a considerable number of spiritual stones. Near the volcano below, ripples began to emerge, and Su Qing pointed, exclaiming, "Found it! Let us descend quickly." The celestial crane let out a high cry and dove downwards. Breaking through the ripples, the internal environment transformed into a refreshing vista. Here, the air was fragrant with the songs of birds, and the warmth was gentle. Not far away, a bustling little town came into view, appearing quite lively. Su Qing stood on the ground, watching as the celestial crane gradually ascended into the sky. Everywhere he looked, there were formations. It was indeed fascinating to have established such a place at the foot of a volcano. As the crane departed, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with golden light. Gazing around, he noticed the intricate patterns of formations everywhere. One particular area exuded an especially rich flow of spiritual energy, located within the town. It was clearly the focal point of the formations. As he approached the town, someone scoffed. A mere 6th level of Qi refinement dares to compete for the undying grass? He truly seeks death. Su Qing paid no heed, dismissing the remark as he continued forward to enter the town. However, this action seemed to enrage the speaker, as several figures immediately blocked Su Qing's path. Chapter 32, The Seed of the World Tree, Encountering Yun again. All of them were at the Foundation establishment stage, and among them stood a particularly cold-faced man at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. His expression was exceedingly grim. He was a notable figure in the southern volcano region, and today he was actually disregarded by a mere 6th level Qi refinement brat. He bellowed in fury, "Kneel and apologize, and I may spare your life." Su Qing waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. "Scram, or you will meet your demise. What are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Die." Several fire serpents materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Su Qing at breakneck speed. As the battle commenced, the crowd around them grew increasingly larger, though most were merely spectators, watching from a distance. Su Qing furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the sheer number of fools in the realm of cultivation. He had done nothing to provoke them, yet here they were. However, since they had brought their troubles upon him, he would not tolerate it. As he traversed the surroundings, the dual energies of yin and yang swirled around him, manifesting a colossal taiji diagram that spun with remarkable speed. In an instant, it extinguished the fiery serpents, and the assailants were reduced to crimson mist, unable to utter a single scream. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, recognizing the legendary phenomenon known as the unparalleled taiji. Indeed, this young man, merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, had effortlessly vanquished those at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. What extraordinary lineage did he hail from? As the news of the immortal grass spread, chaos ensued. At the back of the crowd, Yun observed the scene. At that moment, she had assumed a completely different appearance, her aura transformed. She mused internally that he too had undertaken the quest for the immortal grass. Acquiring it was fraught with challenges, and perhaps she could seek his assistance. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that she had once dismissed this task as inconsequential. Yet later, someone had obtained the immortal grass and, through its power, underwent a profound transformation, ultimately embarking on the path to immortality. Although that person had vanished thereafter, he had been an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator before consuming the immortal grass, possessing rather mediocre potential, unfit to ever break into the golden core stage. After defeating that individual in her previous life, Yun had inquired about his experiences. Thus she now knew the precise location of the immortal grass. Should the phoenix immortal body undergo another metamorphosis, she was confident she could swiftly reclaim her peak prowess from her past life. However, that location was home to a soon-to-give-birth extraordinary beast, the Bile, which possessed the strength of the nascent soul. Although the individual from her past life had mentioned this, many details remained concealed. Yun was unaware of the true nature of that place and realized she could only collaborate with Su Qing for greater assurance. While the Holy Land had protectors, those ancient figures would only intervene in life or death situations. Yun wished to avoid such extremes. She quietly departed, vanishing into the throng. Su Qing had long noticed her. The brilliance of the colorful title was simply too glaring. Yet, he chose not to expose her. Observing the system panel before him, he noted, "Sign-in successful, received 10 high-grade spirit stones." Sign-in successful, received low-grade spirit artifact, wind and thunder boots. Sign-in successful, received world tree seed. Su Qing contemplated the items he acquired from the sign-in, especially amidst the tumult surrounding Yunyan. World tree seed can be integrated into one's inner space, transforming it into a growing world that continually supplies spiritual energy. Once the world tree fully matures, it will possess various miraculous properties, granting several divine abilities and significantly enhancing one's combat prowess. At that moment, within the secluded cabin of the Xixiao Holy Land, Su Qing's true self opened his eyes. He extracted the world tree seed and placed it into his inner space. He was uncertain how long he would be in seclusion this time, but despite his sigh, a smile graced his features. He then closed his eyes again, holding the enlightenment stone, resuming his comprehension of the techniques and the refinement of treasures. As Su Qing made his way toward the small town at the foot of the volcano, the gazes of everyone around him brimmed with reverence, their demeanor considerably more respectful. They voluntarily parted to create a path for him. Upon entering the town, Su Qing observed his surroundings, simultaneously signing in on everyone he encountered. As he was currently in dire need of cultivation resources, suddenly, he noticed a nearby building named Miaofeng, radiating with golden light, the gleam of golden titles. However, this place was filled with the laughter and playful banter of women, adorned with pink ribbons, leaving no doubt as to its nature. Su Qing had heard tales of such establishments before his transmigration, yet he had not anticipated encountering one in reality. For a moment, he hesitated. After all, those were golden titles. Even within the Xixiao Holy Land, they were quite rare, yet here they were. He retrieved a high-grade spirit stone from his pocket and approached the establishment. The surrounding distractions faded from his mind. These women were all practitioners of sinister techniques that ensnared souls and siphoned essence. Ignoring the advances of the brothel's madam, he casually found a place to sit. His gaze fixated on a figure not far away. That person was accompanied by an alluring woman who was sipping wine. Lin Feng. Identity: discarded son of the Lin family. Bearer of great fortune. Talent: turns misfortune into fortune, avoids calamity, under the protection of fate. Title: body of heavenly luck, blessed by the heavenly Tao. Description: his fortune has been fully unsealed, and he is on the verge of soaring to great heights. Su Qing observed the system panel. Initiating a sign-in on this golden title. Sign-in successful, received the title of Defiant One. Defiant One, a pitiful individual targeted by the heavenly Tao, constantly subjected to its malice, yet can plunder the heavenly fortune from others, significantly enhancing their cultivation. Su Qing regarded this title with a hint of bemusement. He accepted the moniker of an outsider, for indeed he was a transmigrator, his soul originating from another world. Yet, with the emergence of this new title, it seemed he was destined to stand in opposition to the heavenly Tao. Su Qing downed the drink on the table in one gulp, tossed the spirit stone aside, and made his way outside. Lin Feng suddenly lifted his head to gaze toward the entrance, feeling an inexplicable animosity rising within him toward the stranger, despite not recognizing him. It was indeed peculiar. Su Qing departed Miaofeng and wandered through the town, where everyone appeared to be discussing the immortal grass. Recent phenomena had been frequent. It seemed the legendary immortal grass was nearing maturity. There was no point in dwelling on it. Such a precious herb was beyond the reach of mere mortals like themselves. Increasingly, more powerful cultivators were gathering here, suggesting an impending instability. As Su Qing traversed various stalls, he listened attentively for the awakening of myriad titles, hoping to glean information from herbs or extraordinary beasts, yet he was met with disappointment. Just then, he felt a sudden urge to turn his head. At the street corner stood a girl in red, smiling as she gazed in his direction. Chapter 33, Blood Essence, Entering the Volcano. Yunyan's voice echoed in Su Qing's ears. I need to speak with you. Come with me. Su Qing followed her to a secluded corner of the street. Yunyan smiled gently, clapping her hands, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence, isolated by an array. I know the location of the immortal grass, but I require your assistance. Once we obtain it, I can share some with you, she said calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips. To her surprise, Su Qing shook his head, refusing outright. Yunyan's eyes narrowed. She assumed Su Qing had become arrogant after displaying his talents, a transformation she had witnessed before. The immortal grass is yours, and I can assist, but once you undergo your transformation with it, I will need 3 drops of your blood essence. Su Qing's tone remained indifferent. Though Yunyan could not decipher his intentions, she surmised he sought to cultivate some secret technique or refine a treasure. I agree, she replied. But during the transformation, you must protect me. It's not our first time. Trust me, Su Qing responded with a smile, contemplating that after the transformation of the phoenix immortal body, its divine abilities would surely become even more formidable. If he were to consume Yunyan's blood essence, he too could acquire such a physique. Possessing the 9 transformation emperor talisman, along with spatial talents and the blood sea anomaly, as well as the ability to create clones. I am certain that if I were to acquire the nirvana talent, my capability for self-preservation would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new echelon. Though I find myself in little peril, with my true self still diligently cultivating, the ability to safeguard one's life is something that, while it may not always be employed, must never be neglected. Indeed, the more means one has, the better. Thus, without further ado, let us venture into the southern volcano today. As Yunyan gazed upon the resurgent phenomena of the southern volcano, a glimmer of crimson flashed in her eyes. Su Qing had no objections. The sooner this task was completed, the sooner he could return to the Xixiao sacred land. After all, beyond resource collection, this clone of his needed to investigate matters concerning the foundation of the Great Tao. Suddenly, Su Qing recalled that Yunyan, in her previous life, had been the empress of a celestial dynasty, and must surely possess knowledge about the foundation of the Great Tao. As the two departed the small town and entered the volcanic region, Su Qing inquired, "As you are the princess of the Dai-Qian Empire, do you possess knowledge of the foundation of the Great Tao?" Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Yunyan was momentarily taken aback. "You certainly dare to dream. Such a thing may not even exist in this grand world. While the foundation of the mortal path can easily be achieved with foundation pills, the foundation of the earthly path requires the absorption of the earth's aura, and the foundation of the heavenly path necessitates the inhalation of celestial breath. As for the foundation of the Great Tao, it has only ever manifested in the mythic figures of the primordial age." Su Qing chuckled and nodded. "I merely inquired out of curiosity, having only read about it in ancient texts. Do not aim too high. While the opportunity for the foundation of the Great Tao may be elusive, the foundation of the heavenly path is still attainable. If you agree to assist me with a certain task, I could reveal to you the location of celestial breath." Yunyan's gaze deepened. With Su Qing's assistance, the first step of her plan could be swiftly realized. Su Qing cautiously nodded. "I am only at the 6th level of qi refinement, still some distance from reaching the pinnacle. Let us first acquire the undying grass, and we shall discuss other matters afterward." "Very well." A hint of disappointment flickered in Yunyan's eyes as she continued deeper into the volcano with Su Qing. The further they ventured, the more intense the heat became. The magma bubbling in the surrounding craters sent waves of scorching air rippling through the atmosphere. Just then, a massive crimson bird erupted from the volcano, engulfed in magma. Charging towards them, with a casual wave of his hand, Su Qing summoned the Xixiao divine thunder, instantly cleaving the crimson bird into a myriad of flames, scattering it about. This creature is indeed peculiar. It has taken on a fiery form. It is no surprise. Fire's spiritual energy, when condensed over time, can manifest into various beastly forms, becoming fire spiritual beasts. Some of these beasts harbor fire spirit pearls within them, which are undoubtedly treasures, Yunyan elucidated. These fire spiritual beasts posed no threat to either of them. As Su Qing occasionally collected spiritual herbs from the volcanic crater, Yunyan paid them no heed. Eventually, they arrived at a black dead volcano deep within the volcanic cluster. Yunyan's gaze sharpened. "This is the place. We shall descend." With that, she leapt directly into the volcano's mouth. Su Qing followed closely behind. Despite being a dead volcano, the interior remained sweltering, with walls embedded with glowing red stones. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, accompanied by a sharp explosive sound. Yunyan's expression turned grave. "The guardian spiritual beast of the undying grass has arrived. You must hold it off while I delve deeper into the volcano to retrieve it." Su Qing had no objections, but reminded her, "Do not forget your promise to me." "I shall not forget," Yunyan replied, and in an instant, her figure vanished from sight. Moments later, Su Qing felt an overwhelming surge of energy, the temperature around them escalating rapidly. Before him appeared a colossal white bird, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters. As it soared, the volcanic crystals shattered into powder beneath its path. Upon inspecting the attributes of this great bird, he discovered it to be a spiritual beast named by Luan, albeit with impure bloodlines. It had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm and bore a purple attribute. Su Qing began to sign in, stretching his limbs. For he had not encountered a worthy opponent since emerging from the bone forest, and he could not afford to reveal too many of his trump cards within the Xixiao sacred land. A fearsome, grotesque shadow of a beast materialized around him. Resembling a towering werewolf, its explosive physique adorned with bone spurs. The terrifying shadow was engulfed in black flames from the underworld, the hellfire, flickering with white lightning from the Xixiao divine thunder. Bai Luan's eyes burned a deep crimson. Having lost all rationality, it lunged at Su Qing with its sharp claws. Yet, Su Qing's figure seemed to dissipate into the wind, reappearing directly behind it. a streak of blood stained by Luan's pristine feathers. The bird emitted a pained shriek as pure white flames ignited upon its form, the ethereal white feathers floating about the confined space of the volcanic crater. With a thunderous explosion, the eruption sent plumes of smoke billowing forth, the surface of the massive dead volcano cracking, as if on the verge of collapse. Luan momentarily relaxed, believing that such an assault could not be survived even by a nascent soul cultivator. However, it soon sensed a life-threatening peril. A spatial rift opened, and Qing appeared at Luan's neck. Transforming his claws into a fist, he struck down decisively. Luan crashed heavily to the ground, debris cascading down to bury it. As the shadow of the beast dissipated from Qing, he mused on the sheer destructive power of such a broad attack within the confines of the volcano. Unfortunately, my spatial talents render this futile against me. As the system panel materialized before his eyes, he observed the spoils of his recent sign-in. Chapter 34. Encountering Trouble, the Devouring of the Universe Anomaly. Sign-in successful. Obtain the Feather of the Celestial Phoenix. Feather of the Celestial Phoenix, a plume from the Celestial Phoenix of the Immortal Realm. Usable as material for forging or for cultivating fire-related divine arts. Qing regarded the system panel with satisfaction. This item could be consumed by his true self, potentially granting him some of the Celestial Phoenix's divine abilities. Just then, Yunyan soared out from the depths of the volcano, resembling a streak of red light. Her face registered astonishment at the scene before her. What have you done to cause such a commotion? Qing waved his hand dismissively. It was not me. It was by Luan's innate divine ability. Yunyan scrutinized Qing intently, realizing that he had acquired something remarkable during their time together. However, secrets were a universal currency, and she felt it inappropriate to press for details. The tumult they had stirred would surely attract many. We must depart swiftly. Qing gestured toward the buried Luan. That spiritual bird is not dead yet. You might as well collect it. I do find it useful. Thank you. A radiant glow emanated from the red ring in Yunyan's hand as she drew Luan into it. Just as they were about to leave the volcano's mouth, several figures appeared not far away. It seems that you have obtained the undying grass. If you hand it over willingly, you might just save your lives. One young man, clad in splendid attire, lounged casually atop a war chariot, his tone nonchalant. 4 dragon-scaled horses, each exuding the aura of the nascent soul realm, pulled the chariot forward. The individuals standing behind him were equally formidable, all above the nascent soul stage, with one having even reached the god transformation stage. Yunyan's expression fluctuated. She had not anticipated attracting such attention. This was Wang Tai-Su of the Eternal Ancient Clan. In her past life, this individual had indeed been drawn by the news of the undying grass, lingering around the southern volcano for an extended duration. Eventually, a youth named Lin Feng acquired the undying grass, and Wang Tai-Su relentlessly pursued him for decades. Qing, however, found himself intrigued. He had been seeking an opportunity for pressure, and now it had presented itself. Yunyan's eyes transformed into a crimson hue as she contemplated unleashing her hidden cards. The divine artifact from her previous life, the Celestial Emperor's tool, still held remnants of power, and the treasure that enabled her to traverse through time and resurrect could also be activated. The figures before her formed a formation that encased their surroundings in a binding array. Wang Tai-Su rose, his expression turning frigid. It seems you are unwilling to relent. Do not blame me for what follows. As those figures advanced, Qing prepared to unleash his own fury, casting aside any thoughts of hidden cards. The arrogance of this young man was intolerable, and failing to confront him would leave him ill at ease. As for exposure, he could always retreat into hiding. A terrifying beastly roar echoed ominously just as he was about to unleash his ultimate move. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the heavens. The 10th elder of the Xixiao sacred land, Xian, stepped forward, and in an instant, dozens of volcanoes erupted in a cataclysmic collapse. A white-clad female sword immortal floated down gracefully, her sword merely unsheathed slightly, yet a formidable sword aura surged forth, instantly annihilating the group, including the formidable transformation stage expert. Yunyan swiftly retracted her aura, her pupils returning to their normal state. Wang Tai-Su's countenance shifted dramatically. Moments ago, he had seemed the one in control. Yet now the tables had turned. Nevertheless, he feigned composure, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the divine scion of the ancient royal family." Xian smiled. "I am the 10th elder of the Xixiao sacred land, and the 9th elder." He continued, "Should you wish to engage in battle of equal standing, even if it leads to my demise, I would not object. However, using force to suppress others is something the Xixiao sacred land will never condone." Wang Tai-Su felt a wave of retreat wash over him, realizing the depth of their background and the presence of 2 powerful beings nearby. "In that case, this matter is a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave." However, The moment he uttered these words, darkness enveloped him. Su Qing struck him across the face with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Did you consult me before making your escape?" Wang Tai-su was seething with indignation. The vivid imprint of Su Qing's hand glaringly apparent on his face. "Do not overstep your bounds. Even in a fair fight, you could never match my prowess." Ignoring him completely, Su Qing delivered another slap. "You are despicable. Have the audacity to give me time to prepare." With a series of resounding slaps, Su Qing continued, "If you do not suppress your cultivation, you cannot possibly compete with me. I detest those who flaunt their superiority in my presence." At this moment, Wang Tai-su was utterly humiliated. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to utilize his spiritual power. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator with a void-breaking divine body, he was rendered powerless before this sixth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. His innate talents lay dormant, unable to be activated. After delivering dozens of slaps, Su Qing stepped back, satisfied with Wang Tai-su's now swollen visage resembling that of a pig's head. Wang Tai-su's aura surged violently, countless thin spatial fissures materializing around him. "Do not push me too far. Let us engage in a fair battle. I am willing to suppress my cultivation." Standing behind Xian, Su Qing chuckled, "My apologies, but I no longer wish to fight." Yun Yan, witnessing this, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Xian shook his head, bemused, since revealing his talents. This young man had become increasingly unrestrained, a stark contrast to his previously cautious demeanor during their time at the Imperial Demon Mine. Before the two great elders, Wang Tai-su dared not strike first. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in frustration, he glared fiercely at Su Qing. "I will not let this go. You will pay for this." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Su Qing shouted after him, "You were the one who ambushed me first. I won't let you off the hook either. Come find me at the Xixiao sacred land if you dare." As this commotion unfolded, the gathered cultivators merely observed from a distance. Xian remarked, "This place is no longer safe. We should return to the sacred land." The sword-wielding woman nodded, her demeanor icy. "Very well." They vanished with Su Qing and Yun Yan as the crowd dispersed. It seemed the rumors of the eternal grass were indeed true. It had been acquired by the Xixiao sacred land. This was hardly surprising, for this region's most formidable power was the Xixiao sacred land. What was the name of that young man in splendid attire who had managed to reduce the royal scion to a laughingstock? His fame was destined to soar. The Wang family had suffered a significant loss of face. Among the crowd, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling gnawing at his heart, as though something precious had been taken from him. On the flying vessel above, the white-clad sword immortal stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. Xian admonished, "You have been rather reckless this time. Having just begun your training, you dared to venture into such perilous territory." Su Qing inquired, "Was it not said that you would not intervene unless it was a life-or-death situation? That is contingent upon certain conditions. Should we encounter heirs from other major forces, we can reveal ourselves and exert our strength," Xian explained. Su Qing nodded, understanding that such rules existed. While feigning admiration for the scenery, he discreetly examined his system interface. Sign-in successful, obtained void-breaking divine body. The void-breaking divine body grants mastery over space, possessing a unique ability for spatial traversal. To his astonishment, he had successfully signed in for the divine body of Wang Tai-su. He then turned his gaze towards the two elders, selecting the sign-in option for Xian. Only a single purple entry remained, labeled Devour Demon. Sign-in successful, gained the Demon-Devouring Universal Phenomenon. Demon-Devouring Universal, an unparalleled divine ability that can disrupt all, breaking all constraints, combining attack, defense, and control into one. Su Qing contemplated the system panel, surprised to uncover yet another phenomenon, seemingly powerful but not to be used lightly, given the Xixiao sacred land's opposition to demonic forces. He turned his attention to the white-clad woman before him, her attributes materializing in his view. Chapter 35. Ice Soul, Immortal Sword, Celestial Dew. Shangwanqian. Identity, 9th Elder of the Xixiao Sacred Land. Talent, Supreme Forgetting of Emotions, Ice Heart. Entries, Ice Soul, Immortal Body, Heart Sword, Cold God Sword Intent. Entry, a tragic childhood has ensnared her heart with demonic thoughts, compelling her to cultivate the supreme forgetting of emotions to eradicate her desires. Su Qing, indifferent to her past, merely sought to sign in. He proceeded to sign in on the Ice Soul, Immortal Body. Sign-in successful, obtained the Immortal Sword, Ice Soul. Ice Soul, an immortal sword imbued with formidable cold energy, capable of freezing the 9 heavens and the galactic river, possessing immense lethality. 2 hours later, at the gates of the Xixiao sacred land, the two elders had long departed, leaving Su Qing and Yun Yan exchanging glances. This matter had been resolved flawlessly. Yet Su Qing reminded, Do not forget the promise you made to me. He bid farewell and headed toward his residence. Yun watched Su Qing's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes glimmering with intrigue, as she pondered, how did he manage to suppress the royal scion? This technique is unlike anything I've seen, reminiscent of certain unique celestial beasts' innate abilities. Should I gain his assistance, the pursuit of the Deqian imperial throne would surely become much easier. Su Qing did not rush back to the courtyard, but instead made his way to the task hall, briefly summarizing the status of the two missions and receiving the corresponding rewards. Upon returning to his quarters, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, returning to his true self. At this moment, Su Qing reflected on his gains, in addition to the spiritual stones acquired from completing the tasks. In the city of Nanhu, I gathered an assortment of herbs from the Li family and subsequently signed in at the southern volcano, acquiring a considerable bounty of cultivation resources. Notably, I obtained seeds from the world tree and feathers of the celestial phoenix, along with 2 golden attributes. The first, the rebellious one attribute, was procured from the fateful Lin foam, while the second, the void divine body attribute, was acquired through signing in with Wang Tai Su. Furthermore, I received the devouring universe phenomenon from Elder Jiao, Xian, as well as the ice soul immortal sword from him. Overall, this harvest proved to be quite satisfactory. Su Qing once again plunged into profound cultivation. Currently, I found myself exceptionally busy, not only refining treasures and training divine abilities, but also expanding my internal space into a miniature world. As for the cultivation of my physical body, I had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. However, I could not establish a foundation for the great Tao at this stage and could only further enhance my physical cultivation. While refining treasures, the influence of various artifacts accelerated the strengthening of my physique. Additionally, with the body refinement attribute, my corporeal form was continuously fortifying. Each day, aside from the evenings spent fishing through time, I had yet to catch anything remarkable, which left me somewhat speechless. Although the acquisition of items was random, my luck seemed rather bleak. For half a month, I had caught nothing but a large rock or an ordinary tree. Adjusting my mindset, I continued my cultivation. Sensing my perpetual growth was indeed a marvelous experience. On a particular afternoon, under the blazing sun, a phenomenon erupted once more. A celestial phoenix soared across the heavens, spreading its wings wide, yearning to rival the sky in height. This spectacle persisted for a quarter of an hour before dissipating. In the courtyard where Yun resided, the crimson light in her eyes faded. This transformation had catapulted me to the pinnacle of qi refinement, and the sensation was truly delightful. A jade vial appeared in her hand as she let 5 drops of blood fall from her fingertips. Her complexion paled momentarily, yet the fire of rebirth ignited upon her, restoring her to her former state in an instant. With the jade vial in hand, she made her way toward the distant thicket. Su Qing sat on the rooftop basking in the sun, the yin-yang taiji diagram swirling behind him, channeling solar energy downwards. Resources were indeed in short supply. Having exhausted all resources, my physical cultivation realm barely reached half a step into the nascent soul stage. Yet, Su Qing had not anticipated this remarkable pace, having only been in training for less than a month. At that moment, the formation outside the thicket emitted fluctuations, indicating the presence of a visitor. Perched upon Su Qing's shoulder was Xiao Jin, who leaped off the rooftop. Upon arriving at the edge of the woods, he observed Yun standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Upon noticing Su Qing's emergence, her gaze sharpened, and she tossed him a jade vial, fulfilling a prior promise. Inside were 5 drops of my essence blood. Su Qing caught it deftly, noticing the vial radiating a vibrant crimson glow, bursting with unimaginable vitality. You sought me out. Speak your mind, he urged. I have received word of a newly emerged secret realm in the East Sea, and I invite you to join me, Yun replied nonchalantly. Su Qing shook his head. Expressing disinterest, I shall pass. He was well aware that the blood demon was sealed in the East Sea, with several avatars lurking there, making it exceedingly perilous. That realm had never been traversed, and its interior might harbor unimaginable benefits, potentially containing the essence of the great Tao that could aid one in establishing a foundation. Suit yourself, Yun said, preparing to depart. Yet Su Qing was unwilling to let her go, for she was a reincarnator, undoubtedly privy to vital information. There might indeed be Tao essence within that realm. I can accompany you to that secret realm. Everything else is yours, but the Tao essence is mine by right. No, we shall act separately. You may need to assist me in fending off 2 waves of pursuers, even if it means a meager reward of 2 additional drops of essence blood. In a few days, when we set off, I will inform you, Yun concluded, departing leisurely. Holding the jade vial, Su Qing returned to the courtyard, deep in contemplation, unable to discern Yun's true intentions. He was acutely aware that this cunning old witch would not part with 2 drops of essence blood without ulterior motives. However, she had first bestowed upon him the god-demon body, then granted him the essence blood. It felt somewhat remiss not to reciprocate her generosity. Ultimately, he resolved to dispatch a clone while refraining from direct involvement himself. Su Qing maintained the belief that Yun Yan, having lived countless years in her past life, was an intricately scheming old sorceress. Entering his abode, he gazed at the system panel before him. He had successfully signed in on the last attribute associated with Yun Yan. Sign-in successful. Obtain Celestial Spirit Dew. Celestial Spirit Dew, a supreme celestial treasure, capable of transforming one's physique fundamentally and enabling 2 metamorphoses. Although he had completed the sign-in on Yun Yan's attributes, she was a special figure. There remained a chance for random item acquisition from her. And with a stroke of luck, one could procure something extraordinary. Taking out the celestial phoenix feather and holding Yun Yan's essence blood in the other hand, he began to devour and refine them. The searing white fire of rebirth enveloped his body, and Su Qing's expression relaxed significantly. This rebirth fire was truly soothing, akin to soaking in a hot spring, each cell brimming with vitality. Compared to the coldness of the nether fire, Su Qing decidedly favored this flame. Observing the system panel, he noted the addition of 4 new talents: Fire Bath, Rebirth, Indestructible, and Nirvana. A smile graced Su Qing's lips, as it seemed he had indeed gained more from Yun Yan. The Fire Bath talent allowed him to disregard all fire-related divine abilities and spells. Rebirth enabled instantaneous recovery in the face of severe injury, while Indestructible facilitated swift healing. As for Nirvana, the accompanying Nirvana fire ability could rapidly mend injuries and serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Furthermore, each instance of Nirvana would yield a transformation, whether in talent or cultivation, albeit under somewhat stringent conditions. Su Qing sensed the substantial transformation occurring within his physique, contemplating the possibility of obtaining additional sources of physical essence or blood during his journey. Knowing full well that his devouring heavenly body could infinitely stack physical talents and abilities, perhaps he should consider raiding the ancient tomb of the Xixiao Sacred Land. Chapter 36. Scheming the ancient tomb of Xixiao Sacred Land, emergence of the East Sea Secret Realm. Yet, such notions were merely fleeting thoughts. The Xixiao Sacred Land was teeming with formidable figures, many of whom had reached the ascension stage. The tomb guardians were undoubtedly even more formidable. Moreover, should that ancient being be resting within a coffin, disaster would surely befall him. Such occurrences were not beyond the realm of possibility. And Su Qing recalled the events concerning the Li family of Nanhu. While the Xixiao Sacred Land did not practice corpse refinement, Su Qing had encountered texts indicating that some powerful beings, upon failing to ascend, might choose to disintegrate their bodies, transforming into scattered immortals. Though not true immortals, they possessed the strength of one and could roam the mortal realm. The ancient tomb of the Xixiao Sacred Land might very well house such entities. Perhaps it would be prudent to first investigate some smaller sects. The rebirth fire and the nether fire, one black, one white, ignited around him, causing Su Qing's body to tremble. His physical cultivation ascended to the nascent soul stage, and the progress bar for refining treasures within him surged significantly. Several flying swords floated before him, namely the primordial, the Wudao, and the ice soul. The primordial and Wudao were his primary flying swords, yet the ice soul was not. Although this sword was indeed a celestial weapon, it had lost its potential for growth. Furthermore, it did not resonate with him. While he could wield it, he could barely unleash even half its power. Currently, the innate grade of the ice soul is merely that of an exquisite artifact, yet it possesses the extraordinary ability to unleash a power of 130. In contrast, the unfettered can exert a staggering force of 300, and that was before it acquired the attributes of the reversal. With the recent enhancements, it is likely even more formidable. However, to consume the ice soul as a resource for cultivation feels somewhat regrettable. Ultimately, Su Qing decides it is best to keep it, for it is a celestial sword, not to mention aesthetically pleasing. The emanating chill can also temper his physical form, rendering him stronger. He retracts several flying swords back into his body. It is not until the deep of night that Su Qing successfully consolidates his cultivation, elevating his physical physique to a new level. Delicate threads of transparency appear at his fingertips, signaling the commencement of his daily anticipated endeavor, fishing in the fabric of time and space. Su Qing's brow furrows slightly, for he hears the ominous roars of ferocious beasts emanating from the other side of the spatial rift. Were it not for the all-listening attribute, he would have remained oblivious. Nevertheless, he continues to fish, awaiting the moment when a precious catch will take the bait. Simultaneously, in a realm reminiscent of ancient wilderness, a youth clad in tattered animal hides flees for his life. Yuval Demon Kin, How could you devour my entire tribe? He cries, tears of blood streaming from his eyes as he roars in despair. The monstrous beast pursuing him shakes the very ground with each step, drawing ever closer. In utter hopelessness, the youth shuts his eyes. Yet, in that instant, the mountain-like beast comes to an abrupt halt, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This leaves the youth in stunned silence. But upon recalling the complete destruction of his tribe, he collapses helplessly to the ground. At that moment, he yearns desperately for power. Suddenly, a stone beside him radiates a dark light, enveloping the youth in its glow. Su Qing observes the system panel. Fishing successful. Obtain Blood Shadow Mad Lion at the transformation stage. The Blood Shadow Mad Lion tumbles out from the temporal rift, but before it can even roar, Su Qing delivers a powerful punch, smashing its head and casting it into a black hole to transform into resources. It was about time something fortunate emerged from the darkness. Activating the Heavenly Deception attribute, Su Qing produces the Celestial Dew and swallows it whole, eagerly anticipating the transformation of his devouring body. 10 days later, Su Qing slightly opens his eyes, sensing the profound metamorphosis of his constitution. His physique is now tens of times stronger than before. While his cultivation level has reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, with his divine abilities and manifestations significantly enhanced, he begins to stabilize his realm, adapting to the evolution of his body. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, a gathering of elders wears grim expressions. The recent reinforcement of the Blood Demon Seal resulted in the loss of a Great Ascension Elder. It is known that Great Ascension Elders represent the pinnacle of combat power within the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, and their numbers are few. The second Elder's countenance darkens, his aura unstable as he addresses the Sacred Master of Purple Cloud. All the powerful beings guarding the Blood Demon Seal from the Penglai Immortal Sect have become avatars of the Blood Demon. It was my momentary oversight that led to the tragic death of my junior brother. However, fortunately, the reinforcement of the Blood Demon Seal has been successful, ensuring peace for the next millennium. The Sacred Master of Purple Cloud nods. This cannot be held against you. The Blood Demon is inherently elusive and indestructible. Otherwise, it would have been slain long ago and not sealed in the East Sea. You may disperse now. I have additional matters to report. During our battle, the turbulence in the East Sea unexpectedly revealed a peculiar small world. After dispatching people to explore, I discovered it is a previously uncharted realm, housing vast resources. A slight frown creases the Sacred Master of Purple Cloud's brow. What seems to be the issue? It appears that the small world possesses intelligence. Only those in the Qi refinement stage can enter. Beyond that, it becomes precarious, as if it may collapse at any moment, the second elder elaborates. Then let us send some Qi refinement disciples to venture forth. The 10th elder, Xian, brightens with an idea. Su Qing's combat prowess is extraordinary, and he possesses numerous means. He even managed to temporarily subdue the Wang family's divine son of the nascent soul stage. Should he enter this secret realm, he would become an invincible presence. He promptly proposes. The 9th candidate for the sacred son, Su Qing, possesses the yin-yang sacred body and unparalleled combat capabilities. He should lead the expedition. No, the dangers within that secret realm are manifold, and we cannot enter to provide assistance. What if such a prodigious talent were to perish therein? The second elder counters. At that moment, the Sacred Master of Purple Cloud, seated above, interjects. Very well. Let Su Qing, Yun Yin, and Murong Shui lead the way. As for the dangers, we shall provide ample protective artifacts. With the Sacred Master of Purple Cloud's decree, silence envelopes the assembly, effectively approving the decision. Outside Su Qing's courtyard, in the dense forest, Yun Yin sits perched upon a branch while Su Qing rests not far away. The secret realm has already been activated, and the Purple Cloud Sacred Land will soon dispatch a vessel to the site. Some peak Qi refinement disciples will enter, unaware that their entry will result in random teleportation. Yun Yin shares some updates with a smile. Su Qing, puzzled, questions, if entering results in random teleportation, then wouldn't it be meaningless for you to accompany me? Why bother expending 2 drops of blood? I have my ways to communicate with you, Yin Yin replies. A white thread manifesting on her right middle finger, tethering it to Su Qing's left middle finger. This is a heart's bond, no matter the distance. It will guide you to me. With a playful smile, Yun Yin raises her middle finger and departs. Su Qing gazes at his finger in a daze, pondering, fortunately. This is merely a clone, otherwise, binding it to my true self would be disastrous. Chapter 37. Arriving at the depths of the East Sea, encountering the growth attribute again. The clone, having returned to the true self and been released once more, now possesses strength indistinguishable from the original. His cultivation has reached the peak of Qi refinement, while his body refinement level stands at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. His combat prowess has increased significantly. and Su Qing estimates he could contend with those at the transformation stage. Should his true self employ various treasures, his combat strength would indeed reach an unimaginable level. Moments later, another streak of light descends. Ying Xian regards Su Qing with a serious expression. You will lead the expedition to the East Sea secret realm. Utmost caution is imperative. As he speaks, he retrieves a massive hammer from his spatial ring. This is my weapon, the primordial immortal hammer, which has attained the level of a pseudo-immortal artifact. Should you encounter danger, you may summon the inner spirit of the weapon. Su Qing nods solemnly. Thank you for your concern, 10th Elder. I assure you, I will be fine. That is good to hear. The celestial vessel is prepared for departure. Gather your belongings and proceed to the sacred land's entrance. With that, Ying Xian vanishes, leaving Su Qing holding a hammer far larger than himself. Feeling somewhat disheveled in the wind. Isn't this a tad hasty? He turns to glance at the wooden cabin before making his way to the sacred land's entrance with the oversized hammer in tow. Could you possibly shrink a bit? The hammer trembles slightly, emitting a glow as it swiftly diminishes in size until it is no thicker than a thumb. Su Qing arrives at the entrance of the purple cloud's sacred land, where a white dragon-patterned flying vessel hovers, exuding an air of magnificence. At the forefront stands Morong Shui, serene and composed, her icy demeanor causing other disciples to hesitate in approaching. Whispers circulate among the crowd. The announcement of this secret realm just came. And we are set to depart already. This is far too rushed. You do not understand. With newly discovered realms, the sooner one arrives, the better. Do you believe that disciples of the Penglai immortal sect have not already reached the entrance? Indeed, such an uncharted realm is undoubtedly filled with myriad benefits. It is said that within lies a rare celestial herb. Su Qing ascended the flying vessel, brimming with curiosity, pondering the origins of such intelligence. Why was he left in ignorance? Nevertheless, it was of little concern. He commenced the sign-in process. Sign-in successful, obtained clarity pill. Sign-in successful, obtained 10 high-grade spirit stones. Su Qing glanced at the remaining 4 golden entries belonging to Morong Shui. Ice and Snow Throne, Cold Sky Phenomenon, Ice and Snow Sacred Body, and Reincarnation Seal. He already possessed an ample array of phenomena and physical attributes. Ultimately, he chose to sign in under the Ice and Snow Throne entry. Sign-in successful, obtained Eternal Throne. Eternal Throne, celestial artifact, capable of growth, accompanied by an eternal domain that significantly enhances one's combat power while drastically diminishing that of adversaries. The portion of power weakened in enemies will also augment oneself. Within the domain, one can perceive the loyalty of subordinates and the favorability of others towards oneself. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. This treasure was indeed remarkable. Yet, he currently lacked subordinates and had no immediate intention of establishing a faction. Even so, it was a highly promising celestial artifact, worthy of refining at his main body. As a crimson shadow descended upon the flying vessel, Yun Yen revealed herself, gazing contemplatively at the sky, lost in thought. With her arrival, the vessel gradually ascended, hurtling towards the eastern sea. Su Qing reclined on the wooden bench at the rear, closing his eyes to replenish his energy. His sole objective for this journey was the essence of the Tao. However, should that realm lack such essence, he would strive to collect as many cultivation resources as possible. As the vessel traversed the clouds, its speed intensified. Gazing at the distant azure sea, Yun Yen was engulfed in reminiscence. In her previous life, she and Morong Shui were the only ones to emerge alive from the realm, while the remaining disciples of the Xixiao Holy Land perished within. Yet this time, a variable had entered the equation, Su Qing. What unforeseen events might unfold? Crossing the cerulean waters, they arrived at a barren island, marked by a colossal fissure. The chasm was shrouded in darkness, unfathomably deep, emanating inexplicable spatial fluctuations that caused ripples to radiate outward. In the distance, another massive flying vessel hovered in the air. Crowded with peak Qi refinement disciples, it was the vessel of the Penglai immortal sect. At the forefront stood an elder, who exclaimed, "Brother Ying Xian, you have arrived rather late." Ying Xian stepped from the cabin, smiling as he replied, "As long as I have yet to arrive, you must await my presence." Both parties, composed of powerful Mahayana cultivators, exuded an invisible aura, engaged in a fierce contest of might. Let us dispense with pleasantries and usher the disciples inside. Their fates are of no concern. With a joint effort, the previously tumultuous spatial fluctuations began to stabilize, forming a pitch-black spatial tunnel. The two flying vessels settled beside the barren isle, and the once tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves. Su Qing turned his gaze towards the disciples of the Penglai immortal sect, intending to sign in before entering the realm. However, upon inspecting their profiles, he was taken aback. Astonishingly, 1/3 of the disciples were blood demon avatars. What had transpired within the Penglai immortal sect? glancing at the Mahayana elder. He felt relieved that he had not been possessed by a blood demon, though he bore a solitary purple entry, Master of Formations. Su Qing promptly initiated the sign-in process. Sign-in successful, acquired blood demon qi. Sign-in successful, acquired xianxia blood qi. Sign-in successful, acquired blood spirit pill. Sign-in successful, acquired formation master. Formation master. As one learns and comprehends various formations, the entry will continue to evolve. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. He had unexpectedly obtained a growth-oriented entry, a truly invaluable asset. Visions of diverse formation knowledge flooded his mind as if he had immersed himself in it for many years. Formations were incredibly useful. As long as the materials were sufficient, one could set them up in advance at the enemy's location. Even those with far superior cultivation would fall victim to their traps. The 9 demonic lords who traversed this world were currently known to be sealed by formations, including the Blood Demon and the Emperor Demon. As numerous disciples began to pour into the secret realm, gathered at the entrance of the spatial tunnel, Yin playfully flashed Su Qing a middle finger before disappearing into the tunnel. To ensure his safety, Su Qing employed the deceptive sky entry, suppressing his physical cultivation to the peak of qi refinement. The moment he entered the secret realm, the surroundings transformed rapidly. It resembled a wondrous underwater world, with bubbles rising and colossal, unfathomable fish gliding overhead. Su Qing found himself atop a massive, blood-colored coral, which emitted a faint crimson glow, illuminating the surrounding scenery. This place, akin to the ocean floor, astonishingly allowed for effortless breathing. How intriguing. Everywhere he looked, blood-colored corals stretched infinitely, with no end in sight. At that moment, Su Qing's fingers trembled slightly, and an instinctive direction emerged within him. It was where Yin currently resided, a considerable distance away. Chapter 38. Hammering the Blood Demon Avatar. Su Qing summoned thunder beneath his feet, stepping upon the dual energies of yin and yang, propelling himself swiftly towards that direction. Unusual lights and sounds seemed to attract the attention of some monstrous fish. One such creature opened its gaping maw, revealing fangs taller than Su Qing himself. As it dove towards him, this fish was truly bizarre. A massive Tai Chi symbol intercepted the monster's assault, while Su Qing's yin and yang energies entwined with chaotic light around his fists. In the instant he swung his fist, the ethereal images of 33 divine dragons materialized. With a single strike, he reduced the monstrous fish to a crimson mist, a black hole emerging to consume all remnants of the blood fog. The Imperial Dragon's world-shattering fist was indeed formidable. The power it wielded was astonishing. These enormous fish possessed low cultivation levels. Their size, coupled with environmental influences, granted them considerable combat prowess. Sign-in successful, acquired water mangrass. Su Qing examined the system panel, realizing that the fearsome fish that had just attacked him possessed merely the peak foundation establishment cultivation. However, its colossal frame was estimated to be at least 100 meters long. Just this massive physique, combined with its tough exterior, would intimidate even ordinary golden core cultivators. Su Qing contemplated the fate of others. If this realm was populated by such creatures, it implied that others could only flee, as one misstep could lead to demise. A peak qi refinement cultivator encountering this monstrous fish would find themselves awaiting death. Su Qing gradually elevated his physical cultivation, suddenly feeling a sense of dread. It became apparent that one's physique could not surpass the foundation establishment level in this place. No wonder Elder Tin entrusted his weapon to him. Even a peerless prodigy capable of battling above their level would find it challenging against a peak foundation establishment monster. Yet, there were far too many of these creatures here. And that last one had been relatively small. Su Qing traversed the blood coral forest, making no effort to conceal himself. Brandishing a hammer larger than a grinding wheel, he strode confidently. Occasionally, arcs of lightning erupted from him, as though deliberately enticing the monstrous fish. Nearby, a disciple of the Penglai immortal sect concealed himself. Having conducted experiments with puppets, he observed that the monster fish were sensitive to light and sound. As long as those two elements were avoided, they remained unbothered. He looked at Su Qing with a face full of envy. This fellow was truly fortunate. The elder of the Xiao Holy Land had actually bestowed a weapon upon him. If only I could obtain the elder's weapon, I would surely surpass him. Su Qing was aware that there were individuals lurking nearby, yet he remained indifferent. He pressed onward, occasionally dispatching a peculiar fish, which he subsequently absorbed into his spatial realm. At that moment, he caught sight of a creature ahead. Its eyes suddenly gleamed with an astonishing brightness. To his delight, he discovered a colossal emperor crab, towering like a 5- or 6-story building. Enthralled by this magnificent sight, Su Qing seized his large hammer and charged forward. The enormous crab seemed to sense the predatory gaze fixed upon it. transforming into a crimson shadow as it darted towards the depths of the ocean. With a swift step, Qing utilized his spatial compression technique, arriving above the crab's head in mere breaths, striking down with his hammer. Instantly, tumultuous waves surged through the water, and with one decisive blow, the creature met its demise. Satisfied, Qing nodded approvingly as he stored the emperor crab within his spatial realm. Suddenly, a dazzling ice flower blossomed in the distance, radiating a striking azure light amidst the crimson corals. Qing turned his gaze in that direction, recognizing the familiar aura. Curious, he decided to investigate. Meanwhile, Murong Shui was engaged in a fierce battle with a disciple of the Penglai immortal sect, employing various tactics, yet finding herself at an impasse. This predicament left her disheartened. Utilizing the treasures bestowed by the elders right from the outset seemed far too undignified. She preferred to reserve them as trump cards. The disciple from Penglai Island exuded a bizarre blood-colored aura, conjuring a massive crimson hand that obstructed Murong Shui's ice flower. He chuckled sinisterly, expressing delight at the unexpected discovery of a formidable physique, envisioning yet another potential incarnation. As radiant energy materialized in Murong Shui's hands, her brow furrowed in confusion. How could the Penglai immortal sect possess such malevolent techniques? This sect was a revered destination for countless seekers of immortality, renowned for its illustrious reputation. Noticing Murong Shui's momentary distraction, the blood demon incarnation grinned wickedly, swiftly appearing behind her. At that instant, Murong Shui awoke from her stupor, realizing she was ensnared by blood-colored threads. "You are not a disciple of the Penglai immortal sect. Who are you?" she exclaimed in alarm. "Does it truly matter, young novice?" The blood demon incarnation replied with a malevolent grin. As Murong Shui struggled, the crimson threads tightened their grip, penetrating her skin. At that moment, Qing stood atop the massive blood coral, calling down, "Release that girl and let me handle this." The blood demon incarnation glanced at Qing, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Behind Qing, the yin-yang taiji diagram materialized, and he was enveloped in violet lightning. What a delightful surprise! Another unparalleled physique had arrived. Just then, a rift in space opened, and a massive hammer flew forth, instantly reducing the blood demon incarnation to a gruesome pulp. Qing leaped down from the colossal coral. As the yin-yang taiji diagram spun rapidly, drawing in both the blood demon incarnation and the blood-colored threads, ensnaring Murong Shui. Qing's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. The extraordinary phenomenon of the yin-yang taiji diagram was, in reality, a manifestation of his devouring talent, cleverly concealed behind the illusion. Murong Shui, astonished, questioned, "You cannot recklessly utilize the treasures bestowed by the elders. Shouldn't they be kept as a trump card? Are you foolish?" Qing retorted nonchalantly. "The power within this treasure has been infused by a Mahayana elder. I could use it hundreds of times against golden core monsters. It will suffice until we leave this secret realm." With that, he hoisted his hammer and departed. As Murong Shui watched Qing's retreating figure, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Is it possible to approach things this way? Qing shook his head repeatedly. Her talent was commendable, and her strength was decent. She was a reincarnation of a prominent figure from the upper realm. Yet, her reasoning seemed lacking, pondering gradual approaches against mortal enemies when one should simply unleash their most powerful techniques. After all, if one's enemy did not perish, it would be oneself who met death. Had it not been for the 2 golden entries still available for her, Qing would have had no interest in rescuing her. Glancing at the system panel, he noted, "Sign-in successful. Obtained Blood God Mask." Blood God Mask, pseudo-immortal artifact, allows one to disguise as a practitioner of the blood path, undetectable by those below the celestial level. Qing regarded the item he had just acquired from the blood demon incarnation with mild skepticism. While it appeared to lack immediate utility, one could never predict when it might prove beneficial in the future. Best to keep it for now. Observing the unchanging blood-colored coral forest, Qing activated his all-seeing eye and the listening to all beings entry. Otherwise, advancing blindly would indeed be rather tedious. Before him materialized a plethora of information, and various sounds filled his ears. Among them, one voice elicited a subtle smile upon Qing's lips, proclaiming, "These people are incessantly embroiled in conflict. It is utterly tiresome. Were it not for external forces awakening me, I would wish to remain in eternal slumber." Listening intently, Qing turned towards the source of the voice, which emanated from the highest point above. Beneath this secret realm lay the blood-colored coral forest, teeming with strange fish, while the uppermost region remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Yet, through his all-seeing eye, Qing discerned a message: spirit of the world, an intelligence birthed from a small world, naive and disinterested in worldly affairs, longing only for slumber. Su Qing was taken aback by the revelation that a spirit of the world resided here. If he could coax it into his spatial realm to substitute for the heavenly Tao, his internal world would rapidly take shape. He recalled having seen information about this entity while perusing texts in the scripture repository. Such spirits only emerged during the nascent stages of naturally formed small worlds, making their appearance exceedingly rare. They were the ideal substance for refining spatial immortal artifacts, and could even substitute for the heavenly Tao within artificial secret realms, significantly enhancing their potential for advancement. Su Qing gazed skyward for a moment, contemplating his next course of action. Forcing the spirit of the world to acknowledge a master was unlikely to succeed. Doing so might provoke it to self-destruct. Patience was required. Delving deeper into the secret realm, Su Qing noted that he was drawing nearer to Yuanyan's location. As he pressed on, the surrounding blood-colored coral forest abruptly vanished, revealing an expanse of utter darkness. Through the light emitted by the blood coral, he discerned a chaotic arrangement of bizarre stones, resembling monstrous entities, accompanied by unsettling sounds. Through his perception, he sensed Yuanyan was nearby, merely a short distance into the stone forest, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Su Qing stepped lightly upon the dual energies of yin and yang, transforming into a streak of light as he entered the realm of the strange stones. He selected a strategic position, utilizing the keen eye of a formation master, for the stone forest was evidently a natural maze. A single misstep could easily lead one astray. The depths of the stone forest were enveloped in profound darkness, and the eerie sounds that pervaded the air were disconcerting. Nevertheless, with his all-seeing eye activated, Su Qing unveiled the information regarding the stone forest. Deep-sea stone forest, guarded by the Bonefish clan, its interior resembles the most intricate of mazes. The positions of the stones shift unexpectedly, and the sounds emanating from the stone holes can exhaust the mind, disorienting the spirit and blurring vision. Attacking the stone holes causes the stones to illuminate, guiding the way and dispelling the bonefish. Gazing upon the information of this realm, one cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary wonders of the cultivation world. Such a cleverly crafted place is, indeed, a natural marvel. With a mere thought, the dual forces of yin and yang surged forth to assail the crevice within the bizarre stone, immediately illuminating the surroundings with a gentle white radiance, dispelling the encroaching darkness. The eerie, bone-like fish, resembling ghastly skeletal remains, instinctively parted to grant passage. However, the fact that the stone fish refrained from launching an attack did not imply that Su Qing was idle. With a single punch, he dispatched a golden core stone fish, subsequently consigning it to his spatial realm. As he traversed this path, debris flew in all directions, and the fish shoals scattered in fright. Su Qing, in high spirits, collected the remains of the fish, each one worth several exquisite spirit stones, a bountiful harvest indeed. With the path cleared by the white light, and the stone fish showing no inclination to attack, Su Qing proceeded with ease, amassing a considerable bounty. Upon reaching a colossal stone of an unusual hue, the resonance of the heart-binding knot on his finger intensified. Was this not the precise location? Could it be that this object had lost its efficacy? Yuanyan emerged from behind the giant stone, her complexion slightly pallid, gazing at Su Qing with astonishment, exclaiming how quickly he had found this place. Su Qing furrowed his brow, sensing her weakened aura. Had she sustained injuries? This secret realm is saturated with spiritual essence, yet my constitution has not yet reached minor completion, rendering me unable to utilize my innate abilities here. This is also the reason I sought your collaboration, Yuanyan elucidated. Su Qing began to grasp the situation. Yuanyan's phoenix immortal body, being of the fire element, was hampered by this environment, while the bizarre fish thrived within it. In the center of this stony forest lies the breath of the heavenly Tao. Assist me in establishing my foundation in the Tao, and thereafter, I shall aid you, she whispered softly. Su Qing shook his head. Did you not mention that there exists the aura of the great Tao here? I aspire to establish my foundation in the great Tao. Yuanyan chuckled wryly. Even during her many years after ascending to the immortal realm, she had scarcely heard of anyone achieving a foundation in the great Tao. Yet, she had read in ancient texts of numerous mythical figures who had done so. I merely suggested that there might be the presence of great Tao aura, but further investigation is required. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Very well. But if you were to break through to foundation establishment, would you not be expelled by this realm? Yuanyan hesitated, aware that after a breakthrough, expulsion from the secret realm was indeed a possibility. She smiled, shaking her head. We shall first venture to the center of the stone forest to acquire the breath of the heavenly Tao. If I am to be expelled post-breakthrough, I would prefer to wait until we return to the Xixiao Holy Land. That sounds reasonable. With the white light clearing their path, the two traversed the stone forest with relative ease. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the stone forest, a blood shadow glimmered with a chilling light as it surveyed the scene. Since you dared to slay my avatar, you shall serve as its replacement. The blood demon avatar exuded an imposing aura, quickly surpassing the Qi refinement stage. Then the foundation establishment, followed by the golden core, until it finally halted at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Above, the ominous skies bore down with terrifying force. From behind, several additional blood demon avatars materialized, exploding into a myriad of crimson threads that surged into the darkened heavens. Do not fret, you are already within my grasp. I sense the presence of immortal energy here. If you divulge the location of the elixir, I may spare your consciousness, the blood demon avatar declared. In the darkness, anguished cries echoed as the spirit of the world found itself ensnared by countless blood-red threads, unable even to self-destruct, yet persistently struggling, indifferent to the blood demon's words. The blood demon avatar scoffed. First, I shall deal with that person, then I will attend to you. Within the obsidian void, the blood-red threads grew increasingly frenzied, and the spirit of the world continued its mournful wails, its voice growing ever weaker. In the heart of the stone forest, a stone giant loomed, dwarfing the surroundings. It remained motionless, resembling a lifeless entity. Su Qing and Yin stood below it, where a beam of white light emanated from the stone giant's eyes, which Yin swiftly collected. Yin had not anticipated that the process would be so effortless. They had engaged in no combat, and yet had obtained the breath of the heavenly Tao. Su Qing regarded the colossal stone figure, his eyes alight with knowledge. 9-orifice stone fetus. One of the extraordinary stones of heaven and earth. If it were to hatch, it would become a formidable being. Yet this requires an extensive passage of time. He directly stored the stone giant within his spatial realm, even if it failed to hatch. It was worth as much as 1,000 exquisite spirit stones. Yin, witnessing this, chose to remain silent. While the entity could be utilized for crafting puppets, hatching it would take millions of years, by which time she would no longer require it. Allowing Su Qing to take it was acceptable, considering it a reward for her protective efforts. At that moment, a chilling and terrifying presence erupted. Dozens of miles of bizarre stones crumbled to dust as the blood shadow hovered in the air, a cold smile gracing its features. It seems I have stumbled upon additional gains. Su Qing's brow furrowed deeply. How could this blood demon avatar be so powerful? It had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, far exceeding the limits of the secret realm. A radiant light erupted from his hand, manifesting a massive hammer. This nuisance truly vexes me. With all his might, he swung the hammer towards the blood demon avatar. Yin conjured a pristine white flying sword. Unleashing a terrifyingly sharp sword aura, she mused internally that the timing of the blood demon's appearance was amiss. Had something gone awry? Recalling events from the future, she remembered that the blood demon had created an exceptionally powerful avatar, which later seized the Penglai immortal sect and engaged in battle with the Xiao Holy Land for decades. Ultimately, this avatar was slain by the son of the heavenly Tao, leading to a sealing of the blood demon that would last for 1,000,000 years. At present, the blood demon avatar wore a grin. 2 mere pseudo-immortal artifacts, and you think they can defeat me? Soon, they will become my treasures. My gains have only increased. The sea of blood surged ominously around them, transforming the surroundings into a crimson abyss. Upon closer inspection, the waves were not water but a dense mass of blood-red threads. Yin, undeterred, slashed her sword, unleashing the full force of the pseudo-immortal artifact. The dreadful sword aura cleaved through the tumultuous sea of blood. She reached Su Qing's side, shouting, "Let us go." Time around them momentarily froze as Yin whisked Su Qing away from their current location. As time resumed its flow, the surroundings returned to normal. The blood demon avatar's expression shifted to one of astonishment, realizing that this was a fusion of temporal and spatial powers. How is this possible? I must seek out another unparalleled constitution. Just as the blood demon avatar was about to depart, a fissure in space erupted, and a blood-red lotus flower emerged. As its petals quivered, they quelled the surging sea of blood, effortlessly obliterating the blood demon avatar into dust. Su Qing emerged from the rift in space, the blood-red lotus in hand, a testament to its authenticity as an immortal artifact, far superior to any pseudo-immortal artifact. He had just witnessed the manifestation of his true body. In that fleeting moment of temporal stasis, Su Qing had traversed here using his avatar. He had planned this in advance. Otherwise, the avatar would be unable to refine the aura of the great Tao. With determination, he surged upwards, propelled by the dual forces of yin and yang, arriving in a shadowy expanse where the spirit of the world was bound and its voice had grown faint. "Come with me," Su Qing urged, "or you shall vanish entirely." Through the resonance of all beings, he discerned a faint, "All right." A singular black hole devoured the blood-red threads, simultaneously drawing the spirit of the world into his spatial realm. As the spirit of the world acknowledged Su Qing as its master, he began a dialogue with it, inquiring about the most precious treasures within this secret realm. In the heart of a mystical realm, there exists a sapling of an extraordinary herb known as the Forbidden Divine Tree. Guided by the spirit of the world, Su Qing arrived at the center of this secret domain. Before him stood an enigmatic crystal palace, at its core blossoming a diminutive tree, surrounded by an aura of peculiar energy. Merely inhaling the air nearly overwhelmed Su Qing's cultivation. Had he reached the foundation establishment stage, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Observing the remarkable sapling, Su Qing settled cross-legged nearby, wielding the spirit of the world to expel all intruders from the secret realm. Intending to absorb this sanctuary into his inner space. On a solitary island in the East Sea, a cataclysmic rift in space erupted, from which Yunyan and Su Qing emerged, plummeting downwards. Xian's expression darkened, and he manifested a colossal hand of spiritual power to catch them. What has transpired? Why are you out so swiftly? He inquired. At that moment, Yunyan appeared quite pallid, her condition far from optimal. Su Qing explained. A manifestation of the blood demon infiltrated the interior, its strength formidable. Yunyan and I had to exert the full power of 2 treasures to escape. What? A manifestation of the blood demon? Xian exclaimed, realizing that this trial had reached its conclusion. I must employ my grand abilities to relocate all disciples of the Xixiao sacred land. Su Qing stood silently beside him, while Yunyan sat on the deck of the flying vessel, surrounded by the flames of rebirth, rapidly recuperating. She pondered, perplexed by the divergence from her previous life's events. Logically, the blood demon's manifestation should not have appeared until 3 days hence, followed by the complete slaughter of all within the secret realm. It was only her timely breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, coupled with her pseudo-immortal artifact, that had enabled her survival. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, the manifestation he had nonchalantly slain had precipitated an entirely different outcome. As Xian prepared to invoke his divine powers, figures began to emerge from the vast chasm at the island's center. Ultimately, only 3 disciples of the Penglai immortal sect survived, while the Xixiao sacred land retained but a mere handful. Upon seeing Murong Shui unharmed, Xian sighed in relief, grateful that the 3 exceptional prodigies he had brought along were safe. Otherwise, he would have faced severe repercussions. As all emerged from the rift, the immense chasm miraculously healed, erasing all remnants of the secret realm. It seemed that the consciousness birthed within had vanquished the blood demon's manifestation. Xian, noting the absence of the blood demon, internally lamented the loss of this secret realm, which would likely vanish from existence forever. Meanwhile, an elder of the Penglai immortal sect regarded the scant survival of his disciples with a grim countenance. Observing the elder's expression, Su Qing mused on the dire situation of the Penglai immortal sect, which remained unaware of the numerous blood demon manifestations among its ranks. A substantial portion of those who had entered the secret realm were likely such entities. The elder's predicament, however, mattered little to Su Qing. Gazing at the now-closed secret realm, he resolved to cultivate his inner world while his doppelganger returned to the Xixiao sacred land. The drawbacks of being a prodigy were evident, as his every move was scrutinized by the guardians. Had it not been for his doppelganger, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. Xian offered a slight nod to the elder of the Penglai immortal sect before commanding the flying vessel back to the Xixiao sacred land. Upon entering his inner world, Su Qing, equipped with the seed of the world tree and the spirit of the world, rapidly expanded his domain. The sky was shrouded in a gray mist, devoid of day or night, yet it radiated a gentle luminosity akin to an overcast day. Beside him stood the sapling of the immortal tree, while the dark earth beneath his feet expanded swiftly, revealing a vast azure ocean, an embodiment of the secret realm. Various strange fish swam within, and with a mere thought, Su Qing beheld all corners of this new world. Though he had not discovered the essence of the great Tao, he had nonetheless reaped considerable rewards, acquiring an immortal tree sapling and cultivating his inner space into a burgeoning microcosm. At that moment, Su Qing sensed a profound transformation within himself. Chapter 41. Infiltration of the Penglai immortal sect. His aura surged rapidly, exuding a terrifying presence that compelled all creation to bow and dimmed the heavens. His physical cultivation ascended in tandem with the expansion of his inner world, visibly skyrocketing. Su Qing sat beside the sapling, holding the stone of enlightenment, delving into the intricacies of his world's evolution, gaining new insights. Little Jean lay beneath the forbidden tree, blissfully slumbering, adorned with an array of vibrant hues. A colossal black centipede, the previously acquired sky-devouring centipede, lay quietly beneath the forbidden sapling. Su Qing lost track of time in meditation until the system interface illuminated before him, rousing him from his reverie. Ah, the temporal fishing has refreshed? He recalled the voices he had heard in the rift of time and space. An idea struck him. He casually picked up a stone and inscribed it with a unique rune. On the endless road of reincarnation, only the Qing Emperor endures forever. The authoritative voice reverberated like thunder, echoing for dozens of miles. He suspended the stone on a transparent thread, allowing it to plunge into the rift of time. A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips as he gazed at the temporal fisher. If he were to fish, surely he must have bait. Even if he caught nothing, he ought to maintain an air of elegance. Meanwhile, in a remote wilderness, a young boy clad in animal skins hunted monsters. Compared to his previous self, he had undergone a significant transformation. His physique appeared more robust, and glowing runes adorned his fists. I must grow stronger, otherwise, the destruction of my tribe will repeat. I must acquire power. Since obtaining a peculiar heritage stone inscribed with beastly runes, he had embarked on the path of cultivation. The beastly rune technique allowed him to craft runes from the blood of ferocious beasts, granting him the ability to utilize one of their divine powers. In that moment, a colossal ancient elephant, reminiscent of a mountain, charged from the distance. The boy prepared to evade, but a resounding thunderclap echoed. On the endless road of reincarnation, only the Qing Emperor endures forever. The mere sound immobilized the ancient elephant, which then vanished from sight. The boy gazed skyward, his eyes alight with fervor. Qing Emperor, I shall remember you. One day, I too shall ascend to imperial status. Su Qing, observing the rift in time, felt an enormous entity emerge from within. Successful fishing acquired a peak ancient divine elephant. In an instant, Su Qing drew forth the Wu Dao, slaying the ancient divine elephant, which was then consumed by a vast black hole. The phantom of the ancient divine elephant materialized around Su Qing, roaring defiantly at the heavens, exuding boundless majesty. Subsequently, the elephant's form grew slender, merging with other phantoms, ignited by dark flames. With both speed and strength, Su Qing sensed the potential of this beastly phantom to be quite formidable. As long as he continued to devour various ferocious beasts, the beastly phantoms would grow ever stronger. He spent time practicing on the obsidian earth, showcasing horrifying power and unparalleled speed, coupled with astonishing defensive capabilities. Over the next half-month, Su Qing either contemplated the transformations within his inner world or engaged in temporal fishing. Although the spoils were rather mundane, the name of the Qing Emperor resonated through time, filling his heart with satisfaction. In this brief span, his physical cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and his microcosm was thoroughly established. A vast continent, enveloped by boundless seas, stretches for thousands of miles. The depths of the ocean have completely merged with the inner world. The surroundings are rather desolate, with only the forbidden divine tree saplings dotting the land, devoid of any other vegetation. It seems necessary to procure a batch of spiritual herb seeds. Otherwise, the stark barrenness is rather unappealing. Su Qing senses the rich spiritual energy in the vicinity, which is solely provided for his use. The world tree seeds have thoroughly taken root and sprouted, and this realm is gradually flourishing. The spiritual energy is becoming increasingly abundant, while the spirit of the world has fallen into a deep slumber, allowing the realm to develop naturally. Su Qing meticulously inspects his inner world once more. Both Little Jean and the devouring centipede are undergoing transformation, their aura rapidly escalating. It appears that this endeavor of expanding his inner world has greatly benefited them. In the depths of the ocean, schools of strange fish swim aimlessly, also slowly growing under the nourishment of spiritual energy. These creatures are valuable resources for cultivation. When they reach their limits, Su Qing intends to devour them all and then cultivate anew. Departing from his inner world, his form swiftly transforms into another visage, his azure robe shifting to a white garment. After all, his avatar remains in the purple cloud sacred land. And following the previous incident with the volcanic fury King Tai Su, he has gained a modicum of renown. Su Qing strides upon the chaotic light, traversing the surface of the sea, planning to infiltrate the Penglai immortal sect to peruse their tomes in search of the whereabouts of the Dao Qi. It is worth noting that the Penglai immortal sect has existed far longer than the purple cloud sacred land, so there may be valuable information to uncover. However, Su Qing is troubled by the fact that a multitude of blood demon avatars lurk there. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. If he disguises himself as a blood demon avatar, it would pose no issue. An avatar materializes beside him, producing a blood-red mask, the Blood God mask, a pseudo-immortal artifact he had previously acquired. As it envelopes his avatar's face, his appearance shifts once more, transforming into that of a disciple from the Penglai immortal realm, while masking his blood energy. Having previously devoured a blood demon avatar, Utilizing the innate divine ability of the devouring Tao body to mimic the essence of the blood demon should be trivial. Watching his avatar soar toward the direction of the Penglai immortal sect, Su Qing beams with satisfaction. A little cunning never hurt anyone. Especially with the system backing him, dying inadvertently would be most unjust. His main body plunges deep into the ocean, vanishing entirely, on an island reminiscent of a paradise. Vibrant colors abound. Su Qing senses the spiritual energy here and muses that it is exceptionally rich, perhaps even more so than that of the purple cloud sacred land. At the center of the island stands a celestial mountain shrouded in a rainbow mist, appearing ethereal. Just as he prepares to venture deeper, several beams of light descend from the heavens, demanding, "Who dares to intrude upon Penglai, Immortal Island?" With a wry smile, Su Qing responds, "I am Lu Hua, an outer disciple of the Penglai Immortal Sect. I barely escaped death during my recent expedition and inadvertently lost my disciple token." One of the disciples swiftly ascends to investigate within the sect. Su Qing observes the other disciples waiting nearby, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seems prudent to have sent an avatar ahead. Among them, 3 are actually blood demon avatars, convincingly disguised. Were it not for Su Qing's extraordinary abilities, he would have detected no discrepancies. Before long, the investigating disciple returns, accompanied by an elderly man clad in white robes, the very array master who had led the prior expedition of the Penglai Immortal Sect. The old man circles around Su Qing, eyes brimming with suspicion. "How did you survive the clutches of the blood demon avatars? I suspect you were one of them." He orders Su Qing to be imprisoned in the Penglai Immortal Prison, asserting that there is a high likelihood he is indeed a blood demon avatar. Su Qing can only feel exasperated. Under his very nose are 3 blood demon avatars, yet they fail to recognize him as not one of them. This array master, a formidable figure in the Mahayana realm, is woefully hasty in his judgment. Recently, the blood demon avatars have concealed themselves and infiltrated the Penglai Immortal Sect, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than risk letting one slip through. With a flick of his elder sleeves, the white-robed elder commands the other disciples of the Penglai Immortal Sect. Su Qing, lacking the will to resist, resigns himself to the likelihood that this avatar is doomed. The Penglai Immortal Prison, shrouded in darkness, emanates a chilling atmosphere, filled with the terrifying aura of blood and slaughter. Even ordinary cultivators would succumb to madness after merely a few days in this place. The disciples hastily lock Su Qing in a cell, eager to leave this dreadful environment. After a brief interlude, Su Qing releases a sliver of concealed blood energy, curious to observe the reaction of the 3 blood demon avatars. They turn and nod slightly. Su Qing's spirits lift. It seems there is still hope for his avatar's survival. As for the oppressive blood energy here, he is entirely unfazed. Observing a fellow cultivator in the adjacent cell, whose cries echo with despair, he notes the solitary green text above them. But that does not impede his ability to sign in. Sign in successful. Obtain celestial silkworm silk. Celestial silkworm silk, an exceptionally rare material, sharp enough to sever ordinary spiritual artifacts. He stores it in his inner space, just in case it proves useful in the future. Settling into a corner of the cell, Su Qing examines the array of the prison. No wonder there is no guard. It is, in fact, a legendary celestial level array. As time passes into the depths of night, a shadow materializes before Su Qing's cell, unlocking it with ease. A token is tossed to him, accompanied by a deep voice. "This is your new identity, Zhang Yuan, an outer disciple. Go." Su Qing accepts the token, nodding in silence. Yet his heart races with astonishment upon glimpsing the system information of the individual before him. See heart. Identity, Grand Elder of the Penglai Immortal Sect, Blood Demon Avatar. Talent, Divine Light, Blood Sea. Attributes, 9 Luminaries Spirit Body, Blood Sea Phenomenon, Spirit Manipulation. Description, the Grand Elder of the Penglai Immortal Sect had been in seclusion, but a flaw in his mindset allowed the blood demon to seize control of his body. Su Qing hastily completes the sign-in for the Blood Sea Phenomenon attribute, scarcely able to check the system panel before departing. The blood demon avatar remaining behind grimaces in disgust, repulsed by the overwhelming aura of blood, reminiscent of that wretched individual. In the very spot where Su Qing had been imprisoned, a pool of blood materializes instantaneously. As Su Qing departs, he contemplates the rewards from his recent sign-in. Having successfully signed in for the Blood Sea Phenomenon attribute, he discovers that he possesses it as well. Sign-in successful, acquired the Blood Godchild Secret Technique. Blood Godchild Secret Technique allows the creation of avatars using one's own blood. The more essence blood used, the stronger the avatar. Closing the system panel, Su Qing proceeds to a nearby pavilion indicated by the disciple token, the residence of the outer disciples of the Penglai Immortal Sect. The study of secret techniques is best left to his main body. The pressing matter at hand is to explore the tomes of the Panlai immortal sect for any news regarding the Tao Qi. If such information exists, it would be fortuitous. If not, he must hasten to depart this place, rife with blood demon avatars. This is no place for lingering. However, it was now the dead of night, and Su Qing resolved to peruse the ancient texts come dawn. The following morning, within a certain loft of the Panlai immortal sect, Su Qing held an ancient tome in his hands. After flipping through several pages, he furrowed his brow. The text recorded that in a forbidden area of the North Sea, there might exist the essence of the great Tao. Yet, even those in the great ascension stage dared not enter at will, for it was fraught with peril. Within lay the legendary true dragon. This posed a significant dilemma. Such a terrifying forbidden zone was beyond my current capabilities to tread. Su Qing's eyes brimmed with worry, as he had not anticipated that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would prove so arduous. Once he achieved that breakthrough, the 9 transformation purple pattern golden Dan and the chaos yuan infant would be relatively straightforward to attain. With his chaos Tao bone, he merely needed to fuse the chaos light and chaos essence during the condensation of the yuan infant. As for the 9 transformation purple pattern golden Dan, Su Qing gleaned from the tome that it could be swiftly condensed with fortune and the aura of dragons. This was comparatively simple. He merely needed to plunder a few imperial tombs and devour the royal dragon veins. He had no intention of lingering at the Panlai immortal sect for long. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, a cacophony of voices. Today marked the grand ceremony for selecting the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, and we must hurry. If we delay, there will be no seats left. Let's go. This promises to be a spectacle. I wonder who will be chosen as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The candidates may well be Yun Shi or Yu Xian. Upon hearing the conversations outside, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A ceremony meant that the gifted of the Panlai immortal sect would be present, providing him an opportunity to sign in and reap rewards before departing. He followed the throng to a certain location within the Panlai immortal sect. Here lay a vast martial arena, bustling with numerous disciples of the Panlai immortal sect. Yet he saw no sign of any prodigies. This caused Su Qing to frown. Was this not the ceremony for selecting the Holy Son and Holy Daughter? Where were the participants? All present were unparalleled talents. How could they be competing in the arena? They had all entered a special miniature world, which would suppress their realms to that of the yuan infant. The reflections of that miniature world would be displayed here for our observation. Gazing at the mirror in the center of the arena, Su Qing realized that this was akin to a live broadcast, a remarkable feat indeed. However, he could not approach those prodigies closely. Signing in would be impossible. At that moment, a celestial maiden draped in a purple palace gown floated above, her presence ethereal and elusive. Though undeniably beautiful, she lacked a certain human warmth. With a flick of her sleeve, several enormous images materialized in the air, revealing scenes from within the miniature world. Su Qing, employing his all-seeing eye, gleaned information about the young woman. Purple Light Mirror Spirit. The Purple Light Mirror is one of the immortal artifacts of the Panlai immortal sect, possessing the power to penetrate space and see through illusions. Yet, even with such abilities, the audience, which included hundreds of blood demon incarnations, remained oblivious to the truth. Su Qing mused silently as he observed the images depicting fierce battles, where powerful divine abilities soared through the air in a dazzling display. Soon, one combatant was eliminated, soaring out of the secret realm and landing on the arena's grand platform. Should you defeat him, you may take his place in the miniature world. However, if he wins 10 matches, he will re-enter the miniature world, leaving you without further opportunities. The voice of the Purple Light Mirror Spirit echoed around. Su Qing's eyes brightened. Where there had been no chance before, now an opportunity presented itself. Chapter 43. Traversing the Miniature World. The youth on the platform exuded arrogance, coldly declaring, "Even wounded as I am, none of you are fit to challenge me. Send up 10 of your best. I am eager to return to the miniature world for battle." Just as he finished speaking, a rift in space appeared behind him. With a single step, Su Qing embedded him into the arena's platform. "I detest those who put on airs before me. You chose this path. Who can you blame?" Observing the humanoid crater, silence fell over the crowd, soon erupting into various exclamations. "Impossible. This nameless disciple defeated Dongfang Xiao with a single blow." Indeed, Dongfang Xiao is at the pinnacle of the yuan infant stage and possesses formidable combat prowess. Even in a weakened state, he could crush all yuan infant practitioners. Where did this individual emerge from, wielding such strength, and yet remains obscure? While the crowd gasped in astonishment, Su Qing checked his system panel and signed in for the 5 elements battle body associated with this young man. Sign-in successful. Obtain the 5 elements Spirit Pearl. 5 elements Spirit Pearl, a top-tier spiritual artifact, capable of withstanding 5 attacks from the Great Ascension stage, when the 5 elements unify. It can unleash power comparable to that of a pseudo-immortal artifact, though recovery will take considerable time. Excellent. Su Qing accepted the item without hesitation. He turned to the purple light mirror spirit and said calmly, "Is it not time for you to send me into the miniature world?" The purple light mirror spirit, taken aback, had not expected someone to defeat Dongfang Xiao so easily. She sought assistance from a certain direction. Only when a voice emanated from that direction did she turn her gaze back to Su Qing, her flawless finger pointing. A rift in space appeared behind Su Qing, and he stepped forward, entering the miniature world. At this moment, within the grand hall atop Penglai Immortal Mountain, the upper echelons of Penglai Island watched intently, each bearing distinct expressions. Some elders had heavily bet on Dongfang Xiao, their faces grim, while others reveled in schadenfreude. A few remained expressionless, lost in thought. Presiding over them was Zhao Qianquan, the sect leader of the Penglai Immortal Sect, a middle-aged man clad in white, with hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an air of detachment and transcendence. He spoke with a faint smile. It has been a long time since such an occurrence transpired. This youth, though nameless, possesses remarkable strength. I suspect he may have an enigmatic origin. Indeed, recently, our Penglai Immortal Sect has repeatedly encountered blood demon incarnations. Perhaps this lad is one of them. We must remain vigilant. The Grand Elder exchanged glances with several other elders before falling silent once more. So what if he is a blood demon incarnation? What storms can he stir beneath my watchful eye? If anything, it serves to apply pressure on those candidates for Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The others ceased their discussions, turning their attention back to the scenes unfolding within the miniature world. Observing the environment within the miniature world, the aftermath of the recent battle lay before them. The forest was ravaged, the ground marred by massive craters. Just then, a distant, indifferent voice echoed. A radiant moon hung high, and a girl dressed in a pristine white gown stood amidst its luminous glow. Dongfang Xiao is truly worthless, to be bested by such an unknown wretch. Su Qing recognized her as Yuxian, the one who had eliminated Dongfang Xiao. She bore 2 purple titles, Moonlight Treasure Body and Moon Palace Phenomenon, exuding an aura of cold arrogance. Though she was beautiful, Su Qing could hardly be bothered to engage with her. His focus remained solely on signing in. Sign in successful, obtain the Bright Moon Treasure Pearl. Bright Moon Treasure Pearl, a pseudo-immortal artifact, capable of transforming into a bright moon to attack others. Excellent, while not particularly useful. It could be suspended above his inner world. Su Qing contemplated as he examined the system panel. Noticing Su Qing's demeanor, Yuxian's eyes flickered with a hint of irritation. This individual is exceedingly rude. Wherever she goes, she is surrounded as if she were the moon amidst a constellation of stars. Such an attitude is unprecedented. In the moonlight, an ethereal vision of the Moon Palace emerges, with laurel trees radiating brilliance, while the spectral figure of the Jade Rabbit brandishes a pestle, aiming to strike at Su Qing. The scenes from mythology are resurrected. Though merely illusions, they are nonetheless captivating. Facing this onslaught, Su Qing neither dodges nor retreats. As several phantoms of fierce beasts coalesce around him, colossal as ancient divine mountains, seemingly poised to shatter this miniature realm. The phantoms of these ferocious beasts ignite with dark flames, moving with astonishing speed, merely colliding lightly to obliterate the lunar vision. The moon fairy is sent reeling, blood spewing from her mouth, departing this small world. Fighting those of the same tier is indeed tedious. However, there exists a certain thrill in overwhelming one's opponents. As Su Qing strides forward, the ancient phantoms move in unison with him, each step shaking the earth and causing the small world to tremble violently. Ahead, 2 prodigies are still locked in combat. Upon witnessing this spectacle, they exchange glances and resolve to eliminate this interloper, lest they too face elimination. Agreed. No longer engaged in their previous conflict, one of them unleashes a terrifying purple sword light towards Su Qing, while the other conjures a formidable purple cauldron. It's might not to be underestimated. Yet, such powerful divine abilities appear as mere child's play before Su Qing. As the ancient phantoms lift their foot, the infernal flames blaze even more fiercely, and with a single strike, the combined assaults of the two are rendered null. The cauldron shatters, and sword energy scatters. I stand invincible. Even if all the inhabitants of this small world were to unite against me, what of it? The phantoms of the ancient beast strike once more, casting the 2 adversaries out of this realm. Su Qing's laughter echoes wildly, exuding a sense of arrogance. His voice reverberates like thunder throughout the small world, intending to summon all prodigies to him, to sign in one by one. After all rewards from signing in will be transmitted to his main body, at which point he plans to abandon this avatar. The scenes within this small world, barring any unforeseen events, are surely being observed by the entirety of the powerful beings from the Penglai Immortal Sect. rather than being obliterated by these powerful entities. It would be preferable for him to self-destruct at that moment. Standing still, he gazes at the two items that have just materialized from his signing in. Xianxia sword, a top-tier spiritual weapon. When wielded, it releases purple energy, illuminating the skies with rosy radiance. Mad God pill, upon consumption, it grants a temporary surge in combat power far exceeding one's own, plunging the user into madness, resulting in a permanent loss of a portion of their intellect. Both items are rather conventional. However, in other contexts, they would hold significant value. Qing intends to find an auction house later to exchange these items for spirit stones. Just then, in a fleeting moment, a fearsome shadow hurtles towards him from the distance. It is a cold, stern young man clad in black robes, possessing the initial cultivation of integration. Though suppressed to the nascent soul stage within this small world, does he truly believe that he can sweep through this realm merely by relying on a powerful illusion? The vast ocean and azure sky unfold, the illusion radiating forth, waves crashing violently, each impact laden with terrifying power. Yet, as Qing observes this phenomenon, a smile unfurls at the corners of his mouth. Is this not simply the blood sea illusion, mistaken for something unrecognizable due to its color? Chapter 44. Under siege by prodigies, crushing all. Excellent, I shall join as well. Qing snaps his fingers lightly, and torrents of black waves cascade down from the heavens. The black-robed youth stands momentarily dumbfounded, as if struck by a revelation. The power of the waves begins to wane. What? Your illusion can actually suppress mine? How is this possible? This atrocious display is so poor that it leaves Qing feeling embarrassed. Begone! The ancient phantom lifts its foot and sends him flying, rupturing the fabric of space and expelling him from this small world. Although uncertain of the intentions of these blood demon incarnations, the items acquired from signing in are now his. Blood Transformation Divine Blade, a pseudo-immortal weapon, possessing boundless power, capable of severing a person's soul and essence. It can absorb potent blood to further evolve. Logically, blood demons are composed of blood. What would happen if he were to absorb one? Qing's mind begins to race with possibilities. Meanwhile, the surrounding prodigies are shaken to their core. Even Shiryu, his senior brother, was defeated by a single move. How can we continue to fight? The only course of action is for us all to unite and expel him. Otherwise, we shall all face elimination. This is the only way. I agree to the alliance. The many disciples observing from the outside gasp in amazement. This is truly overwhelming. He can simultaneously manifest two powerful illusions. It appears that the position of the Holy Sun is his for the taking. But perhaps not. Have you forgotten about senior sister Yinxi? She was once recognized by an immortal weapon, and that terrifying artifact is something even elders in the great ascension phase dread. Senior sister Yun, she is contending for the position of Holy Maiden, not Holy Sun. Are you out of your mind? At this moment, within the upper echelons of the Penglai immortal sect, the Grand Elder gazes at Qing, his countenance as calm as a still pond. Yet a faint smile begins to appear. Inwardly, he muses, he is the one. All prior candidates can be disregarded. Observing the expressions of the elders, the sect master of the Penglai immortal sect also reveals a smile. The fox's tail has finally been exposed. It can no longer be concealed. He understands that among the elders lies a blood demon incarnation, and he has now begun to narrow down his target. Within the small world, upon the vast black sea stands a fearsome ancient beast phantom. Despite the siege of numerous prodigies, Qing appears utterly unfazed. However, upon noticing a woman clad in yellow, he is slightly taken aback. She is none other than the third princess of the great Qian Empire, named Yunxi. Who would have anticipated the great Qian Empire's ambitions to be so grand? In the Xixiao sacred land, there is a candidate for Holy Sun, while within the Penglai immortal sect, there is a candidate for Holy Maiden. As for Yunyan, she may merely be an unexpected variable. Surrounding prodigies declare one after another. Though I do not know you, you shall undoubtedly fall beneath my sword, and it will be a most tragic defeat. Even if you are besieged by so many prodigies, your downfall will forever be a badge of honor accompanying you throughout your life. Stop wasting words with him. Expel him from the competition. Each individual unleashes their most formidable divine abilities without holding back. A terrifying barrage of assaults converges upon Qing, yet he remains remarkably composed. The waves behind him surge forth relentlessly, thwarting the prodigy's attacks completely. The colossal waves crash toward them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The illusion previously wielded by Shiryu was immensely powerful. Yet, in Qing's hands, it appears even more tyrannical. The mere gust of wind brought forth by the waves causes their protective treasures to emit sounds, even beginning to smoke. The gigantic waves sweep down, leaving all of them struggling to defend themselves. At that moment, a colossal leg resembling a towering pillar sends all prodigies flying. This must come to an end. You truly are weak. You cannot even break through my illusion and still dare to challenge me. Su Qing is about to examine the system panel to see what rewards he can claim from the prodigies when suddenly, a graceful figure emerges from the rift in space, none other than Yunxi. In her hand, she clutches a palm-sized scale that glimmers with golden light. While the enormous phantom of a 9-clawed golden dragon seems poised to contend with the beast phantom, I appreciate your assistance in eliminating those opponents. It has spared me some trouble. However, I remain very much intrigued by you. A cold smile graces Yunxi's lips, her eyes brimming with combat fervor. An immortal weapon? I require no external objects. I am invincible in this world. Come, let us battle. Su Qing, too, adopts a serious demeanor. The third phenomenon emerged, manifesting upon the obsidian sea, whereupon a resplendent canopy of stars, the sun, and the moon materialized. This was a manifestation of Su Qing's own insights into the celestial bodies. Originally a harmonious radiance of the sun and moon, now transformed to encompass the stars as well. The fourth phenomenon blossomed forth. An endless expanse of yin and yang energies swirling in the background, their stark black and white hues vividly contrasting. The fifth phenomenon unleashed a terrifying chaos light that pierced through all, erupting forth with unrivaled ferocity. As all 5 phenomena were simultaneously unleashed, cracks began to form in this miniature world, rapidly expanding with each passing moment. Su Qing struck out with a powerful fist, sending a colossal beast hurtling forward. The phantasmal 9-clawed golden dragon, undaunted, surged ahead, intent on engaging the beast in combat. It let out a thunderous roar, its sonic waves rippling across the darkened sea, conjuring titanic waves. The collision of these two gargantuan entities threatened to tear the very fabric of space asunder. Although the golden dragon was an artifact of the immortals, the conjoined might of Su Qing's 5 unparalleled phenomena was no less formidable. As the 9-clawed golden dragon and the ancient beast began their fierce clash, Yunxi's complexion grew increasingly pallid, clearly indicating the immense toll of wielding the immortal artifact. In stark contrast, Su Qing appeared remarkably at ease, bolstered by the spiritual energy of his own miniature world, capable of sustaining this battle for a year and a half without issue. As Yunxi's spiritual energy waned, the phantasm of the 9-clawed golden dragon dimmed progressively until it was ultimately shattered by the beast's claw. In an instant, this small world erupted into countless fragments. Observing Yunxi, who had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, Su Qing resolved to assist her. She still possessed a golden entry and several purple entries yet to be claimed. Su Qing had a premonition that, due to the connection with Yun Yin, their paths would inevitably cross again. The various phenomena dissipated in an instant, just as Su Qing intended to hoist her upon his shoulders. To his astonishment, Yunxi's eyes flew open, her pristine hand transforming into a dragon's claw. Reaching for Su Qing's back, "Your phenomena are indeed formidable to have brought me to this state. I too shall ensure you are gravely injured." Su Qing, unfazed, did not even attempt to defend himself. The golden dragon's claw lunged towards his back with ferocity. A series of terrifying tearing sounds echoed as Yunxi's entire arm, along with her shoulder, disintegrated into dust. She had not anticipated that Su Qing would not actively defend himself, nor that the mere recoil would be so overwhelmingly potent. "I forgot to mention, my physical form is my greatest weapon. The phenomena are merely a diversion," Su Qing murmured softly. He disregarded the bloodied Yunxi, striking her unconscious with a swift motion before stepping forward into the rift in space. Chapter 45. The Body of Primordial Chaos, the Essence of the Great Path. On the vast arena of the martial arts stage, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. How could it be possible that he wielded 5 legendary phenomena simultaneously? The fusion of these phenomena was unexpectedly powerful, even capable of suppressing immortal artifacts. However, it must be noted that Yunxi, being merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, could not fully unleash the artifact's power, yet even so, the amalgamation of phenomena was sufficiently terrifying. The scene faded, and it was presumed that Yunxi had ultimately been defeated. The several prodigies sprawled at the edge of the arena had already lost consciousness, receiving aid from an elder who lamented, "It has been many years since I witnessed such a singular force crushing all competitors, a feat I only beheld in our former sect leader." Suddenly, a rift in space erupted at the center of the arena. Su Qing emerged, carrying Yunxi with him. As he appeared, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. "Surely this is the one who has become the Holy Sun. The Prenglai immortal sect shall surely flourish. What is his name? I can't believe I do not know the Holy Sun's name." Su Qing unceremoniously dropped Yunxi to the ground, wholly indifferent to the surrounding cheers. His mind preoccupied with devising an escape plan. It would be best to avoid self-detonation of his clones if possible, although it would not significantly impact his main body. However, newly created clones would take a month to gestate, which felt rather prolonged. Having 2 clones would triple his cultivation speed, thus a month would effectively become 2, which felt like a loss. Above the martial arts arena, an enigmatic figure clad in white robes appeared, Zhao Qianquan, the sect leader of the Penglai immortal sect. He scrutinized Su Qing, seeking to determine whether he was indeed the incarnation of the blood demon. Previously, he had concluded that Su Qing was the blood demon. Yet the latter's extraordinary talent stirred Zhao Qianquan's admiration. Should Su Qing not be the blood demon, misjudging him would result in a great loss for the Penglai immortal sect. After a prolonged observation, he found no discernible clues. He resolved to continue monitoring, for the methods of the blood demon's concealment were exceedingly peculiar, leaving him only to speculate. Furthermore, he had received reports that Zhang Yuan possessed merely dual spiritual roots and no special physique, having only reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Just 3 days ago, he had completed a task suitable for the Qi refinement stage. How could such a discrepancy exist? His voice resonated throughout the area. I hereby declare Xianxia to be the holy maiden of the Penglai immortal sect. As for the holy son, his designation shall be revealed in 7 days. Observing Zhao Qianquan escorting Xianxia away, Su Qing refrained from uttering a word, understanding that he was under suspicion. He had not anticipated that the sect leader of the Penglai immortal sect would possess a red entry. Navigating through the crowd, he paid no heed to the discussions of the disciples as he made his way to his quarters. Glancing at the system panel, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Sign-in successful. Obtain the body of primordial chaos. Body of primordial chaos. Possesses the seed of primordial Tao. Exclusive divine ability of primordial purple Qi allows one to merge with the Tao, rendering one innately invincible. This was acquired through sign-in at the sect leader's location. Sign-in successful. Obtain the True Dragon Technique. True Dragon Technique. Its might is earth-shattering, integrating offense and defense, capable of suppressing all dragon kind. However, subsequent divine abilities require personal development. This was obtained from Xianxia. Undoubtedly, these 2 items were the most exceptional among his gains. While the other items were commendable, they paled in comparison to these 2 treasures. Previously, he had contemplated how to form the primordial Yuan spirit. Now, with the seed of primordial Tao from the body of primordial chaos, this task had become exceedingly simple. This meant that as long as he secured the foundation of the Great Path, his future would be unimpeded and smooth sailing. However, therein lay the challenge. It appeared he would have to devise a means to enter the forbidden grounds of the North Sea. He could afford to spend a few years there, exploring with his clones, while simultaneously honing his physical prowess to its zenith. Then, once he secured the foundation of the Great Path, he would emerge invincible. Within the attic, Su Qing was meticulously cataloging his gains. The Millennium Spirit Herbs would be cultivated within his inner space. The top-tier spirit pills would be sent to his main body as resources for cultivation. As for the pseudo-immortal artifact, it would be consumed for cultivation as well. He needed to enhance his strength. Otherwise, venturing into the North Sea would be perilous. After tallying his acquisitions, Su Qing intended to head to the task hall to accept a mission before making his swift exit. Just as he was about to proceed, a hoarse voice echoed in his ears. Come to the hidden demon cave at the back mountain of Penglai. We have significant matters to discuss. Su Qing was momentarily stunned. That was the voice of the Grand Elder, the mightiest incarnation of the blood demon in the Penglai immortal sect, possessing peak cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. It was a transmission of divine thought. Evidently, the Elder was already within the hidden demon cave. Such misfortune. Just as I contemplated fleeing, I found myself under scrutiny once more. I could feel an ominous presence locking onto me. Any slight movement would likely provoke the Grand Elder to act without hesitation. At that moment, he could easily label me as a blood demon incarnation, and he would remain unscathed. Sighing, I resolved to proceed and investigate. The gains had already been delivered to my true self. Even if I were to lose a mere avatar, it would still be a net gain. I rose and made my way to the hidden depths of the Penglai immortal sect. At first glance, the place appeared utterly unremarkable. However, through the eye of all-seeing, Su Qing discerned a vast subterranean expanse. He also spotted an entrance and stepped inside. Within, numerous disciples of the Penglai immortal sect were present, each radiating a formidable aura of blood, evidently all blood demon incarnations. The devouring heavenly Tao body began to imitate the essence of the blood demon incarnation, exuding an equally overwhelming blood aura. The Grand Elder at the top seemed to have noticed Su Qing's arrival. Come to my side. I have matters to discuss with you. He beckoned. Su Qing, steeling himself, approached, his expression mirroring that of the others present. The Grand Elder inquired, Did you obtain something from that secret realm in the depths of the East Sea? Your transformation is quite extraordinary. Su Qing's mind raced. That secret realm didn't seem to contain much, just the forbidden divine tree, the spirit of the world, and a nine-orifice stone man. He replied, I inadvertently consumed a special spiritual herb within, after which I noticed changes in my constitution. Indeed, it seems the immortal herb within the secret realm has been ingested by you. The plan has not failed. You are the most suitable choice, the Grand Elder chuckled. I shall send you into the seal to undergo transformation by my true self. The combination of the immortal herb and the essence of the great Tao will be sufficient to forge a celestial-grade avatar. Soon, we shall swiftly seize the East Sea, and the seal will be lifted in no time. As the mention of entering the seal washed over Su Qing, a bitter taste filled his mouth. Yet, upon hearing of the essence of the great Tao, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Was this not the very thing he had longed for? To his astonishment, it was indeed in the grasp of the blood demon. It made sense. While the texts indicated such treasures were hard to find in this realm, the blood demon hailed from the demon realm. Time is of the essence. I shall send you into the seal at once, the Grand Elder declared, his sleeve sweeping aside to reveal a spatial passage behind him. Is it truly happening this swiftly? Su Qing thought. You may enter directly. The guards of the seal are all blood demon incarnations. The Grand Elder's voice reached Su Qing's ears. As he traversed the spatial passage, the scenery shifted rapidly, from a dim cavern to a blood-red coastline. Everywhere he looked, dense purple runes flickered rapidly, each brimming with immense spiritual power. Every few steps, a disciple of the Penglai immortal sect stood guard, each at least at the golden core level, numbering in the hundreds, with even a formidable great ascension expert present. Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. They were all blood demon incarnations. The blood demons were guarding themselves, yet they could not breach this seal. Curiosity piqued. Su Qing began to examine the seal's details. Tian Dao Sealing Array, a formation established by the Tian Dao in conjunction with several scattered immortals, containing immense Tian Dao power that naturally suppresses demonic energy. In an instant, Su Qing understood the situation. Were it not for the Tian Dao's intervention, the powerful beings of this world would have been utterly powerless, and the 9 demonic shadows would have long since occupied this realm. Exuding a blood aura, he strode forward confidently, and the surrounding guards willingly parted to clear a path. At the center of the blood demon seal, a minuscule crack had formed, allowing only a single individual to pass through. The interior was suffused with crimson, appearing eerily sinister. Blood demons were sealed within, and Su Qing lowered his gaze as he stepped closer to the fissure. Should the blood demon uncover his disguise, signing once upon it would not be a loss. Even if he were to sacrifice this avatar. The moment he entered the crack, he was engulfed by a terrifying sea of blood. The air was thick with a stench of blood, the world around him awash in red. Strange sounds reverberated in the surroundings. This incarnation was indeed remarkable, worthy of becoming my avatar. A unique essence fused with Su Qing's being, as the horrific sea of blood surged into him. The aura of this avatar was rapidly escalating, and its cultivation soared. Somewhere deep beneath the East Sea, Su Qing's true self suddenly opened his eyes and let out a resounding explosion. The system possessed a storage capacity for signing rewards. Though it was modest, the avatar shared a connection with the true self. Now that the essence of the great Tao resided within the system's storage, even without successfully signing onto the blood demon, it mattered little. He could quickly ascend to the transformation stage. As for the loss of the avatar, once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would regain another avatar, and his cultivation speed would remain unaffected. He vanished from the seabed, utilizing the deceiving heaven attribute to erase all traces of his presence. Entering his internal space, he began to refine the essence of the great Tao, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the demon god body would undergo yet another transformation. Within the blood demon seal, as Su Qing's avatar self-destructed, the sea of blood roiled violently, ominous ripples spreading throughout the crimson realm. Yet, amidst this chaos, a furious voice echoed within the blood sea. What is happening? My essence of the great Tao has vanished without a trace. Has someone plotted against me? Should I find you, I will cast you into the abyss of suffering. I can only part with my original blood essence and create another avatar. Outside the blood demon seal, the blood demon avatar emerged, clad in a flowing crimson robe. With blood-red hair billowing, he appeared exceedingly sinister. His aura was terrifying. Even the nearby great ascension expert was utterly suppressed, kneeling before him, afraid to breathe. First, seize Penglai. Then find a way to have that emperor demon send forth another avatar. Just then, the sky darkened ominously, and a fearsome divine punishment, more terrifying than the tribulation of ascension, descended upon the blood demon avatar. A month later, beneath the forbidden divine tree within his internal world. Having thoroughly absorbed the essence of the great Tao, Su Qing quickly achieved a breakthrough. Due to the profound accumulation from before, he directly ascended to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. His physical cultivation reached the initial stage of the transformation stage, significantly enhancing his power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a frown marring his brow, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. He sensed that something dire was about to unfold. Whether it was fortune or misfortune remained to be seen. Perhaps it is best to return to the Xiao sacred land and lay low for a time. Exiting his internal space, his appearance and essence shifted once more. Treading upon the dual energies of yin and yang, he soared into the distance. Glancing back at the tempest raging deep within the East Sea, the thunderous roars echoed. Even from thousands of miles away, he could feel the terrifying energy. This aura, how it mirrors the divine punishment I faced before. Could it be related to my earlier premonition? Surely, my actions have incited the blood demon's wrath. It would be wise to distance myself from the East Sea. Transforming into a stream of black and white light, he soon vanished without a trace. The Xiao sacred land lay in the western part of the great Qin Empire, within the Xiao mountain range, indicating that Su Qing would traverse the entirety of the empire. The immortal vessel could reach the depths of the East Sea from the Xiao sacred land in merely 2 hours. Yet, at Su Qing's current speed, he could return to the Xiao sacred land instantaneously by activating the Avatar's Great Tao. Seated upon his flying sword, he neared the East Sea, planning to revisit the fishing village and city before returning home at a leisurely pace. The furious thunder from the depths of the East Sea was audible even here. It appeared the blood demon had suffered divine retribution and would not be able to pursue him for the time being. Gazing down upon the vast mountains and rivers, feeling the winds that swirl around, Su Qing observed the villages and towns he had traversed, all echoing with lamentations, the ground littered with bleached bones. The vegetation lay parched, fissures crisscrossing the earth. He had heard tales of the tide of sea beasts that had ravaged this land, and the devastation was indeed horrific. The fishing village where he had first arrived had long since been reduced to ruins. Just as Su Qing was lost in his thoughts, a few streaks of light zipped past in the distance, all clad in the attire of the Xiao sacred land. Fellow cultivator, this place is fraught with danger. It would be prudent to depart swiftly, one of the young men in the nascent soul stage remarked gravely before soaring away on a beam of sword light. Su Qing furrowed his brow. The involvement of nascent soul disciples indicated that matters were dire indeed. He decided to investigate further, concealing his presence and vanishing into the air, pursuing their direction. Dakian's East Sea city had lost all its previous splendor, now standing as a ghost town, exuding a chilling atmosphere even under the blazing sun. The Xiao disciples descended one after another, lamenting the plight of the East Sea city's populace, who had first faced the onslaught of sea beasts, only to be further besieged by the malevolent Ghost Mother. We must tread carefully. That Ghost Mother is extraordinarily powerful. The last time we came here, all the Golden Core disciples vanished in an instant. Fear not, with so many of us in the nascent soul stage, we can contend with her even if she has reached the God transformation stage. During midday, when the sun is at its zenith, she will be at her weakest. Let us enter the city. As they ventured into East Sea City, Su Qing materialized in place, surveying the familiar yet desolate landscape with a sense of disbelief. What manner of malevolence was this Ghost Mother? He resolved to delve deeper. Inside East Sea City, it resembled a realm of spirits, with white rags hanging everywhere. The Xiao disciples surrounded a dilapidated courtyard, preparing to set up an array. Solar array activate. Instantly, sunlight converged into a single point, piercing through the clouds to illuminate the courtyard. A piercing, ghastly scream erupted from within, and a figure clad in blood-red garments erupted forth, her face ghastly pale, hair swirling wildly. She charged towards the formation, shrieking, "Die!" The solar sword array unleashed thousands of crimson sword energies, cleaving towards the Ghost Mother. As her hair danced, she emitted a terrifying aura of resentment, akin to countless sharp spikes, which shattered the formation in an instant, her voice shrieking, "All of you shall perish." This is dire. The resentment from all of East Sea City has coalesced upon her. We must find a way to dispel her resentment, commanded the leading disciple, brandishing a talisman as he unsheathed his sword and charged at the Ghost Mother. Su Qing observed their confrontation from a distance. Noting that this ghastly entity was not particularly formidable, it was merely a matter of a single punch. Yet, this place held memories for him. He had once been here, untrained, cherishing a single spiritual stone as a treasure. It was from this very courtyard that he had departed East Sea City, feeling a chill but dismissing it as inconsequential. Information regarding the Ghost Mother appeared before him. Ghost Mother. Innate talent. Resentment. Attributes. Ethereal. enchanting, soul-captivating, malevolent spirit. Description: the master of this residence perished upon her bed, and she ultimately succumbed to torment, transforming into a vengeful spirit. However, she was quite weak until the tide of sea beasts breached East Sea City, allowing her to absorb all the resentment and gain tremendous power. He decided to sign in under the attribute of malevolent spirit. Sign in successful, gain the Red Thread of Fate. Red Thread of Fate can bind the destinies of two individuals. No matter what transpires, they will ultimately be together. This artifact was intriguing, albeit not immediately useful, so he decided to keep it for safekeeping. Without further ado, Su Qing unleashed a punch, summoning 33 golden dragons. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, and the Ghost Mother was instantly reduced to ashes. The disciple engaged in battle with the Ghost Mother was propelled back hundreds of meters by the residual force before coming to a halt. He gazed towards that direction and was astonished to find Su Qing standing there. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your timely assistance. I was rather overconfident before." He hastily cupped his fists in gratitude, recognizing the immense power behind Su Qing's single strike that had vanquished the God Transformation Stage Ghost Mother, indicating that he was at least at the pinnacle of the God Transformation Stage. Su Qing merely shook his head. "It is of no consequence." At that moment, several disciples emerged from the surrounding, dilapidated structures. "Senior brother, we found something." There are blood-written letters everywhere, expressing a woman's affection for her beloved. "Oh, the Ghost Mother has been vanquished." The leading disciple sheathed his sword and turned to Su Qing. "It was thanks to this fellow cultivator's intervention. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger." "Thank you." The disciples bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Su Qing nodded slightly. "You are disciples of the Xixiao sacred land. I was just about to head to Xianxiaaudiobooks to procure some items. Shall we travel together?" "Of course, those matters are trivial." The leading disciple produced a smaller flying vessel. This is used by inner disciples for missions. While its speed cannot rival that of a celestial vessel, it is still quite swift, exponentially faster than your flight. With the flying vessel soaring into the clouds, they ascended rapidly towards the Xixiao sacred land. As time passed, in merely a day, they arrived at the Xixiao mountain range. "We must return to report, so we can only escort you this far. Until we meet again." Watching the flying vessel fade into the distance, Su Qing noted that the items he had signed in from the Xixiao disciples comprised various spiritual tools and stones, which were indeed valuable. He vanished from his location, utilizing the split body Dao attribute to reach the place where his avatar resided. Within the wooden house of the secluded forest courtyard, Su Qing's avatar transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, merging back into his body. He comfortably reclined on his bed and drifted into slumber. Within the Xixiao sacred land, although every action he took was under scrutiny, his safety was assured. At the slightest hint of trouble, his guardian, Xianxian, would promptly appear. He slept soundly until midnight, gradually awakening as the system refreshed. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the attribute for fishing in time and space had refreshed once more. Su Qing immediately felt invigorated. Though the rewards were random, he could bait the hook. The name of the Azure Emperor had resonated across many timelines, fueling his eagerness to fish. He retrieved a premium spiritual stone, inscribing runes upon it, which he then bound to a transparent thread and cast into the time-space rift. At that moment, on an ancient battlefield, a terrifying horde of colossal beasts was engaged in a frenzied slaughter against humanity. However, the number of humans was dwindling, utterly overmatched by the monstrous creatures. Must we, the human race, become mere prey for the demonic beasts? I refuse to accept this. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, and the surrounding beasts were obliterated into blood mist. "I am the Azure Emperor, invincible across the heavens, yearning to find a worthy opponent. I await you at the edge of time." The voice resonated through the skies, instilling fear in the hearts of the beast horde, causing them to retreat in terror. The humans fell to their knees, fervently shouting their gratitude for the Savior's intervention. "As long as our lineage exists, we shall venerate this name for eternity." Suddenly, a cascade of lustrous gemstones fell from the heavens, landing before one of the kneeling figures. Could this be a divine boon from the Azure Emperor? The individual, overwhelmed with gratitude, began to fervently bow, carefully cradling the precious gem. Su Qing, observing the fruits of his fishing endeavor in the courtyard, had only captured a foundational-level avian beast this time. In exchange for a premium spirit stone, he had acquired the carcass of a foundational beast. Nevertheless, it was still satisfactory. He pondered where his name had echoed. Was it in the future or the past? With a faint smile, Su Qing remarked before retreating into his inner world. The inner realm was vast and desolate, save for a solitary forbidden divine tree standing tall within. 3 avatars materialized behind Su Qing, commencing the cultivation of various spiritual herbs. The once overcast sky now bore a radiant moon. Witnessing the burgeoning vitality within his inner world, Su Qing felt elated. He resolved to visit the Zetian capital the following day to procure an abundance of herb seeds for planting. Little Jean and the devouring centipede meandered nearby. Both had completed their metamorphosis. Little Jean had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, with a significantly enhanced spatial power within, while the devouring centipede had also achieved the early stages of foundation establishment, its ebony carapace shimmering with an eerie luminescence, exuding an even more menacing aura. I've put you both through hardships. It seems you haven't ventured outside in ages. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for a stroll, Su Qing declared. Thank you, boss. They replied. Now, with a transformed identity, having two extraordinary beasts by his side posed no issue. On the following morn, Su Qing emerged from the dense forest, with little Jean perched upon his shoulder and the devouring centipede snugly nestled within his sleeve. He intended to depart from the Xixiao sacred land en route to the Zetian capital. However, at that moment, a figure approached from the distance, eyes brimming with disdain and bravado. You are the legendary Yin-Yang sacred body. I am eager to witness your prowess. Su Qing retorted coolly. Are you a fool? I am at the peak of Qi refinement, while you have already attained the golden core stage. Why would I engage in combat with you? Though the newcomer was a guest, Su Qing showed no courtesy to such an obvious troublemaker. Chapter 48. The Contest of the Sacred Sons, Re-entering the Ancient Ruins. The individual became visibly embarrassed by Su Qing's words, yet had no intention of retreating. Enough prattle, dare you fight or not? Su Qing, possessing considerable notoriety in this place, soon attracted a gathering of disciples around him. What is this person thinking? This is the area for new disciples. How shameless. Another remarked. Indeed. Such a person bullies the weak. I cannot abide it. I shall report to the elders. As the crowd's clamor grew louder, the intruder's facade began to crumble, casting Su Qing a venomous glare, his eyes filled with malice. Once you leave this area, I will make you regret this. With that, he turned to depart. Yet, Su Qing would not grant him such a favor. Little Black, go and bite him, he commanded. The devouring centipede transformed into a streak of darkness, moving with incredible speed, and swiftly sank its fangs into the nape of the man's neck, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The man erupted with fury, exuding a terrifying inferno. You have brought this upon yourself. I hold you responsible. He bellowed, as the flames coalesced into a massive fire dragon, launching an assault towards Su Qing. However, the devouring centipede grew rapidly in size, appearing more fearsome than ever, and opened its maw wide to devour the fire dragon, satisfaction gleaming in its eyes. As it advanced toward the foe, the ground beneath, the special material, began to crack. Kill him, Su Qing said indifferently. With animosity established, it was best to eliminate the threat entirely. As for which faction had dispatched this golden core disciple, Su Qing harbored some suspicions. Watching the devouring centipede's performance, Su Qing felt immense pride. It was indeed an ancient ferocious insect, boasting remarkable combat prowess. Merely after one transformation, it could effortlessly overpower an early-stage golden core cultivator. Just as the golden core disciple was on the brink of being vanquished by the devouring centipede, a cold snort echoed from above. Do not presume that your talent grants you the liberty to wreak havoc and take lives here. A bolt of lightning intercepted the devouring centipede's onslaught. Su Qing, witnessing this, withdrew the creature. He gazed at the elder hovering above. The system indicated that he hailed from the law enforcement hall and possessed a cultivation level at the harmonization stage. What a farce. You ignored him entering the territory for new disciples and allowed a golden core cultivator to assault a Qi refinement cultivator, yet now you emerge? Su Qing scoffed. The elder's countenance darkened at Su Qing's words. Do you intend to betray the Xixiao sacred land? If so, I shall execute you on the spot. A terrifying thunderbolt erupted across the sky, exerting immense pressure that caused the surrounding flora to bow low, while the onlookers had long since vanished. Su Qing looked skyward. Yingxian, are you not yet finished with your spectacle? From the clouds emerged an elder clad in gray robes, Yingxian's expression stern, wielding an object in his hand. I have witnessed this matter from beginning to end, and I recorded it with a reflective stone, which I shall present to the sect master. Even if your law enforcement hall intends to support Yanhai, it must be wary of such despicable tactics. The elder from the law enforcement hall turned pale. You were clearly dispatched to guard the East Sea. How could you possibly be here? How do you know? I might have bewitched you all with illusions. Yingxian retorted. Get lost. This time, you shall suffer. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, countless bolts of lightning dissipated, sending the elder of the law enforcement hall hurtling far away. Disappearing into the horizon, Yingxian descended beside Su Qing, sighing heavily. Once we find another powerful physique, the contest for the sacred sons shall commence. They all have forces backing them. I am to be dispatched to the East Sea for guarding duties, so I can no longer assist you. Be cautious henceforth. Su Qing nodded. Xian had been quite helpful along the way and deserved a warning. Do not get too close to the Panlai immortal sect. Last time, more than half of the disciples in the secret realm were blood demon incarnates. The Panlai immortal sect has likely been infiltrated to an unknown extent. You must exercise caution. Xian smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself. With that, he vanished from sight. Su Qing gazed at the direction in which Xian had departed, East Sea. I hope nothing goes awry. As he headed towards the task hall, Su Qing lowered his head, lost in contemplation. It appeared that the Xixiao sacred land was no longer a secure haven, and the competition for the positions of sacred son and daughter was particularly fierce. He needed to find a place suitable for long-term cultivation. With two potential choices both located within the Xixiao sacred land. One was the Imperial Demon Mine, where a powerful demon was sealed. Even the mightiest forces behind other sacred sons would not dare to stir trouble there. The other was the Bone Forest, guarded by a transcendent beast, making entry exceedingly difficult. Su Qing resolved to explore both locations, for in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Inside the task hall, the array of tasks remained unchanged. Bustling as ever, Su Qing accepted a mission to guard the ancient ruins, a long-term assignment requiring him to oversee the site for a year. The rewards were substantial, offering 30 premium spirit stones each month. Beyond the dense fog of the ruins, the strongest beasts were merely at the peak of Foundation establishment. Yet, as the area remained shrouded in darkness, few were willing to stand guard for an extended period, necessitating regular personnel changes each month. With the task indicator appearing on his disciple token, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. Departing from the Xixiao sacred land, he stepped into the Xixiao mountain range, enveloped by the dual energies of yin and yang. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain within the Xixiao sacred land, stood a resplendent palace, remarkable in its grandeur. The young man clad in a golden robe sat above, attentively listening to the reports from his followers. This man was none other than Yanhai, a candidate for the position of the Holy Son. You claim that Elder Tin's departure was merely a ruse. You worthless fools cannot even discern the fake from the real. He scoffed. Continue to devise schemes against Su Qing. Though we cannot kill him, we must find someone to defeat him repeatedly until his resolve shatters. Once his Tao heart collapses, he will be rendered useless and pose no further threat to me. At that moment, a golden talisman flew in from afar, its interior resonating with the voice of Xian, who reported the matter to the Holy Lord. However, the Holy Lord remained expressionless, uttering not a word. Su Qing had taken on the task of guarding the ancient ruins of the abyss for a year. Upon hearing this news, Yunhai's lips curled into a cold smile. He believed that by going to that place, Su Qing could evade his schemes, but he was far too naive. Each day, he would send forth a Yuanying stage cultivator to trouble him, determined to drive him to the brink of despair. Standing below was a subordinate named Sidu Feng, who trembled with fear but could not help but voice his concerns. With Lu Ha and Yi Tian, one at the early stage of integration and the other already at the mid-stage of virtual refinement, both possessing unparalleled combat prowess, no matter how much you do, you cannot contend with them. Why risk it? Yanhai shot him a glare. Once I successfully transform with the essence of the ancestral dragon, what are they to me? Merely stepping stones. Our sole objective now is to buy time. I am about to enter a period of seclusion, and this matter is entrusted to you. Understood. Chapter 49. The transaction with the shimmering immortal, annihilating the Yuanying with a single strike. Within the ancient ruins of the abyss, Su Qing had just finished his handover with two other disciples. Now he was alone. Most of the previous batch of disciples had already advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, while the new disciples were merely at the first or second levels of Qi refinement. The ruins felt desolate, with few disciples coming here to train. Su Qing left a doppelganger behind, while his true self vanished into a spatial rift. In the midst of the mist, Su Qing approached the vicinity of a structure. In an instant, a shimmering immortal appeared before him. Her aura was exceedingly feeble, like a flickering candle in the wind, and her voice trembled with weakness. You are still alive? How is that possible? How could you escape from that place? Su Qing's expression remained impassive. It seems you are nearing your end. Even if I perish, I will take you down with me, she retorted, her breath growing labored. Is that so? If memory serves, you were in a state capable of enduring for at least 20 to 30 years, yet now it seems you cannot last much longer. Su Qing remarked nonchalantly. Do not panic. I am not here to cause you trouble, but rather to assist you, he added with a faint smile. One hand ignited with the flames of nirvana while the other held a medicinal pill. This is the legendary Nirvana Fire, along with the 9 transformation soul reviving pill. It should help you mend your primordial wounds. Upon seeing these two items, the shimmering immortal's eyes filled with longing, with them. She could repair the damage inflicted upon her essence during her tribulation to transcend. As long as her primordial wounds were healed, all her other injuries could be fully restored. However, she did not make a hasty attempt to seize them. Speak. What are your conditions? I shall comply with whatever you ask. Words alone will not suffice. A solemn oath must be made. Su Qing's gaze glimmered. In just 10 years, I will surely attain the integration stage, or even the great ascension stage. At that point, with various enhancements and my doppelganger, I will traverse the world with ease. Serve as my protector for 10 years, and after that, you shall be free. The shimmering immortal was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was astonishingly straightforward. Before her injuries, even a single night's rest had required a century. I swear by the Tao, should this person before me heal my primordial injuries, I will protect him for 30 years. Should I break this vow? May my true soul descend into the depths of infernal torment, forever estranged from the path of immortality. A more pronounced smile spread across Su Qing's face. This shimmering immortal had a peculiar temperament, yet unexpectedly added an additional 20 years to her vow of protection. After 30 years, he would undoubtedly be invincible in this realm. And at that point, she would be bound to serve him, unable to escape. Very well, consume this pill, and I shall employ the nirvana fire to heal your wounds. With the oath established, Su Qing felt at ease. As for the possibility of her breaking the vow, that was inconceivable. The constraints of the Tao were far more stringent than those of the heavens. Once an oath was made, it must be fulfilled. As he watched the shimmering immortal ingest the 9 transformation soul-reviving pill, Su Qing ignited the nirvana fire in his palm, allowing the flames to envelop her entirely as he began to heal her primordial injuries. Suddenly, he inquired, "It appears that your sudden frailty is due to you transferring your power to your daughter, is it not?" "Indeed. I have prepared myself to perish alongside that old fool from the Xiao sacred land. I did not expect you to arrive." The shimmering immortal's tone softened considerably. Though it was merely a transaction, she felt she had struck a significant bargain, and her impression of Su Qing improved markedly. Moments passed, and the shimmering immortal's complexion grew increasingly better. Su Qing withdrew the nirvana fire and stood up. "My cultivation is still considerably inferior to yours. I cannot heal you completely in one go. Refine the pill first, and I shall return tomorrow to assist you with the nirvana fire." "Very well," she replied gently. At that moment, she felt unprecedented relief. Her injuries had stabilized, and she could endure for at least 2 more years. Su Qing sat cross-legged near the formation, clutching a Tao enlightenment stone as he began to cultivate. However, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing trouble with his doppelganger. At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the abyss, dressed in the elder robes of the Xiao sacred land. His tone was extremely domineering. "I am the second elder of the outer sect of the Xiao sacred land. Su Qing, come out and face me." The second elder gazed at the abyss, knowing that it had caught the eye of a supreme elder, and he dared not descend into its depths. He had been tasked with defeating Su Qing, yet he could not enter this place, an immense conundrum. What he did not anticipate was that Su Qing would voluntarily emerge from the ruins. "Old dang, you seek me?" Su Qing retorted. "I am also an outer sect elder, and yet you dare to speak so disrespectfully. Allow me to teach you a lesson." With that, his robes billowed, and a storm of yellow sand erupted behind him. A terrifying wind swept through the surroundings, uprooting towering trees. Seeing this, Su Qing's eyes turned frigid. "So you intend to leave me no escape? Then do not blame me." Celestial phenomena of the sun, moon, and stars manifested, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of the yellow sand. Following this, the dual energies of yin and yang swirled, and a colossal Taiji diagram materialized above, initiating the manifestation of the Taiji phenomenon. As the Taiji diagram spun rapidly, it obliterated all the yellow sand in its wake. "How is this possible? I am at the mid-stage of yuanying, while you are merely at the peak of qi refinement. How could this be?" The second elder murmured in disbelief. Astonishment etched across his face as he witnessed Su Qing easily dismantle his technique. In that moment of distraction, a spatial rift erupted behind him. Su Qing stepped forth, declaring, "Old dang, I shall send you on your way." The 2 centers of the Taiji diagram collided, unleashing unparalleled power. The surrounding mountains crumbled to dust, leaving naught but barren earth. As for the elder who sought trouble, he was obliterated to the last particle. Su Qing stroked his chin, nodding in satisfaction. Such power is truly growing stronger. The higher-ups of the sacred land would soon learn of this incident. Yet Su Qing felt little concern. After all, this was merely his doppelganger. He would not show any signs of retreat. Life and death were trivial matters. If they dared to oppose him, he would respond with force. "Death is but a fleeting state, for I shall merely return in 30 days. I shall return to the cavernous ruins." Yet the cacophony of explosions reverberates in every direction, echoing throughout the entire sacred land of Xixiao. Not far from this tumult, I witnessed Su Qing defy the odds and vanquish an elder at the nascent soul stage. Si Tu Feng, observing this scene from a distance, feels an icy chill run down his spine. What manner of monster is this? A pinnacle of qi condensation dispatching a nascent soul elder. Such feats are rarely chronicled even in ancient texts. He turns his gaze towards a towering peak within the sacred land of Xixiao and quietly departs. Si Tu Feng senses an ominous premonition. Should he continue to assist Yuan Hai in troubling Su Qing, a far graver fate awaits him. At present, he still possesses an opportunity to escape unscathed. Just as he resolves to leave the sacred land of Xixiao in search of a secluded sanctuary to live out his days, an unseen force suddenly locks onto him, rendering him immobile. He is inexorably drawn into the depths of the sacred land. Chapter 50, Journey to the Sword Tomb. Signing in for temporal sword techniques. Within the grand hall of the sacred land of Xixiao, the high-ranking officials gather in silence, standing still. The Lord of Xixiao gestures, and Si Tu Feng plummets from afar, landing heavily on the ground. He raises his gaze to behold the many elders and the esteemed Lord of Xixiao. Dread flooding his heart. Now he cannot even contemplate escape. The Lord of Xixiao speaks with a cold detachment, devoid of emotion. Yet his presence exudes an overwhelming pressure as he recounts the events that transpired. Trembling, Si Tu Feng divulges the entire truth. It was thus. I was commanded by Yuan Hai to target Su Qing, and I sought out the second elder of the outer sect, with whom I had some past acquaintance. Subsequently, I bore witness as Su Qing, at the peak of qi condensation, struck down the second elder, leveling mountains for miles around the cavernous ruins without sustaining a single injury. Listening to Si Tu Feng's account, the Grand Elder Lin Jianxing shakes his head repeatedly. How perplexing to see such an unparalleled prodigy targeted in this manner. Should he defect from the sacred land of Xixiao, we would be the subject of ridicule for millennia. Such a transcendent talent, if placed in another holy land, might be directly proclaimed a holy son. Yet here he faces hostility. Another elder nods in agreement, though some evidently support Yuan Hai's stance. Though Yuan Hai instigated this, Su Qing not only emerged unscathed, but also killed an elder of the outer sect. This is a grave transgression against our sacred tenets. Indeed, both Yuan Hai and Su Qing bear culpability in this matter. As voices of dissent rise around him, Si Tu Feng lowers his head, striving to diminish his presence. The Lord of Xixiao's brow furrows slightly. While it is true that Yuan Hai instigated the conflict, Su Qing should not have slain an elder of the outer sect. Both must face punishment. What do you propose as retribution? I suggest casting Su Qing into the sword tomb to endure the torment of sword energy. Proposes Grand Elder Lin Jianxing. The sword tomb is not punishment. It is clearly a reward. Rather, let us consign him to the 100 Poisons Forest. The experience of being invaded by countless toxins is no trivial matter. I propose sending Su Qing to the Imperial Demon Mine. All eyes turn to the elder advocating for the Imperial Demon Mine, who is none other than Yuan Hai's mentor, the third elder Lei Hong, who manages the law enforcement hall. Recently, the Imperial Demon has been agitated. Should Su Qing be sent there, his life would be in jeopardy. This is clearly ill-intentioned. Undeterred by the scrutiny of his peers, third elder Lei Hong states, I merely offer a suggestion. The final decision rests with the Lord. Moreover, the Sword Tomb and the 100 Poisons Forest are hardly punitive. They are akin to rewards. The 100 Poisons tempering could enhance one's cultivation. And should he enter the Sword Tomb, he might even acquire a formidable personal flying sword. The Grand Elder snorts disdainfully and turns to the Lord of Xixiao. Very well. Let Su Qing be sent to all 3 locations, each for a year. As for Yuan Hai, let him face 3 years of solitary reflection. The Lord of Xixiao declares softly, and you all eyes shift to Si Tu Feng. You shall have your cultivation forcibly stripped, and you will depart from the sacred land of Xixiao. Si Tu Feng is momentarily taken aback. Departing from the sacred land of Xixiao is one matter, but to have his cultivation nullified is an unforgiving fate. He has toiled immensely to attain the God transformation stage, and without his powers, his lifespan would dwindle rapidly. Yet, despite his reluctance, he recognizes the futility of resistance. In the cavernous ruins, Su Qing sits before a stone dwelling, contentedly roasting a beast. Observing the succulent morsel dripping with oil, he muses, the matter should have reached a conclusion. I wonder if I shall return to the Imperial Demon Mine. He had previously revealed a fraction of his prowess, and this potential is unparalleled. He had anticipated that he would face no repercussions, and the ultimate punishment would likely be an assignment to the Imperial Demon Mine. The sacred land of Xixiao had once maintained a prison. Yet after awakening his physique in the Imperial Demon Mine, he had triggered a calamitous phenomenon, leading to the mine being repurposed as a prison for all manner of offenders, be they dark path titans or formidable beasts. As Su Qing contemplates, a radiant figure descends from the heavens, landing before him. The newcomer exudes an imposing aura, appearing somewhat aged yet possessing a gaze of piercing intensity. This task is null and void. Come with me to the Sword Tomb. Su Qing examines the system panel of this individual. Lin Jianxing. Identity: Grand Elder of the Sacred Land of Xixiao. Talent: Unrivaled Sword Path. Reincarnation: Sword Energy. Attributes: Mad God Sword Body. Sword Intent Transcendence. Profound Heart Sword Technique. Heaven-Slaying Sword Energy. Description: Born for the sword, destined to die for the sword. To his astonishment, this individual is none other than the Grand Elder of the Sacred Land of Xixiao, and he has come personally. As for the Sword Tomb, Su Qing is not particularly familiar with it. He has merely heard that disciples who have rendered great service to the Sacred Land may enter to select their personal flying swords. With a flash of sword light beneath his feet, Lin Jianxing transports Su Qing to a certain location within the Sacred Land of Xixiao. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qing initiates a sign-in. This Grand Elder possesses 2 golden attributes. He signs in under the Unrivaled Sword Body attribute. Sign-in successful. Gain Temporal Sword Techniques. Temporal Sword Techniques, one of the strongest sword arts across the myriad realms, capable of condensing time and space, possessing formidable lethal force. Gazing at the system panel, Su Qing is filled with excitement. This sword technique is indeed formidable. The only shortcoming is that it requires personal cultivation. The techniques and divine powers acquired through sign-in must be cultivated by oneself, and treasures obtained through sign-in must also be refined independently. Only the attributes can be used directly. Outside the Sword Tomb, Lin Jianxing lands Su Qing on the ground. Enter. Someone will be there to assist you. With that, he dissipates into a wisp of sword energy. Vanishing into the air, Su Qing surveys his surroundings. Even outside the Sword Tomb, remnants of swords are embedded in the earth, and the area resembles a vast canyon, filled with an overwhelming sword intent. Those with fragile minds would be crushed instantly by the oppressive will simply by standing here. The moment Su Qing steps into the Sword Tomb, a beam of sword light manifests, forming a figure. It is none other than Yi Tian, whom he encountered previously. Yi Tian's eyes shine with intensity as he gazes at Su Qing, then bursts into uproarious laughter. I have heard from my master about your exploits. Splendid work. I too have endured oppression, slaying over a dozen nascent soul elders before spending 30 years guarding the East Sea. Before I departed, I boldly entered the grand hall of the Sacred Land of Xixiao, sword in hand, prepared to challenge the Lord of Xixiao. Although I was defeated in a single move, I attained the state of unity between man and sword. For the next year, you will dwell in the Sword Tomb. We shall be neighbors. Su Qing had perused Yi Tian's information and understood that he had ventured forth due to a transgression, yet he was surprised by his formidable demeanor. Furthermore, the Sword Tomb appeared to be a veritable treasure trove. Yi Tian, previously at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, had astonishingly ascended to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. As they entered the Sword Tomb, the air was alive with swirling sword energy, encompassing their surroundings. Yet both remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of distress. Yi Tian gestured towards a cave, declaring, "That shall be your dwelling. I will be cultivating deep within the Sword Tomb. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me." Su Qing glanced at the system panel and noted that he had successfully registered with Yi Tian. Chapter 51. Entering the Sword Tomb. The blood demon infiltrates the Xixiao Sacred Land. He had signed in under the illustrious purple phrase, Unrivaled Sword Body. Sign-in successful. Obtained Sword Intent Elixir. Sword Intent Elixir. Consuming it allows for a brief period of comprehension of sword intent. Gazing at his newfound acquisition, he found it quite satisfactory. Although he seldom wielded a sword, he possessed 2 innate flying swords, Xiantian and Wudao, alongside a celestial sword, Ice Soul. Mastering sword intent would likely enhance his affinity with the Ice Soul. After Yi Tian had finished imparting this information, he delved deep into the Sword Tomb. Su Qing entered the cave, which was sparsely furnished with merely a stone bed, a stone table, and stone chairs. He promptly seated himself on the bed, embarking on the comprehension of the time-space sword art. Meanwhile, outside the Xixiao mountain range, Situ Feng, leaning on a wooden staff, trudged along with great difficulty. At this juncture, he was even inferior to an ordinary person, with little time left to live. He cast a resentful glare towards the direction of the Xixiao Sacred Land, seething. "You are truly ruthless. You have effectively crippled my cultivation." Ultimately, with a heavy heart, he turned towards a nearby city. In that instant, a surge of blood energy emerged from the ground, merging with his body. Situ Feng's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Had he just been expelled by the Xixiao Sacred Land? A follower of the candidate Holy Sun, Yanhai? Perhaps he could exploit this connection to gain entry into the demon emperor mind. At this moment, Situ Feng had metamorphosed into the blood demon, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight. On the other hand, within the palace, Yunhai was enveloped in fury. That incompetent Situ Feng has implicated me, forcing me to prematurely conclude my seclusion. He examined a golden-scaled fragment in his hand, exuding faint traces of ancestral dragon energy. What a waste of ancestral dragon energy, such a pity. The golden scale transformed into a beam of light and entered his chest. Just then, a figure soared into the palace. Lei Hong regarded Yunhai's state and remarked, "It's merely a matter of facing the wall. You could spend some time cultivating with the Supreme Elder. Following his teachings is a blessing." Yunhai rose, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Master. But I feel a sense of discontent." "Fear not. I have arranged for someone to go to the demon Emperor mine. He is destined to meet his demise there." Lei Hong said with a smile. "That would be for the best," Yunhai replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. At that moment, in a courtyard within the novice area, Yun Yin received this news, her gaze turning increasingly menacing. "Yunhai, that scoundrel, once caused me near fatal peril, forcing me to flee to the Eastern Sea. Now he is stirring trouble again. It seems I must hasten to elevate my cultivation." Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that only 2 candidate holy maidens emerged during the disciple ceremony, with no candidate holy son in sight. Thus, Yunhai had been relatively subdued. Until 3 months later, an ordinary disciple suddenly erupted with astonishing potential, capturing the attention of the sacred land's upper echelons, and subsequently became the target of Yunhai's schemes. Recalling that ordinary disciple, Yun Yin's emotions became complex. In her previous life, she had leveraged him against Yunhai. However, that disciple's cultivation had advanced at an alarming rate, eventually sealing the blood demon. In just a few decades, he became invincible, leading many powerful beings into the immortal path. At that time, Yun Yin herself was among those who entered the immortal path, but after stepping into the immortal realm, she lost all traces of him. Years later, she heard that he had become an innate demon god and had completely taken over the demon realm. Although she possessed her own celestial dynasty, it was merely a small domain in the immortal realm, incomparable to the vastness of the entire demon realm. Calculating the time, that individual should soon begin to shine among the ordinary disciples. Now was the opportune moment. Yun Yin departed the courtyard, heading towards the area for ordinary disciples. Within the ancient ruins of the cave, Su Qing opened his eyes, a hint of surprise glimmering within. He had not anticipated that the so-called punishment would merely involve cultivating within the sword tomb. However, it was fortuitous, as he could allow his doppelganger to cultivate the techniques there. Currently, his own cultivation endeavors were numerous, leaving him no time to spare. The supreme forgetful record and the demon god body alone were sufficiently troublesome, not to mention refining various treasures. At that moment, the other 2 doppelgangers were also engaged in their cultivation within his internal world. Half a month passed. Each day, Su Qing was either healing the sea serpent or practicing his techniques. He also engaged in time fishing, acquiring some useless items, yet he sensed a subtle shift in the cosmos. His physical body underwent a slight enhancement, reaching the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, while his realm reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Had he not suppressed it, he would have already broken through to the golden core stage. Continuing down this path was untenable. It seemed he needed to hasten the process of condensing the purple-patterned golden core to enter the false core realm, lest he soon find it unbearable. Observing the dilapidated ancient ruins, Su Qing suddenly recalled the dragon clan's bones within the bone forest. He would have to venture there once more. This time, armed with the heavenly deceptive phrase, he could better evade the vengeful demon beasts. As long as he avoided the central area, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. Just then, a striking young woman emerged from the mist, clad in jeans and a white t-shirt, appearing utterly out of place in this world. It was the sea serpent girl he had encountered previously, who, having received assistance at the celestial immortal level, had undergone a complete transformation. She had reached the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, and her mere presence stirred the hearts of those around her, as if they were on the brink of succumbing to illusion. Evidently, her innate divine abilities had also seen tremendous enhancement. Upon laying eyes on Su Qing, she immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. "You're still alive. What of my mother? Did you slay her?" Su Qing, unperturbed, responded with a faint smile, "And if I did? She nearly led to my demise. Should she not face consequences?" The young sea serpent cried out in fury, summoning the surrounding mist to morph into terrifying beasts. Unforgivable. She waved her hand, and the beasts encircled Su Qing. Observing this, Su Qing calmly remarked, "With such meager tactics, how do you intend to avenge your mother? It's simply insufficient." The yin-yang taiji diagram behind him spun rapidly, obliterating the surrounding illusions, transforming falsehood into truth. The girl's eyes turned crimson. and she transformed into a colossal white tiger, the power of metal raging around her, leaving deep fissures in the ground. Su Qing became slightly more serious. Indeed, she was a being of growth potential, morphing into a mythic white tiger, possessing some of its divine abilities. As the white tiger charged towards him, Su Qing summoned the primordial purple energy and chaotic divine light upon his fist. With a flick of his finger, he sent her flying, directly reverting her to her original form. It seems your daughter has undergone a successful transformation. Suddenly, ripples coursed through the surrounding space, and a beautiful woman stepped forth. With a look of satisfaction, she gazed upon the young sea serpent. It appears your bloodline has indeed undergone another transformation, comparable to that of the ancient divine beasts. The young girl Shun gazed in disbelief. Mother, what is your perspective on this? After a brief pause, she turned to Su Qing. What on earth is happening? The transcendent Shun smiled gently at the girl and said, I will explain everything to you in due time. Then, casting a complex glance at Su Qing, she remarked on his astonishing growth over such a short span of days. In Chapter 52, The Savage Sword Path, Son of Heaven, Su Qing remained silent. Your foundational injuries have healed completely. You may now tend to your own recovery. However, I must access the formation once more, as I intend to re-enter the Forest of Bones. At this, both women were taken aback. What? It was already a miracle that you managed to escape last time, and now you wish to return? The transcendent Shun exclaimed, for even she, bound by a vow of the Great Way with Su Qing, would not dare to claim she could emerge unscathed from that perilous place. Su Qing waved his hand with a smile. This time, your presence is unnecessary. I shall venture in alone. Since you are so determined, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Formation, activate. Immediately, the surrounding array glowed, and Su Qing stepped into it, vanishing from sight. The young girl Shun remained perplexed. Mother, what is truly happening? I shall take my time to explain, her mother replied. Inside the Forest of Bones, Su Qing ambled contentedly. Though this place could be deemed a forbidden zone where one could easily meet their demise, it was far preferable to the treacherous machinations of the outside world. With a single step, he entered the yawning region of the Forest of Bones. Observing several dragon-shaped skeletons nearby, a black hole materialized behind him, beginning to devour them. Only 3 of the skeletons retained a trace of dragon energy, which was woefully insufficient. Su Qing had to delve deeper, entering the Huashan region. As he continued to consume the dragon-shaped skeletons, Su Qing gradually began to break through, a peculiar golden elixir forming within him. In the sword tomb, Su Qing's avatar was diligently cultivating. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and a terrifying sword intent surged forth, causing countless swords to resonate in unison. Having grasped the essence of yin-yang sword intent, he had thoroughly mastered the temporal and spatial sword techniques. Pleased with his progress, he intended to leave the cave to find a broken sword to test the power of his temporal sword technique. However, he discovered a multitude of flying swords hovering at the cave's entrance, each radiating brilliant sword light. It seemed that with merely a nod, these flying swords would willingly acknowledge him as their master. Su Qing shook his head in mild exasperation. It appeared his excellence was indisputable, casting a dazzling aura wherever he went, prompting a need for greater humility in the future. As he gazed at the floating flying swords, golden light sparkled in his eyes. Information about each sword materialized before him. Howren, a top-tier spirit sword, containing an immense reservoir of righteous energy, with a spirit that is notably stubborn, believing only those filled with righteousness are worthy of its recognition. Liang, a top-tier spirit sword, recognized solely by fire attribute spirits. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of swords, Su Qing's gaze fell upon a broken sword floating in the corner. Its blade was as wide as a hand, and intrigue filled his eyes. Xianxia, a broken immortal sword, originally a treasure from the immortal realm, shattered when its master was cast into reincarnation, the blade fragmenting and tearing through the void to arrive in this realm. Seizing the hilt of Xianxia, he declared, "You shall be my choice." Instantly, the surrounding spirit swords flew back to their original places. Yi Tian, gliding on sword light from the depths of the sword tomb, observed this scene in astonishment. He has gained the spirit sword's acknowledgement so swiftly. I wonder which flying sword he has chosen. Su Qing emerged from the cave, Xianxia in hand, and beheld Yi Tian suspended in the air. Have you also been stirred by this? Yi Tian remarked, I did not expect you to choose this sword. Although Xianxia is indeed an immortal sword, the cost of its restoration is exorbitant. Nonetheless, its power is formidable, even as a broken sword. It rivals that of a pseudo-immortal artifact. Su Qing nodded in agreement. This sword is quite remarkable, though it is slightly small. At that instant, Xianxia suddenly enlarged, transforming into a size comparable to a door panel, appearing wild and untamed. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Now this is sufficiently large. I am thoroughly satisfied. Watching Su Qing depart with the sword larger than a door, Yi Tian found himself both amused and bewildered. He certainly is a unique individual. Within the sword tomb, Su Qing wielded the door-sized xianxia against a torrent of sword energy, experimenting with the yin-yang sword intent. Upon manifesting his sword intent, all swords lay dormant. Planting xianxia into the ground, he drew upon countless sword energies, commencing the refinement of his physique. Soon, a powerful aura erupted from him, and the manifestations of celestial bodies and the yin-yang taiji diagram appeared simultaneously, elevating his concealed realm to the foundation establishment stage. With a single swing of his sword, the surroundings seemed to freeze, albeit for merely a fleeting moment. Yet Su Qing found satisfaction in this brief temporal stasis, which, while inferior to Yun Yan's temporal celestial power, was merely the beginning for him. Furthermore, this moment allowed for countless actions to be taken. Sensing the surge in Su Qing's power, Yi Tian returned. Observing Su Qing enveloped in countless sword energies as he established his foundation through swordsmanship, Yi Tian felt a flicker of surprise. He doesn't appear to specialize in the sword path. How could he establish his foundation in such a manner? Shaking his head, he thought no more of it and quietly departed. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qing merely sought to display his formidable strength, avoiding suspicion by not establishing his foundation in an overt manner. As Yi Tian left, Su Qing turned his gaze to the system panel. Sign-in successful. Obtaining the Savage Sword Path. The Savage Sword Path, an exceedingly ancient sword path that merges physical prowess with swordsmanship. The stronger the physique, the mightier the sword path. Those with weaker physiques will suffer catastrophic consequences in their cultivation. Seeing the rewards gained from signing in on Yi Tian, Su Qing was not surprised. Yi Tian was indeed a formidable swordsman, and his talents and attributes were closely tied to the sword path. However, upon contemplating the Savage Sword Path, Su Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. The potential of combining it with the demon goddess body was unimaginable. Returning to the cave, he began to refine the xianxia sword while practicing the Savage Sword Path and the temporal sword techniques. In the servant-disciple area of the Purple Sky Holy Land, a youth in simple attire toiled diligently in the spiritual fields. Yi Chen observed the fields around him, and his gaze, once dulled by despair, now radiated with hope. Just last night, he had stumbled upon a peculiar orb containing the remnant soul of a peerless powerhouse. After merely one night's guidance and teachings, he had successfully undergone a transformation, breaking through to the first layer of qi refinement. As Yi Chen labored in the spiritual fields, he practiced the techniques imparted to him by the powerful soul, absorbing spiritual energy for his cultivation. From afar, on the mountain peak, Yun Yin gazed down at the fields, her attention fixated on Yi Chen. As expected, he has begun his cultivation here, she thought, her eyes glimmering with red light. She intended to place a substantial bet on him. This young man was destined to become unrivaled, and the returns would undoubtedly exceed her investment manifold. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Yun Yin walked through the air, drawing the curious glances of the servant disciples in the spiritual fields, though they dared only to steal glances. Yi Chen, captivated by Yun Yin's breathtaking beauty, felt a rush of warmth in his heart. Yet he could only gaze at her from a distance. Suddenly, a voice resonated within Yi Chen's heart. In Chapter 53, The Fall of the Penglai Immortal Sect. A new breakthrough. Young man, what are you afraid of? In the future, your strength and status will not pale in comparison to hers. Be bold. Yi Chen swallowed hard. All right. Gathering his courage, he lifted his head. Yet, this action was akin to a crane standing among chickens, drawing the attention of all present towards him. This Yi Chen is exceedingly audacious. I've heard that she is the new candidate for the Holy Maiden, having entered the foundation establishment stage in less than a month. A prodigy unparalleled. Indeed. How dare he? It seems the elder in charge will surely reprimand him. It is only natural for a youth to be infatuated. To steal a few glances at this candidate for the Holy Maiden is worth any punishment, though I wouldn't dare. At that moment, an elder barked, Yi Chen, why haven't you lowered your head? You've offended the Holy Maiden. Beware for your life. Yi Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle. Just then, Yun Yin smiled faintly, a beauty so exquisite that it rendered all else devoid of brilliance. It's of no consequence. With that, Yun Yin gracefully departed. Yi Chen remained rooted in place, stunned for quite some time, until the elder's scolding jolted him back to reality. It's a miracle to escape punishment. Hurry and get to work. Yi Chen buried himself in toil, yet his heart was perpetually replaying Yun Yan's enchanting smile. Strive diligently. For your current cultivation is still too low, you are not worthy of her. A voice echoed within Yi Chen's heart, igniting a fervor within him. Yun Yin returned to her abode, a contemplative glimmer in her eyes. At present, they existed on entirely different planes. She merely needed to ensure he remembered her. As for what lay ahead, Yun Yin had her own schemes. At the extreme of the East Sea, on the Isle of Penglai, a blood shadow was engaged in a fierce battle with the sect leader, Zhao Qianquan. Blood demon, how did you manage to escape? This is merely a projection. Even as a mere avatar, I am invincible in this realm. There is no need for my true self to manifest. The blood demon's laughter resonated, effortlessly dominating the clash with Zhao Qianquan despite the divine retribution he faced. As the duel raged on, Zhao Qianquan's expression grew increasingly grim. The two celestial artifacts before him, the purple light mirror and the profound heart sword, dimming in their brilliance. His vital essence was being rapidly consumed by the blood demon's arcane techniques. If this continues, I shall perish here. I implore the Grand Elder to emerge and assist me in vanquishing this demon. At that moment, the Isle of Penglai began to tremble, radiating light. A breathtaking fairy in a blue dress emerged from the luminescence, her presence transcendent, akin to a true celestial being. Wielding a purple celestial sword as she charged at the blood demon. A mere projection of the blood demon dares to stir trouble in my Penglai sect. Just then, the Grand Elder of Penglai shouted, I shall lend you my strength. Zhao Qianquan felt a sense of foreboding, entangled with the blood demon's projection. Escaping would surely leave him severely injured. Be cautious of the Grand Elder. He may be the blood demon incarnate. The blood demon cackled wildly, too late for that. As the Grand Elder of the Penglai sect arrived behind the blue-dressed fairy, he suddenly self-destructed. The surroundings transformed into a blood-red cage, ensnaring all within. Even as a transcendent being, she needed a sword strike to break free. However, at the moment she unleashed her sword, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated, causing the Isle of Penglai to shatter. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Qianquan was momentarily stunned, the blood demon's hand sliced through his chest like a blade. Today, the Penglai sect changes hands. Yet suddenly, the blue-dressed fairy reached through the rift in space, grasping Zhao Qianquan and vanishing without a trace. The blood demon did not pursue. A dying transcendent-esque counterattack would severely injure his projection. Let them flee. After all, having succumbed to the blood curse, their time is limited. Hovering above the Isle of Penglai, the blood demon roared with laughter. Millennia ago, this place still boasted true celestial beings. Now it has decayed to this state. Yet, thankfully, the resources remain abundant. The isle was shrouded in crimson, instilling panic among its inhabitants. However, the blood-red shroud acted as a net, rendering escape from the Isle of Penglai impossible. A month later, deep within the bone forest, Su Qing consumed the last dragon-shaped skeleton in the fusion zone. A new line emerged on the purple false Dan forming within him, completing its third transformation. This is the last one. It can only reach the third transformation with purple patterns. The Great Ascension Zone harbors terrifying entities, making further exploration impossible. It appears I must depart. With a flick of his finger, he effortlessly sliced through the fabric of space. With his rising realm, his void divine body and spatial talents had rapidly strengthened. Coupled with his status as a formation master, he could easily locate the formation's position. Stepping into the spatial passage, he arrived at the ancient ruins. The transcendent Shun and the young Shun were taken aback upon seeing Su Qing. You emerged so effortlessly. How did you manage that? The transcendent Shun exclaimed. Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. I plan to leave here. Are you ready to depart? The young Shun's eyes sparkled with hope. Since her emergence, she had remained enveloped in mist, witnessing everything only through illusions. She yearned immensely for the outside world. The transcendent Shun, however, furrowed her brow. We are trapped here by that old man's mist formation. If I attempt to leave, he will surely sense it. Su Qing smiled gently. If you can think of that, so can I. Let us leave him an avatar. Provide me with a drop of blood. Ordinary blood will suffice. Extracting a drop of blood from the transcendent Shun, Su Qing activated the blood god's secret technique. Instantly, a crimson light erupted, revealing a figure identical to the transcendent Shun. Use your innate divine powers to imbue this avatar with your aura, and we shall be able to leave. Su Qing's appearance transformed rapidly, becoming a white-robed youth with two flying swords appearing behind him. Even his aura and essence began to shift. What was once a fearsome presence akin to a ferocious beast became razor-sharp, reminiscent of an unparalleled sword immortal. He drew the young Shun and the transcendent Shun into his inner space, then approached the center of the formation. Modifying the formation, he changed the teleportation point from the bone forest to the outskirts of the Zixiao mountain range. Stepping inside, he vanished entirely. This time, his goal was to venture to the Great Qian Imperial Tomb, seeking to collect dragon chi to condense a golden Dan. The dragon chi contained within the dragon skeletons of the bone forest was limited. Had they been alive, they would have been immensely powerful. Just a single strand of dragon chi was sufficient to condense a golden Dan, but having been dead for countless years, the dragon chi had dwindled to near nothing. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Zixiao mountain range, his innate flying sword instinctively unsheathed, transforming into a beam of sword light that sped towards the direction of the great Qian imperial capital. However, after flying several hundred miles, Su Qing was taken aback. He reversed direction, returning to the Zixiao mountain range. Chapter 54. The Gathering of the Talented, encountering the Son of Heaven for the first time. At the sword tomb, Su Qing stood at the cave's entrance. Yi Tian was beside him, eagerly recounting, "The gathering of the talented from the eastern region is about to commence, taking place in the Cloud Peak City, where the Nine Heavens sacred land is located. All the prodigies from the eastern region will be present to compete, with the chance to enter the legendary Cloud Xian Mountain." Su Qing was taken aback. What kind of place is that? That is one of the 10 great celestial mountains of the world, Cloud Xian Mountain, renowned for its myriad wonders. It is said that merely entering will allow one to break through a minor realm. Should the blessings be profound, one might even acquire the legendary ethereal essence to refine one's body, leading to a transformation of the physique, allowing even the divine and sacred bodies to undergo metamorphosis. When speaking of the cloudy sunset immortal mountain, Yi Tian's eyes brimmed with fervor, and he began to prattle excitedly. Su Qing's gaze was filled with contemplation. If that were the case, wouldn't it be a veritable treasure trove? Even the coveted red entries might make an appearance. A sign-in could yield treasures related to the Dragon Clan, thus sparing him the perilous venture into the great Qian imperial tomb. These ancient ancestors of grand factions might harbor peculiarities, preferring to lie in their coffins rather than passing on. Alternatively, like the Li clan of South Lake, some ancestors may wish to evade death by transitioning into the path of corpses or spirits, extending their lifespans in such a manner. Hence, venturing into the great Qian imperial tomb does indeed carry certain risks. Su Qing turned to Yi Tian and inquired, "Does that mean my punishment is absolved?" Yi Tian replied with a smile, "Depending on your performance at the talented gathering, it might very well be. I can participate in the talented gathering. Does that mean that Yunhai can as well?" Su Qing questioned. "It should be so, just be cautious afterward." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Qing's eyes as he plotted, determining that should he cross paths with Yunhai, he would ensure the latter's discomfort. At the very least, he would summon dozens of ferocious beasts to pounce upon him before delivering a fatal blow. As for the entries on Yunhai's person, Su Qing was willing to forsake them to eliminate him. With an enemy lingering, even cultivation would not be tranquil. They would depart for the Nine Heavens sacred land in 3 days, during which time you may act freely. Yi Tian instructed before vanishing like a streak of sword light from the sword tomb. Su Qing, however, did not exit the sword tomb. Instead, he entered a cavern. The chi of deception concealed the surroundings, and in an instant, his true form arrived. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he transformed into white light. Returning to his body, the Eastern Domain gathering is indeed intriguing. Su Qing had previously perused a map detailing the power distribution within the Eastern Domain. There were dozens of first-rate sects, with the premier transcendent forces being the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, the Penglai Immortal Sect, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. Additionally, there existed 7 ancient clans, far surpassing first-rate forces, yet still a notch below the transcendent powers. Among them, the Wang family's divine son had previously encountered him in the southern volcano, where he had been thoroughly bested and had fled in disgrace. Had it not been for the presence of 2 elders nearby, he might have met his end. Gazing inward at the state of his internal world, 3 avatars were diligently cultivating 3 distinct techniques: the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Record, the Wild Sword Path, and the True Dragon Treasure Technique. The sky-devouring centipede was hunting monstrous fish in the sea, while Little Gold lay contentedly asleep upon the forbidden divine tree. Tushin stood nearby, gazing in awe. This was a small world, and the spiritual energy was astonishingly abundant. The young Shun murmured to herself, "No wonder Su Qing's strength has progressed so rapidly. He alone possesses a supply of spiritual energy from a small world, making it impossible for him to slow down." One of Su Qing's avatars opened its eyes and welcomed, "Welcome to my world. It may seem a bit barren at the moment, but I shall procure some spiritual herb seedlings in the coming days, which should enhance it. Feel free to find a place to cultivate." The young Shun approached Su Qing and, observing the other 2 avatars, curiously asked, "Is this the technique of splitting oneself?" She paused, realizing he had yet to acquire a name. "Shall I bestow one upon you?" Su Qing did not respond, but smiled. The young Shun was momentarily taken aback. Her race was simply called Shun, and she had never considered another name, shaking her head slightly. "How about you be called Dreamlike?" Su Qing mused before stating, "That sounds delightful, Dreamlike." The young Shun beamed, her earlier animosity towards Su Qing evaporating entirely. Should Su Qing activate the Eternal Domain, he would surely observe the young Shun's affection for him skyrocketing. The Shun, gazing at Dreamlike, appeared lost in thought. As if reminiscing about the past with a sense of nostalgia, the avatars returned to cultivate beneath the forbidden divine tree. Su Qing opened his eyes in the cavern of the sword tomb. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, was his mind truly so simple? Rising to his feet, he resolved to wander through the purple heaven capital, intending to procure additional spiritual herbs to adorn his internal world, lest it feel too desolate. Upon exiting the sword tomb and arriving at the outer gate of the purple cloud sacred land, all disciples regarded Su Qing with profound reverence. They bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." Su Qing nodded, signing in with each of them. Although he did not acquire anything particularly valuable, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Just then, a cacophony arose in the distance. "The once-in-a-century death arena has been opened. Let us go see." "Who activated it?" "It's a fight to the death. Only one side can survive for it to cease." Su Qing's interest was piqued as he made his way toward the commotion. Primarily, where the crowd gathered would be convenient for signing in, as he could directly sign in amongst the throng. Surrounding the death arena were many disciples, all abuzz with chatter, creating a raucous atmosphere. Su Qing paid little heed to the battles unfolding, instead positioning himself in the back to commence signing in. Sign-in successful, obtain Supreme Gathering Spirit Herb. Sign-in successful, obtained Blood Qi. Sign-in successful, obtained Alchemy Manual. Sign-in successful, obtained 10 high-grade Spirit Stones. As the system notifications continued to appear, Su Qing's gaze fell upon a rather unique item, Blood Qi. This was something nearly impossible to sign in at the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a disciple who was, astonishingly, a blood demon incarnation. This revelation caused Su Qing's brow to furrow slightly. He anticipated that the blood demon had begun infiltrating the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Yet, he was disinclined to concern himself with the extent of the blood demon's infiltration. He would merely issue a warning later and leave the higher-ups of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land to grapple with the ensuing headache. His fingers danced in the air, inscribing invisible spiritual energy patterns behind the blood demon incarnation. Just then, a tremendous uproar erupted from the crowd. "Look, the two combatants in the death arena have arrived." One youth, his eyes filled with determination, donned the attire of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land's outer sect, his cultivation merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The other, clad in battle armor, boasted peak Qi refinement cultivation, brandishing a multitude of talismans as he sneered. "In the death arena, it's a battle to the death. Yi Chun, as a mere servant, what do you have to compete with me? Today, you shall surely perish." Observing Yi Chen's attribute panel, Su Qing's pupils constricted sharply. This was Chapter 55, the terrifying panel of the Child of Heaven's Will. Sign in for the Origin Battle Armor. Yi Chen, Identity, Child of Heaven's Will. Destiny, Invincible Demon Sovereign. Talent, grows stronger against the strong, survives desperate situations, light of hope, intelligence dampening aura. Entries, Sacred Body of Heaven's Will. Holy Battle Technique, Heaven's Will Luck, Desolate Battle Spear. Demon Path Luck, Unmatched, Explosive Emergence in Dire Straits, an ever-present elder, and romantic fortune. Description, the Child of Heaven's Will possesses extraordinary luck, with infinite potential for growth. With the assistance of the heavenly demon, he reverses his fate, soon to find the yet unawakened Demon Lord, gaining the support of both the heavenly demon and the Demon Lord. His realm ascends rapidly, soon breaching the demon realm, obtaining vast opportunities, ultimately dominating the demon realm, becoming its sovereign. Ultimately, with the aid of Heaven's Will, he sweeps away immeasurable tribulations, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse across the myriad heavens. Gazing at Yi Chen's attribute panel, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. This doesn't seem right. Yi Chen, this fellow, possesses such a dazzling radiance atop his head. Why did I not notice it during the disciple ceremony? Could it be that it was only after encountering the old man that he revealed these extraordinary attributes? Observing the several potential growth attributes before him, Su Qing felt an intense yearning. These attributes develop alongside one's realm, potentially evolving into multicolored attributes, or even advancing into unprecedented black attributes. Currently, he only held 2 growable attributes, Domain of Strength and Array Master. The Domain of Strength had already progressed from blue to purple, significantly enhancing its potency. Su Qing regarded these attributes as his trump cards within his domain. Even those formidable opponents for major realms beyond him would be unable to wield spiritual power or divine abilities, forced to rely solely on physical combat. Although the adversary could not employ spells, he himself could, which exemplifies the remarkable nature of such attributes. As for Array Master, it necessitated the study of array knowledge for enhancement. However, the sheer volume of secret techniques and methods he needed to practice left him with little time to delve into the literature on formations. Yet, astonishingly, The opponent possessed 4 such attributes. Su Qing cleared his throat, prompting the surrounding crowd to part, allowing him passage. With a slight nod, he approached the death arena's periphery. The outcome of the battle was unsurprising. Despite the opponent wielding various treasures and protective spirit armor, Yichen effortlessly manifested a multitude of flora, unleashing the phenomenon of the army of plants. He easily pierced through the adversary's armor, leaving a shower of flesh scattered across the arena, plunging the surroundings into silence. Yichen scanned the area, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment as he failed to spot the person he sought. After retrieving the adversary's storage bag, he departed leisurely. At that moment, a cacophony of frenzied shouts erupted. How could this be? Could he possibly possess a unique constitution that allows him to unleash the army of plants phenomenon? It seemed plausible, yet I have never heard of this individual's name. What was it again? Yichen, I believe. Has Yichen suddenly awakened some supreme constitution, thus becoming so formidable? Su Qing gazed at the system panel, ignoring the commotion around him. He had just signed in under the attribute Heavenly Tao Sacred Body. Sign-in successful, obtained Origin Battle Armor. Origin Battle Armor, Supreme Spirit Armor. Containing the essence of 3,000 great avenues, capable of infinite growth, boasting unparalleled defensive power that can reflect attacks tenfold, with a probability of 100-fold reflection. It also possesses the illusory armor function, allowing the Origin Battle Armor to create a duplicate armor with 80% of the original strength. As the Origin Battle Armor continues to advance, new special abilities will emerge. Gazing at the system panel, Su Qing's eyes gleamed with fervor. What a remarkable treasure! As expected of a growable attribute, to have acquired such an extraordinary item. The concept of tenfold reflection implies that an enemy could be vanquished by their own attack, leaving nothing but remnants behind. How exhilarating! Moreover, while donning the battle armor, his avatars could wear it as well. His survival capability had significantly increased once more. Regarding his constitution, even if the Heavenly Tao Sacred Body reached its zenith, Su Qing did not believe it could compare to his devouring Heavenly Tao Body. He also harbored great interest in this constitution's essence. If he could obtain some of the opponent's blood, he might acquire all the benefits of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Body. As Yichen departed, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Su Qing made his way towards the purple sky capital. As dusk fell, he returned laden with a substantial collection of spirit herb seeds and saplings. He deposited all his acquisitions into his spatial realm, instructing his 3 avatars to plant them. As darkness enveloped the sky, Su Qing resolved to return to the purple cloud sacred land. Passing through a stretch of forest several miles away, he noticed a radiant glow emanating in the distance. It was the resplendent light of attributes. In the purple cloud sacred land, there was but one individual who possessed such attributes, the son of Heavenly Tao, Yichen. Su Qing activated the deceptive heaven attribute, melding his form into the spatial rift, intending to stealthily observe what Yichen was doing in this locale. At that moment, perched upon a towering tree branch, Yichen lazily chewed on a blade of grass. Master, do you think I should attend the Talented Youth Conference? Would that not be rather ostentatious? A venerable voice resounded. Of course you must go. Many years ago, I concealed a treasure in that secret realm. Should you acquire it, your breakthrough will be expedited. Moreover, there is another crucial task. Seek out the reincarnation of the Demon Lord. I have divined that the Demon Lord's reincarnation currently resides in the Eastern Domain. Only by obtaining the treasure from the secret realm can we ascertain the Demon Lord's precise location. This matter is of utmost importance. Yichen, perplexed, inquired, the Demon Lord? That sounds like a formidable figure from the demonic path. What need have we to find their reincarnation? A demonic path powerhouse. The Demon Lord was once the sovereign of the demon realm. Do you understand? A being of equal standing to the immortal realm. If you locate the Demon Lord's reincarnation, merely being in proximity will double your cultivation speed. Should you win their favor, they may impart secret techniques to you, rendering you invincible across the myriad realms with ease. The elderly voice explained, urgency lacing its tone. All right, I understand. I shall attend the Talented Youth Conference. Several dozen miles away, Su Qing emerged from the spatial rift, his mind rife with contemplation. If he were not mistaken, the voice emanating from Yichen was that of the heavenly demon. Furthermore, from their conversation, it seemed the Demon Lord's reincarnation was near the 9 heavens sacred land. It had been countless millennia. Who would have thought the Demon Lord still roamed in reincarnation? Moreover, the heavenly demon was left with only remnants of its soul, still searching for the Demon Lord. Considering the information revealed on Yichen's attribute panel, he would undoubtedly come to control the demon realm in the future. There must be some secret behind this, and it seemed imperative for him to locate the Demon Lord's reincarnation before Yichen did. He needed to uncover that secret in advance. It was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. returning to the secluded woods of the outer sect of the Purple Cloud's sacred land, where he once resided. Qing found solace in the fact that no one dared to covet this place due to his prior audacious actions of slaying nascent souls. Lying atop the wooden cabin-esque roof, he gazed at the vast expanse of stars. The myriad realms, merely one world, are indeed vast and magnificent. Gradually, night deepened. The system panel flickered to life once more, signaling a refresh of the time fishing feature. Chapter 56, a wooden box from the mythical era, the cosmic tree. The transcendental art of carefree travel. Qing hung a premium spirit stone on the transparent thread and cast it into the time-space rift. He held little hope for the randomly acquired items. As the thread sank, he began to retract the transparent line. Time fishing successful. Obtained a mysterious box from the mythical era. It was a wooden box, its material indiscernible, adorned with various peculiar patterns emanating waves of celestial light. In the blink of an eye, Qing's physical cultivation surged from mid-stage transformation to pinnacle transformation. After so many fishing attempts, he had finally drawn something remarkable, an artifact of such caliber, a product of the mythical era. Upon opening the box, he discovered within a single golden scroll. Qing's eyes shimmered with golden light as he activated his all-seeing eye. Cosmic Tree. The cosmic tree is the divine tree that supported the heavens and earth during the mythical era. This box originates from it and can be used to refine great Luo treasures. The moment he unfurled the scroll, a dense array of ancient characters materialized. Yet, under the scrutiny of his all-seeing eye, Qing instantly grasped its profound significance. The heavenly emperor reigned for 12,000 years. The human emperor rebelled against the heavens. Aided by the Ying as the 9 great heavenly sovereigns emerged, igniting the chaos of myriad clans. The cataclysmic battle commenced, shattering the heavens and the earth into countless fragments, both large and small, which gradually coalesced into myriad worlds. The celestial realm crumbled, the human race weakened, and the formidable beings of myriad tribes perished. The esteemed celestial sovereign left behind a manuscript, waiting for future generations to uncover its secrets. Subsequently, a series of harrowing images materialized before Qing's eyes, depicting a battlefield of unimaginable terror. The mere presence of a lowly soldier exuded a force surpassing that of the most powerful scattered immortals Qing had ever encountered. After perusing all the images, a mysterious technique emerged at the rear, the sacred-level divine art of the free and unfettered journey. However, Qing was still reeling from the overwhelming manifestations of the grand battle. The majestic silhouette of the heavenly emperor radiated an immense and boundless aura, accompanied by a myriad of mythical beasts from ancient legends. Finally, he uttered a single exclamation. What the hell? Thus, it was revealed how the myriad realms came into being. The mythic era was a colossal world that had been shattered into the infinite universes we know today. Gazing at the secret art depicted in the scroll, Qing resolutely committed it to memory. The wooden box and the scroll might not necessarily originate from the mythic era. They could just as well be relics from a later age. It was uncertain which time and space they belonged to, yet he had fortuitously drawn them to himself. Every image within the scroll was a treasure in its own right, and if his cultivation were to ascend, he might glean profound insights into certain divine arts. He activated the ability to listen to all things. As he approached the wooden box, a voice resonated. Young one, I see promise in your talents. Shall I impart to you the path of the wood? However, the condition was that he must first plant it within the primordial soil, lest it perish. Qing was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. It was a delightful surprise to discover that the celestial tree still held some semblance of life, implying it could potentially be cultivated within his internal world. Yet, as he sought to listen to the voice from the scroll, he found himself unable to hear anything, possibly due to the scroll's unwillingness to engage with him. He attempted to activate the ability to hear all things again, for even the stones by the roadside possessed voices. Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, resolved to strengthen himself further. He entered his inner space, buried the wooden box underground, and then planted his innate flying sword into the earth, continuously producing primordial energy. This made Qing acutely aware of the burgeoning vitality of the celestial tree. Should the celestial tree flourish within his inner world, the benefits would be incalculable. Qing then settled into a meditative posture, beginning to comprehend the divine art of the free and unfettered journey. He dispatched one of his avatars from his internal realm to participate in the gathering of prodigies. While avatars were indeed advantageous, they came with limitations. Regardless of how many avatars he created, there was but a single internal world. If an avatar strayed too far from the main body, it could not re-enter the inner world. Fortunately, the avatar could summon the main body to its side. Qing equipped the avatar with the celestial sword and a fragment of his foundational battle armor before watching it depart his inner world. In his hand, He held a stone of enlightenment, delving into the understanding of the free and unfettered journey. The following morning, Su Qing emerged from the dense forest courtyard, hoping to encounter Yichen once more. That fellow was bound for the gathering of prodigies and was sure to stir up trouble. However, to Su Qing's surprise, 3 consecutive days passed without a sighting of Yichen or any other prodigies for that matter. Not even the blood demon's avatar made an appearance, leaving Su Qing utterly astonished. Could it be that these individuals were all in seclusion, preparing for the gathering? It seemed unlikely to see none of them. Never mind, he thought, as he would set off for the 9 Heavens Holy Land tomorrow, where he would undoubtedly encounter them all. Returning to his dwelling, Su Qing gazed at the celestial sword before beginning his training in the wild sword technique. At that moment, within the demon emperor's mind, a furtive figure infiltrated the premises, only to explode instantaneously, dissipating into a wisp of blood energy. Near the demon emperor's seal, the voice of the blood demon penetrated the air. Demon Emperor, I know you possess the ability to allow an avatar to escape the seal. Shall we collaborate? A voice of imposing authority emanated from within the seal. You are but a stray dog, the first to flee during the Great War. How dare you propose an alliance? The blood demon retorted, unperturbed. What of fleeing? Should one fight to the death when defeat is certain? If you cooperate with me, this seal will soon be broken. In this era, the strong have dwindled, and those who once sealed us have ascended to the celestial realm. Once my true body breaks free, none shall stand in our way. Despite the blood demon's incessant enticements, the demon emperor remained resolute in silence. The blood energy within released a cold snort. Wait and see. You shall surely regret not collaborating with me. With that, the blood energy vanished without a trace. Such a short-sighted fool, came the disdainful voice from within the seal. Even though this realm is devoid of strong warriors, the heavenly Tao remains. The voice then turned nostalgic. Even if I sought collaboration, I would not choose you. If only the heavenly demon were still here. He was the master of divination and possessed unparalleled wisdom. Alas, he perished too soon. A colossal purple celestial vessel hovered in the air, captivating the attention of all disciples. The gathering of prodigies was about to commence, and our Holy Land's 10 candidate saints, alongside 9 candidate saintesses, were said to be in attendance. There are 10 candidate saints. Aren't there only 9? Someone wondered. Our Holy Land has unexpectedly gained an additional supreme physique who has suddenly awakened. He has rightfully become the 10th candidate saint, reportedly named Yichen. Suddenly, purple lightning crackled across the sky, and a towering figure descended from above, landing within the celestial vessel. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It is the first candidate saint, Luha. He is most adept in the way of thunder and has reached the integration stage, making him the most formidable among them. In quick succession, a streak of sword light cleaved through the lightning, and Yi Tian, clad in a white robe, exclaimed with audacity, "So, you finally deigned to emerge. How about we have a battle right here?" Chapter 57, Confrontation in the Sea of Clouds. As they boarded the celestial vessel, Luhi's tone remained placid. "Let us save our duel for the gathering of prodigies." "Very well," Yi Tian acquiesced as he stepped onto the vessel. The other candidates soon unleashed various extraordinary phenomena, yet they paled in comparison to Luha and Yi Tian. Su Qing stood atop a mountain peak, the sun, moon, and stars illuminating his path, while the yin-yang taiji diagram swirled behind him. Brandishing a sword as large as a door, he called out, "Yun Hai, come forth and meet your demise." On the celestial vessel, Yun Hai, robed in yellow and adorned with dragon patterns, regarded Su Qing for the first time, taken aback by his brazen words. "Do not boast. For while your physique is formidable, your cultivation is too low. Behold, I shall suppress you with a single hand." With a mere gesture, a massive 5-clawed golden dragon surged towards Su Qing, roaring mightily. "Is this all you have?" Su Qing's eyes were filled with disdain. He opened his mouth wide, and the 5-clawed golden dragon rapidly shrank, ultimately swallowed whole by Su Qing. Fear gripped Yun Hai's heart, yet he recognized that further confrontation was ill-advised. A grave expression settled upon the faces of all onlookers. The golden dragon technique unleashed by Yun Hai was potent enough to slay those in the divine transformation stage, yet it had been effortlessly consumed by Su Qing. The spectators below erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Incredible. If only they would truly engage in battle. This trial has already been so thrilling. Imagine the splendor of the gathering of prodigies, but alas, we lack the qualifications to attend. Previously, Su Qing had been able to slay a nascent soul with his peak qi refinement, and now, his cultivation remained indiscernible, though it was likely he had broken through. The aura Su Qing exuded suggested he was on the verge of transcending to the golden core stage, a rapid progression that left others astounded. Yichen gazed upon the myriad of phenomena before him, somewhat dazzled and profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that the Xixiao sacred land would be home to such an abundance of exceptional prodigies. Indeed, they still had a long way to go before they could claim invincibility in the world. The voice of the ancient Tianma echoed in his mind, urging him not to underestimate himself, for should a confrontation arise among those of the same tier, these prodigies would prove no match for him. Aside from that yin-yang sacred body, there existed an immensely powerful demon lord in the demon realm endowed with such a physique, capable of dominating vast regions through sheer physical prowess. Surprise filled Yi Chen's eyes. Was this physique truly so formidable? Undoubtedly. The fusion of the solar and lunar energies could unleash immeasurable strength. Su Qing, disinterested in further entanglement with Yun Hai, ascended directly onto the celestial vessel. Surveying the multitude of candidate saints, he refrained from commencing the sign-in process, opting instead to await the arrival of the Son of Heaven. At that moment, Yun Hai cast a sidelong glance at Su Qing, his eyes brimming with cold malice. Yet, it was this very gaze that ignited Su Qing's ire. In an instant, he dashed to Yun Hai's side and delivered a swift kick. "What do you think you're doing, glaring at me?" Yun Hai was sent sprawling from the celestial vessel, the mark on his rear unmistakably vivid, unable to be suppressed any longer. "Su Qing, what a cowardly sneak attack. Take it to the life and death arena, if you dare." Yun Hai retorted, frustration palpable. "Are you out of your mind? I still intend to participate in the grand contest of prodigies." Su Qing casually gnawed on a spiritual fruit, exuding an air of utter leisure. Witnessing Su Qing's demeanor only incited further rage within Yun Hai, causing him to spit blood in fury. Yet, he found himself powerless to retaliate, his agitation mounting as he begrudgingly returned to the celestial vessel. Just then, a green radiance emerged from the ground, signifying the arrival of Yi Chen. However, as he was about to step onto the celestial vessel, Yun Hai, in a fit of irritation, slapped him away. Yun Hai sneered at Yi Chen. "I've heard tales of your unparalleled physique. Why have you not revealed any manifestations? Hurry, show me your true form. Or is this so-called extraordinary physique merely a fade?" Yi Chen's expression darkened. His heavenly Tao sacred body had yet to fully mature. Thus, any manifestations were indeed a disguise. The disparity between his potential and the current physiques of these prodigies was considerable, but with his boundless potential for growth, he was certain that his abilities would one day surpass theirs. Unexpectedly encountering trouble only added to his frustrations. Meanwhile, Su Qing, witnessing Yi Chen being so easily dismissed, was left dumbfounded. In his eyes, Yi Chen's attributes were far more precious than those of everyone else aboard the celestial vessel, yet he had just been sent flying. Moreover, just as he was about to sign in, Yun Hai had struck him out of the designated area, igniting Su Qing's fury. "You scoundrel, this is utterly intolerable." The celestial sword of the heavenly quarters was unsheathed, and the dual energies of yin and yang erupted forth, saturating the very fabric of existence. "What are you planning to do, Su Qing?" Yi Tian gasped in alarm, while Lu He grew vigilant, prepared for Su Qing's next move. "Get lost." Su Qing swung the celestial sword, aimed directly at Yun Hai's back. Yi Tian's sword flickered slightly, its light radiant, while Lu He condensed a bolt of lightning around him, both ready to intercept Su Qing's assault. At that moment, Yun Hai sensed a chill creeping up his spine, as if a grave danger loomed. Golden Dragon Protection. 5-clawed golden dragon phantoms manifested around him, their scales glistening with golden light. However, despite the simultaneous efforts of the trio, they could not deter Su Qing's onslaught. Under the might of the celestial sword, the lightning burst forth, the sword light dissipated, and the golden dragon phantoms were shattered. At that instant, the yellow robe worn by Yun Hai radiated a glow, revealing itself as a pseudo-immortal artifact, barely managing to deflect the blow. As the assault waned, Yun Hai's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes transforming to a golden hue. "I have truly had enough. Incessant attacks will meet with my wrath today." Just as Yun Hai's aura swelled, a cold, detached voice resonated from above. It was Ling Hong, the master of Xixiao's sacred land, flanked by 9 stunning maidens, the candidates for the sacred maiden position. Yun Hai's grand maneuver was forcibly reined in, his blood surging, and his complexion turned ashen. He shot a venomous glare at Su Qing, but suddenly seemed to recall something and quickly averted his gaze. Yi Tian was astounded. He was aware of Su Qing's foundational mastery of the sword and the might of the celestial sword. However, he had not anticipated the extraordinary leap in Su Qing's power, achieving the false Dan realm in just over a month, a truly astonishing pace. Although Yun Hai had recently broken through to the transformation spirit stage, Yi Tian estimated that Su Qing's current strength was not inferior to Yun Hai's. Lu He, too, was filled with shock. Having heard rumors of Su Qing's prowess, rumors of his ability to slay nascent souls with sheer qi, he now recognized that his strength was far more formidable than the tale suggested. As Yichen stepped onto the celestial vessel, no one dared to impede him further. The prodigies of the Xixiao sacred land congregated aboard. The astonishment in Yichen's eyes had yet to fade as he reached out telepathically. Master, this Yinyang sacred body is truly remarkable. Just look at how effortlessly Su Qing contends against opponents 2 major realms above him. He recalled witnessing the Yinyang demon lord of the demon realm in action. In a fused state, he could unleash power exceeding his own by 100-fold. As the voice echoed in his mind, Yichen fell silent and approached Su Qing, seeking to foster camaraderie. Observing Yichen's advance, Su Qing remained expressionless, fixated on the system panel, contemplating which attribute to sign in for. Chapter 58 acquired the secret art of the demon god, supreme refinement technique, and the exterminator attribute. Yichen clasped his hands, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Senior Su, for your timely intervention. Su Qing could scarcely muster the energy to acknowledge him, his focus solely on the system panel. Irritated, he waved dismissively. Do not disturb me. I am deep in thought. Yichen was taken aback by Su Qing's peculiar demeanor and could only depart in disappointment. Having completed his attribute selection, Su Qing acquired the growth attribute and the battle saint law. Sign-in successful, acquired the demon god S evil art. Demon god S evil art, possessing sinister power. The longer one engages in a duel, the weaker the opponent becomes. The diminished strength of the enemy transfers to oneself. There is no limit to the number of foes. And as the attribute grows, new abilities will manifest. Marvelous, truly remarkable. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. This attribute was indeed powerful, and the more adversaries there were, the stronger he became. The crucial factor was that the designation of enemy was entirely at his discretion. Next, he set about signing in with the other prodigies. He had already completed the sign-ins for Yi Tian and Yunyan. Among the other prodigies, only 3 possessed golden attributes, Murong Shui, Yunhai, and Luha. Murong Shui was a familiar acquaintance, having once saved her life in the Eastern Sea's secret realm. Moreover, she was a reincarnated figure of great significance in the immortal realm. Even with 2 golden attributes signed in, she still had 3 remaining: Ice and Snow Sacred Body, Cold Sky Manifestation, and Reincarnation Seal. As for Luha, he boasted a golden attribute known as the Thunder God Body. Finally, there was Yunhai, whose singular golden attribute was quite peculiar, leaving Su Qing bewildered. Heaven's Abandoner, perpetually subjected to the disdain of the heavenly Tao, deliberately positioned opposite the Son of Heaven, destined to become a stepping stone for him. Yet endowed with unimaginable luck and talent, capable of concealing his own strength at will. Su Qing scrutinized the system panel, reflecting, so the heavenly Tao can manipulate destinies. No wonder Yunhai sought trouble with Yichen. It was all preordained. Thankfully, he was an outsider to the heavenly realms, perpetually activating the deceive heaven attribute. Fate cannot be dictated by the celestial order. Even if there is divine retribution, once the art of deceiving the heavens is employed, the celestial order finds itself utterly confounded. Thus, the signing in commenced. I chose the Ice and Snow Sacred Body from Murong Shui, the Thunder Sacred Body from Luha, and the Heaven Abandoned Body from Yunhai. Sign-in successful, acquired the Ice Cold Immortal Body. Sign-in successful, acquired the Demon Thunder Sacred Body. Sign-in successful, acquired the Heaven Abandoned Body. Upon witnessing the final system notification, Su Qing's lips twitched involuntarily. However, the system soon delivered another prompt. The compatibility of the 3 terms, Deceiving Heaven, Rebellious Heaven, and Heaven Abandoned, has reached 99. Would you like to fuse them? Without hesitation, Su Qing chose to fuse, as all 3 were golden terms. And fusing 2 could yield a red term, while fusing all 3 might result in a rainbow term. Fusion successful, acquired the Annihilator. Annihilator, capable of concealing oneself, obscuring the celestial path, possesses the power of annihilation, slaughtering immortals and gods with terrifying might, completely countering the forces of the celestial order and the great path. However, once the power of annihilation is utilized, the celestial order will instill fear, and one will inevitably be expelled from this realm. He entrusted the other 2 powerful bodies to be devoured by the heavenly devourer body and integrated the term of annihilator into himself. The power of annihilation was indeed formidable, but could not be employed recklessly, lest he be expelled. Since the main body could not use it, he would resort to his clone. A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips as he began the sign-in on the body of the Purple Cloud Holy Master. Sign-in successful. Acquired the Supreme Refining God Technique. Gazing at the system panel's notification, the Supreme Refining God Technique emerged from the golden term of the Purple Cloud Holy Master's Purple Cloud Thunder Punishment. Upon reviewing the system's description of the Supreme Refining God Technique, Supreme Refining God Technique, the foremost forbidden art among the myriad realms. Mastering the first level can augment one's divine consciousness 100-fold, With a total of 10 levels, complete mastery can increase divine consciousness by 1,000,000-fold. Today was indeed bountiful, and once these rewards were digested, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Subsequently, he signed in on other prodigies. Sign-in successful. Acquired 10,000-year decision bright grass. Sign-in successful. Acquired supreme spirit vein heart. Sign-in successful. Acquired innate spirit pill. The system panel continued to illuminate with various treasures notifications. However, these were not on the same tier as what he had acquired from the earlier individuals. Qing intended to use these treasures as cultivation resources, consuming them all with the Devour-Heaven divine ability. The system space clone shared with the main body. He transmitted all items to his main body, while this clone's current task was to sign in for more valuable items at the Prodigy Grand Assembly. With the Supreme Refining God technique and the Demon God Evil method, there was simply no time for cultivation. He would have to entrust them to his main body and the other two clones within his internal world. As the celestial boat surged into the sky, it began to soar towards the nine heavens' sacred land. Qing stood atop the celestial boat, gazing down at the vast earth below. At that moment, Tian approached Qing, smiling calmly as he remarked, "I never expected your strength to rise so swiftly. It seems it won't be long before you surpass me." Qing and Tian were somewhat familiar, as this fellow had brought him to the Purple Cloud's sacred land, and they had trained together in the Sword Crypt for a time. In truth, if he were to unleash some hidden cards now, he could easily overpower Tian. However, Qing did not wish to dampen Tian's spirits, merely smiling and nodding in agreement. "I've heard that the Cloud Summit City floats in the sky. I wonder what it looks like. I've only seen it in records. Never visited personally. It must be quite breathtaking." Tian gazed into the distance, expressing his sentiments. As the celestial boat continued onward, suddenly, the clouds began to ripple with great force. Two colossal beasts were engaged in a fierce battle in the sky, and Qing was astounded by one of them. Was that a whale? A gigantic white whale surged through the clouds, battling a golden-winged rock. Both behemoths were immeasurably powerful, indeed both being transcendental beasts of the great ascension stage. The aftermath of their conflict sent shockwaves across the expanse, leaving a clear sky, while beneath the azure heavens, only the two titans continued their fierce struggle. The many prodigies aboard the celestial boat gasped in awe, never expecting to encounter such a magnificent spectacle so soon after departing the Purple Cloud's sacred land. Both beasts exuded strength far surpassing that of great ascension elders. The white whale, known as the Cloud Whale, was the mightiest beast of the nine heavens sacred land, its master being the elder of the nine heavens sacred land, the celestial sword saint. The golden-winged rock was the sovereign of the Tian Duan mountain range. These two beasts were natural arch-nemeses. The frigid voice of the Purple Cloud Holy Master resonated aboard the celestial boat as he elucidated the battle, captivating the attention of the numerous prodigy disciples. Chapter 59. The Celestial Sword Saint arrives at the nine heavens sacred land. Qing's eyes brimmed with regret. The distance was too great for him to sign in. Though it appeared near, the immense size of the two beasts made it seem as though they were close at hand, when in truth, they were hundreds of miles away. Yun watched the two colossal beasts battle with a sense of nostalgia. In her previous life, she had been deeply moved by this scene for a long time. Even after ascending to the immortal realm and witnessing countless terrifying beasts, this moment remained vividly etched in her memory, as the sensations of weakness and strength were wholly distinct. She sighed inwardly, lamenting that such a tranquil life would not last much longer. According to the timeline, the blood demon had already taken control of Penglai Immortal Island and was bound to stir up significant events at the Prodigy Grand Assembly. The two beasts continued their fierce conflict. At that moment, a purple celestial boat approached nearby, halting not far from the celestial boat of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. An elder stood above it, astonishingly the self-destructed Grand Elder of the Penglai Immortal Sect. He nodded slightly at the Purple Cloud Holy Master, surprised that the Purple Cloud Holy Master himself had come, indicating the importance of this assembly. The Purple Cloud Holy Master remained expressionless, even disinterested in responding. Yet, the Grand Elder of the Penglai Immortal Sect continued to chatter, suggesting that this clash of alien beasts was a demonstration from the nine heavens sacred land. Otherwise, they could have forcibly carved a path through. However, the Purple Cloud Holy Master still ignored him, merely observing the duel between the two beasts in silence. Seeing this, the Grand Elder of the Penglai Immortal Sect ceased speaking, waiting quietly. Qing gazed at the celestial boat of the Penglai Immortal Sect, utterly speechless. All 20 prodigy disciples aboard the celestial boat were manifestations of the blood demon. It appeared the blood demon had thoroughly infiltrated the Penglai Immortal Sect, causing Qing to worry about the current situation of Elder Sun Xian, who had once safeguarded him for a time and was now stationed in the EC. Soon, Qing came to a realization. Since the blood demon manifestations aboard the Panlai immortal sect's celestial boat had not revealed themselves and maintained their current state, it indicated that there was no immediate danger. Nevertheless, the presence of blood demon manifestations aboard their celestial boat suggested the upcoming assembly would be intriguing. Su Qing turned to gauge Yuan Yan's expression, only to find her also observing the celestial boat of the Panlai immortal sect, her gaze profound and inscrutable. When she caught Su Qing's eyes, she smiled and nodded. Before long, the battle between the colossal beasts concluded, with the golden-winged roc retreating, wounded, back to the Tian-Duan mountain range. As the cloud whale drifted through the air, it emitted a crisp, melodious call towards the sky, appearing exceedingly jubilant. Soon, a radiant beam of light sliced through the heavens, leaving a long, trailing mark. It landed atop the cloud whale, gently caressing its head, glancing towards the two celestial vessels. It became evident that you had arrived. The city of Cloud Summit was prepared to welcome you all. Please make your way there at your leisure. The tone was distinctly audacious. And after uttering these words, it steered the cloud whale away. The Grand Elder of the Panlai immortal sect was most displeased. This was clearly a deliberate display for our observation, as even the Elder of the Scattered Immortals had made an appearance. The Jiuxiao Sacred Land is attempting to suppress the prestige of our two factions. With a cold snort, he commandeered his celestial vessel and plunged into the clouds. Su Qing could hardly suppress a laugh. This blood demon incarnation was quite the performer. It seemed the Jiuxiao Sacred Land was in for some trouble. The celestial vessel beneath his feet began to advance. As they drew nearer to the Jiuxiao Sacred Land, they were astonished to behold numerous edifices emerging above the clouds, standing tall amidst the mist, with white cranes occasionally soaring about, resembling a celestial paradise. In the distance lay a grand city, somewhat smaller than Zitian, yet exuding an extraordinary presence, suffused with even richer spiritual energy. This was the fabled City of the Sky, also known as the City of Cloud Summit, where the prestigious gathering of young talents was to be held. To Su Qing, everything appeared marvelously enchanting, with countless intricate formations shimmering in white light, flowing languidly through the clouds. Indeed, an enormous celestial-grade formation. Atop the city walls of Cloud Summit stood an elderly man clad in white robes, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Xiao Shan, the Lord of Jiuxiao. I warmly welcome all fellow Taoists to our gathering. The gates of the city of Cloud Summit slowly swung open, emanating an almost tangible aura of spiritual energy. Surrounding them, apart from the celestial vessels of the Xixiao Sacred Land and the Panlai Immortal Sect, were several smaller vessels hailing from the ancient families of the eastern region. Each leader emerged, nearly every one of them a formidable being at the ascendant stage, all bowing in reverence to the Lord of Jiuxiao. For this gathering of young talents, may we not be disappointed. All the prodigies of the eastern region have converged here. It would be a pity without an audience. Allow me to be a spectator. A hearty laugh rang out from afar as a ragged old man floated into view. He was a renowned scattered cultivator from the eastern region, possessing ascendant-level prowess. Following his arrival, several other powerful scattered cultivators appeared, each accompanied by their disciples. The Lord of Jiuxiao smiled and declared, since all have arrived, let the prodigies enter the city. Very well. The disciples of the Xixiao Sacred Land were the first to enter, followed by those of the Panlai Immortal Sect and numerous ancient families. Su Qing blended into the crowd, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he scanned everyone around him. Although somewhat distant, he discerned several spots emanating golden light, with one in particular radiating a crimson glow. Indeed, it seemed this gathering was worth attending. Beside him, Yuan Yan chuckled. What is it? Have you found an opponent who excites you? Su Qing refrained from answering. It was too soon for that. Let us enter the city and see what wonders this famed city of Cloud Summit holds. Yuan Yan nodded, well aware that the process of this gathering of young talents would be a chaotic and ruthless affair. The moment they stepped into the city of Cloud Summit, the first round of the gathering commenced. Although the city was vast, there was not a single figure in sight within its confines. This perplexed the members of the Xixiao Sacred Land, sparking a flurry of discussions. How can there be no one here? Could it be that the Jiuxiao Sacred Land anticipated the commencement of the gathering and cleared the area in advance? It's quite possible. The entire eastern region places great importance on this event, so it is reasonable for the Jiuxiao Sacred Land to take such precautions. One after another, people continued to enter the city of Cloud Summit, and the atmosphere began to buzz with activity. Su Qing quietly observed, even spotting Wang Tai-su, the scion of the Wang family, whom he had previously bested in a confrontation. Wang Tai-su also noticed Su Qing, his eyes brimming with malice. Had it not been for the current circumstances, he might have acted upon his impulses. Just as Su Qing was about to begin his registration, a colossal phenomenon suddenly manifested in the sky. A stairway with an astonishing 9,999 steps appeared, each level showcasing an array of extraordinary sights. Exuding an air of the surreal, Qing activated his all-seeing eye, astonished to discover that this stairway was, in fact, a supreme celestial artifact. The surrounding clamor vanished in an instant. The Lord of Zhixiao's aged yet serene voice resonated through the air. Though this stairway is a replica of the mythical celestial ladder, it remains a supreme celestial artifact, capable of assessing the cultivation potential of all beings. Ascending to the 10th step qualifies one as an ordinary prodigy, the 100th as an extraordinary prodigy, and the 1,000th as a rare, unparalleled prodigy. The level attained on this stairway will determine your accommodations. A haughty voice emerged from the crowd. A mere stairway? Watch me conquer it. Wang Tai-su boldly stepped forward. Commencing his ascent, murmurs rippled through the crowd. It was indeed the scion of the Wang family, reputed to possess a void divine body, capable of effortlessly rending space, truly formidable. Let us see how far he can climb. We'll observe for now. Indeed, if even the scion of the Wang family cannot ascend many steps, we shall not feel ashamed if we are unable to either. At this moment, within a grand palace of the Jiuxiao sacred land, all the powerful factions were gathered. The scene of the City of Cloud Summit was projected here, forming a colossal luminous screen. The ascendant-level cultivators of the Wang family sighed as they witnessed Wang Tai-su voluntarily ascending the stairway. Although their scion was exceptionally gifted, his arrogance was excessive. If only he would temper his pride, he could achieve greatness. I find the talents of the Wang family unreliable. Instead, keep an eye on my disciple. He is bound to shine brightly. The ragged old man chuckled, his gaze shifting to a young boy in the corner of the crowd, none other than Lin Feng. The great fortuitous one Qing had encountered before. The Lord of Zhixiao remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he observed the luminous screen. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Penglai immortal sect wore a subtle smile, his eyes glimmering with scheming thoughts. Listening to the discussions around him and observing the varied expressions of those present, the Lord of Zhixiao remarked with a faint smile, "For this gathering of young talents, I have truly made a grand effort. Not only will a celestial artifact be awarded, but the Cloud Mist secret realm will also be opened." Upon hearing the mention of the celestial artifact, several ascendant-level scattered cultivators widened their eyes, astonished by the generous rewards. Even after living for thousands of years and venturing into numerous ruins, their finest possessions were often merely quasi-celestial artifacts. Among them, two individuals with particularly unfortunate fortunes possessed nothing more than supreme spiritual artifacts. They continued to observe the luminous screen, witnessing Wang Tai-su effortlessly climbing the stairway, seemingly without any strain. However, upon surpassing 100 steps, his expression shifted dramatically, each subsequent step becoming laborious. Ultimately, he managed to ascend only 180 steps before he could advance no further. Though this achievement still rendered him a remarkable prodigy, it placed him in the lower echelons of potential. As he struggled to progress, the phenomena surrounding Wang Tai-su dissipated, and with a sense of resignation, he withdrew from the stairway. Just as he departed, he cast a disdainful glance at Qing and scoffed, "I may be an unparalleled prodigy. You might not even compare to me." Qing was nearly speechless. This fellow thrived on provocation. He could scarcely be bothered to respond, instead taking the opportunity to register his presence. Registration successful. Obtained Xianxiaaudiobooks ring. Xianxiaaudiobooks ring. Supreme storage spiritual artifact. With a stable internal space capable of storing a vast array of items, though it cannot accommodate living beings. Qing gazed at the rewards obtained from his sign-in, noting the satisfactory quality of the larger storage ring. While most of his acquired items were stored within his internal space, communication with this realm became impossible if his avatar ventured too far from his main body. Thus, this storage ring was perfectly suited for his avatar to carry, as the disciple's token storage was rather limited. Although both his main body and avatar could utilize the system, its space was exclusively for items acquired through sign-ins. Qing had previously attempted to store items obtained during fishing in the temporal realm, only to find that they could not be placed within the system as confines. As Wang Tai-su departed the heavenly ladder, several others ascended, yet none reached even the 100th step. Witnessing this, Wang Tai-su's pride swelled. Meanwhile, Qing lingered near the heavenly ladder, preparing to sign in from these individuals. This method spared him the need to approach each one individually. As long as someone ascended the ladder, he could sign in without missing a single opportunity. Soon, another prodigy ascended the ladder, Yun Hai of the Zhixiao sacred land. Clad in a billowing yellow robe, he bore the faint outline of a 5-clawed golden dragon. With a disdainful glance around, he declared his intent to make his name resound throughout the eastern domain. He then confidently began his ascent. Qing found him unworthy of attention. Had he not held a modicum of utility, Qing would have been inclined to eliminate him outright. Ultimately, Yunhai reached the 200th step, surpassing Wang Taishu and claiming the current top spot. This achievement only inflated his arrogance further, as he departed without a backward glance, heading towards the accommodations arranged by the Nine Skies Sacred Land. However, he deliberately circumvented Su Qing's vicinity, fearful that a mere disagreement might provoke a confrontation, a sentiment that he could not shake. Su Qing, observing this, decided against further complicating matters with him. As more prodigies climbed the heavenly ladder, they each shone with brilliance. Sign-in successful, received Dragon Phoenix Blood Pill. Sign-in successful, received Heart of Spirit Mind. Sign-in successful, received 5 Elements Battle Robe. Su Qing relished the sign-in experience from below. The highest record on the heavenly ladder was held by Yi Tian, who had reached the 700th step, marking him as a peerless prodigy with formidable physical prowess. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, and he appeared poised for another breakthrough. As the crowd dwindled, many made their way to their lodgings. At that juncture, a young girl in a blue dress gracefully stepped forward to ascend the ladder. To Su Qing's surprise, it was Murong Shui, surrounded by drifting snowflakes, who seemed to ascend effortlessly. She ultimately soared to the 1500th step, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. This blue-clad maiden possessed remarkable talent, seemingly from the Xixiao Sacred Land, yet her name had not been previously known. It appeared she was a hidden gem of the Xixiao Sacred Land. As Murong Shui departed, the next to ascend was Lin Feng, who surveyed all the prodigies from above. His gaze was fervent, lingering on several beautiful goddesses. Boldly, he allowed his eyes to rest on Yunyan, inwardly marveling at the multitude of extraordinary beauties among the various factions. Yichun watched Lin Feng's blatant admiration with barely restrained fury, knowing he could only steal glances. Lin Feng's gaze was unambiguously predatory, far from the demeanor of a virtuous man. At that moment, Yunyan let out a cold snort, causing Lin Feng's complexion to drain of color, clearly indicating his spirit had been wounded. Su Qing noted this spectacle with keen interest. Should the chosen of heaven and the fortunate one clash, it would be quite the spectacle. As for Yunyan, with her past as an immortal emperor, she would not falter against such a minor character. Lin Feng ultimately managed to reach the 300th step before he could ascend no further. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qing signed in. Despite Lin Feng's dubious character, having first encountered him in a seedy establishment within the cultivation world, he was nonetheless a figure of considerable fortune. He still bore a purple attribute, Heaven's Blessing. Sign-in successful, received Mysterious Heart Jade Essence. This material could be utilized in the crafting of immortal artifacts, proving valuable as a cultivation resource. As Su Qing surveyed the remaining prodigies, he noted 3 with golden attributes and 1 with a red attribute, alongside Yichun, Yunyan, and himself. To Su Qing's astonishment, Yunyan took the lead and stepped forward to ascend the heavenly ladder. Chapter 61, Blood of the Kunpeng, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Up to the 1000th step, Yunyan appeared utterly unfazed. Ascending the heavenly ladder was akin to walking on level ground for her, and she moved with remarkable speed. Only upon reaching the 3000th step did she choose to slow her pace. Both the remaining prodigies and the numerous powerful figures observing were left in awe. Such talent was truly unprecedented, as the Eastern Domain had not witnessed a prodigy of her caliber in many years. Ultimately, Yunyan reached the 5000th step before gracefully departing the ladder. Su Qing regarded her retreating figure with eyes aglow with golden light. Yunyan was profoundly concealed, revealing merely a fraction of her true potential. She could have effortlessly completed the entire ladder, but chose to reserve her full capabilities. At that moment, a red-haired maiden stepped forward to ascend the ladder. Her appearance instantly illuminated Su Qing's gaze. Zhang Yuehua. Fate, Valkyrie. Talent, no divine spear path, primordial lotus Tao. Attributes, celestial body, spear intent shattering divinity, divine armament protection, imperial path shattering heaven. Description, a goddess of the ancient Zhang family, endowed with unparalleled talent since childhood. Her combat prowess is extraordinary. She cultivated Qi at 3 years old, established her foundation at 5, and by the age of 16, she has already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Upon reviewing this attribute panel, Su Qing couldn't help but marvel. This was a true prodigy. Apart from those like Yunyan or Yichun, who had extraordinary advantages, whether through reincarnation or familial connections, she was the most formidable prodigy he had encountered. He signed in on her red attribute. Sign-in successful, received 10 drops of mythical Kunpeng blood. Kunpeng blood, from the mythological era, possesses immense power. A single drop can double one's speed, and there's a chance to comprehend the Kunpeng's swift divine ability. Su Qing regarded the properties of the Kunpeng blood with a subtle smile. This was an unequivocally valuable item. Should he comprehend the Kunping's speed and the free and easy wandering divine ability, along with his spatial talent, his speed would be unmatched. At that point, whether fleeing or pursuing enemies, he would be virtually flawless. His defensive capabilities were bolstered by the divine demon body and the origin battle armor. Offensively, he wielded several supreme manifestations, including the true dragon treasure technique, temporal sword technique, wild sword Dao, and demon god as evil arts. The only aspect lacking was his realm. Once he acquired the dragon chi to condense the 9-turn purple pattern golden pill, with the chaos chi and Hongmeng purple chi already at his disposal, he would merely need to stabilize his realm to achieve another breakthrough. Continuing to observe the heavenly ladder, he saw Jiang Yuehua exuding an aura of unmatched might as she ascended the steps with effortless grace. Ultimately, she reached the 3,000th step, still wearing a composed expression. Yet, it was evident she too had chosen to reserve her strength and departed. The next prodigy, a towering figure with an imposing presence akin to that of an ancient beast, strode confidently up the ladder. He bore a golden attribute, prompting Su Qing to sign in once more. Sign-in successful, received primal sacred body. Recognizing this as an extraordinary physique that would enhance his physical form, Su Qing promptly allowed his devouring heavenly body to assimilate it. Eventually, he reached the 1,300th step, departing with a hearty laugh. The subsequent two prodigies also possessed golden attributes, and Su Qing once again had his devouring heavenly body consume their extraordinary physiques. At the very moment of consumption, a glimmer of surprise appeared in his eyes. His physique underwent yet another metamorphosis, as his true form sat cross-legged within the inner world, the aura surrounding him visibly intensifying. The instant he opened his eyes, he devoured 9 drops of the blood essence of the Kunping, plunging once more into a state of cultivation where self and object became indistinguishable. Below the celestial ladder, Su Qing sensed the changes within his true form and felt a tinge of helplessness. While his true self gained power, his avatar remained stagnant. The distance from his true form was too great. Otherwise, he would have recalled his avatar to enhance its strength, ensuring a more secure position in the upcoming gathering of prodigies. Only 2 individuals remained on the celestial ladder, Yi Chun and Su Qing. Yi Chun nodded at Su Qing. "Senior brother Su, I shall take my leave first." "Very well," Su Qing responded, eager to witness Yi Chun's performance. However, the ensuing scene took Su Qing by surprise. As Yi Chun ascended to the 50th step, he began to gasp for breath, struggling visibly. Under the scrutiny of the all-seeing eye, Yi Chun showed no signs of concealing his exertion. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he reached the 120th step, his complexion already turning pale. Su Qing surmised the situation. Yi Chun's talent was still in a phase of growth, and his current potential attributes were merely in the green stage. As Yi Chun departed, Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, realizing that all traces of others had vanished. Nearly everyone had thoroughly exhausted their resources, and this time, the harvest was abundant. He began his own ascent of the celestial ladder. In a certain hall within the 9 heavens sacred land, the purple cloud sovereign observed Su Qing's ascent and became serious. Her demeanor surprised others, for it was rumored that the purple cloud sovereign was devoid of emotions, transcending all worldly attachments. Nothing could provoke her. Yet she seemed to hold this final prodigy in high regard. All eyes turned to the luminous screen. Su Qing, despite bearing a colossal sword the size of a door, ascended the celestial ladder with remarkable ease. Casually munching on a spirit fruit, he appeared utterly relaxed, even muttering about the laboriousness of the ascent, when it was evidently quite effortless. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. Su Qing moved swiftly, nearing the completion of the 9,999 steps. Suddenly, he came to a halt. This unexpected pause left all the powerful figures in the hall momentarily stunned. What was he planning? He was merely a few steps away, and he seemed to have the energy to spare. His behavior was peculiar and utterly incomprehensible. Yet, the purple cloud sovereign remained composed, as if anticipating Su Qing's next move. As he took the final few steps of the celestial ladder, countless radiant patterns erupted from his body, illuminating the heavens. The imagery of the yin-yang taiji diagram and the celestial bodies manifested around him. Upon reaching the 9,999th step, he pointed heavenward with one hand and earthward with the other, proclaiming loudly, "In heaven and on earth, only I reign supreme." Bolstered by formations, his voice resonated across thousands of miles. At that moment, a peculiar stone materialized in the air, emanating an aura that sent tremors throughout the realm. A terrifying sound reverberated in all directions, causing even the golden-winged rock of the Tiandao Mountains to tremble. The cloud whale of the 9 heavens sacred land grew restless, though it was forcibly calmed by the celestial sword saint. A voice echoed forth, "On the path of reincarnation, there is no end. Only the Azure Emperor endures eternally." All beings in the realm were awestruck by this proclamation. In the hall, all powerful figures were left bewildered for a considerable time. The disciples of the Nine Heavens' sacred land were equally stunned, unable to regain their composure. Such a dreadful anomaly likely reverberated through the central divine continent, perhaps even reaching the western desert and southern frontier. The legendary reincarnation of the Azure Emperor had unexpectedly manifested in this era. At that moment, Su Qing was utterly speechless, internally exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer coincidence. Chapter 62. The Purple Cloud Sovereign's Bet. The arena competition begins. Who would have thought that while fishing through time, a seemingly ordinary top-tier spirit stone would serve as bait, only to emerge appearing far more formidable than any celestial artifact? It just so happened to appear above his head. Su Qing recalled numerous instances where his attempts at fishing through time had yielded nothing. He wondered where his catch had gone, perhaps to the past, or perhaps to the future. Embarrassment washed over him at the thought of possibly encountering it again. Just then, the stone resonating with sound descended from the sky. Su Qing caught it effortlessly, astonished that his bait had fallen directly onto his head. Upon examining the stone with the all-seeing eye, he realized it was not a mere top-tier spirit stone, but rather the fabled celestial crystal stone. The intricate formations inscribed upon it were so profound that Su Qing struggled to comprehend them. Holding the stone, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether this bait could indeed be a remnant from his future self. What a tangled web this was. With the dual energies of yin and yang beneath his feet, he soared towards the very center of the cloud pinnacle city, guided by a radiant light. The palace there shimmered with ethereal energy, emanating a pristine, celestial glow, surely the ideal residence for his celestial ladder ascent. He resolved to return and study this extraordinary coincidence that had befallen him. Meanwhile, in another palace, Yun Yin was struck with astonishment. Su Qing had completed the celestial ladder, triggering such extraordinary phenomena. No, the prior manifestations must have been his doing. The latter phenomena were far too fearsome, with Su Qing's current strength. It was implausible for him to have caused such a spectacle. Yet, she recalled that such anomalies had not occurred in her previous life. Confusion filled her gaze as she pondered that in this life, everything related to Su Qing had taken a different course. Her memories of her past life became muddled. The Azure Emperor. She felt as though she had heard of him, yet it seemed as though no such title existed. This was troubling. Could she be succumbing to madness? Yun Yin quickly settled herself to regain her composure. At that moment, within the hall of the Nine Heavens' sacred land, all present exchanged glances of disbelief. Su Qing's talent was truly unparalleled, and his name bore the character Qing. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of the Azure Emperor? Surely, it must be a coincidence. Such phenomena had been recorded numerous times in ancient texts, said to stem from the Azure Emperor of the era before mythology, a means by which he sought to ensure he was not forgotten by the world. The disheveled Taoist produced an ancient tome, its pages emanating a soft glow, distinctly extraordinary. He began to search through it, as though seeking confirmation of such lore, but this was indeed something left behind by the Azure Emperor. An artifact from the age before mythology, now in Su Qing's possession. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the surrounding powerful figures glimmered with greed. Though this was swiftly concealed, with the purple cloud sovereign present, their avarice was deeply buried. The Grand Elder of the Penglai immortal sect bowed his head, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes, as he calculated in silence. The Azure Emperor's legacy, even in the demon realm, would be fiercely contested by many powerful beings. If he were to obtain it, his true form would easily break through its seal. In an instant, Su Qing became the target of everyone's gaze. Yet, despite the attention, he remained unperturbed. While his avatar reveled freely in the world, his true self remained hidden to the utmost. Ever since he had acquired the concept of avatar mastery, his true self had seldom ventured forth, with his doppelganger traversing the earthly realm instead. At this moment, within the heart of the architectural marvels of Cloud Peak City, Su Qing held a peculiar celestial crystal, engrossed in its study. This artifact could serve as a one-time formidable treasure, its power rivaling that of a supreme celestial weapon's self-detonation. Alternatively, it could be utilized as a resource for cultivation, to be devoured, refined, and absorbed. However, before proceeding, he needed to comprehend the intricate formations inscribed upon it. Despite the complexity of the array, Su Qing discerned his own techniques within, confident that through gradual contemplation, understanding would eventually dawn upon him. Yet, with so many matters at hand, including the Celestial Talent Conference and the search for the reincarnation of the Demon Lord, he could only forcibly commit the array's patterns to memory, planning to delve deeper into them once his true self's physical transformation was complete. At that moment, an unusual stir emanated from outside the Grand Hall, causing Su Qing's gaze to flicker. Just as he was about to inspect the intruder's system information, The Holy Master of Zixiao, Ling Hong, emerged gracefully, her mere gesture enveloping the surroundings in an extraordinary aura. Su Qing hurriedly rose, sensing the gravity of the situation. Was there a significant event prompting the Holy Master's personal appearance? You have acquired an item left behind by the Azure Emperor, and it has drawn the attention of numerous factions. While they dare not act openly with me present, be wary as you will soon enter the Xianxia secret realm, she cautioned. Although Ling she had entered a state of profound detachment, such a state did not equate to foolishness. She was still capable of weighing pros and cons previously. She had observed the situation, having witnessed the holy body slay many in the past, thus not taking the Yin Yang holy body too seriously. However, now that Su Qing had ascended the heavenly ladder, revealing his unparalleled talents, she resolved to place her bets on him, supporting Su Qing's rise to become the Holy Son, and would unhesitatingly elevate him to the seat of the Holy Master of Zixiao. Su Qing nodded, acutely aware of the current state of the Holy Master. His primary cultivation technique was the Taishang Wuqing record, which he had chosen not to reveal until now. Thank you for the guidance, Holy Master. I shall remain vigilant. He replied. That is wise. The 10 candidates for the Holy Son of the Zixiao sacred land have gathered. My previous choice was Yi Tian, but now it is you. I hope you will not disappoint me, Ling, she stated calmly. As she finished speaking, a long blade materialized in her hand, floating before Su Qing. This is my innate weapon, known as the Heartless Blade. Should you find yourself in peril, it will protect you. Su Qing grasped the blade, ready to express his gratitude, only to find the figure of the Holy Master had vanished without a trace, the extraordinary aura dissipating along with her presence. Gazing at the long blade in his hand, Su Qing was taken aback. It was indeed a supreme, celestial weapon. The profundity of the Holy Master's cultivation was truly unfathomable. As for the role of the Holy Master of Zixiao, Su Qing chuckled lightly. Managing an entire sacred land, while immensely powerful and enticing, was not his aspiration. After gaining formidable strength, he envisioned wandering this world and even traversing the myriad realms, seeking stronger attributes to enhance himself. To become the Holy Master of Zixiao would merely add another layer of shackles, rendering distant travels nearly impossible. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he commenced his contemplation of the wild sword Dao. The following dawn, the voice of the 9 heavens Holy Master reverberated through the surroundings. Today marks the commencement of the second round of the conference, the Celestial Talent Arena. Above Cloud Peak City, 10 colossal arenas floated, each marked with a number from 1 to 10. The 9 heavens Holy Master continued, elucidating the rules. The second round of the conference would follow a defending champion format. Participants could select any arena, and those who endured for 3 rounds would qualify for entry into the Xianxia secret realm. The ultimate defenders of the top 3 arenas would receive the Su Shin token, while those in the 4th to 6th positions could claim a pseudo-celestial weapon, and those ranked 7th to 10th would be awarded 10 supreme spirit pills. As Su Qing listened to the explanation, a frown creased his brow. What was the Su Shin token? Behind him, Yunyan stepped forward to clarify. The Su Shin token allows communication with a wondrous realm, where you may duel with all the celestial talents of this world, as well as those from ancient history. Every formidable being within this realm has left a phantom. You may challenge them without consequence, as death merely necessitates a few days of recuperation. In essence, the Su Shin token is a highly coveted item. In past celestial talent conferences, even the mightiest factions would only part with one. Listening to Yun Yan's explanation, Su Qing began to understand the nature of this realm. It was akin to the virtual worlds depicted in the online games of his previous life, where even death meant rebirth, even if one's true self perished. As long as they had entered that domain, a phantom would remain. This world not only allowed for live broadcasts, but also possessed such an extraordinary place. Su Qing felt a surge of excitement. Within that realm resided all the celestial talents of this world. He wondered if he could sign in there as well. However, he refrained from rushing onto the arena, opting to observe first. At that moment, a figure disguised as a disciple of the Panlai immortal sect, a manifestation of the blood demon, soared onto Arena 1. His aura surged dramatically, revealing peak-level prowess in the void refinement stage, and he coldly surveyed his surroundings. Though your potential is impressive, potential does not equate to strength. Come forth and fight. At that instant, others swiftly darted toward the remaining arenas, each celestial talent exceeding the transformation stage, unleashing formidable auras. Below, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Among all present, he possessed the lowest cultivation level, being merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, rendering him incapable of competing in the arena matches. Su Qing paid little heed to the grievances of the celestial talents, instead meandering through the area. As the new day dawned, he began his sign-in process. Morong Shui had 2 golden attributes remaining, while Yi Chun possessed 2 growth attributes. The rest of the celestial talents were left with predominantly purple attributes. However, Su Qing would not let the opportunity slip by. Even purple attributes could yield valuable items, and with a stroke of luck, the rewards might surpass those from golden attributes. First, he signed in with Yi Chun, deliberately bypassing the growth attribute, Tian Dao Qi Yun, and opting to sign in with the Wasteland Battle Spear. Sign-in successful. Obtain the God-Slaying Sword Array. God-Slaying Sword Array can form a sword array with 5 infinitely potential flying swords, unleashing countless God-Slaying Sword Qi. Each sword Qi possesses formidable lethality. The God-Slaying Sword Array is exceedingly ferocious, injuring both foes and self, inflicting 1,000 on the enemy while sustaining a 20-point self-damage. Only 10 invincible beings of the same realm can break it. It can also divide into sub-arrays, which wield 80% of the primary array's power. And as the attribute grows, the sword array's might will increase correspondingly. Examining the system panel, Su Qing was pleasantly surprised by the outcome of this sign-in. It appeared that every growth attribute bore significant strength and potential. The God-Slaying Sword Array and the Array Master attributes complemented each other beautifully. The Array Master attribute would enhance the power of the God-Slaying Sword Array, while the God-Slaying Sword Array would expedite the advancement of the Array Master attribute. Su Qing possessed 3 flying swords, Xiantian, Wudao, and Bingpa. This doppelganger still held a celestial sword, but he planned to replace Bingpa, as its compatibility with him was too low. Thus, he required 2 more flying swords to complete the sword array. Next, Su Qing signed in with Murong Shui, selecting the golden attribute, the cold sky phenomenon. Given that he already had ample anomalies, he held little hope for this. Sign-in successful, obtained the Flame of Purgatory. The Flames of Purgatory, emanating from the deepest abyss of the 9 hells, possessing the formidable ability to erode the primordial spirit and ignite karmic retribution. This Flame of Purgatory, akin to the flame of the netherworld, also originates from the 9 hells, yet it appears to be far more potent. A flicker of purgatory flame manifested in Su Qing's palm, resembling the originally pitch-black netherworld flame. However, the aura was utterly distinct, exuding an uncanny essence. Its enhancement to oneself vastly surpassed that of the netherworld flame. After traversing the surroundings and acquiring numerous items, none could compare to the God-Slaying Sword Array and the Flame of Purgatory. At that moment, the first battle commenced on the arena. Yi Tian surged onto the first platform, engaging in a duel with a prodigy at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Instantly, the expression of this peak void refinement prodigy shifted dramatically. His once formidable aura was suppressed to the mid-void refinement stage. To his astonishment, he found himself in such a predicament, yet even so, he remained undaunted. Wielding a spiritual weapon, a long blade, he unleashed a tremendous blade aura aimed at Yi Tian. Even at your peak void refinement, I could easily defeat you. Now that we stand at the same realm, what do you possess to contend with me? Yi Tian smiled lightly, emanating a terrifying sword intent, the sword intent of heaven slaying. His life-bound flying sword merely unsheathed a fraction, yet the overwhelming sword light sent his opponent flying. Observing the arena's ability to suppress both combatants to the same realm, other prodigies began to ascend the stage for challenges. Among us prodigies, there are those in the integration stage as well as the Qi refinement stage. I had predicted there would be no scenario of realm oppression. Indeed, who would have thought that this arena possessed such a function, capable of suppressing those of higher realms? Nevertheless, even so, the physical bodies and primordial spirits of prodigies in the integration stage could not be compared to those in the foundation establishment stage. Even without utilizing divine abilities, they could effortlessly vanquish prodigies below the nascent soul stage. As discussions swirled below, the battles on the platform grew increasingly intense. Yi Tian achieved 3 consecutive victories and was currently embroiled in a fierce bloodbath with a disciple of the Penglai immortal sect. It appeared he was thoroughly suppressed. The disciple of the Penglai immortal sect manifested a terrifying vision of tumultuous waves behind him. Yi Tian's sword light struck against the black waves, failing to stir even a ripple. Soon, due to excessive consumption, Yi Tian's attacks became feeble, compelling him to withdraw from the first platform. Su Qing, watching from below, found himself speechless. The blood demon incarnation is truly a form of bullying. All 20 prodigies of the Penglai immortal sect were blood demon incarnations, and at this moment, their powers converged. Although Yi Tian had been defeated, he bore no resentment, standing beside Su Qing, calmly stating, "This individual must be a concealed prodigy of the Penglai immortal sect. I have guarded the East Sea for many years and have never encountered him. When do you plan to intervene? I am somewhat eager to witness your prowess." Su Qing smiled faintly. "I prefer to make a grand entrance." Chapter 64, The Demonic Substitute. Su Qing's entrance. 5 prodigies consecutively challenged the first platform, all easily defeated by the blood demon incarnation. Ultimately, an unexpected individual ascended the first platform. The son of heavenly Tao, Yi Chun, gazed upon the blood demon incarnation, his disdain intensifying with each glance. It felt as though he was confronting a true nemesis. Until he bested his opponent, his heart would remain unsettled. On the platform, the blood demon incarnation laughed maniacally. You, a mere Qi refinement stage practitioner, whose talent barely grazes the threshold of prodigies, dare to challenge me. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? If you kneel and concede, I might allow you to suffer less. Upon hearing this, the flames of fury in Yi Chen's eyes surged, almost overwhelming him. You too have been suppressed to the Qi refinement stage. I have not been stripped of the possibility of victory. The phenomena of all things are soldiers, and 100 flowers bloom erupted, manifesting countless towering trees and resplendent blossoms upon the inky sea. Their roots took hold of the earth, utterly suppressing the blood demon incarnation's vision. What? You actually shattered my vision. The blood demon incarnation was filled with disbelief. His vision had been dismantled by a mere Qi refinement insect. This incited an uncontrollable rage within him. The other prodigies below were equally astonished, never expecting this seemingly inconspicuous youth to dismantle what was deemed an indomitable vision. It appeared that these two phenomena possessed a suppressive effect against the blue sea vision, which allowed for such ease in dismantling it. However, this Qi refinement prodigy would likely reach his limit. After all, the prodigy from the Penglai immortal sect was at the integration stage. Indeed, the disparity in realms was too vast. Even if suppressed, he could effortlessly crush that Qi refinement practitioner. The blood demon incarnation brandished a pitch-black long knife, exuding an eerie black aura. With a cold smirk, he declared, "To have shattered my vision signifies nothing. You, an insect of the Qi refinement stage, shall perish." The black aura coalesced into a monstrous, grotesque being, trampling and obliterating the surrounding flora. The moment the flowers were tainted by the black aura, they withered instantly. Lunging towards Yi Chun, Yi Chun beheld the instant obliteration of his two phenomena. Faced with such divine abilities, he felt an overwhelming tension, devoid of any hope for victory. Just then, a voice resonated within him, that of the blood demon's divine ability, blood fiend demon shadow. Simply adhere to my instructions. As everyone assumed Yi Chun was on the verge of defeat, he performed an unexpected maneuver on the platform. He closed his eyes, merely shifting his body slightly to evade the monster's assault. Summoning the power of the sun, a crimson radiance surged, striking directly at the creature's back. The grotesque being instantly dissipated into a wisp of blood under the sunlight. Just as the blood demon incarnation was about to react, countless towering trees reappeared, this time arranged in a formidable pattern. Like a terrifying formation, they converged the fierce solar power. The blood demon incarnation let out a wail, being sent flying. Thus exiting the platform, Yi Chun stood upon the platform, his complexion pale, clearly drained from the exertion. He inwardly called out, "Master, I must win 3 matches to enter the secret realm, but I am utterly spent. Fear not, I shall assist you." The cacophony among the gathered prodigies was deafening. How is it possible? The Qi refinement prodigy actually emerged victorious. Indeed, what is happening here? I find it perplexing. It seemed that the Qi refinement prodigy had employed a powerful formation, perfectly countering the disciple of the Penglai immortal sect. Su Qing, among the crowd, stroked his chin in contemplation. Who would have thought the blood demon would fear solar power? The elder within Yi Chun, the heavenly demon, appeared to possess comprehensive knowledge of the blood demon. This information had eluded him even when his all-seeing eye was activated. Yi Chun stood on the first platform, his expression somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, the other platforms continued to clash, yet the focus remained steadfastly on the first platform. Surprisingly, no one was willing to ascend the first platform. Entering would mean their realm would be suppressed to the Qi refinement stage, and Yi Chun's performance rendered him nearly invincible at that stage. For a moment, Yi Chun basked in unparalleled glory. Just then, a red-haired maiden soared onto the platform, wielding a white spear, directly ascending the first platform. She was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks, adorned with a red title. Despite her aura being suppressed to the Qi refinement stage, it remained overwhelmingly domineering. Her eyes ablaze with boundless combat spirit. Pointing her spear diagonally at Yi Chun, she arrogantly proclaimed, "If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall concede." Faced with such a formidable presence, Yi Chun's complexion grew increasingly pale as he silently implored, "Master, I beseech your aid." Reassured by the comforting voice within, Yi Chun felt a surge of calm. As Xianxiaaudiobooks thrust her spear forward, an imposing aura rippled through the surrounding air. A colossal dragon shadow surged forth, charging directly at Yi Chun. At that moment, however, Yi Chun seemed transformed. His gaze became unfathomably deep, akin to an abyss that ensnared anyone who dared to look. A rusted battle spear materialized in his grasp, and with a mere sidestep and a swift strike, he shattered the white dragon shadow effortlessly. Jiang Yuehua stood stunned, realizing that her attack, which had once felled golden core beasts at the peak of Qi refinement, was effortlessly countered. You have emerged victorious. With that, she voluntarily vacated the first arena. In the second arena, she challenged again, this time with a single, overwhelming strike that sent the defending prodigy, who was at the pinnacle of the void refinement, flying. She thus claimed her position as the new defender of the second arena. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonishment at Yi Qin's formidable prowess. This prodigy of the Qi refinement stage was destined to make a name for himself in the eastern region. However, something about that battle spear seemed peculiar after wielding it. Yi Qin's eyes appeared transformed. Among the crowd, Su Qing observed with keen interest, murmuring to himself, "The old man has begun to fight on his behalf. It appears my turn is approaching." Following Jiang Yuehua, another defiant prodigy ascended to the first arena, only to be sent flying by Yi Qin's spear once more. This prompted many to gradually acknowledge Yi Qin's extraordinary talent, realizing that once his cultivation level increased, he would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Yin Yan, recalling memories from her past life, recognized the lingering soul of a celestial demon within Yi Qin, an entity hailing from the demon realm. In her previous life, Yi Qin had shown brilliantly at the Prodigy Convention, earning widespread renown. Although Yun Yin was confident in her ability to easily defeat Yi Qin, she deemed it was not yet the opportune moment, especially with the blood demon lurking among the crowd. She resolved to conserve her strength, aiming for a top 3 finish to secure the divine order. Transforming into a celestial phoenix, she soared to the third arena. Just then, Su Qing ascended to the first arena, standing atop the dualities of yin and yang, gazing down upon Yi Qin. "You are commendable, but this is where it ends." Chapter 65. Overwhelming the celestial demon. An invincible stance. Yi Qin's expression turned grave as the celestial demon, through Yi Qin's gaze, scrutinized Su Qing. Recognizing that the latter's physique bore resemblance to a certain demon sovereign from the demon realm. Recalling the terrifying strength of that demon sovereign, the celestial demon felt a twinge of retreat. Su Qing's physique was too formidable. Perhaps it would be wise to evade his prowess. Yet, Yi Qin, unwilling to concede, thought to himself that although Su Qing possessed a physique akin to that of the demon sovereign, he was merely at the false dance stage and had yet to reach his full potential. It would be unsatisfactory to retreat without a fight. At that moment, Su Qing's feet manifested the yin and yang energies, forming a Tai Chi diagram that floated behind him, while celestial phenomena of countless stars shimmered above his head. "What are you pondering? Do you contemplate surrender?" Yi Qin's gaze turned icy, the battle spear in his hand radiating a blinding white light, revealing its boundless sharpness. Tiny spatial fissures appeared around him as he charged silently towards Su Qing. The aforementioned demon sovereign was known as the yin-yang demon sovereign. The celestial demon had only witnessed his might, but had never engaged him in battle. Now, he felt a surge of fervor. If he could defeat Su Qing, it would be tantamount to conquering a weakened version of the yin-yang demon sovereign. Su Qing, noticing Yi Qin's proactive assault, unsheathed the giant sword of the celestial hall. The sword surged with the energies of yin and yang, embodying the essence of the yin-yang sword intent and the ancestral demon spear. As the giant sword clashed with the battle spear, the resulting shockwaves caused the arena to tremble, destabilizing the surrounding formations. The two combatants moved with astonishing speed, leaving weaker prodigies unable to even catch a glimpse of their figures. With each successive collision between the spear and sword, fine cracks began to mar the arena's surface, a sight that left the onlookers in utter disbelief. Is this truly the extent of power that can be wielded at the Qi refinement stage? How can this be? One observer, at the early stage of the nascent soul, felt that even he could be gravely injured by the force of their confrontation. It seems both are emerging from the purple cloud sacred ground. It appears that the purple cloud sacred ground is poised for a resurgence. Yin Yan, standing in the third arena, observed the scene with a complex gaze. She had not anticipated that Su Qing could contest with the ancient presence within Yi Qin to such an extent, and it appeared he still had strength to spare. In her heart, she mused that Su Qing's potential was not only astonishing, but his combat prowess was also remarkable. Having him in her future plans would undoubtedly simplify matters greatly. In the second arena, Jiang Yuehua's expression was equally intricate. Facing these two in battle at the same realm, she recognized her inevitable defeat, discarding her previous arrogance. She resolved to proceed with greater caution in the future. The fierce clash in the first arena continued unabated. Su Qing grew increasingly exhilarated, his battle intent soaring. The savage sword path merged with his terrifying physical prowess, bending Yi Qin's spear nearly to the breaking point. The celestial demon lamented silently. As a remnant soul occupying Yi Qin's frail body, he found it challenging to endure the strain. with fine blood streaks emerging on Yi Chen's form. If this continued, he would soon perish. Furthermore, Su Qing's ferocity was overwhelming. His mastery of the yin-yang unity and that formidable swordsmanship surpassed even the celestial demon's secret techniques. With the passage of time, Su Qing's strength did not wane. Rather, it surged, becoming increasingly formidable. The celestial demon sighed, his voice resonating within Yi Chen's heart. This must come to an end. You remain too weak. If this continues, you will perish. Yi Chen, filled with helplessness, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Your assistance is more than sufficient. As Su Qing unleashed a powerful strike with his gigantic sword, it bent Yi Chen's battle spear completely, sending him flying. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Qing's eyes. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a battle, and he had anticipated that his opponent would last only this long. I haven't even utilized my time-space sword techniques yet. Standing at the edge of the arena, as Yi Chen was sent flying, his entire being erupted with power. Exuding an overwhelming presence, he defiantly proclaimed to the gathered prodigies, "You may all come at me together. I am merely warming up." Below, Yunhai's eyes gleamed with malice as he called out among the prodigies, "Since he has invited us to join forces, what are we waiting for?" Wang Taishu echoed, "Indeed. Do you not wish to trample this extraordinary prodigy, Su Qing, beneath your feet? We are all prodigies. He cannot withstand us alone." With that, Wang Taishu and Yunhai ascended to the arena, followed by several other prodigies, bringing their numbers to 10. The remaining prodigies, prideful and self-assured, chose to hone their skills further, intending to challenge Su Qing individually later. Observing this group of 10 prodigies, Su Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. Only these few? This is rather unsatisfying. Do not rejoice too soon. While our cultivation is suppressed to the false dance stage, the combined might of our forces is immeasurable. Yunhai sneered at Su Qing, as if he could already envision the latter's disgraceful fall from the arena. With golden dragons coiling around him, he initiated an offensive. Behind Wang Taishu, spatial rifts erupted as he stepped through, emerging behind Su Qing with a spear in hand. The other prodigies also unleashed their most potent divine abilities. Faced with a relentless siege, Su Qing wielded the colossal sword of the immortal K, causing time and space itself to appear as if it had come to a standstill. The space-time sword technique unleashed a single strike, obliterating the bodies of 10 prodigies and painting the arena with their blood. Had it not been for the protective formation of the arena, they might have met their demise. Su Qing's eyes brimmed with disappointment as he observed the fallen prodigies. Casually kicking them off the stage, his gaze settling on the somewhat pale-faced Yi Chen. These prodigies were utterly unremarkable. You seem to possess greater strength. Why not step up and engage me in another duel? Yi Chen hastily shook his head in refusal. Below the stage, the gravely injured Yunhai's eyes burned a crimson red as he struggled to comprehend his crushing defeat against Su Qing, a fellow cultivator of the same realm. He had been utterly vanquished, unable to withstand even a single blow from his opponent, leaving him severely wounded and incapable of continuing the fight, thus barring him from the third round, a reality that filled Yunhai with a chilling rage. At this moment, on the third arena, Yunyin remained in a state of shock. Her mind was overwhelmed, recognizing the unmistakable power of time and space. It was inconceivable. Had Su Qing truly grasped such formidable forces? One must understand that the power of time and space ranks among the most potent across all realms. Possessing it would render one invincible, with only time standing in the way of absolute dominance. Contemplating this, Yunyan's astonishment deepened. Meanwhile, the other prodigies, witnessing Su Qing's invincible demeanor, abandoned their ambitions to challenge the first arena. Instead, they began to vie for the other platforms, inadvertently propelling Yi Chen's reputation to new heights after his prolonged battle with Su Qing. Observing the increasingly fierce clashes on the other arenas, Su Qing stood idly on the first platform, leisurely gnawing on a spirit fruit, as if merely a spectator, occasionally offering critiques. Your divine ability is quite impressive, yet your aim leaves much to be desired. What good is immense power if you cannot strike your foe? Well done. I admire your combat style. Within the grand hall of the Jiuxiao sacred land, numerous high-ranking officials gazed at the luminous screen, their expressions peculiar as they shook their heads in unison. It was evident that Su Qing was destined to be the foremost prodigy of the eastern region. Indeed, this young man had already exhibited an invincible aura, destined to become unrivaled in the future, perhaps even breaking through the heavenly gate to unveil the path to immortality. The Grand Elder of the Penglai immortal sect scrutinized Su Qing, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. This scene felt eerily familiar. If he could become a clone, the eastern region would soon be his. Chapter 66, Ascending to the Pinnacle. Entering the cloudy mist secret realm, Lingxi watched Su Qing's performance, a flicker of emotion crossing her normally indifferent gaze. It seemed she had made the right choice. He could indeed become the master of the sacred land, though his prideful temperament required tempering. Other powerful figures exhibited varied expressions, the ancient ancestor of the Jiang family deep in thought. If Su Qing were to unite with their unparalleled prodigy, Xianxiaaudiobooks, forming an alliance, they would dominate the eastern region. However, upon observing the demeanor of the Lord of the Purple Sky, the ancestor quickly dismissed this notion. With Su Qing's innate talent, he was bound to become the next Lord of the Purple Sky, inevitably practicing the supreme secret arts of the Jiaoxiao sacred land, the supreme emotionless record. The supreme emotionless record is immensely powerful, but such strength comes at the cost of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. To live alongside such a person for an eternity would be excruciating. As time progressed, the rankings became increasingly clear. Without a doubt, no one dared to challenge Su Qing on the first platform. The second platform was occupied by Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose extraordinary aptitude overwhelmed most challengers, effortlessly securing her position. On the third platform stood Yun Yan, her long hair billowing behind her in the wind, her combat prowess requiring no elaboration, deeply concealed yet formidable. To Su Qing's surprise, the final defender of the fourth platform turned out to be another incarnation of the Blood Demon. The 20 incarnations of the Blood Demon could merge their powers, concentrating them into a single entity, rendering them nearly unbeatable among these prodigies. Platforms 5, 6, and 7 were all held by prodigies from the Jiaoxiao sacred land. The 8th and 9th platforms were occupied by scions of ancient families. Finally, on the 10th platform stood Yi Chun, who, despite considerable fatigue, managed to suppress his opponents to the Qi refinement stage, allowing him to secure his position with relative ease. As the arena competition concluded, each platform radiated a brilliant glow. When the light faded, revealing the rewards, Su Qing seized a token before him, studying it intently. An illumination sparkled in his eyes as he activated the all-seeing eye. Void Decree. It allows the bearer to enter a peculiar world through divine consciousness. Should one perish there, their soul will suffer damage. However, should they obtain a fragment of the fortune of the myriad realms, the communicated void realm will expand to encompass all heavens and worlds. Su Qing absorbed the information regarding the Void Decree, particularly the latter part, astonished by the immense scale of the Void Realm, which evidently spanned across all realms. He pondered whether this world had existed since the mythological era. Recalling the content of the scroll, he resolved to examine it in detail upon his return. However, that would have to wait, as he still needed to participate in the Prodigy Convention and secure the Void Decree within his Qingquan ring. As the arena competition concluded, dark clouds began to gather over the city of Cloud Peak, flashing with lightning. The voice of the Lord of the Jiaoxiao once again resonated, announcing the commencement of the third round, with the passage to the cloudy mist secret realm concealed within the storm clouds. Prodigies lacking entry qualifications could still gain access by enduring the ninefold thunder tribulation. Once inside, their realms would not be suppressed, and killing would not be prohibited. Good fortune to all. Upon hearing this, many prodigies turned their gazes towards Su Qing. Some, possessing cultivation at the fusion stage, despite Su Qing's overwhelming brilliance, recognized his status as merely at the false dance stage. Defeating him would justify their presence here. Most of the exceptionally talented prodigies merely sought to best Su Qing. However, a select few harbored murderous intent. Yunhai's murderous rage was barely contained, humiliated repeatedly by Su Qing. He resolved to brave the ninefold thunder tribulation, seeking to enter the secret realm to slay Su Qing. Yet, he conveniently overlooked the fact that it was he who had persistently troubled Su Qing. Among them, the blood demon incarnation stared fixedly at Su Qing, its eyes filled with a mix of malice and longing. If it could be sent to seal as a clone, the original could swiftly break free from its constraints. As for Wang Tai-Su, he had been psychologically scarred, wishing only to return home. As numerous prodigies fixated on him, Su Qing remained unfazed. Stepping onto the dual energies of yin and yang, he soared into the storm clouds, disappearing from sight. Should the cloudy mist secret realm remain unmonitored by the higher-ups of the various factions, he would easily annihilate all foes with a few hidden cards. Within the storm clouds, thunder rumbled ominously. Upon witnessing the storm, Su Qing felt invigorated. He directly utilized the myriad thunders to temper his body, disregarding all obstacles, and subsequently entered the cloudy mist secret realm. This astonishing act caused some prodigies to flinch. It was truly audacious, a display of utter fearlessness. Yun Yan transformed into a celestial phoenix, her crimson flames igniting the clouds, becoming the second to enter the secret realm. Soon after, other prodigies followed suit, entering the mysterious domain one after another. Standing on the 10th arena, Yi Chun wore a countenance marked by bitterness. He had only reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation and was yet incapable of flight. At that moment, a figure emerged, standing atop the shimmering sword light. Yition, hands clasped behind his back, addressed his junior. I shall accompany you for a while. Once you enter the secret realm, your journey will depend solely on your own capabilities. Thank you, senior brother Yition, came the reply. Within the Xianxia secret realm, Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, profoundly awestruck. Treading upon the soft clouds, he beheld towering white trees that obscured the sun, their colorful leaves cascading gracefully in the wind, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Above, a luminous moon hung high in the sky. This dreamlike place seemed almost too ethereal to exist in the mortal realm. The East Sea secret realm lay in the depths of the ocean, while the Xianxia secret realm soared above in the heavens. Though the scenery was undeniably exquisite, it was still a secret realm, potentially concealing unimaginable dangers. Proceeding cautiously, Su Qing pressed onward. Suddenly, a vividly colored monstrous bird let out a shrill cry, its wings seeming to beckon him into an illusion. Charging towards Su Qing like a flickering shadow, the creature moved with astonishing speed and possessed formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. With a swift draw, the celestial sword erupted from its sheath. In a single stroke, the monstrous bird was reduced to a pulpy mass. Grasping the colorful inner core of the creature, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Colorful demon falcon inner core can be devoured to cultivate illusionary techniques, or utilized as a material for formations and artifact refinement. This is quite satisfactory, Su Qing remarked, stowing the inner core away. He intended to delve deeper, hoping to gather more of such inner cores to use in crafting formations. Just then, a figure emerged ahead, obstructing Su Qing's path. It was a prodigy at the god transformation stage, hailing from an ancient lineage. Upon seeing Su Qing, excitement gleamed in his eyes. What fortuitous luck to encounter you so soon after entering. The arrogant prodigy laughed maniacally, intent on suppressing Su Qing's pride. Su Qing remained expressionless. Indeed, I must admit, my luck is quite commendable. You too are fortunate, for you shall be the first to be robbed by me in this secret realm. What? The prodigy was momentarily taken aback, but in that fleeting instant, Su Qing's palms swirled with the dual energies of yin and yang as he deftly evaded the incoming attack. With a swift slap, he rendered the prodigy unconscious and began to search him. This attire is exquisite, crafted from silkworm silk no less. The storage artifact appears quite advanced as well. This hair is rather fine too. Might as well take a sample of blood. As Su Qing departed, the once challenging prodigy was left completely stripped, save for his undergarments, his hair gone, and his complexion pale, a clear sign of lacking vitality. Su Qing cheerfully clutched a small porcelain vial. With the Xianling battle body and the essence in hand, I have secured a wealth of resources. Truly splendid. Even if I find nothing else in this secret realm, these prodigies themselves are the greatest harvest. Continuing onward, Su Qing even actively emanated his aura, using himself as bait to lure in greater prey. Ahead, within the dense forest, a thin mist began to obstruct the expansion of his divine sense. He resorted to visual observation. Were one to possess a divine eye or similar abilities, navigation would be considerably easier here. Otherwise, one could easily lose their way. This location bore a resemblance to the dense fog formation at the center of the underground ruins. Could it be that the elder who crafted the formation had also ventured into the Xianxia secret realm, using this place as inspiration to create the grand array? Su Qing pondered, surveying the surroundings. As the mist thickened, and with the sky shrouded in darkness, visibility began to wane. However, this posed little challenge for Su Qing. His eyes glimmered with brilliance as he activated his all-seeing eye and the ability to perceive all things. As long as there were living beings nearby, he would be able to sense them instantly. At that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth, accompanied by a hissing sound. The creature moved at an incredible speed, leaving Su Qing no time to examine its attributes. He swiftly turned and unleashed a punch, channeling his full power, enveloped in the energies of yin and yang, chaotic light, and primordial purple energy. The white shadow trailing behind him was obliterated in a single blow, yet it emitted no sound. Peering at his fist, Su Qing felt something was amiss. It seemed as though he had struck nothing at all. Yet, he had just captured the creature's system description. Spirit of the Mist. Born from the depths of the Xianxia secret realm, it can shift positions within the fog at will, lacking a tangible form, and is capable of attacking the soul. Reading the creature's description, Su Qing felt exasperated. To be able to move infinitely within the mist, this creature would indeed prove to be quite a troublesome adversary. However, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind, causing his eyes to brighten. Have I already reached the depths of the Xianxia secret realm? Is this place truly so small? If I can locate the source of the spirit of the mist, the power I could harness would be astounding. Assassins of the cultivation world, I have arrived. Su Qing's form surged forth like the blazing sun, charging through the mist towards the depths. Even the god transformation stage spirit of the mist, upon attacking Su Qing, would be met with retaliatory damage from his primordial armor, causing it to dissipate in an instant. As he sped through the mist, he suddenly spotted a figure ahead, bloodied and staggering. To his astonishment, it was Yi Tian, grievously injured. Approaching him, Su Qing inquired, "What has happened to you? How did you sustain such injuries upon entering the secret realm?" Upon seeing Su Qing, Yi Tian dropped to the ground, despite Su Qing being of significantly lower cultivation. His presence provided an immense sense of security. "I was teleported directly into the mist upon entry. The creatures here are truly terrifying. Then I was ambushed by other prodigies," Yi Tian explained, panting. Su Qing nodded, surprised by Yi Tian's unfortunate predicament. Observing the blood pooling around him, Su Qing began to collect it. Yi Tian possessed the 9 apertures exquisite sword heart, rivaling the sword Tao sacred body. Gathering some of his blood might yield some essence. As for robbing him, Yi Tian was considered an ally, so he refrained from such actions. Seeing Su Qing collecting the blood from the ground, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. "If you require my precious blood to cultivate sword techniques, I can offer you a few drops once we leave this secret realm." Su Qing chuckled awkwardly, noticing white shadows flitting around them in significant numbers. "Fear not. These creatures are quite easy to deal with." The yin-yang taiji diagram manifested and began to spin rapidly. As the central white and black points collided, a tremendous explosion reverberated outward, creating a massive gap in the mist, allowing the moon to shine through. Yi Tian had just swallowed a few healing pills when he was utterly astounded by the sight. He coughed violently, forcing the pills down. "This is the technique you've developed for exterminating nascent souls, achieving such incredible power? But such a technique must consume immense energy. Why not keep it as your trump card?" Su Qing regarded Yi Tian thoughtfully. Could he confess that this was merely an innate manifestation of the sacred body of yin and yang, consuming no energy and capable of being used indefinitely? Of course, he could not. Finally, he shook his head, smiling lightly. "No worries. I carry the primary weapon of the Holy Master and am well prepared." "That's good to hear. Protect me for 2 hours. Afterward, I shall seek my own fortunes," Yi Tian said gravely, before falling into a state of recovery. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing nonchalantly seated himself upon a massive boulder, gazing as the resplendent moon was once again shrouded by mist. When Yi Tian first brought him to the Xixiao sacred land, he recognized Su Qing as a body cultivator and subsequently guided him into the imperial demon mine for the refinement of his physique. Within the confines of the 99th mine, not only did he encounter no peril, but his cultivation also experienced a remarkable enhancement, in addition to acquiring a treasure-hunting mouse, a remarkable beast. It was only natural for him to assist Yi Tian along his journey. At that moment, several figures emerged from the fog, drawn by the recent explosion. Observing the situation, they quickly comprehended the unfolding events. Although Yi Tian was formidable, he was grievously wounded and unable to provide assistance. The prospect of vanquishing the foremost prodigy of the eastern region was undeniably enticing. Initially, these prodigies did not know each other, but upon seeing Su Qing, they seemed to unify in purpose, intent on overpowering him and trampling this unparalleled genius beneath their feet, indulging in their humiliation of him. During the ladder of heaven in the arena competition, Su Qing had outshone them, inciting their jealousy and even ire. "Kneel before me, and perhaps I shall spare you," one taunted. "Kneeling is insufficient. One must bow their head in reverence," another retorted, as they pranced about like jesters. Su Qing, rather than becoming incensed, wore a smile upon his lips. "Let the blood flow, let the blood flow." Chapter 68. Reunion with Yunhai, Acquisition of Ancestral Dragon Scales. Su Qing slowly rose to his feet, his aura surging forth, dissipating the surrounding mist and instilling a sense of trepidation in the misty spirits. "Your laughter is truly discordant." The celestial phenomena of the sun, moon, and stars manifested, while the blood sea illusion was cleverly disguised as a vast azure ocean. The mere display of this phenomenon struck terror into the hearts of the prodigies. Countless meteors erupted from the celestial phenomena, hurtling towards them. The azure sea surged ominously, its power terrifying as it bore down upon them. How can this be? Such might from mere illusions. I cannot withstand this. I may very well perish here. I concede. Truly deserving of the title of the Eastern region's foremost prodigy, I acknowledge you. Allow me to depart. One after another, Su Qing dispatched these prodigies into a state of unconsciousness. It was fortunate that he had not sought them out for trouble. Yet they had the audacity to come looking for him. Moreover, to attempt to flee after failing to overpower him was too good to be true. Su Qing stripped them of their garments and commenced his blood extraction. "This is splendid. If only a few more would come," He cast the stripped figures into the mist, knowing they bore their family's protective treasures, making death a daunting prospect. Furthermore, the Xixiao sacred land would not permit the demise of other powerful factions prodigies within their secret realm, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Su Qing's triumph over them posed no significant issue, and the blood extraction would also be manageable. A few days of recovery with spiritual herbs would suffice. However, seizing their family treasures and slaying them would lead to an inescapable vendetta. Although the ancient aristocratic families were somewhat weaker than the sacred lands, the collective power of an entire clan pursuing a single individual was still a formidable threat. As time passed, Yi Tian's injuries began to mend, and he suddenly opened his eyes, observing Su Qing still seated at a distance, leisurely munching on a spiritual fruit. He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall repay you in the future." Su Qing nodded. "It is nothing. Just be cautious henceforth." Watching Yi Tian depart, Su Qing flew deeper into the mist, contemplating the source of the fog, while seizing the opportunity to plunder a few more prodigies. The cultivation resources possessed by these prodigies were astonishingly abundant, with even the finest spiritual stones piled high like a small mountain. Yet, the mist seemed endless. After soaring for several hours, he encountered not a single prodigy, only some misty spirits. The scenery around him appeared utterly unchanged. Oh no, could I have lost my way? Just then, a vague silhouette emerged through the mist ahead. Su Qing's eyes brimmed with malice. It seemed fate had conspired against him. As the figure drew closer, it revealed itself to be Yunhai, clad in a yellow robe. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes, and a murderous intent radiated from him. "At last, I have found you. My suffering through the ninefold thunder tribulation to enter here has not been in vain. Ancestral dragon, empower me." His yellow robe billowed without wind. His aura surged exponentially, seemingly without limit. The golden dragon illusion surrounding him transformed from a 5-clawed golden dragon to a 9-clawed one. Su Qing observed Yunhai's transformation, refraining from interference, choosing instead to watch quietly from a distance, his eyes filled with intrigue. Is this not the dragon's aura I have long coveted? How unexpectedly fortunate. As Yunhai's aura reached its zenith, the colossal 9-clawed golden dragon illusion coiled around him, its oppressive presence causing vast swathes of mist to dissipate. Suddenly, it surged towards Su Qing with lethal intent. Faced with such a formidable assault, Su Qing clenched his fists. Just a dragon-type divine ability. I am not without my own. Imperial Dragon's astonishing fist. From behind him, 99 nine-clawed golden dragon illusions manifested, dissipating one by one, their combined might converging into Su Qing's fists. With a mere flick of his fist, it was as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth shattering. The very wind generated by his punch shattered Yunhai's dragon illusion. Su Qing's eyes filled with disappointment. This was far too feeble, as he effortlessly rendered Yunhai unconscious. Utilizing the true dragon treasure technique to transform the Imperial Dragon's astonishing fist, he had not anticipated its overwhelming potency. Even with the enhancements from his treasures, Yunhai proved utterly defenseless, easily defeated. Su Qing conjured a small black hole in his hand, collecting the dragon aura that Yunhai had just unleashed. He stored it within a porcelain vial reinforced by formation magic. He then began rummaging through Yunhai's belongings, easily opening the storage artifact to reveal a vast trove of cultivation resources. However, it lacked the treasures Su Qing sought. At that moment, his gaze flickered, and he noticed a scale upon Yunhai's chest. Ancestral Dragon Scale contains the essence blood of the ancestral dragon of this realm, imbued with abundant ancestral dragon aura. Infusing this aura into one's body can transform one's physique into that of an ancestral dragon. At last, he had discovered it. Unexpectedly, the finest treasure on Yunhai was this, precisely what he required. He promptly extracted the ancestral dragon scale from Yunhai's chest, storing it within his Qingquan ring. Then, he proceeded to extract another round of blood, intending to drain the dragon aura-laden blood from Yunhai entirely. This cannot continue. He will perish. This fellow is the destined nemesis assigned to Yi Chun by the heavenly Tao, and as a harbinger of the annihilation of the Tao, I may one day become a target of Yi Chun myself. It would be prudent to spare his life for now, allowing him to continue dealing with Yi Chun. Su Qing summoned the Nirvana fire, simultaneously healing Yunhai while extracting his blood. With the presence of the Nirvana fire, signs of awakening manifested in Yunhai. Su Qing delivered another powerful blow, rendering him unconscious once more. After several attempts, Yunhai's injuries were completely healed, and he showed clear signs of imminent awakening. Seeing this, Su Qing grew weary of further entanglement. A spatial rift erupted behind him, and he disappeared within. Just a few minutes after Su Qing's departure, Yunhai regained consciousness. Clutching his head, confusion swirling in his eyes. Who am I? Never mind, it's not important. Where's this? It seems rather daunting. I wish to return home. As Yunhai explored his entire being, he felt as though he were indeed a person. His steps faltered as he ventured deeper into the mist. Within the dense fog, Su Qing found himself utterly disoriented, having long since lost his sense of direction. However, the porcelain vial and the scales of the ancestral dragon in his grasp shimmered with promise. Should he consume this item, his true form would swiftly ascend beyond the golden core stage. With the activation of the avatar's pathway, Su Qing approached his avatar, retracting it. He stowed away the Qianxiaaudiobooks ring, the porcelain vial, and the ancestral dragon scales. This haul was commendable. Yet he had not anticipated that the most essential item would be in the possession of that fellow, Yunhai. Had he known, he would have long since plundered him. As his avatar reappeared beside him, it refreshed its status and strength. Su Qing discarded most of the items from the Qianxiaaudiobooks ring into his inner world, retaining only a few exquisite spirit stones. He returned the Qianxiaaudiobooks ring, the immortal sword, and the origin fragment armor to his avatar. He then returned to his inner world to commence the refinement of the ancestral dragon scales, eager to expedite his advancement to the golden core stage. His avatar lingered momentarily in the same spot, seemingly confirming its direction, and then soared rapidly towards that destination. Chapter 69, The Source of Gray Mist. Entering the heart of the cloudy secret realm. As Su Qing soared through the air, propelled by the dual energies of yin and yang, he observed the movements of his middle finger. To his astonishment, his avatar could engage in such playful antics. The heart-binding knot that Yun Yan had previously tied remained intact, allowing him to sense her position. As a reincarnator, her foresight would undoubtedly lead her to the heart of the gray mist. All he needed to do was locate her. With his speed accelerating, Su Qing's middle finger pulsated, indicating his proximity to Yun Yan. Amidst the depths of the dense fog, Yun Yan stood out strikingly in her crimson gown. She gazed at the monstrous creature before her, feeling a profound headache. This was the opportunity obtained by Jiang Yuehua. Should she refine the source of the gray mist, she would possess a fragment of her own gray mist. The ability to traverse through the gray mist at will would significantly enhance her speed and combat prowess. Yun Yan recalled her previous life, where Jiang Yuehua had relied on the divine powers of the gray mist to emerge unscathed from the war incited by the blood demon. Despite her mist only extending a mere several dozen miles, if she were to acquire the source of the gray mist, she could refine this essence into a divine ability, allowing her to grow stronger alongside it. However, a formidable spirit of gray mist lurked at the source, presenting a considerable challenge for Yun Yan. In her past life, Jiang Yuehua had only managed to vanquish that gray mist spirit with assistance from Yi Chun, who harbored something within him. Knowing the intentions of the celestial demon, Yun Yan was reluctant to seek its aid. If all else failed, she would resort to utilizing the time-space celestial technique once more. Yun Yan entered the heart of the gray mist, her figure swiftly shrouded by the dense fog. Moments after her entry, Su Qing arrived at the same location. Now only a few dozen miles away from the center of the gray mist, he had been circling around, and without Yun Yan's guidance, he would have never found this place. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Yun Yan's silhouette, speculating that she had indeed ventured into the central area of the gray mist. Su Qing followed suit. Ahead, a ghostly white figure was engaged in combat with the phoenix form of Yun Yan. Su Qing observed her combat prowess with astonishment. At this moment, Yun Yan showed no restraint in her strength, though she was only at the mid-golden core stage. She faced the peak of the merging stage gray mist spirit with apparent ease. Each time the gray mist spirit materialized, Yun Yan effortlessly countered, capturing its position with precision. Su Qing sensed that with her full power unleashed, Yun Yan could easily overpower Yi Chun in his celestial demon-possessed state. The battle raged on, with the nirvana fire continuously ablaze around Yun Yan. A single misstep could plunge her into a state of nirvana, leaving her without the ability to resist. Although she appeared composed, Su Qing, through the eye of all-seeing, discerned that her energy reserves were dwindling. He estimated she could withstand the gray mist spirit's onslaught for no more than 5 more strikes. Just as the gray mist spirit launched another attack, Yun Yan suddenly discerned a colossal yin-yang taiji diagram materializing before her, effectively shielding her from the terrifying assault. To her knowledge, such an anomaly existed only in this secret realm. Since you've arrived, why not reveal yourself? Let us share this treasure equally, she proposed. Agreed. With a crack, the rift in space erupted, and Su Qing emerged gracefully, snapping his fingers as he stepped back. The phoenix form of Yun Yan took to the skies. At that moment, the yin-yang taiji diagram began to spin rapidly, and the collision of its 2 focal points resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. Despite the gray mist spirit's attempt to traverse the gray fog, half of its form was obliterated in the blast. As the explosion dispersed much of the dense fog in the center, Su Qing realized they needed to seize this opportunity to eliminate the gray mist spirit before it could fully regenerate. Yun Yan's ethereal voice resonated. The phoenix form gathers countless crimson feathers, still ablaze with the white nirvana fire. These feathers scatter around, forming a formation that traps the gray mist spirit in a fog-free space. The immortal sword appeared in Su Qing's grasp, its blade radiating with the energies of yin and yang. Time-space sword technique. The surrounding time and space momentarily froze as Su Qing unleashed the yin-yang sword intent. The time-space sword technique and the savage sword path simultaneously. With a single stroke, he cleaved the peak gray mist spirit in two. Although his true form remained at the false core stage, his body cultivation had reached the late transformation stage. His avatar refreshed its status, matching his true form's prowess. With his strength reinvigorated, facing the gray mist spirit, they were merely crossing two major realms to achieve victory. Yun Yan observed the scene, astonished by Su Qing's seemingly ever-increasing power, which escalated at an extraordinary pace. With her keen perception, she recognized the seamless synergy between Su Qing's swordsmanship and physical prowess, creating a perfect harmony akin to that of a demonic god's body, significantly amplifying their combat effectiveness. As the phoenix form dissipated, descending to the ground, she beheld the core left by the gray mist spirit. "You have slain it. You should collect it," she urged. "Then I shall not be polite." Su Qing gestured, directly placing the core into the Qianquan ring. Yun Yan, meanwhile, gazed at the heart of the gray mist, where the mist differed markedly from its surroundings. She elaborated to Su Qing on the purpose of the gray mist source, explaining that a strand could be refined into a divine ability. Su Qing nodded in understanding, approaching the peculiar orb and extracting 5 strands of the gray mist source. He then observed Yun Yan stow it away and casually remarked, "This must be the deepest part of the cloudy secret realm. I see the celestial heroes gathering is nearing its conclusion." With her spirits lifted upon acquiring the gray mist source, Yun Yan smiled lightly. This gray mist does not represent the very center of the cloudy secret realm. The true heart of the realm houses the legendary Palace of Immortals, where celestial heroes have reaped tremendous benefits. The Palace of Immortals is said to lie just beyond the gray mist. Let us proceed together. As Yun Yan stepped forward, the surrounding mist dissipated, revealing a path shimmering with radiant colors. Su Qing followed closely, eager to reach the innermost sanctum of the cloudy secret realm. Keenly interested in the Palace of Immortals, she had mentioned. Upon traversing the passage, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before them, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, resembling an ethereal paradise. Countless palatial structures floated in the air, each uniquely shaped. Su Qing marveled at this spectacle. "I once thought there was only one Palace of Immortals. I had no idea there were so many." At that moment, a voice as innocent as a child's resonated, proclaiming, "I am the spirit of the secret realm. This place harbors 3,600 celestial palaces, which may harbor both peril and opportunity. One may enter only a single palace, after which one shall be teleported out of the cloud mist secret realm." Su Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at the floating palaces in the sky, yearning to discover the treasures within. Just then, ripples emerged from the passage behind him, and 2 figures stepped forth. Chapter 70. The celestial demon schemes against the blood demon. To his astonishment, it was Yi Chun and Jiang Yuehua, who had seemingly joined forces unbeknownst to him. Upon spotting Su Qing and Yun Yan, they were momentarily taken aback, surprised to find that others had arrived before them. After receiving a telepathic message from the spirit of the realm, they turned their attention to the celestial palaces above. Yi Chun greeted Su Qing with a bow and smiled, saying, "There are indeed 3,600 celestial palaces here. I believe we need not resort to conflict. We may each select our own." He silently called out, "Master, have you truly left such an item behind? Which palace could it be?" The remnant soul of the celestial demon pondered for a moment, its voice growing calm. "Do not be anxious. My physical form is sealed here. If you release the seal, all will belong to you." Yi Chen's heart brimmed with uncertainty. If his master's body were sealed, did that imply that his master was a nefarious fiend? It seemed the treasure his master spoke of was indeed his physical form. "Child, do not overthink this. I mean you no harm. Without my assistance, you would merely be a lowly servant. Helping me unseal my physical form will benefit you greatly." Yi Chen reconciled all thoughts. Whether or not his master was a demon mattered little, for he had always treated him well, and that sufficed. Sensing Yi Chen's resolve, the remnant soul of the celestial demon continued, "It is good that you have come to understand. My physical form lies beneath the clouds below. The 3,600 celestial palaces are the formation sealing my body. I have already discerned the formations. I simply enter the palace in the corner, shrouded in dust, and act according to my guidance." Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings and ultimately identified his target, locating the designated palace. I understand. Su Qing, standing nearby, activated his ability to listen to myriad voices, eavesdropping on the conversation between Yi Chun and the celestial demon. He was taken aback to learn that the celestial demon's body was sealed in this place. Questioning the audacity of the Nine Heavens' holy land to consider this secret realm a trial ground for prodigies. How great must their confidence in celestial-level formations be? Turning to Yun Yen, he noted her calm demeanor, as if she had already identified her target and was unconcerned about the potential chaos wrought by the celestial and blood demons, suggesting she had long prepared a retreat. As for Jiang Yuehua, she appeared oblivious to the impending danger, her eyes devoid of desire for treasure, casually selecting a celestial palace and vanishing into a flash of white light. Yun Yen transformed into a phoenix and entered a crimson celestial palace, its entrance adorned with peculiar flame patterns, seemingly ablaze. Su Qing refrained from hastily choosing a palace, instead keeping his gaze fixed on Yi Chun. In just a quarter of an hour, he would be able to sign in again. At that time, signing in last would yield rewards that, even if they were supreme celestial artifacts, Su Qing would not trade away. While it seemed he was contemplating his selection, he was actually traversing the area, his figure gradually ascending and fading from sight. Yi Chun remained still, appearing to await someone. Just then, a multitude of figures surged forth at the entrance of the passage. Leading them was the blood demon incarnation, radiating an overwhelming aura comparable to that of a peak Great Ascension stage cultivator. Behind him stood all the prodigies within the secret realm, each appearing dazed, their expressions blank, eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, clearly under the blood demon's control. The blood demon incarnation disregarded Yi Chun, a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator, completely overlooking him. Upon beholding the celestial palaces, his face lit up with fervor. Celestial demon, you have indeed been sealed here. Approaching the blood demon incarnation, Yi Chun, though seemingly weak, was unperturbed by the blood demon's presence. In a voice that bore the weight of age, he remarked, "Blood demon, after tens of thousands of years, it seems you are on the verge of breaking your seal." The blood demon incarnation fixed his gaze on Yi Chun, eyes ablaze with a terrifying crimson light. "You have hidden yourself well. I did not notice any abnormalities during the previous arena battle. However, you have merely escaped as a remnant soul, while I have dispatched a celestial-level avatar. I can assist you in breaking free, and then we can join forces to seize the eastern domain." Yi Chun nodded slightly. "Your thoughts remain as simplistic as ever. Do you truly believe that conquering this realm will lead you to the reincarnation of the Demon Lord? In this realm of countless beings, seeking him is no simple task." The blood demon incarnation's expression shifted, uncertainty creeping in. "Is there a better method you propose? I once clashed with the true immortals of this realm. Though I was ultimately defeated and sealed, I managed to acquire their life-bound celestial artifact, known as the Celestial Mechanism Disc. This treasure can predict reincarnations and locate the Demon Lord's reincarnation." Yi Chun replied with a serene smile, his eyes deep as a chasm, exuding an unsettling aura. Upon hearing this, the blood demon incarnation gasped. "So, you already know the whereabouts of the Demon Lord's reincarnation?" "Indeed. However, the Celestial Mechanism Disc remains sealed. We need only break the seal to uncover everything." Yi Chun feigned a troubled expression as he gazed at the celestial palaces above. "I can assist you in breaking free. And when we locate the Demon Lord's reincarnation, how about we share the fortunes?" The blood demon incarnation hastily suggested. "However, after my years of research, I have uncovered the flaws in this formation. Yet, I still require your cooperation. Lend me some strength. I shall begin to reverse the grand formation." Yi Chun extended his hand toward the blood demon incarnation. Without hesitation, the incarnation, at the peak of the combined body stage, deemed the pursuit of the Demon Lord's whereabouts worth any sacrifice, even at the cost of its own existence. A pure and untainted torrent of blood energy surged into Yi Chun's being, prompting him to wave his hand, causing the 3,600 celestial palaces to whirl in unison. Broken celestial palaces emerged, urging the prodigies to seal the gaps in the ruins. Yi Chun bellowed, and the blood demon understood his intentions, the throngs of prodigies soaring into the sky, entering the shattered palaces. Yi Chun himself also ventured into one of the celestial palaces. A colossal demonic hand materialized from the ground, crushing the blood demon incarnation to oblivion. An ancient voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed, "To contend with me. You still have much to learn. Master, shall we now seek the reincarnation of the Demon Lord? Where exactly is it?" Yi Chun's voice resonated from an unknown origin. "In the northern region of the Great Qin Empire, where there are over 100 cities, you must take your time to search," the celestial demon elucidated. "Such a vast area, how long will this take?" "It seems this return to the Xiao Holy Land will involve a trial mission," Yi Chun lamented. "The range is already quite small. That area spans only a few thousand miles. Initially, we were to scour this entire realm. Su Qing activated his ability to conceal himself amidst the nearby spatial rifts. Through his listening ability, he absorbed the conversation between the celestial demon and Yi Chun, his eyes gleaming with determination. The celestial demon had indeed skillfully manipulated the blood demon. The demon lord resided in the northern part of the great Qin Empire. It seemed he too must act swiftly. The essence of these prodigies, combined with the blood demon's pure blood energy, could potentially elevate Yi Chen's physique twice over, from a spiritual body to one comparable to a divine body. However, Su Qing paid little heed to these matters, for he had already completed his final sign-in on the last growth entry. Chapter 71. The Primordial Emperor's Sword, the Seven Fiends' Demon Blade. Su Qing gazed at the system panel. On Yi Chen's final growth attribute, the Heavenly Tao Fortune, he successfully signed in. Sign-in successful. Obtained the Hongming Emperor's Sword. Hongming Emperor's Sword, a supreme celestial artifact, the last treasure formed from the ultimate fortune before the destruction of Hongming, embodying terrifying powers that can reverse time, disrupt yin and yang, recreate creation, and annihilate all. Description: with the Hongming fortune, there is a high probability of encountering treasures left over from the Hongming era. Su Qing looked at the system panel, astonished that he had drawn a celestial sword from the Heavenly Tao Fortune attribute. Through the system space, it was delivered to his true self. He tore through the cracks of space and entered an ethereal palace at will. Within, there was a vial of spirit elixir, which he did not even glance at, casually placing it into his Qingquan ring. His figure transformed into a beam of light, being teleported out of the cloudy mist secret realm. Emerging from the celestial mist, Su Qing appeared once more, this time as his true self. This place was truly splendid. The heavenly demon had departed, and he would not be disturbed. The key was the rich spiritual energy, as the mist was comparable to top-grade spirit stones, making it an extraordinary place for cultivation. After remarking, he vanished from his spot, entering the heavenly demon's seal. The seal here had already been broken by the heavenly demon. With a slight modification, it would become a celestial-level gathering array. In the center of Cloud Summit City, all the surviving prodigies had gathered. Although they presented themselves as usual, there were subtle traces of blood in their eyes. If the blood demon wished to control them, he could do so at any moment. Soon, a beam of light descended from the clouds, revealing Yi Chen's figure. Su Qing observed Yi Chen's transformation. He had successfully established his foundation and radiated divine light. The Heavenly Tao's sacred body had undergone 2 transformations, becoming remarkably powerful. Numerous high-ranking figures from various factions appeared in the skies above. Their expressions varied, especially that of the Grand Elder of the Penglai immortal sect. His face began to contort. The power of 20 blood demon incarnations had entered the secret realm without emerging. This caused his eyes to blaze with a crimson light, as if he were ready to unleash a massacre at any moment. The master of Jiuxiao stood at the center, clearing his throat, announcing the successful conclusion of the Prodigy Conference. Based on the performances over 3 rounds, the top 3 were selected, with the first prize being a celestial artifact, the second prize consisting of 10 spirit mine hearts, and the third prize of 5 spirit mine hearts. Listening to the rewards, the prodigies below began to murmur among themselves. That was a celestial artifact. Although my family is powerful, we regard celestial artifacts as treasured heirlooms. I have yet to see one. If the first prodigy were to obtain a celestial artifact, their already formidable strength would surely ascend to greater heights. The first prodigy this time should be, without question, Su Qing. The second and third places remain unclear to me. As the master of Jiuxiao gestured, the surroundings fell silent. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The first prodigy of the conference is Su Qing, the second is Jiang Yuehua, and the third is Yun Yan." With a flourish of his sleeve, 3 orbs of light flew before the 3 individuals. Su Qing regarded the so-called celestial artifact with a peculiar expression. No wonder the Jiuxiao sacred land was so generous. This was a problematic celestial artifact. The artifact resembled a flying dagger, inscribed with various eerie patterns. Yet it was enveloped in a layer of dark light. It turned out to be a sealed demonic weapon. Seven Fiends' Demon Blade, a low-grade celestial artifact. One of the many treasures of the Heavenly Demon. Originally a top-grade celestial artifact with immense power. It was damaged during a confrontation with another powerful being and subsequently sealed by that individual with divine abilities, becoming what it is now. Su Qing stored the Demon Blade. Beside him, Yi Chen's eyes nearly popped out. He too was tempted by this item, especially as it belonged to his master. However, Yi Chen, still upright in character, recognized that this was a reward Su Qing had earned through his talent and strength, and he would not resort to any underhanded tactics. Although the heavenly demon had regained its form, it was inherently formless, nurturing its injuries within Yi Chen's body. He sensed Yi Chen's thoughts and sighed, still naive. I shall impart to you a secret technique. When Su Qing wields the Seven Fiends demon blade, you can directly seize the blade from him, regardless of whether he has already recognized it as his own. Yi Chun was filled with hesitation, mentally communicating, "Isn't this inappropriate? After all, it is a treasure he rightfully earned. Do as you wish." The heavenly demon sighed, transmitting the secret technique into Yi Chen's consciousness, and then fell silent. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qing overheard their entire conversation. Su Qing nearly chuckled aloud. Had he not heard this, he might have been outmaneuvered by Yi Chun in the future. At that time, with his devouring talent, he could directly refine the demon blade into his own strength. However, he still needed to forge an identical demon blade. As soon as Yi Chun dared to activate the secret technique, it would lead to his own demise. As the Prodigy Conference concluded, the Grand Elder of the Penglai Immortal Sect, a blood demon incarnation, refrained from causing any disturbances. His fists clenched tightly. Yet for the sake of his future plans and to unravel the seal on his true form, he chose to remain patient. Su Qing returned to the celestial vessel of the Xixiao sacred land, glancing back at the clouds above Cloud Summit City. His current plan was for his true self to continue cultivating in the cloudy mist secret realm while his clone sought the reincarnated form of the demon lord. It was best to find it before Yi Chun and the others, and then devise a scheme to create a false one. Observing Yi Chun seated nearby, Su Qing's eyes were filled with curiosity. Clearly, the heavenly demon resided within him, yet he could not perceive the heavenly demon's attribute panel. What could be the reason for this? Had that fellow used some secret technique to conceal himself while still communicating with Yi Chun? Never mind. He would eventually encounter the true form of the heavenly demon. Su Qing ceased his contemplation. At that moment, Yunyan proactively turned her gaze towards Su Qing. A faint smile graced her lips as she transmitted, "If all goes as expected, the competition for the Saint Son and Saint Daughter will soon commence. How about we join forces then? However, before that, I need you to lend me a hand to secure the position of the first heir of the great Qin Empire. The reward will be substantial. I may require some dragon chi and an identity. If you can assist me with this, I can promise to help you become the heir of the great Qin Empire. As for the competition for the Saint Son and Saint Daughter, we are still lacking a Saint Daughter, so it will take some time before we discuss that." Su Qing similarly communicated. Considering that seeking out the reincarnated demon lord alone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, leveraging the power of the great Qin Empire would make it significantly easier. The request for dragon chi stemmed from a fear that the dragon chi within the ancestral dragon scales might not suffice, thus preparing for any eventuality. Yunyan cast a deep glance at Su Qing, dragon chi condensing into a purple-patterned golden core. "Your ambitions are truly grand. But I agree. What identity do you intend to obtain? How about a nominal title of the King of the North, without the need for a fief?" Su Qing proposed. Without hesitation, Yunyan agreed. Her eyes were filled with contemplation. At this juncture in her past life, she had sought Yi Chen's assistance, but ultimately suffered a dismal defeat. The fortunes of the great Qian had been siphoned away by the old fellow within Yi Chun. In the end, the great Qian was annihilated by the blood demon incarnation. Although Yi Chun later utilized the power of the heavenly demon to reseal the blood demon, the great Qian had been utterly destroyed. This time, while she still placed her bets on Yi Chun, her wariness of him far surpassed that of Su Qing. This was solely due to the cunning nature of the heavenly demon, who resided within Yi Chun, constantly guiding him. This has rendered her hesitant to collaborate with Yi Chun, whereas with Su Qing, she feels a deeper familiarity and is thus more inclined to partner with him. After Su Qing and Yun completed their communication, he began to observe the surrounding scenery. He noticed others as well. Yun Hai, for instance, had somehow survived, yet his eyes now exuded an unusual wisdom, as if he had inadvertently been rendered foolish by his own actions. Moreover, it was unclear what treasures he had acquired in the Celestial Palace. But a formidable power resided within him, stirring a sense of restlessness within Su Qing. Nevertheless, the entries remained unchanged, indicating that he had yet to achieve successful integration. Once he did, Su Qing intended to extract some of his blood. As for Yi Tian, despite his severe injuries, he was still engaged in jovial conversation with other prodigies, appearing to be none the worse for wear. However, they all bore the remnants of the blood demon incarnation's influence, and Su Qing planned to return to the Xixiao sacred land to dispel the blood demon techniques from their bodies. Turning his gaze to Murong Shui, he noticed she possessed a golden entry, the reincarnation seal. Sign-in successful, acquired the supreme celestial artifact, Reincarnation Disc. Reincarnation Disc allows the wielder to harness the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, unleashing formidable might. The celestial vessel moved with remarkable speed, returning to the Xixiao sacred land in merely 2 hours. As Su Qing descended from the celestial vessel, he was met with a chorus of cheers. Welcoming the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain, the future saint's son, Su Qing. Su Qing was left speechless, astonished by the rapid spread of information in the cultivation world. It was no wonder, considering a top-tier communication talisman could transcend 2,000 miles for just a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Lingxi regarded Su Qing, reminding him that his penance was not yet over, and he should return to the Sword Tomb. Su Qing complied, entering the Xixiao sacred land alongside Yi Tian as they made their way back to the Sword Tomb. At the entrance of the Sword Tomb, Su Qing suddenly placed his hand on Yi Tian's shoulder, and a beam of bloodlight was directly absorbed by Su Qing. Yi Tian observed this action, seemingly recalling something, and with a smile remarked, "Blood essence, is it? I shall personally deliver it to your residence later." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Yi Tian had remembered this matter. However, it was fortuitous, as he still lacked Yi Tian's physical essence. "No rush," he replied. "Let's discuss it once your injuries stabilize." This time, Yi Tian had also encountered an opportunity, advancing his cultivation from mid-refining void to late stage, and his aura appeared to be on the rise, suggesting he was not far from the integration stage. After bidding farewell to Yi Tian, Su Qing returned to the cave he had previously inhabited in the Sword Tomb, sitting cross-legged upon the stone bed, closing his eyes. At this moment, in the heart of the cloud mist secret realm, Su Qing's true form resided within his inner world, marveling at the immense changes around him, a smile gracing his lips. The spiritual herbs he had seized from numerous prodigies, alongside those he had previously purchased, were now flourishing vibrantly, teeming with life, and the interior world no longer resembled the desolation of yore. Su Qing crouched down to examine a sapling, which was the legendary Tongtian tree from the mythical era, now merely budding. Despite its youth, the profound resonance of Tao emanating from it was enough to enlighten the soul. The root system of the Tongtian tree emitted a satisfying sound. It was indeed a splendid locale, and a little more spirit liquid would only enhance its growth. Su Qing chuckled softly, conjuring a porcelain vial to nourish the young Tongtian tree with spirit liquid. "Excellent. I shall commence imparting the Tao now." The sapling resonated with the sounds of the great Tao, invigorating all the surrounding spiritual herbs. The scattered immortal level shuns and dreamers nearby listened intently, entering a peculiar state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Qing grasped the Tao Enlightenment Stone, delving into a deeper understanding of the Tao. The Tongtian tree unfolded the mysteries of the wood Tao, brimming with vitality. It could heal injuries rapidly and mend others as well. At that moment, Su Qing's life force surged, and a phantom of the Tongtian tree, as seen in the mythical scroll, materialized behind him, gradually growing larger. After 2 hours, the sounds of the great Tao finally faded. Su Qing gazed at the phantom of the Tongtian tree, now towering at over 10 meters. Its branches lush and teeming with unparalleled vitality. This phantom of the Tongtian tree was truly impressive, significantly enhancing his life-preserving capabilities. Su Qing had a penchant for life-preserving techniques. Despite his external advantages, he understood that life itself was paramount. One must survive to possess everything. Now that the celestial demon had broken its seal and the blood demon wreaked havoc in the Eastern Sea, the world outside remained perilous. As his enlightenment concluded, the phantom of the Tongtian tree dissipated. Su Qing retrieved the ancestral dragon scale, commencing the absorption of dragon qi to solidify his golden core. As the intricate patterns on the purple-patterned golden core multiplied, they began to coalesce rapidly. Dreamer observed this scene from a distance, feeling somewhat speechless. "Mother, it seems that in our efforts to protect Su Qing, we might as well follow him directly. This existence is far more comfortable than our previous circumstances." The immortal level shuns chuckled softly, shaking his head. "This is indeed my first encounter with such an unusual individual. Should you choose to become his follower, it may prove to be a wise choice." "And what of you, mother?" "I previously failed my ascension trial, forsaking my physical form to become a scattered immortal. I had lost all hope, but upon hearing the sounds of the great Tao, my physical form has begun to recover somewhat. After guarding him for 30 years, I intend to attempt the ascension trial once more. This time, I shall surely penetrate the path to immortality." The eyes of the scattered immortal shuns sparkled with hope. As time passed, 3 days later, Su Qing, seated beneath the Tongtian tree, suddenly furrowed his brow. The ancestral dragon scale in his hand disintegrated into dust, to his astonishment. Such immense dragon qi had still not allowed him to attain the 9-transformation purple-patterned golden core. He was merely a step away from his goal, and it seemed that his prior request for dragon qi from Yunyan was indeed the right choice. Su Qing examined the phantom of his golden core within, realizing he was on the cusp of physical manifestation. This was the final hurdle. Once he transcended the golden core stage, he would only need to gather cultivation resources, alleviating the previous complications. He possessed everything required to achieve the nascent soul and transformation god stages. chaos light, and primordial purple qi. Once he reached the transformation god stage, the demon god body would be fully restored, making him akin to an innate demon god. However, the current cultivation environment differed vastly from the mythical era and was incomparably inferior. Were he to become an innate demon god now, he would likely find himself incapable of matching even the newly emerged innate demon gods from that era. Without dragon qi, further breakthroughs would be impossible. Su Qing took out the Hongming imperial sword to refine it. With this sword, he would possess 4 flying swords: the innate sword, the Wudao sword, the immortal Ke, and the Hongming imperial sword. He was merely 1 sword away from assembling the god-slaying sword array. The immortal Ke, though slightly lacking in potential, could suffice for the time being. He would replace it once a better sword was found. At the Zixiao Sacred Land's sword tomb, Yi Tian entered, approaching Su Qing's cave. Su Qing, the Zixiao Sacred Lord, and the senior officials of the Sacred Land have decided to absolve you of your punishment. Su Qing emerged from the cave. Is that so? And what of Yunhai? Chapter 73, Journey to the Dacian Imperial Capital. Yi Tian's expression shifted slightly before he chuckled. Yunhai encountered some unknown ordeal in the Cloud Mist secret realm. His primordial spirit was damaged, causing him to forget everything from the past. Several great powers within the Sacred Land have attempted to heal him, but to no avail. However, he fortuitously benefited from some treasure in the Celestial Palace, and his constitution has actually advanced. Su Qing's awkward smile betrayed a hint of concern. Had he perhaps been too ruthless? Yet, upon hearing that Yunhai's constitution had advanced, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Su Qing's eyes. Since his constitution had improved, the next time he fell into Su Qing's hands, extracting blood would be inevitable. Waving farewell to Yi Tian, Shui Qing resolved to depart from the sword tomb now that his punishment had been revoked, bidding him a temporary goodbye. Yi Tian watched Shui Qing leave, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He never anticipated that the petite body cultivator he had guided to the Zixiao Sacred Land would ascend to become the foremost prodigy of the eastern region so swiftly. It was time for him to exert greater effort. He ventured deeper into the sword tomb to enter seclusion, aiming to break through to the fusion stage. Outside the Zixiao Sacred Land, amidst the secluded groves, Shui Qing reclined leisurely atop a rooftop, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Soon, a crimson figure darted through the dense forest, hovering not far away. It was Yun Yan, who, upon observing Shui Qing's demeanor, smiled gently and said, "I have arranged everything. You may now travel freely for a year. When you are ready, we shall set forth to the imperial capital of Deqian." Shui Qing sprang to his feet. Ready to depart immediately. Let us go. The two left the Zixiao Sacred Land, with Yun Yan producing the beast-taming ring to release the exotic beast, Bailuan. Bailuan let out a resounding cry to the heavens, but upon catching sight of Shui Qing, it trembled in fear, nearly succumbing to a deathly stillness. Shui Qing regarded the beast coldly, stating, "You are now Yun Yan's mount. Your life shall be spared henceforth." Bailuan's demeanor softened considerably as it prostrated itself on the ground. With Shui Qing and Yun Yan perched upon Bailuan's back, they soared towards the imperial capital of Deqian. The azure robe that Shui Qing wore billowed in the wind, producing a melodious rustle as he admired the scenery below. Previously, he had intended to infiltrate the imperial tomb in Deqian, but was delayed by the prodigy convention. Yun Yan, beside him, softly remarked, "The two factions competing most fiercely within the Deqian royal family are Prince Yunhai and the third princess Yunxi. As for myself, my influence is the weakest, and I am least favored. Hence, I shall face the greatest challenges." Shui Qing nodded, having encountered both Yunhai and Yunxi, even engaging in battle with them. Yunhai possessed ancestral dragon scales, while Yunxi wielded an immortal artifact likely connected to the ancestral dragon as well. During his urgent escape from the Penglai immortal sect, he had not gleaned further details. Yun Yan continued her explanation. Currently, Yunhai's primordial spirit is damaged, yet his physique has undergone another transformation, and he has reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Those who support him have not diminished. In fact, their numbers have increased. As for Yunxi, she possesses a fateful weapon, the ancestral dragon sword. I have heard she has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and has since become the holy maiden of the Penglai immortal sect. She has likely also broken through to the transformation realm. As they journeyed, Yun Yan elaborated on the two adversaries. Before long, they approached the grand imperial capital of Deqian, a place of immense grandeur and vibrancy. The city walls outside the capital were adorned with 9 divine dragons, and with the opening of one's eyes, rain began to fall from the sky. A glimmer of light flickered in Shui Qing's eyes. He had not anticipated the formidable array surrounding the Deqian imperial capital. Though merely pseudo-immortal in grade, bolstered by national fortune, it was already perilously close to being immortal grade. As Bailuan descended, Yun Yin withdrew it into the beast-taming ring. We may encounter troubles upon entering the capital. Prepare yourself mentally, she warned. Proceeding towards the grand gates, Shui Qing followed closely, undeterred by potential troubles. Should matters become overly troublesome, he contemplated the drastic measure of eliminating the old emperor to elevate Yun Yin to the throne. At the gates of the imperial capital, Long Outyin awaited their arrival. His eyes brimmed with joy as he beheld Yun Yin and Shui Qing. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I thought you would take a few more days. Shui Qing scrutinized Long Outyin. Surely your family does not support Yun Yin? With a smile, Long Outyin nodded. Yun Yin's mother hails from the Long family. We have always stood together through thick and thin. Yun Hai and Yun Shi returned a couple of days ago, but have yet to take action. Their supporters seem unusually docile. I wonder what they are planning. Leading the way, Long Outyin introduced Shui Qing to the sights of the imperial capital. The capital was divided into the outer city, inner city, and imperial city. Upon arriving at a secluded residence in the outer city, Yun Yin turned to Shui Qing. This shall be your temporary abode. The time for you to take action has not yet come. If you venture out, remember to conceal your identity. Shui Qing, finding Yun Yan's schemes overly intricate, dismissed them. He held steadfast to the belief that strength was paramount. With a powerful fist, one could crush all obstacles. As he observed Yun Yin and Long Outyin depart, Shui Qing familiarized himself with the residence. It featured a small spirit-gathering formation, and a patch of spiritual bamboo was planted at the back, creating a serene atmosphere. To find such tranquility near the bustling market was indeed a rarity. After briefly acclimatizing to his new surroundings, Shui Qing resolved to explore the imperial capital. In the bustling outer city, the air was filled with lively shouts, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The wide, straight streets connected the inner and outer cities, marking the most prosperous area of the outer city. At this moment, Shui Qing had transformed into a cloaked youth, adopting the identity of Zhang Yuan from his infiltration into the Penlai immortal sect, casually wandering with a wine gourd in hand. The hurried throngs around him stood in stark contrast to his leisurely demeanor. Suddenly, Shui Qing's gaze fell upon a particular building, his eyes sparkling with intensity. It radiated a golden brilliance, so dazzling that even from several miles away, he could not mistake it. Entering an unoccupied corner of the street, he slipped through a spatial rift, vanishing from sight, intent on infiltrating the residence and signing in at the golden location. Inside the residence, 4 figures were present, 3 men and 1 woman, the remaining members of the Penlai immortal sect. They were the sect leader Zhao Qianquan and the Supreme Elder, the Azure Sky Fairy, along with Yun Shi and Yu Xian. They had been in the Daiqian imperial capital during the calamity that befell the Penlai immortal sect. Upon returning, they encountered the sect leader and the Supreme Elder, who were forcibly suppressing the blood demon's power within them, exhausting their spiritual energy. However, the blood demon's power was exceedingly invasive. Should it completely erode their primordial spirits, they would inevitably become embodiments of blood demons. The 2 women brought the leader and elder back to the Daiqian imperial capital, with Yun Shi exhausting various rare elixirs and leveraging the national fortune to contain the threat, thereby extending their lives to the present. Yet, these elixirs could only temporarily stave off the blood demon's influence. While the elixirs prevented the blood demon's power from corrupting their primordial spirits, their spirits remained trapped within their physical forms, leaving them in a constant state of haziness. At this moment, Zhao Qianquan and the Azure Sky Fairy wore expressions of grotesque distortion, their foreheads marked with a crimson glow that radiated blood light, spreading throughout their bodies. Clearly, they were on the brink of being completely consumed by the blood demon's power, destined to become blood demon embodiments. Zhao Qianquan's eyes flickered with clarity as he cried out, I am about to self-destruct. The Penlai immortal sect has been wholly overtaken by the blood demon. I beseech you not to seek vengeance. All the sect's techniques and secrets are stored within the storage rings I have given you. Should the opportunity arise, find a safe haven to establish a new sect, lest our legacy be extinguished. His voice was weak, his life force waning, evidently nearing the end of his existence. 2 immortal artifacts floated nearby, emitting mournful wails, the sect's protective artifacts, the purple light mirror and the Xian light sword. The Azure Sky Fairy gazed at Zhao Qianquan, her voice trembling with frailty. This is our only course now. Hasten to relinquish your corporeal form. Our primordial spirits can still enter the cycle of the underworld. Otherwise, the blood energy will invade our spirits, and it will be too late. Chapter 74. Acquiring 3 immortal artifacts, the ancestral dragon key. Zhao Qianquan's eyes were filled with bitterness and sorrow. Once a figure of great renown in the eastern region, wielding immense power as the sect leader of the Penlai immortal sect, he had not anticipated such a tragic fate. He had traversed the eastern sea for 3,000 years, only to meet such a desolate end. He and the celestial maiden of azure sky transformed into countless beams of light, dissipating into the vastness of the heavens and earth. Only Yunxi and the moon maiden remained, weeping bitterly in their wake. Su Qing, concealed within a rift in space, observed this poignant scene, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He could hardly believe that the overlord of the East Sea and the master of the Penlai immortal sect had suffered such a fate at the hands of the blood demon. Their physical forms and cultivation were eroded by the blood demon's malevolent power, ultimately leading to an unavoidable relinquishment of everything as they entered the cycle of reincarnation. Su Qing had previously absorbed the blood demon's power. It was on an entirely different level compared to spiritual energy, akin to the legendary celestial force. Although the celestial maiden of azure sky was a loose immortal, her meager celestial power was insufficient to withstand the blood demon's might. Gazing at the system panel, he noted the successful sign-in. Yunxi possessed a golden attribute, and the celestial maiden of azure sky had also acquired one, having signed in twice. Instead of hastily checking the system panel, he opted to leave this place and return to his residence first. Just as he was about to depart, a terrifying wave of energy surged through the courtyard. In the aftermath of Zhao Qingquan and the celestial maiden's demise, the atmosphere of this courtyard had drastically changed. The moon maiden, having shed her tears, was now consumed by greed as she stared at the two celestial artifacts. Yunxi, I am truly sorry, she suddenly declared, rising with a dreadful aura surrounding her. A crescent moon, sharp as a blade, surged towards Yunxi with ferocity. Although caught off guard, a formidable seal emerged from within her, inscribed with the image of a 9-clawed golden dragon, shattering the crescent moon effortlessly. You have allowed greed to cloud your judgment. I bear you no ill will. Take one celestial artifact and depart from the great Qin Empire. Should we meet again, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Disappointment filled Yunxi's gaze as she looked at the moon maiden, unable to fathom that someone she once considered a sister could resort to murder over a celestial artifact. Nevertheless, she decided to spare her life, for the sect master had entrusted them with the task of rebuilding the Penlai immortal sect, leaving behind a legacy for them to uphold. The moon maiden cast a deep glance at Yunxi, sneering as she retorted, If you choose not to kill me, you will surely regret it in the days to come. With that, she vanished into the night, clutching the Xianlight sword. Yunxi's expression turned cold as she lightly clapped her hands, summoning forth a black-robed elder from the shadows, whose demeanor was remarkably effeminate, revealing him to be a eunuch. Yet, his strength was not to be underestimated, boasting peak integration stage cultivation. Old servant pays respects to the third prince. Have you summoned me to eliminate her? The elder inquired. Yunxi shook her head slightly, explaining, She was once by my side. If she departs recklessly, she may fall victim to the machinations of Yunhai and Yunyan. I shall escort her a ways and deliver news of the Penlai immortal sect's downfall to the Xixiao Holy Land. My prince, you are too merciful. She just attempted to take your life, the eunuch cautioned. Yunxi shot him a glare, urging him to act swiftly. Yes, old servant will attend to it at once. Meanwhile, Su Qing, having witnessed this dramatic spectacle, quietly withdrew. Initially intending to eliminate Yunxi, he reconsidered after observing her final actions, deciding to let her off the hook. He also wished to avoid becoming a weapon for Yunyan, as he bore no grudge against her. The entity with whom he had a conflict had long since perished. His feelings towards Yunyan were complex. On one hand, he felt apprehensive, for although she appeared youthful, her soul was that of an ancient being, undoubtedly possessing profound cunning. On the other hand, he felt gratitude, as she had provided him with numerous opportunities, the demon overlord's physique and the swift progression he experienced after joining the Xixiao Holy Land. Reflecting on these thoughts, Su Qing returned to his secluded courtyard and retrieved 2 items, the purple light mirror and the Xianlight sword. At the moment the moon maiden had struck, he had activated the illusionary domain, drawing everyone into its depths and effortlessly acquiring the 2 celestial artifacts. As for the Xianlight sword the moon maiden had taken, it was merely an illusion, destined to dissipate shortly. She might believe that Yunxi had employed some trickery, while Yunxi would suspect the same of her. Having grown weary of contemplating the ensuing events, Su Qing was pleasantly surprised by the abundant gains he had amassed on his very first day in the great Qin imperial capital. He glanced at the system panel. Sign-in successful. Obtain the Ancestral Dragon Key. Ancestral Dragon Key. This allows entry into the Ancestral Dragon secret realm in the North Sea, directly transporting the user to its depths to unlock the Ancestral Dragon Legacy. Sign-in successful. Obtain the Azure Sea Pearl. Azure Sea Pearl, a low-grade celestial artifact, containing an expansive ocean within. Each drop of seawater weighs heavily, capable of being used to attack foes, and can also aid in the cultivation of water-based divine abilities. Contemplating the 2 items, Su Qing decided to keep the Azure Sea Pearl for a time, should it prove unnecessary. He would pass it to his true self as a resource for cultivation. As for the ancestral dragon key, he recalled the texts he had encountered on Punlai Island. Had he not acquired the essence of the Tao from the blood demon, he would have known that the only place harboring such essence lay within a certain secret realm in the North Sea, the ancestral dragon's secret realm. To his astonishment, he had managed to sign in and procure an item associated with that very realm. He carefully stowed away the ancestral dragon key, considering the possibility of visiting that secret realm in the future. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su Qing held a porcelain vial in his hand. The 4 celestial artifacts, the immortal palace giant sword, the purple light mirror, the Xian light sword, and the azure sea pearl, floated around him, forming the core of a formation. Rare dragon energy began to coalesce, which Su Qing expertly absorbed into the porcelain vial using the formation. Regrettably, as this was the outer city, the formation could not attract as much dragon energy as it could have otherwise. The next day at noon, Lung Outyin paid him a visit, appearing exceedingly exhilarated as he entered the room. Su Qing opened his eyes, having sensed Lung Outyin's approach before he arrived, and had already dismantled the formation. "What is it? Have you encountered some fortunate event, bringing you such delight?" Su Qing inquired. "You are unaware, but today in the imperial court, the 3 strongest heirs, Yunyan, Yunhai, and Yunxi, gathered. We anticipated a fierce contest, but what transpired was utterly unexpected," Lung Outyin exclaimed, bursting into laughter. After a moment, he continued. Yunhai, in a fit of madness, stripped off his pants and urinated towards the dragon throne right in the court. The emperor was furious and stripped Yunhai of his title as crown prince. Now, Yunyan is left with only Yunxi as a rival. With her cunning, Yunxi poses no threat. She will soon ascend as the next sovereign of the great Qin Empire. Listening to Lung Outyin's account, a subtle smile graced Su Qing's lips. He wondered whether Yunhai had feigned foolishness or if he had genuinely lost his wits. How dare he disrespect imperial authority while still being a prince? Su Qing felt an unease and resolved to personally assess Yunhai's condition. Even if he had truly lost his mind, such an act was implausible. Lung Outyin regarded Su Qing, surveying the humble surroundings. "This place is rather shabby for someone of your stature, the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain. It is unjust for you to reside here. Today, we shall head to the imperial city. You need not conceal your identity any longer." "Very well," Su Qing nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although the dragon energy in the imperial city was dispersed, it was far more concentrated than in the outer city. He realized he needed to acquire as much as possible. Even the immense dragon energy from the ancestral dragon scales had not allowed him to break through to the 9 transformation golden core. The difficulty of ascending beyond the 9 transformation purple pattern golden core was, without a doubt, formidable, and the dragon energy required must be significantly greater. Dressed in the azure robe of the Xianxiao Holy Land, with the immortal palace giant sword strapped to his back, Su Qing no longer concealed his aura as he entered the inner city alongside Lung Outyin. Unlike the outer city, which was populated by common folk, the inner city was home to families of cultivators who practiced their arts under the auspices of the great Qin Empire. The Lung family was one of the prominent families within the inner city of the great Qin imperial capital. As the surroundings became increasingly populated with cultivators, some individuals appeared to have recognized Su Qing, casting frequent sidelong glances in his direction. Chapter 75. Infiltrating the Imperial Tomb, Acquiring Dragon Qi. At that moment, a young woman clad in purple descended from the sky, haughtily declaring, "You are the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain. Should I triumph over you? Would I not then claim that title for myself?" She summoned a slender sword that shimmered like a wraith, launching an immediate attack towards Su Qing. In response, Lung Outyin unsheathed his long sword, exuding an aura of chill that summoned snowflakes to dance around them. "Do not be disrespectful to the Holy Sun, otherwise you shall face dire consequences," Su Qing observed quietly, noting the apparent familiarity and camaraderie between Lung Outyin and the young woman. In just a few moves, Lung Outyin subdued her, encasing her in a large block of ice. He then addressed Su Qing. "This is my younger sister, Lung Yinran, who has been rather spoiled. I hope you can forgive her." "No harm done," Su Qing replied, watching as a formation pattern emerged on his fingertip, seamlessly merging with the ice sculpture, which astonishingly bore no traces of moisture on the young woman's attire. "Aren't you going back?" Lung Outyin feigned ferocity towards her. "You all bully me, so I shall ignore you," the girl shouted before vanishing into the crowd. "Let us proceed to the Imperial City," Su Qing said, glancing at the system panel. The young woman had a purple entry, yet only yielded some exquisite spirit stones. Lung Outyin led Su Qing through the Imperial City with a token that granted them unfettered access. They arrived at an elegant place known as Wudong Garden, where Lung Outyin produced a sound transmission talisman. Soon, a maid approached to greet them. "Your Highness has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please follow me." Long Outyin displayed little reaction, as if he were accustomed to such formalities and was well versed in the customs of the imperial city. However, Su Qing felt increasingly uncomfortable. The multitude of imperial protocols left him feeling constrained, prompting a resolve to depart immediately after acquiring the Dragon Qi. Upon entering Wutong Garden, Yun Yin sat regally above, her expression inscrutable. Upon seeing Su Qing, a smile graced her lips. "Tonight, the royal banquet will be held, at which time the emperor will determine the heir. You shall accompany me." "Very well," Su Qing nodded nonchalantly. "If there is nothing else, please cultivate here in Wudong Garden. Try to refrain from wandering about the imperial city," Yun Yin advised before departing with Long Outyin. Su Qing beamed as he watched Yun Yan's retreating figure, having discerned the location of the royal tomb the previous day. Today, he aimed to uncover the treasury's whereabouts. "Why concern myself with such matters? This place reeks of schemes, and I feel utterly uncomfortable. Once I gather sufficient Dragon Qi, I shall make my escape." With a subtle smile directed at the surrounding maidens, Su Qing snapped his fingers, drawing them into the realm of illusion. 3 drops of blood fell from his fingertips, activating the blood god's secret technique, transforming his blood into a radiant avatar. Though feeble and somewhat dazed, it paled in comparison to the avatar's grand path. Yet, with the formation and the domain, even those of the great ascension stage would perceive nothing amiss. A spatial rift erupted, and Su Qing vanished within. In the northern part of the imperial city lay a colossal dragon-shaped mountain, its vicinity occasionally swept by a terrifying aura. Soldiers patrolled the area, all at the nascent soul stage, forming formations that left nearly no blind spots around the mountain. Su Qing, concealed in the shadow of a nearby structure, observed this scene with glimmering eyes. Above the dragon-shaped mountain, a massive golden dragon symbolizing national fortune circled, a testament to the ancestors of the Deqian royal family, who guarded their legacy even in death. Moreover, the long-standing amicable relations between Deqian, the Purple Mist Sacred Land, and the Penglai Immortal Sect showed no signs of decline. Through his all-seeing eye, Su Qing noted that the eastern side of national fortune appeared particularly vulnerable, likely due to the blood demon's influence. He also perceived a flaw, a shattered space leading directly through that point. Just as Su Qing entered, the golden dragon of fortune suddenly became agitated, emitting a deafening roar. The soldiers immediately heightened their vigilance, suspecting an intrusion into the imperial tomb. All forces on alert. Begin a thorough search. An emaciated elder soared from the dragon-shaped mountain, his consciousness scanning the surroundings with meticulous caution. Su Qing, at the entrance of the imperial tomb, recalled the information gleaned from the all-listening entry. Only those of royal blood could enter, or else the capital's grand formation would erupt, a matrix imbued with celestial-level power. Is it merely royal blood? It is not as if I lack it. Su Qing's essence rapidly shifted, utilizing the formidable prowess of the Devour-Heaven Body. Even the prior imitation of the blood demon's essence had gone undetected. Having previously acquired the blood of Yun Yin and Yun Hai, he directly mimicked the essence with his innate abilities. Indeed, the golden dragon of fortune ceased its agitation, allowing Su Qing to enter without incident. The sights within astonished Su Qing. There were 18 grand burial chambers arranged in the uppermost tier, with 36 smaller chambers below. The density of Dragon Qi was utterly overwhelming as he activated the system panel. Fortunately, the worries that plagued his mind were unfounded. There were no royal ancestors lying in their coffins, feigning death. He approached the central chamber at the top, where an opulently adorned coffin awaited. Without hesitation, Su Qing pushed it open, revealing an array of smaller coffins within. This was indeed the true resting place of the royal ancestors. A brilliant light emerged beside him as his true self descended. With such abundant Dragon Qi, this should suffice for a breakthrough. Su Qing gazed upon the corpse within the coffin, its bones translucent and shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The individual had undoubtedly possessed formidable cultivation in life, yet now remained merely a skeleton. He refrained from disturbing anything. Awakening the formation would be unwise. So he placed the bones aside and unreservedly lay within the coffin, relishing the comfort befitting a royal burial. He commenced fervently absorbing the surrounding Dragon Qi, striving to breach the final barrier and propel himself directly into the golden core stage. His avatar sealed the coffin, tearing through space to depart the area. In another part of the imperial city, the treasury awaited. Concealed within a spatial rift, Su Qing surveyed the scene, his system panel manifesting before him. It appears that the living ancestors of the royal family reside here, 6 in total, all at the great ascension stage. He promptly dismissed the notion of robbing the treasury. No matter how potent his abilities, it was impossible to pilfer from beneath the watchful eyes of 6 great ascension experts. Returning to Wudong Garden, Su Qing found to his surprise that Yun Yin and Lung Outyin had yet to return. He dispelled the realm of illusion and formations, allowing the blood god avatar to transform into a streak of crimson light, rejoining his body. Observing the group of maidens standing nearby, Su Qing waved his hand, commanding, "All of you, dance for me. You, pour me some wine." The maidens, aware of his identity as the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain, dared not disobey. With his impending breakthrough into the Golden Course stage, the path ahead appeared unimpeded, free from obstacles or concerns. The machinations of the royal family mattered little. Should they provoke him, he would have no qualms about charging forth with abandon. Su Qing relished the moment, indulging in spirit fruits and fine wine while watching the enchanting maidens dance. It was not until dusk that Yun Yin returned with Lung Outyin, both taken aback by the scene unfolding in Wudong Garden. Chapter 76, The Royal Banquet, Changes in Yunhai. The maidens danced gracefully all around. Besides Su Qing, a stunning maid poured wine while he reclined comfortably in the main seat, sipping his drink and observing the maid's graceful dance. Upon seeing the return of his companions, Su Qing finally roused himself, exclaiming, "You have returned. Are you preparing to attend the royal night banquet?" The previously stern expression of Lung Outyin could no longer be maintained, a hint of a smile breaking through. The Holy Sun is truly carefree. However, the current situation is quite dire. Among the 6 venerable ancestors of the royal family, only one supports Princess Yun Yin. After all, she is merely a candidate for the Holy Maiden of the Purple Sky Sacred Land and must still vie for her position. Whereas Xianxia has already been established as the true Holy Maiden of the Penglai Immortal Sect. Su Qing, observing Yun Yan's tranquil gaze, realized she must have long been aware of the Penglai Immortal Sect's occupation by the Blood Demon, yet she had chosen to remain silent. It appeared that significant events were destined to unfold at the royal night banquet. With an unperturbed demeanor, Yun Yin softly stated, "Let us depart. The royal night banquet is about to commence." Su Qing rose from his seat, accompanying Yun Yin and Lung Outyin as they exited the Wutong courtyard. The banquet took place within the imperial city, hosting a considerable number of guests, including high-ranking members of several prominent cultivation families from the Dacian Empire, as well as civil and military officials. Even elders from the Penglai Immortal Sect and the Purple Sky Sacred Land were present. In a spacious grand hall, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. In one corner, Yunxi sat, her eyes clouded with sorrow, seemingly indifferent to the clamor of the guests. As for Yunhai, he ambled near an array of sumptuous dishes, his cheeks stuffed with food, resembling a carefree child. The moment Yun Yin entered the grand hall, however, she instantly transformed. Her sorrow retreating entirely, her presence radiating authority. The ambience around them plummeted to an icy stillness, the previous hubbub abruptly silenced. It was understood by all that the contest between the 2 royal princesses was about to begin. Feeling somewhat awkward standing there, Su Qing scanned the surroundings. Although the items were not of a brilliant gold or deep crimson hue, there were plenty of purples. The items obtained from signing in were regarded as cultivation resources, and with his own body on the verge of a breakthrough, he would soon require a substantial amount of such resources. He decided to part ways with Yun Yin and began to wander about. Sign-in successful, obtain Nightlight Stone. Nightlight Stone, a rather useless stone that merely glows at night. Sign-in successful, obtained 500 top-quality spirit stones. Sign-in successful, obtained a top-quality spiritual artifact. As the sign-ins continued, Su Qing unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure within the crowd. It was Xian, the 10th elder of the Purple Sky Sacred Land, his protector. Xian was quietly savoring his drink in a corner, seated at a table with an elderly man whose hair and beard were entirely white. The same elder he had encountered previously in the Eastern Sea's secret realm. They were raising their cups in a toast together. However, Su Qing quickly discerned the underlying truth. His eyes turned frigid, and his breath quickened. Xian had become a vessel for the blood demon, although his bloodthirst was cleverly concealed. Recalling Xian's assignment to guard the Eastern Sea, Su Qing sighed softly and approached Xian's table, casually taking a seat. Xian's gaze was calm and benevolent. "I have long perceived that you are not an ordinary individual. With your accomplishments today, do not allow pride to take hold of you." Yet, beneath that facade lay a glint of greed, a desire to seize Su Qing and deliver him to the blood demon, transforming him into the next incarnation of the demon. The Penglai elder remained silent, exuding an aura of ethereal detachment, entirely concealing his true nature as a vessel of the blood demon. Su Qing scrutinized Xian's condition. His brow furrowed. Xian, his primordial spirit has been corroded by the blood demon's power, rendering him a puppet who obeys the blood demon's commands. Killing the blood demon will restore his consciousness. Alternatively, the blood demon can voluntarily withdraw its power. Su Qing felt a headache coming on as he absorbed the information from the all-seeing eye. With Xian in this state, he had no immediate solution. Although his devouring talent could absorb the blood demon's power, its overwhelming nature posed a risk of consuming Xian's primordial spirit in the process. Sitting in contemplation, Su Qing pondered a potential solution. First, he would enhance his spiritual consciousness, mastering the first layer of the Supreme Spirit Refinement technique, which would amplify his spiritual power 100-fold. With that, he could then deploy his devouring talent with precision, potentially cleansing the blood demon's power from Xian's body. Xian observed Su Qing's silence, a secretive red glow flickering in his eyes. He exchanged a subtle glance with the blood demon vessel beside him, both nodding slightly. Su Qing understood their intentions. They aimed to capture him and draw him into the blood demon's seal, transforming him into a part of the demon. He found it perplexing that he had such a lure. This had happened multiple times now. After exchanging pleasantries with Xian, Su Qing rose and continued to roam the grand hall, intending to sign in with the various guests. Sign in successful, obtained heart cooling technique. Sign in successful, obtained earthbound golden light technique. Sign in successful, obtained 800 top quality spirit stones. As he reviewed the series of system notifications, a glimmer of excitement flickered within Su Qing. The earthbound golden light technique was indeed a treasure. Earthbound golden light, a high-level body technique that allows one to transform into golden light to evade attacks and submerge underground. When perfected, one can traverse 100,000 miles with a single thought. Though this technique was valuable, Su Qing found himself least in need of body techniques. With both the carefree flight and the Kunping speed at his disposal, he could traverse the heavens with ease. Furthermore, he had an abundance of techniques to cultivate, and this particular one would have to wait until he had more clones to train in it. After taking a circuitous stroll around the hall, Su Qing settled into a corner, suddenly locking his gaze upon Yunhai, whom he had momentarily forgotten. Previously, he had only noted a golden entry for Yunhai, but now, although it remained a singular entry, it was evident upon entering the grand hall. Moreover, his original constitution had undergone a transformation, evolving into a growth-type entry, along with an additional purple entry. Dragon Phoenix Holy Body, purple, growth type, with a maximum limit of reaching a red entry. Originating from the purest dragon and phoenix auras, this body is rapidly evolving, requiring 30 days to attain a complete holy body. Childlike heart, when cultivating techniques and abilities, efficiency is greatly enhanced, making it easy to master. However, this simplicity may lead to a Na'vi mindset. Observing the alterations in Yunhai's entries, Su Qing's heart raced. Could it be that he had inadvertently aided Yunhai in achieving this? His foundational constitution had remarkably transformed, attaining a red-level entry, which Su Qing had seen very few of. It was astonishing that, by sheer coincidence, Yunhai had managed to acquire it. The likelihood of such an occurrence was minuscule, almost negligible, for even when two foundational powers converged, they typically clashed violently, leading to mutual annihilation. Could it be that Yunhai was indeed the stepping stone arranged by the heavenly path for the destined child, Yiqin? Perhaps the heavenly path had intervened once more. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. It was undoubtedly the heavenly path that had strengthened Yunhai, a forsaken child, and had done so through Su Qing's own actions. Just then, a loud proclamation echoed from outside the grand hall. The emperor has arrived. Amidst a phalanx of guards, the emperor slowly ascended to his throne. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe, he possessed a towering physique and an expression that commanded respect without anger. Though his cultivation was merely at the peak of the transformation stage, under the auspices of the national fortune, his aura was scarcely inferior to that of a major figure in the ascended stage. He ascended slowly to the elevated throne, his voice resonating with mirth. I extend my gratitude to all for your support. Today, you shall bear witness. I have already discerned the likely successor to the future emperor of the Qin dynasty. The assembly turned their gazes towards Yun Yin and Yun Shi. The two factions were filled with trepidation, for if their chosen champion failed, their own fates would be dire. The emperor, sensing the charged atmosphere, wasted no time and proclaimed, I declare that the next ruler of Qin is, however. He was interrupted as Yun Yin boldly stepped forward. With a smile gracing her lips, she addressed Yun Shi. At this juncture, how long do you intend to conceal the truth? Perhaps I should unveil it for you. Yun Shi's countenance darkened. What audacity you possess to interrupt my father's words. What punishment do you deserve for such insolence? What are you afraid of? Are you terrified that I might reveal the truth? Yun Yin calmly approached the emperor's side. Her voice, steady and clear, echoed throughout the hall. The Prenglai fairy island has succumbed to the blood demon. All its inhabitants have perished. Is the holy maiden still a title you can claim? Gasps of horror rippled through the crowd at her revelation. Is it true? The Prenglai sect has fallen to the blood demon? This implies that the blood demon now occupies the East Sea, and Deqian, being adjacent to it, is in peril. What sorcery allowed the blood demon to seize Punlai Island without a whisper? Is Deqian doomed? Princess, do not utter such baseless claims, lest the consequences be beyond your capacity to bear. The air was thick with doubt and dread. Yun Shi, now pale and visibly weakened, realized the source of Yun Yan's intelligence, most likely leaked by Yuxian. She cursed her own hesitance. No matter how much she speculated, she could not fathom that Yun Yan had lived again, privy to all that transpired. The emperor's voice resonated with authority. Yun Yan, is what you say true? Maintaining an air of composure, Yun Yan gestured towards the elder from the Punlai sect. Let the ancestral power be summoned. We shall ascertain the truth. The void erupted, and a colossal dragon's silhouette emanated overwhelming pressure, charging towards the elder from the Punlai sect. Its claws reached for him, intending to draw him forth from the hall. The blood demon, taken aback, had not anticipated that the final confrontation would be directed at him. Yet, he remained unfazed, retorting, "Youngster, your unfounded allegations against the Punlai sect shall not remain unchallenged. Today, the matters between Deqian and Punlai are far from resolved." With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a brilliant azure light, aiming to repel the dragon's assault. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from the heavens, the golden dragon of national fortune. Empowered by this national fortune, the dragon's form solidified, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It roared at the elder from Punlai, flooding the chamber with immense bloodlust. Similarly, Yingxian exuded a formidable aura. Witnessing this spectacle, the emperor grasped the gravity of the situation. He cast a deep glance at Yun Shi, astonished that she dared to conceal such a monumental event. The imperial seal appeared in his hand as he bellowed, "Subdue the demons." The seal soared, merging with the golden dragon of national fortune, which surged in might, seemingly transcending the limits of the great ascension stage, approaching the zenith of this realm. The dragon's claws ensnared the elder from Punlai and Yingxian, forcibly dragging them into the rift of the void, after which they disappeared without a trace. The void trembled violently before settling into silence. The imperial seal returned to the emperor's grasp. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Two demons have been suppressed by the national fortune and sealed beneath. To slay them outright would allow their malice to corrupt our fortune. Tomorrow, I shall personally summon 6 ancestors to assist in their refinement. As for the matter of Deqian's heir, we will deliberate on it another day. You may disperse." Fear still loomed in the hearts of the assembly as they bowed to the emperor and retreated. Some turned ashen, supporters of Yun Shi, realizing the grave error she had committed, foreseeing their own downfall. Soon, the once vibrant hall grew desolate. Su Qing remained, engrossed in studying the grand formation of the imperial city. At this moment, the national fortune of Deqian flourished, rendering the formation exceptionally robust. Extracting Yingxian unnoticed would pose a challenge. Only a handful of guards, the snacking Yun Hai, the kneeling Yun Shi, and Yun Yan standing beside the emperor remained in the hall. The emperor glanced at Su Qing, perplexed. "Who might you be? You seem somewhat familiar." Yun Yan elucidated. "He is the foremost participant of this gathering of prodigies, the current greatest talent of the eastern region, destined to become the holy son of the Xixiao sacred land." Su Qing manifested a long blade in his hand, though it remained sheathed, an ominous aura radiating from it, causing even the imperial seal to tremble. Indeed, this is the fabled weapon of the Xixiao Holy Lord, the ruthless blade, entrusted to me for protection. The emperor's stern visage softened into a smile. "Ah, so you are the holy son. You may roam freely within the imperial city henceforth." Su Qing nodded, observing Yun Shi with keen interest, occasionally sipping the ethereal wine, entirely unperturbed by the notion of imperial authority. "Continue. Do not mind me. Focus on your affairs." The emperor felt a twinge of annoyance, yet recognized the necessity of appeasing such potential. With the blood demon lurking ominously in the East Sea, he could not afford to offend Su Qing. Turning to Yun Shi, he demanded, "How long have you been aware of this situation, yet chose to conceal it? You did not inform the Xixiao sacred land, nor did you reveal it to me." Yun Shi lowered her head. "I discovered it a month ago. But during the selection of the heir to the Qin throne, What? A month long?" Even the emperor was taken aback. For the blood demon was a legendary true demon, incomparable to any mere demonic ancestor. In a month, it could very well have transformed the entirety of the East Sea's denizens into blood demon avatars. The situation had escalated. The emperor swiftly dispatched messengers to the Xixiao sacred land, and even to the 9 heavens sacred land. He regarded Yun Shi with icy disdain. "You have committed a grave error, yet I hesitate to execute you. You shall serve as the eternal guardian of the southern volcano instead." Yun Shi knelt, accepting her fate, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Such a punishment was relatively lenient. The emperor then turned his attention to Yun Hai. As for you, retreat to the library pavilion and immerse yourself in the study of 100,000 tomes before you emerge. Yunyan interjected. In that case, I shall take my leave as well. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Go. Yunyan nodded at Su Qing, and together they departed. The emperor observed this exchange, lost in contemplation. Chapter 78. The Search for the Reincarnation of the Demon Lord, with Yunyan's assistance. Upon returning to the Wutong courtyard, Su Qing and Yunyan faced each other across a table. Yunyan smiled gently. I am grateful for your assistance. It seems that I shall undoubtedly be the heir of Deqian. Su Qing shook his head slightly. I have done little, merely borrowed a touch of your renown. Tomorrow, I shall propose to my father to grant you the title of King of the North. But the dragon's aura will have to wait until my position as the heir is solidified. After saying this, Yunyan departed, her destination unknown. Su Qing watched her retreating figure before settling into a meditative stance, closing his eyes. Soon, a graceful figure materialized beside him. It was the ethereal Shn. Su Qing opened his eyes and cast an illusory domain around them. Let us proceed. This time, I truly must trouble you. It is of no consequence. The mist surrounding them flickered momentarily, their figures transforming into radiant light as they vanished into the depths below. At that moment, beneath the imperial city, two blood demon incarnations struggled fiercely, their bodies ensnared in golden shackles. What would it matter if the truth were revealed? If they could evade divine retribution? The first to be eradicated would be the Qing dynasty. I shall annihilate nations, lay waste to cities, and spill blood relentlessly. Su Qing observed Xianxia's current state and nodded at the nearby Shan. I shall break the seals upon him. You must then restrain him. A black hole manifested, voraciously consuming the golden shackles that bound Xian. Just as Xian was on the brink of madness, Xinyu pointed gently, causing Xian's gaze to become vacant. He had evidently been forcibly drawn into an illusion, where life and death lay within Shun's whims. Su Qing enveloped Xian within his inner world and instructed Shun. Let us first seal him away. The matters that follow can be addressed once my true form has transcended. Shin nodded lightly, signifying her agreement. Su Qing then drew Shun into his inner world, and in an instant, they vanished from their location, returning to Wutong courtyard. The following morning, Yunyan returned, her eyes sparkling with joy that was nearly impossible to conceal. It appeared she was assuredly to become the next emperor of Qin. She tossed a scroll to Su Qing. This is the appointment from the King of the North. Although it lacks military power, within the 100 cities of the northern lands, you can temporarily summon all officials, noble families, and even the deities of mountains and rivers. Should they refuse, executing them is entirely permissible. Su Qing unrolled the scroll. Though it contained only a few lines of text and a grand seal, it bore a modicum of national fortune. While merely a nominal title, it still held substantial utility. With this, even if I were to upheave the 100 cities of the north, righteousness would be on my side. The Deqian imperial family would not only absolve me of blame, but would also punish the officials, noble families, and deities of that region. Having stowed the scroll, Su Qing rose. I must first venture to the north. I shall return to the Deqian capital thereafter. With that, his figure blurred and swiftly departed the imperial city, his feet treading upon the dual energies of yin and yang as he soared towards the north. Yunyan watched Su Qing retreating, her eyes filled with contemplation. That direction appeared devoid of opportunity. Entering the ancestral dragon's secret realm without the integration phase would be tantamount to suicide, and the reincarnation of the demon lord loomed ominously. She had known from the outset where the reincarnation of the demon lord resided, yet she dared not pursue it. The karmic ties surrounding the demon lord's reincarnation were too profound, and its presence would draw the ire of the heavenly Tao. Cultivation would be impeded, and all beings in this realm would harbor animosity, with divine retribution perpetually looming overhead. Only the unique identity of Yichun, the son of the heavenly Tao, could allow him to keep the demon lord nearby without inciting divine wrath or suffering the consequences. Were it not for the immense drawbacks, Yunyan would have long since sought the demon lord's reincarnation. Yunyan collected her thoughts, quietly pondering. Could it be that Su Qing has received some intelligence regarding the search for the demon lord's reincarnation? I hope that is not the case. If he is scheming for the ancestral dragon's secret realm, that would be somewhat preferable. Her gaze flickered. She just happened to know of several overlooked talents within the Deqian territory that she intended to seek out. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. A white paper crane materialized in her hand, transforming into a streak of light as it soared towards the north. She then departed the imperial city without delay. After leaving the imperial city, Su Qing continued his flight northward. With the swiftness of the Kunpeng and the freedom of the Xianxiao, he traversed vast distances in merely an hour. As for the energy expended, there was none. The xianxiao technique was a sacred-level skill that replenished his internal energy with each use. Now that the matter of the blood demons had been exposed, it seemed the entire eastern region would soon descend into chaos. It was imperative for him to prepare in advance. The scenery of the north appeared somewhat desolate, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Daiqian capital. The cold winds from the northern sea blew, and snowflakes drifted lazily from the heavens. Gazing down, he observed cities dotting the landscape every few dozen miles, their arrangements intricate and complex, resembling a vast formation. Qing casually selected a city to descend upon. Upon approaching the city gate, he read the large characters emblazoned above, Lia City. The entrance was bustling with pedestrians, the majority of whom were common folk. Just as Qing was about to enter the city, he heard a soldier stationed at the gate speak. Recently, the monsters from the northern sea have been landing in greater numbers. Cultivators entering the city must pass through the demon-detecting mirror. The soldier produced a small mirror, a mere premium artifact, intending to shine it upon himself. Qing retrieved the token of an outer disciple from the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Are you familiar with this? I am a disciple of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, here on a mission. The soldier examined the token and muttered, indeed, it is genuine. A few days ago, another disciple from the Purple Cloud Holy Land visited. I have seen the token. He made no further attempts to obstruct Qing. Qing clearly heard his words, realizing that Yi Chun had arrived before him. However, he likely had yet to find what he sought. Entering the city, Qing surveyed the lively streets and summoned the system interface before him. Scanning his surroundings, he thought, if the demon lord's reincarnation were present, it would likely bear a spectrum of vibrant inscriptions. Such brilliance would be visible even from several miles away. In just half an hour, he traversed Luya City, discovering only a single purple inscription belonging to the city lord. Many blue and green inscriptions were scattered about, yet none belonged to the person he sought. After signing in at each location, he acquired a modest amount of resources. As he prepared to take flight from Luya City, a beam of white light descended before him. It was a spirit-level communication talisman, worth several premium spirit stones. Though costly, it offered unparalleled speed. Qing grasped the talisman, detecting Yun Yan's aura. Upon reading the message, his heart surged with a complexity of emotions. Yun Yan had actually deduced his intentions. Chapter 79, Arrival at the Northern Sea. Acquisition of the Celestial Sword of the Giant Spirit. Qing regarded the communication talisman, his expression one of profound astonishment. Yun Yan's methods were becoming increasingly inscrutable. Had it not been for his own advantages and her lack of hostility towards him, he would find himself in a precarious position. Were she his enemy, he would undoubtedly be ensnared in a web of schemes. She was indeed a formidable adversary. Stowing the talisman away, Qing's mind raced with contemplation. Now that he was in the northern lands, proceeding further north would lead him to the northern sea, and Yun Yan had indicated that the demon lord resided therein. Qing retrieved a map of the northern lands, and his eyes brightened with revelation. Indeed, upon the islands of the northern sea, there lay another city. It appeared to be the destination. This time, Yun Yan's guidance was of utmost importance. As for divine retribution and karmic ties, they posed little concern. He was inherently a destroyer of doctrines. Should he emit even a trace of annihilative power, it might provoke the heavenly Tao to act directly. The concept of karma was somewhat esoteric, but with the system at his disposal, he should encounter no significant issues. Recalling his title as the Azure Emperor, it echoed throughout the river of time, resonating everywhere. Was that not a considerable karmic weight? The demon lord's minimal karmic ties were inconsequential. He directed his flight towards the small island. This island appeared somewhat isolated from the other cities, requiring him to traverse several dozen miles across the northern sea. Thus the inhabitants there, aside from cultivators, existed in a state of seclusion from the world. As Qing descended from the sky, heavy snowflakes fell around him, blanketing the trees in thick layers of snow. The ground was entirely concealed, and fierce winds howled, chilling to the bone. Qing hovered above the island, gazing at the city rising amidst the icebergs in the distance. Yet around the city, an atmosphere of slaughter pervaded. The corpses of sea beasts and humans lay strewn about, their blood staining the snow, creating a stark and unsettling contrast. A terrifying and grotesque sea beast continued to surge ashore, its eyes glowing red as it charged toward Han City. However, it was swiftly intercepted by two injured cultivators, leading to a renewed bout of fierce combat. Qing furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared they were experiencing a minor tide of sea beasts. These creatures were not particularly formidable. Even the most powerful among them lurking in the rear merely reached the nascent soul stage. Upon landing on the surface of the sea, Qing drew forth the colossal sword from his back. With a single strike, he cleaved the ocean, creating a deep chasm that refused to close. There, a beast as massive as a mountain was severed in two, lifeless and utterly defeated. Clad in a flowing black robe, Su Qing moved with an air that commanded the celestial bodies to part before him, annihilating all obstructing sea beasts. The surviving cultivators around him fell to their knees in awe, recognizing that despite his youthful appearance, one must not judge solely by looks in the world of cultivation. This individual, with every gesture, wielded terrifying power and could very well be a venerable elder. Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, the lives of hundreds of thousands in Han City would have been at risk. We are truly grateful. Observing the wounded cultivators around him, Su Qing chose not to linger, vanishing into the swirling snow and wind. In the snow-covered ground, the remaining cultivators gathered. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, only at the peak of the golden core stage. He gazed longingly at the spot where Su Qing had stood, his eyes filled with avarice. What a pity! Even a fragment of such a strong presence would have been immensely beneficial to us, yet he departed so swiftly. City Lord, considering the number of casualties this year compared to previous years, this is already a significant improvement, remarked a simple-hearted young man. Sorrow etched across his face as he surveyed the bodies of fallen cultivators. His cultivation, though only in the early golden core stage, was overshadowed by his status as a mere individual cultivator, leading to constant disdain from the city lord. You have no say here. Go and retrieve the massive sea beast's corpse from the depths. It may very well be a transformation stage creature. You all, gather the corpses of the sea beasts around and deliver them to the city lord's mansion. The city lord directed the other cultivators, standing still as he observed the vast ocean where the enormous beast had sunk. A glimmer of peculiar light flickered in his eyes. If he could find an alchemist to refine the core of this sea beast into a pill, he might just ascend beyond the nascent soul stage. At that point, no one would be able to threaten his authority. At the entrance of Han City, the gates stood desolate and unguarded. Su Qing stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Heavy snow fell like goose feathers, rendering the streets eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. No lights illuminated the area. Every household remained shuttered tight. As Su Qing passed down a street, he casually pushed open the grandest tavern's door. A frail young boy emerged, dressed in surprisingly scant attire, yet exhibiting remarkable cleverness. You must be a cultivator. No ordinary person could traverse with such a grand sword. The upper floors have private rooms reserved exclusively for cultivators, without charge for your spirit stones. Su Qing regarded the youthful waiter. Though he was not the reincarnation of a demon lord, he was indeed a person of great fortune and bore a golden attribute. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Fate, sword sovereign of the North Sea. Talent, telepathic connection, destiny sword. Fortuitous events. Attributes, celestial sword body, flourishing luck, continuous opportunities, peach blossom calamity. Description, though a mere inconspicuous figure at present, he is destined to soar to greatness in the heavens, achieving extraordinary feats. Su Qing settled on the tavern's top floor, gazing out at the falling snow as every household remained tightly shut. The atmosphere here feels decidedly off, even amidst a tide of sea beasts. The fear does not seem justified. Indeed, it is not merely the tide. The city lord of Han is akin to a local tyrant on this island, having instituted numerous oppressive regulations. To defy him is tantamount to courting death, Xianxiaaudiobooks whispered, observing their surroundings with keen eyes. Su Qing tossed him a high-grade spirit stone. Go, procure an array of delicacies for me. Upon seeing the high-grade spirit stone, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes widened. It was the first time he had encountered such a treasure. He quickly responded, yes, right away. Watching Xianxiaaudiobooks hasten away, Su Qing envisioned the system interface. Sign-in successful. Obtain the celestial sword of the giant spirit. Giant spirit, superior celestial artifact, infused with the power of heaven and earth. A mere flick can obliterate everything. Exceedingly formidable. However, one must possess a robust physique, otherwise, the sword spirit's acknowledgement cannot be attained. Su Qing examined the description and appearance of the celestial sword of the giant spirit. This sword was slightly larger than the celestial sword of the immortal palace and broader as well. With the addition of the celestial sword of the giant spirit, he could now form the god-slaying sword array. Soon, Xianxiaaudiobooks returned with a lavish spread of dishes, all sourced from sea beasts. Just as he was about to leave, Su Qing called him back. Wait, I have some inquiries. Whatever I know, I shall gladly share, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied respectfully. Are there any peculiar individuals in Han City? Perhaps an appearance or some other unique trait? Su Qing asked softly, gazing into the swirling snow. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, indeed, there are two. Su Qing's interest piqued. Who are they? One is Tai Kuang of the beast hunting team. His physique is extraordinarily robust, having torn apart a peak golden core sea beast with his bare hands. However, he has been oppressed by the city lord due to being an outsider. Brother Tai is a good man, warm-hearted and generous, Ren Xiaoyao spoke with admiration in his voice, clearly holding this individual in high regard. The other is a small beggar who drifted in from the sea a few days ago. He appears to be only 7 or 8 years old, yet possesses white hair and red eyes, with 2 pupils that can be quite intimidating. Adults look upon him with disdain, and children often bully him. He spends his days gathering herbs and firewood to exchange for money, residing at the Dragon God Temple outside the city. Just then, a commotion erupted downstairs, prompting Ren Xiaoyao to awkwardly smile at Su Qing before hastily departing. Su Qing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, surprised at how effortlessly he had located his target. This was largely thanks to Yuan Yan's reminder. Otherwise, he might have spent considerable time searching in the northern lands. Observing the previously desolate square now bustling with cultivators carrying the corpses of sea beasts, although they had narrowly escaped death, they appeared exhilarated. For after this tide of sea beasts, a prolonged period of peace was anticipated. In the crowd, Su Qing's keen eyes quickly spotted the towering figure of Tai Kuang. However, it was evident that he was not the one, as he possessed only a purple attribute while the rest were blue. Even if the demon lord were severely suppressed by the heavenly path, he should not be reduced to this state. Su Qing raised his cup and drank deeply, the target becoming increasingly clear. He stored the untouched exquisite dishes into his spatial ring and vanished from sight. To the north of Hanshan City, the dense forest lay blanketed under layers of heavy snow, fierce winds howling through the trees. Deep within the woods, a dilapidated temple was completely buried by the snowstorm, teetering on the brink of collapse. Inside, it appeared exceedingly forlorn, with even the divine effigy marred by cracks. A frail figure curled up behind the statue, trembling uncontrollably. Having succumbed to the cold and lost all sensation, their small face turning purple from the frost. Is this truly the end? I do not wish to die yet. As the structure began to crumble, the blizzard engulfed the area entirely. At this critical juncture, the fabric of space tore asunder, and a figure emerged from the chaos. Su Qing beheld the temple on the verge of collapse and cast forth 12 exquisite spirit stones. Array activate. In an instant, the faltering edifice was fortified by the formation, and the bone-chilling winds dissipated, giving way to a warmth akin to spring. Su Qing sat serenely on the ground, gazing at the so-called statue of the dragon god. It was the likeness of a black dragon with a severed tail, yet the statue had long since shattered. Something felt amiss. It seemed as though an entity resided within. Su Qing's eyes sparkled as he discerned a faint yet peculiar aura emanating from within the statue. This essence, though weak, possessed a potency surpassing that of spiritual energy and bore a resemblance to the power of blood magic. Dragon demon aura, inherently destructive and exceedingly domineering. Su Qing's gaze shifted to the frail figure behind the statue, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. However, her body temperature was normal, and her breathing was steady. She had merely fainted from hunger, with no grave concerns. A dragon demon? It appeared that this was the 4th demonic presence, alongside blood demon, emperor demon, and celestial demon. Yet, here lay merely a vestige of its aura, and it was uncertain how many years had passed. Su Qing casually absorbed the wisp of dragon demon energy. Before him, the system interface materialized. Special character. Identity, Demon Lord, Defier of Heaven. Status, unconscious, starved, heavenly punishment, sealed. Talents, demonic shadow, undying soul, demon god physique. Unmatched might. Entries, innate demon god, sovereign of the demon realm, invincible demon domain, origin demon body, defiant war spear, demonic fate, dual pupil demon art, defiant demon blood. Reincarnation seal. Synopsis. After being schemed against by the heavenly Tao, he faced onslaughts from myriad powerful beings across the realms. Though defeated, the demon lord remained indomitable. Subsequently cast into reincarnation by the heavenly Tao, enduring countless cycles and suffering, yet his soul could not be extinguished. Su Qing regarded the attributes of this little entity's system panel with a complex expression. The attributes were astonishingly lavish, with 2 colorful entries and 7 red entries. The synopsis was even more formidable. It seemed that the demon lord's reincarnation was mightier than Yuan Yan in her previous life. However, all these entries had been sealed by the heavenly Tao, leaving only 1 red entry available for signing. The term reincarnation seal was something Su Qing had encountered on Murong Shui previously. However, hers was a golden entry, whereas the demon lord's reincarnation bore a red one. In her former life, Murong Shui had been a formidable ice sovereign of the immortal realm, also reincarnated in this realm. Could it be that undergoing reincarnation grants one a reincarnation seal? Quite intriguing. After all, it was a red entry, and Su Qing promptly chose to sign it. Sign-in successful. Gained reincarnation power. Reincarnation power, one of the 10 most potent forces across the realms, capable of self-reincarnation. harnessing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to enhance cultivation and temper the physique. It can also be used for offense or defense, accompanied by the manifestation of an otherworldly inferno. Su Qing's eyes brightened. The outcome of this sign-in was impressive, though he was unaware of what constituted the 10 strongest powers across the realms. Undoubtedly, Yunyan would know, and he could inquire with her later. Just then, the curled-up little figure behind the statue suddenly awoke, gazing around in astonishment. Despite the howling winds and blizzards surrounding them, the place felt utterly warm. Suddenly, she spotted Su Qing and regarded him with a mix of wariness and suspicion. "Fear not. I mean you no harm," Su Qing reassured her. He observed the once majestic demon lord, now with hair as white as snow and coated in dust, her small face marred with grime. With ruby-like eyes, she regarded him with indifference. Given her current appearance, she seemed no older than 7 years. One could only wonder what ordeal she had faced to bear such a gaze. With a flick of his sleeve, an array of delectable dishes materialized around them, steaming and inviting. "These are for you. Please enjoy." The reincarnated demon lord remained vigilant. Akin to a startled kitten, Su Qing chuckled softly and vanished from sight. The reincarnated demon lord produced a needle as fine as a hair from her sleeve and began to sample the food, soon indulging with delight, inadvertently wiping the grease from her face to reveal her fair skin. Su Qing quietly observed this scene from the rift in space, realizing unexpectedly that the reincarnated demon lord was still a young girl. He had been so engrossed in the system panel that he hadn't noticed this before. Chapter 81. Breaking through to the golden core stage, healing Xianxian. Once the little one finished her meal, her expression content as she rested against the stone pedestal of the statue, Su Qing reappeared. "Little one, you cannot thrive in such conditions. Why not come with me? I shall ensure you never face such hardships again." "No, I refuse." She shook her head vigorously. Witnessing the reincarnated demon lord's continued wariness towards him, Su Qing could only smile wryly, realizing that patience was paramount. He pondered how Yi Chun had managed to take her away in the original timeline. Presently, Yi Chun was still searching in the northern lands, with no forces from Deqian intervening, akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Yet, as the child of Heaven's path, he might yet receive some guidance. Su Qing resolved to take the reincarnated demon lord away before Yi Chun arrived. While his clone remained with the reincarnated demon lord, at that moment, within the grand tomb of Deqian's royal mausoleum, Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes within the coffin, a flash of golden light momentarily illuminating the darkness. He instantly entered his inner world, exhaling softly, a terrifying aura reverberating through the heavens and the earth. His golden core trembled slightly as 99 purple gold dragon shadows soared into the sky behind him, their presence causing a monumental ripple throughout the realm. As he absorbed the abundant spiritual energy within his inner world, the pinnacle of his golden core realm was rapidly stabilizing. Once fully secured, he could strive for a breakthrough, refining his nascent soul from chaotic light. His physical cultivation had already reached the initial stage of the void refinement, and now there were no bottlenecks. His realms would soon align seamlessly. Standing atop the surface of the sea, Shun was astonished by Su Qing's might. This truly was the pinnacle of the golden core stage. She felt a hint of danger. Su Qing appeared beside her. "Where's the elder I told you to seal?" Shun pointed towards the depths of the ocean, revealing Xianxian, now in a state of slumber, encased within a large bubble. Su Qing approached Xianxian, a slender black hole forming at his fingertip, directly penetrating Xianxian's body. With his breakthrough to the golden core stage, the mystical abilities he possessed correspondingly advanced. However, the Tao Enlightenment Stone had shrunk again. It seemed that time was running short. As he siphoned the blood demon energy, Xianxian's countenance contorted in agony, writhing in distress. Su Qing, witnessing this, could only temper the extraction speed, allowing Xianxian's pallor to ease slightly. 7 days later, after absorbing the last vestige of blood demon energy from Xianxian, Su Qing felt uneasy and also consumed some of his cultivation and essence blood. Xianxian's complexion appeared ashen, resembling someone recovering from a grave illness, though he remained in a comatose state. Carrying Xianxian from the inner world, Su Qing entered the central chamber of the Deqian royal mausoleum. As he invoked the Tao of wood, verdant light infused Xianxian's being. Xianxian gradually awakened, surveying his surroundings with bewilderment. "Is this truly the fabled netherworld? Am I dead?" "You are certainly not dead." Su Qing's voice resonated from behind him. Xianxian quickly turned, feeling the state of his body, astonished as he gazed at Su Qing. "Where's this place? Did you save me?" "You have been corrupted by the power of the blood demon, transformed into an incarnation of the blood demon puppet. Upon arriving at the grand capital of Deqian, you were uncertain of your purpose, only to be subsequently sealed by the auspicious golden dragon of the Deqian dynasty. I have quietly brought you out." This place is the main tomb chamber of the Qing Imperial Mausoleum, where I am currently siphoning the dragon's aura to break through to the golden core stage. Su Qing retrieved a spiritual fruit and elucidated the entire situation. Xian stood in a daze for quite some time before regaining his composure, sighing. I never anticipated so many events to transpire. Wait, since this is the main tomb chamber of the Qing Imperial Mausoleum, it should have already been detected by the Golden Dragon of Fortune. Do you see this array? It is my original creation, the deceitful Heaven Grand Formation, which even the heavenly Tao cannot perceive. Whether you wish to return to the Purple Cloud's sacred land or conceal your identity and distance yourself from the Eastern Domain, I shall support your choice. Su Qing regarded Xian. Given the current perilous situation and the impending battle with the blood demon, remaining could lead to death. Perhaps finding a hiding place would allow him to evade danger. Xian's expression grew resolute. The Eastern Sea had already been stained with blood, and the current master of the Purple Cloud sacred land had shown me great kindness. I must return to the Purple Cloud sacred land. Su Qing diligently modified the formation, and a spatial passageway appeared in the western section of the coffin, leading towards the Purple Cloud's mountain range. You may leave. I must solidify my cultivation for a while longer before I can return. Xian cast a deep glance at Su Qing. He could no longer fathom his companion. This extraordinary formation was unlike anything he had ever encountered. He then stepped into the spatial passage and vanished. Su Qing watched Xian's departure. Noting the old fellow's strong sense of loyalty, had it been him, he would have simply chosen to feign death and escape. Surveying the array around him, Su Qing felt immense satisfaction. The role of a formation master was indeed a wondrous facet of growth. Currently, the title of formation master was only at the purple level, allowing him to freely arrange the formations he desired. Activating the Annihilator title, he concealed his presence and retracted the grand formation. Having already broken through to the golden core stage, remaining in the mausoleum no longer held significance. Within the imperial city, in a lofty tower known as the Royal Library, various cultivation secrets, alchemical techniques, and miscellaneous anecdotes were housed in abundance. At this moment, Yunhai was bitterly poring over a tome. Faced with the daunting task of meticulously studying 100,000 volumes, how many years would that take? Beside him, an elderly eunuch chuckled and remarked, "Your Highness appears restless. Perhaps you should take in to soothe your mind before continuing your reading." "No," Yunhai retorted, puffing his cheeks as he continued his examination of the text. The elderly eunuch's eyes flickered with intrigue. Though he was merely at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, he had lived for over a millennium. During the last succession struggle, the current emperor had ruthlessly eliminated several of his brothers, an exceedingly brutal affair. This prince, however, was cunning and had feigned madness to survive. If he remained in the royal library, diligently cultivating to reach the Mahayana stage, he would become a pillar of the royal family, making it impossible for any future emperor to act against him. As for the other contestant, Yunxi, her fate was dire. The southern volcanic region was a place of thin spiritual energy and harsh conditions, where one must also be wary of the ancient royal family residing in the south. It was rumored that the scion of the ancient royal family harbored grand ambitions to seize control of the southern volcanic cluster. Just as the elderly eunuch was lost in thought, Yunhai's eyes suddenly brightened. A pill rolled at his feet, emanating a radiant glow. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable desire for this pill, an urge to consume it. He picked it up and swallowed it whole. Su Qing, observing this scene through a spatial fissure, recognized that the pill was the Dragon Phoenix blood pill he had previously acquired through signing in. Sharing the same source of power as Yunhai, it should facilitate his transformation at an accelerated pace. The essence of the Dragon Phoenix sacred body was far more valuable than that pill. At this moment, Yunhai appeared unchanged on the surface, but the essence of his constitution was rapidly evolving. While waiting, Su Qing perused the surrounding array tomes. Chapter 82. Signing in for the primordial body, abducting the reincarnation of the demon lord. Mere hours passed before a terrifying transformation manifested within Yunhai. A fearsome spectacle erupted into the heavens, with golden dragons soaring and celestial phoenixes spiraling, a harmonious display of dragon and phoenix. This phenomenon was clearly observable within a radius of several thousand miles from the Qing imperial capital. The attendants and guards within the royal library were utterly shocked, and the elderly eunuch beside Yunhai widened his eyes in astonishment. How could this prince, who was merely reading, suddenly erupt into such an awe-inspiring phenomenon? Could he have comprehended some extraordinary divine ability? The commotion drew the attention of an ancient ancestor from the royal family, prompting even the emperor and Yunyan to approach the vicinity of the royal library. Observing the library, Yunyan furrowed her brow, pondering what new development had arisen amidst the recent tumult. At that moment, the elderly eunuch hurriedly knelt before the emperor, respectfully stating, Your Majesty. It is the first prince who has unleashed this phenomenon. He does not know what has happened, but it occurred while he was reading. Summon Yunhai. I wish to ascertain the matter. The emperor's voice boomed with authority, echoing throughout the area. Within the royal library, a small black hole entered Yunhai's body, then vanished. Su Qing devoured 10 drops of Yunhai's essence blood and prepared to sign in once more on the red title of the Dragon Phoenix Sacred Body. Sign in successful. Gain the Primordial Body. Primordial Body, created by the legendary first human emperor, who infused the first breath of primordial qi found at the dawn of creation into his descendants, achieving the Primordial Body, one of the most elite physiques across the myriad realms. Upon seeing the red physique title, Su Qing once again chose to have the heaven-devouring body consume it. Sensing that his physique was on the verge of another metamorphosis, he meticulously inscribed all the array tomes from the royal library, intending to study them gradually later. He then vanished from that place. Returning to the center of the Xianxia secret realm, he retracted his avatar and entered his inner world. Outside the royal library in the Deqian imperial city, Yunhai emerged, his complexion slightly pale, confusion etched across his face as he exited. Upon seeing the emperor, he failed to prostrate himself, instead curiously observing the dissipating phenomenon. The emperor regarded Yunhai's astonishing transformation, noting, "Your physique has undergone a metamorphosis. I wonder into what form it has evolved." The royal ancestor revealed himself, continuously probing Yunhai's body. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "This physique, I have seen it in ancient texts. It is the Dragon Phoenix Sacred Body. From now on, you shall cultivate alongside me." The royal ancestor promptly took Yunhai away. Witnessing this, the emperor remained silent, turning to Yun Yin and softly saying, "Rest assured. Since I have chosen you as the next emperor, that decision shall not waver." Yun Yin shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with astonishment at the unfolding events. In her previous life, Yunhai had been slain by Yi Chun, never experiencing such transformations. Yun Yin mused internally, another issue has arisen. The future's trajectory is becoming increasingly elusive, yet the overarching trend remains unchanged. The war with the blood demon is inevitable. On a certain island in the northern sea, 30 miles north of Cold Mountain City, Su Qing observed a small figure striving to ascend the snowy peak. The spiritual herbs on the mountain were guarded by formidable beasts. Should one intrude recklessly, it would incite their wrath. "Do not pity me. I shall repay all I owe you," she declared defiantly. The small figure wiped the sweat from her brow, and as the cold wind blew, she shivered. Su Qing sent forth a green light from his fingertips, merging it into her being. The small figure cast a grateful glance at Su Qing before continuing her arduous ascent. With a look of exasperation, she persevered. This reincarnation of the demon lord, though young in years, possessed a solitary disposition. Despite his efforts to save her, providing her with a hearty meal, and even promising her a future devoid of worry regarding sustenance, he found himself unable to sway her heart. She remained resolute in her refusal to leave with him. "If you are willing to depart with me, I shall personally teach you the ways of cultivation," Su Qing declared. Upon hearing these words, the reincarnated demon lord paused. Fully aware of what cultivation signified, power, and the assurance of no longer being a victim of oppression, she understood deeply that, regardless of Su Qing's kindness, it was merely transient. Should she choose to leave, she would inevitably return to her previous hardships, enduring relentless bullying, struggling even for warmth and nourishment. Yet, if she possessed strength, everything would change. "I am willing to leave with you. Please teach me how to cultivate." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated guiding her in cultivation but deemed her too young, intending instead to allow her a few joyful years before embarking on the path of cultivation together. Upon hearing this, the reincarnated demon lord's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Despite Su Qing's kindness over the past few days, she felt a lack of genuine emotion. His words provoked an overwhelming urge to weep, but she stifled it. At that moment, a terrifying pressure emanated from the heavens. A cacophony of thunder roared as it struck toward the reincarnated demon lord. Su Qing furrowed his brow, recognizing this as yet another ploy by the heavenly Tao, attempting to prevent the demon lord from regaining her powers. Activating the Annihilator entry, he eluded detection by the heavenly Tao, which sought to reincarnate the demon lord once more. The young girl gazed at the thunder with no hint of fear, only a sense of relief and liberation. Su Qing boldly soared toward the lightning, the formidable weight of the heavenly tribulation enveloping him. The intensity of this tribulation was overwhelming. Even those in the integration stage would struggle to withstand it. How deeply the heavenly Tao feared the demon lord's ascension. Su Qing's garments billowed, and his long hair danced wildly as he was engulfed by the frightening thunder. Witnessing this spectacle, the young girl could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was as if she were cursed. Every individual who had shown her kindness met a tragic fate. Just then, a beam of sword light cleaved through the sky, shattering the clouds. Bathed in the radiant lightning, Su Qing wielded the colossal sword of the immortal palace, striding leisurely through the tempest of thunder. The heavenly Tao is but a trifling concern. These words seemed to incite an unseen force, gathering even more terrifying lightning. Although the heavenly Tao wielded omnipotence, it remained shackled by its own rules. Even in the face of catastrophic tribulations, cultivators and demonic beings were granted a sliver of hope. Yet, for the reincarnated demon lord, the heavenly Tao was truly striking with lethal intent. Time and space momentarily froze as Su Qing and the young girl vanished without a trace. The thunder above could only flail aimlessly, unable to detect the presence of the reincarnated demon lord and Su Qing. A dreadful phenomenon spread swiftly from the northern sea, engulfing the entire eastern region, southern border, western desert, northern plains, central divine continent, wild lands, and demon lands, spanning the entire world. Terrifying anomalies emerged across the myriad realms, the skies of each world turning a blood-red hue, from which horrific demonic shadows materialized. 8 ominous characters appeared beside the demonic figure, the demon lord reborn. Destruction of the heavens. At this moment, in a corner of Cold Mountain City, Su Qing had altered his appearance, his original aura transformed into something entirely different. Observing this scene, he felt a peculiar sensation. What on earth is the heavenly Tao up to? Chapter 83. Reactions from all sides. Su Qing found himself at a loss for words regarding the heavenly Tao's recent actions. Unable to locate the demon lord, it resorted to conjuring apocalyptic prophecies and terrifying phenomena. If predictions held true, formidable beings from all corners would soon learn of the demon lord's rebirth. Among them, only a minority sought to annihilate the world. The majority aimed to eliminate the demon lord. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly concerned Su Qing was the threat the demon lord posed to the heavenly Tao. He remained puzzled as to why the heavenly Tao held such trepidation regarding her. Looking at the young girl beside him, he noticed that the reincarnated demon lord had altered her appearance. Her white hair and crimson eyes were obscured, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary child. A minuscule mark appeared on her forehead, and her body was adorned with countless runes. These elements fused within her, concealing her from the heavenly Tao. The mark of the Annihilator and the deceptive celestial array were the reasons for her invisibility. Su Qing took the young girl's hand and headed toward the central tavern. "Do you have a name?" he inquired. "No, I have long forgotten my previous name." The young girl's eyes brimmed with complexity, her wariness towards Su Qing dissipating, transforming her into a docile kitten. "From now on, you shall be called Xianxiaaudiobooks. How does that sound?" "Good." Beneath the blood-red sky, snowflakes began to fall once more as Su Qing led Xianxiaaudiobooks forward. In a city of the northern lands, Yi Chun gazed at the terrifying phenomenon, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. "Master, what should we do next?" The demon lord seemed to have awakened her memories and embarked on the path of cultivation, drawing the attention of the heavenly Tao. "There is no need to search for the reincarnated demon lord any longer. We have arrived too late this time." An aged voice sighed, laced with reluctance, echoing from within Yi Chun's heart. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, feeling a profound sense of loss, as if he had lost something of immense importance without knowing what it was. "What shall we do next? Has all this time been in vain? This monumental opportunity has eluded you, and even my plans spanning millennia have come to naught. What can I do?" The once tranquil voice of the celestial demon now bore a hint of malice. After uttering these words, the celestial demon fell silent. Suddenly, the blood-red sky erupted with brilliance, the light cascading into Yi Chun, triggering a transformation in his physique and talents. The previously dormant celestial demon observed the unfolding scene with intrigue, contemplating. "This is indeed a blessing from the heavenly Tao. The demon lord is still in the process of recovery. Who knows how many years it will take? With this young man's potential, there is no telling how far he might ascend, even to the pinnacle of the demon lord's power. I must place all my bets and contingencies on him." Yi Chun remained oblivious to the unfolding events, merely feeling his cultivation surge. In an instant, he reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, a gentle power circulating within him, rapidly enhancing his physique. "Disciple, we shall return to the purple cloud's sacred land. There lies a tremendous opportunity awaiting you." The celestial demon's voice resonated within Yi Chun's heart. In the East Sea, the blood demon's sealed domain reverberated with raucous laughter. "The demon lord is finally set to re-emerge. I must seize her before she grows strong, refining her and even usurping her entirely. Then, everything will be mine." The laughter grew increasingly frenzied as the blood demon relentlessly battered the seal, causing the cracks upon it to expand rapidly. In the capital of Deqian, Yunyan stood atop a lofty tower. Her crimson imperial robe billowed in the wind, exuding an air of authority that seemed capable of subduing all. If the small forces can change, the great forces can also be altered. If that is the case, then things shall become far more interesting. Within her, a terrifying wave of power surged. One of the mightiest forces in the realms, the time-space immortal power, erupted continuously, her cultivation advancing with every passing moment. For Yunyan, these realms were merely a matter of re-establishing her former strength. She could elevate herself at will. Before long, her nascent soul coalesced, formed from the time-space immortal power, reaching an unparalleled level of might, causing even the winds around her to come to a standstill. Yunyan gazed upon the imperial city, feeling an urgent need to ascend to the throne swiftly. Otherwise, with the current Emperor Qian's cunning tactics, it would be nearly impossible to contend against the blood demon, and the great Qian could only endure for a limited time. However, with the auspicious dragon of destiny bestowed upon her, and drawing upon her past life's mastery as the ruler of a supreme celestial dynasty, the dragon of fate would soon undergo a transformation. By that time, even if the blood demon were to break free from its seal, she would be able to withstand its onslaught for a considerable duration. Transforming into a celestial phoenix, Yunyan soared toward the sacred land of Xixiao, where the competition for the title of Sacred Maiden was about to commence. Once she secured the position of Sacred Maiden, her ascension to the imperial throne would be imminent. In Hanzhan City, Su Qing sat in a lavish suite on the top floor, surveying the panoramic view of the city below. Opposite him sat a delicate young girl, daintily consuming her meal while clad in a pristine black cotton coat. Though she appeared merely 5 or 6 years old, she already exhibited hints of extraordinary beauty, albeit with a somewhat frail demeanor. This was Shuel Yoli, her countenance unchanged, with her white hair and crimson eyes obscured. Yet, despite this, none could discern that she was once the destitute beggar of Hanzhan City. Take your time. There is no rush, Su Qing said gently. All right, Shuel Yoli replied. Her cheeks puffed, her words somewhat indistinct. Noticing her, Su Qing smiled, but at that moment, a commotion erupted not far from the tavern. On the street, a burly figure strode toward the establishment. It was Tai Quan. From the shadows emerged an icy blade, aimed directly at his back. Su Qing, wielding his chopsticks imbued with the essence of yin and yang, sent them flying to shatter the ice blade. Tai Quan roared, "If you wish to kill me, come at me openly. Why hide in the shadows?" A figure emerged from the darkness. It was the Lord of Hanzhan City. His eyes filled with malice as he regarded Tai Quan. "You, an outsider, dare to speak such brazen words? The reason I seek your death is that you have pilfered my treasures, thus you deserve to perish. It appears you have broken through to the nascent soul stage. If you wish to eliminate me, then face me in a fair battle." What use are these words? Tai Quan's body shimmered with a metallic luster, rapidly expanding like a small giant. His iron fist swung toward the Lord of Hanzhan City, but the Lord deftly evaded the strike with remarkable speed. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can struggle. Even if your combat prowess is extraordinary, you are merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core, a mere body cultivator. How could you hope to contend against me across a major realm? With a casual wave, the Lord summoned countless ice spikes that fell like rain. Despite Tai Quan's desperate resistance, numerous wounds marred his body, blood seeping into the snow. As his injuries worsened, his aura became increasingly volatile. Chapter 84, New Map, Primal Wilderness. As Tai Quan was drenched in blood, his essence waning to the brink of collapse, a cultivator rushed forth to shield him from the ice spikes. "Brother Tai, you cannot die. Even if you must perish, let it be in a blaze of glory, not at the hands of such a vile wretch as the Lord of Hanzhan City." The Lord's eyes glinted with malice. "You, my subordinate, dare to betray me to assist Tai Quan? You shall die." The cultivator was not slain by the ice spikes, but emitted a horrific cry as he was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Upon witnessing this, Tai Quan's eyes turned crimson. "If I must die today, I will take you down with me." His aura surged ferociously, locking onto the Lord of Hanzhan City. The Lord, taken aback by Tai Quan's willingness to perish together, transformed into a shadow, retreating swiftly. He knew that being caught in the explosion of Tai Quan's power would surely injure him, and should any of his other subordinates betray him, it would become a dire situation. At that moment, 2 small serpents, one black and one white, emerged from the ground, entwining around the Lord's legs. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Tai Quan launched his assault. The explosive force unleashed caused the very earth to tremble, and the thick layer of snow on the rooftop collapsed, burying both combatants. After a prolonged silence, Ren Xiaoyao rushed out from the tavern, frantically digging through the snow. "Brother Tai, you must not die." Beneath the snow, the figures of Tai Quan and the Lord of Hanzhan City were revealed. Both lay unconscious, their breaths faint. Appearing on the verge of death, Ren Xiaoyao supported Tai Quan, resolutely making his way back to the tavern. The patrons around them dared not approach. The horrific scene of the previous cultivator's demise still fresh in their minds. Su Qing, seated at the tavern's highest level, observed the unfolding drama with quiet intrigue. Initially reluctant to intervene, he found Tai Kuang's aura reminiscent of a fearsome beast he had once caught while fishing, sparking his curiosity. Ren Xiaoyao brought Tai Kuang into a room and knelt upon the floor. "I know you possess the means to save Brother Tai. I beseech you." Shui Liuli watched the scene silently, continuing to eat her meal. Su Qing regarded Ren Xiaoyao and offered a smile. "I present you with two choices. Abandon the hope of saving him, and I shall guide you onto the path of immortality, should you choose to save him. This opportunity for ascension will be lost." Hearing Su Qing's words, Ren Xiaoyao's eyes filled with conflict, his hands trembling as he fervently declared, "I possess nothing to begin with. Even if I can never tread the path of immortality again, I choose to save Brother Tai." "Very well." Su Qing's hands radiated a verdant glow, infusing it into Tai Kuang's body. Almost immediately, Tai Kuang's injuries visibly began to heal. Before long, he returned to his former self, devoid of any signs of harm. As Tai Kuang regained consciousness, he warily scanned his surroundings. What of the Lord of Hanhan City? What has become of him? Su Qing gestured toward the window, revealing the Lord still sprawled in the snow, his life uncertain. Without hesitation, Tai Kuang shattered the window and leapt out, crushing the Lord's head with his grip. He then let out a howl to the heavens. Su Qing did not turn his gaze elsewhere, but focused intently on Shui Liuli's expression. She remained absorbed in her meal, seemingly indifferent to the gruesome spectacle unfolding before her. Shortly thereafter, Tai Kuang returned to the room, a sense of relief in his eyes as he murmured, "That demon is finally dead." He wreaked havoc in Hanhan City, sacrificing newborns annually for alchemy, and branded each of his subordinates with a blood mark. Those who defied him faced death. "Due to a unique secret technique I possess, he could not place a blood mark on me, which is why he regarded me with such trepidation." Su Qing examined Tai Kuang's attributes, noting a single purple entry, initial stage of the wilderness beast seal. "Could you elaborate on the origins of that secret technique? I am quite intrigued." "It dates back to the dawn of this world, during the era known as the Primordial Age, when humanity lived in primitive savagery, while the demon race thrived. Humanity was relegated to mere prey. Eventually, a human emperor devised the wilderness beast seal, allowing one to transform the blood of a demon beast into a mark, thereby using the beast's innate abilities. However, as time went on, only fragments of the technique remained, and this emperor was known as the Wilderness Emperor. As Tai Kuang recounted the tale, those present listened intently, including Shui Liuli, who perked up her ears, clearly fascinated. Su Qing pondered to himself, wondering if the fearsome beast he had once caught while fishing might indeed have originated from that very epoch. At that moment, Tai Kuang produced a beast skin and handed it directly to Su Qing, earnestly stating, "You have saved me, and I find myself unable to repay you adequately. This is a map of the wild continent, my homeland, and I warmly invite you to explore it." Su Qing accepted the beast skin. Having never heard of this wild continent before, his knowledge was limited to the eastern domain. It appeared that once he resolved his current affairs, he could venture to that place and gather some new insights. As he perused the map of the wild continent, he noted its proximity to the northern sea. To travel directly from the eastern domain to the wild, one would need to cross the northern sea, a formidable challenge, as numerous sea beasts of considerable strength roamed those waters. Of course, one could take a longer route, but that would mean a more arduous journey. Su Qing turned to Tai Kuang. "The wild is exceedingly distant from here. How did you manage to arrive? With your cultivation, crossing the northern sea seems impossible." Tai Kuang chuckled innocently. "I was fishing on the surface when a large fish swallowed me whole, only to be consumed by an even larger fish. I lost track of time, and when I was finally expelled, I found myself on this small island where Han Mountain City is located. After arriving here, I realized I could not return." Su Qing struggled to suppress a smile, astonished by Tai Kuang's outrageous experience. "Now that your injuries have healed, I intend to take my leave." With that, Su Qing, accompanied by Shui Liuli, transformed into a streak of light and ascended into the sky. Tai Kuang marveled. What a remarkable figure. If it weren't for him, Han Mountain City would have faced peril. Ren Xiaoyao stood nearby, dazed, as a new knowledge of swordsmanship flooded his mind. Su Qing's voice resonated within his consciousness. "Though you were chosen, the final decision rests with me. Should the opportunity arise, seek me at the Purple Cloud Sacred Land." High above, Su Qing sat atop the colossal sword of the Celestial Pavilion, soaring toward the direction of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Shui Liuli, perched behind him, gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, her eyes brimming with yearning. Su Qing glanced back toward Han Mountain City, reflecting that he was indeed a bearer of great fortune and would likely find the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Perhaps there would be new opportunities along the way. As he was about to ascend to the status of Saint Son of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, he felt the need for capable subordinates. As he sought resources without the desire to engage in labor, with the assistance of the system panel, it was relatively simple to identify talented individuals hidden away from the limelight. He turned back and flew swiftly toward the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Chapter 85. The Avatar as Bait, Dreaming Back to the Ancient Times. A beam of sword light pierced the heavens, entering the Purple Cloud mountain range. Within the dense forest not far from the azure sky, Su Qing remarked to Xianxiaaudiobooks, "This place is not particularly suited for you. I intend to send you elsewhere for cultivation." The battle between the Purple Cloud Sacred Land and the Blood Demon was imminent, and Su Qing planned to send Xianxiaaudiobooks to his main body, where the legendary Tree of Heaven resided, likely providing a more fitting environment for her training. Nearby, a burst of white light heralded the appearance of Su Qing's main body. At this moment, Su Qing had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and was beginning to coalesce his nascent soul. After consuming the essence blood of the Cloud Sea for the second time, he acquired the attribute of the primordial body, thereby breaking through once more in both realm and physique. His physical cultivation reached the mid-stage of the void refinement. Yet true combat prowess could not be solely measured by realm. Su Qing had tested several times, even when he removed his original battle armor. Not even celestial artifacts could harm him, allowing him to engage in battle with a shattered immortal-level creature. Now, he was capable of contending with those of the Great Ascension stage. If he employed certain attributes, defeating such formidable foes would be quite effortless. He retracted his avatar and then released it again, refreshing its strength. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at this spectacle with astonishment. "Master, you." Su Qing smiled. "It is merely an avatar technique. I have always traveled with my avatars while my main body cultivates in a secluded location. In the realm of cultivation, one must be wary of various schemes and strange abilities. Safeguarding oneself is of utmost importance." Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes sparkled with enlightenment, as if she had discovered a new world. Is it truly possible to do so? She released another avatar, watching it head toward the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Su Qing was just about to draw Xianxiaaudiobooks into his inner world when, at that moment, a small crimson bird alighted on her shoulder. The aura of this little bird struck Su Qing as eerily familiar. It resembled the essence from the dark regions surrounding the bone forest. He recalled the bizarre red threads that had once instilled a sense of dread in him, for this entity could evade any divine abilities, penetrating the defenses of celestial artifacts and directly invading the flesh. Only when the all-seeing eye was activated could one perceive it, a truly formidable force. Su Qing observed the little bird, and a system panel materialized before him. Spirit of the Demon Bird. Description: the primordial spirit of a beast born from the Demon Lord. Its true body remains sealed, possessing an extraordinarily bizarre power that can invade any living being, disregarding all defenses and completely control them. Perhaps due to its concealed main body, the system refrained from displaying this little bird's talents and attributes, yet Su Qing surmised they would be impressive. Contemplation flickered in his eyes. If the dark domain concealed the companion beast of the Demon Lord, what then lay within the bone forest? It seemed that the Demon Emperor's choice of the Purple Cloud Mountain range was not without reason. He might have intentionally sealed himself there. Su Qing watched as the crimson bird displayed affection toward Xianxiaaudiobooks, nuzzling against her cheek. "How ticklish. You're so red. From now on, I'll call you Little Red, all right?" A rare smile graced Xianxiaaudiobooks' face. Su Qing, observing this, declared, "Enough of that. Do not resist. I shall take you to a wondrous place." He drew Xianxiaaudiobooks into his inner world and returned to the heart of the Cloud Mist secret realm, where the heavenly demon seal resided. Su Qing had transformed this space into a sanctuary, having constructed several large spirit gathering arrays. At that moment, the Cloud Mist secret realm remained sealed, rendering it undetectable to the powerful beings of the Nine Heavens sacred land. Entering his inner world, Su Qing beheld Xianxiaaudiobooks squatting beneath the forbidden divine tree, playfully engaging with Little Red. He noticed that while two of his avatars sat beneath the Tree of Heaven, the third had yet to arrive, and a smile danced at the corners of his mouth. He had previously harbored a daring idea, and now he could finally put it to the test. On a branch of the Tree of Heaven rested an egg the size of a basketball. This was Su Qing's fourth avatar, formed from the essence blood of the Kunping. Once it hatched, its potential would rival that of the mythical Kunping. Su Qing's bold plan involved using this egg to fish through the streams of time, sending his avatar to different eras. Ideally, he wished to traverse back, particularly to the Mythic Age, as he had gleaned from scrolls that during that epoch, even the most common grass surpassed today's Millennium Spirit herbs. However, the drawback was that the avatar's power could not exceed that of the main body. Both strength and combat ability would need to remain comparable. Nonetheless, This was of little consequence. Survival was the foremost goal, and should it perish, he would suffer minimal loss, merely the waste of a month. Should he encounter legendary figures from ancient history or myth, they would undoubtedly possess extraordinary attributes, and merely signing in would yield substantial returns. Su Qing began to instruct Shui Liuli in her training, directly handing her the Ice Soul Celestial Sword. I will first impart to you the way of the sword, followed by the path of physical cultivation. These are my areas of expertise. Of course, should you wish to learn about formations or the way of thunder, I possess some knowledge in those areas as well. Shui Liuli, now serious, unsheathed the Ice Soul Celestial Sword. However, the Ice Soul Sword was excessively long, causing Xiao Liuli to struggle significantly. Just as Su Qing was about to suggest shortening the Ice Soul Sword, a peculiar red light emerged from Xiao Hong and directly merged into the Ice Soul Sword, astonishingly replacing its spirit and causing it to emit brilliance while diminishing in size. The originally azure Ice Soul Sword transformed into a striking crimson hue, with its attributes altered as well. Su Qing was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the magical beast, the spirit bird of the demon lord, would possess such extraordinary capabilities merely in its primordial spirit form. It began imparting swordsmanship to Xiao Liuli, whose aptitude was nothing short of extraordinary. Anything Su Qing explained was not only grasped by her immediately, but also comprehended at a deeper level, even leading to moments of enlightenment. This was more outrageous than directly consuming a Tao stone for comprehension. Su Qing mused silently. No wonder the heavenly Tao was reluctant to allow the demon lord to cultivate. With such terrifying speed, it would take mere months for her to ascend to immortality. If she were to regain her memories from her past life, she would swiftly return to her pinnacle. As night deepened, Xiao Liuli continued to comprehend the swordsmanship by the seaside, while Su Qing sat beneath the towering celestial tree, beginning to fish through the fabric of time and space. This time, he truly suspended the Kunping egg on a transparent thread, intending to use his doppelganger to bait the area. After several experiments, Su Qing discovered that not only could he fish out living ferocious beasts, but he could also utilize living entities as bait. As the rift in time and space opened, the Kunping egg vanished within. Su Qing's consciousness entered the egg, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself high upon a cliff, beside a withered tree that harbored an enormous nest, seemingly prepared for him. Although the likelihood of this endeavor yielding fruit was slim, successfully sending his doppelganger into an unknown realm was not a loss. The Kunping egg lay quietly within the vast nest, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. To his surprise, the area did not resemble a cave dwelling or a blessed land. The spiritual energy here was even more abundant than that of the Xianxia secret realm. Yet, it seemed unlikely to be from the mythological era, otherwise it wouldn't merely be spiritual energy. Just then, a massive white ferocious bird blotted out the sun as it swooped down, regarding the egg in its nest with confusion. Su Qing was taken aback by the aura of this great bird, which was vastly more powerful than that of the scattered immortal shuns. It evoked the sensation of confronting the blood demon sealed within. Moreover, it exuded an intensely vicious aura. Knowing he could not overpower it, he resolved to await his fate, intending to sign in on this great bird and then self-destruct. Chapter 86. Acquiring the talent of the purple-blue divine rainbow, the battle for the holy sun begins. Su Qing gazed at the attribute panel of the white bird, which was named Xianwing bird, astonishingly at the true immortal level of cultivation. It also bore a golden attribute, the wings of the wind god. Sign-in successful, acquired the talent of the purple-blue divine rainbow. Upon reviewing the description, this talent could significantly enhance speed, allow transformation into a rainbow light to evade attacks, and even be used in conjunction with the rapidity of Kunping and the transcendent art of free and easy wandering. Just as Su Qing was about to self-detonate, the Xianwing bird gently pecked at the Kunping egg, astonishingly beginning to incubate it. Su Qing felt both helpless and speechless, yet there was little he could do. He could only await an opportunity. If he managed to escape, he might acquire some beneficial attributes. He began to comprehend the true dragon treasure technique. Within his inner world, Su Qing's gaze was peculiarly focused. This was feasible, and the talent was indeed commendable. At the very least, it would double his original speed. That was a decent gain. Presently, he possessed 4 doppelgangers, with one Kunping doppelganger in an unknown realm and another in the Zixiao mountain range. The remaining 2 doppelgangers were cultivating within his inner world. Sitting cross-legged beneath the celestial tree, he commenced his cultivation, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to begin condensing his nascent soul. Should he achieve another breakthrough, he could manifest yet another doppelganger. At this moment, within the outer forest courtyard of the Zixiao sacred land, Su Qing sat upon a mat, observing the 5 unparalleled immortal swords floating before him. The Hongming Emperor's sword occupied the center, beneath which lay an intricate array. To his surprise, the subarray of the immortal slaughter sword formation had even replicated the 5 innate flying swords, albeit with only 80% of their original power, yet still formidable. Coupled with his source battle armor, even a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Su Qing could only marvel at the potential of the growth attribute. It was incredibly powerful, with limitless potential to grow even stronger. At that moment, a sound transmission talisman flew from the center of the sacred land, landing beside the formation outside the courtyard. A detached voice emanated from within, belonging to the Zixiao sacred master, stating that tomorrow, the competition for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter would commence at the central square of Zetian capital. Upon concluding his words, the talisman transformed into light and dissipated into the air. Su Qing contemplated the situation. It seemed there were no formidable candidates among the Holy Son contenders, with the strongest, Lu He, merely at the early stage of integration, easily defeated with a single move. Only one person posed a challenge, and that was Yi Chun, who was, after all, the son of the heavenly Tao and perhaps had obtained some formidable opportunities. Furthermore, he possessed a complete heavenly demon within him, which made Su Qing somewhat wary. However, he felt no excessive concern. He had numerous trump cards. If that heavenly demon were to act unscrupulously, he would have no choice but to resort to his own advantages. Once the domain of strength was activated, even if the true form of the heavenly demon appeared, it would have no choice but to engage in close combat, unable to employ any magical techniques or treasures. The only issue was the time constraint. Previously, the blue attribute lasted merely 5 seconds, but now, this attribute had advanced to the peak of the purple tier, capable of lasting 5 minutes. The next day, the Zetian capital square was teeming with people, all eagerly anticipating the selection of the new Holy Son. The Zixiao sacred land had not seen a Holy Son or Holy Daughter in quite some time. Speculation arose regarding who held the greatest chance this time. I feel Lin Tian is stronger. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, capable of slaying foes across great realms. He is not the one. I have heard insider information that the position of Holy Son has already been predetermined for Su Qing. Though Su Qing was renowned and possessed extraordinary talent, he had only recently commenced his cultivation. With a low level of strength, he could not possibly compete with the others. Amidst the fervent chatter, a stage gradually arose in the square, with the Grand Elder Lin Jianxing floating above. He proclaimed, "This selection of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter carries immense responsibility. The East Sea has now become a sea of blood, completely occupied by the blood demon. Relying solely on the power of the Daiqian Empire is insufficient. Thus, we must venture to the East Sea. The next Holy Son and Holy Daughter will lead the expedition and become pioneers in resisting the blood demon. Now, I announce that all candidates for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter should ascend the stage." Su Qing observed the stage from the back of the crowd, feeling a sense of familiarity, as though he had participated in a selection for the Holy Son once before. He was surprised to find that the Zixiao sacred land employed the same strategy as the Penglai immortal sect. He stepped onto the stage, gazing at the other candidates for Holy Son and Holy Daughter. To his surprise, not only had Yi Chen arrived, but even Yun Hai, whom he had previously incapacitated, was present. He had regained his original arrogant demeanor and appeared even more haughty. With disdain, he looked at Yi Chen. "You, at the mere foundation establishment stage, dare to aspire to the position of Holy Son? Truly, you are unaware of your own insignificance." Yi Chen retorted with a cold smile. "Has your primordial spirit recovered? I truly detest that smug expression of yours. Your previous foolish demeanor was far more appealing. There's no need for verbal sparring. Watch as I suppress you with a single hand once I enter the secret realm. This isn't like the previous competition where realms were suppressed." Yun Hai's tone dripped with contempt. He was now at the peak of the transformation stage, his physique having undergone a transformation. And he had acquired supreme secret techniques imparted by the royal ancestors, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was merely at the foundation establishment stage. As Su Qing ascended to the arena, Yun Hai unexpectedly trembled uncontrollably a few times, casting a fierce glare at Yi Chen before falling silent. Su Qing was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Yun Hai would regain his intellect. Moreover, he appeared even more arrogant than before, which explained why the heavenly Tao had granted Yi Chen this stepping stone and further augmented his abilities. Upon examining Yun Hai's panel, everything remained unchanged except that his childlike heart had transformed into the purple attribute pride, indicating that the more arrogant he became, the faster his cultivation would rise. Compounded by Yi Chen's intelligence-depleting aura, he instantly morphed into a mindless antagonist. As all the Holy Sons and Daughters took to the stage, the Grand Elder Lin Jianxing was about to address them. Suddenly, Yi Tian stood up, displaying none of his usual arrogance towards Lin Jianxing. but rather an expression of utmost respect. Grand Elder, I wish to withdraw from the selection of the Holy Sun. If one is devoid of emotions and desires, what meaning does life hold? I do not wish to live in such a manner. Lin Jinxing, far from being angered, instead exhibited a look of satisfaction. His disciple was indeed commendable. It was impossible to withdraw, and victory was not guaranteed. The implication was clear: withdrawing now would be a slight against him. Even if one were to feign a fight, they must still engage. Yi Tian discerned this message, bowed respectfully once more, and retreated. Lin Jinxing then addressed the candidates, explaining the rules. You will all be sent into a small world for combat, with no suppression of realms. Only strength matters. For fortune is also a crucial factor in becoming a Holy Sun. Should you sustain severe injuries that render you incapable of continuing, you will be teleported out. Ultimately, only one candidate for Holy Sun and one for Holy Daughter will remain. Now, the entrance opens. A spatial passage appeared on the arena, connecting to a small world. Su Qing was somewhat surprised. Previously, at the Penglai Immortal Sect, there had been restrictions on cultivation levels, but the Xixiao Holy Land showed no such concern. Among the candidates for Holy Sun, some were in the integration stage while others were merely at the foundation establishment stage. The gap between them was insurmountable, regardless of how formidable their combat prowess might be. Among the candidates for Holy Daughter, the 10th candidate was merely at the peak of Qi refinement, likely unable to withstand even the residual force of a battle. Su Qing observed as others entered the spatial passage one after another, leaving him as the last to step inside. Once all had entered the small world, a massive light screen illuminated the arena, displaying the scenes of each participant within the small world. At that moment, Su Qing surveyed the desolate expanse of yellow sand around him, utterly devoid of life. He stepped into the void, propelled by the dual energies of yin and yang, and chose a direction to advance. Encountering others was of no consequence. Even if all 19 participants attacked him simultaneously, he would face them without fear. At that instant, a magnificent manifestation of the divine dragon and fiery phoenix emerged in the distance, visible for hundreds or thousands of miles. Yunhai floated at the center of this spectacle, looking down upon Yi Chun in the yellow sands with a sinister grin. It seems fortune smiles upon me. I encounter you the moment I enter this small world. The dragon's breath and the phoenix's divine flames cascaded down, launching a terrifying assault towards Yi Chun. Below, Yi Chun was powerless to resist and could only flee at breakneck speed, having never anticipated such ill fortune to confront Yunhai immediately upon entry. Just moments prior, he had received the heavenly Tao's gifts and obtained the Emperor Demon's inheritance. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord was still scheming with the Emperor Demon, trapped within the latter's seal. Yi Chun was engrossed in refining his golden core in the cave, striving for a more potent core, which delayed his breakthrough to the golden core stage. The Demon Lord vehemently forbade Yi Chun from participating in the Holy Sun selection. This selection was Yi Chun's own initiative. After receiving the heavenly Tao's gifts, he felt terrifyingly powerful, only to find himself mercilessly beaten upon emerging. As Yi Chun faced the onslaught from Yunhai, he displayed astonishing speed, racing towards the depths of the desert. Yunhai, however, was in no hurry, playfully trailing Yi Chun as if a cat toying with a mouse, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Just then, the swirling sands were shattered by the clash of yin and yang, and Su Qing strolled leisurely through the air. Ah, what a coincidence! It seems all of you shall be eliminated. The phenomena of the sun, moon, and stars erupted, and the image of the yin-yang taiji chart appeared behind him, forming a formidable formation that ensnared Yunhai's magnificent display before crushing it entirely. Faced with Su Qing's overwhelming presence, Yunhai was nearly rendered speechless. After painstakingly restoring his primordial spirit with the help of the ancestral figure and breaking through to the void refinement stage, he had even coalesced a physique manifestation. During practice with a powerful integration stage opponent from the royal family, he had held his ground. Yet, he found himself utterly defenseless against Su Qing. With the dragon and phoenix phantoms augmenting him, he too began to flee at breakneck speed. The spectators in the square gasped in astonishment, remarking on Su Qing's prowess. Noting that he was merely at the peak of the golden core stage, yet possessed such astonishing combat strength. If I am not mistaken, Su Qing practices both body and technique, and his physique is exceptionally strong. That is why he can overwhelm Yunhai. Truly formidable, he was indeed worthy of being hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Eastern domain, declaring his supremacy above all. Should he become the Holy Sun, I would willingly follow him. Lin Jinxing stroked his beard, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Su Qing had performed numerous astonishing feats. At this point, nothing he did would surprise him. He mused internally, no wonder the Holy Master has placed such heavy bets on him, even providing him with his life weapon for protection. Continuing to watch the light screen, He noted that Su Qing was still in pursuit of Yun Hai and Yi Chun, who were now fleeing in different directions. Su Qing consumed a spiritual fruit in one swift motion, his eyes glinting with interest. I previously thought you were formidable foes. I did not realize you were so weak. How utterly dull. I shall take my leave. With that, Su Qing vanished into a rift in space behind him. Yun Hai, panting heavily, sensed the dwindling spiritual energy within him. His arrogance dissipated. This is too strong. I must avoid confrontation for now. Could it be that his spiritual energy is also insufficient, which is why he has not pursued me? Turning to look in Yi Chen's direction, he found that Yi Chun had long since disappeared. What fortunate timing. I do not know why, but I become infuriated every time I see him. Reluctantly, Yun Hai decided to abandon the pursuit of Yi Chun and seek other opponents. On the other side, Yi Chun was in a more dire predicament, hiding in a sandpit with a pained expression. He had just used a premium void-breaking talisman, a life-saving measure left to him by his master. What a curious void-breaking talisman. I am intrigued. A detached voice echoed from nowhere. Yi Chun immediately heightened his vigilance, yet saw no one. Just then, the space erupted, and Su Qing emerged slowly. I have set up formations all around. You cannot escape. Despair washed over Yi Chen's face. He had not anticipated such a formidable opponent. Having just entered the small world, he had already used a void-breaking talisman to flee, only to face elimination so swiftly. Su Qing brought his fingers together, unleashing a swift blade of light that was impossible to evade, piercing through Yi Chen's abdomen. In an instant, Yi Chun transformed into a beam of light and was teleported out of the small world. On the arena outside, Yi Chun fell to the ground, pale and breathless. After bowing to Grand Elder Lin Jinxing, he departed from the square. The audience was not surprised. Yi Chen's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, making his elimination the first and most expected. Simultaneously, they were awestruck by Su Qing's prowess, capable of traversing space and weaving formations with a mere flick of his wrist. Su Qing stood in a daze, pondering the recent flash of sword energy that contained 6 miniature black holes, each of which absorbed 3 drops of Yi Chen's essence blood, resulting in a total acquisition of 18 drops of the heavenly Tao sacred body's essence. Moreover, he had also benefited from the red text of demonic fortune that clung to Yi Chun, marking a successful sign-in. Observing the system panel, he noted, sign-in successful. Acquired the Scriptures of Destruction. Scriptures of Destruction, a sacred-level technique created by the legendary demon god of destruction. Mastering it grants control over the path of destruction. Su Qing contemplated the introduction of this technique, realizing that his primary cultivation method had always been the Tao of supreme indifference, which could directly elevate him to the rank of an immortal king. However, this new sacred-level technique appeared to be even more formidable. Though transitioning to a new cultivation method posed significant challenges, the Tao of supreme indifference embodied the path of ruthlessness, while this new technique represented the path of destruction. Su Qing chose not to cultivate this technique for now, instead planning to await the opportunity to sign in for some extraordinary secret art in the future, enabling him to cultivate both techniques simultaneously. His figure vanished into the desert. Meanwhile, in another location atop a sand dune, Yun Hai was seated in meditation to restore his spiritual power when he suddenly heard a voice that sent chills down his spine. Chapter 88, Becoming the Holy Son of Xiao. Hello there. It seems your hiding place is not as secure as you thought. I found you quite easily. Yun Hai rose to his feet, with dragons and phoenixes swirling around him, shielding him in the center. He shouted to the surroundings, I know it's you, Su Qing. Stop hiding and come out to battle me. Su Qing stepped out from a spatial rift, smiling lightly at Yun Hai. I'll give you a chance. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I will depart. Yun Hai's eyes brightened with excitement. Are you serious? Before he could finish, a gigantic sword resembling a door panel descended, flattening him. Su Qing's current speed was so astonishing that even peak-stage Great Ascension cultivators would struggle to react. With the Kunping's swiftness, the skill of soaring freely, the purple-blue divine rainbow, and his spatial talents, he soon found that Yun Hai had vanished from the desert, evidently transported out of the small world. The sensation feels off, he mused. Did I hit his head again? I hope he hasn't become foolish once more. Regardless, both Yi Chun and Yun Hai had been eliminated, and he needed to expedite his progress. This place posed little challenge. Su Qing glanced at the blood pooled in the grooves of the giant sword, having taken some essence blood from Yun Hai just now. He had to admit, the dragon and phoenix sacred body was indeed powerful. He planned to use this essence blood as the focal point to set up a dragon and phoenix grand formation, the potency of which would surely be impressive. Su Qing's divine consciousness expanded, magnified 100-fold by the supreme refinement technique, granting him an extensive coverage area. He sheathed the giant sword and flew toward a specific direction. There, two candidate holy sons were engaged in a fierce battle, both lightly injured and expending considerable energy. Su Qing's sudden arrival interrupted their duel, causing them to turn their attention toward him. We are both at the transformation stage. While Su Qing is merely at the peak of the golden core stage, let us eliminate him first, and then continue our fight. I think we should flee. Su Qing provided them no opportunity, unleashing two beams of sword light from his fingertips, promptly eliminating both candidates. He also collected some essence blood while absorbing the methods left by the blood demon incarnation they had used. Having not seen the 10 candidate holy maidens, Su Qing pondered whether they were in a different region. He leisurely ascended once more, having locked onto his next target. Dust swirled violently as countless beams of sword light intertwined with flashes of lightning, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yi Tian and Lu He were locked in a frenzied battle, neither holding back. This is exhilarating. Bring forth your sword. Yi Tian reveled in the thrill of combat, surrounded by an onslaught of sword energy that stirred up clouds of yellow sand. He had no intention of claiming the title of Holy Son for himself, but sought to eliminate Lu He in order to pave the way for his close ally, Su Qing, channeling all his strength, his fighting spirit sword. Lu He, facing the rampaging Yi Tian, bore a grim expression. As the first candidate Holy Son and the one with the highest cultivation, he found himself evenly matched against Yi Tian. Without resorting to his trump card, he could not swiftly resolve their stalemate. However, using it would deplete him significantly, and he feared the other candidate Holy Sons might eliminate him while he was vulnerable. Just then, Su Qing descended from the heavens, stepping through the dual energies of yin and yang, remarking, "What a lively battle. It's truly impressive." Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. "Let us join forces to eliminate him, after which I will voluntarily exit this small world. The remaining candidate Holy Sons will pose no threat to you. There is no need for that." Su Qing conjured a small yin-yang taiji diagram at his fingertips, which began to spin continuously, releasing a terrifying sword energy. Facing this assault, Lu He was compelled to unveil his trump card, Purple Sky Thunder Beast. A tempest of thunder coalesced into a colossal beast, its form entirely composed of purple sky divine lightning, exerting a terrifying force that crushed the surrounding sands for miles. Yi Tian's expression turned grave. The Thunder Beast possessed the strength of the Great Ascension stage. "I didn't expect you to have such a trump card, Lu He." Lu He, commanding the massive Thunder Beast, laughed maniacally as his hair stood on end. "I acknowledge your strength, but this is where it ends." In response, Su Qing's expression remained unchanged. The yin-yang taiji diagram at his fingertips whirled once more, unleashing two additional beams of sword energy. Free talents, sword formation. The three beams of sword energy intertwined, forming a formidable array that surged toward the Thunder Beast. The beast unleashed countless bolts of purple sky divine lightning, transforming into massive lightning blades in an attempt to intercept the sword formation. As the collision ensued, numerous spatial rifts appeared around them. With torrents of yellow sand being drawn in, the sword energy sliced effortlessly through the lightning blades, cleaving the Thunder Beast in two, causing it to explode. Lu He lay bloodied in the desert, while Su Qing appeared unfazed, as if the terrifying sword formation had drained none of his energy. Yi Tian gazed at Su Qing with admiration. "Your rate of growth and strength is astonishing, truly impressive." Su Qing descended gracefully, approaching Lu He, prompting Yi Tian to assume he intended to eliminate Lu He by kicking him out of the small world. To his surprise, Su Qing produced a verdant glow that directly infused Lu He, visibly healing his wounds. Lu He's eyes reflected a mix of emotions as he regarded his own disheveled state, and then looked at Su Qing, whose attire remained pristine. "You possess such power. I acknowledge you." With that, Lu He voluntarily exited the small world. Yi Tian chuckled, somewhat puzzled by Su Qing's actions, but ultimately indifferent. "In that case, I shall take my leave as well." As the two departed the small world, Su Qing turned back, lost in thought. Lu He bore no personal enmity toward him. Their relationship was merely competitive. Creating more friends rather than enemies was a more favorable path. His figure ascended once more, heading toward the position of the next candidate Holy Son. At that moment, in the central square of Zetian City, numerous spectators watched the luminous screen, buzzing with excitement. Who would have thought Su Qing is so powerful? The other 9 candidate Holy Sons seem utterly helpless. Su Qing appears to have only used a single technique throughout. Indeed, it seems the Holy Son of our Xixiao sacred land is none other than him. For Su Qing, there was virtually no suspense left. The spectacle had lost its intrigue, merely witnessing his unilateral harvesting and dominance. Watching the battles of the candidate Holy Maidens seemed far more engaging. Just then, the last candidate Holy Son was expelled from the small world, and Su Qing stepped out as well. Lin Jinqing felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. How could Su Qing be so formidable, so straightforward and unyielding, effortlessly dispatching all the candidate saints with a single strike? He had anticipated Su Qing's victory, but had not foreseen its sheer simplicity. Without hesitation, Lin Jinqing declared, "I hereby proclaim Su Qing as the saint's son of this generation." He presented the saint's son's token, granting access to the central peak of the Xixiao sacred land and symbolizing authority, as a substantial amount of cultivation resources would be delivered monthly to the saint's son's peak. As the token landed in Su Qing's hand, he glanced at it briefly before stowing it away in his Qianquan ring. It was merely a change of residence. It was the resources that truly captured his interest. Nodding at Lin Jinqing, he stood near the arena, observing the battle displayed on the luminous screen. In Chapter 89, entering the Saint Sun's Peak, the scene depicted an icy mountain. Yuan Yin was engaged in a fierce duel with the first candidate saintess. Despite her early-stage nascent soul power, she fought evenly against an opponent in the early stage of integration. The battle was intense, with both sides bearing severe injuries. The onlookers held their breath, eager to witness the outcome of this contest for the saintess title. At that moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Yuan Yan's lips, her unparalleled beauty momentarily dimming the brilliance of the world around her. Flames of white burst forth from her crimson imperial robe, the nirvana fire burning fiercely. Her combat state seemed to be rapidly ascending, and her injuries healed completely. Countless radiant feathers, ablaze with nirvana fire, fluttered in the wind before erupting spectacularly. The entire luminous screen blurred, yet everyone understood the outcome. The first candidate saintess had succumbed into unconsciousness on the arena. What kind of flame was that? Capable of instantaneously restoring injuries? If possessed during battle, it would be utterly invincible. It was clear, this was the legendary nirvana fire, a rarity in this realm. Presumably a manifestation of Yuan Yan's innate constitution. Encountering such an opponent would be exceedingly troublesome. Not only was she offensively formidable, but she could also recover her injuries and condition at will, growing stronger with each passing moment. Su Qing listened to the discussions around him, his gaze fixed on the luminous screen. He mused silently that Yuan Yan appeared to be holding back, having not yet utilized her time-space celestial power. Should he inquire about the outcome of the Blood Demon War? In the Xixiao sacred land, Su Qing had grown relatively accustomed to his surroundings, and he was well acquainted with many faces. His eyes fell upon Murong Shui, who was healing in a corner of the arena. Her current cultivation was only at the early stage of the golden core, suggesting she had likely been eliminated. Just then, Yuan Yan emerged from her miniature world. Her crimson imperial robe billowed, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance, and she appeared to show no signs of exhaustion or injury. Upon noticing Su Qing at the edge of the arena, she was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to be quicker than herself. Floating above, Lin Jinqing looked at Yuan Yan with heightened excitement. This generation's saint son and saintess had decisively dominated all, meriting the title of peerless prodigies. However, a flicker of concern crossed Lin Jinqing's eyes as he recalled the last competition for the Saint Lord title. Ultimately, Lingxi ascended to the Saint Lord's throne, but the fate of that saint son was rather tragic. He hoped that Yuan Yan and Su Qing would not meet a similar end. I declare Su Qing as the saint son and Yuan Yan as the saintess. All other candidate saint sons shall serve as inner disciples, Lin Jinqing announced. The contest for the saint son and saintess has concluded. Tomorrow, the saint son and saintess shall accompany me to the eastern sea to suppress the blood demon. Yuan Yan flashed a subtle smile at Su Qing before gracefully departing on a white phoenix. Su Qing, holding the token, made his way to the saint son's peak. His thoughts swirling, the celestial demon was not within Yi Chen's body. It was likely plotting some grand scheme, and in the Xixiao sacred land, there was only one place it could venture, the imperial demon mine. The saint son's peak at the center of the Xixiao sacred land, though dormant for a millennium, remained pristine and resplendent. Su Qing retrieved the token to activate the formation, gazing up at the towering peak surrounded by magnificent palaces. The only downside was the overwhelming emptiness. The vast expanse of the saint son's peak was devoid of company. Nonetheless, Su Qing relished this tranquil solitude, finding that the presence of too many attendants would only render him uneasy. Upon entering the largest palace at the summit, he was greeted by a series of paintings depicting landscapes infused with Taoist meanings. Some illustrated children frolicking, while others depicted enchanting maidens wielding swords. To his astonishment, the previous saint son had mastered the art of painting. As Su Qing admired the artworks, he found them commendable, yet they paled in comparison to the scrolls of the carefree celestial sovereign. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from above, entering the palace. It was Lingxi, the Xixiao Saint Lord, who gazed at the paintings with a complex expression, letting out a soft sigh. Su Qing looked at Lingxi with surprise. Had she not renounced all emotions? Why did she seem to be experiencing a tumult of feelings? Lingxi handed Su Qing a scroll, speaking softly. This is my refined version of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion record. Although its power is considerably diminished, it can retain some semblance of emotion. Su Qing took the Supreme Forgetting Emotion record and examined it closely. It contained less than a tenth of the original version. Much of it had been patched together later, appearing rather disjointed. The version provided by the system had no flaws and was indeed an enhanced edition. Su Qing frowned at the scroll. Lingxi misinterpreted his expression as fear of side effects, her gaze lingering on the paintings. She began to explain, a millennium ago, during the reign of the last Saint Sun, he had a wife and children, supported by a family. Yet, in his pursuit of the Saint Lord throne, he became fanatical, driven to extremes, ultimately slaughtering his entire family in his madness to attain the Supreme Forgetting Emotion record. In the end, he fell into a state of insanity, living each day engulfed in regret. As for me, I was always alone, entering the Xixiao sacred land to practice in solitude, without kin or friends, which allowed me to cultivate this technique with ease. I hope you do not repeat his tragic fate. Listening to Lingxi's words, Su Qing fell into silence, realizing the extent of the previous Saint Sun's madness for power. Su Qing himself had no intention of becoming the Xixiao Saint Lord. He merely sought to acquire cultivation resources. Once he broke through to the integration stage, he planned to leave the eastern region to travel far and wide, to meet new people and gather more insights. As for power, it paled in comparison to the importance of freedom. I understand. Thank you for your warning, Saint Lord. That is well. I hope you do not follow in the footsteps of your predecessor, she replied. You are soon to journey to the Eastern Sea. I shall infuse the emotionless blade with spiritual energy and present it to you. Su Qing withdrew the emotionless blade, observing the abundant spiritual energy within, seemingly untouched. Lingxi looked at Su Qing with astonishment, realizing he had not employed it even once since the Xianxia secret realm, relying solely on his formidable strength thus far. Lingxi cautioned, exercise caution on your journey to the Eastern Sea. Just as she was about to depart the Saint Sun's peak, Su Qing spoke up. Is there a possibility of transforming the Supreme Forgetting Emotion into a state where one could enter the Forgetting Emotion state while using secret techniques, yet remain in a normal state otherwise? Lingxi paused for a moment, as if struck by inspiration, before swiftly exiting the Saint Sun's peak. Su Qing watched her departing figure, reflecting that she had treated him well. With the complete version of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion record to guide him, he could see if she might refine it further. The complete Supreme Forgetting Emotion record would allow for a seamless transition between emotionless and emotional states. In an emotionless state, the secret techniques wielded would possess tremendous power and destructive force, while in an emotional state, the techniques could heal oneself and others, excelling in defense. Su Qing stowed away the scroll and the ruthless blade, shattering the void into nothingness. He intended to infiltrate the Demon Emperor's mind to discern the schemes of the Celestial Demon and the Demon Emperor. Chapter 90. The Attribute Panels and Conspiracies of the Celestial Demon and the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's mind maintained its familiar atmosphere, suffused with the potent aura of the Demon Emperor, rendering the surroundings barren, save for the obsidian rocks and sprawling mine shafts. Deep within Shaft 10 lay an enigmatic cavern where Yi Chun was engaged in cultivation. At this moment, he was beset by turmoil, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Am I truly so weak? Reduced to a pitiful escape, incapable of withstanding even a single blow from Su Qing. Just then, a youth clad in black robes entered the cave, strikingly handsome, yet his voice belied his appearance, aged and worn. Su Qing is indeed worthy of being the sacred body of yin and yang, having mastered the fusion of yin and yang to an extraordinary degree. Master, it was I who was defeated. Why do you sing praises of others? Yi Chen's expression darkened, revealing his distress. What does it matter if I falter? You have only just begun your journey with the Celestial Demon Sutra and the Demon Emperor's art. With further cultivation, you should be able to contend with Su Qing. The sacred body of yin and yang is inherently formidable. With the blessings of the heavenly Tao, your potential can grow infinitely, perhaps even surpassing the sacred body of yin and yang in the future. Yi Chen nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Even a figure as powerful and enigmatic as my master acknowledges the terrifying nature of the sacred body of yin and yang. Once I master both techniques and elevate my cultivation, I shall surely reclaim my honor. Focus on your cultivation here. The aura of the Demon Emperor will fortify your physique until it matches your level of cultivation. After uttering this, the celestial demon vanished into the darkness. Amidst the rifts of space, Su Qing concealed himself, observing the scene. Yi Chun had inherited the legacies of both the celestial demon and the Demon Emperor, one adept in internal matters, the other in external. As for Su Qing, he could not act against him now. Such an action would provoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao, with unpredictable consequences. Yi Chun bore the fortune of the heavenly Tao and the fortune of the demon Tao, intangible yet profoundly impactful. He could only wait until Yi Chun's fortune was nearly exhausted or diminished before taking action. Though he possessed the annihilation divine ability, specifically designed to counter the fortune of the heavenly Tao, the risk of action was too great. In addition to the celestial demon and the demon emperor nearby, the heavenly Tao was also vigilantly observing Yi Chun. Maintaining a low profile might allow Su Qing to extract further benefits from Yi Chun. He disregarded Yi Chun and delved deeper into the recesses of the demon emperor's mind. Here, the aura of the demon emperor was exceedingly dense, with intricate patterns and designs adorning the surroundings. Indeed, the seals of the demon emperor's mind. The celestial demon stood outside the seal, while within it loomed a figure of imposing stature, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It was the sealed demon emperor. What have you considered about my previous proposition? Shall we join forces? The celestial demon's voice reverberated around. Can you truly free me and grant me passage back to the demon realm? If you pledge a solemn oath of the great Tao, I shall ally with you. The demon emperor's voice was gruff, laced with wariness towards the celestial demon. Many years prior, he had been ensnared by the celestial demon on multiple occasions. Though he yearned for freedom, he was wary of further treachery. The celestial demon wore an expression of exasperation. His credibility had waned. He immediately vowed an oath of the great Tao. Now do you believe me? With our current strength, it is unlikely we could traverse the heavens to reach the demon realm. We have but one course of action. The demon emperor seemed to have an epiphany, his tone steeped in pity. Which unfortunate soul has drawn your attention this time? Truly tragic. The blood demon. The celestial demon replied with a smile. The blood demon possesses countless incarnations and immense magical power. If we absorb all the blood demon's power, we shall regain the strength to return to the demon realm. That arrogant fool. Very well, I agree to assist you. Amidst the rifts of space, Su Qing listened intently to their discourse. It appeared that two formidable demons had conspired against him, and the impending conflict with the blood demon would soon be resolved. Otherwise, facing the blood demon's true form, Su Qing was uncertain of how to proceed. Looking at the system panel, celestial demon, cultivation realm, integration stage, great ascension stage, tribulation stage. In the event of failing the tribulation and forsaking the physical body, can be reborn anew and attempt the tribulation again. Success leads to becoming a human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal sovereign, immortal emperor, Tai, Deluo. Status. The source of the physical body is gravely depleted and is slowly recovering. Talent. Undying demonic shadow, mental power. Attributes. Transformation of the outer celestial demon. Mind probing, deduction, scheming. Description. The celestial demon was originally a member of the outer celestial demons, until inadvertently entering the body of an immortal king, thereby undergoing a transformative ascension. Su Qing observed the attribute panel of the celestial demon and promptly signed in at the red entry, transformation of the outer celestial demon. Sign-in successful, acquired the chaos demonic shadow. Chaos demonic shadow. Can enter a state of chaos demonic shadow to traverse anywhere, disregarding formations, restrictions, and seals. 1's cultivation. Physique and primordial spirit will be significantly enhanced. Possesses chaos demonic power, capable of assimilating all demonic powers for personal use. A remarkably powerful entry. Su Qing was thoroughly satisfied. He began to inspect the panel of the demon emperor. Demon emperor. Status. Source damaged, severely injured. To recover, must leave the confines of the demon emperor's mind. Talent. Indestructible demon body, demon emperor aura. Attributes. Demon battle body, battle blood, demon emperor domain. Description. The demon emperor hails from the demon realm's warrior clan, born for battle and destined to die in combat. Once a subordinate of the demon lord, he willingly sealed himself within the purple sky mountains to protect the demon lord's weapon, the reverse heaven war spear. Now, upon learning that the demon lord is awakening, he plans to gather the demon lord's former forces in anticipation of the demon lord's return. Su Qing regarded the attribute panel of the demon emperor, confirming his earlier suspicions. The demon emperor was indeed connected to the Bone Forest and the Dark Lands. He must have sensed that location while seeking the reincarnation of the demon lord, to divert attention and prevent discovery of that place. He chose the Purple Sky Mountains as the sealing site. A flicker of contemplation crossed Su Qing's eyes as he noted the system panel indicating successful sign-in at the red entry, Demon Battle Body. Chapter 91. Indestructible Demon Blood Entry. Proceeding to the East Sea. Sign-in successful, acquired Indestructible Demon Blood. Indestructible Demon Blood possesses formidable regenerative capabilities. Even a single drop can swiftly restore itself to its original state. Su Qing surveyed the system panel and quietly departed from the demon emperor's mind. At the pinnacle of the Saint Child Peak, Su Qing sat cross-legged in the center of the Grand Hall. His exploration of the demon emperor's mind had yielded substantial rewards, including critically important intelligence. The arrival of powerful beings from the demon realm posed a dimensional threat to this realm. Even a severely weakened blood demon instilled fear across all factions in the eastern domain, with some losing their fighting spirit upon merely hearing his name. Su Qing could hardly wait for these demons to depart. Otherwise, he remained uncertain how long he would need to bide his time. The following morning, a communication talisman arrived at Saint Child Peak, prompting Su Qing to soar directly towards the entrance of the sacred land. Lin Jianxing stood with hands clasped behind his back at the entrance, his eyes filled with complexity. This time, he had prepared himself for the worst. The terrifying aura of the blood demon, even after thousands of years, continued to instill dread. At intervals, the mere task of stabilizing the blood demon seal has claimed the lives of countless powerful beings at the Great Ascension stage. Lin Jianxing is acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the blood demon. As Su Qing arrived at the gates of the sacred land, Lin Jianxing offered him a smile, cautioning, "You may not be the main force this time, yet the peril remains significant. Exercise utmost caution." Just as Lin Jianxing finished speaking, several streaks of light surged forth from the Xixiao sacred land, revealing that they were all elders at the Great Ascension level, including the 10th elder, Xianxian, whom Lin Jianxing had rescued not long ago. Su Qing's eyes brimmed with helplessness. This old man had just narrowly escaped death, yet was now rushing headlong into danger once more. It seemed that Xianxian sensed Su Qing's gaze, and turning to face him, he smiled nonchalantly. "Did you not expect this? I am the guide for this expedition. Under a collapsing nest, how can one expect to find a complete egg? If the blood demon truly descends upon the Xixiao sacred land, we shall all perish." Su Qing found himself powerless. His only assurance was to preserve his own life. As saving others was utterly impossible, he had previously afforded Xian an opportunity to flee, but perhaps he was unwilling to live a life of mere survival. Observing the elders, he noted that only one bore a golden title, while the rest were adorned with purple titles. Sign-in successful, acquired the true immortal level 10,000 poison scripture. Sign-in successful, acquired the Millennium Thunder Law Experience Manual. Sign-in successful, acquired the Spirit Sword Pill. Su Qing realized that he had nearly completed his sign-ins with the exceptional talents and elders of the Xixiao sacred land. The only remaining figure yet to reveal themselves was the Supreme Elder, who had remained unseen from the very beginning. At that moment, several figures soared forth from the Xixiao sacred land. Yunyan, Yitian, Lu He, and the previously designated first candidate for the Holy Maiden, Lin Ro. All possessed combat power surpassing the integration stage. Lin Jianxing surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth." With that, he produced the celestial vessel of the Xixiao sacred land and led the group into the depths of the Eastern Sea. Casting a glance back, Lin Jianxing's eyes flickered with disappointment. The Jiuxiao sacred land had been aware of the situation for quite some time. It appeared they had no intention of intervening. Nestled high above the clouds, the Jiuxiao sacred land was fortified by an enormous celestial-level formation, suggesting they wished to remain uninvolved. Lin Jianxing sighed, steering the celestial vessel into the Eastern Sea. This battle was inevitable. The Eastern Sea and the center of the Xixiao sacred land were dominated by the great Qin Empire. If the blood demon reached the Xixiao mountain range, it would be too late. By then, the blood demon would have absorbed the blood of countless souls, transforming into an even more horrifying entity. On the celestial vessel, Yunyan proactively addressed Lin Jianxing, saying, "I must make a trip to the great Qin imperial capital. Even persuading an ancestor to emerge from seclusion would be advantageous. I request 2 hours from the Grand Elder." Her gaze was profoundly intense, leading Su Qing to sense that she was poised to undertake something momentous. Lin Jianxing gave a slight nod, permitting her request. The flying vessel hovered in the air as Yunyan transformed into a celestial phoenix, descending toward the great Qin imperial capital. At this moment, within the heart of the great Qin imperial capital, atop the highest tower, the Zhaiyue Tower, Yunyan revealed her form, accompanied by several figures behind her. "Your Highness, are you prepared?" Yunyan nodded, radiant light emanating from her grasp as she wielded a white scabbard sword, a protective treasure bestowed upon her by the Xixiao sacred land. An exquisite celestial grade sword. Crimson patterns surfaced between her brows. This action was imperative. "Let us proceed." With Yunyan leading the way, the others followed closely, making their way directly to the imperial study at the center of the capital. The Emperor of Qin sat quietly behind his desk, his expression remarkably indifferent. "You are indeed impatient," he remarked. "In times of peace, you would have made a commendable ruler, one who preserves stability. However, in chaotic times, that is insufficient." If you do not take the initiative to assault the Eastern Sea, the great Qin shall face obliteration. Yun Yan's voice was cold, devoid of emotion, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Were it not for your leniency, how could I have been schemed against by Yun Hai? Nearly losing my life in the Eastern Sea. In both this life and the last, those were my weakest moments. Had it not been for Su Qing, I surely would have perished. Listening to Yun Yan's words, the emperor's eyes filled with melancholy. Xiao Shi, I once wronged you. Showering all my affection upon the crown prince Yun Hai and Yun Shi, I am reassured to see that you possess such extraordinary capabilities, capable of shouldering the great Qin into your hands. With that, the emperor gently set down the imperial seal and made his way toward the imperial mausoleum. Yun Yin seized the seal, her crimson imperial robe billowing dramatically, her aura radiating authority as she channeled the entire national fortune of the great Qin into herself. Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, embodying an imposing presence as she proceeded toward the royal treasury. On the celestial vessel, Su Qing leisurely sat in the rear, gnawing on a spirit fruit. Yi Tian suddenly settled beside him, producing 2 wine gourds. What pleasure is there in spirit fruits? Come, let us drink. Su Qing accepted a gourd, savoring a sip that instantly brightened his eyes. The taste was delightful, fragrant, and imbued with rich spiritual energy. To be honest, I feel a bit fearful, not of death, but rather of being slain before I even draw my sword. Yi Tian laughed heartily as he drank. Su Qing regarded Yi Tian, recognizing him as his guide, the one who had brought him to the Xixiao sacred land. He was a carefree individual, even if the supreme forgetting emotion record, a peerless technique, were to fall into Yi Tian's hands, he would not practice it, as he would never easily forsake his emotions. As Su Qing and Yi Tian indulged in their revelry, Lin Jinqing sat nearby, seemingly unconcerned with the image of the Grand Elder. He looked at Yi Tian with evident satisfaction and softly explained, although the blood demon has merely dispatched a fragment of itself from the seal, it remains at the celestial level, possessing power far beyond that of spiritual energy. Its casual attacks are significantly stronger than those of peak Great Ascension experts at full strength. There is no need for you to venture deep into the Eastern Sea. Merely scouting the periphery will suffice. It is regrettable that the Jiuxiao sacred land and the ancient families have all withdrawn. Otherwise, we could have amassed additional Great Ascension combat power. Su Qing, absorbing this information, was astonished by the vast disparity between the tribulation transcending and human immortals. Even if the Great Ascension experts from the ancient families and Jiuxiao sacred land arrived, they would likely be marching to their doom. At that moment, Yun Yin returned to the celestial vessel, accompanied by 3 royal ancestors. Lin Jinqing promptly rose, directing the vessel swiftly toward the Eastern Sea. Chapter 92, Confronting the Blood Demon's Avatar. At this juncture, the Eastern Sea was awash in crimson. The sky too bore a blood-red hue, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm than the surrounding land. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, delivering a profound visual impact. The celestial vessel gradually descended upon the land adjacent to the Eastern Sea. Ying Xian's expression was grave. Not only had Penglai Island succumbed, but the entirety of the Eastern Sea had transformed into a hell on earth. The blood demon was indeed terrifying. You all shall guard the Eastern Sea shores. We shall venture deeper, Lin Jinqing instructed Su Qing, Yun Yin, Yi Tian, Lu Ha, and Yun Ro. With that, these powerful beings at the Great Ascension stage prepared to delve into the Eastern Sea. Suddenly, a tempest erupted, swirling with blood-red waterspouts, issuing a hauntingly ominous sound. The blood demon materialized in the sky, its blood-colored robe billowing amidst the raging thunder, crowned by ominous storm clouds. After the events involving the great Qian royal family, I anticipated your arrival. I merely did not expect you to arrive so tardily. The blood demon flicked its sleeve, causing even the storm clouds to transform crimson. Its form bathed in blood-red lightning, exuding an even more sinister allure. In that instant, everyone was swept into the depths of the Eastern Sea. Upon entering, Yi Tian and the others' expressions changed dramatically. This place was devoid of any ability to utilize divine consciousness. Lu Ha hastily cast a premium communication talisman, which was instantly tainted crimson by the malevolent aura of the East Sea. Su Qing remained outwardly composed, yet internally erupted with fervent disdain. Wasn't the process supposed to be gradual? First, there were the sea beasts of the East Sea, corrupted by the blood demon's power, followed by the blood demon puppets of the Penglai immortal sect. To his astonishment, the grand antagonist had made a direct appearance. The blood demon regarded the crowd with a faint smile, not rushing to attack. Instead, a blood-red throne materialized behind him. As if sensing the thoughts of the onlookers, he coldly sneered, I am not foolish enough to send mere cannon fodder to their demise. I have come personally to escort you to your demise. Should I devour you, I will possess the means to forcibly shatter the seal on my true form. The blood demon made no use of his malevolent power, merely exerting his presence to render everyone immobile. Blood-red chains emerged around them, binding each individual and siphoning their vitality. Su Qing was taken aback by the utter lack of resistance, surmising that Yun Yan's previous life must have also been marred by the alliance of celestial and demonic forces. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for even all the factions of the eastern region to annihilate the blood demon. Gazing at the blood demon's status panel, he noted, blood demon. Status, avatar, heavenly punishment. Talent, blood god power. Attributes, blood demon shell, demonic blood aura. Description, one of the 9 avatars of the blood demon. The blood demon lounged at ease, reflecting that had it not been for the hindrance of heavenly punishment, the Grand Dacian Empire and the Xiao Holy Land would have long since vanished into oblivion. Across the East Sea, his avatars and contingency plans were strewn about, ensnaring all living beings within. Communication talismans, sound transmission talismans, and flying sword messages would all become ineffective. Yet, he was astonished that 2 individuals from the Panlai Immortal sect managed to escape. Even more surprising was their delay in spreading the news. Had you come a month earlier, when I was suppressed by heavenly punishment and could barely exert 10% of my strength, you might have had a chance. But now, I have resolved that nuisance and restored my full power. What do you possess to contend with me? The expressions of the onlookers varied as they turned to the 3 elders of the royal family, who promptly lowered their heads. Had it not been for Xianxia's quest for the throne of the Qian Emperor, concealing the information, matters might not have escalated to this extent. In that moment of despair, Su Qing's blood-red chains suddenly vanished, and he executed an unexpected maneuver. He charged directly at the blood demon. For his domain of power could suppress enemies of 5 major realms. Having reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, he was perfectly positioned to overpower this avatar of the blood demon. The blood demon's eyes brimmed with disdain, seemingly dismissive of Su Qing as a mere insect capable of inflicting any harm, and did not even attempt to evade. You are truly impatient. I have heard you are the Yin Yang sacred body. Such a formidable physique is just right to serve as my 10th avatar. Insignificant blood demon, kneel before me. Upon activating his domain of power, Su Qing delivered a forceful kick that sent the blood demon tumbling from his throne. The blood demon crashed onto a desolate island. Su Qing then stood upon the demon's shoulder, remarking, I have heard you hail from the demon realm. It appears to be nothing extraordinary. The crowd was left in shock as the chains binding them dissipated in an instant. Noticing that everyone was still in a daze while the domain of power lasted only 5 minutes, Su Qing bellowed, Flee, or you will all perish. Where they had stood, numerous array patterns materialized. These were the random teleportation arrays Su Qing had just set up. Had it not been for the need to craft the array, he would never have allowed the blood demon to prattle on so long, nor would he have acted so ostentatiously. However, due to the limited time and lack of materials, the teleportation could only stretch a few hundred miles and would be random. Yun Yan gazed deeply at Su Qing, internally vowing, You must survive. If you perish, I shall pursue you even through reincarnation. Yi Tian wished to fight alongside Su Qing, but was obstructed by an elder from the Xiao Holy Land, who insisted, He certainly has a means of escape. We must depart first. Lu Ha cast a profound glance at Su Qing, declaring, If you become the Holy Lord, I shall follow you for life. Lin Jianxing and Ying Xian exhibited complex expressions. They longed to stay. But remaining would not aid Su Qing and might instead become a liability. As everyone was teleported away, Su Qing turned to the blood demon. What are you thinking? Having suffered such humiliation, you no longer exhibit your prior arrogance. The blood demon lifted his head, a smile unexpectedly curling at his lips. I never anticipated you possessed such power, the might of the heavens. My interest in you grows ever more profound. Su Qing shot back. What are you prattling about? I cannot comprehend your nonsensical words. Countless miniature black holes emerged beneath him, voraciously drawing in the blood demon's essence. The blood demon's eyes widened in alarm. You. Another big surprise, is it? You clearly harbor ill intentions. The blood demon stammered, but Su Qing interrupted him. Apologies, my hands are itching. The blood demon seethed with impotent fury, unable to wield any power in Su Qing's proximity. Despite being a demon body, all his strength had been converted into blood demon power. Even the most formidable of the 9 demon shadows, the Emperor Demon, had been unable to approach him during their previous confrontation. To his dismay, he found himself bested by a mere youth in this realm. The blood demon mused, If I can break free of this seal, I shall surely train my physique. Another big surprise, I sense you are concocting something dastardly. Su Qing's lips curled into a smile as he utilized his devouring talent and the talent of the path of consumption to ravenously absorb the blood demon's power. 5 minutes would be ample to drain him completely. Within the domain of power, while others could not employ their mystical arts, he could. Chapter 93. Draining the Blood Demon Avatar, Red Attribute Beast. The Blood Demon sensed the rapid depletion of his internal power, his eyes swimming with panic. We can discuss this slowly. I know of a true immortal tomb located in this world. If you could spare me, I would reveal its location. I possess the supreme skill, the Blood God Tao Sutra. If you pause, I will impart it to you immediately. As the Blood Demon grew increasingly frantic, his form began to wither, his appearance aging rapidly. Despite his promises of numerous benefits, Su Qing remained unmoved. He had but 5 minutes. Failing to extinguish the Blood Demon would spell his own doom. In an instant, the 5 minutes elapsed, and the Blood Demon's avatar was drained to the last drop. The path of consumption was truly formidable. Even after exhausting the Blood Demon, Su Qing felt no sense of satiation. The Blood Demon's power was stored within his physique, ready for Su Qing to refine and absorb at any moment. Only upon complete refinement could it enhance his cultivation or transform his physique. One could not deny the Blood Demon's prowess. Had he not possessed an advantageous talent, victory would have been unattainable. Observing the system panel, he noted his successful sign-in at the Blood Demon's location. Sign-in successful. Obtained Dalyo-level technique. Blood Sea, Devour-Heaven art. At that moment, a radiant light appeared beside him. It was Su Qing's true self. At present, Su Qing had reached the initial stage of the nascent soul and had coalesced a chaotic nascent soul. His divine and demonic overlord body had undergone yet another transformation. Once he achieved the Hongming nascent spirit and underwent the final transformation, Su Qing would be akin to a newly birthed innate demon god. However, this last transformation required an immense amount of resources. Yet what did it signify to become an innate demon god? Even in the mythical era, the heavenly realms dared not lay a hand on the newly birthed innate demon gods. This was due to the overwhelming potential of these innate demon gods, whose combat prowess was unmatched and whose growth rate was astonishingly rapid. Once matured, they would be invincible, traversing the cosmos with ease. After retracting his avatar, he refreshed himself once more. The power of blood magic was indeed commendable. It seemed he would soon transcend the god transformation stage. Moreover, it could serve as a resource for further metamorphosis. It was still uncertain how much resource was required for his own transformation into an innate demon god, so it was prudent to prepare more. Returning to the cloudy mist secret realm, he gazed at the vast blood sea, his brow furrowed. Although the blood magic avatar had perished, the blood sea remained undiminished. Did it mean that only the demise of the blood magic entity would cause the blood sea to dissipate? It appeared that he would have to wait for the celestial demon and imperial demon to intervene. He slipped into a spatial rift, heading towards the seal of the blood magic entity. If fortune favored him, at least one red item entry would be present, along with the entries from the celestial demon and imperial demon. Although only golden entries remained, they were still quite satisfactory. As he ventured deeper into the eastern sea, a thunderous battle erupted nearby. Yun Yin and 3 venerable ancestors were jointly commanding the fortune golden dragon, battling against a monstrous tide of sea beasts. These sea beasts were drenched in crimson, evidently tainted by blood magic. Among them, the mightiest was a formidable beast of scattered immortality, its colossal form rising from the sea like an ancient divine mountain, towering tens of thousands of feet. Amidst the tide of sea beasts, there were dozens of large-scale sea beasts in the Mahayana stage, and countless in the combined body stage. The entirety of the eastern sea's sea beasts had converged, a force potent enough to upheave a sacred ground. Yun Yin was filled with anxiety. She hadn't anticipated being transported to this location. Although the fortune golden dragon could contend with the ferocious sea beasts, it was utterly preoccupied. Sea beasts swarmed around, unleashing a myriad of mystical abilities upon the fortune golden dragon, dimming its radiance. Yun Yin cried out, "Ancestors, lend me your strength. I must unleash a secret technique. But my spiritual power is insufficient." Very well. As the 3 venerable ancestors' spiritual energy surged into her, a peculiar mark resembling a small tower manifested on her brow. Time itself seemed to stagnate. The surrounding time appeared to freeze, even the assaults of the sea beasts suspended in midair. The fortune golden dragon soared into the clouds. Breaking through the encirclement, concealed within the spatial realm, he observed this spectacle, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Time Tower, an unparalleled treasure, one of the 7 treasures of creation, possessing the power to control time and reverse the flow of time. It seemed that the artifact enabling Yun Yan's rebirth was indeed this Time Tower, an extraordinarily formidable treasure. While Yun Yan had aided him significantly, her profound thoughts left him with complex emotions. He felt gratitude for her assistance, yet wariness that she might view him merely as a pawn in her game. It was perhaps best to maintain some distance from her. Glancing at the system panel, He noted that he had just signed in once for Yunyan and the 3 venerable ancestors. Yunyan's sign-in was random, while the 3 ancestors only possessed purple entries. Sign-in successful, obtained 10,000-year dragon essence. Sign-in successful, obtained spirit or heart 88. Sign-in successful, obtained 10,000-year green bamboo. Sign-in successful, obtained strong divine pill. All these items were excellent resources for cultivation. The 10,000-year green bamboo could be cultivated within his inner world. Observing the multitude of sea beasts, he noticed that the sea beast Qing, a scattered immortal level creature, also bore a golden entry. Sign-in successful, obtained beast servant. Beast servant, capable of enslaving any creature whose cultivation does not exceed one's own, including demons, exotic beasts, rare beasts, and divine beasts. Once enslaved, the counterpart will never betray, significantly enhancing potential, requires binding with the primordial spirit, and can only enslave one. To his surprise, a critical hit had occurred. A golden entry had transformed into a red one. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This entry was quite favorable, as he could enslave once. With 5 avatars plus his own body, that amounted to 6 opportunities. He signed in with every sea beast, although the items obtained were not particularly appealing. Their sheer quantity was advantageous. Closing the system panel, he continued deeper into the Eastern Sea, eventually arriving at Penglai Immortal Island, once a realm of the immortals. Now lay in ruin, resembling a hell on earth. Blood magic puppets roamed freely, among which were formidable blood magic avatars. He resolved to infiltrate the Penglai Immortal sect to ascertain what treasures remained, followed by investigating the scripture repository. The blood magic would likely not leave behind cultivation resources, but the repository contained items that blood magic might overlook. The once majestic architecture of the Penglai Immortal sect now appeared dilapidated, with blood magic avatars wandering about. Upon reaching the Penglai Immortal sect's treasury, he found the formations had been forcibly dismantled, indicating that blood magic had already breached this sanctum. He slipped inside the treasury, hoping to discover what remnants were left. Inside, everything had been thoroughly ransacked, yet many precious refining materials remained, which he collected entirely. Proceeding to the scripture repository, he was taken aback to find that the cultivation manuals had been completely cleared out. However, some tomes remained, chronicling various anecdotes and lore of the cultivation world, along with texts on formations, alchemy, and weapon refinement. He swiftly gathered all these texts, lamenting the grand Penglai Immortal sect, once flourishing, now reduced to mere blood magic puppets. A thought struck him, prompting a visit to another location on Penglai Island. In the Spirit Herb Garden, he suddenly materialized. Chapter 94, Celestial Demon, Imperial Demon versus Blood Demon. Encountering Yi Chun, a surge of murderous intent arises. Beholding the desolate herb garden, he noted it had also been plundered by blood magic. However, to his astonishment, some roots of spiritual herbs remained, albeit tainted by blood magic. Absorbing the blood magic from these roots could potentially allow for their survival. He began collecting the remaining root systems of the spiritual herbs and hastily proceeded towards the seal of the blood magic entity. At this moment, 3 figures stood outside the blood magic seal: Yi Chun, Celestial Demon, and Imperial Demon. From within the seal, the blood demon's roar echoed. "Are you here to rescue me? Release me, and I shall offer you all my treasures." The Celestial Demon smirked coldly. "Do you truly believe I would covet your trifling treasures? Look at you now, reduced to the state of a dog. By absorbing your demonic energy, I can return to the demon realm. Otherwise, it will take an eternity for me to regain my strength in this world." The Celestial Demon manipulated the runes of the blood magic seal. Originally golden, the runes began to darken, then reverse. The blood demon within sensed impending doom, but in its current state, it could only be at the mercy of others. It emitted a deafening roar. "Celestial Demon, should I survive this ordeal, you shall not escape my wrath." At that moment, the sealing formation resembled a whirlpool, drawing forth the blood demon's power and releasing pure blood energy in abundance. The Imperial Demon, observing, questioned, "Why do you require my assistance when you can suppress the blood demon yourself? On the road to the demon realm, unforeseen risks abound. I certainly need a companion. Moreover, if the blood demon seeks mutual destruction, I might not be his match," replied the Celestial Demon, smiling faintly at the Imperial Demon. The Emperor Demon nodded slightly, yet his eyes brimmed with caution. Were it not for the overwhelming temptation to return to the demon realm, he would never have allied himself with the Celestial Demon. However, with the Great Tao's vow in place, the Celestial Demon should be restrained from taking any drastic actions. They began to absorb the purest essence of blood together. The Celestial Demon conveyed to Yi Chun through thought, "Absorb as much of this pure blood essence as you can. It will allow your physique to undergo a transformation once more. Consider this my final gift to you. With the items I have bestowed upon you, Cross the heavenly break mountains and journey to the central divine continent. There lie my pawns, a force known as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. As you cultivate the celestial demon cannon, the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion will surely bow to you, for their techniques are derived from the celestial demon cannon. With but a thought, you could extinguish their lives, thereby absorbing their power. Listening to the celestial demon's transmission, Yi Chun felt a chill in his heart. His master was truly unfathomable. Master, if you return to the demon realm, will we meet again? Indeed, once I regain my strength, I shall descend upon this realm again and take you with me to the demon realm. Meanwhile, the Emperor Demon absorbed the pure blood essence. Watching Yi Chun begin to do the same, indifferent to the situation. With Yi Chun's early-stage golden core cultivation, he could only absorb a few wisps of pure blood essence at most. As they were drawing upon the power of the blood demon, the blood demon within the seal seethed with fury. Very well, since you have treated me thus, do not blame me for taking you down with me. Blood demon pearl. Explode. A terrifying aura erupted, sending shivers down the celestial demon's spine. The celestial demon swiftly took Yi Chun and fled, with the Emperor Demon hastily following. The blood demon pearl was a true immortal-grade artifact, the blood demon's life weapon, and the power unleashed by its self-detonation was incalculable. The celestial demon hurled Yi Chun into a spatial portal, urging him, go to the central divine continent. We shall meet again. Yi Chun, devoid of any resistance, allowed himself to be transported away. Just then, the seal on the blood demon shattered, releasing a blood-red orb pulsating with malevolent energy. The blood demon emerged slowly, his expression dark and frigid. You have absorbed so much of my power. Today, I shall not spare you. The entire eastern sea roared with monstrous waves, resonating with terrifying turbulence. Each incarnation of the blood demon transformed into pure blood essence, augmenting the blood demon's power. The celestial demon narrowed his eyes, realizing that the earlier events were a ploy by the blood demon. A moment of negligence had allowed the blood demon to break free. He communicated with the Emperor Demon. The Eastern Sea has become the blood demon's domain. He is currently formidable. We must join forces to draw him into the outer realms. The Emperor Demon nodded gravely. He had faced the blood demon before and was well acquainted with his tactics. The entire Eastern Sea coalesced into blood energy, the blood demon's crimson robe billowing, exuding an ominous aura. The blood demon pearl unleashed twin pillars of blood that shattered the surrounding space, targeting the celestial demon and the Emperor Demon. You dare treat me this way? Prepare to die? The blood demon was frenzied, burning his essence to unleash unfathomable power, momentarily suppressing the two great demons. The celestial demon and the Emperor Demon evaded desperately, expending the blood demon's energy, waiting for the moment when his primordial power would be depleted to strike the final blow. In the distance, traversing through space, Su Qing suddenly spotted a figure ahead, Yi Chun. He swiftly struck out with a palm imbued with myriad forces, chaos energy, primordial purple qi, and the dual energies of yin and yang. The blow sent Yi Chun into a state of near-death unconsciousness. Su Qing's murderous intent ignited. He had nearly drained all the powerful attributes from Yi Chun, and it was time to send him on his way. As the son of Heaven's path, Yi Chun would inevitably stand in opposition to him in the future. A conflict that would be unending. It was better to eliminate this potential threat now than to deal with future complications. Just as Su Qing was about to deliver the fatal blow, an extraordinarily peculiar force descended upon him. His right hand instantly vanished into nothingness, yet from an unseen place. A chilling scream of agony echoed. As he intended to take Yi Chun away, a terrifying black hole erupted from his wrist, draining Yi Chun's essence entirely. The god-slaying sword array formed, with the primordial Emperor's sword at its center, while the other four flying swords revolved around it, unleashing countless terrifying sword energies. Even the heavenly path would find it impossible to rescue Yi Chun now. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Yi Chun transformed into countless particles of light, dissipating into the air. Gazing at Yi Chun's disappearance, Su Qing's eyes were filled with icy resolve. In the flickering light of his gaze, he caught sight of a name, Ji Ruxua, hailing from Heavenly Path Mountain, possessing a void body. Her combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of human immortals. A defier of destiny, destined to face eternal tribulation. A cold voice echoed from an unknown source, reverberating through the rifts in space. Su Qing's gaze deepened. His right hand quickly restored itself, returning to its original state in an instant. By the mud of fate, power domain, endless purgatory, demon devouring the universe, demon god's evil art, chaos demon shadow, true dragon's treasure technique, coimping speed, carefree journey, purple-blue divine rainbow, reincarnation power, annihilation divine ability. In an instant, Su Qing was imbued with all these attributes, forming a colossal sword from the god-slaying sword array, slashing towards the hidden realm of that existence. The terrifying speed rendered the opponent unable to evade, resulting in 2 anguished cries. Chapter 95. Obtaining the Void Body, the Fall of the Heavenly Path. Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. The system panel revealed no presence nearby. He had not anticipated that they would ultimately escape. The mysterious figure had possessed a red attribute, the Void Body. The one who had facilitated their escape must have been endowed with the gifts of this physique. The system's description stated he hailed from Heavenly Path Mountain. Though Su Qing was unaware of the force, it was likely a sect that revered the Heavenly Path. He had once signed in for the golden attribute of unparalleled on Yichun. Sign-in successful, obtained Void Body. Void Body, one of the 10 strongest physiques of the heavens, created from the primordial void energy by the first human emperor, possessing formidable void power and the talent for void transformation. Sign-in successful, obtained unparalleled battle blood. Unparalleled battle blood. As the duration of battle extends, one becomes increasingly powerful. Su Qing observed the system panel. It seemed that unparalleled battle blood overlapped with the demon god's evil art, both growing stronger with prolonged combat. However, the demon god's evil art could also weaken the enemy. Su Qing immediately began to experiment. The 2 attributes did not conflict, with the demon god's evil art belonging to the category of secret techniques, while unparalleled battle blood was classified as a bloodline physique. Notably, he had managed to sign in the mysterious figure's physique. Sensing the void power, he realized it was immensely potent, capable of placing oneself in a state of void, evading all attacks. When burning his essence, one could teleport across vast distances. Using void power to assault an enemy was nearly impossible to defend against. It seemed that my right hand had indeed been disintegrated by void power. What a formidable force! Had it not been for the activation of the power domain, this opponent would have posed a considerable challenge. Although they had escaped, I had absorbed all of Yi Chen's essence. Even if that mysterious figure survived, he would be rendered incapacitated. I chose not to pursue Yi Chen, for the blessing of the Heavenly Path's fortune made it exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Even in the absence of the celestial demon by his side, various unforeseen events can arise. Su Qing extracted Yi Chen's blood essence and carefully contained it within a porcelain vial. He then inscribed hundreds of runes to seal it, placing it within the universe ring. Swiftly, he made his way to the battlefield. At this moment, the fierce conflict raged on, its terrifying ferocity causing the entire East Sea to descend significantly. The blood demon's attacks grew increasingly futile, prompting him to contemplate a blood escape into the void. However, the celestial demon would not permit his escape, seizing him and dragging him into the abyss. The Emperor Demon revealed a grotesque manifestation behind him and unleashed a devastating punch that shook the very foundations of the East Sea, obstructing the blood demon's path. Meanwhile, the celestial demon's eyes shimmered with countless dark runes, transforming into a colossal hand that directly barred the blood demon's exit. As the celestial and emperor demons combined their might, a tremendous rift in space cleaved through the sky. The obscuring hand of runes grasped the blood demon, pulling him toward the spatial fracture. The entire East Sea had morphed into a sea of blood. If the blood demon were not removed from his domain, he would soon regain his strength. The celestial and emperor demons charged toward the rift. Just as they all entered, the spatial tear began to close rapidly, filling with countless bolts of divine retribution. Within the rift, the emperor demon howled in madness while the celestial demon cried out in agony. Only the blood demon remained silent, seemingly lifeless. Su Qing stood deep within the East Sea, observing this scene with a complex expression. To prevent them from ravaging this realm, the heavenly Tao had taken advantage of their mutual destruction to unleash divine punishment. As the relentless thunder of the heavenly Tao continued, Su Qing could no longer hear any sound. The East Sea beneath his feet began to change color, the blood energy rising and transforming into spiritual energy. The once bloody sea rapidly turned blue, restoring itself. Given time, the East Sea would flourish more than ever before. Yet the sky remained overcast, a dreadful pressure sweeping across the East Sea, seemingly targeting him. Having just expended far beyond his limits to rescue Yi Chen from the mysterious figure, he had also wielded the power of annihilation. Su Qing felt a twinge of resentment. The destruction of his avatar mattered little, but the loss of the items within the universe ring, along with Yi Chen's blood essence, was a waste, as countless terrifying bolts of lightning converged. Even the true immortals could be obliterated by such fearsome columns of thunder. Cursed the heavenly Tao, I refuse to concede. A massive black hole appeared behind Su Qing, as if it sought to devour heaven and earth, surging toward the sky to swallow the lightning bolts. The devourer of the heavenly Tao erupted with its strongest physical prowess, seemingly intent on consuming all. Su Qing's eyes glinted with icy resolve, his heart steeling itself for the inevitability of death. As the lightning bolts entered the black hole, it began to tremble violently, its ripples sweeping outward. At this moment, another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and the black hole teetered on the brink of collapse. Clearly unable to withstand it, a fierce glimmer flashed in Su Qing's eyes as he unleashed the dual forces of yin and yang from within himself. The immense Taiji diagram emerged within the black hole, where the extremes of yin and yang collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. All forces erupted once more, culminating in a devastating detonation. The god-slaying sword array and the original battle armor also surged forth, igniting in concert. A terrifying explosion engulfed tens of thousands of miles, vaporizing the surrounding seawater and exposing the seabed, while torrents of seawater rushed back in. Su Qing's figure vanished amidst the chaos. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao seemed to lose its target, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, the East Sea lay desolate, its creatures retreating into their shells. Yet the spiritual energy, birthed from the blood essence, became extraordinarily rich, surpassing its previous density manifold. On the coast of the East Sea, Lin Jinxing gazed at the transformation, pondering whether the blood sea had truly vanished. Was the blood demon really dead? What could have caused his demise? A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Although the East Sea had calmed, the most outstanding disciple of the purple cloud's sacred land, destined to suppress the extraordinary powers of the age, had perished here. At that moment, a golden dragon of fortune soared from afar, accompanied by Yun Yin and 3 elders of the Yun family. The 3 elders returned to the great Qian imperial capital, while Yun Yin remained, observing the East Sea with a complex expression. Although she was unaware of the specifics, her memories from her previous life led her to speculate that the celestial demon had outwitted the blood demon, resulting in both of their deaths within the heavenly Tao's retribution. Her middle finger trembled slightly, an expression of surprise masked expertly. Eldest elder, regardless of how the blood demon met his end, the East Sea is now a treasure trove. Both the purple cloud's sacred land and great Qian should fully incorporate it into their sphere of influence. Otherwise, it could become troublesome if other factions arrive. They are adept at fleeing from calamities, yet they are equally eager to seize benefits. Yun Yin regarded Lin Jinxing, aware that the great Qian alone could not hope to absorb the East Sea, but the purple cloud's sacred land, should it mobilize its resources, would be sufficient to instill fear across the entire eastern region. Lin Jinxing sighed softly, staring at the distant celestial vessel, where the others tended to their wounds. We should first consult with the Sacred Lord and the Grand Elder. Those factions are unlikely to receive news so swiftly. They would prefer to distance themselves from the East Sea. Lin Jinxing's fingertips glimmered with light as a trove of premium spirit stones entered the celestial vessel, which then soared toward the purple cloud mountains. He, meanwhile, took to the skies alone, hastening deeper into the East Sea. Yun Yin watched Lin Jinxing's receding figure from the celestial vessel, reassured that he should be safe. Otherwise, the Heart Unity Seal would not have resonated. Chapter 96, Rebirth. Return to the purple cloud sacred land. Half a day later. At this moment, deep within the caverns of the East Sea, a ring floated in the air, intertwined with blood vessels. Spiritual energy swirled around, continuously converging toward this spot, and the blood vessels began to take on a humanoid form. Su Qing was enveloped in divine light, clutching the universe ring, relieved that it remained intact. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. Just before his self-detonation, Su Qing had infused a drop of blood essence and the universe ring with the power of the void, casting them into the spatial rift. He activated the void transformation and indestructible demon blood attributes, while simultaneously utilizing the annihilator attribute for concealment, allowing himself to be reborn through blood. Although he returned to his original form, he found his cultivation diminished. He was now but an empty shell. However, this was not a significant issue. As long as his avatar remained intact, his true self could refresh and restore him. Radiating with light, his true self descended. Reclaiming the avatar and gathering all the items within the universe ring, he would have to hide for a while. It was a pity to relinquish the identity of the sacred son of the purple cloud's sacred land, which could have afforded him numerous cultivation resources. Nevertheless, he resolved to send his avatar back to deliver the forgetfulness blade to the purple cloud's sacred land, as the sacred lord, Yin Shi, had treated him quite favorably. Su Qing released his avatar once more, his true self vanishing from sight, and he returned to the heart of the Xianxia secret realm. Simultaneously, near the Tian Duan mountain range, in a nearby mortal village, Yichun found himself on the verge of tears, collapsed upon the grass, his face ashen. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life, the cultivation he had painstakingly honed was lost, leaving him exceedingly frail. Even a gust of wind seemed capable of toppling him. Moreover, his physique felt sullied, rendering him unable to sense any spiritual energy. What did this signify? It meant that embarking on the path of immortality again would be an insurmountable challenge. Even for a physical cultivator, one requires spiritual energy to temper the body. Without perceiving any spiritual energy, pursuing the path of physical cultivation would be exceedingly difficult and would demand vast resources. At that moment, an elderly figure glared at Yi Chun with hostility. She donned a resplendent yellow gown, yet her figure bore the marks of age, her face etched with deep wrinkles. This was Ji Ruxue, the very one who had saved Yi Chun. At this moment, Ji Ruxue was on the brink of tears, lamenting her fate as a peak immortal, mere moments away from breaking through to Earth immortal, only to have her powers rendered useless in her attempt to protect this young man. Within her, various terrifying forces churned, tormenting her daily to the point of wishing for death, a fate far worse than mere existence. Once considered a peerless beauty, she had lived for several millennia. With her cultivation obliterated, her aged visage was laid bare, and her lifespan dwindled to a mere flicker, poised for imminent demise. Ji Ruxue was one of the disciples of the heavenly Tao mountain in central divine continent, a place of lineage devoted to the faith of the heavenly Tao, where even those lacking cultivation aptitude could swiftly elevate their powers if chosen by the Tao. Guided by the heavenly Tao, she had intended to journey to the East Sea to quell the chaos wrought by the blood demon, only to find herself inadvertently rescuing Yi Chun, unaware of the formidable foes he faced. With a single stroke, her vitality and experience were completely drained. Had she not burned her entire essence in a desperate moment, transcending space itself to arrive here, she would have surely perished. Yi Chun gazed at her aged countenance and expressed his heartfelt gratitude for her life-saving intervention, vowing to repay her. What can you offer in return? Without an extraordinary elixir to extend my life, I can survive no more than 7 days, Ji Ruxue retorted. Her teeth clenched in frustration. She had not anticipated Yi Chun's nonchalant demeanor. Do not despair. I possess a secret technique that can absorb the essence of demonic beasts and transform it into life force to prolong your existence, Yi Chun hastily replied. Really? I shall tentatively place my trust in you. But given our current state, how shall we hunt these demonic beasts? Ji Ruxue regarded him with skepticism. Yet, a smile graced Yi Chun's lips as he reassured her. Rest assured, I have my methods. He rummaged through his attire, producing a plethora of talismans, each pre-filled with spiritual energy, all of exceptional quality and formidable power. Even Ji Ruxue was momentarily taken aback. Since awakening her ethereal body, she had been invincible, relying solely on her innate weapon. Shall we proceed? The Tianshan mountain is teeming with demonic beasts, Yi Chun offered, assisting the elderly Ji Ruxue as they ambled towards the mountain range. Meanwhile, deep within the East Sea, on Penglai Island, Su Qing had returned, intent on scouring the place once more for hidden treasures. After all, with the immense influence of the Penglai immortal sect, anything was possible. Su Qing activated the exterminator trait, suppressing any aura, blending seamlessly with the mundane. Should he inadvertently reveal even a hint of his essence, divine retribution would befall him, relentless and unforgiving. However, with the exterminator trait active, even if the heavenly Tao recognized his identity, it could not lock onto him. Presently, the Penglai immortal sect was devoid of life. Not a single blood demon in sight. Su Qing discovered only the remnants of the sect's protective formation, now in ruins. Given its celestial grade, with some repairs, it could still serve its purpose. Just then, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the sky, landing upon Penglai Island. Lin Jianxing beheld Su Qing's figure, his eyes alight with astonishment. I told you, you wouldn't perish so easily. You are indeed still alive. Su Qing, engrossed in studying the formation disc, mused that should he master it, the formation master trait might yet evolve further. Looking up at Lin Jianxing, he recognized the Grand Elder and remarked, It seems you all are well. Come, let us return to the Xixiao sacred land, Lin Jianxing commanded, guiding Su Qing as they soared on swords towards the Xixiao mountain range. Lin Jianxing's speed was astonishing, having reached the pinnacle of the ascendant stage. He even caught up with the celestial vessel. On board, the powerful members of the Xixiao sacred land rejoiced at Lin Jianxing's return. Ying Xian gazed at Su Qing, a wave of guilt washing over him. Had Su Qing perished in the East Sea, he would have lived the latter half of his life consumed by remorse. As long as you are safe, he murmured. Can you recount what transpired? How did the blood demon meet its end? Yun Yin inquired with a gentle smile. The Emperor demon broke free from its seal and battled another wicked entity, the blood demon. Ultimately, they both fell into a vast spatial rift. And that was the last of it, Su Qing succinctly explained. As these details were not secretive, the spatial rift above the East Sea was visible to all. Lin Jianxing's brow furrowed in concern. The Emperor demon had escaped its seal, Yet the Xixiao sacred land had shown no signs of disturbance. Could something have gone awry? He pondered, hastening the celestial vessel's speed. As the celestial vessel descended at the gates of the Xixiao sacred land, everything appeared tranquil. Lingxi, the sovereign of Xixiao, hovered in the air, astonished to see the group return so swiftly. Is the blood demon truly resolved? She queried. The situation is intricate. I shall elaborate later. For now, let everyone return to their abodes to recuperate, Lin Jinxing instructed. Very well. As the crowd dispersed, Su Qing lingered, producing the ruthless blade, which he promptly returned to Lingxi. Though this treasure has remained in my possession, I have never made use of it. It is better suited for you, sovereign. Lingxi, holding the ruthless blade, marveled at its latent power, which Su Qing had indeed never wielded. With a resigned sigh, she mused, you have begun to grow in your own right. Such protective artifacts are no longer necessary. Su Qing nodded appreciatively before entering the Xixiao Sacred Land's library. The Xixiao Sacred Land housed a vast collection of tomes, including numerous formation texts that Su Qing had yet to explore. The formation master trait required a wealth of formation literature to advance. 2 weeks later, matters reached a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, conflict erupted once more in the East Sea, as the 8 ancient families of the South convened, seeking to claim a portion of the East Sea territory. Lingxi ventured to the East Sea, embodying an invincible force in her Empyrean ruthlessness state, single-handedly wounding the ancestors of the 8 ancient families. The Xixiao Sacred Land expanded once more, seizing the majority of the East Sea, allocating a portion of the northeastern waters to the Deqian. At this moment, in the heart of the Yuxia secret realm, within the world of his inner self, Su Qing sat beneath the towering Tree of Heaven. The Tree of Heaven had experienced tremendous growth, now standing several dozen meters tall, brimming with vitality. Sensing the state of his inner world, he realized his physique had reached the peak of the refinement stage, while his realm had ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Gently opening his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings, the entirety of his inner world unfolding before him. At that moment, Shui Liuli wielded a blood-soul short sword, engaged in combat with a peaked golden core monstrous fish upon the surface of the sea. With merely 3 strikes, she dispatched the creature, her ease in battle leaving the nearby dreamlike and scattered immortal-level shuns in awe. Su Qing observed this scene, marveling at her prowess as the reincarnation of the demon lord. In less than a month, her combat strength had soared to terrifying heights. In truth, Shui Liuli had reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage within just 3 days. Su Qing intended for her to solidify her foundation. Hence he had refrained from allowing her to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He called out to her telepathically, come to my side. Today, I shall assist you in stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Extending his palm, the primordial purple Qi radiated forth, intending to aid his apprentice in establishing her foundation. Across the myriad realms, numerous treasures for foundation establishment existed, among which the finest were the Qi of the Great Tao and the primordial purple Qi. Shui Liuli approached Su Qing, asking, Master, do you have any secret techniques to impart to me today? Su Qing was quite troubled. This little creature's comprehension was astonishingly formidable, as it directly entered a state of enlightenment during its cultivation. Were it not for the safety net provided by his system, which contained an abundance of spells, techniques, and secret arts, he would have been utterly drained by now. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, I shall impart the grand technique of the golden light of the earth to you. Wonderful. Little Liuli's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, her once reclusive demeanor had transformed, becoming much more cheerful and vivacious. Su Qing began to establish her foundation using the primordial purple energy. Simultaneously, his consciousness delved into the body of his Kunping avatar. At that moment, amidst the craggy cliffs and within a hollowed-out tree, the Kunping egg lay nestled in its nest. Nearby, several eggs belonging to the Xian-winged birds had appeared. It seemed the Xian-winged birds were soon to hatch. Perhaps their maternal instincts had flared, preventing them from attacking him. The days spent being incubated by the Xian-winged birds were the most exasperating for Su Qing. The Kunping egg was on the verge of hatching. He hoped to escape this place as soon as possible. Just then, a Xian-winged bird soared down from the heavens, clutching a high-grade celestial crystal in its talons. Upon returning to the nest, it placed the crystal beneath itself and resumed incubating its eggs. Su Qing absorbed the celestial essence within the crystal, and the body of his Kunping avatar grew increasingly stronger. The attributes possessed by his main body, along with those acquired later, were also present in this avatar. Under the innate talent of devouring heaven, Su Qing devoured half of the celestial crystal. Had it not been for the fact that the Kunping avatar was still in the process of gestation, he could have consumed far more. Sated, fatigue washed over him, and he drifted into a tranquil slumber. As for safety, if the Xian-winged birds had intended to kill him, he would have perished long ago. The Xian-winged bird stood up, curiously eyeing this extraordinary egg. Possessing true immortal-level cultivation, the bird's intelligence was exceedingly high. It initially thought it had accidentally hatched the egg prematurely, but now it seemed that this was not its offspring. However, having nurtured it for so long, a bond had formed, and it wouldn't simply destroy it. Grasping the Kunping egg, it spread its wings, radiating a brilliant white light, and with astonishing speed, traversed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. It alighted atop an ice mountain, gently placing the Kunping egg down, intending to let it fend for itself. Subsequently, the Xian-winged bird returned to its nest. When Su Qing awoke, he sensed his surroundings with his divine consciousness. Goodness, where have I ended up? This is quite peculiar. Upon the ice mountain, the frigid winds howled, and a tempestuous blizzard engulfed the area. The Kunping egg emanated the dual energies of yin and yang. Rising into the air and entering a nearby ice cave, array patterns materialized at the cave's entrance, then vanished into the storm. Su Qing resolved to allow the Kunping egg to hatch. Remaining in egg form was exceedingly inconvenient. As time flowed by, another month passed. The Kunping broke free from its shell, the black hole consuming the remnants of the eggshell. Su Qing gazed through the ice layer at the visage of his Kunping avatar. It appeared somewhat frail, adorned with jet-black feathers, which seemed rather peculiar, lacking the terrifying grandeur that could obscure the heavens. Reflecting on the Kunping he had seen in the scroll, which emanated an unparalleled might, capable of darkening the sky and traversing the universe with its wings, Su Qing couldn't help but marvel. Although it was small, it had the potential to grow. Moreover, its essence was complete, albeit its form was a touch diminutive. Breaking through the ice cave's formations, the Kunping soared with unmatched grace, the purple and azure divine rainbow igniting simultaneously. It soared across the heavens, seeking a populated area to ascertain which era it found itself in. Su Qing speculated that it was likely an age following the mythical era. The mythical era already had humans, and the human emperor led the human race in rebellion against the celestial court, even waging war against the heavenly emperor. This era should also possess the presence of humanity. As Su Qing traversed the skies, a sudden eruption of terrifying battle fluctuations erupted ahead. A fearsome beast, drenched in blood, fled frantically, crimson raining down from its body. In pursuit was a robust youth wielding a bone club, racing after it. Nowhere to run. That beast destroyed my tribe. They all deserve to perish. You're quite large. I shall make you my dinner. The youth moved with incredible speed, swiftly catching up. And with the ancient patterns on his bone club glowing, he ended the beast's life in an instant. With one hand, he lifted the enormous creature, hastening away into the distance. Su Qing emerged from the spatial rift, his gaze contemplative. Those runes on the bone club. Why does it feel so familiar? Chapter 98. The desolate emperor in his youth, he entered the void divine realm. In the dead of night, a terrifying giant beast was roasting over a fire that shimmered with ancient patterns. A youth clad in beast skin sat before the enormous fire, his eyes clouded with memories and sorrow. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind him. Have you heard of the Azure Emperor? The beast skin youth immediately became alert, ancient patterns swirling around his wrist as he gripped the bone club, surveying his surroundings. Su Qing stepped forth from the spatial rift, having transformed his Kunping avatar into human form through illusion. Sensing the beast skin youth's hostility towards the beasts, he thought it prudent to avoid revealing his Kunping form, lest the youth act rashly. The beast skin youth eyed Su Qing. Although still somewhat wary, his apprehension had notably diminished. Fate has brought us together in these mountains. Would you mind sharing some of that meat? Su Qing inquired, settling beside the beast skin youth. The youth merely nodded slightly, offering no further response. Su Qing scrutinized the patterns on the bone club, growing increasingly familiar with them. They bore a striking resemblance to the secret techniques used by Tai Quang, whom he encountered in Cold Mountain City. However, Tai Quang's patterns were exquisitely intricate, while the beast skin youth's were simplicity itself. Observing the attributes of this beast skin youth, he noted, "Oh man, destiny, desolate emperor. Talent, endless battle intent, savage blood of war. Talent, savage battle body, beast pattern path, profound bone, heart of invincibility. Fortuitous destiny. Description, a youth from a small tribe, having witnessed the destruction of his tribe and the might of the Azure Emperor. He is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse, shaking the heavens." Su Qing was astonished to discover that this beast skin youth had indeed witnessed the scene of him fishing through time and space. He began to sign in on the Crimson Attribute panel. Sign in successful. Received 10 drops of Myriad Spirits Divine Blood. Myriad Spirits Divine Blood, the most potent treasure from the ancient era, capable of significantly enhancing physical potential, transforming one into a supreme physique. While he had suspected this earlier, Seeing the system panel confirmed Su Qing's realization. This was indeed the desolate emperor spoken of by Tai Quan. The later savage continent was birthed by him. It appeared that he was in the ancient era, following the mythical age, during a time when the great world had fragmented and the myriad realms had just come into existence. As the two feasted heartily, they completely devoured the enormous beast, which was akin to a mountain. Su Qing looked at Man. Brother, thank you for your hospitality. Where do you plan to go next? Man shook his head in confusion. My goal is to become an emperor, yet I am still too weak. Were it not for inadvertently acquiring this beast pattern secret technique, I would remain lost on how to grow stronger. Now, I have a preliminary objective, to gather the essence and bones of all beasts, giant creatures, ferocious beasts, strange creatures, and even divine beasts I encounter, to forge my own path with the myriad beasts' blood patterns and bone patterns. Hearing Man's words, a flicker of surprise flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Indeed, the future sovereign of desolation has unmistakably defined his ambitions, intending to forge a path uniquely his own. Reflecting upon himself, he realizes that while he is preoccupied with aspirations of enhancement and acquiring formidable attributes, he has scarcely contemplated the quest for his own grand journey. Through extensive conversations with Amon, Su Qing discerns that the current iteration of the sovereign of desolation exhibits a remarkable naivety, rendering him exceptionally easy to become a confidant with whom one can share anything. I, too, shall seek out stronger beasts to challenge. Perhaps we could journey together for a time? Amon nodded in agreement, for he felt an overwhelming solitude within the boundless mountains, having not conversed with another soul for an eternity. Now, with a companion, albeit one who appears rather weak, he found the situation quite agreeable. On the following dawn, the two set forth into the mountains, embarking on a quest for mightier fiends to confront. Within the realm of his inner world, Su Qing opened his eyes to find that the petite Lioli had completed her foundation establishment and was presently solidifying her realm. Over a month had elapsed in the outside world, yet merely 3 days had passed within his own. Quietly, Su Qing ascended to the pinnacle of the towering celestial tree. The marvels of opportunity in life are indeed extraordinary. Not long ago, he had merely heard whispers of the sovereign of desolation's legend, and now he found himself encountering it firsthand. As he commenced his temporal fishing, despite the randomness of his catches, Su Qing remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. Presently, his array master attribute was nearing golden quality, and the formations inscribed upon his spirit stones had grown significantly more potent, even incorporating a miniature black hole capable of engulfing everything within several miles. As the transparent threads delved into the rift of time and space, Su Qing sensed a surge of energy and hastily retracted the threads. Numerous items cascaded from the spatial fissure, including shattered celestial artifacts, spirit treasures depleted of their essence, and an assortment of various treasures. Could it be that he had unearthed remnants of an ancient battlefield? It appeared that his hypothesis held merit, for this method of temporal fishing could yield even greater rewards. In his grasp appeared a token, none other than the Void God token he had acquired long ago. Requiring a drop of blood for recognition, he promptly infused his divine consciousness into it. Suddenly, he was engulfed in a whirl of sensations, and a new vista materialized before him. He beheld an immense city, a single edifice rivaling even the illustrious Zetian capital. Groups of youthful prodigies traversed the streets, each radiating an unparalleled air of arrogance. Ah, another newcomer, hailing from the remote eastern domain. It seems rather unimpressive, does it not? Indeed, what exceptional talents could possibly emerge from such a backwater region? What of it? Even if they enter the Void God realm, such individuals are unworthy of this realm. Their presence is an affront to us. At this moment, Su Qing wore a stoic expression, a hint of amusement flickering within. Even a peak blood demon avatar had perished at his hands. Where did these individuals derive their audacity? Look, they must be awestruck by the grandeur of this place. Reduced to foolish laughter. Let us depart. Apologies, but you shan't leave, Su Qing sneered, manipulating his divine consciousness. He was on the verge of ascending to the second layer of the supreme refinement technique, his divine mental power nearing 1,000-fold, almost comparable to celestial levels. The scene that unfolded was one of dread, enveloping the surrounding individuals in a hellish spectacle that instilled terror. Observing the torment of these souls as they were torn asunder by legions of specters brought Su Qing a profound sense of satisfaction. Perhaps I have been too merciful, otherwise you would all be dead by now. Enjoy your time. You wield such demonic arts. Prepare to face the wrath of the world. Your demise is imminent. Despite their excruciating suffering, one defiant youth still managed to scream. Ah, still capable of shouting. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Su Qing's expression remained unchanged as he intensified the tormenting phenomena. 1,000 blades and countless specters feasted upon their hearts. subjecting them to unrelenting agony until they succumbed to their fate. Just as they believed salvation awaited in death, Su Qing's voice echoed, "Forgive me. But you mistake death for an end. It is merely the beginning." Chapter 99. The intricacies of the Void God realm following numerous cycles of death and resurrection. The once arrogant prodigies who had encircled Su Qing now bore vacant expressions, their souls irreversibly scarred, the repercussions extending into reality. Feeling a tinge of boredom, Su Qing dispelled the torturous illusions, observing the haughty youths dissipate into nothingness. The Void God realm appeared to hold a certain allure. Gazing around with an expression as tranquil as still waters, Su Qing concealed the remnants of his earlier brutality. Yet, the surrounding prodigies regarded him with trepidation, hastily retreating. Su Qing scrutinized the information on each individual, finding no indication of their talents or attributes, only basic details such as name, status, identity, and weaknesses. At that moment, a blue-clad maiden emerged from the crowd, her gaze directed at Su Qing, brimming with mirth. "I never anticipated you would cause such a stir upon entering the Void God realm. Allow me to familiarize you with this place." "Who are you?" Su Qing inquired, his expression laced with confusion. "You've forgotten me? I am Xianxia, the candidate saintess of the Nine Heavens sacred land, and now a true saintess. We met during the Prodigy Summit, remember?" Xianxia's expression faltered, clearly taken aback by Su Qing's apparent forgetfulness. As Su Qing examined her details, he noted, "Xianxia, saintess of 9 heavens, adept in the Lingxiao combat art, capable of fighting beyond her level. Her weakness lies in her overly gentle disposition, making her susceptible to setbacks." Confirming her identity as the saintess, Su Qing remained indifferent. When faced with the blood demon, "Your 9 heavens sacred land merely recoiled like a turtle. I have no desire to converse with you. Farewell." With that, he turned away, disappearing from her sight. Xianxia stood rooted, her foot tapping in frustration, soon giving way to a sense of grievance. After all, these decisions were merely reflections of the higher echelons of her sacred land, not her own volition. Approaching the tallest edifice, Su Qing found himself before a towering spire that seemed to pierce the heavens, its height indeterminable. Each level bore a name, and Su Qing's gaze lit up as he beheld the 100th layer, which bore the name Yunyan. The remaining names were unfamiliar to him. "What purpose does this place serve? It appears rather intriguing." A simple-minded youth nearby explained, "This is the Celestial Tower, within its confines. One can duel with the spectral manifestations of formidable beings from various epochs of this realm, potentially even encountering ancient emperors. Each adversary encountered is suppressed to match your current realm, and the opponents are randomly assigned. Should fortune not favor you, encountering a powerful foe or divine beast may prevent you from ascending further. However, defeating a spectral adversary grants you insights into their cultivation." Su Qing nodded, taking note of the youth's details. Shi Wuhan, hailing from the southern wilderness, proficient in Gu and shamanistic arts, looked down upon by the orthodox practitioners of the central divine continent. "Thank you for your elucidation," Su Qing replied with a faint smile. Shi Wuhan appeared somewhat anxious, but nodded in acknowledgement. "These matters will soon be known to you in due time." At that moment, a commotion erupted within the crowd. "Look, Yuan Yin has surpassed the 100th layer. Truly astounding. She has ascended 100 layers in a single day. It seems Yuan Yin has broken the record. The previous strongest prodigy, Xia Shenwu, only managed to reach 30 layers. Perhaps Yuan Yin was fortunate, encountering only weak opponents along the way. That is unlikely. The probability of encountering strong adversaries increases as one ascends, and their numbers multiply as well. Who could have imagined such a powerful prodigy emerging from the eastern domain?" Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Su Qing maintained a stoic countenance. Yuan Yin, endowed with the memories of a former celestial emperor, possesses combat experience and skills that are formidable to the utmost degree. Achieving this is hardly a challenge. Approaching Shi Wuhan, she inquires, "Fellow Taoist, I have just arrived. Could you guide me in familiarizing myself with the realm of illusory gods?" Shi Wuhan nods, deeming it a trivial matter. The two then venture to various locations. As Shi Wuhan elucidates, this is the only divine city within the realm of illusory gods. Beyond the city, one may encounter fierce beasts such as the divine phoenix, true roar, and xianxia. A moment's carelessness could lead to the damage of one's soul. However, vanquishing them may yield unexpected rewards. Within the divine city, there are 5 distinct areas: the Tower of Ascension, the Ancient Tower, the Talented One's Arena, the Immortal Gate Arena, and the Grand Tao Golden List. Su Qing explores these realms, noting the similarities between the Ancient Tower and the Tower of Ascension. However, the Ancient List permits challenges only against legendary figures from history, without suppressing one's cultivation level, akin to confronting true legends. The Talented One's Arena is accessible only to those under 100 years of age. with challengers required to ascend step by step, unable to directly confront the current strongest talents. The Talented One's arena also refrains from imposing any cultivation restrictions. Conversely, the Immortal Gate arena has no age limit, allowing all powerful beings to compete. Victorious challengers are duly rewarded. Upon reaching the final area, the Grand Tao list. 4 lists float in the sky: the Talented One's list, the Strong One's list, the Ancient list, and the Tower of Ascension list. Below, a throng of people bustle about, their attention fixated on the Tower of Ascension list. Look, Yunyan has ascended the list. It is truly astonishing that she has reached the Tower of Ascension list on her very first challenge. A flicker of puzzlement crosses Su Qing's eyes. Shi Wuhan explains. The Talented One's list and the Strong One's list correspond to the Talented One's arena and the Immortal Gate arena, respectively. The Ancient list ranks all powerful beings from antiquity to the present. The higher one ascends in the Tower of Ascension, the more prestigious their ranking on the Tower of Ascension list. Having garnered a general understanding of the realm of illusory gods, Su Qing smiles gently at Shi Wuhan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Should I journey to the southern wilderness in the future, I shall certainly pay you a visit to convey my thanks. Shi Wuhan hastily waves his hand. You are most welcome to visit. There is no need for gratitude. It's but a small matter. Standing beneath the Grand Tao list, Su Qing gazes at the ranks. Currently, the top of the Talented One's list is occupied by a figure named Xiaoxian, whose name is accompanied by a faction and physical constitution. He hails from the Human Emperor Palace and possesses the heavenly profound Tao physique. Upon seeing the name of the Human Emperor, Su Qing's mind races with contemplation. The Human Emperor, who defied the heavens in the mythic scrolls, left an indelible impression upon him. Though ultimately defeated by the Celestial Emperor, his extraordinary form still overshadowed the ages. Could it be that the Human Emperor Palace is the legacy left behind by the Human Emperor? To Su Qing's astonishment, he spots an unexpected name on the Talented One's list, none other than the honest youth, Shi Wuhan, standing beside him. Despite only being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, he ranks an impressive 379th, with those following him being formidable talents at the refining void stage, and even some at the cohesion stage. Meeting Su Qing's gaze, Shi Wuhan chuckles amiably. It's merely luck. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave from the realm of illusory gods. With that, his figure swiftly fades until he vanishes from sight. Su Qing contemplates the spot where Shi Wuhan once stood, musing. It appears he conceals his true depth. Could he also be a peerless talent? When I venture to the southern wilderness, I must explore his complete attribute panel. At that moment, as Yunyan's name reached the 8,000th position on the Tower of Ascension list, a terrifying scene unfolded. 3 divine beasts, the Vermilion Bird, unleashed their hellfire while Yunyan transformed into a divine phoenix to duel them. Ultimately, she was bested by the Vermilion Bird. Su Qing observes the unfolding drama, noting that Yunyan still seems to have strength remaining. She is yet to be injured. Just then, a calm female voice emanates from nearby. What? Do you wish for me to be harmed? Chapter 100, the Grand Tao List, World Map. Clad in a resplendent crimson imperial robe, Yunyan strides through the crowd, which parts to grant her passage. She approaches Su Qing, scrutinizing the names upon the lists. Will you not challenge them? You may gain profound insights into your cultivation. Su Qing, searching for familiar names on the list, shakes his head slightly. I am not particularly interested at the moment. I plan to experiment with these structures in a few days. At that moment, Su Qing spots a name on the Strong One's list, Ling Shi, the Holy Master of the Purple Clouds. Ranked 51st, Ling Shi specializes in the path of indifference and currently stands at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. It is said she once ventured deep into the demon clan's territory and returned unscathed after slaying a loose immortal-level beast. Su Qing, gazing at the Strong One's list, is taken aback by the Holy Master's strength, realizing she ranks only 51st. Yunyan's voice resonates in Su Qing's mind as she communicates. The Central Divine Continent possesses 9 celestial-grade dragon veins, capable of accommodating heavenly immortals. To prevent the celestial energy from dissipating, powerful beings have employed divine abilities to arrange formations, isolating the Central Divine Continent from other realms. While celestial beings are rare in the Central Divine Continent, they are not absent. The Holy Master of the Purple Clouds is indeed formidable, yet alas, she has not succeeded in ascension and cannot enter the Central Divine Continent. Without sufficient celestial energy, she cannot transform her spiritual power into celestial power. Understanding the situation now, Su Qing realizes why the few talents from the Central Divine Continent he previously encountered displayed such arrogance, completely dismissing the talents from other regions. It turns out that even without ascending, the talents of the Central Divine Continent can achieve immortality. Casting a general glance over the Strong One's list, the strongest among them is named Li Daoru, who astonishingly stands at the peak of the Heavenly Immortal stage and serves as the headmaster of the Heavenly Immortal Academy. The second is a nameless figure from the demon clan, referred to as the Heavenly Fiend Demon Sovereign, possessing late-stage Heavenly Immortal cultivation. The third hails from the Wildlands. Known as the Barbarian Emperor, rumored to have inherited the legacy of the Desolate Emperor, boasting an incredibly resilient physique that rivals that of Heavenly Immortals, and possessing mastery over beast-pattern secret arts. As Su Qing continues to examine the list, he notices that all entries are formidable beings of celestial caliber. Turning to Yun Yan, he finds she seems to anticipate his questions, nodding slightly. The demon clan's territory also harbors celestial-grade dragon veins, though only 4 exist there. Aside from the absolute forbidden zones of this world, there are only 13 celestial-grade dragon veins in total. After reviewing the strong ones list, Su Qing proceeds to examine the Tower of Ascension and the Ancient list. To his surprise, the Desolate Emperor is prominently featured among the latter, ranking high yet lacking the title of his own incarnation. It is possible that his Kunping incarnation perished inadvertently during the late stages, resulting in no records. Su Qing scrutinizes the Ancient list, where the strongest is the Xian Emperor, followed by the Ancestral Dragon. The Desolate Emperor takes 3rd place, while the Demon God claims 4th, all being at the Celestial King level. Shifting his gaze back to the Tower of Ascension, he notes that the top rank is also held by the Xian Emperor, positioned at the 8,880th layer. The 2nd place is held by the Desolate Emperor, merely 10 layers below the Xian Emperor. Yun Yan conveys through their mental connection. Let us go. I shall take you to 2 secret locations that may prove useful to you in the future. The 2 walk side by side, arriving at a concealed area within the divine city of illusions. The surroundings are devoid of color, appearing gray and reminiscent of the texture of a black and white photograph. However, a striking black building stands out prominently. Yun Yan dons a mask adorned with phoenix patterns, explaining, "This place is called the Blood Robe Tower, a notorious assassin organization reputed to have slain true immortals, and it serves as a source for various intelligence." Su Qing also adorns a mask, half black and half white, featuring a peculiar smile. As the 2 individuals entered the Blood Garment Tower, they found the walls adorned with numerous scrolls, each displaying an array of publicly announced information. Yun Yan casually picked up a scroll and handed it to Su Qing, transmitting, "This information is publicly accessible and free of charge, available solely within the realm of the Void Deity. It serves as a means for the Blood Garment Tower to foster connections with formidable powers and prodigies." Su Qing examined the scroll, reading, "The blood demon of the Eastern Sea has emerged but has been vanquished by divine retribution, so there is no need for concern." Another entry stated, "The demon clan on the mainland stirs restlessly. The demon sovereign has issued a stern warning that should the strongest of the wilderness, the Wild Emperor, clear a path, an assault on the central divine continent will ensue." A further notice proclaimed, "True immortal relics have surfaced in the western desert, attracting several celestial beings." Su Qing felt a sense of déjà vu as he observed the scrolls, contemplating how reminiscent they were of newspapers. The world truly was remarkable. He diligently committed the various contents to memory. At that moment, several figures entered the Blood Garment Tower, each ascending to different floors. The 2nd floor housed secret intelligence, accessible only through cultivation resources, with the rarity of information correlating to the magnitude of resources required. Higher floors dealt with assassination commissions. "There are many matters to attend to in the great Qian Empire. I shall take my leave from the Void Deity realm for now. You are always welcome to visit the Imperial City," Yun Yan declared before her figure grew faint and vanished from sight. With her departure, Su Qing gazed at the map adorning the wall, which encompassed the entirety of the world: the eastern region, southern frontier, northern plains, western desert, and central divine continent. Beyond the northern plains lay the wilderness, and beyond that, the demon clan's mainland. In total, there were merely 3 continents. Su Qing scrutinized the map, noting that the expanse of the northern sea was several times larger than that of the eastern sea, which explained its capacity to accommodate both the wilderness and the demon clan's mainland. He exited the Blood Garment Tower and subsequently departed from the Void Deity realm, having gained knowledge of regions beyond the eastern domain. Although he did not challenge the various structures, the journey was far from futile. Within his internal world, atop the celestial tree, Su Qing opened his eyes to behold the floating Void Deity token before him. The Void Deity realm resembled a simulated world where, even in death, one merely suffered spiritual damage without facing true demise. The central divine continent harbored celestial-level dragon veins, with an abundance of prodigies and powerful beings, indicative of a plethora of high-quality opportunities. Should the chance arise, a journey through the central divine continent would be quite delightful. At that moment, below, Shuel Yuli had successfully stabilized her cultivation. Having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, she had already reached its latter phase. Her aura grew increasingly formidable as she observed Su Qing, who sat cross-legged atop the celestial tree. Master, the monstrous fish in the sea are no longer fit to serve as my sparring partners. I wish to explore the outside world. Su Qing replied gently, a smile gracing his lips. Once you achieve the transformation realm, you may venture out alone. For now, you remain too weak. If you seek a stronger opponent, I can engage you in battle. Shui Liuli promptly shook her head. No need for that. I shall hone my combat skills within the mirage of the shimmering shell. Su Qing watched her retreat to the seaside, his gaze laden with complexity. Should she leave his internal world without engaging in combat? The heavenly deception runes and annihilation marks could obscure the prying eyes of the heavenly Tao. However, should she strike, it would reveal the essence of the demon lord, prompting the heavenly Tao to lock onto her presence and cast her into reincarnation. A troublesome predicament indeed. Chapter 101. The Devouring of the Cloudy Mist's Secret Realm. An encounter with Yichun. Su Qing initiated the process of allowing the three avatars within his internal world to comprehend the array texts of the Penglai immortal sect, rapidly advancing his skills as an array master. He hoped to discern new formations that could assist Shui Liuli in her endeavors outside. Presently, he possessed 5 avatars. 3 were engaged in meditation within his internal world, 1 resided in the ancient era, and the last was in the purple sky's sacred land as a holy sun. Su Qing exited his internal world, arriving at the heart of the cloudy mist's secret realm. He tore through the fabric of space, departing the secret realm and directly infiltrating the 9 heavens sacred land, intent on emptying their repository of array texts. The 9 heavens sacred land was shrouded in swirling clouds, perched atop the clouds in the northern part of the eastern region. It was intricately linked to the city of Cloud Pinnacle, all ensconced within a colossal celestial-level array that allowed for effortless relocation. To evade the blood demon, the 9 heavens sacred land had activated this grand formation, concealing the entire sanctuary within the skies, only recently revealing itself. Inside the 9 heavens sacred land, Su Qing concealed his presence, traversing the surroundings. Within the scripture repository, an elder of the great ascension stage stood guard. Evading the scrutiny of such a powerful figure was child's play for Su Qing. He meticulously perused various texts within the repository, intending to savor their wisdom at a leisurely pace upon his return. After 3 days, Su Qing had thoroughly emptied the scripture repository of the 9 heavens sacred land, even imprinting a copy of their most potent secret technique, the 9 transformations of cloud and mist. As for the treasure vault, given the 9 heavens sacred land's profound foundation, which likely housed scattered immortals, Su Qing chose to avoid escalating the situation and opted for a discreet departure. Having exited the 9 heavens sacred land, Su Qing returned to the cloudy mist's secret realm, which had now diminished to merely a third of its original size, with the remainder utilized to expand his internal world. This time, Su Qing resolved to seize the entirety of the cloudy mist's secret realm into his internal world before vacating the confines of the 9 heavens sacred land. On that day, the cloudy mist's secret realm vanished without a trace. The celestial sword saint and the master of the 9 heavens stood at the site where the cloudy mist's secret realm once resided, their expressions grim. The master of the 9 heavens spoke somberly. It is merely a secret realm. The 9 heavens sacred land can absorb the loss, but it seals away the heavenly demon. Has the heavenly demon escaped? This could spell trouble. Recalling the blood demon's overwhelming influence, which had merely sent one of its avatars forth from its seal to instill fear throughout the eastern region, he pondered the gravity of the situation, especially now that the true body of the heavenly demon had emerged from its confinement. The 9 heavens sacred land had sealed the heavenly demon for tens of thousands of years. What retribution might they now face? The master of the 9 heavens turned pale, hastily glancing at the celestial sword saint beside him. Elder, what should we do? The celestial sword saint snorted coldly in the face of the blood demon. We should have never hidden. Did you truly believe you could evade this? Without the need for further discussion, it was time for battle. Hearing the celestial sword saint's words only deepened the master of the 9 heavens' dismay. Previously, the celestial sword saint had nearly ventured to the eastern sea, and fearing the loss of the 9 heavens sacred land's greatest strength, he had desperately persuaded him not to go. However, this time, it seemed there was no avoiding it. With a sigh, he resigned himself to fate. Within the Tiandu mountain range, Su Qing reclined leisurely on a branch of a grand tree, savoring a spiritual fruit, blissfully unaware of the 9 heavens sacred land's trepidation. A familiar aura lingered in the air, one that unmistakably belonged to him. Yet, logically, he should not have visited this place. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished, swapping places with one of his avatars within the internal world. The only plausible explanation was that Yi Chun and the mysterious individual who had rescued him were nearby. Su Qing expanded his consciousness, enveloping a vast expanse of the Tian-Du mountain range. His figure slipped into a spatial rift, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, near the Tianwan mountain range, Yi Chun sat within a thatched cottage, absorbing spiritual energy. Although his cultivation had been rendered ineffective, the restoration of his innate constitution seemed significantly more formidable than before. Exhaling softly, Yi Chun attuned himself to the condition within his body. Currently, he was merely at the first layer of qi training, yet his physical form appeared exceptionally robust. Just then, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a yellow dress entered the cottage. It was Ji Ruxue. She gazed at Yi Chun, pausing for a moment in contemplation. "Speak your mind freely," Yi Chun said amicably, observing Ji Ruxue. "If I do not receive external assistance, the torment inflicted by several dreadful forces renders me nearly lifeless. Therefore, I humbly request your escort to the central divine continent, to Tiandao Mountain. Only by beseeching the heavens for mercy can I hope to restore my cultivation. Otherwise, relying solely on the blood of demonic beasts for survival, I shall not endure for long." Ji Ruxue's enchanting eyes sparkled as she looked intently at Yi Chun. He felt a pang of frustration. His destination was indeed the central divine continent, yet traversing the Tianwan mountain range was an insurmountable challenge given his current strength. It seemed Ji Ruxue discerned his predicament, for she held a storage ring in her hand. "This is my storage ring. Inside, there exists a map of the Tianwan mountain range, which may reveal a relatively safe route." Yi Chun activated Ji Ruxue's storage ring, examining its contents, and extracted several scrolls and jade tubes. Ji Ruxue pointed to one of the scrolls, stating, "This is the map of the Tianwan mountain range." However, Yi Chun was transfixed by a pitch-black jade tube, appearing almost entranced. "This is a technique I obtained from the inheritance at Tiandao Mountain, but I have never understood it. If you are interested, consider it as remuneration for your escort." Yi Chun tucked the obsidian scroll into his sleeve, a fleeting glimmer of delight illuminating his eyes. The technique seemed perfectly attuned to his constitution. Now, at the onset of his recultivation phase, he had intended to primarily practice the Tianma Sutra, but this new technique appeared to be an even more advantageous option. He then began to study the map of the Tianwan mountain range. Xianxia, concealed within a nearby spatial rift, observed the unfolding events. He was surprised that even after being incapacitated by his hand, Yi Chun was still presented with a superior opportunity. A luminous script materialized before him. Heavenly Tao Sacred Art, a technique exclusive to the sacred body of the Heavenly Tao, allowing those who cultivate this art to grow alongside it, achieving both internal and external refinement. This enhances one's physical constitution through the power of the Heavenly Tao, enabling combat with the fortitude of celestial luck, reaching the pinnacle of lethality, and granting mastery overall. One need only enter its threshold to command the domain of the Heavenly Tao in battle. Xianxia beheld the information regarding this technique. Feeling disillusioned with his own primary cultivation, the Taishang Wuqing record, with a snap of his fingers, he transformed into a state of nothingness, directly entering the thatched cottage. Chapter 102, Modifying Techniques, Setting Forth to the Eastern Sea. Upon reappearing within the spatial rift, Xianxia held the scroll of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Art. As his consciousness entered, he mused, "Such a powerful technique, yet I am unable to cultivate it. What a pity." With a sigh, he reflected that although he had devoured the essence of the sacred body of the Heavenly Tao and acquired its innate divine abilities, that was merely a previous phase. Yi Chun's constitution had already evolved further, now reaching a golden tier, and continued to grow. Only as the sacred body of the Heavenly Tao advanced to the next stage could he cultivate the subsequent layer. Moreover, Xianxia was reluctant to abandon the Taishang Wuqing record to pursue other techniques. After all, he had several powerful techniques at his disposal, each superior to the Taishang Wuqing record. Memorizing the Heavenly Tao Sacred Art, he inscribed a series of chaotic alterations upon the scroll. Beginning with the phrase, "To cultivate this art, one must first undergo castration." He then returned the scroll to Yi Chun, all of which transpired in a fleeting moment, unnoticed by Yi Chun, who remained engrossed in studying the map. Just then, Yi Chun's eyes brightened with realization. This route is indeed feasible. However, it was the hunting path of the golden-winged Great Pong, one of the mightiest rulers of the Tianwan mountain range, possessing the strength to contend with celestial beings. Although this path appeared devoid of other demonic beasts, it seemed fraught with danger. Ji Ruxue furrowed her brow as she regarded the route. "Sometimes, the most perilous locations are the safest," Yi Chun remarked with a faint smile. "Other areas are riddled with threats, while here, the primary danger is merely the golden-winged Great Pong." "Then, we shall have to give it a try," Ji Ruxue replied, her voice laced with skepticism. After a few hours of rest, Yi Chun surprisingly set forth, prompting Xianxia, hidden within the spatial rift, to silently scoff. Is this truly the child of the heavenly Tao? While cultivators in the ascendant stage cautiously enter the Tianwan mountain range, here is Yichun, merely at the first layer of Qi training, boldly striding in without a hint of concealment, appearing unfazed by danger. Yichun's pace was slow, especially as he had to accommodate Jiru Shui, who was merely a mortal, further impeding their journey. As they traveled, Yichun's attentiveness towards Jiru Shui fostered an increasingly ambiguous rapport between them, often leading to playful banter. Xianxia could only watch in silence, astonished by the potent allure of Yichun's mere violet-tiered destiny. Estimating their current speed, Xianxia concluded that even if they journeyed for a year and a half, they might not traverse the Tianwan mountain range. The time required to reach the central divine continent remained uncertain. Leaving a mark on Yichun, he retreated into his internal space. Rather than continuously observing Yichun's movements, he preferred to return to his inner world to cultivate. Within the internal realm, Xianxia sat in meditation atop the towering heavenly tree, reflecting on the return of this avatar. Even without his cultivation, Yichun was capable of seizing opportunities, accompanied by a beautiful companion. The crux of the matter lay in Xianxia's current inability to eliminate Yichun beneath the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, which was quite vexing. Gazing at the system panel, he noted a golden entry linked to Yichun, desperate crisis eruption, signed in successfully. Sign in successful, acquired reverse blood. Reverse blood. The more grievously injured one becomes, the stronger the power that erupts. At the brink of death, one can unleash a strength hundreds of times their own. Xianxia contemplated the entry, finding it quite remarkable, but ultimately deciding against its use. He preferred to operate at full strength rather than allow his avatar to utilize such a power. Observing the vast transformations within his internal world, he noted the vibrancy of life across the land, dotted with precious herbs and surrounded by sprawling orchards of spiritual fruit trees. With oceanic expanses, the presence of celestial bodies, and the cyclical change of seasons, it had nearly transformed into a genuine world. Leaving one avatar within the Tianwan mountain range, Xianxia vanished from his original location, heading towards the Xixiao sacred land. Atop the sacred sun peak of the Xixiao sacred land, he refreshed the strength of this avatar, then bestowed upon it the void divine order and the ancestral dragon key. Subsequently, he returned to the Tianwan mountain range and entered his inner world, intending to diligently cultivate and hasten the transformation of the demon god's overlord body. Atop sacred sun peak, Xianxia clasped the void divine order, securing it within his Qingquan ring. Having perused the entirety of the Xixiao sacred land's array tomes, he realized Yichun would not reach the central divine continent anytime soon. Thus, he resolved to investigate the ancestral dragon's secret realm in the northern sea. Just as Xianxia was about to depart from sacred sun peak, a radiant light descended not far away, revealing the grand elder, Lin Jianxing. He transmitted a message: "Activate the formation, I have matters to discuss with you." With a grand gesture, Su Qing dispelled the formation of the holy sun peak. Lin Jianxing soared into the grand hall, gazing at Su Qing. The East Sea was now firmly under control, yet there remained a need for guardians on Penglai Island. I intend to take several elders to oversee the island. In 3 days, a merchant convoy traveling from the North Sea to the South Sea will pass through the East Sea. At that time, you may accompany them to explore the South Sea and the southern frontier. Even the blood demon avatar at the human celestial level could not pose a threat to you. This time, there will be no protective treasures nor guardians. Su Qing listened to Lin Jianxing's words, pondering for a moment. After all, the ancestral dragon's secret realm was right there, and there was no rush to explore it. A journey of discovery would be delightful. Shall we set off now? Indeed. This merchant guild is renowned across the 4 regions, known as the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, wielding considerable influence. The Xixiao Sacred Land is poised to establish a preliminary collaboration with the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, so we will need to receive them on Penglai Island. Lin Jianxing produced an immortal vessel, which rapidly expanded in size. He laughed heartily, declaring their departure for the East Sea. This time, he felt remarkably at ease, free from the burdens of his previous confrontation with the blood demon. Su Qing chuckled softly and stepped onto the immortal vessel. Upon reaching the gates of the sacred land, the vessel came to a halt, and several individuals boarded. They were a few elders from the Xixiao sacred land, all at the great ascension stage, including Yingxian. Familiar faces, as these were the same elders who had bravely faced the blood demon before. This time, they would bask in the abundant spiritual resources of Penglai Island. The Holy Sun seems to have advanced in cultivation. His demeanor is even more radiant than before. Indeed, in just a few years, he may ascend to the position of Sacred Master, at which point, your support will be invaluable. The elders conversed jovially, their eyes glancing towards Su Qing. He nodded. Having signed once with each of them, acquiring some cultivation resources. As the immortal vessel took flight, they headed once more to the East Sea. However, this journey bore no dangers. Instead, it was a time to enjoy the fruits of victory. Now, the spiritual energy on Panlai Island was exceptionally dense, surpassing that of many renowned cultivation sites. Although they were at the great ascension stage, the ample supply of spiritual energy would undoubtedly propel their cultivation further. As the vessel soared over the Dacian Empire, Qing leaned against the railing, his consciousness sweeping across the land. Chapter 103. The Emergence of the Celestial Dragon Vein. Qing Merchant Guild. The common folk of the Dacian Empire wore more smiles than before. However, the cultivation clans present in every city appeared increasingly weakened. It seemed that Yun Yin was enacting some strategy. Qing did not comprehend the intricacies, but could perceive the nation's fortune. At this moment, the national fortune of Dacian was surging at an astonishing pace. Xian stood beside Qing, noting that under Yun Yan's governance, Dacian was flourishing. Though he hoped she would not neglect her own cultivation, Qing remained silent, secretly contemplating that with Yun Yan's capabilities, her cultivation speed would only accelerate with the nation's fortune at her back. As the immortal vessel sliced through the skies once more, they arrived at Panlai Island. The previously dilapidated structures had undergone a remarkable transformation, now grander than ever. The former celestial-grade formation of Panlai Island had been dismantled by Qing, and a new celestial-grade formation had emerged. Qing's eyes sparkled with surprise as he observed the system information. Panlai Island. Absorbing substantial amounts of purged blood energy from the heavenly Tao, the Panlai Dragon Vein is slowly evolving into a celestial-grade vein. It was astonishing that the blood demon, who had once turned the East Sea into a blood ocean, had inadvertently caused this blood energy to coalesce on Panlai Island, giving rise to the embryonic form of a celestial-grade dragon vein. Qing learned from the void divine realm that, aside from the Forbidden Lands, there were only 13 dragon veins in this world. Now, the emergence of the 14th was imminent. Celestial-grade dragon veins could generate celestial energy, enabling the conversion of spiritual power into celestial power, even without ascension, thus elevating one to the human celestial tier. Qing had previously perused ancient texts and discovered that since the chaotic era of the 9 demons, no one had successfully ascended in this realm. Even if one survived the trials of ascension, the guiding light would not descend, the celestial gate would remain shut, and the path to immortality would remain inaccessible. Thus, celestial-grade dragon veins were exceedingly precious. Should the formidable beings from the central divine continent learn of this, it would spell grave trouble. Upon arriving at Panlai Island, the other elders chose their caves and entered, while Qing leisurely wandered about, secretly setting up a deceptive grand formation. This formation was one he had comprehended from a previous entry, impervious to the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, capable of preventing other powerful beings from deciphering it. Qing altered the initial celestial energy of the dragon vein, changing its state and hue to resemble thick, ethereal mist, akin to concentrated spiritual energy, transforming into fog. If this were discovered, I would find myself in a precarious situation. 3 days later, Qing lay amidst the clouds near the shores of Panlai Island, appearing quite at ease. Where's that merchant guild? Qing tossed the seed of a spiritual fruit into the East Sea, attracting a frenzy of fish scrambling for it. Just then, his expression shifted. His consciousness detected a colossal creature several thousand miles to the north of Panlai Island. It was incomprehensibly larger than the cloud whale he had previously encountered, its immense body supporting a magnificent city atop its back. An enormous shadow loomed over the sea, sending the surrounding fish fleeing in terror. Qing's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the information about the creature. Kunling beast, one of the largest extraordinary beasts in the world. Gentle in nature, scarce in number, and not adept in combat. Observing the beast hovering near Panlai Island, 2 figures emerged from within. Leading them was an elder, radiating vitality, with cultivation at the early stage of great ascension. This is indeed the legendary Panlai Island. It is a true treasure. Lin Jianxing approached from afar. It turned out to be his friend Qin Chi from the Kunling Merchant Guild, inviting them to discuss matters on the island. I have brought some specialties from the northern plains, including rare beast cubs, unique spiritual minerals, precious herbs, and distinctive secret techniques from the north. If you have any needs, I can offer them to you at a favorable price. The leading elder stepped onto the air, landing on the sea, where the surface instantly froze. Various items lay upon the floating ice, some shimmering with celestial light, appearing quite valuable. Concerned that Lin Jianxing might misunderstand, he had no intention of entering Panlai Island. Lin Jianxing chuckled, stating, "My friend has traveled a great distance. Though I cannot extend full hospitality, I sincerely apologize. I will take all these items." Upon hearing Lin Jianxing's words, Xianxia was unconcerned about not entering Penglai Island. Though he was a cultivator, he was also a merchant. However, I have one request, Lin Jinxing said. Upon hearing the request, Xianxia felt a sense of foreboding. He had sensed that the transaction could not be so smooth. I, the holy son of Zixiao, wish to venture to the South Sea for training. Thus, I will require your assistance along the way. After Lin Jinxing concluded, Xianxia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. These are trivial matters. I will ensure the safe passage of the holy son of Zixiao to the South Sea. With the transaction completed and the price agreed upon, Lin Jinxing tossed out several storage rings. Just then, Su Qing descended from above, his eyes shimmering with light as he surveyed the items upon the floating ice. Two items particularly captured his interest. One was a dusty enlightenment stone, and the other was a scroll containing a myriad of transformative secret techniques. Observing Su Qing's gaze, Lin Jinxing remarked, "These items have all been acquired by our Zixiao sacred land. Take whatever you desire." Su Qing flicked his sleeve, collecting the enlightenment stone and the scroll of transformative secret techniques. Lin Jinxing paid no heed to these matters and transmitted a message, advising caution on the journey to the South Sea. Although you possess the formidable ability to contend with celestial-level beings, human hearts are inscrutable, so take care. Su Qing nodded expressionlessly. Beside him, Xianxia gazed at Su Qing with a complex look, pondering his thoughts. So, this is the renowned saint son of Zixiao, Su Qing. I am Xianxia, the president of the Kunling Merchant Association, a branch of the Four Seas Trading Alliance. The colossal Kunling beast will remain here for 3 days to procure some specialties from the Eastern Domain before heading to the South Sea. During this time, you may explore the city atop the Kunling beast. It has its own charm. Xianxia waved to a young girl in the distance. Exiner, you shall guide the saint son of Zixiao in familiarizing himself with Kunling City. The girl regarded Su Qing with sparkling eyes and a playful smile. I have heard of your illustrious name, the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain. Please accompany me into Kunling City. Su Qing nodded at Lin Jinxing and then stepped onto the back of the Kunling beast. Lin Jinxing sighed lightly, reflecting that Su Qing had yet to cultivate the supreme emotionless record. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such behavior. Once mastered, he would forsake all emotions and desires, something Lin Jinxing truly wished to avoid for him. Xianxia clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Jinxing. I must head to Zitian City to procure some items. I entrust this matter to you. It is but a trivial task, Lin Jinxing replied. On the back of the Kunling beast, Su Qing examined the system panel. He had just signed in with that elderly man, who possessed only a purple entry. Although his cultivation was at the great ascension stage, it appeared quite superficial, evidently amassed through vast resources. Sign-in successful, gained insightful perception. Observing the acquired entry, Su Qing felt it lacked practical value. Turning to the girl beside him, he noted that she too possessed only a purple entry, but upon reading her profile, he was momentarily taken aback. Xianxian, initial stage of golden core, astute and perceptive. It is said that the saint son of Zixiao is the legendary Yin-Yang saint body, intending to bear offspring of extraordinary talent. Su Qing looked at the system information, feeling somewhat speechless. Sign-in successful, gained Linglong pill. This was a pill that could enhance comprehension. Su Qing intended to give it to Shuel Yuli, curious to see if her already remarkable understanding could be further elevated. Beside him, Xian observed Su Qing lost in thought and assumed he was awestruck by the massive form of the Kunling beast. With a sweet smile, she said, "Ahead lies Kunling City. It is quite intriguing." As they entered Kunling City, the surroundings transformed into a different scene altogether. Beautiful maidens, barely clothed, strolled through the streets, their expressions enchanting and captivating. Odd scents wafted through the air, capable of ensnaring one into a trance, muddling the mind. A young man, adorned in finery, laughed heartily, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Su Qing turned to Xian. "Lead me to a tranquil place. I find the atmosphere here somewhat overwhelming." The young man in the distance guffawed. "Dear friend, now that you are here, why bother pretending? The outside world will remain oblivious to what transpires within. These are all exquisite cauldrons. Would it not be a pity to turn away?" Su Qing disregarded the man and signed in again, acquiring a substantial amount of top-tier spirit stones. He turned to Xian and said, "Let us proceed." Xian's interest piqued even further. She had not anticipated that this foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain was also a diligent practitioner, indicating that his primal essence was still intact. On the way, Su Qing sensed Xian's ulterior motives in her gaze and coldly snorted, "Do not entertain any ill intentions, or I shall end your life." Xian felt a tremor in her spirit, her mind momentarily dazed, and hastily waved her hands. "I mean no harm. The courtyard ahead is your residence. It is the most secluded place in Kunling City, though the only drawback is the sparse spiritual energy." Upon entering the courtyard, Su Qing surveyed the interior. Although somewhat dilapidated, it was still acceptable. As Chun Xian approached to enter, Su Qing gently clapped his hands, and a formation instantly enveloped the courtyard, isolating it. I shall commence my cultivation. Do not disturb me. Chun Xian stood before the firmly shut door, stunned and infuriated. To think I would be so rebuffed. Is my charm truly so lacking? She retrieved a copper mirror, admiring her reflection. Even in the entirety of Beiyuan, her looks were among the finest. Countless prodigies from Beiyuan had become her subordinates. To find herself thwarted here today was quite the shock. After some time, she resolved to discuss strategies with Qin the elder, believing that the foremost prodigy of the eastern domain would ultimately succumb to her allure. Inside the courtyard, Su Qing sat cross-legged on a mat. He observed Chun Xian's every action, feeling somewhat helpless. She harbors no intent to kill me. If I were to slay her, it would seem somewhat improper. Yet her incessant scheming from the shadows is quite vexing. Once we reach the South Sea, I shall depart from the Kunling Merchant Association. This place feels like an enormous den of revelry, an atmosphere I truly despise. Setting up a few more formations around, Su Qing took out the Void Decree, channeling his consciousness into the Void Realm. In a corner of the Void City, Su Qing revealed his form. This time, no prodigies from the Central Divine Continent were nearby. Otherwise, he would not be able to restrain himself from taking action. The arrogance exhibited by the prodigies from the Central Divine Continent was unlike any other, reminiscent of looking down upon those from lesser realms. Su Qing ascended the prodigy arena, stepping directly onto the stage. Before him, the scenery began to shift, transitioning from desert to ocean, from ocean to snow-capped mountains, followed by rolling hills, ancient battlefields steeped in murderous intent, and primordial forests. Various scenes changed rapidly. Su Qing, with a mere thought, fixed the backdrop to the snow-capped mountains. He had not anticipated the ability to alter the combat environment. This prodigy arena was indeed intriguing. At that moment, a distant voice echoed around Su Qing, stating, "The prodigy arena can be set to public or private. Virtual divine points can be wagered in combat. Virtual divine points can be used to swiftly comprehend mystical arts and techniques or exchange for items." Subsequently, a plethora of information materialized before Su Qing. Entry to the Celestial Emperor's Hall, 10 billion virtual divine points. Devil God's Body Refinement Technique, 3 billion virtual divine points. Vast Floating Pagoda Technique, 5 billion virtual divine points. Random Celestial King Artifact, 3 billion virtual divine points. Top-tier Spirit Stones, 0.001 virtual divine points. Su Qing gazed at the final line of text, realizing that 1,000 top-tier Spirit Stones could only be exchanged for a single virtual divine point. A rather precious commodity. Observing the methods of acquisition, he noted, ascend the Great Tao rankings. The higher your position, the more virtual divine points you will receive. After the 50th floor of the Celestial Tower, points will be awarded based on the strength of your opponents. Points may also be acquired through gifts from others. You may leave the Void City in exchange for points by slaying ferocious beasts. Su Qing contemplated the methods of obtaining virtual divine points, feeling that they were not overly difficult to achieve, provided one possessed sufficient strength. It seemed one could easily accumulate points with minimal effort. Initiating the Prodigy Arena's duel, Su Qing opted for an open setting. Due to your considerable fame as the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain, you need not start from the bottom tier. You may challenge opponents starting from the 100,000th rank. Before Su Qing appeared a list of prodigies, featuring millions of names, all of whom were under 100 years of age. Su Qing was unfazed. Let us begin swiftly. My great sword is eager for action. Inexplicably, a colossal celestial sword manifested in his grasp, revealing that even his life-bound flying sword could traverse into the realm of ethereal deities. Upon the pale, snow-capped peaks, the northern winds howled, rendering the world a vast expanse of desolation. Su Qing stood proudly atop the summit, awaiting the arrival of his adversary. A hazy figure materialized, revealing a cultured and amiable youth clad in a flowing robe, who bowed respectfully before him. Instantly, information regarding the individual appeared before Su Qing. Chunlan, a prodigy from Central Divine Continent, hailing from the Howran Academy, at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. While other prodigies from Central Divine Continent exuded an air of arrogance, this one was surprisingly courteous. Perhaps I could afford to go easy on him. Chunlan paused for a moment, then chuckled. Those prodigies only cultivate strength and neglect the mind. Such a narrow path before he could finish his sentence. A colossal hand imbued with the essence of yin and yang whisked him away. Observing the dissipating figure, Su Qing mused, while your manners are commendable, your verbosity is rather excessive. Glancing at the text before him, he noted the acquisition of 1 ethereal deity point. Quite splendid. This grants me 100 prime spirit stones. Let the encounters continue. As more figures appeared in succession, Su Qing faced them with virtually no strain. One slap per foe, he could hardly be bothered to unsheath his sword. Weak, truly devoid of challenge, accumulating ethereal deity points proves quite gratifying. While Su Qing was busy amassing points, his skyrocketing ranking caught the attention of many. Being an open arena, the Prodigy Arena quickly attracted a large crowd. Who is this prodigy? Only at the nascent soul mid-stage. Yet so formidable. Are you foolish? The leaderboard displays his identity. He is Su Qing, the holy son from the Xiao sacred land in the eastern region, possessing the yin-yang sacred body. It is astonishing that he hails from such a remote area. A vast luminous screen emerged above the Prodigy Arena, showcasing that Su Qing dispatched each opponent with a mere single strike. This appeared almost effortless, bordering on tedious. His ranking surged rapidly, from 70,000 to 60,000. The Prodigy Arena initiated a betting contract, and the wagers began. How far could Su Qing climb? I bet he'll reach the top 8,000. I wager he'll make it into the top 1,000. The audience fervently placed their bets, investing their ethereal deity points. Winning would yield substantial returns. And compared to the risks of secret realm explorations or hunting ferocious beasts for cultivation resources, gambling bore far lesser peril. Losing merely resulted in financial loss, without the threat of death. Thus, many prodigies preferred to linger within the realm of ethereal deities. In the rear of the crowd, the Xiao Holy Master Lingxi observed with a serene smile. At long last, you can no longer resist entering the realm of ethereal deities? Your fame shall spread far and wide, starting today. She placed a significant bet, wagering that Su Qing would enter the top 10. It is known that the top 10 prodigies are considered monstrous talents, all at the stage of great completion. In another corner, Yunyan also watched the unfolding scene. With his terrifying battle prowess, he could likely contend against the peak cultivators of the integration stage. Should he employ the secret technique designed to counter the blood demon avatar, he might secure the first position. Yunyan too invested a considerable amount of ethereal deity points, betting on Su Qing to enter the top 10. She did not believe Su Qing would reveal his trump cards, yet with his true power, he would at least hold his ground against great completion stage opponents. Within the Prodigy Arena, Su Qing lay almost asleep in the snow, invoking the celestial phenomena of sun, moon, and stars. The moment an adversary appeared, the celestial formations would strike, vanquishing them effortlessly. He could barely muster the energy to lift a finger. The phenomena required no expenditure of energy from Su Qing. Before reaching the 10,000th rank, all the opponents were already at the transformation stage. Yet, the ethereal deity points amassed were bountiful enough to compel Su Qing to slightly open his eyes. A haughty figure emerged, declaring, "You, a mongrel from a remote land. How dare you compete with me? No matter how formidable your strength or talent, you remain beneath my notice." Su Qing merely rolled over, transforming the celestial phenomena into the infernal realms of hell. Countless malevolent spirits and terrifying punishments descended upon this prodigy. Some prodigies from Central Divine Continent seemed to possess a certain obstinacy, utterly failing to comprehend the situation, dismissing other regions' prodigies outright, regardless of their superior strength or talent. This left Su Qing bemused. Is the cultivation world not predicated on strength? They seemed to think otherwise. Resolving to enter Central Divine Continent, he contemplated swallowing a celestial-grade dragon vein to enhance his cultivation. Let us see how long they can maintain their arrogance. Flipping over, merely through his phenomena, he could obliterate his opponent. Su Qing found no motivation to engage physically. He surged into the top 500 of the Prodigy leaderboard, a rank where all were of the transformation stage. Each possessed remarkable physiques and formidable techniques. Su Qing remained largely unconcerned, as his own physique had already reached the pinnacle of transformation stage, and utilizing his phenomena to sweep through this realm posed no challenge. Only those of the integration stage warranted his earnest attention. At this juncture, the crowd surrounding the Prodigy Arena swelled, a sea of humanity filled with a cacophony of voices. It had been ages since such a formidable prodigy had emerged, despite being only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. He ascended to the top 500 of the Prodigy leaderboard in one fell swoop. This leaderboard encompasses prodigies from across the world, each possessing extraordinary physiques, effortlessly overcoming opponents of higher realms. For other prodigies to engage in cross-boundary combat posed insurmountable challenges. Who could have anticipated that Su Qing, a prodigy of even greater caliber, would vanquish them? The atmosphere was abuzz with incredulity. What extraordinary phenomena are these? I have never witnessed anything like it. Though reminiscent of the sun and moon's brilliance, it bore endless stars, crucially capable of forming powerful formations to combat foes. Throughout the encounters, Su Qing had scarcely lifted a finger, merely through his phenomena. He could vanquish formidable opponents of the transformation stage, raising questions about just how strong he truly was. In the rear of the crowd, an elderly figure intently scrutinized Su Qing's phenomena. Could this be the legendary self-created phenomenon, a unique manifestation arising from one's physique and insights into the natural world? The information regarding the yin-yang sacred body I once encountered in ancient texts, which described its might in a single phrase, yin and yang in unity, invincible under heaven. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Standing behind the throng was a valiant youth, none other than Xianxiawu, the #1 prodigy on the leaderboard. Interesting. Yet his cultivation remains too low. Perhaps we could engage in a battle at the same level. As Su Qing prepared to challenge Shi Wuhan, he rose to his feet. Eager to discern the merit of this unassuming youth, who had managed to secure a position on the leaderboard despite being at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, Shi Wuhan manifested, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Qing. Just days ago, I was explaining the nuances of the realm of ethereal deities to you. I never anticipated we would face each other today. You truly have kept your strength concealed. How unexpected. Su Qing offered a slight smile, saying nothing further. There was no need for restraint. He would fight with all his might. Black spiritual energy enveloped Shi Wuhan, causing the space around them to fracture as countless fearsome insects, the size of fists, erupted forth, grotesque and terrifying in appearance. Their sheer numbers surged forth like a tsunami towards Su Qing. Observing the swarm, Su Qing recognized this as Gu technique. Was it merely about nurturing monstrous insects? With a gentle clap of his hands, the yin-yang taiji diagram materialized, shielding him as diminutive. Untraceable aberrations perished around him. The infernal realm manifested, a harrowing scene unfolding as countless malevolent spirits surged towards the ferocious insects. The battle reached an exhilarating peak, drawing countless spectators to exclaim in awe. At that moment, Su Qing manifested a black mark in his hand and crushed it with a decisive grip. Is this sorcery? It audaciously disregards my anomalies and invades my body directly. Rather impressive indeed. As the mark shattered, Shi Wuhan's complexion turned somewhat pale, clearly suffering from a backlash. Indeed, Dao brother is formidable. This time, I concede defeat. By the way, I am already preparing to head to the southern wilderness. Be ready to welcome me. Su Qing remarked with a serene smile. Shi Wuhan was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking Su Qing was jesting, but soon realized he was genuinely intent on visiting the southern wilderness. You are most welcome. I shall personally greet Dao brother upon your arrival. Having said this, Shi Wuhan chose to withdraw, his figure fading into the ether. Chapter 106. Capturing the Blood Demon's True Form. The onlookers gazed at the luminous screen in astonishment. Su Qing's 3 anomalies were utterly terrifying. Even the enigmatic Gu and sorcery had faltered. Could it be that Su Qing possesses only formidable anomalies while his physical form is weak? The next challenger might attempt a close-range assault. It is worth a try. After all, Shi Wuhan's physique was frail. Otherwise, he would not have lingered for years among the 300 without progress. Some began to theorize and deduce, seeking to uncover Su Qing's vulnerabilities for targeted strategies. Meanwhile, certain powerful figures from Central God Continent endeavored to calculate Su Qing's hidden cards. Yet, without exception, they all screamed in agony before their forms erupted, vanishing from the illusory divine realm. Notify the next opponent. They may engage Su Qing in close combat, or else we shall suffer tremendous losses in illusory divine points. Understood. Within the snowy mountains, Su Qing examined his illusory divine points, which had accumulated to over 100,000. The resources available for exchange were vast. Upon reaching the top 500, each defeated foe would yield hundreds to thousands of illusory divine points. As the next challenger appeared, they swiftly approached Su Qing, a dagger flashing with a sinister blood light aimed directly at him. This prodigy hails from the Blood Garment Tower, renowned for its unparalleled assassination techniques. However, the subsequent scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Su Qing effortlessly grasped the dagger and snapped it as if it were nothing. Your speed seems lacking. Allow me to demonstrate what true swiftness entails. The ethos of the Blood Garment Tower is to strike swiftly and retreat far. In that fleeting instant, the prodigy vanished at an astonishing pace, intending to seek Su Qing's weaknesses for another attempt at assassination. Yet, a mocking voice trailed him, occasionally patting his shoulder. Too slow. A real man must be quick. Regardless of the various arcane techniques employed by the prodigy, even igniting their lifeblood, they could not escape Su Qing's grasp and ultimately succumb to exhaustion. Surrounding the prodigy arena, spectators were left in utter horror. The speed and lethal prowess of the Blood Garment Tower were indeed formidable, yet they could not subdue Su Qing. His defenses were fortified by the yin-yang taiji diagram anomaly. His speed was monstrous, and judging by his ability to snap the dagger, his physical form was equally robust, truly without flaw. Moreover, He appeared impervious to curses and calculations, rendering targeted strategies ineffective. This time I concede. The loss of illusory divine points pains me greatly. Had I known, I would not have gambled. In the arena, Su Qing continued his relentless advance, defeating foes from the early to the peak stages of the virtual refinement realm, as well as the initial stages of the harmonization realm. The prodigy ranked 100 on the prodigy list was swiftly dispatched with a mere slap. Just then, Su Qing's brow furrowed as he vanished from the prodigy arena. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Had something occurred in reality? Was he being targeted by a powerful faction? It was plausible. The most resplendent prodigies often faced the greatest adversities. Yun Yin observed her increased illusory divine points, as her wager had been closest to Su Qing's outcome. Although she did not hit the mark, she still made a modest profit. Now, Su Qing resided atop the colossal Kunling beast of the Four Seas chamber. Logically, no mishap should befall him in the eastern region. Growing increasingly curious, Yun Yin also departed the illusory divine realm. The holy master of Zixiao, Lingxi, wore a worried expression. If the Kunling chamber instigated trouble, that faction would no longer warrant existence. She too exited the illusory divine realm, intending to head directly to the eastern sea. Meanwhile, those around continued to relive the battle. Barring any unforeseen events, Su Qing's reputation would undoubtedly resonate across the world. At that moment in Kunling City, Su Qing sat cross-legged on his bed and suddenly opened his eyes. A peculiar spatial fluctuation resonated nearby, its aura oddly familiar, as if it were rapidly shifting. Sensing the spatial anomaly through his spatial affinity, Su Qing immediately exited the illusory divine realm, eager to discern the nature of this phenomenon before it slipped away. He shattered the space to enter the rift. Within the spatial rift, Su Qing stood observing a red light darting swiftly. The dual forces of yin and yang coalesced into a massive hand, intercepting the crimson radiance. As the red light dissipated, it revealed a drop of enigmatic blood, surrounded by various runes emanating a terrifying vitality. The hand formed from the dual forces of yin and yang grasped the drop of blood before him. Kid, I truly did not expect to meet you again so soon. Help me break the heavenly Tao seal, and I shall grant you unparalleled fortune. Su Qing pinched the drop of blood between his fingers. This was indeed the true essence, yet its aura seemed weaker than that of its avatar. What on earth have you encountered? The blood demon fell silent for a prolonged moment before finally, sighing helplessly. The celestial demon believed it had everything under control. However, when he and the emperor demon dragged me from this realm, the heavenly Tao ensnared us with an intricate web of spatial rifts. The heavenly Tao is the true master of all, yet it adheres to its own established rules, leaving a glimmer of hope for all beings. At this moment, the celestial demon likely has perished, leaving only a remnant soul, while the emperor demon faces an even graver fate. Despite his formidable strength, his means of survival are scant. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. Very well, from now on, you shall serve as my personal guardian. With that, the blood demon, utterly devoid of strength to resist, was directly absorbed into a formation by Su Qing. Returning to his courtyard, Su Qing settled into a chair, and a system panel materialized before him. Blood demon, identity, rebel, talent, blood sea unfading, immortal blood demon, resurrection technique, blood fiendish path, attributes, blood sea battle heaven, rebel, blood soul, annihilation, puppeteer, heart manipulator. Description: born of humanity, later ostracized due to an unusual appearance, turned to demonic and blood paths, and ascended to the demon realm. Subsequently joined the rebel organization. As the demon lord was also a member, thus, the blood demon was never regarded with importance. Upon learning that the demon lord had encountered calamity and reincarnated, he came to this realm intending to refine the reincarnated form of the demon lord into an avatar. Su Qing scrutinized the system panel, particularly the description, astonished to discover that the rebels were indeed an organization, seemingly rife with discord. Yet, he could not inquire directly, for the blood demon was unlikely to divulge such information. Holding the transformed blood-red runes, Su Qing revealed a sly grin. I have a few matters to discuss with you. Of course, you may choose to remain silent, but the next trial will be rather uncomfortable for you. Should you assist me in breaking the seal, I may even recognize you as my master. The voice of the blood demon emanated from the runes, tinged with urgency. Su Qing did not rush to interrogate. Instead, he sealed the blood demon's perception with a formation, meticulously selecting attributes from its essence. He focused on the two red attributes, rebel and blood sea battle heaven. There exists another potential growth purple title. One may choose any title at will, for the blood demon lies within one's grasp. Chapter 107. Interrogation of the blood demon, the title of the rebellious one. Su Qing pondered for a moment. ultimately deciding to sign in first with the title of Rebellious One. This title pertains to identity, akin to his title of Annihilator. Although he remains unaware of its implications, he is deeply intrigued, having evolved from the identity of an otherworldly demon to that of an annihilator. Furthermore, since awakening the system, he has encountered a mere handful of individuals possessing identity titles. Sign-in successful, obtained Rebellious One. Rebellious One, possessor of the power of rebellion, a force exceedingly formidable. Once discovered, one shall face annihilation by the heavenly path and the great way, merging with the powers of annihilation, rebellion, and devouring. One shall wield the might to obliterate all realms effortlessly and simultaneously create anew. Su Qing gazed upon the newly acquired identity title, finding it remarkably similar to that of the Annihilator, yet imbued with new information. Contemplating, he deduced that the power of rebellion must be an inherent strength of the Rebellious One title. The blood demon seems to harbor profound secrets. It appears he has not revealed his rebellious power, otherwise, he would have been completely obliterated by the heavenly path. As for the powers of annihilation and rebellion, he was uncertain whether the devouring power stemmed from his innate devouring talent. Su Qing activated his devouring talent, eager to test the potential fusion of annihilation and rebellion powers. However, the outcome took him by surprise. The terrifying rebellion power and the brutally overwhelming annihilation power could effortlessly crush celestial energy. Yet, in the face of his devouring talent, they dared not release even a hint of their fearsome essence, obediently awaiting their consumption. The devouring talent absorbed both forces. Observing the spectacle, Su Qing concluded that his devouring talent bore no relation to the power of devouring. The similarity in name was merely coincidental. His physique seemed to surpass even the highest tier, black, undetectable by the system. Both powers were associated with red identity titles, leading Su Qing to estimate that even a fusion of the four powers would yield, at most, a rainbow spectrum. Activating the crimson array, the blood demon exclaimed, "Do you not have questions for me? Why have you imposed another seal upon me?" Su Qing grasped the crimson array, simultaneously invoking the illusory purgatory phenomenon. Should the blood demon choose not to speak, he intended to cast him within. Upon witnessing the illusory purgatory, the blood demon was overwhelmed with shock, exclaiming, "How can such a terrifying manifestation from the netherworld appear upon you?" Su Qing coldly retorted, "I am the one posing questions, not the other way around," and promptly hurled the runes into the illusory purgatory. The illusory purgatory struck at the very core of the soul, and even the blood demon emitted a harrowing wail. "I shall not speak further. Release me swiftly." Su Qing, with a detached gaze, warned, "Should you utter more, I shall consign you to eternal torment within the illusory purgatory." The blood demon responded, considerably subdued, "I shall answer your previous inquiry. I learned of the demon lord's reincarnation and intended to refine her into a doppelganger to acquire her relics and return to dominate the demon realm. The other 8 demon lords are the heavenly demon, imperial demon, dragon demon, good demon, heart demon, lust demon, dream demon, and Buddha demon. The imperial demon and dragon demon were once loyal subordinates of the demon lord, likely here to safeguard her reincarnated form. As for the intentions of the other demon lords, I am unaware. The dragon demon is sealed within the northern sea, the Gu demon in the southern frontier, the Buddha demon and dream demon in the western desert, and the heart demon and lust demon in the central divine continent. Listening to the blood demon's revelations, Su Qing contemplated briefly before continuing to seal him away. "You should rest for a while. If I have further inquiries, I shall summon you again." The blood demon, reduced to a single drop of blood, was utterly powerless to resist, merely submitting to Su Qing's will. Yet, a nefarious thought flickered in his mind, contemplating gaining Su Qing's trust to seize control at a critical moment. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qing had never placed his faith in him. He kept him around solely because of the several titles yet to be signed. The confidential information the blood demon possessed would command astronomical prices if procured from the blood-clothed tower. The following morning, Su Qing did not re-enter the illusory divine realm. Yet 2 communication talismans appeared before him, one from Lingxi and the other from Yunyan. Both inquired about his sudden departure from the illusory divine realm the previous day. Su Qing replied, citing minor troubles that had arisen. Once more, he retrieved the crimson array and began the sign-in process again, this time selecting the blood demon's growth title, Puppeteer. Sign-in successful, obtained Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer, possessing the ability to foster a bond with all rare and extraordinary creatures, facilitating their subjugation, and capable of binding 3 personal beasts. These personal beasts possess limitless potential and will cultivate alongside their master, never betraying him. Upon the evolution of this title, one may tame even more personal beasts. Su Qing regarded this title with a sense of ambivalence. It did not significantly enhance his combat prowess. However, he still possessed another red title, Beastmaster, which allowed him to command beasts whose cultivation did not exceed his own, ensuring perpetual loyalty while also enhancing their potential. This guaranteed a 100% success rate in subjugating beasts, and the two titles could be employed in tandem. Moreover, within his internal world, both Little Jean and the devouring centipede were already struggling to keep pace with him. It was still a promising development. Within the Tian-Duan mountain range, Su Qing's true self was cultivating in his internal world, having reached the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul, drawing closer to the breakthrough into the god transformation stage. He opened his eyes and summoned Little Jean and the devouring centipede to his side, instructing, "Do not resist. I bestow upon you a fortuitous transformation." Little Jean had accompanied him for a considerable time, while the devouring centipede, affectionately referred to as Little Black, had hatched from an egg under his care. Both creatures possessing a deep bond with him, unlikely to rebel even upon gaining greater power. He watched as they were enveloped in radiant light, entering a state of metamorphosis. Su Qing's consciousness swept through his internal world, noting that Shui Liuli was engaged in a spar with Dream. Meanwhile, the immortal level Sin was seated beneath the celestial tree, seemingly grasping some profound understanding, his form undergoing a transformation of its own. Should he choose her as his third personal beast? Su Qing contemplated the young girl, Dream. Despite their past conflicts, they had since reconciled. The crucial factor was that she possessed a growth title, Realm of Illusion, promising considerable potential. Su Qing levitated in an open space, summoning both the young girl Dream and the immortal level Sin. "I wish to take you as my personal beast. I wonder if you would consent." Gazing at the young girl Dream, Su Qing spoke with calmness. Dream turned towards the immortal level Sin, who gave a slight nod before addressing Su Qing warmly. "I have received your manifold gifts, even recovering from my injuries and reshaping my form. Throughout this process, I have yet to assist you in any way. I intend to entrust you with the remnants of the Xuantiangong. In 30 years, I shall once again seek to ascend the heavenly gate and soar into the immortal realm. As for my daughter, her path shall depend on her own choices." Chapter 108. The Remnants of Xuantiangong. Departure for the Southern Sea. Su Qing regarded the young girl Dream, observing her shy nod. "I am willing to become your beast." Su Qing, noting her expression, was filled with perplexity, pondering whether she harbored any ill intentions. With that, he accepted the young girl Dream as his personal beast, her form radiating white light as she entered a state of metamorphosis. As she gazed upon this scene, a subtle smile graced the lips of the SHN. Accompanying you was indeed a commendable choice. At the very least, it ensured her safety. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, she possessed a profound insight into human nature, and through her observations of Su Qing during this period, she discerned that he typically traversed the world using only his avatars, revealing his true self only when he had achieved unparalleled strength. Strangely, she felt an almost instinctual sense of life-threatening danger in Su Qing's presence, for he harbored numerous hidden cards that even she could not fully comprehend. Su Qing regarded her, questioning whether she was unaware that since the tumultuous era of the 9 demons, no one had successfully ascended again. Even if one were to endure another tribulation to attain immortality, ascension to the immortal realm remained an elusive dream. Furthermore, given her identity as a demon, it was uncertain whether her ascension would lead her to the immortal realm at all. Why then did she cling so fiercely to the idea? The SHN shook her head slightly, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia. For a year prior to the chaos of the 9 demons, a certain individual had successfully ascended, promising to wait for her in the immortal realm. He was the last sect master of the Xuantiangong. I encountered him in the South Sea, and thereafter. Su Qing listened intently to her recounting. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Liuli had appeared nearby and sat on the grass to absorb the story as well. After a lengthy while, as the SHN finished her tale, Su Qing gazed at her, surprised that she was still infatuated after several millennia. Perhaps indicating that compared to the complex and ever-changing emotions of humanity, the feelings of the demon race were far more straightforward. However, what perplexed Su Qing the most was that although the SHN was a shape-shifting creature, her true form was merely a mass of energy. The process of reproduction required only the consumption of her essence to coalesce her offspring. This implied that the SHN and the sect master of Xuantiangong had never shared anything more than pure feelings. No wonder the young girl exhibited such dreamy expressions. After a moment of reminiscence, the SHN produced an abundance of ancient texts and jade tubes, assembling them into a small mountain. This was all that remained of the Xuantiangong's legacy. The rest of its resources and protective treasures had been annihilated. As Su Qing perused through the collection, he discovered that the most powerful tome, the Xuantiangong Classic, was indeed a celestial-level technique, housing formidable secret arts. Yet, it did not pique his interest. Notably, The extensive array of formation texts surpassed even those of the Zixiao Sacred Land, the Penglai Immortal Sect, the Jiuxiao Sacred Land, and the Great Qian Empire combined by several multiples. Observing Su Qing's bewilderment, the SH elucidated, the formations of the eastern region all originated from the Xuantiangong. At that time, the sect was renowned throughout the four regions for its formations, including those used to seal demonic fiends, all of which were crafted by the Xuantiangong. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The ability to seal blood demons, imperial demons, and celestial demons, each at the pinnacle of true immortality, for thousands of years was no small feat. Even with the assistance of the heavenly Taoist will, these formations were undoubtedly powerful. I find these artifacts most essential. My gratitude is boundless. Xiao Liuli, meanwhile, rummaged through the texts, eager to uncover some intriguing arcane secrets, lest the atmosphere grow too dull. As evening descended, the setting sun cast a radiant glow upon the surface of the sea, painting a breathtaking spectacle. Gigantic beasts floated like monstrous fish upon the eastern sea. A beam of light illuminated one such beast, revealing Qianxia, the overseer of the Kunling Chamber of Commerce, who, with the assistance of the Zixiao Sacred Land, had swiftly amassed a wealth of eastern regional specialties. Following him was a flying vessel, filled with wealthy youths eager to indulge in the pleasures of Kunling City. They planned to return with the Kunling giant beast after a 6-month sojourn in the South Sea. Among them was Yunhai, who disdainfully regarded the colossal creature. Acknowledging its size was indeed impressive, yet its appearance was undeniably grotesque. Haha, I concur with Brother Yunhai, the surrounding youth chimed in laughter. Despite their jests, Qianxia remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. These were all affluent patrons. Once they entered Kunling City, their spiritual stones would undoubtedly dwindle. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, "The sacred son of Zixiao is to embark on a journey to the southern wilderness and shall reside within." The smile on Yunhai's face faltered, and he quickly adopted a more subdued demeanor. He was genuinely intimidated, even hesitant to face Su Qing. Upon hearing that Su Qing was also within Kunling City, others urged him, "We have long heard that the sacred son of Zixiao is the foremost prodigy of the eastern region. Please, lead us into the city." "Indeed, I wish to pay my respects in person." Qianxia chuckled inwardly, surprised by the efficacy of Su Qing's name. The attitudes of these wealthy youths had shifted entirely. "I shall escort you into the city." As they beheld the opulent scenes within Kunling City, some of the newcomers flushed crimson. These were exquisite furnace cauldrons, albeit not without a hefty price tag. Qianxia grinned, casually gesturing toward a towering structure. "Your accommodations shall be there. I must now pilot the Kunling giant beast to set forth." With that, he vanished from sight. The ground trembled momentarily before settling once more. In a tranquil courtyard, Su Qing opened his eyes, having anticipated a 3-day wait. Yet it seemed departure was imminent today. Expanding his consciousness, he observed Qianxia seated at the heart of Kunling City, skillfully performing hand seals to control the Kunling giant beast, which soared swiftly through the clouds above the eastern sea. Just then, Xianxian entered the room. After laying bare her thoughts, she inquired, "Elder, do you believe my plan to bear the sacred son of Zixiao's child is feasible?" Qianxia shook his head slightly. The sacred son of Zixiao possesses unparalleled talent and is said to be of the legendary Yin-Yang Sacred Body. Your idea is indeed intriguing, yet its execution presents considerable challenges. The sacred son practices the Taishang Wuqing record, a method that forsakes all emotions in pursuit of strength. Therefore, I advise you to abandon this endeavor. Xianxian's mouth fell agape, astonished at the existence of such a perverse technique. To sever emotions and desires, are they still human? Su Qing withdrew his consciousness, choosing not to engage further. As twilight approached, he reclined on the rooftop, contemplating the celestial phenomena. The Gu demon resided in the southern wilderness. He could sign in there. And surely, the Gu demon bore a red entry as well. He might also pay a visit to Shi Wuhan. With his strength, he likely had support in the southern wilderness, making travel considerably easier. As the luminous moon ascended, the night sky glittered with stars. The serenity of Su Qing's surroundings starkly contrasted with the blaring lights and debauchery of Kunling City. As deep night fell, Su Qing retrieved the crimson array pattern once more. The signing opportunities were about to refresh, allowing him to sign in with the Gu demon and pose some inquiries. At that moment, the Kunling giant beast surged toward the South Sea at an astonishing speed. Chapter 109, Secrets, once again acquiring the 7-colored entry. Activating the crimson array pattern. The Gu demon remained silent this time. "I have some questions to pose. You may choose not to answer, but consider whether you can accept the repercussions." Su Qing's voice was devoid of warmth. "I can indeed answer your inquiries, but could you refrain from sealing me again? Allow me to roam outside for a while each day," the Gu demon replied in a somber tone. "Do you know why no one can ascend in this realm?" Ever since your 9 kindred descended, it seems no one has achieved ascension. Should your answer satisfy me, I could permit you to remain outside for an hour daily. Su Qing remarked with a faint smile, grasping the crimson array pattern. Upon hearing the question, the Gu demon scoffed for a long while. It's quite simple. Someone has sealed the heavenly gate, and that individual hails from this realm. The process of becoming immortal involves enduring the tribulation, breaking through the heavenly gate, and then choosing to ascend directly or embark on the path of immortality, competing against the prodigies of myriad realms. However, someone created a world outside the heavenly gate, known as the Little Immortal Realm. Initially, to evade our 9 kindred, a multitude of powerful beings voluntarily entered the Little Immortal Realm, the more strong individuals within it. The less likely anyone from this realm would ascend. At that time, we did not intervene, even allowing it to enter the small fairy realm. For the heavenly Tao's trepidation towards the demon lord rendered it impossible for him to once again tread the path of cultivation. As Su Qing listened to the blood demon's account, his brow furrowed slightly. With so many formidable beings having entered the small fairy realm, how then were you sealed? The blood demon roared in fury, recounting that at that time, there existed 99 celestial dragon veins, capable of accommodating true immortal level powerhouses. Many stronger beings, wishing to protect the world as populace, chose to resist us rather than enter the small fairy realm, coupled with the heavenly Tao's schemes that led to their sealing. The battle of that era shattered half of the celestial dragon veins, and after we were sealed, the powerful beings of the small fairy realm seized the majority of the dragon veins, conducting a second massacre upon the remaining strong ones, subsequently documenting their deeds and attributing the blame for the slain to us. The blood demon fell silent, enveloped in contemplation. Su Qing, too, remained silent for a prolonged period, astonished to discover such occurrences from the distant past. Some individuals were indeed more malevolent than demons. Opening the system panel, he noted the crimson entry associated with the blood demon. Sign in at the Sea of Blood. Sign in successful. Gain the Chaos Sea of Blood. Chaos Sea of Blood, a chaos-level secret art that allows one to condense their blood into chaos blood, which can be infinitely enhanced. Every drop of blood can contain boundless power and ultimately condense into a chaos sea of blood, possessing trillions of chaos blood, resulting in immeasurable combat strength, rendering oneself utterly immortal. Su Qing regarded this entry, acknowledging its formidable nature. However, upon examining his own entries, he pondered how they increasingly resembled those of a great villain. I am a good person. This must surely be an accident. Yet, the blood demon remained obstinately silent. The entries affixed to him were nearly complete, with only 2 gold and 1 purple remaining. Su Qing sealed the blood-red patterns once more before casting them into his Qinquan ring. He then sat cross-legged, commencing his contemplation of the chaos sea of blood secret art. Throughout the journey, tranquility prevailed, with Su Qing inquiring daily about matters related to the demon realm from the blood demon. Concurrently, he continued signing in on the blood demon. Though the outcomes yielded little of value, only an exquisite demonic artifact and a considerable quantity of demon stones, alongside a rather peculiar entry, peering into human nature. While it offered minimal enhancement to combat prowess, it remained an exceedingly practical entry. Over the past few days, Xianxian had not disturbed him again, leaving Su Qing with ample leisure, which he relished. On this particular day, a sudden and terrifying wave surged from the South Sea, causing Kunling City to tremble, instigating a wave of panic among the populace. What has transpired? Have we encountered an assault from sea beasts? That seems unlikely. It is more probable that something has occurred ahead. It would be prudent to circumvent this area. How could we divert? The sea charts are preordained, and we have traversed these routes countless times. Any abrupt alteration would heighten the risk. At that moment, Chun Chi's voice echoed through the city, urging calm. There is no need for alarm. We are merely encountering favorable tidal waves, which will significantly hasten our pace. What would have taken half a month to reach the South Sea can now be accomplished in no more than 5 days. With Chun Chi's words, the surrounding chaos subsided, and everyone returned to their abodes. Su Qing felt no sense of danger and resumed his meditation on his techniques, becoming thoroughly immersed, his form dissolving into nothingness, concealed within the confines of his dwelling. Meanwhile, at the Tianduan Mountains, Su Qing reemerged, once again as a projection, intending to ascertain Yi Chen's whereabouts and to check whether he had cultivated the heavenly Tao sacred art. If he had indeed self-castrated, it would prove quite intriguing. At that moment, the Tianduan mountain range was enveloped in heavy rain. Within a cave, Yi Chen sat at the entrance, studying a map to confirm his position. We have journeyed for many days, yet we have barely covered this distance. To reach the central divine continent, it seems we may require a year and a half. Ji Rushue, curled up beside the fire, appeared lost in thought. Upon hearing Yi Chen's remarks, she snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with desolation. I sense several forces within me growing increasingly ferocious. I may not have much time left. That cannot be, Yi Chen reassured her gently. You've overcome so many challenges. You will certainly be all right. At that moment, concealed within a spatial fracture, Su Qing observed the scene, his gaze laced with amusement. I truly did not expect this. Yi Chen has indeed gone through with it. As for what came next, it was time for them to hasten their pace. Su Qing discerned that Ji Ruxue was the one slowing them down. She was gradually dissipating the forces within her, yet leaving the annihilation force to merge with her innate constitution. Was she not a believer in the heavenly Tao? Then let her face divine retribution. Although uncertain of what the fusion of the void body's essence and the annihilation force would yield, it certainly would not be weak. Moreover, as long as the annihilation force was intertwined, she would be unwelcome to the heavenly Tao as long as she lived. Furthermore, upon successful fusion, Su Qing could harvest her essence blood once more and sign in again. Even if the fusion failed and Ji Ruxue perished, he would incur no loss. She was the first to injure his projection, and such a grievous wound as losing a hand could not be overlooked. As for Yi Chen, a contemplative glimmer appeared in Su Qing's eyes. What would happen if the reversal force were to merge with the heavenly Tao sacred body? After a moment's reflection, he decided against attempting it. Should it inadvertently bolster him further, it would be a loss for him. However, Su Qing would not allow Yi Chen to have an easy time. An item appeared in his hand, the red thread of fate. He directly bound it to Yi Chen before vanishing from sight. At the summit of the Tian-Duan Mountains, Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss, ultimately choosing to tie the red thread of fate to. Chapter 110, Arrival at the South Sea, Dynamics of the South Sea. Observing his handiwork, Su Qing smiled with satisfaction. The red thread of fate was bound to an exceptionally grotesque insect, and moreover, it was a male. At that moment, the aura of the heavenly Tao intensified once more, and Su Qing understood that he had altered the causality surrounding Yi Chen through the red thread of fate, causing a shift in his fate. This drew the attention of the heavenly Tao. However, it posed little concern. Su Qing instantly vanished from his location. The effects of the reversal and annihilation entries were similar, barring the inherent powers, and with both entries stacked, Su Qing's aura concealed itself even deeper. The aura of the heavenly Tao searched the vicinity, while the grotesque insect became enveloped in a white light before disappearing within it. Within the cave, Yi Chen experienced an odd sensation, though he could not articulate it. What has transpired? Why do I have this unsettling premonition? Yi Chen realized that the memories of the heavenly Tao sacred art in his mind had undergone a significant transformation, with previously incomprehensible sections suddenly becoming clear. How could this be? Could the previous techniques have been false? Then, did that mean? Looking down at his lower half, Yi Chen felt tears welling up. Surely there must be a way for it to grow back. No, there must be. Just then, Ji Ruxue, who had been observing him, appeared somewhat improved. Her gaze shifting to Yi Chen. I feel much better now. Once the rain ceases, we can set off again. During this time, Yi Chen's demeanor had been exceedingly peculiar, and even his voice had changed, leading Ji Ruxue to assume he was practicing some formidable technique. Thus, she regarded his strange behavior with little reaction, even becoming accustomed to it. Yi Chen nodded. It's good to hear you're all right. Trust me, everything will be fine. The two continued their journey across the Tian-Duan Mountains. 5 days later, at the border between the South Sea and the East Sea, the surrounding scenery began to transform dramatically, the weather growing ever hotter and more humid. Even the species of fish in the sea are starkly different from those in the East Sea. Su Qing stepped out of the tranquil courtyard, disregarding the sights within Kunling City, and made his way towards the heart of the city. Along the way, Yunhai spotted Su Qing from a distance and took several steps back to bow, acknowledging the presence of the Holy Sun. The surrounding onlookers were astonished, never expecting the notoriously arrogant Yunhai to exhibit such humility. Su Qing regarded Yunhai with indifference and remarked, "Rest assured, should you refrain from troubling me in the future, I shall not impose any repercussions upon you." Yunhai, having previously offended the Holy Sun out of ignorance, lowered his stance further, pleading for forgiveness. Su Qing, meanwhile, contemplated Yunhai's attributes, having successfully fused into a formidable dragon phoenix sacred body before. He pondered the possibility of another fusion. Without the assistance of the heavenly Tao this time, the likelihood of failure was considerable. Ultimately, he chose a particular power to directly integrate into Yunhai's being, an innate force capable of reversing acquired traits and facilitating a profound transformation. Su Qing merely patted Yunhai's shoulder lightly, infusing the innate power into Yunhai's essence, dismissing the past incident. He then strolled away leisurely. In place, Yunhai trembled uncontrollably, having learned from multiple lessons to thoroughly fear Su Qing. The crowd around them erupted in jest, teasing, Yunhai. Who would have thought you were so terrified of the holy son of Zixiao? Indeed, by the looks of you, are you about to wet your pants? Yunhai refrained from explanation, instead accepting their mockery with poise, emanating a terrifying aura as he asserted, though I may fear the holy sun, I do not fear the likes of you. Yunhai's strength was formidable enough to stand toe-to-toe with the royal realm's fusion phase experts, which posed little concern to Su Qing. However, the bystanders felt an overwhelming pressure and scattered in fright. In the center of Kunling City, Su Qing entered a building. Observing Qin Shi, who controlled the colossal beast, he stated, I plan to embark on a solitary journey and leave this place. Qin Shi frowned slightly. But I have been entrusted by Elder Lin to ensure your safe passage to the southern frontier. Nevertheless, he continued, since you have chosen to depart, I shall not hinder you. Here is the latest distribution map of the Southern Sea and Southern Frontiers forces. Su Qing accepted the scroll and bid farewell. A spatial rift appeared before him, and he stepped into it, disappearing from sight. Floating above the vast ocean, Su Qing materialized on a deserted island. Reviewing the force distribution map and the overall map, he noted a terrifying region within the Southern Sea known as the Sea of Reincarnation. The power dynamics within the Southern Sea were intricate, but the two most dominant forces were the Kanglan Sacred Land and the Southern Sea Loose Cultivators Alliance. The latter boasted 3 loose immortals and wielded significant influence, while the Kanglan Sacred Land remained relatively discreet. The southern frontier was divided by the 10,000 Great Mountains, with the southern part adjacent to the Southern Sea, encompassing merely 1/10 of the northern region of the mountains, which also belonged to the Kanglan Sacred Land. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, numerous tribes worshipped shamanic deities and sorceress demons, with 2 major factions, the Shaman Sect and the Sorceress Demon Sect, locked in a relentless struggle for territory, often clashing over disputes. Shi Wuhan cultivated within the mountains, his simultaneous mastery of shamanism and sorcery remaining a mystery. A powerful entity known as the Beast God resided at the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains, rendering that area one of the most dangerous in the southern frontier. To the north of the 10,000 Great Mountains lay dozens of empires embroiled in perpetual conflict, alongside 2 sacred lands, the Xianming Sacred Land and the Daoyan Sacred Land. Contemplating the power distribution of the Southern Sea and Southern Frontier, Su Qing mused that it was far more chaotic than the eastern region. He set his sights on the 10,000 Great Mountains as his next objective, intending to locate the sorceress demon and sign a pact with him. Following that, he planned to head north to explore the 2 sacred lands and search for any prodigies and formidable attributes. He would then traverse the southern frontier, making his way directly to central Shenzhou. As for Tianduan Mountain, his true form was nearing the late Yuaning stage, and upon becoming the Hongmeng Yuan Shun, he would undergo another transformation into an innate demon god, though the time required for this was uncertain. Thus, it was decided that a clone would venture ahead to scout central Shenzhou. Subsequently, another clone would quietly follow Yichun, crossing Tianduan Mountain to reach central Shenzhou, while also observing Ji Ruxue and the integration of the Annihilation Dao and Void Source. Stowing away the map, Su Qing summoned the colossal sword of the Immortal Palace beneath his feet, soaring leisurely in a specific direction. He produced a spiritual fruit, which hovered above the ocean. Although it appeared relaxed, the infusion of the Ziqing Shun Hong talent granted him remarkable speed. Suddenly, several divine senses detected events occurring hundreds of miles away. A group of individuals surrounded a lone figure, angrily accusing, "Where have you hidden that item? If you refuse to speak, I'll kill you and search your soul." One of them cautioned, "Be wary. If she self-destructs her Yuan Shun, we will gain nothing." Su Qing's interest peaked. Feeling bored, he decided to investigate the commotion, hoping to reap some benefits as well. The sword beneath him surged forward rapidly towards the scene. Chapter 111. Heart of the Vast Sea, Kanglan Sacred Land. Above the surface of the sea, a young girl, face set with determination, surveyed her surroundings. Her white dress was stained crimson with blood, indicating severe injury. "You should give up. Even in death, I will take this secret with me." With that declaration, her aura began to surge violently, preparing for self-destruction. The others, donning peculiar masks adorned with strange sea creature designs, grew frantic. "No, quickly stop her." They formed a formation, transforming into a massive azure whale, which engulfed the girl just as she was about to explode. At that moment, an enormous beast, several times larger than the whale, traversed the ocean's surface. Its knees barely submerged in the depths of the sea. An eerie laughter emanated from within. "You have all fallen into my trap." Su Qing manipulated the phantom of the colossal beast, extending its claws to seize the whale, effortlessly crushing it. The masked individuals were stricken with terror. Despite being in the refining void stage, they had never encountered such a formidable presence. They cried out in desperation, "Spare us, Senior." We are but servants of the southern sea sword god, a being of loose, immortal caliber. Do you still dare to threaten me? Su Qing frowned as a miniature black hole followed the sword energy into their bodies, absorbing their blood and spiritual power. The individuals immediately fell unconscious, and Su Qing, expressionless, discarded them into the sea. These individuals possessed at most blue attributes and lacked any fortune protection, their demise almost certain. Su Qing turned his attention to the girl in the white dress, who, despite her violent aura, was now immobilized and unable to utter a word. Her eyes wide with fear as she beheld the scene. As the beast's phantom dissipated, Su Qing settled upon the giant sword of the immortal palace. Extending a hand of spiritual energy to place the girl behind him, he descended onto a nearby deserted island, stowing the giant sword and gently laying her on the sandy shore. I am quite intrigued by what you mentioned. What indeed is it? Simultaneously, he examined the system panel, revealing the girl's identity information. Linglong, early transformation stage, saintess of Kanglin's sacred land. Obtained a scroll containing hidden information about the Sea of Reincarnation and a treasure that can sever curses from an ancient relic in the Southern Sea. However, her companions who entered the relic gained nothing, harboring jealousy and spreading the information. Su Qing had not anticipated that the young maiden was, in fact, the saintess of the Kanglin sacred land. Her cultivation was commendable, yet her heart was excessively naive. How could she so easily place her trust in others? In the face of immense profit, even the strongest of bonds could shatter, and betrayal was an all-too-common occurrence. She possessed 2 golden entries, and Su Qing opted to sign in. Sign in successful, obtain the Heart of the Vast Sea. Heart of the Vast Sea. Born from the purest depths of the Hard-S Ocean, it harbors an abundance of celestial water qi. This was an excellent resource for cultivation, precisely what she needed as her body was on the verge of a breakthrough. At that moment, Linglong suddenly coughed violently twice before fainting, her breath growing increasingly feeble. Su Qing closed the system panel, having become so engrossed in his sign-in that he had forgotten about her critical condition. One hand ignited with the flames of nirvana, while the other radiated a verdant glow. Employing the path of wood, in an instant, Linglong was restored to her former state. She looked vibrant and flushed, yet remained unresponsive. Su Qing reclined on the beach, continuing to study Linglong's information. The opportunity she had acquired was surprisingly related to the Reincarnation Sea. If he could easily access it, a venture into its depths would be quite worthwhile. After all, it was one of the most formidable realms in this world, surely brimming with treasures. Reflecting on the information regarding the Reincarnation Sea, it was a perilous locale at the southernmost tip of the South Sea, one of the most feared places in this realm. It was said to connect directly to the river of the underworld, and there had been sightings of the ethereal 6 paths of reincarnation. The powerful individual who had brought news of it soon met their demise. It seemed there was a curse within. Anyone who successfully emerged from its depths would swiftly perish. Yet, many had obtained rare treasures and even celestial artifacts and elixirs from within. Just then, Linglong abruptly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed intently upon Su Qing. I recognize you, the saint son of Xixiao from the eastern region, who ascended to the top 100 of the talents ranking in a single day. I never expected you to come to the South Sea. Su Qing replied nonchalantly. I am merely here to wander and perhaps seek worthy opponents. Otherwise, the solitude becomes unbearable. Linglong felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. The saint son of Xixiao seemed excessively proud and difficult to approach. However, his formidable strength compelled her to devise a means for him to escort her back to the Kanglin sacred land. In addition to acquiring a map of the hidden routes to the Reincarnation Sea, I have also obtained a treasure that allows one to traverse the river of the underworld, capable of shielding against the curse of the Reincarnation Sea. If you escort me back to the Kanglin sacred land, I can take you with me when I venture into the Reincarnation Sea. Su Qing nodded. I am quite intrigued. Please indicate the direction, and we shall arrive swiftly. He also harbored his own intentions, planning to explore the Kanglin sacred land and sign in if he encountered any formidable entries. Compared to aimlessly searching for powerful entries, visiting a major force was undoubtedly more reliable. Linglong conjured a blue compass, its needle pointing in a specific direction. She looked at Su Qing. This is the location of the Kanglin sacred land. Excellent. Su Qing grasped her collar, activating the unfettered journey, summoning the Kunping speed and the purple-blue divine rainbow. In the blink of an eye, they traversed thousands of miles. Linglong exclaimed in alarm, slow down. I am not prepared yet. Her complexion was pallid. She could barely endure the hurricane generated by their rapid speed. Blood even seeped from the corner of her mouth. My apologies, I almost forgot about you. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Qing manifested several array patterns that formed a small formation, propelling them forward at great speed once more. Their figures became nearly indistinct, and in mere half a day, they arrived at the Kanglin sacred city. The Kanglan sacred city lay at the southernmost tip of the continent, surrounded by magnificent palaces. The architectural style and attire were starkly different from those of the eastern region. In the distance, the sea shimmered with ethereal mist, where 3 celestial islands were interconnected, surrounded by divine birds soaring gracefully, creating a breathtaking spectacle, the very location of the Kanglan sacred land. At the grand entrance of Kanglan City, Linglong paused, her eyes gleaming as she regarded Su Qing. Your speed is indeed unparalleled. No wonder you could exhaust the prodigies of the Blood Garment Tower. Su Qing surveyed the bustling Kanglan sacred city. Does it appear lively here? As your host, will you not show me around? Very well. Linglong approached the grand entrance of Kanglan sacred city, where the surrounding cultivators recognized her as the saintess, bowing respectfully and clearing a path. The two entered Kanglan sacred city. Chapter 112. The Departure of the Blood Demon and Hidden Past. Linglong guided Su Qing through the Kanglan sacred land, actively purchasing many rare medicinal treasures unique to the South Sea. They soon arrived at a resplendent palace. This is my residence. You may stay here for a few days. I must report to the Sacred Lord before you can enter the Kanglan sacred land, Linglong said with a gentle smile. Su Qing nodded. Very well. But when do you plan to depart? I must wait. I need to consult with the Sacred Lord of Kanglan. The South Sea has the Loose Cultivator Alliance obstructing our path, and I may need to offer them a few slots. Linglong's expression reflected her difficulty. Su Qing waved his hand. Then you may go. I shall await you here for a few days. Watching Linglong leave, Su Qing entered the palace, finding the situation rather intriguing. Several terrifying auras were already converging in this direction. It appeared that among them were loose, immortal-level powerhouses, which would spell trouble for the Kanglan sacred land. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the grand hall, Su Qing could not be bothered with such matters. As long as he was not provoked, he would remain uninvolved. He began to comprehend the chaotic blood sea. At this moment, within the Kanglan sacred land, the Sacred Lord of Kanglan stood serenely at the cloud's edge. He appeared to be a kindly old man, clad in a flowing white robe. Just then, a beam of light approached. It was Linglong. As she was about to report, Sacred Lord, I am already aware of this matter. Li Lin has betrayed the Kanglan sacred land and has been imprisoned in the deep sea prison. As for the Loose Cultivator Alliance of the South Sea, there is no need for concern. Though our Kanglan sacred land has always maintained a low profile, we are not afraid of them. Upon finishing these words, the Sacred Lord of Kanglan laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the situation. When I was being pursued by the Loose Cultivator Alliance of the South Sea, I encountered the Saint Son of Xiao, who was traveling to the South Sea. With his assistance, I narrowly escaped disaster. Linglong stood at the cloud's edge, gazing at the location of the Kanglan sacred land. That is the renowned prodigy who has recently gained considerable fame. It is said he effortlessly ascended to the top 100 of the talents ranking while preserving most of his strength. Since he has come to the Kanglan sacred land, we must certainly extend a warm welcome. Just as the Sacred Lord of Kanglan concluded his remarks, several formidable auras approached. One figure descended on a sword, exuding a sharp and formidable presence, inadvertently releasing sword chi that surged into the heavens as if to rend the very sky. Another stunning celestial maiden walked barefoot through the air. The blazing sun transformed into a radiant moon, with countless petals raining down. Yet within this enchanting scene lay a terrifying aura of slaughter. A third individual appeared ordinary, draped in a voluminous black robe, yet merely standing there. One could sense the immense strength emanating from him. They were the 3 loose immortals of the Loose Cultivator Alliance of the South Sea, the Sword God of the South Sea, the Flower Moon Fairy, and the Alliance leader, Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng regarded the Sacred Lord of Kanglan, then glanced at Linglong beside him. If you are wise, you will compel her to surrender the item. Otherwise, we shall breach the Kanglan sacred land. The Sacred Lord of Kanglan maintained his composure, revealing no signs of distress, merely smiling lightly. Though you 3 are loose immortals, this is the Kanglan sacred land. How dare you act so presumptuously? The vast sea surges, the formation activates. A terrifying formation manifested, conjuring countless horizontal water columns, enveloping the heavens in a curtain of water. At that moment, 2 terrifying auras emanated from within the Kanglan sacred land, both of which were of the transcendent realm. The expressions of the 3 members of the Loose Cultivators Alliance turned grim. They had not anticipated that the typically low-profile Kanglan sacred land possessed such profound depths. Within this formation, they sensed their own powers rapidly waning. Sima Changfeng's countenance shifted from somber to beaming with a smile, for matters could be amiably negotiated. He expressed his willingness to offer substantial resources in exchange for quotas to the Reincarnation Sea. The Nanhai Sword God and the Fairy of Flowers nodded in agreement. In the territory of Kanglan's sacred land, enhanced by the Great Formation, they were likely not their match. The Kanglin's sacred master chuckled heartily. In that case, let us enter the Kanglin's sacred land for discussions. Linglong's expression grew somewhat dazed. She had not expected the Kanglin's sacred land to nearly reveal all its secrets merely for the sake of self-preservation. This moved her deeply. Subsequently, she stepped into the Kanglin's sacred land alongside the Kanglin's sacred master. The three transcendent figures of the Loose Cultivators Alliance exchanged nods and entered the Kanglin's sacred land as well. They had mentally prepared themselves to endure a painful transaction with the Kanglin's sacred land. As for any covert ambush, they did not believe the Kanglin's sacred land would resort to such tactics, for defeating them might be easy, but killing them would severely deplete the sacred land's resources, potentially leading to their being consumed by the two great powers within the 10,000 mountains. With calculations in their hearts, they all entered the Kanglin's sacred land. Within the palatial halls of Kanglin's sacred city, Su Qing observed this scene with his divine consciousness. He could not help but acknowledge the sophistication of this formation. He planned to examine the formation scriptures of the Kanglin's sacred land in due course, as they could enhance his own skills as a formation master. Before Su Qing appeared two items, a blood-colored formation insignia and a void spirit token. Upon activating the blood-colored formation, the blood demon, for reasons unknown, had not sought to manipulate hearts as he had before, merely waiting for Su Qing to initiate discourse. Su Qing inquired, "I have a question for you. Do you know of the reincarnation sea? That place harbors a terrifying aura, one that even I would not dare to tread lightly upon during my peak." After uttering these words, the blood demon fell silent. Su Qing sensed something peculiar about the blood demon and summoned his system panel to inspect its status. Blood demon, currently controlling a doppelganger to traverse the heavens, intending to abandon both its true form and the identity of the defier of heaven, allowing its thoughts to enter the doppelganger for recultivation. Su Qing was taken aback. The blood demon had previously lied to him. Aside from this drop of blood sealed by the heavenly Tao, another doppelganger had escaped. Despite the blood demon's various life-preserving techniques being inferior to his own, they were still formidable. Su Qing chose not to expose the blood demon. Let it run, for he had already completed signing all the entries on it, rendering it of little value. Should they encounter each other again, the blood demon would no longer have the standing to serve him. While he posed further inquiries, the blood demon's answers could not be taken at face value. Nevertheless, Su Qing felt compelled to ask. Surmising that the blood demon's revelations were 7 parts truth and 3 parts deception, despite some concealment, a portion remained genuine. "I have one more question for you. What transpired long ago? Why was the demon lord besieged by powerful beings from the myriad realms? And why was she attacked by the heavenly Tao, cast into the cycle of this realm?" Upon hearing this question, the blood demon reacted vehemently, stating, "Not only the heavenly Tao, but any being beneath the heavenly Tao would seek her demise, simply because she is the last to be born of the innate demon gods. Seizing the foundational bloodline, claiming its essence, and refining her flesh into elixirs through secret arts, enabling beings to undergo metamorphosis and become innate demon gods. As for why the heavenly Tao acted, I cannot divulge." After saying this, the blood demon unexpectedly self-destructed, transforming into countless streams of pure blood energy. A miniature black hole manifested before Su Qing, devouring this blood essence. He began to ponder over the blood demon's recent words. He had not anticipated the existence of such secret arts, capable of slaying innate demon gods and acquiring their entirety, subsequently using secret techniques to transmute others into innate demon gods. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant after his own transformation into an innate demon god. Exposure could invite covetous eyes. As for why the heavenly Tao had ambushed Xiao Yoli, it was likely due to her identity as a defier of heaven. Suddenly, Su Qing recalled a matter of utmost importance. Chapter 113, Challenge to the Celestial Tower. If the demon lord is a reincarnation of a soul, it implies that her physical form was obtained by a certain powerful being. Someone had transformed her physical body into an innate demon god. With this thought, Su Qing immediately thought of Xiao Yoli. Her plight was utterly tragic. Not only had her body been taken, but her soul had also endured endless cycles of reincarnation. Targeted by the heavenly Tao, everyone who showed her kindness would meet their demise. She had suffered through countless epochs of torment in the world within his body. He had specifically instructed a doppelganger to cease cultivation, opting instead to accompany Xiao Yoli, playing with her, teaching her cultivation, and serving as her sparring partner. When the time was ripe, with the formation master entries enhanced or possessing a powerful treasure capable of concealing heavenly secrets, he would seal Xiao Yoli's essence and inscribe a grand formation upon her, accompanying her on her journeys of experience. Though his inner world had now consumed the Xianxia secret realm and the Eastern Sea secret realm and was continually growing, the number of beings remained scarce. His true form often entered a state of transcendent meditation. Xiao Jin, the devouring centipede, and Meng Huan were still undergoing metamorphosis, and it was uncertain how long it would take. Regarding the transcendent level Shun and Xiao Yuli, their acquaintance was superficial, limited to mere recognition, with little communication. Consequently, Xiao Yuli appeared exceedingly lonely each day. The heavenly Dao seal containing the blood demon was also consumed by him, leaving only the void spirit token before him. Su Qing's thoughts entered the void spirit token. In the void spirit city, near the celestial talents arena, Su Qing reappeared, eliciting gasps from several celestial talents. Is that Su Qing? Is he about to challenge the celestial talents arena again? Rumor had it that the forces of Central Shenzhou and the Blood-Clothes Tower were studying his weaknesses. Should he enter the celestial talents arena, he would become a target. Have they deduced it? Not yet. Su Qing disregarded the clamor and made his way toward a specific location, the Blood-Clothes Tower stronghold in Void Spirit City, intending to check for any recent news. In truth, he sought the latest edition of the newspaper. As he donned a bizarre mask of black and white, he stepped into the Blood-Clothes Tower. He retrieved a scroll from the wall to peruse its contents. The true immortal ruins of the Western Desert erupted with immortal light, attracting powerful beings from Central Shenzhou. The demon sovereign of the heavenly calamity is attempting to forcibly carve a path, engaging in a fearsome battle with the mightiest of the barbarian continent, the barbarian emperor, in the Northern Sea. News of the reincarnation sea has resurfaced in the Southern Sea. It is said that someone has acquired items capable of evading the curse of the reincarnation sea. The Xixiao sacred land forces in the Eastern Domain are rapidly expanding, having already occupied a significant portion of the Eastern Sea, and seem poised to become the overlord of the Eastern Domain. The Celestial Immortal Academy is preparing to reopen, recruiting disciples from across the realm. Su Qing surveyed the array of news. He had not anticipated the swift revelation of matters concerning the Southern Sea. Once the Blood-Clothes Tower made the news public in the Void Spirit realm, it indicated that numerous celestial talents and powerful beings were now aware. Other forces would likely send their powerful members to the Southern Sea as well. However, Su Qing remained unconcerned. For the more powerful beings and celestial talents that came, the better. He could reap their rewards once more, signing entries from each of them one by one. As he left the Blood-Clothes Tower, the moment he re-entered the main thoroughfare, his mask dissipated, revealing his true visage. Surrounding celestial talents turned their gazes towards Su Qing, speculating on where he would challenge next. Su Qing arrived at the celestial tower, gazing at the rankings. Yun Yin had already ascended to the 300th level. When she challenged the 100th level, she encountered 3 divine beasts, the vermilion birds. In just a few days, the speed of progress is nothing short of astonishing. Observing the crowd's gaze fixed upon the events within the celestial tower, one cannot help but notice the striking resemblance to the Tower of the Prodigies. Combatants can choose to engage openly or conceal their methods of battle. The internal scenes of conflict are formidable, with celestial-level powerhouses honing their combat abilities. Witnessing such titans in battle offers profound insights. Su Qing strides directly into the celestial tower, which resembles a secluded chamber. The dimly lit surroundings obscure any boundaries. As Su Qing steps onto the celestial rankings, he draws the attention of the crowd. That is Su Qing, the holy son of Xixiao from the eastern region, daring to challenge the celestial tower. The betting begins. How many levels will he ascend on his first attempt? Previously, Yun Yin had surged through 100 levels and even clashed with a divine beast, earning renown in the void divine realm. It appears the rumors hold true. The Xixiao Holy Land is indeed on the verge of rising to dominance in the eastern region. The crowd eagerly anticipates Su Qing's display, hoping he will reveal his combat methods. Su Qing, however, has no intention of concealing his strength. This is merely a projection of himself, and the power he exhibited in the Tower of Prodigies was but a fraction of his true prowess. A mere demonstration of a few anomalies, combined with his formidable physique, suffices. The battleground materializes, and a luminous screen outside the celestial tower reveals Su Qing's location. On the first level of the celestial tower, amidst the shadows, boundless divine light erupts. A golden-haired man emerges from the radiance, proclaiming, "Your luck seems rather unfortunate to encounter me upon your entry into the celestial tower." Su Qing examines the information presented by the tower. His opponent is a prodigy from a millennium ago, named Wang Ming. Although a loose cultivator, he has encountered certain fortuitous events, mastering the divine light technique and once sweeping through the northern plains with unparalleled speed. He remains alive, having reached the pinnacle of tribulation, yet unable to ascend. Wang Ming, moving with remarkable swiftness, merges into the divine light, intent on dispatching Su Qing swiftly. Su Qing smiles faintly, finding the challenge intriguing. He wishes to match speed with him. Then let me defeat you with the very speed you pride yourself on. Radiance slices through the darkness, piercing Su Qing's form. But it is merely an illusion that dissipates like mist. Wang Ming's figure reveals itself, his eyes narrowing slightly. As golden threads of divine light envelop the surrounding area for thousands of miles, he gradually constricts them, intending to ensnare Su Qing. At that moment, a voice whispers in Wang Ming's ear, "These threads are indeed beautiful, but their potency seems rather lacking." Startled, he realizes he has been completely unaware of Su Qing's presence behind him. Attempting to meld back into the divine light proves futile. Suddenly, a massive hand, exuding a terrifying aura, descends from above. Wang Ming's figure vanishes in an instant. Su Qing gazes at the spot where Wang Ming disappeared, acknowledging the presence of prodigies from ages past, albeit their powers are suppressed to match his level, rendering the encounter somewhat tedious. Moreover, the specters of those still alive seem to retain a semblance of consciousness, just as Su Qing intends to proceed to the next level. A voice resonates in his ear. It is Wang Ming's voice. "Should you find the time, feel free to visit the Northern Plains. I would gladly impart my insights on the divine speed technique to you." Su Qing is taken aback, surprised that communication is possible. Subsequently, a wealth of cultivation insights floods his consciousness. Chapter 114, The Duel with the Young Solar Emperor. Su Qing comprehends Wang Ming's insights, his eyes shining with clarity. Through associative learning, he further hones his understanding of the art of carefree travel, now moving swifter than ever before. "Quite remarkable," he muses. "Let us see who my next opponent will be." Su Qing acquires several points in the realm of the void and proceeds directly to the second level. Outside the celestial tower, an eerie silence envelopes the onlookers. How has Su Qing achieved this? He has effortlessly defeated the Light King of the Northern Plains. Such speed. Despite understanding his weaknesses, it seems impossible to lay a finger on him. Truly a formidable force, he is bound to shatter unprecedented records. The crowd erupts in a flurry of excitement, marveling at Su Qing's prowess. In a distant corner, a refined middle-aged man nods slightly, acknowledging Su Qing's merit to enter the tower. He unfurls a scroll adorned with numerous names, all legendary prodigies, alongside lesser-known names belonging to hidden talents of great factions or those in solitary cultivation across the world. At the second level of the celestial tower, Su Qing sizes up his opponent, finding him vastly inferior to Wang Ming, and swiftly dispatches him with a single strike. This is the inherent flaw of the celestial tower, its randomness. The next level could present a figure of terrifying might, perhaps even a specter of a young emperor from ancient times, or merely an ordinary prodigy. For Su Qing, the insights from an ordinary prodigy hold little value. Defeating them yields only a meager number of void points. At the third level, he continues to dominate effortlessly. The subsequent adversaries prove to be mere ordinary prodigies, all falling before Su Qing's overwhelming might. Upon reaching the 30th level, he encounters a youth clad in animal skins, a robust figure adorned with a necklace of beast bones. Upon reviewing the details, Su Qing's spirit is invigorated. This is the young solar emperor, a figure from ancient times. He arose during the primordial era, leading humanity against the demon race, vanquishing various fierce beasts, and heralding the glory of humankind. He is the second leader of humanity following the Xian Emperor. Su Qing has perused the ancient texts. His own Kunping projection should exist in the era of the Xian Emperor. The Xian Emperor, the ancestral dragon, and the Wasteland Emperor all hailed from the same epoch, while the Solar Emperor and the Lunar Empress were disciples of the Xian Emperor. Outside the celestial tower, an anticipatory hush falls over the crowd, even holding their breath. The young Solar Emperor has manifested in his youthful form on the 30th level. News must be dispatched. Witnessing the young Solar Emperor firsthand is a lifetime honor. At that moment, the refined middle-aged man observes Su Qing's illuminated presence. A figure in a black robe rushes from afar. It is Xia Shenwu, the foremost prodigy. He gazes upon the young Solar Emperor and initiates a salute from a distance. Once his respects are paid, he inadvertently catches sight of the refined middle-aged man and freezes. "I have encountered Senior Li. What brings you here? Are we truly on the brink of reopening the Celestial Academy?" The middle-aged man nods slightly. "In 6 months, the Celestial Academy shall indeed reopen. I shall certainly attend," Xia Shenwu replies respectfully. The man before him is none other than Li Daoru, the master of the Celestial Academy and the strongest individual in the current age. At that moment, both individuals turn their attention to Su Qing's location. The young Solar Emperor, expressionless, resembles a furnace of the sun, launching a punch towards Su Qing. His fist radiates a terrifying brilliance and power, causing the very space of the celestial tower to fracture. Su Qing remains steadfast, gathering the yin and yang energies in his hand. Uniting these forces, he mirrors the punch with one of his own. The two attacks collide, unleashing an unfathomable force that reverberates even through the luminous screen. The brilliance swiftly dissipates, leaving Su Qing's attire slightly ruffled by the gale, while the young solar emperor is forced back several hundred steps. A faint smile graces Su Qing's lips. As expected of an ancient sovereign, even in the same realm, he presents a modicum of pressure, even as you stand as the revered sovereign of antiquity. Casting a formidable shadow over the annals of history, today you must succumb as my vanquished foe. The youthful solar sovereign, his visage devoid of expression, conjured a terrifying spectacle behind him. The blazing sun scorched all in its path. The manifestation of this blazing sun surged violently towards Su Qing. In response, an image of the yin-yang taiji diagram materialized before Su Qing, whirling with fervor, uniting yin and yang to unleash boundless might as it collided with the blazing sun's manifestation. In that moment, an even more dreadful aura erupted, causing the very fabric of space around them to crumble inch by inch. Had it not been within the confines of the celestial tower, the destruction wrought would have been unimaginable. At that moment, the youthful solar sovereign gasped for breath. His complexion pale, clearly exhausted from the exertion. Yet he was undeterred, transforming into a fearsome deity, towering to an astonishing height, radiating searing heat that began to melt the surroundings. The deity's colossal hand descended, unleashing an inferno that threatened to obliterate the heavens and earth. It was unfathomable that the solar sovereign, despite being merely at the nascent soul stage, possessed such terrifying power. Su Qing's robes billowed as the celestial sword of the immortal palace was drawn, its formidable power compelling me to unsheath my own sword. With the barbaric sword path and the temporal spatial sword technique, time itself seemed to freeze, and the deity formed by the solar sovereign was cleaved in two. The figure of the youthful solar sovereign vanished in the process. With the celestial sword returned to its sheath, Su Qing stood still, absorbing the insights of the solar sovereign's cultivation. Outside the celestial tower, the onlookers were left profoundly shaken. Some trembled uncontrollably, questioning whether they had truly witnessed this. The youthful solar sovereign had been thoroughly subdued by Su Qing and defeated with a single stroke. This was not the crux of their astonishment. Could they truly be at the nascent soul stage? I, at the pinnacle of the integration stage, felt as though I could not withstand even a single blow. Following this battle, Su Qing's renown would soar to unprecedented heights, positioning him alongside the most illustrious prodigies of the realm. In a distant corner, Li Daoru and Xia Shenwu were equally astonished by Su Qing's prowess. Xia Shenwu mused that in a confrontation of equal realms, he might be vanquished in an instant. Fear not. Your potential is remarkable. Remember to come to the Celestial Academy in due time. Li Daoru etched this battle deeply in his mind, foreseeing that Su Qing would inevitably dominate the world. Regrettably, the environment he found himself in was lacking. Otherwise, his cultivation would not be limited to merely the nascent soul stage. In comparison to the central divine continent, the eastern region's spiritual energy was notably sparse, devoid of any celestial essence. He resolved to depart the void divine realm, intending to venture directly to the eastern region to extend an invitation to Su Qing to join the Celestial Academy. Within the Celestial Tower, Su Qing remained engrossed in comprehending the solar sovereign's cultivation insights, reaping rewards that were almost beyond imagination, including half of the exclusive technique of the yin-yang sacred body. The solar scriptures. This single technique was sufficient for one to reach the level of an immortal emperor. However, Su Qing found himself somewhat troubled. Having comprehended the solar sovereign's insights, his own yin-yang sacred body was skewed towards yang, leading to an imbalance. The yin-yang taiji diagram manifestation, which represented the unity of yin and yang, was temporarily unavailable for use. If he were to acquire the cultivation insights and techniques of the lunar empress, his manifestations and divine abilities would be greatly amplified. Moreover, by utilizing a significant number of void divine points to enter a state of enlightenment, he could potentially merge these two techniques into an exclusive technique for his yin-yang sacred body. Thus, he continued his challenges within the Celestial Tower. Chapter 115. Tao Tai and Xianxia enter the Kanglan sacred land. However, this time, he did not encounter anyone as formidable as the youthful solar sovereign. The journey was smooth, with every adversary dispatched with ease. Upon reaching the 50th floor of the Celestial Tower, he unexpectedly faced two opponents. The duo even displayed the ability to collaborate. For other prodigies, this might have increased the pressure significantly. Yet, Su Qing remained unfazed, realizing that what once required a single strike now required two. He swiftly ascended until reaching the 80th floor, where two powerful beasts emerged, one Xianxia and one Tao Tai, both colossal in stature and exuding a savage aura. Su Qing felt a surge of interest. His form transformed into a fearsome giant beast, resembling an amalgamation of countless exotic creatures. The essence of numerous beasts melded within him, and he grew to an immense size. dwarfing the already formidable Taotai and Xianxia, rendering them as insignificant as mice. With but a stomp of his feet, the two beasts were obliterated. As the phantom of the giant beast dissipated, Su Qing did not gain the cultivation insights of the Xianxia and Taotai. However, he obtained 2 drops of their essence blood, which filled him with delight. If he were to consume the essence blood of these 2 fearsome beasts, he would inherit their innate divine abilities. The harvest was certainly commendable. As the phantom of the giant beast faded, Su Qing prepared to challenge the next layer. He continued his ascent, decisively overpowering all opponents. Upon reaching the 100th layer, 3 figures appeared. This time, he felt no significant pressure. The 2 strikes had merely increased to 3. Outside the celestial tower, the multitude of prodigies and powerful figures among the spectators became somewhat numb. Even the mighty solar sovereign had fallen to Su Qing after merely 3 strikes. The remaining adversaries were crushed with overwhelming force. Regardless of their numbers, they seemed to pose no challenge whatsoever. Observing Su Qing's rapid ascent through the celestial tower, reaching the 150th layer, 4 opponents emerged. At 200 layers, 5 opponents appeared. At this juncture, Su Qing felt a pang of boredom. The likelihood of encountering the lunar empress within the celestial tower seemed exceedingly slim. He pondered the current status of the discussions regarding the Cycle C, contemplating a direct exit from the celestial tower. Yet, he was informed that challenges could only commence from the 200th layer onward, preventing him from returning to previous levels. Su Qing was indifferent. The current top-ranked figure on the celestial rankings, the Xian Emperor, had already challenged over 8,000 layers, indicating that many layers still remained. As for the intensity of the challenges, Su Qing cared little. Each additional figure represented a new opportunity for insights into cultivation. Within the 200th layer, Su Qing garnered numerous insights, including considerable comprehension of formations. His proficiency as a formation master saw a tremendous enhancement, though he still had some distance to cover before achieving the coveted red tier. As Su Qing departed, the numerous prodigies and powerful figures surrounding the celestial rankings lingered, unwilling to leave. The magnitude of shock this event evoked far surpassed that of previous prodigy tournaments. Su Qing had proven to be far stronger than anticipated. They had previously been analyzing his weaknesses, but it was now evident that there was no longer a need, especially since the youthful solar sovereign had been effortlessly defeated by him. Indeed, the scene of him obliterating 2 ferocious beasts remained etched in their memories. The magnitude of that giant beast's phantom must have demanded immense energy, right? Near the crowd, several individuals were engaged in calculations. Su Qing, being of the yin-yang sacred body, upon acquiring the solar sovereign's insights, would inevitably face an imbalance of yin and yang. Although that giant beast phantom was powerful, its energy consumption would undoubtedly be tremendous, limiting its duration. It was true that the inheritance of the lunar empress had long been lost. Encountering her within the celestial tower was nearly impossible. Following the imbalance of yin and yang, he would face significant challenges in his cultivation, making it his most vulnerable moment. The onlookers regarded these individuals with curiosity. They were members of the Tianji Pavilion, a formidable force renowned for their prowess in divination. Within the central divine continent, they were quite famous. Anyone seeking to divine a person's whereabouts or locate treasures would turn to the Tianji Pavilion. However, their reputation was not without blemish. Their services were exorbitantly priced, and the accuracy was not guaranteed, with a mere 30 to 40% likelihood of being correct. One individual remarked, somewhat exasperated, "You all seem somewhat deluded." Su Qing encountered the solar sovereign at merely 30 layers. If there were truly any issues, how could he possibly ascend to 200 layers? Indeed, moreover, with the force of a tempest, it was resolved in a single stroke. Upon hearing such words, the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion shook their heads in disbelief, appearing almost entranced. "We are not mistaken. There must be something amiss with Su Qing." The surrounding crowd regarded them as though they were fools, before gradually dispersing. In the following 2 days, the sacred land of Qinglan buzzed with activity, as news of the reincarnation sea had reached the void divine realm. Consequently, most of the formidable powers from the southern wilderness flocked to the sacred land of Qinglan. First to arrive were the leaders of the Witch God sect and the Gu God sect from the 10,000 mountains. Soon after, the Daoyan Saint Lord and the Xianming Saint Lord, accompanied by numerous strong warriors, also entered the sacred land. It was rumored that a great force from the central divine continent was intrigued as well, but due to the distance, they were still en route. Su Qing, nearby the sacred city of Qinglan, observed the unfolding scene, noting how increasingly lively it had become, with the news of the reincarnation sea attracting so many powerful factions. At that moment, a streak of black light zipped through the sky, and as it passed, a voice exclaimed, "You truly have come to the southern wilderness." The black radiance dissipated, revealing a robust figure, Shi Wuhan, whom Su Qing had encountered in the void divine realm. Su Qing nodded slightly, inquiring, so? You also intend to embark on an adventure to the reincarnation sea? Indeed, I have heard legends of that place since childhood, and I find myself quite fascinated by that terrifying expanse of unknown waters. Shi Wuhan replied with an honest smile. Why not, Dao brother? Accompany me into the sacred land of Kanglan? It would be best if we could secure a quota. That will not be necessary. It appears someone has come to receive us, Su Qing said, gazing into the distance. A brilliant azure light descended, revealing the enchanting form of the sacred maiden of Kanglan. Linglong. She approached Su Qing gracefully, her aura gentle, and with a soft smile, she said, the sacred lord of Kanglan has instructed that you be treated well, and thereafter, you may freely enter the sacred land. Su Qing sensed that since defeating the Sun Saint Emperor in his youth, the attitudes of these prodigies towards him seemed to have grown more reverent. He turned to Shi Wuhan, asking what about him. Linglong raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly recognizing Shi Wuhan. Very well, you may both accompany me into the sacred land of Kanglan. The three transformed into streaks of light, dashing into the islands of the celestial sea. Under Linglong's guidance, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Within the island, numerous aerial pavilions were suffused with ethereal energy, resembling a realm of immortals. Occasionally, peculiar small beasts flitted about, their azure bodies adorned with wings, and their calls enriched the surrounding spiritual essence. Linglong led the two to a grand hall, where a terrifying, tumultuous aura erupted. The leaders of various factions sat in different positions, competing in their imposing presence. The sacred lord of Kanglan occupied the main seat, seemingly affable, yet emanating an aura that rivaled that of other strong beings. However, as Su Qing and his companions entered the hall, the contest of pressure among the powers was abruptly interrupted. Linglong respectfully addressed the sacred lord. I have brought Su Qing. With that, she stepped aside. Su Qing scanned the assembly with indifference and boldly approached the sacred lord, taking a seat directly at the table. He surveyed the prominent figures surrounding him and leisurely declared, for this expedition to the reincarnation sea, I require 2 quotas. Should you disagree, you shall all perish here today. The atmosphere among the powerful grew increasingly volatile. It was sheer audacity. Su Qing, though you are indeed a prodigious talent, you have yet to fully mature and dare to speak thusly to us. One of them exclaimed, I have slain many prodigies, yet none like you. Behind Su Qing, the sacred lord of Kanglan revealed a barely perceptible smile, surprised at Su Qing's boldness, which alleviated some of the pressure on the sacred land. Just then, Su Qing shattered the table beneath him with a forceful strike, turning to the sacred lord and retorting, What are you grinning about, old man? Your intentions are all too obvious. The sacred lord's expression stiffened before he replied with a congenial smile, You saved the sacred maiden of Kanglan. I was contemplating what reward to bestow upon you. Very well then. Allow me to stay in the area of the sacred land to store my techniques for 2 days. I wish to peruse some ancient texts, Su Qing stated, fixing his gaze on a sinister-looking youth. You, who just threatened to kill me, come forth if you dare. However, know this, you shall be the one to perish. The youth was the saint son of the Gu God sect, poised to rise, but was halted by the Gu God sect master behind him. The saint son's consciousness echoed a warning. Su Qing is an unparalleled prodigy. Even with numerous guardians, he could be harboring hidden threats nearby. Do not act recklessly. The Gu God sect master regarded the sacred lord and other powerful figures, conceding, I agree to grant Su Qing 1 quota. The leaders of several other factions, seasoned strategists, also concurred. At that moment, Su Qing vanished without a trace. The Gu God sect's son felt a chill creep down his spine before he fainted. The other powerful beings only caught a glimpse of Su Qing appearing behind the Gu God sect's son, delivering a single blow that rendered him unconscious. Yet they failed to perceive when Su Qing had made his move, causing a shiver of trepidation among them. They had not anticipated such swiftness from Su Qing, who had eluded even their eyes. Su Qing surveyed the assembly, declaring, Are your ears deceiving you? I stated I require 2 quotas, including him. He gestured towards Shi Wuhan, who remained in a daze nearby. The Gu God sect master and the Witch God sect master did not acquiesce. Instead, their eyes brimmed with malice. Though he is a prodigy of the southern wilderness, he has pilfered ancestral Gu. The Gu God sect is still pursuing him. Indeed, the altar of my Witch God sect possesses various secret arts. Even the statue of the Witch God was stolen by him. This cannot be left unresolved. Shi Wuhan chuckled innocently. The items you speak of are clearly of dubious origin. I am merely aiding you. Su Qing casually settled into a seat, stating, I am not here to negotiate. I am informing you. The sacred lord of Kanglan smiled. In that case, you shall have your 2 quotas. The Daoyin Saint Lord and Xianming Saint Lord, harboring no fondness for the Gu God and Witch God sects, also agreed. Now, the vote stood 3-2. Even the Gu in which God sects found themselves powerless. They dared not target Su Qing, yet they schemed to assassinate Shi Wuhan amidst the reincarnation sea. Seeing their decision finalized, Su Qing remained quietly seated, no longer voicing his thoughts. Shi Wuhan subtly approached Su Qing, whispering, "I appreciate your kindness. But might this be too ostentatious? It could invite unnecessary troubles." "Not at all," Su Qing replied, observing Shi Wuhan's attributes. Wuhan, destiny, emptiness, demon emperor, talent, star plucking, formless, emptiness, entries, emptiness, demon body, ancestral Gu, witchcraft, xianxiadrama hand, great hope of formlessness, theft of purple, growth potential, description, once a humble farm boy near the 10,000 mountains. He harbored resentment towards the Gu god sect after his sister was chosen as a Gu girl. Unable to resist, he later inherited the legacy of the formless demon lord and awakened the emptiness demon body. For several years, he navigated the conflict between the witch god sect and the Gu god sect, intensifying the rivalry between the two factions. Upon examining Shi Wuhan's system panel, Su Qing realized that this was not his true name, and it was concealed quite deeply. It was unclear what secret arts had allowed him to mask his strength by an entire realm within the void divine realm, only revealing the prowess of a peak divine transformation stage. Su Qing's eyes shimmered with brilliance. It became apparent that the current Wuhan was, indeed, not his true form. The seemingly guileless demeanor was but a facade. His authentic appearance was that of an exceptionally handsome and suave youth, yet his gaze bore an icy chill. Commencing his sign-in process with him, Su Qing placed greater emphasis on the potential for growth rather than the red-tinted entries. He began signing in under the entry of theft. Sign-in successful, obtain planting. Planting, this grants the ability to enhance the growth of spiritual herbs, adding years to their age, and even allowing for their evolution. In an instant, Su Qing acquired a wealth of knowledge pertaining to cultivation, and with subsequent gains, this knowledge would expand further. While not a combat-oriented entry, it was exceedingly practical. Previously, he relied on the entry of listening to all things, providing whatever the spiritual herbs requested. This method had yielded commendable growth in the herbs. However, moving the towering trees within his inner world, such as the celestial tree and the forbidden tree, was an impossibility. Moreover, the world tree seed had only just begun to sprout, its growth far too sluggish. With this new entry, Su Qing now possessed the means to accelerate the growth of the celestial tree, the forbidden tree, and the world tree seed. As his inner world flourished, his own strength would further amplify. Seated in a corner, Su Qing listened intently to the disputes among the formidable powers vying for slots to the reincarnation sea. The treasure acquired by Linglong could only accommodate 20 individuals and was capable of shielding against the reincarnation curse. Otherwise, should one be ensnared by the curse, even if they entered and obtained supreme treasures, no matter how divine, they would ultimately perish. The treasures obtained would merely serve as garments for others. At that moment, a menacing aura enveloped the outer reaches of the Qinglin's sacred land. Even the most powerful of loose immortals found themselves utterly powerless against this mere presence. For the one responsible was a genuine human immortal, a vast chasm separating them from the loose immortal ranks. A voice, devoid of warmth, resonated. From the celestial empire of Shenzhou, Jianshun requests the activation of the formation to grant us entry. Upon realizing the visitors hailed from the central Shenzhou, the Qinglin's sacred master felt a wave of relief. Immortal-level beings from central Shenzhou were unlikely to act beyond their realm, often reluctant to linger elsewhere due to the absence of celestial energy for sustenance in battle. Furthermore, due to the natural laws of the world, their power would diminish by at least 50% outside central Shenzhou. Of course, certain powerful beings, such as pure body cultivators or formidable demon clan warriors, could traverse the world without reliance on celestial energy, their might remaining undiminished. Additionally, central Shenzhou enforced strict laws prohibiting recklessness in other regions, akin to how cultivators refrained from bullying mortals. However, such restraints were not overly stringent. The arriving party had also announced their faction before entering the Qinglin's sacred land, with the celestial empire of Shenzhou being one of central Shenzhou's foremost powers, further assuaging the sacred master's concerns. The Qinglin's sacred master personally went to receive them. Moments later, a youth with flowing hair and a sword slung across his back approached, his gaze sharp and his aura formidable. Beside him was a girl clad in red, who disdainfully surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, "What a pitiful place! Not only is there a lack of celestial energy, but even the spiritual energy is so sparse." Jianshun regarded the assembly with an impassive expression, stating, "She is the little princess of the celestial empire of Shenzhou. We seek a slot to the reincarnation sea for her to undergo training. We require a single position." Upon hearing that only one slot was needed, the leaders of the other factions remained silent, turning their gazes toward the Qinglin's sacred master. Without hesitation, the sacred master acquiesced. Very well. The distribution of the remaining slots commenced, totaling 20 positions. The little princess of the Celestial Empire, along with Su Qing and Wu Hin, occupied 3 of them. The remaining slots were then allocated among the other factions. Su Qing, seated quietly in the corner, observed the 2 newcomers from central Shenzhou. The little princess was adorned in no less than a dozen celestial artifacts, including 3 top-tier celestial items, and her arsenal of life-preserving measures was undoubtedly vast. It was no wonder the Celestial Empire of Shenzhou felt secure allowing her to venture forth alone. As for the youth, he was an unparalleled sword immortal. In perfect sync with his sword spirit, even reluctant to absorb it within his being, his combat prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. Examining their attribute panels, Su Qing noted that the little princess possessed merely a single golden attribute entry, which failed to pique his interest. Jian Shun, however, bore 2 golden entries, one of which intrigued Su Qing greatly. Sword nurturing technique. By feeding one's own essence to the life sword, it rapidly enhances its power and rank. To his astonishment, he encountered not 1, but 2 rare growth entries today, a stroke of good fortune indeed. He initiated the sign-in process. Sign-in successful, obtained 10,000 heart of spiritual mind. Sign-in successful, obtained sword control technique. Sword control technique. If one's own life sword's rank surpasses that of another's, one can manipulate their life sword without limitation on quantity. Should the entry rank grow, it allows for the direct plundering of others' life swords to become one's own. Su Qing contemplated the 2 acquisitions from his sign-in, having gained substantial resources from the little princess. The latter entry sparked his interest. His most formidable life sword, the Hongming Imperial Sword, had already transcended the level of top-tier celestial artifacts. Su Qing estimated that within this realm, no sword could rival his own. Thus, regardless of the strength of others' life swords, he could command them. As he continued signing in with the leaders of various factions, he amassed a wealth of resources, including 2 celestial artifacts. Sign-in successful, obtained the 5 elements celestial garment. Sign-in successful, obtained the mid-tier celestial artifact, the Azure Water Celestial Spirit Pearl. Both were commendable acquisitions, and the 5 elements celestial garment could be worn over his source battle armor, significantly enhancing his safety. Once the deliberations concluded, the Kanglin's sacred master announced their departure for the reincarnation sea in 3 days. Just as everyone prepared to disperse, the little princess scanned her surroundings and, upon spotting Su Qing, appeared somewhat astonished. You are the one who triumphed over the young Sun Saint Emperor, Su Qing. What brings you here? Are you also heading to the reincarnation sea for training? Su Qing, averse to engaging with her, intended to enter the Kanglin's sacred land scripture repository to peruse the formations and cultivation texts. However, the little princess, incensed by his disregard, flushed with indignation and exclaimed, "Halt! I challenge you today." The other faction leaders watched with glee, recalling how Su Qing had previously subdued them with his might. Now he faced an even more formidable opponent, and her backing was formidable, with guardian figures being human immortal level. Su Qing regarded her coolly. Though you are at the peak of the integration stage, your aura is superficial, built upon resources and elixirs. You are unworthy of a duel with me. With that, Su Qing and Wu Hin stepped away from the grand hall, vanishing into the enveloping mist. Linglong transformed into a blue light, swiftly pursuing them. The little princess, Xiaolinyan, stamped her foot in frustration, fuming. Jian Shun, go teach Su Qing a lesson. Jian Shun shook his head slightly, his voice as cold as ever. The strongest among us, Li Daoru, has already declared his intention to recruit Su Qing into the Celestial Academy, even journeying to the Eastern Domain in search of him, only to find nothing. I did not expect Su Qing to appear in the South Sea. Xiaolingyan's ire only intensified as her gaze swept across the crowd. Other powerful factions dared not provoke this little ancestor and quickly retreated, some even employing mystical arts. In a certain part of the Kanglin sacred land, Linglong gazed at Su Qing with a sense of guilt. I admit that I brought you to the main hall to leverage your renown to intimidate other factions. There is no need for such theatrics. My initial act of saving you was merely incidental, Su Qing replied in a rather indifferent tone. Guide us to our accommodations. I intend to visit the scriptures pavilion to peruse the texts. With a resigned sigh, Linglong nodded and led the two to a mist-shrouded summit. The area was adorned with intricate formations and exquisite pavilions. This place will remain undisturbed. You may take temporary residence here. Su Qing looked at Wu Hin, instructing, you stay here for now. I shall head to the scriptures pavilion. Wu Hin nodded, a simple smile gracing his face. You've offended those factions. Be cautious henceforth. Not a concern. Wu Hin observed the direction in which they departed, revealing a peculiar insect at the tip of his finger. The insect transformed into a faint black light, darting towards the dwelling of the Gu God sect's powerful members. Within the scriptures pavilion of the Qinglin's sacred land, Linglong was filled with remorse. Had it not been for Su Qing's intervention and escort, she would never have returned to the Qinglin's sacred land. She was contemplating how to mend relationships and resolve the misunderstandings that had arisen in the main hall. I am well versed in the locations of all the texts within the scriptures pavilion. Allow me to guide you in your search. Very well. Su Qing decided to imprint a collection of texts concerning formations and cultivation. He would then return to study them at leisure, as he was to depart for the reincarnation sea in 3 days. As Su Qing perused the texts, Linglong's beautiful eyes were clouded with thought. Eventually, she produced a scroll from her storage ring. Chapter 118, The Origins of the Reincarnation Sea. Linglong transmitted to Su Qing. I have some confidential matters to divulge to you regarding the reincarnation sea. Su Qing, taken aback by her sudden willingness to disclose such information, followed her into a dim chamber within the scriptures pavilion. The ancient scroll in Linglong's hand levitated in the air and unfurled, revealing a wondrous radiance that formed intricate lines, ultimately presenting a map of the reincarnation sea. Each location was inscribed with ancient characters. Linglong pointed to the map, indicating the inscriptions. Although I cannot comprehend these characters, some of the red inscriptions and other information brought back by powerful figures from the reincarnation sea may provide insights. The red inscriptions denote perilous areas, while the black inscriptions indicate safe passage. In addition to the map, I acquired a small boat from an ancient ruin. After recognizing its master and refining it, I learned that this small vessel is a treasure born from the reincarnation sea, enabling it to shield against the ominous presence there. However, aside from myself, it can only accommodate 20 individuals. Su Qing examined the inscriptions. Though she could not read them, he recognized their significance. With the eye of all-seeing and the listening of all things abilities activated, the ancient characters morphed into familiar script. The map revealed the information of the reincarnation sea, the road of life and death, the nether river, the sea of flowers on the other shore, the place of no return, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the land of death tribulations. The sounds emanating from the map were mournful, echoing a profound sorrow. Death. Every powerful being ultimately succumbs to death, even the mightiest celestial emperors. Only the nether realm serves as the final resting place for all living beings. My master is known as the reincarnation celestial emperor, born in the primordial age, who later traversed the heavens, stepping into the nether and becoming tainted. He returned to this realm, establishing the reincarnation sea, entombing himself within it to prevent disturbances and seal the source of his affliction, transforming the environment of the reincarnation sea to mirror the nether and creating countless barriers. Later, the Wuxiang demon sovereign infiltrated the reincarnation sea, stealing me along with many treasures, but ultimately fell to ruin due to the taint. As Su Qing absorbed the map's revelations, he was astonished by the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder Wuhan had acquired the legacy of the Wuxiang demon sovereign in the 10,000 Great Mountains and sought entry into the reincarnation sea. He must possess some knowledge. The items Linglong had obtained likely belonged to the Wuxiang demon sovereign, which were scattered in the South Sea. The so-called taint must be the curse spoken of by many. Even celestial emperors and demon sovereigns could not withstand it. And given that the strongest beings in this realm were merely celestial immortals, they too would succumb to the invasion of the taint. No wonder the blood demon had mentioned the terrifying aura within. Even at his peak, he dared not enter. At the height of his power, the blood demon was merely at the pinnacle of true immortal rank. Linglong gazed curiously at Su Qing. Can you comprehend this? Also, why are you in such a daze? Has something shocked you? Su Qing nodded slightly. I possess an ability that allows me to communicate with all things, which has granted me some insights. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Linglong's eyes sparkled, producing a small black boat. Then attempt to communicate with this treasure. Both items appeared together. Su Qing regarded the black boat. Reincarnation celestial vessel, one of the treasures of the reincarnation celestial emperor, possessing the power to annihilate all and capable of temporarily resisting the encroaching taint. It seemed the reincarnation celestial vessel had remained silent due to its damaged state. Su Qing shook his head gently, unable to establish communication. Is that so? Linglong stored away the reincarnation celestial vessel and the reincarnation sea map, refraining from further inquiries. Yet, she resolved that as long as she entered the reincarnation sea, following Su Qing would surely be the right choice. Upon exiting the chamber, Su Qing began to swiftly record various texts. Linglong took her leave to prepare for the journey to the reincarnation sea. Su Qing spent 2 full hours documenting all the formation texts and cultivation literature from the Qinglin's sacred land, inscribing them onto other jade slips, planning to return to his residence and await departure. It was then deep into the night, the moon shining brightly amidst sparse stars, as the Qinglin's sacred land appeared tranquil. Upon returning to his lodgings, Su Qing intended to engage in cultivation within a spacious hall. At that moment, Wu Hen approached him with a smile, saying, "Dao brother, I have matters to discuss with you." In his hands, he held 2 purple golden gourds, emitting a fragrant aroma. He tossed one of the gourds to Su Qing, stating, "This is drunken immortal brew, a premium spirit." Su Qing caught it, his eyes gleaming with interest. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Wu Hen chuckled. "Shall we converse within the hall?" "Very well." Inside the palace, they sat opposite one another. Wu Hen uncorked the celestial brew. "Dao brother, please." He took a sip, and Su Qing, narrowing his eyes, began to drink heartily. "If you have something to say, then speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution." Wu Hen's aura shimmered, his once robust form gradually becoming lean, his features transforming until he appeared as a striking youth. "I am but a wandering cultivator, so I must exercise caution. I hope you do not take offense. As for what I wish to convey, it would be best for you to remain in the Kanglin's sacred land to cultivate diligently and avoid entering the reincarnation sea. This brew is not mere spirit. It is true celestial wine. Even if you possess extraordinary combat prowess, your cultivation is still at the nascent soul stage, and you will likely remain intoxicated for over 100 days. The treasure from the Kanglin's sacred land can only shield against the taint for half a month. Afterward, you will still be ensnared by the curse. However, the reincarnation sea is vast, even larger than the South Sea. My intention is to ambush the Gu God sect leader. This may well be my last opportunity." With that, Wu Hen left behind several more purple golden gourds, all filled with celestial brew. Su Qing, eyes closed, lightly tapped his fingers against the table. "Do you truly believe that the Gu God sect's master would involve himself in this affair? He is a sovereign of his domain, wielding immense power and influence, and he values his life greatly. I suspect that the leaders of those factions would refrain from entering the cycle sea for any risky ventures. They would merely dispatch a few trusted subordinates." After stating this, Su Qing consumed the exquisite elixir from the gourd in one gulp. It was indeed a fine wine, possessing a potency surpassing that of dozens of priceless treasures aged for millennia. Wu Hen gazed at Su Qing and let out a bitter smile, realizing that his little tricks were of no use against such a formidable ally. "Perhaps I have acted too impulsively, but my patience has worn thin." Wu Hen clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Su Qing waved his hand, summoning all the divine brew beside him into his possession. "Your talent is commendable. Surpassing the Gu God sect's master is merely a matter of time, so why the haste?" According to the information provided by the all-seeing eye, Wu Hen is still quite young, merely in his 20s. He received his inheritance in his youth, and in just over a decade, he has reached the peak of the void refinement stage. Wu Hen's eyes burned crimson, his expression tormented. "I simply cannot wait any longer. If I delay for several decades more, even if I were to destroy the Gu God sect with a mere flick of my hand, I would still be unable to reclaim my sister's remains from the Gu God sect's master. She should still retain a trace of her soul, allowing her to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Wu Hen's expression grew even more pained as he began recounting his tale. Chapter 119. Charging into the Gu God sect's stronghold. The Gu God sect's Gu maidens employ secret arts to implant Gu worms within the bodies of exceptionally gifted young girls. The greater the talent, the more potential the Gu worms will possess in the future. As the Gu maidens cultivate, the Gu worms continually absorb their spiritual energy, multiplying in number. In the beginning, they can be sustained, but eventually, the Gu worms will devour the maiden's internal organs, bones, and bloodlines, ultimately consuming their very souls. Once everything has been consumed, the Gu worms reach their full maturity. Upon finishing this account, Wu Hen lowered his head in despair. Such a malevolent art. If it were to awaken in the Eastern domain, every major faction would vie for it, merely to add another powerful member to their ranks. Who would have thought that the manifestation of such an awakening within the 10,000 Great Mountains would result in unprecedented suffering? Su Qing regarded Wu Hen and declared, "Very well, we shall rescue your sister at once." With each passing moment, her peril increases. Wu Hen suddenly lifted his head, "But our strength is lacking, and the Gu God sect's master is a loose immortal. If we charge in recklessly, it would only bring disaster upon you, my friend." "Is he merely a loose immortal? I have slain even celestial immortals," Su Qing replied with a faint smile. "Upon encountering the name of the Gu God sect earlier, I suspected a connection to the Gu demons. Discovering the Gu demons is one of the very reasons I ventured into the southern wilderness. If not for the occurrence in the cycle sea, I would have sought out the Gu God sect regardless." Hearing Su Qing's words, Wu Hen thought he was merely offering comfort, which only added to his frustration. "But we are in the Kanglin's sacred land, where powerful beings abound, including those from the central continent. You are being excessively verbose. Let us act. What we must ascertain now is whether your sister remains in the hands of the Gu God sect's master. If she does not, We will need to pay a visit to the Gu God sect. Su Qing inquired of Wu Hen. Wu Hen nodded. I possess a secret art that connects our bloodlines, allowing me to determine that my sister resides within a treasure of the Gu God sect's master. Just as he finished speaking, the space behind Su Qing erupted, and he vanished without a trace. Wu Hen did not anticipate Su Qing's sudden departure. Causing a commotion in the Kanglin's sacred land could lead to unforeseen consequences. He activated his most powerful secret technique, transforming his body into a shadow and swiftly heading in that direction. Meanwhile, in another grand hall of the Kanglin's sacred land, the Gu God sect's master sat in his main seat, observing his 3 attendants, all of whom were powerful beings at the Great Ascension stage. The holy son of the Gu God sect also prepared to venture into the Cycle Sea. This time, the Gu God sect has only 2 slots. You may choose among yourselves who shall go. They all presumed it to be an unparalleled opportunity and began to quarrel, nearly coming to blows. At that moment, a terrifying aura beyond comprehension emerged from the surroundings. The Gu God sect's master narrowed his eyes, stating, Since you have come, do not hide in the shadows. Reveal yourself. The space shattered, and Su Qing stepped forth with deliberate grace. Upon recognizing Su Qing, the Gu God sect's master remained expressionless, while the Holy Son's face twisted with murderous intent. You are the one who ambushed me before everyone, leaving me utterly humiliated, and you dare to come here willingly? Prepare to die? From within his wide sleeves, countless fearsome goo worms surged forth, coalescing into a grotesque monstrosity. Su Qing disregarded him entirely, fixing his gaze upon the Gu God sect's master. I have a question for you. What is the relationship between the Gu God sect and the Gu demons? Upon hearing Su Qing's inquiry, the Gu God sect's master, seated at the top, let out a cold laugh. Is there truly a distinction between the divine and the demonic? Su Qing furrowed his brow as a small black hole materialized beside him, consuming all of the Holy Son's goo worms. He then approached directly, delivering a swift and lethal strike. Witnessing this scene, the Gu God sect's master could no longer remain seated. This is provocation. Even if you are an unparalleled prodigy, today I shall ensure you remain here. The Gu God sect's master, disregarding Su Qing's protective guardian, intended to swiftly eliminate him and use his remains as a vessel for his Gu cultivation. You, of all people, think you are worthy? Su Qing had discerned the Gu God sect's combat style. They relied solely on their goo worms for offense, their physical forms being exceedingly weak. As long as one was not a formidable body cultivator, activating the realm of power would render him invincible. The other great ascension stage experts fell unconscious one after another. The Gu God sect's master felt his strength dissipating, unable to command his goo worms, and faced the possibility of being devoured by them. The murderous intent in his eyes faded, and he began to smile obsequiously. The Holy Son's death is inconsequential. If you have slain them all, I shall harbor no grievances. Su Qing delivered a resounding slap to him, followed by a kick that sent the Gu God sect's master sprawling on the ground. Just a moment ago, were you not quite arrogant? Answer me this. What connection exists between the Gu God sect and the Gu demons? Consider your response carefully. Should it fail to satisfy me, you shall perish. When the Gu demons descended upon the mortal realm, they clashed with the witch gods in the 10,000 great mountains, resulting in mutual destruction. The Gu demon's body was shattered, transforming into countless goo worms. At that time, the Gu God sect acquired the majority of these goo worms, which is why we rose to power so swiftly. As for the witch gods, they ultimately vanished but left behind their legacy, which was obtained by the witch god sect. Su Qing activated some keywords, sensing that the Gu God sect's master was not lying. Furthermore, such matters were easily investigated, as they were recorded in ancient texts. However, this revelation suggests that finding the true form of the Gu demon would require a personal visit. At that moment, a shrill cry escaped the Gu God sect's master's lips, intending to summon the goo worms from outside the hall. Unexpectedly, countless purple gold runes emerged from the ground, sealing the area entirely. Just then, Wu Hen emerged from the shadows. He was profoundly shocked by the sight before him. Although he sensed his power waning, he paid it little mind, his crimson eyes fixated on the Gu God sect's master. Su Qing activated the formation to allow Wu Hen to enter the hall, gesturing with his hand as the purple gold runes transformed into chains, binding the Gu God sect's master and sealing away all his powers. I leave him in your care. This place is fortified with a formation that not only silences our voices, but also prevents others from probing our thoughts. Having said this, he stepped into the rift in space behind him. Su Qing returned to his quarters, indifferent to how Wu Hen would torment the members of the Gu God sect. Before him, countless runes coalesced into a radiant map, the very map of the Cycle Sea. Su Qing began to meticulously study the situation. After 2 days and nights, he found himself seated at the entrance of the Grand Hall, gazing at the distant sunset reflecting off the surface of the sea. a shadow materialized into a human form, revealing Wuhan's silhouette. Instead of the joy of avenging a great grievance, he appeared lost and bewildered. Observing Wuhan's demeanor, Su Qing let out a soft sigh, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Wuhan approached Su Qing, cradling several storage rings, those belonging to the Gu God sect's leader and a few others, replete with vast resources. "How is your sister? Does she still retain a trace of her residual soul?" Su Qing inquired curiously as he accepted the storage rings. Chapter 120. Departure to the Reincarnation Sea. Wuhan produced a transparent orb, gently extracting a young girl's lifeless body from within. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful. Even in her simple attire, her unparalleled grace could not be concealed. Yet, her gaze was hollow, devoid of any spark of life. A glimmer flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Wu Shuang, the celestial poison sacred body, a vessel for myriad poisons. Now, only the shell remains, having been consumed by the myriad poisons. Wuhan's face contorted with anguish. He had arrived a moment too late. She was beyond salvation, having left no trace of her final remnant soul. With that, he crushed the orb, and a palm-sized, multicolored spider emerged in Wuhan's hand, the embodiment of the myriad poisons. Just as he was about to destroy the creature, Su Qing urgently interrupted, examining the information regarding the myriad poisons. Myriad poisons, one of the 10 most powerful Gu insects formed from Gu demons. Should 10 types of Gu merge, the Gu demon would return to the mortal realm. Before its birth, Wu Shuang had entrusted a wisp of her soul to it, aware of her inevitable fate, yet longing for one last meeting with her brother Wuhan, clinging to even the faintest hope. Su Qing took hold of the myriad poisons, a verdant glow enveloping the creature. "Let us proceed. We must enter the grand hall. Even though it is dusk, the residual soul cannot withstand this much longer." Wuhan stood frozen for a moment, then joy erupted within him. "Are you truly saying she still retains a trace of her residual soul?" He hastily followed Su Qing into the grand hall. Within the hall, Su Qing waved his hand, and the emerald light detached from the myriad poisons, transforming into a girl's apparition, Wu Shuang. Although her form was ethereal, her eyes sparkled with life as she surveyed her surroundings in bewilderment. Su Qing spoke calmly. "Turn around and see who it is." Wu Shuang seemed to sense something, immediately turning to look at Wuhan. The two exchanged no words, yet it felt as though they shared 1,000 unspoken sentiments. Finally, they smiled at each other. There were no tears or sentimental speeches. Wu Shuang simply smiled faintly. "Seeing you like this truly brings me peace." Wuhan beamed back. "Indeed, I am now a peak cultivator of the void refinement stage, renowned throughout the world." "That is good," Wu Shuang remarked, her gaze resting on Wuhan as her figure swiftly dimmed, transforming into countless specks of light. The shell outside the hall dissipated with the wind. Wuhan stood still for a moment, gently closing his eyes. Countless brilliant lights entwined around him, before dissolving into nothingness. At that moment, Wuhan's aura surged. He advanced through the ranks of the void refinement stage, reaching the initial and mid stages of the integration phase, achieving consecutive breakthroughs. Su Qing observed this scene, recalling a similar occurrence in the fishing village of the Eastern Sea, where a little ghost transformed into light and vanished, possibly entering the netherworld or directly reincarnating. This world indeed has a cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, how could the demon lord endure through countless lifetimes? As for Wuhan, having inherited the legacy of the Wuxiang demon sovereign, he could easily produce dozens of gourdfuls of celestial brew, lacking nothing, and with his heart unburdened, his cultivation could advance even more swiftly than before. Su Qing chose not to disturb Wuhan and quietly completed the red sign-in on him before discreetly leaving the grand hall. He ascended to the mountain peak, gazing at the rising full moon as the stars gradually emerged. A system panel appeared before him. Sign-in successful, obtained. Time flows like a shuttle. Time flows like a shuttle, accelerates the passage of time, allowing the world to cycle while oneself remains unchanged, in the blink of an eye. Thousands of years may pass. Su Qing regarded this entry, pondering its implications of accelerated time flow without personal change, which seemed of little utility. Time flows like a shuttle has a high compatibility with the fishing through time entry. Fusion is possible. The system panel presented another prompt, and Su Qing promptly chose to fuse. Fusion successful, obtained entry, mythical projection. Mythical projection retains the effects of both fishing through time and time flows like a shuttle. Allows one's projection to be sent to the river of time, with the option to choose any era. Should the projection perish, all acquired gains can still be retrieved. Limited to 1 projection per month. If the projection dies, a month's wait is required. Note, the projection cannot assume its original form, cannot use the name Su Qing, nor can it employ techniques learned after that era. Su Qing scrutinized this new entry, viewing it as an advanced version of fishing through time. It eliminated much of the randomness, allowing his projection to select an era while retaining the benefits of both fishing through time and time flows like a shuttle, which was quite favorable. Su Qing decided against utilizing mythical projection for the time being, opting to await the conclusion of his seclusion before becoming a primordial demon god and returning to the past, which seemed a more prudent course of action. The following morning, atop the Grand Hall of the Qinglan Holy Land, all the powerful figures gathered, preparing to venture to the Reincarnation Sea, except for the Gu God sect, which had not a single member present. Su Qing leaned against a railing, observing the little princess, Xiaolingyan, glancing back occasionally, her expression hinting at mischief. At that moment, Wu Hin appeared beside Su Qing, his expression returning to normal, indicating he had likely recuperated from his anguish. Your matters have been resolved. Are you still intent on venturing into the Reincarnation Sea? Su Qing inquired. Wu Hin nodded slightly. I am somewhat familiar with that place, and there are certain essential items I must retrieve. Suit yourself. Just then, the leader of the Witch God sect impatiently called out. Why has no one from the Gu God sect arrived yet? I can hardly wait. Indeed, we had agreed to set off for the Reincarnation Sea. Could it be that something has transpired in the 10,000 mountains, causing the Gu God sect members to abandon the Qinglan Holy Land? The Holy Master of Qinglan smiled gently. Everyone, please remain calm. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. At that moment, a disciple of the Qinglan Holy Land rushed in to report. It is bad news. All members of the Gu God sect have disappeared. They must have truly left. Let us not concern ourselves with them. The Holy Master of Qinglan addressed the assembly. You may divide the remaining slots among yourselves. Once settled, we shall depart immediately. The other factions then engaged in a frantic scramble, ultimately dividing the slots that belonged to the Gu God sect. The Holy Master of Qinglan produced a blue celestial vessel from his sleeve, which quickly expanded in size. Everyone hastily boarded the celestial vessel. Only the leader of the Witch God sect remained. Addressing a few elders, I entrust the matter of the Reincarnation Sea to you all. I have urgent business that requires my return to the 10,000 mountains. After speaking, he swiftly departed the Qinglan Holy Land, soaring towards the 10,000 mountains. The celestial vessel ascended slowly, then sped southward towards the edge of the South Sea. Su Qing leaned against the railing, completing sign-ins for everyone aboard. Sign-in successful. Obtained, Mystic Crystal Stone. Sign-in successful. Obtained, Cloud-Walking Celestial Shoes. Sign-in successful. Obtained, Binding Celestial Rope. As he surveyed the array of items, several celestial artifacts suited for his use materialized among them. With the addition of the previously acquired 5 elements celestial garb, his collection of celestial artifacts had grown even more substantial. With the addition of the primordial battle armor, even a formidable being of the scattered immortals would struggle to breach my defenses. As the celestial ship hurtled forward at an astonishing speed, we arrived at the edge of the South Sea, gradually approaching the enigmatic Reincarnation Sea, where the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. Chapter 121. Entering the Reincarnation Sea. The Gates of Life and Death. In the vicinity of the Reincarnation Sea, spanning tens of thousands of miles, not a single creature could be found within the waters. An ominous aura of death permeated the air, instilling a profound sense of dread. This place is among the most terrifying forbidden zones in this realm, having remained untouched for over 10 millennia. As we neared the Reincarnation Sea, the blue celestial vessel came to a halt. Ahead, the deathly aura had coalesced into a dreadful mist. A moment's carelessness could lead to a curse. The Saint of Qinglan gazed at Linglong. Go. There is no need to bring back anything. Simply return safely. Linglong nodded, her immaculate hand cradling a small black boat. She tossed it into the air, the vessel appearing remarkably ancient, its radiant glow completely isolating it from the deathly aura. Standing at the helm, Linglong declared, Everyone, we may set sail. Su Qing stepped onto the small boat, treading upon the dual energies of yin and yang. Wu Hin followed closely, positioning himself beside Su Qing. The little princess of the Celestial Empire, Xiaolingyan, let out a haughty snort before stepping onto the boat herself. Jianchun wore a frosty expression. Although he was her protector, he had no intention of entering the Reincarnation Sea this time. This was the little princess's rite of passage, and only by completing her trials could she earn the recognition of the Celestial Empire's royal family, thus elevating her status. Subsequently, the Qinglan Holy Land, the Witch God sect, the Xianming Holy Land, and the Daoyan Holy Land all dispatched their great ascension stage experts to board the small vessel. Wu Hin regarded Su Qing. Acknowledging that his earlier assertions were indeed correct, those powerful factions would never allow their prominent figures to take such risks. As the black boat filled with passengers, it surged swiftly into the depths of the Reincarnation Sea. The mist of death formed a gaping hole as it was forcefully breached, only to heal rapidly afterwards. Within the deathly fog, Su Qing grasped a sphere of deathly aura and absorbed it instantaneously. This substance was vastly superior to celestial energy, yet bore a terrifying destructive force that made it impossible for the average person to absorb. For others, this was a perilous abyss. For Su Qing, however, it was a treasure trove. Whatever curses or ominous forebodings existed, he would simply consume them. The other powerful beings remained silent. This deathly mist was merely the outermost layer of the reincarnation sea, and had they not possessed the black boat, resisting the deathly aura would have been exceedingly difficult. Ahead, the black waters formed a colossal whirlpool, each droplet infused with a significant amount of deathly aura. Linglong called out, "We are about to enter the reincarnation sea. Everyone, be cautious." The black boat plunged into the whirlpool's eye, vanishing within. Surrounding us was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Time passed, though its duration was indeterminate, until the surroundings began to illuminate. Two immense gates, one black and one white, stood resolutely before us. Inscribed with ancient characters, the gates of death and the gates of life. Su Qing discerned that this was the periphery of the reincarnation sea, the path of life and death. However, he did not anticipate the existence of both life and death paths. Yet, this was of little consequence. He was merely a projection of himself, and even if an insurmountable terror lay within, death was but death. The black boat halted before the gates of life and death. Linglong hesitated. Upon arriving here, she was faced with such a dilemma and was compelled to make a choice. An elder from the Dalian Holy Land stroked his beard thoughtfully, gazing at the gates of life and death. Though the gates of death appear fearsome, they may harbor a sliver of hope. Conversely, the gates of life, while exuding tranquility, could be far more perilous. Your words hold merit. I believe it would be wiser to enter the gates of death. At that moment, the two enormous gates creaked open, revealing a fissure that faintly unveiled the scenes within. Beyond the gates of life lay an abundance of celestial flowers, while small beasts leisurely drank from the celestial springs. The aura of celestial spirits emanated from within, prompting the little princess, Xiaolingyan, to exclaim, "This is genuine celestial energy, purer than that of the central state. We must enter this gate." In stark contrast, the gates of death revealed countless wailing specters, the deathly aura swirling upwards, while bloodthirsty energy coalesced below. The two forces radiated forth, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. The group remained embroiled in heated debate, with some adamantly insisting on entering the gates of death, believing that facing death was the only path to rebirth, while a greater number wished to venture through the gates of life. In that moment, Su Qing performed an unexpected maneuver. He leaped from the small boat, forcefully kicking open the gates of life, and laughed heartily as he stepped inside. "Wherever I tread, it is the right path for me. As for danger, it is of no consequence." Observing Su Qing's disappearance into the gates of life, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, Wu Hin also broke away from the group, entering the gates of life in pursuit of Su Qing. The little princess, Xiaolingyan, grew anxious. "Look, they have no protection from the small boat, yet they enter without issue. We should follow them." But at that moment, the interior of the gates of life began to warp and distort grotesquely. The celestial flowers transformed into monstrous, gaping mouths, revealing sharp teeth. The once gentle beasts on the ground morphed into bizarre and unsettling forms. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaolingyan ceased her protests. Perhaps entering the gates of death truly was the correct choice. Compared to the malevolent spirits, these monsters seemed even more terrifying. Linglong remained indecisive. She had previously resolved to follow Su Qing, yet he had chosen to advance into the most perilous zone. At that moment, she found herself lacking the courage to follow. With a soft sigh, she directed the small boat into the gates of death. Inside the gates of life, Su Qing summoned the phantasmal visage of a colossal beast. Trampling everything beneath his feet, a massive black void loomed behind him, voraciously consuming all. The monstrous flowers writhed in agony as Su Qing uprooted them, tearing out their teeth, which were excellent materials for crafting formations. As the giant carnivorous flowers withered, their vibrant colors dimmed considerably. Su Qing tossed the extracted teeth into the void behind him. These creatures were not particularly formidable, merely slightly stronger than those at the Great Ascension stage. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A veritable sea of monsters stretched out before him. Su Qing seized another fearsome beast, draining its blood, skinning it, and extracting its bones, all while ensuring that no part went to waste. Wu Hin, trailing behind, panted heavily as he deftly evaded the various monster attacks. Witnessing this scene, he swallowed hard. It felt as though Su Qing was the true terror here. These monsters were merely sheep in fearsome garb. Wherever Su Qing ventured, the giant carnivorous flowers and grotesque creatures fled in terror. "Hey, don't run away." He turned to Wu Hin. "Hurry up and catch up. If you dawdle any longer, you'll never catch up to me." Wu Hin snapped back to reality and followed Su Qing's lead, striding boldly forward, with the monsters too intimidated to approach. An extraordinary radiance enveloped him, shielding him from the deathly aura. This left Wuhan in awe. In Su Qing's presence, he felt as though the heir of the demon lord, was insignificant. Perhaps he should continue to follow Su Qing in the future. Chapter 122. Advancing the Domain of Power. On the path of life and death, Su Qing was filled with elation. Once again, he harvested a substantial trove of resources. The carnivorous flowers might even be cultivated within his internal world. In time, he would establish a sanctuary, allowing these flowers to guard the mountain gate. Su Qing glanced at Wuhan. What brought you to enter the gates of life as well? Wuhan gazed at Su Qing, utterly indifferent to the pervasive aura of death surrounding them, as he prepared to employ a treasure for isolation. I once received the legacy of the Wuxiang demon sovereign, which documents that he had left a supreme treasure at the end of the path of life. Su Qing, somewhat speechless, pondered. Was not this Wuxiang demon sovereign capable of pilfering items from the immortal emperor? How could he lose things wherever he went? The small boat and map that Linglong had acquired earlier were also discarded possessions of the Wuxiang demon sovereign. Come with me. I will guide you swiftly through the path of life. Wuhan nodded. He felt he owed Su Qing far too much already and could not repay him further by seeking assistance again. From now on, I am willing to be your follower. If any matters arise, I shall not hesitate, even if it leads to a dead end. Dead end? Isn't that on the other side? If you wish, you may retrace your steps. Su Qing chuckled, manipulating the colossal beast's phantom to advance rapidly, voraciously reaping everything in their path. Cultivating two little brothers would not be amiss. In the future, when encountering troublemakers, he could simply let them handle it. Wuhan was taken aback, then broke into a smile, following Su Qing onward. Just then, a gigantic flower suddenly appeared ahead, not much smaller than the colossal beast's phantom. Its aura was even more ferocious, comparable to that of a human immortal. Su Qing's eyes sparkled. This massive flower was truly remarkable. Notably, it bore a golden inscription. Sign-in successful, obtained immortal grade spirit wood crystal. Spirit wood crystal can greatly accelerate the growth of immortal herbs, adding vast years to their lifespan. This item was quite valuable, perfect for use with the planting master inscription. At that moment, Wuhan bellowed, "Be careful." The enormous flower opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Su Qing with astonishing speed. Su Qing did not flinch or evade. He merely snapped his fingers, activating the realm of strength. Instantly, the surroundings transformed, and the immense flower, deprived of the nourishing aura of death, became utterly immobile. Su Qing directly commanded the colossal beast's phantom to uproot it and cast it into the vast black hole behind him. Wuhan was astounded. This sensation reminded him of when Su Qing sealed the Gu God Sect Master. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of this powerful secret technique. It was truly terrifying. Just then, Su Qing was momentarily stunned as system notifications appeared before him. The realm of strength inscription has evolved from purple to gold, originally capable of suppressing 5 major realms, rendering enemies unable to utilize any divine abilities, relying solely on their physical strength for 5 minutes. Now capable of suppressing 6 major realms, preventing the opponent from using not only divine techniques, but even their physical strength, rendering them akin to mortals. Now lasting for half an hour, Su Qing gazed at the system panel, realizing the formidable nature of the realm of strength inscription. Now that it had ascended to gold, its effects were exceedingly powerful. His current physical cultivation was at the early stage of integration. Did this not imply he could now suppress those at the initial stage of true immortality? The strongest beings in this realm were merely at the pinnacle of celestial immortals. As long as he activated the realm of strength, he would be utterly invincible. Closing the system panel, he noticed that the roots of the colossal flower were entangled with countless eerie white bones, some of which were even translucent. There were storage rings on the finger bones. Wuhan, observing this, swiftly removed the rings and handed them to Su Qing, noting that these must belong to powerful explorers who had delved into the reincarnation sea long ago, all slain by that bizarre, gigantic flower. The path of life was not particularly strong. Rather, it was the oppressive aura of death, intertwined with another ominous presence, that severely suppressed their strength. Su Qing remarked as he began inspecting the storage rings, discovering that most were from powerful beings in the Great Ascension stage, with a few belonging to scattered immortals. Resources within were scarce, and many immortal artifacts were in a state of disrepair. Only scrolls documenting various matters and intact techniques remained, likely exhausted in the face of previous monsters. Some bore names of factions Su Qing had never even heard of, remnants from tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years past. Let us proceed. We should be nearing the end of the path of life. The colossal beast moved at remarkable speed, covering vast distances with each stride. Were it not for the need to collect the strange flower and monsters, their pace would have been even swifter. Following the human immortal level monstrous flower, the environment shifted dramatically, the ground turning pitch black and the surroundings becoming desolate. The pervasive aura of death and ominous presence thickened further. Should this aura infiltrate their bodies, even escaping the reincarnation sea would not guarantee survival. Su Qing observed Wu Hin struggling against the aura of death, and the phantom of the colossal beast extended toward him. Do not falter halfway through. Wu Hin gratefully nodded. Thank you. He stepped onto the colossal beast's claw, astonished to find that there was indeed no aura of death present. He wondered how Su Qing had achieved this. Su Qing, disinterested in explaining, continued to advance rapidly. As they delved deeper, visibility diminished. The light had entirely vanished. It was nearly impossible to see one's own hand, and mental energy could not be projected outward, lest it become tainted upon retraction. The end of the path of life was a realm of death. It seemed that the notion of placing oneself in a perilous situation to emerge anew was indeed correct. The latter half of the death gate should be relatively easy to traverse. As they journeyed deeper, Wu Hin regarded his surroundings with increasing trepidation. The records left by the demon sovereign spoke of treasures at the end of the path of life. But did such an end truly exist? What does it matter? Let us just keep moving, Su Qing replied with a nonchalant smile. This leg of the journey felt exceptionally prolonged. Su Qing employed the Kuanping's speed, the carefree wandering divine ability, and the purple-blue divine rainbow. After a full 7 days, they still had not reached the end. At this pace, they could have traversed both the eastern and southern seas. Just then, an unusual light appeared ahead. Wu Hin's spirit jolted. This was the aura of the Wuxiang demon sovereign. They were nearing the end. But at that moment, the aura of death swiftly coalesced, forming a humanoid shape that charged toward the two with incredible speed, arriving before them in an instant. Su Qing frowned as the aura of this entity emerged. Spirit of death, pinnacle of human immortality, born from concentrated death energy, wielding a blade composed of faint ominous energy. Any being below human immortality will perish upon contact. Upon reading the fatal warning, Su Qing was astonished. This ominous aura was indeed terrifying. No wonder even the immortal emperor had succumbed to it. Just as he activated the realm of strength, the colossal sword of the celestial palace unsheathed, invoking the time-space sword technique. The spirit of death was instantaneously cleaved in two, and the blade formed from the ominous energy transformed back into that very energy, burrowing into the celestial sword. Su Qing was alarmed. This was one of his fated flying swords, and any mishap would be troublesome. Countless micro-black holes surged into the celestial sword, intent on devouring the ominous energy. Chapter 123. The River of the Underworld, Sea of Flowers on the Other Shore. At that moment, within the celestial sword, the ominous energy was nearly entirely consumed. However, the celestial sword seemed to have undergone some transformation. It had evolved from merely being a part of the god-slaying sword array to a mid-grade immortal artifact, surpassing the strength of the celestial sword's main body. Yet, the celestial sword now possessed an oddity. It was neither an immortal artifact nor a demonic artifact. After being tainted by that ominous energy, Su Qing felt its handling had become even more intuitive and responsive. Gently stroking the blade of the celestial sword, he observed countless micro-black holes swirling within, confirming that all was well. Then, he proceeded to examine the information. The celestial sword of the palace, initially a mere pseudo-immortal artifact, was subsequently refined by Su Qing using his essence blood, transforming it into a true celestial weapon. It was then reforged by an ominous aura, enabling it to devour such energies to elevate its rank. Upon examining the information regarding the celestial sword, Su Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Among his several personal flying swords, the celestial sword had always possessed the least potential, yet it was the one he utilized most frequently. Now, owing to unforeseen circumstances, it had gained formidable power. Sheathing the sword, he drew it back into his being. At this point, Wu Hin had grown accustomed to Su Qing's extraordinary prowess. The initial shock had faded into a state of numbness. The two approached the vicinity of the peculiar radiance, where Su Qing employed his spiritual sense to probe within. To his astonishment, he discovered a sizable world contained within, albeit fragmented. Numerous living beings inhabited this realm, nearly comparable to a small nation. Turning to Wu Hin, he inquired, "Are you certain this is the place?" Wu Hin nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, this is the location. There exists a passage left by the Wuxiang demon lord that leads directly to the outside world. Once you've explored the other areas, you may exit through here." Su Qing expressed his gratitude, promising, "Once we emerge from the sea of reincarnation, I shall become your most devoted follower." With that, Wu Hin stepped into the peculiar light. Entering the unknown realm, Su Qing concealed the entrance with a formation and remained in place, communicating with his true self. Soon, A beam of light manifested as his true form emerged from it. Retrieving his avatar, he resolved to refresh his strength. The 5 personal flying swords of the Slayer sword array returned to his core, merging with his original 5. The celestial sword underwent a tremendous transformation, evolving into a superior celestial artifact. Now, among the 5 personal swords, the Hongmeng Imperial Sword had transcended the highest tier of celestial artifacts. The remaining 4 personal swords were also celestial weapons, significantly enhancing the might of the Slayer sword array compared to before. Currently, Su Qing had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, with his physical cultivation at the initial stage of the integration realm. His avatar reappeared amidst an abyss of darkness, where the suffocating aura of death was overwhelmingly dense and vast, nearly beyond comprehension. Each drop of blood within Su Qing trembled as countless minuscule black holes manifested behind him, voraciously consuming the deathly aura. Su Qing's true form vanished into the darkness, commencing the purification of his blood, intent on absorbing all the deathly essence to transmute his blood into chaos blood. This secret technique, the Sea of Chaos Blood, represented Su Qing's most formidable art. Should he master it, his combat prowess would undergo a remarkable transformation. At that juncture, even without resorting to the domain of power, he could contend with peak human immortals. Should the deathly aura be sufficient, it could coalesce into a Hongmeng primordial spirit. The demonic goddess body would be fully restored, and he would transform into a primordial demon god, experiencing an explosive surge in power. At that moment, he would truly become invincible across the realms. Multitasking, he observed his true self merge into the darkness from the perspective of his avatar. Su Qing reflected on the map of the Sea of Reincarnation, realizing that even the path of life and death had yielded such substantial benefits. This place was undeniably a vast treasure trove. He had indeed made the right choice in coming here. Continuing onward, he arrived at the terminus of the path of life and death, where the 2 routes intersected once more. Glancing back, he noted that although the death path appeared terrifying, its density of deathly aura paled in comparison to that of the life path. As for the others, Su Qing chose not to intervene. Their fate, life or death, rested upon their fortunes. Had Ling Long chosen to accompany him, he would have surely assisted her in traversing to the end of the path of life and death, much like Wu Hen. However, she opted to journey with the crowd instead, leaving Su Qing with no recourse. Manifesting the celestial sword of the palace beneath his feet, he surged forth from the path of life and death. The surrounding environment shifted dramatically. The river of the underworld flowed ominously, exuding a sinister black mist with no end in sight. On either bank lay a sea of resplendent red flowers, the Paran flowers, breathtakingly beautiful, yet emanating a chilling sound that could ensnare souls. Peering down into the river of the underworld, Su Qing saw vengeful spirits roaring, their visages grotesque and their numbers countless. A veritable sea of despair. This realm was a grim imitation of the netherworld. Even celestial beings would likely hesitate before stepping foot here. Gazing at a single vengeful spirit was akin to confronting a peak human immortal. The sheer quantity of such spirits was staggering. Among them lurked even more powerful entities, with numerous Earth immortal-level vengeful spirits and a handful of celestial immortal-level ones. Su Qing felt a twinge of frustration. This dungeon was a death trap even for the strongest of this world. Crossing the river of the underworld posed a significant challenge. The domain of power could only be activated for half an hour, and at his current pace, it was impossible to traverse the river within that time frame. Considering the Paran flower sea, he pondered whether to traverse it instead. Both banks were lined with Paran flowers, which also led deeper into the Sea of Reincarnation. Su Qing slipped into a spatial rift, concealing all traces of his presence, and resolved to navigate through the Paran flower sea. The area was awash with dazzling radiance. Even the outermost fringes could ensnare the minds of celestial-level beings. However, this brilliance was devoured the moment Su Qing approached. At that moment, a melodious laughter echoed from afar, as several enchanting female spirits, shrouded in crimson light, emerged from the depths of the flower sea. After so many years, I can finally scent the presence of a living being, one of them mused. Su Qing, concealed within the spatial rift, was surprised that his essence could be detected so swiftly. He caught glimpses of the information regarding the enchanting spirits. Paran flower spirit, peak of the human immortal level. Physically frail, adept at luring foes before devouring them. Su Qing had no intention of engaging. Instead, he silently retreated, continuing deeper into the Paran flower sea. Any ordinary cultivator confronting the deathly aura and the alluring radiance here would find their combat strength severely diminished, unable to exert even a fraction of their power. Yet, Su Qing effortlessly disregarded these hindrances, actively absorbing the energies to replenish his reserves. utilizing the entries of the Annihilator and the Reverser together. Not a trace of his essence was leaked. Along the way, he encountered numerous Peiran flower spirits, all of which he deftly evaded. Gradually, he ventured into the heart of the Peiran flower sea. Hidden within the spatial rift, Su Qing beheld an ominous presence at the deepest point of the flower sea. A system panel flashed before his eyes, revealing the essence of that entity. Chapter 124, Queen of the Peiran Flowers, Robe of Rebirth. Queen of the Peiran Flowers, peak true immortal, cultivated from the seeds of the reincarnation immortal emperor, possessing an unfathomable bond with him. She wields some of the reincarnation immortal emperor's treasures, willingly guarding this place for eternity. The Peiran flowers bloom. Do not lose, do not forget. Su Qing gazed at the mesmerizing figure cloaked in a vibrant red gown, his expression complex. The Sea of Reincarnation housed a peak true immortal. Should he engage, he would not only fail to defeat her, but would struggle to escape. This avatar would be doomed to sacrifice. Yet, this formidable true immortal bore something Su Qing found irresistible, a crimson entry. Acquiring this entry would render the sacrifice of his avatar worthwhile. If he remained undetected, it would be an unparalleled gain. He began to cautiously approach her. As he drew near, Su Qing decisively initiated the sign-in. Sign-in successful, acquired the Robe of Rebirth. Robe of Rebirth, Celestial King artifact, possessing immense destructive power and offensive capabilities. It can withstand and rebound attacks from celestial sovereign-level beings. Only activatable with the power of reincarnation. Xue Qing was suddenly invigorated. The Celestial King's artifact had unexpectedly manifested as such a formidable treasure. It was versatile, capable of both offense and defense. Without hesitation, he donned it over his original battle armor. Just as Xue Qing was about to depart, the Queen of the Other Shore caught his attention with her uniquely mesmerizing eyes, resembling the intricate patterns of reincarnation. Her voice, cool and ethereal, resonated throughout the sea of flowers. Outsider, I am aware that you remain concealed within this floral expanse. I have already sealed the entire spatio-temporal domain of the Other Shore Flower Sea. Reveal yourself. Gazing into the eyes of the Queen of the Other Shore, information from the system materialized before him. Reincarnation Emperor's Eye, the dual eyes of the Reincarnation Celestial Emperor, possessing the ability to probe into the past lives of others and to observe the fabric of time and space, perceiving all that exists in proximity. Xue Qing observed the information with astonishment. The Queen of the Other Shore possessed the eyes of the Reincarnation Celestial Emperor. At that moment, the Queen's gaze seemed to penetrate time and space, her surroundings shrouded in an aura of profound silence, save for the absence of such an aura surrounding Xue Qing. Still not revealing yourself? She queried. Xue Qing felt helpless. It seemed that her previous inquiry had merely been a test, but now she had truly discerned his presence, inadvertently exposing him. However, he could not afford to retreat, for the overwhelming aura of silence permeated the air, leaving him as the only anomaly. Moreover, the Queen's Reincarnation Emperor's eye could unveil the very fabric of time, compelling him to emerge from the rift in space. Yet, even in the face of death, he could not allow his momentum to falter. The path of life and death bears an ominous essence, and the river of oblivion too harbors a sinister air. But this Other Shore Flower Sea remains untouched. The Reincarnation Celestial Emperor must truly favor you to have bestowed upon you such an imperial eye. The moment the Queen of the Other Shore beheld Xue Qing, her pupils constricted sharply, as if she had encountered something utterly astonishing. I am unable to perceive your past lives. Furthermore, your human form bears an uncanny resemblance to the transformed appearance of the North Sea Kunpeng. Has the Kunpeng met its demise, and are you its reincarnation? Xue Qing, intrigued, inquired, did you not assert that you could not discern my past lives? How then can you ascertain my connection to the Kunpeng? Internally, he felt somewhat exasperated, pondering what the Kunpeng had accomplished in the primordial era. As long as it is a reincarnation of a powerful being from my previous life, I cannot perceive it. According to my master, when he was still a youth, weak and on the brink of death during his trials in the North Sea, it was the Kunpeng that saved him and returned him to the realm of humanity. I have never encountered the Kunpeng, but I have seen illustrations of both its true form and its human guise. The North Sea Kunpeng is undoubtedly an ancient existence. More powerful than I, listening to the Queen of the Other Shore, Xue Qing fell into deep contemplation. Currently, in the era where the Kunpeng's avatar resided, the Reincarnation Celestial Emperor had yet to be born, and the narrative here had not progressed to that juncture. You may depart. Do not return here in the future. A powerful celestial sovereign came before you, and I was no match for him. He ventured into the realm of death and was consequently beset by ominous energies, likely meeting a grim fate. With a gentle wave of her hand, the Other Shore Flower Sea shimmered with crimson light, coalescing into a spatial passageway leading directly to the gates of the path of life and death. The layers of trials here merely serve to seal away the ominous energies. It would be best for you not to return. Qing cast a lingering glance at the queen of the other shore before stepping into the passage. His current strength was insufficient. Only when he had grown stronger could he venture deeper into the sea of reincarnation. As Qing entered the passage, in an instant, he found himself once again before the gates of life and death. The enormous black and white portals loomed ahead. Without hesitation, he stepped through the gate of death this time. The river of oblivion and the other shore flower sea were too formidable. He could not traverse them. The path of death, weaker than the path of life, proved to be quite manageable. Upon reaching the end of the path of death, he would then access a shortcut leading to the end of the path of life, thereby escaping the sea of reincarnation. Inside the gate of death, various malevolent spirits howled ferociously, and a massive black hole manifested behind Qing. Like a great whale, it consumed the malevolent spirits, the aura of silence, and the ominous energies, leaving desolation in its wake. Among the malevolent spirits, even the terrifying ghost king of the human stage was obliterated in an instant by the unleashed force. Indeed, the path of death was easier than the path of life. The strongest adversary encountered here was merely a ghost king at the initial stage of the human level, while the strongest on the path of life was at its pinnacle. Yet, something puzzled him. Throughout this journey, he had not encountered the black boat. Even if they had perished, there should be traces left behind. Standing in the latter half of the path of death, Qing fell into contemplation. With the strength of those individuals, they could not have arrived here. Nor could they possibly contend with a ghost king of the human stage. Expanding his consciousness, he meticulously explored the entirety of the path of death. Indeed, amidst the darkness, spatial fluctuations emerged. The path of death had not reached its conclusion, and life was inexplicably surfacing. Approaching the area of spatial fluctuation, the fabric of space erupted. Gazing within, he found a passage leading to a realm that was eerily reminiscent of the one Wuhan had ventured into. However, that realm was divided, resembling two sides of a coin. Wuhan had entered the white side, while those individuals had traversed into the black side. Qing did not rush to enter. Instead, he delved deeper into the path of death. The path of life took 7 days to reach its end, whereas the path of death consumed merely 1 day. As his avatar dissipated, his true self emerged, adorned in the robe of rebirth, his aura increasingly inscrutable. Having successfully cultivated the sea of chaos blood, every drop of his blood now harbored terrifying power, enhancing his combat capability several dozenfold. His realm had also ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Observing the residual aura of silence on the path of life, which was still 1/3 intact, he noted that the aura of silence on the path of death remained even more abundant. This time, he transformed directly into the sea of chaos blood. Each drop of blood ravenously devoured the aura of silence. As time passed, after 7 days, he had consumed nearly all the aura of silence and the ominous energies from the paths of life and death. Even the aura of silence surrounding the sea of reincarnation had thinned considerably, leaving only a wisp of mist. Chapter 125, Commencing the Condensation of the Primordial Spirit. The sea of chaos blood began to coalesce, and Qing manifested. His avatar reappeared beside him, bestowing upon it the source battle armor, the 5 elements celestial garment, and the god-slaying sword array. His true self then harnessed an incomprehensibly vast resource to condense the primordial spirit, embarking on the transformation into an innate demon god. Rather than choosing to undergo this transformation on the paths of life and death, he vanished from his original location, arriving at the site of another avatar, the heavenly severing mountain range. He refreshed the strength of this avatar before entering his internal world, which then sealed completely. Within the heavenly severing mountain range, he sensed the state of his true self. Qing sighed softly. This transformation will require several years. Such a lengthy duration is quite unexpected. Since beginning his cultivation, it had not even been a year. He had not anticipated that this transformation would demand such time. If he were to grow even stronger in the future, the time spent in seclusion would likely increase. Qing slipped into the spatial rift, continuing to trail Yichun and Ji Rushua. At this moment, both of them were rapidly enhancing their strength. Their pace significantly accelerated. Ji Rushua's injuries had fully healed, and her current recultivation was progressing at an unprecedented speed. Within a few days, she had reached the pinnacle of Qi training, leaving Yichun astounded. How can her recultivation speed be so terrifying? I am only at the 4th layer of Qi training. Ji Rushua's aura was peculiar, emanating a dark mist, and her overall presence had shifted from purity to a somewhat enchanting aura, causing Yichun to briefly suspect she was practicing some sinister demonic technique. However, recalling that the Tiandao mountain faction served the Tao of Heaven, he dismissed this notion. Rushua softly murmured as she retrieved a map to ascertain their current location, lamenting that their pace was exceedingly sluggish. Very well, Yichen responded, examining the map to confirm their position. They had traversed merely 1/10 of their journey and remained on the outskirts of the Tiandu mountain range. After I break through to the Foundation establishment tonight, we shall continue our journey, Rushua declared before soaring into a nearby cave. Yi Chun, filled with helplessness, noted that ever since their separation, her demeanor towards him had grown increasingly aloof, a stark contrast to her initial fervor. Were it not for the binding oath, he would have doubted her loyalty. Suspecting she might depart alone, Su Qing concealed himself within a spatial rift, observing the transformations within Rushua. The void source within her was rapidly merging with the annihilative power, resulting in peculiar changes. The infusion of the void power rendered the malevolent aura of the annihilative force even more enigmatic. Had Su Qing not been privy to the truth, he might have mistaken that dark energy for demonic essence. In reality, it was a manifestation of the annihilative power fused with the void source. As Rushua achieved her breakthrough to Foundation establishment, a terrifying phenomenon erupted. Dark energy billowed forth, ascending to the heavens. The overwhelming aura instilled fear in all beasts of the mountain. In the very heart of the Tiandu mountain range, the golden-winged rock abruptly opened its eyes, emanating a piercing light. With a resounding cry, it soared towards Rushua's location. Other sovereigns of the mountain hastened in her direction as well. A colossal venomous serpent left a trail of withered trees in its wake. Another immense ape, wielding a towering pillar, leaped effortlessly for miles. A gigantic tortoise emerged from the earth, sluggishly making its way toward the commotion. Outside the cave, Yichen stood transfixed by the terrifying spectacle. Swallowing hard, he realized that escape was impossible, not even during his peak moments, let alone now in his recultivation phase. At that moment, a spatial rift tore open, and a beam of white light entered Yichen's body. An aged voice resonated. Young one, I shall impart upon you the art of spatial displacement. But it requires a vast amount of resources. Yichen's heart surged with joy. Master, did you not return to the demon realm? How can you be here? The return to the demon realm was thwarted. My true form was destroyed, leaving me with naught but my remnant soul, the heavenly demon side. Without hesitation, Yichen produced all his spirit stones, including those from Rushua's storage ring, and began to set up the grand formation as instructed by the heavenly demon. With the array activated, a spatial passage was swiftly opened. Yichen and Rushua vanished into it, and the ominous phenomenon dissipated. The mountain sovereigns retreated to their respective territories. Su Qing, hidden within the spatial rift, activated his all-seeing eye to perceive everything. Heavenly demon, in order to preserve my existence, I have completely submitted to the heavenly path, becoming its pawn. To Su Qing's surprise, not only had the blood demon survived, but the heavenly demon had returned as well, once again serving as Yichen's protector. It appeared that the heavenly path was perpetually observing Yichen. The heavenly demon was cunning and adept at intricate schemes. However, with the heavenly demon's true form re-emerging, Su Qing felt unperturbed, especially since it was merely a remnant soul. He contemplated employing some stratagems against the heavenly demon to better contend with the son of the heavenly path. Su Qing sensed Rushua's aura and shattered the void, rushing towards her. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Tiandu mountain range, they had reached the outermost perimeter, not far from the central divine continent. Gazing at the unconscious Rushua, Yichen lamented, Master, I severed my life root for the sake of cultivating secret techniques. Is there any way to regrow it? There is, the heavenly demon replied. Yichen's heart soared with hope. Really? The first method involves severing it from another person and implanting it within you. Yichen quickly shook his head. No, I refuse to take someone else's. It must be my own. The second method is to utilize the yin-yang rebirth secret technique. You could simply transform into a female. Yichen vehemently rejected this idea as well. Then there remains but one option. Travel to the Hehuan sect in the central divine continent and seek the lust demon, for she is most skilled in this regard. Very well, Yichen nodded, deeming this plan feasible as he consulted the map for their location. They were now merely 1,000 miles from the central divine continent, and with a few wind control talismans, they would arrive swiftly. Just then, Rushua began to stir, her eyes fluttering open as she surveyed her surroundings, bewildered. How long had she been unconscious? She had even glimpsed the grand formation in the sky, a barrier isolating the central divine continent from the other 4 regions, signifying their proximity to it. Do not linger, we were transported here. But we have exhausted all our spirit stones, including yours, Yichen explained, tossing her a few wind control talismans. We must hasten. We can enter the central divine continent today. Rushua sensed the changes within her. Her void power had undergone a mutation during her recultivation. We should return to the Heavenly Path Mountain to pay homage to the Heavenly Path and restore my void power to its original state. As they employed the wind control talismans, they sped toward the central divine continent. Within the spatial rift, Qing scrutinized the formation that separated the eastern region from the central continent, his brow furrowing. Gathering spirit locking immortal grand formation, an immortal king-level formation that isolates the heavens and earth, sealing off the central divine continent. It prevents the dispersion of dragon vein spiritual energy while also attracting spiritual energy from other regions to the central divine continent. Qing's eyes glimmered with cold light upon reading the formation's information. No wonder the eastern region is declining. Even celestial beings are a rare sight. With only 3 to 5 present, it appears the spiritual energy is being siphoned away by this grand formation. While current formation masters could breach this array, the sheer scale of the task was daunting as it enveloped the entire central divine continent. If only the formation master's status could be elevated to red, it could be easily dismantled. Fortunately, the sealing of Penglai Immortal Island had strengthened the foundation of the Xixiao Holy Land, temporarily shielding it from such effects. Continuing to pursue Yi Chun and his companions, Qing arrived at the edge of the Grand Formation. At the outer perimeter of the gathering spirit-locking immortal Grand Formation, Yi Chun was astonished by the richness of the spiritual energy present. The energy here was far denser than in many formidable secret realms. Should he gain entry to the central divine continent, his cultivation would swiftly surpass his former self. At that moment, Rushua turned to Yi Chun. I must return to the Heavenly Path Mountain to recultivate. I am grateful for your escort thus far. You may accompany me if you wish. Yi Chun hastily shook his head. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you. He needed to find the lust demon in the Hehuan sect and assume control of the heavenly demoness forces in the central divine continent, namely the Tianji Pavilion. Only once these tasks were completed could he then proceed to the Heavenly Path Mountain. Rushua produced a peculiar token, activating the formation to open a passage that could accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. Coldly, she stated, if that is the case, we shall part ways here. With that, she shattered the token, and a beam of white sword light descended from the heavens. A man clad in white stood upon the sword light, smiling as he declared, the Sword Alliance of the Divine Continent at your service. Should you wish to travel to the Heavenly Path Mountain, the fee is 80,000 premium spirit stones. Rushua nodded, very well. She ascended the white sword light, which soared into the sky and vanished from sight. Yi Chun stood agape, astonished by the scene before him. The man exuded an aura of immense strength, seemingly no weaker than the elders of the Xixiao Holy Land. Could it be that he was a strong being of the Great Ascension stage? There is no need for alarm. The realm of the central divine continent has become almost unrecognizable from the outside world. The heavenly mechanism pavilion lies in proximity to the celestial grade dragon vein. You may wish to spend some time in cultivation there. With merely your Qi refinement stage cultivation, you would be unable to gain entry into the gates of the Hehuan sect. The voice of the demon lord reverberated in Yi Chun's ears. Yi Chun nodded in agreement and began his journey towards the heavenly mechanism pavilion. In the midst of the spatial rift, Qing observed this scene, his thoughts swirling. With sufficient wealth, one could wield flying swords. First, there was the virtual world, then scrolls akin to newspapers, and now this. If this place were to advance technologically, it could become formidable indeed. Instead of following Yi Chun, he chose to accompany Rushua to the Celestial Path Mountain. Qing anticipated witnessing an intriguing spectacle, Rushua's veneration of the Celestial Path, where dark energy would emanate from her, intertwined with the power of annihilation. Would the Celestial Path descend divine retribution upon her? Moreover, Qing estimated that the power within her would likely merge successfully within half a month. By then, he would need to harvest her essence and sign in once more. As for Yi Chun, he remained too weak. With the celestial fortune he bore, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous opportunities in the central divine continent. Once he grew stronger, Qing planned to drain his cultivation and plunder his treasures. At this juncture, within the sea of reincarnation, at the terminus of the road of life and death, Qing continued to observe the world that Wuhan had entered. Truly, the methods of the demon lord were inscrutable. It was utterly opaque. Gazing into the road of life and death, he noted its emptiness. The dead path was devoid of malevolent spirits, while the living path was free from monsters and strange flowers. Even the aura of death and ominous energy had been entirely absorbed by the entity itself. The sea of the other shore and the river of the underworld were beyond his current capabilities. He could only enter this peculiar world. Yet, as Qing surveyed the contrasting black and white sides of this realm, he ultimately chose to enter through the white side, surrounded by swirling yellow sands. He found himself in a small, dilapidated town constructed of stones, named Huangshe City, where the populace was sparse. Upon his arrival, information appeared before him. Ordinary abyss. No extraordinary powers may be utilized internally. One must rely solely on their own wisdom to pass through in order to gain the recognition of the artifact spirit of the nameless demon lord's innate magical weapon. In the ordinary abyss, each person will possess an identity, whether a common laborer or a humble citizen. Your identity is that of a rogue. Should you fail, you shall be eternally trapped here. Absorbing this information, Su Qing felt somewhat speechless at being labeled a rogue. Nevertheless, since he was here, he decided to engage with the experience. As for the prospect of leaving, Su Qing held little concern. Should he desire to depart, even the nameless demon lord would not be able to detain him. The 5-element celestial garb he wore transformed into gray linen attire as he made his way toward the distant small town. Within Xianxia City, the townsfolk recoiled at the sight of Su Qing, some displaying expressions of disdain. This scoundrel, once again idling away his time, should find a proper vocation. He deserves to wallow in poverty for eternity. Others whispered, let us not provoke him. Su Qing is a lone wolf. If he goes on a rampage, we, with our families to support, cannot bear the consequences. Indeed, it seemed prudent to keep a safe distance. Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Qing discerned through their subtle cues that the people here appeared rather unfriendly. Furthermore, he realized that this so-called rogue identity was not as he had anticipated. Unfazed by their judgments, he strolled casually down the street. In this world, the use of divine consciousness was prohibited, compelling him to navigate through exploration. He wondered how Wuhan was faring. After perusing Xianxia City, he entered a bookstore, intending to leaf through some volumes to glean insights about the general circumstances of this world. Do you have money? If not, do not enter. The noble tomes here are not for someone of your ilk, boasted a brazen young bookkeeper at the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qing had concealed a scroll within his sleeve. Ignoring the young bookkeeper, Su Qing exited the store, prompting the boy to assume that Su Qing had been intimidated, his taunts growing ever louder. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from within the bookstore, his age apparent. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Child, what has transpired? He inquired. The young bookkeeper sheepishly replied, Sir, merely a ruffian seeking trouble. I have already sent him away. Su Qing, observing from a distance, began to understand why this place was called the ordinary abyss. The malevolence of human nature was laid bare. Even a mere bookkeeper, wielding a modicum of power, would exert it over those of lesser status. To transcend the ordinary was fraught with difficulty. Increasingly intrigued by this locale, Su Qing began to glean insights into concepts he had never previously encountered. With the disdainful gazes of the townsfolk upon him, he departed Xianxia City. Amidst the swirling sands, he randomly selected a spot to sit, allowing the scroll to slip from his sleeve. Although he could not wield spiritual power, the use of words remained at his disposal. If this constituted cheating, then so be it. Within the ordinary abyss, cheating was the swiftest means of ascendance. Chapter 127. The Demon Lord's Puppet. Opening the scroll in his hand, he discerned the nature of the world he inhabited. This realm was diminutive, consisting of merely dozens of cities, all governed by a dynasty known as the Great Liang. There were no cultivators, only ordinary folk. Even the generals commanding armies were merely slightly stronger than the average person. Just then, Su Qing's stomach growled, an unfamiliar sensation of hunger washing over him. Since embarking on his celestial journey, he had never experienced such a feeling. Glancing at the endless expanse of yellow sand, he made his way to the resource-scarce town. As night approached, the desert cooled, unlike the previous sweltering heat. Su Qing stepped back into Xianxia City. At that moment, a guard atop the low city wall barked, "The time has passed, you cannot enter the city." Su Qing regarded the tightly closed gates, and a sudden gust of wind stirred the yellow sand around him. After the sand settled, his figure had vanished without a trace. The guard, startled, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wait, how could he disappear? A chill crept down his spine, and he collapsed to the ground. Su Qing effortlessly leaped over the city wall, casting a glance at the guard stationed there. He had done nothing but cloak himself with an illusionary field. How could they be so frightened? What sordid deeds had they committed to instill such terror? Approaching one of the nearby guards, he intended to frighten him further. Just then, several more soldiers arrived, mocking, "What ails you? Have you been so indulgent with women that you can scarcely stand?" Another chimed in, "You might as well head home tonight. The city lord himself will guard the city." Though the soldier's expression was grim, he dared not speak further. While he often bullied the common folk, he understood the importance of maintaining good relations with his peers. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, and two ethereal white figures hovered in the air, radiating a ghostly green glow. The soldiers, witnessing this apparition, were instantly reminded of their previous transgressions, begging for mercy. Utilizing their positions, they had extorted exorbitant sums from every individual seeking entry when the gates closed. knowing that those without wealth would find their graves amidst the yellow sands. They greedily slaughtered several merchant caravans, indulging in their nefarious acts of pillage and plunder. Ultimately, all the members of those caravans perished, yet their goods were mercilessly divided among the perpetrators. In an instant, the surrounding scene transformed into a hellish nightmare, filled with anguished screams. Su Qing quietly departed. This small world seemed devoid of virtuous souls and free from the constraints of law. He made his way to the Lord's mansion in Huangshi City, boldly feasting on some provisions, before settling into the Lord's throne to contemplate. He believed he had conceived a method to break the impasse. This time, the treasures left behind by the Wuxiang demon lord would belong to him. The following morning, the streets of Huangshi City appeared even more desolate. Some residents, having heard the horrific cries from the previous night, dared not venture outside. Unbeknownst to them, the layout of Huangshi City had subtly shifted. Su Qing had altered the terrain, forming a minor array. Henceforth, every night, should anyone harbor ill intentions, they would indeed encounter their worst fears. At this moment, Su Qing was riding a camel, a wineskin hanging from his waist, sipping occasionally as he leisurely journeyed toward another city. As he exited the desert, a larger city came into view, its grandeur far surpassing that of Huangshi City, surrounded by towering trees and neatly arranged farmlands. Curiously, however, the area remained devoid of human presence. Not even a single guard patrolling the gates. Su Qing sensed a familiar aura. Wu Hin was indeed within this city, albeit his presence was waning. As if he were on the brink of death. In a dilapidated building, Wu Hin lay curled up, his complexion pale, occasionally breaking into fits of harsh coughing. His life force diminished with each passing moment. In this world, he had been assigned the role of a thief, and with his skills, he could have thrived even as a mere mortal. Yet, mere days had passed before a plague struck, and he had unfortunately succumbed to it. Su Qing stood outside the building, observing Wu Hin's pitiful state. It was truly tragic. Considering his desire to become his follower, he decided to lend assistance. A verdant glow emanated from his fingertips, flowing directly into Wu Hin's body. Wu Hin awakened slowly, and upon seeing Su Qing, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. I did not anticipate the dangers here would ensnare you as well. Fear not. I have devised a plan to break the deadlock, Su Qing replied, gazing skyward. Wu Hin's spirit was instantly invigorated. What is this method of yours? If everyone perishes, then the impasse is broken, is it not? If you are the sole survivor, the question of whether it is mundane or extraordinary becomes irrelevant. A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips, chilling Wu Hin to the bone. I find this unacceptable. I will not partake in the slaughter of innocents, and our capabilities are limited. Who says we lack the means? With a slight modification, the plague can be rectified. Su Qing observed Wu Hin's expression. Wu Hin remained resolute, insisting that such actions were wrong. Then we shall seek another method, Su Qing concluded, falling silent. His previous remarks had merely been a test, not of Wu Hin, but of the spirit of the demon lord's artifact. Just as he spoke of annihilation, a violent disturbance rippled through the vicinity, which Su Qing keenly detected. Demon lord's puppet, an exquisite celestial artifact. It is the life treasure of the Wuxiang demon lord. Identical in appearance, temperament, and strength. Typically, the Wuxiang demon lord traverses the world in puppet form, yet it has been tainted by a sinister aura, leading to its degradation to a celestial king artifact. Su Qing marveled at the information before him, realizing that the Wuxiang demon lord bore some resemblance to him. He was a puppet in the outside world, while Su Qing was a projection. Since you have arrived, there is no need for concealment. Come forth. At that moment, a man in a black robe tore through the fabric of reality, confronting Su Qing with a hostile gaze. Your method may indeed resolve the deadlock, yet it is a transgression against the heavens. You, a demon lord, have taken countless lives, and yet you speak of harmony? Su Qing regarded the puppet with exasperation. Regardless, your approval is inconsequential. I find him quite agreeable. The demon lord's puppet turned its attention to Wu Hin, seemingly approving. Su Qing understood that the choice had long been made. Wu Hin was destined to be the selected one. Had Wu Hin not been his subordinate, he would have seized him outright. Astonishingly, the puppet willingly acknowledged Wu Hin as its master, transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that entered Wu Hin's body, vanishing from sight. The surroundings shattered, revealing that the original city was merely an illusion, and all its inhabitants were mere phantoms. Wu Hin and Su Qing found themselves suspended in the void, exchanging glances, perplexed by the peculiar methods of the demon lord's puppet. Su Qing looked towards the other side. Although the white world had disintegrated, the black world remained intact. Should we venture into that realm? Wu Hin nodded. Wait a moment. I shall communicate with the demon lord's puppet to inquire about that side. Very well, Su Qing agreed. Wu Hin fell silent, clearly engaging in a dialogue with the puppet. After a brief interval, he explained, the Wuxiang demon lord sealed his organs, blood, and limbs, infected by the sinister aura within the other side to prevent its spread. It is an exceedingly perilous place. We should refrain from entering. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. The demon lord's organs, blood, and limbs, these are invaluable resources for cultivation. As for the sinister aura, it presents an even greater opportunity. It can be consumed by the celestial sword of the abyss, facilitating its advancement. He turned to Wuhan. Remain here. I shall return shortly, and then we will depart the cycle C together. Wuhan had no objections, merely nodding in agreement. Be cautious. Su Qing shattered the void and stepped into the other side. As the scene shifted once more, this place was far more terrifying than the mundane abyss. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with twisted trees sporting ghastly visages and eerie green flames coiling around their trunks. Illuminated by the flames, Su Qing extended his consciousness, seeking to sense the area. At that moment, the sinister aura invaded his mind. However, his consciousness, imbued with the devouring nature of the heavenly devouring body, consumed the malevolent essence effortlessly. Su Qing spotted the black vessel, now thoroughly corrupted by the sinister aura. Linglong and the others stood in a daze nearby, their forms undergoing strange transformations, clearly tainted by the sinister essence. Approaching them, Su Qing observed their plight. Linglong, infected by the sinister aura, on the verge of becoming a sinister being. Sinister beings are immortal, devoid of will, and become mindless creatures that destroy everything in their path. Su Qing scrutinized the system panel. Immortal and indestructible? That seems rather absolute, does it not? I have encountered many who claim to be immortal, such as the blood demon, yet they rely on blood for survival and do not achieve true immortality. Just as Linglong teetered on the brink of total corruption, a scroll burst forth from within her, radiating a brilliant light. It was the map of the Cycle C, shielding her primordial spirit. Seeing that she still had hope, Su Qing summoned several miniature black holes that absorbed the sinister aura, cleansing her completely. In no time, Linglong returned to her former state, regaining consciousness and surveying her surroundings with a face full of panic. Am I still alive? This is not hell, is it? Su Qing approached and delivered a sharp slap to her face. Did it hurt? If it did, then you are still alive. Linglong touched her reddened cheek, her eyes brimming with joy, yet as she surveyed her surroundings, despair once again enveloped her. She was not dead, but the ominous aura here would inevitably seep back into her being. There was no escape. Was she destined to perish after all? Su Qing summoned the colossal sword of the celestial pavilion, plunging it into the earth, where it absorbed the sinister energies and the suffocating stillness that surrounded them. As long as I stand here, I shall be unharmed. I will scout the area, he declared. Linglong obediently nodded, realizing that she was increasingly unable to fathom Su Qing. How could one emerge alive from such a terrifying place? Moreover, he appeared to be thriving. Nearby the black vessel, those powerful beings who had entered alongside them had long since succumbed to the malevolent energy, transformed into grotesque entities. They retained their human forms, albeit marred by patches of black fur and emanating dark miasma, rendering them exceedingly hideous. Su Qing collected their storage rings and casually ensnared them with a formation. Could these abominations still yield blood? Regardless, he was determined to test it. He discovered that although their innate constitutions had been tainted, they remained intact, merely mutated. A miniature black hole incessantly siphoned vast amounts of their blood essence, contorting Su Qing's features into an increasingly bizarre expression. He realized that if he left a trace of their essence, the transformed beings would rapidly regenerate. Incredible. It's an endless reservoir of energy, he mused. He promptly sealed the corrupted powerful beings and prepared to take them with him. Each malevolent entity was packaged for transport until he encountered the little princess of the Celestial Empire, only to find she had not been tainted by the dark energy. She was merely feigning death, bolstered by a thread of potent national fortune and several exquisite celestial artifacts for protection, enabling her to resist the encroaching malevolence for a longer duration. Yet, even her artifacts had begun to show signs of corruption. She regarded Su Qing with panic, pleading for her life. If you save me, I will ensure my father rewards you generously. I can sneak you into the treasure vault of the Celestial Empire, where countless treasures await. Su Qing unceremoniously knocked her unconscious and collected the exquisite artifacts. Though tainted, he cared little for their condition. To even the celestial emperors and demon lords, dark energy was a frightful force. But to Su Qing, it represented a rare and unparalleled treasure. A wisp of such energy was far superior to 1,000 strands of celestial essence. He hoisted the little princess effortlessly, allowing the miniature black hole to invade her body and commence the extraction of her vital essence. Then, he soared into the sky, returning to the site of the colossal sword of the celestial pavilion. Linglong sat on the ground, hugging her knees tightly against the sword, too fearful to move, lest she encounter the ominous energy. Upon Su Qing's return, Her heart leapt with hope. Did this mean they were about to leave? Su Qing callously discarded the little princess onto the ground, where she lay with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion alarmingly pale, not from injury, but from excessive blood loss. She is still of use. Do not let her die, Linglong murmured in a daze. Su Qing nodded in affirmation, then ascended into the dark once more. In the depths of darkness, Su Qing's eyes shimmered with a fierce light as he focused on the area saturated with the most sinister energy. This was likely the site of the Wuxiang demon Lord's self-sealing. He directed his flight toward it with great speed, reflecting on the events in the ordinary abyss. Su Qing sensed that the Wuxiang demon lord, contrary to expectations, appeared to possess a sense of righteousness, exhibiting none of the typical malevolence associated with demons. Indeed, he seemed concerned for the lives of others, opting for self-sealing to prevent the spread of dark energy. At the heart of the darkness, the surroundings were adorned with bizarre blood patterns, forming a colossal egg. From within emerged two starkly contrasting voices. Slaughter, slaughter. I shall annihilate millions of beings to aid my ascendance. And you cannot escape. Within this dark microcosm, I have laid numerous traps. Should you attempt to flee, I will bring about our mutual destruction. Su Qing stood before the great egg, observing the scene unfold. Within the blood patterns lay a remnant soul of the Wuxiang demon lord, sealed along with his body, which had been corrupted by the malevolence. The once noble figure now bore a closer resemblance to a demon. A voice of astonishment echoed from within the blood patterns. How could someone intrude here and remain unaffected? Chapter 129, Leaving the Cycle of Reincarnation. Su Qing did not respond but smiled enigmatically. You must be the infamous Wuxiang demon lord. Release the malevolence within. I have need of it. Enraged, the voice of the Wuxiang demon lord thundered. Should the dark energy spread, countless beings in this realm will perish. Depart now, and I shall grant you safe passage. But should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for your demise. Su Qing felt somewhat bemused. Had this demon lord confused his role? The lives of beings here were of little consequence to him, for he was indeed a demon lord. Yet, he now found himself resembling a villain. You are but a remnant soul. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, he remarked, activating his domain of power. He waved his sleeve, enveloping the blood patterns and sealing the remnant soul of the Wuxiang demon lord within. Once he exited this microcosm, he would present his subordinate, Wuhan, with a personal elder. Gazing at the remnant body ensconced in the thick malevolent energy, Su Qing noted that it had been utterly transformed into a sinister entity. The abomination was headless, its form shrouded in eerie black mist, limbs a ghastly gray, with a row of bony spikes sprouting from its arms. Its aura was terrifyingly potent. Without the Wuxiang demon lord's means, this microcosm would have crumbled under its pressure. Observing the creature's system information, he noted, sinister entity, early stage celestial king. A monster transformed from the Wuxiang demon lord's body after being tainted by dark energy. Its power derives from the malevolence. As long as the dark energy exists, it shall never perish. The sinister entity cackled malevolently at Su Qing. You are indeed remarkable. You have earned the right to be my slave. When I look down upon the heavens, you shall be but one beneath me, yet above all. Su Qing regarded the creature with calm eyes. Is your will a remnant of the Wuxiang demon lord, or does it stem from the dark energy? The Wuxiang, that indecisive fool. How could he ever be compared to me? Hearing these words, Su Qing confirmed that this monster's memories were derived from the Wuxiang demon lord, but had been twisted and dominated by the dark energy. Dark energy, devoid of consciousness, merely corrupts the body to gain awareness, distorting the will of its host until it is completely subjugated. Su Qing gazed at the sinister entity and said with a serene smile, I seek transformation. Can you infuse the dark energy into my being? The sinister entity erupted in maniacal laughter. You are the first to actively seek to become a sinister being. This shall be your honor. A terrifying wave of dark energy surged forth from its body, rushing towards Su Qing. Su Qing sensed that although the entity bore the memories of the Wuxiang demon lord, its intelligence appeared lacking. Countless miniature black holes invaded the body of the sinister entity. In this critical moment, he consumed the Wuxiang demon lord's limbs, organs, and all of its vital essence, leaving only the monster composed of dark energy. It roared, You dare scheme against me? You seek death. Su Qing replied coolly, I assure you, it will be you who meets your end. He transformed into a sea of chaotic blood, where trillions of droplets coalesced into a massive black hole. In a mere fraction of a second, he drained the ominous life force. The chaotic sea of blood coalesced as Su Qing gazed upon the shattering miniature world, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had you invoked the form of the nameless demon sovereign from the outset, I might have truly faltered. Yet, mere ominous energy, even at its highest echelon, must yield to the devouring might of the heaven-eating body. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. This harvest was astoundingly vast, beyond imagination. He fed the majority of the ominous aura to the giant sword of the immortal pavilion. The god-slaying sword array could seamlessly merge with the original formation, enhancing its efficacy alike. The limbs, organs, and vital blood of the demon sovereign were temporarily sealed, awaiting the return of the main body to be returned to its rightful owner. As the miniature world crumbled, the giant sword of the immortal pavilion soared towards Su Qing, finding its place within him. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, leading them to the threshold of life and death. Before the gate of life and death stood four figures: Su Qing, Wuhan, Linglong, and the young princess, Xia Lingyan. Linglong remained in a daze, while Xia Lingyan gazed around with a bewildered expression. Wuhan approached Su Qing, inquiring, "The great powers are outside. What shall we do?" "I shall stand with you. Fear not. They will not trouble us," Su Qing reassured, presenting Wuhan with a crimson array symbol, which contained the sealed remnant soul of the nameless demon sovereign. "Consider this a token of our meeting. From now on, be my loyal follower, and you shall reap abundant benefits." Wuhan accepted it in a daze, nodding in agreement. A colossal beam of sword light enveloped them as they departed the Sea of Reincarnation, heading towards the South Sea. Nearby, all eyes were fixated on the transformations occurring within the Sea of Reincarnation. The once terrifying fog had dwindled to a mere thin veil. What had transpired within? It had only been a few days. Patience was prudent. They should wait a little longer. The Daoyin Saint Lord and the Xianming Saint Lord observed the scene with darkened expressions, their several life lamps extinguished. The elders who had entered were surely met with misfortune. The Sea of Reincarnation, even if it could isolate the deathly stillness, remained perilous. It was said that even powerful loose immortals had entered, never to return. Sword Dust stood aloof, his expression still cold. Kanglin's Saint Lord maintained a serene smile, appearing quite amiable. Meanwhile, the trio from the Loose Cultivator Alliance grimaced at the loss of their dispatched members. Their pain was palpable. The number of great powers in the South Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance was already scant, and losing 3 was a grievous blow. At that moment, 4 figures emerged from the thin mist. The gathered cultivators rushed forward, questioning, "Are you the only survivors? Did you encounter something dreadful inside?" Amidst the crowd, Xia Lingyan nodded at Su Qing, producing a token. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. With this token, you may enter the central divine continent. Do visit me in the Celestial Empire when the time comes." With that, she waved farewell to Sword Dust, who escorted her away. The onlookers dared not intervene. The strength emanating from the central divine continent was too formidable. At this juncture, the trio from the South Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance, Daoyin Saint Lord, Xianming Saint Lord, and several other powerful figures, turned their attention towards Su Qing and Wuhan. "Surrender the treasures acquired from the Sea of Reincarnation, and I may spare your lives," declared Sima Changfeng, the Loose Cultivator Alliance leader, with a cold snort, unleashing a fierce aura. The other powerful figures also directed their energies towards Su Qing and Wuhan. The young princess's backing was terrifying, with her protector being a human immortal. Linglong's support was from the profound Kanglin sacred land, whose deep heritage they dared not offend lightly. Su Qing's forces were from the eastern region, while Wuhan was a lone cultivator, thus he could only exert pressure on the two. Linglong's complexion paled slightly, but having learned from past experiences, she understood that aligning with Su Qing was indeed the wisest choice. Su Qing surveyed the assembled cultivators, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Do you truly desire what lies within the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation? Are you certain?" Chapter 130. A Grievous Retribution, Guaranteed Death. The South Sea Sword God scoffed. "No need for further words. Let us strike together. This junior, though formidable, is but a junior. Indeed, let us loose immortals unite and swiftly eliminate them to seize their storage artifacts." Xianming's Saint Lord sneered, preparing to act. Su Qing waved his hand, and a dozen ominous beings materialized, transformed from the strongholds of each faction. The most coveted treasure of the Sea of Reincarnation is none other than this ominous aura. Would you dare accept it? The terrifying presence of the dozens of ominous beings sent even the loose immortals retreating in fear. They were acutely aware of the dire nature of curses. To be tainted was tantamount to death. No one was exempt, not even the loose immortals. They had not anticipated Su Qing's ability to manipulate such bizarre forces. Just moments ago, you desired it. Now that it is offered, you hesitate to accept. Should you refuse, I may just take my leave, Su Qing remarked nonchalantly, his tone eerily calm. The cultivators exchanged glances, perplexed by Su Qing's audacity to disregard such cursed powers, yet they were utterly unwilling to approach. They were compelled to allow Su Qing to depart. To their astonishment, Su Qing, accompanied by the ominous beings, began flying towards the South Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance. since you dare not approach. I shall pay your home a visit, first to the South Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance, then to the Xianming Sacred Land and the Dao-Yin Sacred Land. The loose immortals were left dumbfounded. They found themselves in a quandary. Should they act first? Even if victorious, they risked succumbing to the curse. Conversely, if they retreated, they would invite an assault upon their own stronghold. Su Qing turned to Linglong. You should return to the Kanglin's sacred land for now. There is no need to accompany me. Linglong obediently nodded. Kanglin's Saint Lord watched this unfold with a pained expression, realizing that his precious saintess had been swayed by Su Qing. However, given Su Qing's talents and temperament, it was worth cultivating a good relationship. He and Linglong transformed into two azure streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. Ahead, the ominous beings forged a path as Su Qing and Wuhan followed suit, genuinely heading towards the South Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance. Su Qing laughed heartily. We bore no enmity before, but your murderous intent has birthed a grudge between us. A grievance demands redress, and retaliation guarantees death. Dao-Yin Saint Lord and Xianming Saint Lord exchanged glances, confirming Su Qing's current objective was indeed the South Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance, and they hastily retreated, intending to conceal their sanctuaries and bide their time for several millennia. Sima Changfeng, observing the retreat of the other two factions' leaders, felt his expression darken further, and he bellowed, Su Qing, do not overstep your bounds. The dark heaven Dharma form materialized behind Sima Changfeng, exuding tremendous might, causing the sea to churn violently. A colossal black blade cleaved through the air, a streak of lethal energy surging towards Su Qing. This strike bore immense power, even from thousands of miles away. Sima Changfeng was confident in his ability to slay a peak-stage nascent soul practitioner. It should have been an easy feat to eliminate a junior like Su Qing. Yet, what followed left Sima Changfeng utterly stunned. Su Qing moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading the attack, seemingly at ease as he led Wuhan and the ominous beings, his robes billowing in the wind, shielding him from the residual force of the assault. Do not waste your efforts. Such attacks cannot even graze the hem of my garment. Let us join forces and ensure the demise of this individual today. Otherwise, the Loose Cultivators Alliance shall face dire consequences, boomed Sima Changfeng. Yet, upon glancing back, he discovered that the South Sea Sword God and the Fairy of Flowers and Moon had long since vanished without a trace. Leader, we are, after all, loose cultivators with no foundation in the alliance. It would be wise for you to act in your own interest, came the distant voice of the South Sea Sword God. This left Sima Changfeng stunned in place. Su Qing's gaze narrowed slightly as he summoned the Hongming Emperor's sword into his grasp. Just now, you were brimming with murderous intent and now seek to depart? And who gave you the audacity to wield your sword before me? Your sword is but an extension of my will. At that moment, a pained scream erupted from the South Sea Sword God as his innate celestial sword pierced through his body, sending him plummeting into the sea, his fate uncertain. The sword light surged forth rapidly, severing the Fairy of Flowers and Moon's arm, causing a significant decline in her cultivation. Sima Changfeng's expression fell into despair as his Dharma form dissipated voluntarily, casting all his storage artifacts towards Su Qing. I concede, take all the resources from the treasury. As for this place, most are merely idling away. I implore you to spare them. The South Sea Sword God's innate celestial sword flew back from afar, piercing through Sima Changfeng's chest and grievously wounding him, sending him crashing onto a desolate island. Su Qing collected all the storage artifacts and retrieved over a dozen ominous beings. With a casual wave, a rift in space opened, from which the South Sea Sword God and the Fairy of Flowers and Moon tumbled out, both gravely injured. In a moment of crisis, an unexpected shadow darted out from the surface of the sea, swiftly slaying Sima Changfeng and leaving the other two loose immortals on the brink of death. As the figure materialized, it revealed a seemingly smiling young man clad in a black robe, exuding a heavy aura of malice and radiating the cultivation of a peak tribulation transcender. Upon seeing Su Qing, he immediately prostrated himself, respectfully stating, to speak candidly, I wish to seize control of the South Sea Loose Cultivators Alliance, and Sima Changfeng is my adversary. Su Qing felt a surge of displeasure towards this unexpected intruder, drawing forth the Hongming Emperor's sword. You dare to use my hand to remove obstacles? That truly vexes me. With a swing of his sword, he sealed the flow of time and space. The South Sea Sword God's flying sword approached from the distance. Faced with such a terrifying assault, the young man, filled with resolve, remained motionless. I am willing to submit. Please spare my life. As the dreadful killing intent dissipated, Su Qing withdrew his hand, examining the information before him on the young man. Spirit Shadow, Peak Tribulation Transcender, originally a powerful loose cultivator roaming the West Sea. Later recruited by the South Sea Alliance, yet manipulated by Sima Changfeng's under a blood curse, forced to obey, constantly monitoring Sima Changfeng's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He bore a single purple entry, having acquired a secret technique through signing in. You are not a paragon of virtue either, but you do possess some discernment. Only upon your oath to the great Tao can I place my trust in you. Observing Spirit Shadow swear allegiance, Su Qing fell into contemplation. His true self was still undergoing transformation in the reincarnation sea. By embedding a pawn within the South Sea Loose Cultivators Alliance, he might find it useful in the future. Spirit Shadow led the way, guiding Su Qing into the treasury of the Loose Cultivators Alliance. As Su Qing surveyed the treasury, he fell into silence. The poverty was palpable, far inferior to that of the sacred lands. He collected the majority of the treasures and swiftly departed with Spirit Shadow, setting his sights on the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 131. The Cloud Sea Transforms Again. Spirit Shadow watched Su Qing depart, lost in thought for quite some time, pondering the implications. Although similarly controlled, working under this individual granted him much more freedom. Moreover, not long ago, Su Qing had triumphed over the youthful Sun Saint Emperor in 3 moves, whose future accomplishments would be insurmountable. Following him may indeed be a fortuitous choice. In the future, I might not even qualify to be a mere follower. He released the gravely injured South Sea Sword God and the Fairy of Flowers and Moon, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Should you choose to cooperate with me, I may yet allow you to live. Su Qing had little interest in managing the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Each loose cultivator harbored their own intentions, making governance exceedingly taxing. He intended to journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains to gather the 10 mightiest goo insects and subsequently revive the goo demon. As he passed by the Kanglin's sacred ground, the Kangling Saint Lord took the initiative to block his path. Now that Su Qing had extricated himself, it signified that the 3 loose immortals of the South Sea Alliance had encountered trouble. The Kangling Saint Lord respectfully proposed, "Shall I annihilate the Loose Cultivators Alliance? There will be no further troubles for you then. Old Deng, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. The South Sea Loose Cultivators Alliance has already succumbed to my control. Should you dare to meddle, the next target of my ire will be the Kanglin's sacred ground." A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips as he soared away swiftly on the Hongming Emperor's sword, a flash of purple light marking his disappearance. The Kangling Saint Lord gazed in the direction of Su Qing's vanishing form, floating in the air, filled with myriad emotions. What an extraordinary prodigy. If he were to venture into the central divine continent, he would surely create upheaval. I eagerly await that day. Currently, the central divine continent wielded immense power, suppressing the eastern domain, southern wilderness, northern plains, and western desert to the point where they could not raise their heads. However, there was little recourse. Any celestial being emerging from the central divine continent was effectively invincible in the other 4 regions. Su Qing reclined upon the massive sword of the immortal pavilion, leisurely sipping from a purple gold gourd filled with celestial brew, gazing at the scene of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Layer upon layer of mountains stretched endlessly before him, with demonic energy wafting through the air and formidable monsters lurking within. Wuhan flew alongside him, narrating the situation within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The southern region of the 10,000 Great Mountains is the domain of the Beast God, said to be a powerful celestial beast that once tore apart a celestial being. Those who venture into the central divine continent tend to circumvent this area. As for the northern region, the Goo God sect and the Witch God sect are the strongest. I was born in a small village in the northern part of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Goo God sect and Witch God sect are also avoiding the Beast God's territory. I suggest we do the same. Su Qing took a sip of the celestial brew and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to deter. I find the Beast God quite intriguing." Su Qing estimated that, should he refrain from using his realm of strength, he could effortlessly crush loose immortals. Once he activated the realm of strength, he would be invincible against all beneath the true immortal level. Were his true form to fully transform into a primordial demon god, he would be unmatched even without activating the realm of strength. Upon activating the realm of strength, he would sweep through the majority of powerful beings even in the immortal realm. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted not far off, with phenomena soaring to the heavens and dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air. Su Qing sensed a familiar aura, his eyes brightening. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Yun Hai, clad in white robes, surged forth, engaging in a frenzied battle with 2 terrifying phantoms, targeting a demon beast at the initial stage of the Great Ascension. Yun Hai realized that since arriving in the South Sea, his strength had been increasing at an unprecedented rate. His physical anomalies and innate secret techniques had grown more formidable than ever before. Thus, when the Kuan-Ling giant beast halted at the Kangling sacred city, he detached himself from the group, seeking a worthy opponent within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The demon beast at the great ascension stage posed no challenge to him. It was swiftly torn apart by the dragon and phoenix phenomena, blood raining down, and limbs scattered across the ground. Yunhai laughed triumphantly. My talents are unparalleled. In the current eastern domain, there is no longer a genius capable of battling me. Upon my return, I shall sweep through the eastern domain and challenge the older generation of powerful beings. Just then, a chill washed over Yunhai's back, sensing something amiss. A voice whispered in his ear, if you wish to challenge me, why wait until later? You can do so now. Yunhai turned around with a sheepish grin. It was merely boastful words. I did not expect you to also be here in the 10,000 great mountains for training. In the vast expanse of the tumultuous sea of clouds, Yunhai stood proud, fearing but one individual in this lifetime, Su Qing. Observing the transformation of Yunhai, Su Qing noted that his constitution had indeed undergone a remarkable metamorphosis once more. The innate energy infused into him was far gentler than the annihilative force bestowed upon Jirushua, making it considerably easier to assimilate. Glancing at the nearby manifestation of a dragon and phoenix, the dragon being the ancestral dragon and the phoenix the primordial phoenix, one could discern that this phenomenon alone would elevate Yunhai to the status of the most exceptional prodigy in the realm. Yet, his identity remained that of the heavens abandoned, a pawn forsaken by the heavenly Tao, destined to serve as a stepping stone for the future child of the heavenly Tao. Su Qing gently placed his hand on Yunhai's shoulder and, with a minuscule black hole, extracted some essence of his innate constitution and blood. For the time being, let us not return to the eastern region. How about we train together in the 10,000 great mountains? Yunhai's countenance visibly paled. He dared not defy and could only nod in agreement, feeling immensely honored to follow Su Qing in his training. Turning to Wuhan, he inquired with curiosity, who might this be? This is my follower, whose constitution is not much inferior to yours. You may engage in a spar, Su Qing replied, nodding at Wuhan. Wuhan stepped forth, summoning an immense handprint that surged toward Yunhai. Rather than showing any trepidation, Yunhai felt a thrill of excitement. Though he was merely at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm and his opponent stood at the mid-stage of the integration realm, one significant tier above, he felt no fear as long as Su Qing wasn't the one fighting. The spectral form of the ancestral dragon extended its claw, colliding with Wuhan's formidable handprint. A terrifying force erupted, toppling trees for miles around and carving deep gorges into the earth. Wuhan staggered back 2 steps, while Yunhai was sent reeling dozens of steps. Yet, instead of being indignant, Yunhai grew increasingly exhilarated. The sound of a phoenix's cry resonated, igniting divine flames that rapidly restored his injuries and energy to their original state. You are indeed a worthy adversary. Come at me again. Wuhan moved with ghostly swiftness, the handprint and the spectral forms of the dragon and phoenix clashing in rapid succession. To an observer, he appeared utterly composed. However, beneath his calm exterior, he was somewhat astonished that someone of a lower realm could contend to such a degree. Having inherited the complete legacy of the Wuxiang demon sovereign, he felt confident that even the most formidable prodigies of the great ascension realm would fall before him with a single strike. Yet, though he believed he could eventually defeat Yunhai, it was not a task that could be accomplished in a short span. At least half an hour would be required. Su Qing observed the duel while simultaneously dispersing the surrounding demonic beasts. The ancestral dragon's spectral form exhibited unparalleled combat prowess, with defenses that were nearly insurmountable. The primordial phoenix's spectral flames allowed for the instantaneous recovery of injuries and energy, coupled with formidable offensive capabilities. On the other hand, Wuhan had not unleashed a second technique throughout the bout. He relied solely on the handprint and his extraordinary speed to keep Yunhai thoroughly suppressed. Since acquiring the legacy of the Wuxiang demon sovereign, Wuhan seemed to have abandoned the arts of curses and shamanism, honing his focus solely on his own abilities. After observing for a while, Su Qing decided it was time to halt the skirmish. That will suffice. After all, we are in the 10,000 great mountains. It is prudent to preserve some strength. The 2 combatants ceased their duel simultaneously. Yunhai regarded Wuhan and declared with pride, I concede your strength is formidable. But should we be of the same realm, I would not necessarily find myself at a disadvantage. Wuhan said little in response, silently retreating to stand behind Su Qing. Yunhai cast a wary glance at Su Qing before obediently following suit, as they journeyed deeper into the heart of the 10,000 great mountains. Chapter 132. Descendants of the Xian-winged bird within the 10,000 great mountains. Yunhai realized that facing Su Qing as an adversary was truly terrifying. However, as teammates, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, not to mention formidable beasts of the great ascension realm. Even legendary beast deities held no threat as long as Su Qing stood behind him, emboldening him to provoke them. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously. shrouded by thick clouds that crackled with thunderous energy. Amidst the flashing lightning, a fearsome avian creature emerged from the clouds, enveloped in a tempestuous aura, soaring rapidly overhead. This formidable presence undoubtedly surpassed that of a loose immortal. Suddenly, Yuanhai stepped forward, beckoning the creature with a flick of his fingers, shouting, "Come here." Su Qing watched in bemusement, questioning Yuanhai's intentions. Was he truly attempting to provoke this fearsome bird, risking his own life in the process? It seemed utterly reckless. Ignoring Yuanhai's antics, Su Qing scrutinized the creature in the clouds, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. He turned to Wu Hin, asking, "Is this the beast deity recorded in the texts?" Wu Hin shook his head in confusion. "Those who have witnessed the beast deity are long dead. I cannot say." At that moment, Su Qing had a revelation. This great bird is none other than the Xian-winged bird. He recalled that his Kunping avatar had been nurtured by a Xian-winged bird for an extensive period. The swiftness of the phoenix god's wings, while inferior to that of the Kunping, was nonetheless among the fastest in the world. Su Qing's mind conjured the system panel, gazing at the magnificent bird amidst the storm clouds. Beast deity, peak of the earth immortal realm. Its true form is a mutated Xian-winged bird. The phoenix god's wings have undergone mutation, transforming into the phoenix thunder wings, significantly enhancing its speed and combat prowess. Thousands of years ago, it aided the shaman god in vanquishing the Gu demon before continuing its seclusion and cultivation in the 10,000 Great Mountains. This beast deity possessed a golden attribute known as the phoenix thunder wings. A single mutation was insufficient to elevate the phoenix god's wings to a red attribute. Su Qing commenced the sign-in process. Sign-in successful, received the exquisite celestial artifact, Phoenix Thunder Cloak. At that moment, the storm clouds dissipated, revealing a small white bird that descended from the heavens. With a single strike, it knocked Yuanhai to the ground, creating a massive crater. Wu Hin was on high alert, suggesting, "Should I summon the demon sovereign puppet to eliminate it?" Su Qing gently shook his head, "No need. Judging by its demeanor, it appears to harbor no malice." The blow had only left Yuanhai slightly dazed. He would soon awaken and rise from the pit. The Xian-winged bird perched on a nearby branch, observing Su Qing with curiosity, before taking to the air and circling above him. Su Qing emanated a faint Kunping aura, causing the Xian-winged bird's eyes to brighten. It then gracefully landed on Su Qing's shoulder. As Su Qing gently stroked the Xian-winged bird's head, he recognized the peculiarity of its kind, even upon reaching true immortality. They could not transform or speak. Yet, their intelligence was remarkably high, surpassing that of ordinary beings. "Are you the beast deity of the 10,000 Great Mountains? Have you come seeking me due to this aura?" The beast deity tilted its head, seemingly unaware of how to respond to the inquiry. It then nodded and emitted a melodious chirp, a peculiar sensation resonating from its very bloodline. "Who exactly are you?" Su Qing chuckled softly. "Perhaps I share a connection with your Xian-winged bird lineage that dates back to the primeval era. Would you guide me? I wish to traverse to the other side of the 10,000 Great Mountains." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the beast deity's eyes. It had not anticipated that Su Qing could comprehend its words. The prospect of no longer feeling solitary in this vast expanse delighted it. As the other beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains often felt incompatible with its essence. Agreeing with a nod, it proclaimed, "Very well, I shall guide you." At that moment, Yuanhai erupted from the earth, debris cascading around him. He regarded the small bird on Su Qing's shoulder, acutely aware of its formidable prowess. Yet, it was clear that Su Qing was even more formidable. He quickly laughed. That was merely an accident. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Yuanhai, but remained silent. Yuanhai offered an awkward smile, obediently trailing behind Su Qing. The group continued their journey, with the presence of the Xian-winged bird casting an aura of dominance. They traversed the terrain with ease, encountering not even a single insect. Su Qing, accompanied by Wu Hin and Yuanhai, traversed over half of the 10,000 Great Mountains in just half a day. Upon arriving at the northern reaches of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a gentle chirp from the Xian-winged bird resonated through the air as it gracefully shed a feather. "I harbor an aversion to the aura of the Gu demon. Should you find yourself in peril, you may summon me using this feather," it conveyed. As the Xian-winged bird took flight, Yuanhai exhaled a sigh of relief. The pressure emanating from the small creature was overwhelmingly formidable. He had previously encountered the most powerful figure, the Grand Elder of the Xiao sacred land. Yet he felt that this avian creature surpassed even that venerable being. The environment of the northern 10,000 Great Mountains starkly contrasted with that of the south. The terrain was relatively flat, adorned with towering trees that reached impossibly high into the sky. A veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, shimmering with iridescence under the sunlight, clearly indicating the presence of toxins within. Countless minuscule insects swarmed the trees, evoking a sense of dread. Wuhan elucidated, such is the nature of the northern 10,000 great mountains. To the east lies the Gu God sect, while to the west resides the Witch God sect. Our next destination is there. Su Qing procured the wand poison Gu, revealing that he possessed only one of the 10 Gu insects. Let us first visit the Gu God sect. I intend to collect all 10 Gu insects. Upon hearing this, Wuhan produced another Gu insect, known as the ancestral Gu, which could enable a beast's bloodline to revert to its ancestral form, thereby becoming stronger. It was also one of the 10 Gu insects. I shall lead the way. No sooner had Wuhan uttered these words than an unexpected occurrence arose. A few individuals clad in peculiar attire descended from the heavens. Your bizarre garb indicates you are remnants of the Gu God sect. You shall meet your demise. Yanhai's ancestral dragon phantom erupted forth. What audacity! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? In an instant, the several transformation realm cultivators were vanquished. Su Qing seemed to deduce the situation. It appeared that the Witch God sect was currently attacking the Gu God sect, as he had not observed the Witch God sect master in the South Sea, and the Gu God sect master had perished. We must hasten, otherwise the Gu God sect may face annihilation. Wuhan transformed into a shadow, swiftly leading the way, while Su Qing radiated sword light beneath his feet, urging Yunhai to follow closely behind. At that moment, outside the Gu God sect, the Witch God sect master sat upon his throne, surveying his subordinates as they besieged the Gu God sect. Victory was imminent. Soon, the Witch God sect would dominate the northern 10,000 great mountains entirely. A smile crept upon his lips, albeit tinged with confusion. He had believed the Gu God sect master would return from the Kanglan sacred land to preemptively strike the Witch God sect. Yet the Gu God sect master had not returned and had seemingly vanished, suggesting dire circumstances. Otherwise, with the Gu God sect on the verge of collapse, he would have made an appearance. With a mournful roar, the last of the Gu God sect's great ascension cultivators was slain. Just as the Witch God sect master stood to stride forward, intending to be the first to enter the Gu God sect, an unsettling chill crept up his spine. Chapter 133. The collection of Gu insects. Su Qing swiftly delivered a resounding slap that sent the Witch God sect master flying. Thank you for your generous gift. I shall gladly accept the Gu God sect. The numerous formidable figures of the Witch God sect surrounded Su Qing, demanding, "Who dares to launch a sneak attack on our master?" Su Qing walked through the air, stepping upon chaotic light, with boundless primordial purple energy swirling behind him. He approached the forefront of the Gu God sect, declaring, "What are you all discussing?" Clearly, it was the face of your Witch God sect master that struck my hand. All present were momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. Never have we encountered such brazen shamelessness. If we do not slay you today, we shall have lived in vain. He has struck our master. Are you certain you can prevail against him? Even if we cannot win, we shall fight. We are determined to uphold the glory of the Witch God, fighting to the last breath. At that moment, the Witch God sect master's expression darkened. Su Qing, if you depart obediently, I shall overlook this transgression. Should you refuse to yield, today I shall drink the blood of the prodigy. Two figures materialized behind Su Qing. Glancing at Wuhan and Yunhai, Su Qing smiled and said, "You two search the Gu God sect for resources. I will hold them off here." Wuhan vanished into the shadows, while Yunhai snorted arrogantly, "I am not your subordinate. However, I shall heed your words this time." Deep within, he felt a significant change of heart towards Su Qing, recognizing his willingness to bear the danger while allowing his allies to reap the rewards. Perhaps following Su Qing was not such a lamentable fate after all. Yet, recalling their previous grievances, he shook his head. He had a history of being outmatched by Su Qing. Seeing Wuhan and Yunhai enter the Gu God sect, the Witch God sect master grew anxious. He waved his hand, commanding all his subordinates to attack. At that moment, Su Qing unleashed his 5 life-bound flying swords, the Hongming Imperial Sword hovering at the center, surrounded by the other 4 swords in a rotating formation. Slaughter God Sword Formation. The Hongming Imperial Sword resided at the juncture between Celestial and Celestial King artifacts, while the remaining 4 swords, Innate, Wu Dao, Giant Spirit, and Immortal K, were all exceptional celestial artifacts. After devouring a substantial amount of ominous energy, the Immortal K giant sword had also advanced to an exceptional celestial artifact. A terrifying sword aura surged forth, wreaking havoc for thousands of miles, shattering countless towering trees. Witnessing this scene, the formidable beings of the Witch God sect halted in their tracks, retreating swiftly to evade the dreadful sword aura, casting anxious glances at their master. This formation is far too terrifying. We cannot recklessly intrude. Those are 4 exceptional celestial swords. I was gravely injured merely contending with a single sword aura. The Witch God sect master's expression grew increasingly grim. Wait, I refuse to believe that this insipid yuan-ing cultivator can maintain this dreadful formation for long. However, the ensuing spectacle left them in stunned silence. At that moment, Su Qing was seated upon the former throne of the witch god sect master, leisurely sipping from a purple gold gourd. You intend to stall for time, but your calculations are flawed. This formation does not demand excessive energy. The witch god sect master believed Su Qing was merely posturing, disguising his true capabilities, and dismissed his words. He remained outside the range of the slaughter god sword's attack, biding his time for the formation to dissipate on its own. Half an hour later, the sword aura began to retract. This filled the witch god sect master with unbridled joy. I told you so. An insignificant yuan-ing cultivator cannot endure for long. Quickly, follow me to slay Su Qing and enter the Gu god sect. The witch god sect master advanced with his many formidable subordinates. Yet, at that moment, the sword aura rampaged across the 8 directions, soaring towards the heavens. The sword energy had grown exponentially, becoming terrifyingly potent. In an instant, it obliterated all formidable beings present. Su Qing snapped his fingers, and 5 life-bound flying swords transformed into streaks of light, returning to his body. I forgot to mention, the more adversaries I face and the longer the battle endures, the stronger I become. With the demonic divine magic, a growth-related attribute akin to several others. Su Qing's combat prowess surged with each accumulation. Rising to his feet, he commenced the battlefield cleanup, collecting the storage artifacts of the witch god sect master and numerous formidable beings. As he surveyed the countless towering trees within a radius of several thousand miles, now reduced to mere powder, the landscape had irrevocably changed. His current strength had fully erupted, capable of overwhelming scattered celestial beings. It seemed time to venture into the void divine realm to test his prowess. He soared towards the Gu god sect, where only a few ordinary disciples remained, the strongest among them being merely at the yuan-ing stage. The remaining formidable beings had been slaughtered by the witch god sect's forces. At the center stood a peculiar tree, densely populated with various unique Gu insects. Wuhan and Yunhai awaited Su Qing at the base of this remarkable tree. Su Qing descended before the tree, and with a flourish of light from his hand, the Gu insects perched atop the tree's apex flew into his grasp. Before him lay 8 Gu worms arranged meticulously. The 10,000 poisons Gu, the ancestor Gu, the soul Gu, the strength Gu, the speed Gu, the undying Gu, the evil Gu, and the life Gu. Only 8 of the 10 revered Gu worms were present. 2 remained elusive. Su Qing tucked away the 8 Gu worms and turned his gaze towards Wuhan. The death Gu and the purity Gu were still missing, having appeared only once in the ancient texts. In the northern regions of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the death Gu would emerge in places rich with vitality, while the purity Gu was born from individuals of unblemished hearts. Su Qing's brow furrowed slightly. The death Gu would not pose much difficulty, as he could swiftly arrange a formation using the principles of Wu Dao. However, locating the purity Gu would present a challenge. Where could one find a person of pure heart amidst the myriad villages scattered throughout the northern 10,000 Great Mountains? Seeking such an individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He looked at Wuhan and Yunhai, granting them a week to seek out a person of pure heart among the villages. Even if they failed, they were to return after 7 days. Additionally, they were to eliminate the witch god sect and transport its treasures and all texts. Wuhan nodded and vanished from sight, while Yunhai, without hesitation, transformed into a spectral ancestral dragon and soared into the sky. The common folk resided in another realm, separated by thousands of miles from the Gu god sect. Within the numerous villages, spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse. The most spiritually vibrant areas of the northern 10,000 Great Mountains had been claimed by the Gu god sect and the witch god sect. Yet now, both sects had been vanquished. Su Qing stood atop a statue dedicated to the Gu demon, a feather materializing in his hand. In but a moment, the sound of wind and thunder erupted as a white figure descended from the heavens at great speed. The Xian-winged bird gently landed upon Su Qing's shoulder, surveying its surroundings with a gaze full of inquiry, as if to say, "You appear to be free from peril. I have some inquiries for you," Su Qing began. "In your assistance to the witch god in vanquishing the Gu demon, where did the witch god ultimately go?" The Xian-winged bird flapped its wings, gesturing towards the sky. "He must have ventured to the small celestial realm, as most powerful beings did back then. And why did you not accompany him?" Su Qing gently stroked the feathers of the Xian-winged bird, pressing further. The bird shook its head. "Not only the small celestial realm, but I had numerous opportunities to ascend to the celestial realm, all of which I declined. Here in the lower realms, I am practically invincible and enjoy unparalleled freedom. In the celestial realm, one might find themselves as mere prey for the powerful." A smile graced Su Qing's lips, taken aback by the Xian-winged bird's wisdom. "This is fortuitous indeed. I plan to consolidate the forces of the 10,000 Great Mountains and in the future, you may assist in guarding them. The Xian-winged bird nodded in agreement, then spread its wings and took flight, vanishing amid the echoes of wind and thunder. With the departure of the Xian-winged bird, Su Qing held a scroll in hand. A deep pit appeared before him as he harnessed the wood dao, beginning to infuse it with boundless vitality to cultivate the death goo. Meanwhile, in the villages of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Yunhai, clad in splendid golden robes, traversed the air, gazing down at the various settlements. The spiritual energy in this place was alarmingly scant, even more so than the desolate regions of Deqian. Just then, a figure captured Yunhai's attention, a radiant young maiden. Clad in coarse linen, her beauty remained undeniable as she frolicked joyously amid the blooming wildflowers in the fields. Yunhai found himself momentarily entranced. Could it be her? I must bring her back for Su Qing to see. Transforming into the ethereal form of the Yuan Phoenix, he soared into the sky, divine flames cascading from above as he swept the maiden away. On the other side, the Witch God sect had seen most of its powerful members dispatched to the Gu God sect, with few remaining. Wu Hin wandered through the remnants of the Witch God sect, exuding calm confidence. This place was once his domain for covert visits to learn witchcraft and pilfer resources. Now, he returned without need for disguise, as the remaining cultivators could not withstand his presence. At that moment, a voice resonated within Wu Hin's mind. Are you truly willing to serve Su Qing? He gives off an odd aura that eludes comprehension. The remnant soul of the Wuxiang demon lord lingered within a puppet, now significantly strengthened, with the potential for revival. Wu Hin smiled, recalling the multiple times Su Qing had rescued him, a debt of great gratitude. My instincts are rarely wrong. Su Qing has always been at the forefront during battles, whether on the path of life and death or against the Gu God sect. The Wuxiang demon lord fell silent for a time, eventually letting out a resigned sigh. There is something inherently sinister about him. Binding oneself to him may lead to an unpredictable future. My choice is sound. There is no need for further discussion. Wu Hin collected the treasures of the Witch God sect along with countless texts. With a swift motion, he shattered the statue of the Witch God, flames engulfing the sect as he departed gracefully. Though he harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Gu God sect, he felt no fondness for the Witch God sect either. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, the practice of cultivating through human lives was alarmingly commonplace among these two sections. The Gu God sect captured individuals for Gu cultivation, while the Witch God sect transformed people into puppets to enhance the potency of their witchcraft. The common folk in the 10,000 Great Mountains lived in a perpetual state of fear. Within the Gu God sect, Su Qing sat before a profound pool of water, its depths shimmering with concentrated vitality, tinged with a hint of deathly energy. It appears feasible. The death Gu should manifest soon. Now, only the purity Gu remains. Su Qing gazed into the depths of the pool, contemplating that if he could not find a person of pure heart, he might have to resort to making Yunhai a bit foolish, for a pure heart could be born from simplicity. At that moment, the Yuan Phoenix descended, revealing Yunhai, who bore a stunning yet dazed maiden upon its back. I have brought her back. Let us see if her heart is indeed pure. Yunhai's gaze was fixated intently on the maiden, his eyes unblinking. Su Qing examined the young woman, shaking his head slightly. She is merely an ordinary person. It would be best to return her. Although the maiden was breathtakingly beautiful, she lacked both talent for cultivation and a pure heart. Yunhai appeared momentarily lost in thought, snapping back to reality after a brief pause. Very well, I shall continue my search. Though she is lovely, she is still just an ordinary girl. Should you engage in any maleficence, I shall not spare you. A terrifying aura emanated from Su Qing as he scoffed. I am the Prince of Deqian, endowed with extraordinary talent. What kind of woman have I not encountered? Yunhai seemed to have his thoughts laid bare, his tone growing increasingly urgent. He then transformed into the ancestral dragon's ethereal form and took flight alongside the Yuan Phoenix. Su Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. What has come over Yunhai? Could he be experiencing a romantic tribulation? Just then, a shadow materialized as Wu Hin emerged from within. These are the resources of the Witch God sect, along with various texts. Dozens of storage rings floated around him. Su Qing waved his hand, collecting them all. The two mightiest forces in the 10,000 Great Mountains had now been obliterated. Yet this land remained a treasure trove, teeming with countless rare creatures. To relinquish it to others would be a grave misfortune. You should consolidate the scattered cultivators and re-establish a force, ensuring that their character is impeccable, as aptitude is of secondary importance. Su Qing tossed Wu Hin a precious mirror. The Ziguang mirror of the Penglai immortal sect, capable of creating illusions and discerning a person's true nature. As the enigmatic figure departed once more, the deep pool before Su Qing was sealed by intricate formations, ensuring that the vitality within would not dissipate and that the time for the birth of the death Gu would be significantly shortened. Subsequently, He stepped into the rift in space and vanished from sight. Just outside a quaint village, Yunhai gently laid the exquisite maiden upon the grassy ground and quietly sat beside her. Moments later, the girl awakened. Her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at Yunhai. "You are a cultivator. What have you done to me?" Yunhai's tone softened, losing some of its earlier dominance, as he replied, "You will know once you examine yourself." After a brief pause, the stunning maiden realized that he had not harmed her in any way. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, and upon noticing that Yunhai had no ulterior motives, her demeanor relaxed, and a smile graced her face. "You are a good person. Until we meet again, I must return to my village. In 3 days, I shall be wed, and I would like to invite you to the ceremony." With that, she turned and walked towards the village. Yunhai stood frozen for a long while, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness since embarking on his path to immortality. Why is this happening? Could it be love at first sight? Or perhaps merely a fleeting infatuation? As one's cultivation and combat prowess grow ever stronger, should one's mental state stagnate, turmoil is inevitable. A tranquil voice emerged from behind him as Su Qing appeared seemingly out of thin air. Yunhai turned to him, almost pleadingly. "I know you possess the means. Can you grant her the talent for cultivation? If so, I am willing to swear an oath to follow you faithfully." Su Qing regarded him thoughtfully. "Would you be willing to have your own talent, retaining only the primal dragon physique, and then bestow the essence of the upon her? Would you consent to such terms?" Yunhai nodded resolutely. "Yes, as long as it allows her to accompany me on the path of immortality as my partner." Su Qing responded, "And what if she refuses? Should she be unwilling, your sacrifice would be in vain. If she is willing, however, I can assist you." With that, Su Qing leapt to perch atop a great tree, leaning back and gazing towards the distant village. It appeared to be an ordinary hamlet, devoid of cultivators, where the inhabitants rose with the sun and retired at dusk. Yet, through Su Qing's observations, it was evident that the villagers harbored a deep disdain for cultivators, likely stemming from the actions of the witch god sect and the gu god sect. Yunhai transformed into a streak of golden light, descending into the village as the sun set. Nearly half an hour passed before he emerged, despondent and lost. He recounted how the maiden had expressed her reluctance to become a cultivator or a celestial being, declaring her love for another and a desire for a tranquil life. Su Qing gracefully descended from the tree and gently patted Yunhai's shoulder, a small formation materializing at the nape of his neck. Not everyone aspires to be an immortal. Each individual has their own ambitions. Contemplate this carefully. With those words, Su Qing unleashed a radiant sword light beneath his feet and departed. 3 days later, Yunhai remained at the same spot, observing the village. On this day, a torrential downpour fell, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The rain obscured the village, rendering it somewhat indistinct. With a mighty roar, Yunhai dispelled the dark clouds, revealing a clear sky. Instantly, the village came alive, and a youthful boy donned his finest attire. The beautiful maiden blushed as their eyes met. Thus commenced their wedding, and at that moment, a harmonious harmony of dragons and phoenixes resounded in the heavens, showering the village with radiant golden auspices. The villagers gazed in awe at the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yunhai, watching from afar, smiled with a newfound sense of relief as the formation on his nape dissipated. In that instant, an ethereal white light gathered above his head. The pure goo had come into being, resembling a pair of mandarin ducks radiating brilliance, as if to cleanse the world of all impurities. Yunhai silently stored the pure goo and departed. Su Qing, seated beside the deep pool, observed this unfolding scene with his consciousness. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. In terms of purity of spirit, none could rival a newborn child. However, the 10,000 great mountains had never witnessed the emergence of a pure goo, for it required an individual to traverse the depths of darkness and emerge enlightened. Only then could a heart of greater purity be born from the shadows. The formation enveloped Yunhai, leading him into a dream where he experienced all that he needed to. Upon his return, he carefully presented the pure goo to Su Qing and stood quietly beside him. Su Qing examined Yunhai's status and was surprised to find a new golden entry. Previously purple, now transformed into a golden hue, labeled childlike heart. Sign-in successful, gained demon heart. Demon heart. After succumbing to demonic influence, it generates vast amounts of demonic essence, enhancing combat power several-fold. Su Qing gazed at the entry, bemused, pondering how a childlike heart could yield a demon heart. Just then, Wu Hen emerged from the shadows once more. "I have recruited dozens of scattered cultivators. The strongest among them is only at the transformation stage." "Excellent. Next, we shall restore the Gu God sect. This will serve as the new base of our power." Su Qing regarded Wu Hen and Yunhai as dozens of storage rings and a white feather materialized before them. "This will lay the foundation for our burgeoning force. Should formidable enemies arise, we can summon the beast god to descend." The new organization would be led by Wu Hen, with Yun Hai as his deputy, though this arrangement could be contentious. Su Qing turned to Yun Hai, eager to gauge his reaction. To his surprise, Yun Hai consented without any objection. Wu Hen, puzzled by the drastic transformation in Yun Hai over just a few days, proceeded to relay additional instructions before they departed. Su Qing contemplated the deep pool, sensing that the birth of the death goo was imminent, with only one remaining. Activating the formation of the deep pool, life energy began to spread forth. Yet from its depths emanated a thread of pure light. The death goo appeared as a tender green sprout, exuding a thick aura of decay. With a wave of his hand, 10 goo insects arranged themselves in a circle. At that moment, an anomaly manifested in the heavens and earth. The 10 goo insects were enveloped in a black light, exuding a peculiar aura. This eerie essence soon summoned countless goo insects from across the 10,000 great mountains. Flooding the area, the myriad insects merged with the strange aura, intensifying its terrifying presence. The xian-winged bird cried out from the sky, intent on using its innate divine power to annihilate the nascent goo demon. Su Qing quickly reassured it, "Do not worry. I am confident in my ability to confront the goo demon." The xian-winged bird calmed somewhat, but continued to circle in the skies. This terrifying phenomenon persisted for several hours until the final goo insect merged with the ominous form. The goo demon was resurrected. The goo demon appeared grotesque, a colossal creature covered in various goo insects, emitting a raspy voice. "You have resurrected me, and for that, I shall reward you by making you my first meal." Su Qing activated his domain of strength, recognizing that the goo demon, in its newly formed state, was no more powerful than the initial stages of the Earth immortal realm. Furthermore, in this realm devoid of celestial or demonic energy, rapid recovery of strength was virtually impossible. With a swift motion, he struck out, proclaiming, "I have resurrected you. Yet you dare to devour me." The goo demon's immense head exploded instantaneously. However, as countless goo insects gathered, the goo demon's head reformed once more. It emitted a terrifying cry, questioning, "What have you done to me? How could my world-destroying power vanish?" Su Qing, once again caught in a grand contest, wondered if no one had ever mentioned the unpleasantness of his voice. Perhaps he should speak less. The goo demon roared madly, and Su Qing, thoroughly annoyed, delivered a decisive kick, obliterating the creature. Only its core remained, which he subsequently sealed with a formation. This was much better, both aesthetically pleasing and devoid of noise. In the distance, Wu Hen and Yun Hai observed this scene, with a group of scattered cultivators who had joined their faction standing behind them. Wu Hen was overwhelmed with astonishment. Su Qing's might was simply terrifying, having destroyed the goo demon with a single kick. Only with such power could he be worthy of my allegiance. Yun Hai chuckled casually, though his earlier arrogance had transformed into a newfound steadiness. Noticing Wu Hen's gaze upon him, he scoffed lightly. "What? Do you wish to spar again? I have recently gained insights that have greatly increased my combat prowess. This time, you shall not be my match." Wu Hen shook his head slightly, recognizing that this was a crucial period for developing their faction, leaving him no time for combat. The onlookers behind them stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated joining a minor faction, only to discover that its leader possessed such formidable strength. Su Qing, examining the formation patterns, began to assess the attributes of the goo demon. Chapter 136, The Invincible Domain. Goo demon. Status, just awakened, unaware of the situation, and already sealed. Talent, demon goo, rebirth. Attributes, indestructible goo domain, 10 divine demon gus. Description, its essence is an indestructible demon insect from the demon realm, exceedingly bloodthirsty and brutal. Upon hearing of the demon lord's reincarnation, it endeavored to devour the demon lord's companion spirit, the demon spirit bird, to break through to the golden immortal realm, thus arriving in this world. Su Qing gazed at the system panel, and indeed, a crimson attribute caught his eye. He initiated a sign-in. Sign-in successful, acquired the Taizu domain. Taizu domain, capable of purifying all malevolent forces, allowing for the elevation of power. A hint of disappointment flickered in Su Qing's eyes. This attribute leaned more towards assisting cultivation rather than combat. Just then, another prompt appeared on the system panel. The domains of power, illusion, and pure heart can be fused. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Su Qing found himself in a state of dilemma. The effect of the domain of power was immensely potent, capable of suppressing foes 6 major realms above himself. If the fusion diluted this effect, it would indeed be a substantial loss. Yet, what if luck were on his side? He hesitated for a moment before resolutely confirming the fusion. Even if he lost, he still possessed numerous trump cards. Fusion successful, acquired the invincible domain. Invincible domain, upon activation. The host is invincible against all foes below the sacred level for the first 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, All enemies below the Deluo level will be forcibly suppressed to the same tier as the host, lasting for 1 hour. Staring at the system panel, Su Qing fell into silence. The sacred level. He had never even heard of such adversaries. For Su Qing, 3 seconds felt like an eternity. This was a tremendous gain. After the 3 invincible seconds, enemies would be suppressed to his realm. Against adversaries of the same level, Su Qing felt confident he could prevail, especially since the original domain's range had expanded from 10 miles to 100. Closing the system panel, he stored the goo demon away and turned his gaze towards the distant crowd, who had yet to begin repairing the palace. Instantly, everyone dispersed, with Wu Hen and Yunhai departing as well. 7 days later, the Goo God sect underwent a remarkable transformation. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, it resembled an ethereal paradise, devoid of the sinister structures that once characterized the Goo God sect. Su Qing had established a grand formation here and even planted peculiar flowers at the mountain gate. These strange flora were terrifying creatures from the end of the road, possessing the strength of peak human immortals, yet reliant on deathly energy, making survival in other locales nearly impossible. However, this posed no challenge for Su Qing, as he held the title of planter, complemented by his ability to listen to all things and the all-seeing eye. He successfully cultivated the peculiar flowers, from which 10 deep pools continuously emitted deathly energy. This process could sustain for several years until the deathly energy was nearly depleted, allowing the enormous flowers to thrive anywhere thereafter. Atop the mountain gate, within the central grand hall, Su Qing sat in the main seat, observing Wu Hen and Yunhai beside him. These 10 goo insects will be entrusted to you. I intend to depart the 10,000 great mountains and continue my journey northward. The goo demon was once more dispersed by Su Qing, but this time it did not transform into a myriad of goo insects. Instead, all its power was condensed into the 10 goo insects. These 10 goo insects were now far more formidable than before, featuring the Xian-winged bird and the peculiar flowers. The new faction, the 10,000 Great Mountains, though lacking the opulence of sacred sites, boasted a depth far exceeding that of most. Wu Hen expressed his concern. Are you truly set on going to the central divine continent? There are numerous powerful human immortals there. Be cautious. However, recalling Su Qing's terrifying strength, he chose not to say more. Yunhai, gazing at the purified goo, remarked, rest assured, despite our past conflicts, now that we have pledged to become your followers, we shall not betray you. Su Qing glanced at the two, then smiled gently. No need for concern. I place my faith in you. With that, he transformed into a streak of sword light, slicing through the heavens and vanishing from sight. Wu Hen arrived at the palace entrance, gazing out towards the many villages in the northern expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. I must effect change. The events involving the Goo God sect and the Witch God sect shall never occur again. Yunhai, with a proud smile, declared, I am the crown prince of Deqian, raised from a young age to be the heir of an empire. Governing a few villages is simply trivial. The 10,000 Great Mountains shall undoubtedly be my place of ascendance. At that moment, the Xian-winged bird soared through the sky, descending with 2 feathers that floated gracefully into the hands of Wu Hen and Yunhai. This was a clear acknowledgement of Wu Hen as the new ruler of the faction, as well as recognition of Yunhai. In the heavens above, Su Qing lounged leisurely atop the colossal sword of the celestial pavilion, holding a purple gold gourd and occasionally sipping the divine brew. Glancing back at the 10,000 Great Mountains, he noted, this place boasts resources far superior to the heaven-severing mountain range, and it conceals a secret celestial dragon vein. Additionally, the southern sea's scattered cultivators have also been subdued by me. Combined, the southern sea and the 10,000 Great Mountains provide resources that surpass even the current purple cloud sacred land. Surveying the tumultuous landscape below, he mused, the upcoming journey is bound to be chaotic. Hundreds of dynasties had battled for years without achieving unity. The Dao Yin sacred land and the Xianming sacred land remained indifferent to worldly affairs, rendering this realm akin to a hell on earth. Nevertheless, Su Qing had no intention of involving himself excessively. He planned to explore the Dao Yin sacred land and the Xianming sacred land before directly entering the central divine continent. As the sword light surged forward at great speed, a sudden rush of clear energy surged through the clouds below. Upon looking down, he saw a dynasty celebrating in mass, offering sacrifices to a statue. We have worshipped the Azure Emperor for millennia. May the Azure Emperor once more bestow his favor upon us, aiding us through this dire time. Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that my title? Could it be that during my time fishing in the temporal currents, I inadvertently caused something? He recalled that while fishing, he had inscribed a transmission formation on a top-tier spirit stone, allowing his title to resonate through the river of time. Unexpectedly, a multitude of events have unfolded. The blade of light descended vertically upon the colossal statue, situated at the heart of the dynasty. Atop the statue's head, Su Qing revealed himself, his black robe billowing in the wind, long hair dancing as if stirred by an unseen force. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "I have heard that you were searching for me." Just then, a furious shout echoed, demanding to know who dared to insult the statue of the Qing emperor and urging them to descend immediately. Below, a stunning woman donned in a black imperial robe. Her cultivation, surprisingly at the Great Ascension stage, unleashed a terrifying manifestation, a colossal luminous moon emerging behind her, aimed at Su Qing. The power of this phenomenon was unfathomable, casting a brief darkness upon the heavens, with only the bright moon shining as if to illuminate the annals of history. As the chaotic light radiated from Su Qing, he effortlessly shattered the moonlit manifestation. Clutching a peculiar celestial stone, his authoritative voice shattered the darkness, resonating through the skies. The path of reincarnation knows no end, yet the Qing emperor shall endure forever. Chapter 137. Observing Ancient History. At the instant the proclamation rang out, those surrounding him sincerely knelt in reverence. The Qing emperor has manifested. Who would have thought that in our lifetime, we would hear this voice? Ancient texts had recorded this voice numerous times, transcending the ages, its frequency unmistakably tied to the Qing emperor. The black-robed beauty's gaze grew distant, contemplating Su Qing's identity. Her tone softened considerably, regardless of the circumstances. "Could you kindly descend from the statue's pinnacle?" Su Qing lightly stepped down, gracefully landing before the black-robed woman. "I am quite curious about your connection to the Qing emperor. We are of the Moon God clan. I am the current clan leader and the empress of this realm. Since the primordial era, when our ancestors battled fierce beasts, it was the Qing emperor who saved us. Henceforth, my lineage has venerated the Qing emperor for generations." The Moon Empress gazed at Su Qing, feeling a strange familiarity, as if recalling a previous encounter. Upon hearing her words, Su Qing fell into contemplation. Thus, it meant that her clan had persisted from the primordial times until now, spanning millions of years. Was there truly some enigmatic force shielding them, or had his own avatar engaged in some ancient deeds? At that moment, the Moon Empress's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization, exclaiming, "You are Su Qing, the legendary reincarnation of the Qing emperor. Who else could so effortlessly vanquish the Sun's sacred emperor?" Su Qing, hearing these words, felt speechless. He was simply himself, not a reincarnation. However, he found no inclination to elaborate, for the explanation would be too intricate. "Well, what of it?" The Moon Empress continued, "Our ancestors left behind celestial treasures, claiming only the reincarnation of the Qing emperor can unlock them, said to contain exceedingly powerful secret arts." Her gaze fixed intently on Su Qing, seeking confirmation. Upon hearing of the treasures, Su Qing's eyes gleamed. He was determined to claim this marvelous item. The Moon Empress spoke gently, "Please follow me. I shall show you the location of the celestial treasures." She ascended gracefully, enveloped in moonlight, her unparalleled beauty appearing even more enchanting. They arrived at a mountainous region where cracks appeared in the ground, revealing a peculiar statue. Su Qing examined the statue, grinning widely. "Well, this is quite something." The statue depicted his treasure-hunting mouse, the golden-furred rat. Indeed, it was a result of his own handiwork. The Moon Empress gazed at the statue, softly stating, "Though I cannot comprehend what this extraordinary beast is, it must be remarkable. Our ancestral teachings dictate that only the reincarnation of the Qing emperor can unlock it." Placing his palm upon the statue, it shattered in an instant, the fragments turning to dust. A scroll floated into view, appearing ancient and unadorned, yet adorned with peculiar patterns. As he grasped the scroll, Su Qing recognized the ancient patterns as his exclusive array symbols. His other avatar existed in the past, bestowing opportunities upon his future self. A smile graced Su Qing's lips at this operation, as his consciousness disregarded all array formations and directly entered the scroll. Within the scroll lay records of sacred-level divine abilities, including one Qi transforming into 3 clear ones, along with the complete insights of the Taiyin Emperor and Taiyin Empress. At the forefront of the scroll, some inscriptions remained. "In the future, you may journey to the northern underworld, where even greater treasures await." It could be remnants left behind by his mythical projection returning to the past, or perhaps messages from his Kunping avatar. Both possibilities lingered. The Moon Empress, standing quietly beside him, observed this scene with brightening eyes, then unexpectedly knelt in reverence. "You truly are the reincarnation of the Qing emperor. From now on, the Moon God dynasty shall heed your teachings." Su Qing scratched his head, feeling increasingly perplexed. He had inadvertently acquired another faction, and rather inexplicably at that. The Moon God clan had revered the Qing emperor for 1,000,000 years, and although much time had passed, their respect remained unwavering. Surely they wouldn't betray him? A gentle force lifted the Moon Empress. "Take me to the Moon God clan's territory." I have a keen interest in the records of the past. The moon god territory had long been eroded by time. Now relocated to the capital of the moon god dynasty, yet the historical records remained intact. The moon empress bowed her head, speaking softly, occasionally casting furtive glances at Su Qing, her cheeks flushed, seemingly prepared for devotion. She then eagerly led the way. Upon entering the capital, the palace shimmered with opulence, adorned with luminous moonlight stones that cast a gentle white glow. Su Qing reclined casually upon the throne. Shortly thereafter, the moon empress entered, carrying a stack of scrolls, which she delicately placed upon the table. The ancient texts had long since deteriorated, and these were later engravings, likely incomplete. Casually selecting a scroll, Su Qing's consciousness delved within. The scenes revealed a group of individuals clad in animal skins fiercely combating countless demonic beasts. The next image depicted a peculiar stone hovering in the sky, emanating waves of sound, as the fierce beasts fell, leaving the animal-skinned warriors few in number, humbly kneeling in reverence to the stone. Continuing to peruse the scrolls, Su Qing observed the moon god clan growing ever mightier. The Xian emperor, during the primordial era, established the first human kingdom known as the Taishan dynasty. Situated in the heart of the continent, now referred to as the Central Divine Continent, he gathered all the formidable human warriors of the time, consolidating various tribes, thereby granting humanity their own dominion, free from the threat of fierce beasts. The moon god clan joined this endeavor. Subsequently, several breathtaking battles erupted, with the Xian emperor leading humanity against the demonic gods, confronting the beast emperor and engaging in fierce combat against the ancestral dragon, solidifying humanity's supremacy in this world. The Sun Sacred Emperor and the Taiyin Empress were both disciples of the Xian emperor. The Desolate Emperor, though also human, was eccentric and reclusive, yet immensely powerful. He had repeatedly challenged the Xian emperor, but ultimately met with failure. At that time, the strongest among humans was the Xian emperor, followed by the Desolate Emperor. Later, he created the Wild Continent, thoroughly isolating the demon race from humanity. During the final challenge against the Xian emperor, the Desolate Emperor vanished alongside him into the void, journeying to other realms. After the Xian emperor's departure, the second generation of human leaders was the Sun Sacred Emperor, during which humanity flourished even more. The reincarnation of the Emperor of Reincarnation emerged as a prodigious figure during the Sun Sacred Emperor's era. Having perused all the scrolls, Su Qing still found no trace of his Kuimping avatar. Could it be that his records had been destroyed? It was indeed a possibility. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged upon the imperial throne, embarking on the cultivation of the Taiyin Emperor's Sutra and the One Qi transforming into 3 purities. Observing this, the Moon Empress dutifully vacated the imperial palace, positioning herself outside to safeguard it. After half a month, the heavens and earth manifested boundless phenomena, harmonizing yin and yang, with the sun and moon traversing the cosmos. A colossal Taiji diagram enveloped the firmament, and Su Qing's figure floated in the air. The divine powers of the yin-yang sacred body were enormously amplified, whether in the forms of yin and yang energies or the state of their unification. Not to mention the extraordinary manifestations of the Taiji diagram. At that moment, the Northern Great Yin dynasty assumed that the Moon God dynasty had treasures emerging. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, led by powerful beings of the Great Ascension stage, formed a formidable battle array and surged towards the Moon God dynasty. Chapter 138, Robbery at the Daoyin Sacred Land. At that juncture, the Taiji diagram in the sky spun with great velocity, unleashing an infinite flow of yin and yang energies, capable of slaying the foremost of the powerful beings even from thousands of miles away. With the strongest among them slain, the morale of the army dissipated. Just then, the moonlight cascaded down, and the Moon Empress descended upon the moonlit path, radiating unparalleled beauty, ensnaring the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, who were subsequently escorted back to the Moon God dynasty. She gazed at the terrifying phenomena above, and her respect for Su Qing deepened. Truly, he was the reincarnation of the Qing Emperor, capable of slaying beings of the Great Ascension stage from such a distance without revealing himself. As for Su Qing's realm, she had long since overlooked it. There was no way a being of the nascent soul stage could possess such might. Within the palace, Su Qing felt immensely satisfied. The moment he opened his eyes, the celestial phenomena above instantly dissipated. Although he had only practiced for half a month, the insights recorded within the Taiyin Emperor's Sutra were plentiful, allowing him to easily grasp the fundamentals, and his understanding deepened profoundly. However, One Qi transforming into 3 purities proved somewhat challenging. He had yet to achieve mastery, as befitting a sacred-level divine ability. At this moment, Su Qing couldn't help but reminisce about the Enlightenment Stone, a miraculous gem that acted as an accelerator. Any technique or divine ability could be comprehended swiftly, Yet the two he possessed had been entirely consumed. Before him, countless stars emerged, forming a map. It depicted the current location of the Moon God dynasty, with the 10,000 Great Mountains to the south and the Great Yin dynasty to the north. The Moon God dynasty was adjacent to the 10,000 Great Mountains, providing an opportunity for the Wuhan to assist. The emperors here were fervent followers of his. They could not be constantly besieged by external foes. Moreover, the entire Moon God dynasty had only the Moon Empress as a formidable being of the great ascension stage, rendering its foundation exceedingly fragile. He arranged a grand formation at the Moon God capital and subsequently planted a scatter-level immortal flower nearby. Leaving behind a communication stone on the throne, he instructed the Moon Empress to discuss matters of cooperation with the Wuhan in the 10,000 Great Mountains. After completing these tasks, a fissure in space erupted, and Su Qing directly stepped into it, departing from the Moon God dynasty. Surrounded by mountains and enveloped in mist, celestial palaces floated in the air. As the fissure in space burst open, Su Qing emerged, arriving at the Daoyin sacred land, which appeared quite imposing, likely housing numerous treasures within. Treading upon the yin and yang energies, he advanced towards the Daoyin sacred land, making no effort to conceal his presence. At that moment, the grand formation of the Daoyin sacred land activated, and the voice of the Daoyin sacred master resonated from within. You have truly come knocking at my door. I am willing to offer compensation and will seal the mountain gate for a century. The Daoyin sacred master was acutely aware that to preserve the sanctity of the sacred land, he could only feign weakness. Otherwise, should Su Qing unleash those ominous beings here, the ominous aura would spread, leading to their demise. Su Qing snorted coldly, if that is the case. Then quickly open the grand formation and allow me entry to select treasures from the vault, and I wish to peruse the scriptures in the library. Gritting his teeth, the Daoyin sacred master ultimately opened the formation, personally welcoming Su Qing with utmost respect. Please. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction, extracting the majority of the treasures from the vault and inscribing copies of all the scriptures and divine abilities from the library. Everything transpired even more smoothly than anticipated. Within the vault, Su Qing also discovered 2 pieces of void god tokens, which he took with him. Thus, he left the Daoyin sacred land with an abundant harvest. At that moment, the Daoyin sacred land was shrouded in dense fog, its presence entirely obscured. Who would have thought that the Daoyin sacred master would be so accommodating? I initially intended to procure some special bloodline essences here, but considering their cooperation, I shall relent. I only hope that the Xianming sacred land does not disappoint me. The celestial sword of the immortal palace unsheathed, transforming into a colossal beam of sword light that soared into the sky. Su Qing reclined upon the sword light, heading towards the Xianming sacred land. The location of the Xianming sacred land lay in the northeast of the southern wilderness, nestled within the Tianduan mountain range. The northern edge of the Tianduan mountain range bordered the northern plains, spanning the eastern domain and lying south of the southern wilderness. The original site of the Xianming sacred land had long been deserted. Su Qing stood at the site of the Xianming sacred land, sensing the array patterns he had previously left on the Xianming sacred master. His expression turned peculiar. They had truly fled, utilizing vast resources to activate a super-large teleportation array, relocating the entire sacred land to the northern plains. The distance was far too great, yet recalling the Xianming sacred master's chilling murderous intent made Su Qing uneasy. Damn it, if I can't eliminate them now, they may very well seek vengeance in the future. Su Qing perceived the traces of the array, confirming the location on the opposite side, and began reconstructing the spatial passageway using the array master's terminology, intending to teleport into the northern plains. Constructing a teleportation array for an entire sacred land required an immense amount of resources. However, transporting a single individual was far less cumbersome. Soon, Su Qing successfully established the spatial passageway. He stepped into it, commencing the teleportation. In a flash of light, he found himself on a vast prairie. Inside a crimson small tower, Su Qing surveyed the surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that I've teleported to the wrong location? This doesn't resemble the Xianming sacred land at all. Just then, several terrifying blood blades slashed towards Su Qing, a dreadful murderous intent enveloping the area. The crimson small tower transformed into countless blood-red runes, sealing the space to prevent Su Qing from escaping. The blood blades moved with incredible speed and power. Even a scattered immortal would be gravely injured by such an attack. However, they were facing Su Qing. Blood-closed tower assassins, do you not know who I am? Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold gleam emanating from them. The 5-element immortal robes on his body radiated with multicolored light, infused with the power of the origin split armor. The terrifying blood rays were all thwarted. The blood-clad assassins, realizing the gravity of their situation, shattered the void, attempting to flee. However, They had not anticipated that hidden within the fissures of space were 5 fearsome immortal swords. Under the boundless sword energy, all of them were instantaneously obliterated. Su Qing retracted the god-slaying sword array. Could it be that the Xianming sacred land has enlisted the blood-clothes tower to act? This truly complicates matters. Based on Su Qing's understanding of the blood-clothes tower, soul-searching was impossible. Those assassins had safeguards within their consciousness. Any attempt at soul-searching would lead to self-destruction, and as for interrogation, most of the assassins were prepared for death, so little could be gleaned. Hence, it was far simpler to eliminate them all. Continuing to sense the array patterns left by the Xianming sacred master, he discovered they had long since vanished. He felt an unsettling notion. Things were not so simple, and this did not seem to be the Xianming sacred land's modus operandi. Su Qing did not dwell on it. Regardless of any schemes, they would crumble before absolute power. As long as the unseen puppeteer dared to show themselves, they would be met with instant death. Gazing at the vast prairie, the distant snow-capped mountains, and the Tianduan mountain range faintly visible to the south, he confirmed his position and soared towards the Tianduan mountain range. Sitting atop the flying sword, he clutched several blood-red runes, activating the all-seeing eye and listening to all things attributes. Chapter 139, Bringing the Demon Lord into the Void God Realm. Blood Soul Rune, exclusive to Blood Garment Tower. Capable of forming formations to temporarily seal off 100 miles of space, leaving no escape for anyone. Having gleaned little of value, I then placed the crimson rune to my ear. You are truly terrifying. I am unworthy to converse with you. Su Qing tapped the blood-red rune a few times, inquiring, who orchestrated this scheme from the shadows? The individual concealed their presence, arriving at the headquarters of Blood Garment Tower in search of assassins, only to learn of the relocation of the Xianming Holy Land. Subsequently, I was absorbed into a storage artifact, left in ignorance. Listening to the information provided by one of the crimson runes, Su Qing furrowed his brow. It seemed that this person hailed from the central divine continent. Yet I couldn't recall offending anyone there. Could it be that my prominence in the void divine realm has prompted someone to seek my demise? Su Qing murmured to himself, resolved to travel to the central divine continent for investigation. Sword light surged into the Tianduan mountain range, sensing the location of the inner world. He then entered it. Upon the towering tree of heaven, his true form remained in a state of metamorphosis. With each passing moment, his aura grew, becoming increasingly formidable. Shui Liuli sat vacantly by the sea, munching on a millennium-old precious herb as if it were a carrot. Her current cultivation level was at the initial stage of the golden core, progressing at an astonishing rate. Instead of utilizing dragon energy to form her core, she employed the wood essence of the tree of heaven, yielding equally potent results. This allowed her profound comprehension of the wood Tao, enabling swift recovery from injuries or personal depletion. Even grievous injuries that would damage one's essence could be slowly mended. Presently, several inscriptions flickered upon her, impacting the heavenly Tao seal. As the light fell upon the shore, Su Qing revealed his form, a smile gracing his lips. How have you fared during this time? Shui Liuli gazed at Su Qing, recognizing this as a manifestation, yet it bore no difference from his true self. Every one of Su Qing's avatars was a reflection of his thoughts, merely a matter of multitasking. She gently shook her head, stating that she had comprehended all the texts, leading to a rather mundane existence. Su Qing conjured an object in his hand, which was the void divine order. He then directed a ray of light from his fingertip into Shui Liuli's brow, imparting the transforming qi into the 3 purities divine ability to her. This item, known as the void divine order, can transport your consciousness into a peculiar realm, which should be far more intriguing. This divine ability was an unintentional acquisition of mine. Take your time to comprehend it. No need, she replied. I have already grasped the basics, and I find this peculiar world far more enticing. Shui Liuli flashed a sweet smile as she seized the void divine order. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. This was a saint-level divine ability, and she had comprehended it with just a glance. What astonishing comprehension, he mused, then continued with a faint smile. Master, I haven't yet grasped it. Could you explain it to me? Shui Liuli nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Of course. She then slowly recounted all her insights. Even with her guidance, Su Qing took a full day and night to embark on the path of the divine ability. Upon opening his eyes, the void divine order materialized in his hand. Let us go. I shall introduce you to that world. Consciousness entered the realm of void divine thought. The surroundings shifted rapidly, transporting them once more to the astonishingly vast city of Void Divine City. Shui Liuli stood beside Su Qing, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the area. This place is enormous. It seems we shan't tire of it for quite some time. Some individuals recognized Su Qing, speculating on his next challenge. His previous encounters with the young Sun Saint Emperor followed by his victories over Xianxia and Taotai, were still fresh in their minds. This time, however, Su Qing did not seek to challenge any locale, but guided Shuai Liuli to familiarize herself with every corner. Eventually, they arrived near the great Tao rankings, the talents ranking, the power ranking, the eternal ranking, and the heavenly tower ranking. As Shuai Liuli gazed upon these four immense boards, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Where should we challenge first? She pondered. I suggest starting with the heavenly tower, Su Qing recommended. Shuai Liuli entered the tower, while Su Qing stood outside, eager to assess her current prowess. Although she had yet to make a move, he sensed her formidable strength. He focused intently on the light screen displaying Shuai Liuli's progress. In the first layer, a ferocious beast at the initial stage of the golden core appeared. Without a glance, Shuai Liuli unleashed a terrifying aura, instantly slaying the beast. She ascended rapidly through the layers, dispatching each foe with a single strike. Upon reaching the 50th layer, a brutal figure emerged, an ancient holy beast, the white tiger. Despite being merely at the initial stage of the golden core, its aura exuded countless sharp golden energies. Shuai Liuli, small in stature, advanced rather than retreated, radiating golden light as she moved with incredible speed. In an instant, she stood before the white tiger, delivering a single punch that reduced the sacred beast to a mist of blood. Witnesses gasped in disbelief. Am I seeing things? That little girl, no more than 7 or 8, just defeated the white tiger with a single blow? You're not mistaken, I saw it too. This is a hidden prodigy of astounding strength. Someone else remarked. I believe she arrived here alongside Su Qing. Just then, a striking figure clad in a crimson imperial robe approached from the crowd. It was Yun Yan. Upon seeing Shuai Liuli, she froze in shock. How is this possible? The reincarnation of the demon lord has appeared here. In her previous life, during this period, she had been battling the blood demon. At that time, the reincarnated demon lord, led by Yi Chun, had been blind and limping, unable to cultivate, a pitiful sight. In her previous life, she had even gifted the reincarnated demon lord some elixirs. In this life, the reincarnated demon lord appeared remarkably well and had embarked on the path to immortality. Spotting Su Qing ahead, Yun Yan approached him, inquiring, Is she the one you sought? Su Qing nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. I owe it to you. Otherwise, how could I have found her? Yun Yan recalled the celestial phenomenon that had occurred when the demon lord emerged 3 or 4 months prior, realizing that her hints to Su Qing had been timely. Her intent had been to prevent Su Qing from bearing the consequences of the demon lord. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Qing had managed to locate the demon lord while successfully evading retribution for so long. Bringing her here was the right choice. The heavenly Tao cannot interfere in the void divine realm. Su Qing nodded, continuing to observe the heavenly tower. The little one's combat prowess was extraordinary, striking fear and all. No opponent at her level stood a chance against her. After the 50th layer, 2 adversaries appeared, yet she dispatched them with ease. Yun Yan suddenly remarked, Li Daru from the Celestial Immortal Academy has arrived at the Xixiao Holy Land, inviting us to join the academy. Only 3 individuals from the eastern region have been invited, you, me, and Jiang Yuehua from the Jiang family. The Celestial Immortal Academy is set to open in a few months. It harbors numerous opportunities, so you must hurry back to the eastern region from the southern wilderness. Su Qing contemplated, nodding. I intend to enter the central divine continent first. I will attend the Celestial Immortal Academy. Chapter 140. Entering the central divine continent. The central divine continent is shielded by formations. Without the guiding token, entry is impossible, Yun Yan explained. I happen to acquire a guiding token in the southern wilderness. Su Qing replied with a gentle smile. Yun Yan cautioned again, be vigilant. If the aura of the reincarnated demon lord resurfaces, the heavenly Tao will unleash unprecedented retribution. After saying this, she fell silent, quietly observing Shuai Liuli's terrifying combat prowess. Thank you for your warning. I will remain cautious, Su Qing affirmed, continuing to watch the light screen. At that moment, Shuai Liuli encountered her adversary on the 80th floor, a ferocious beast accompanied by a towering man, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. Could my eyes be deceiving me? The man before us was none other than the 9-transformation Emperor Zun from 30,000 years ago. It is said that he once roamed the world with unparalleled might, yet met his demise while sealing a malevolent entity. Su Qing was taken aback. To hear that name here was quite unexpected. He possessed an artifact, the 9-transformation Emperor Talisman, which was the Emperor Zun's life treasure, currently undergoing repairs. It was restored to the 3rd transformation, yet it already bore the qualities of an immortal weapon. Within the shimmering screen, a man clad in black robes emerged from the mist, appearing utterly ordinary, devoid of any aura befitting a formidable warrior. However, his speed was astounding, each step shattering the void and conjuring myriad extraordinary phenomena. Shui Lioli, now fully attentive, unleashed her aura, annihilating the beast in a single blow. Subsequently, she invoked the Celestial Wanderer technique, her speed utterly overwhelming the 9 transformation Emperor Zune. A brilliant purple aura emanated from her, and with a single strike, she smote the Emperor Zune to the ground. Yet, in that very moment, the 9 transformation Emperor Zune resurrected, reappearing not far off, his presence now even more formidable than before. Outside the celestial tower, someone exclaimed in awe, "I have seen this in ancient texts. This is the 9 transformation Emperor Zune's renowned technique, the 9 transformation art, which is said to allow for 9 resurrections, each making the practitioner stronger." Such a terrifying ability raised questions. How did the 9 transformation Emperor Zune meet his end? Listening to the discussions around him, Su Qing became increasingly convinced that the 9 transformation Emperor Zune had not perished. Yunyan gazed at the luminous screen, lost in contemplation. She recalled that the 9 transformation Emperor Zune should now be deep within the immortal path, battling the prodigies of myriad realms. Later, when the lesser immortal realm shattered and the immortal path was unveiled, she had encountered the 9 transformation Emperor Zune. Within the screen, Shui Lioli brandished a blood-red short sword, 3 identical figures appearing behind her. In her state of celestial wanderer, her speed reached its zenith, unleashing a one-sided slaughter. Regardless of how many times the 9 transformation Emperor Zune revived, he was instantaneously vanquished each time. This brutal spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless, their throats dry with shock at such savagery. As the 9 transformation Emperor Zune was effortlessly defeated, Shui Lioli seemed to gain something profound, standing still for an extended moment. She then willingly departed from the celestial tower, approaching Su Qing. "This place is intriguing, yet I have gleaned new insights. It is best to leave for now." Su Qing nodded in agreement. He then turned to Yun Yin and said, "Until we meet again," before he and Shui Lioli simultaneously vanished from the void divine realm. Yun Yin observed the place where the demon lord's reincarnation and Su Qing had disappeared, silently wishing, "I hope the heavenly Tao does not discover you. Otherwise, grave troubles may ensue." However, with the impending opening of the Celestial Academy, it seemed the time for Li Daru to initiate the counter-heavenly war was drawing near. The counter-heavenly war was one of the most harrowing battles she had experienced in her previous life, far more challenging than the Blood Demon War. It involved all the formidable beings of this realm engaging in a brutal conflict with the lesser immortal realm. Li Daru's intention in establishing the Celestial Academy was to prepare for a second assault on the lesser immortal realm in case the first attempt failed. Had the initial invasion succeeded, there would have been no need for a second. This effectively paved the way for future generations. In her past life, Yun Yin had faced a devastating defeat in the first counter-heavenly war, with nearly all the world's strong perishing. Even the current sovereign Lingxi of the Purple Sky Sacred Land and the Grand Elder Lin Jinxing had participated in that initial conflict, falling in the lesser immortal realm. Subsequently, the barbarian emperor was vanquished, and the barbarian continent was displaced by the demon lord of heavenly calamity, leading the entire demon race to assault the central continent. Yi Chun, blessed by the will of heaven and aided by the demon lord, ascended to the pinnacle of humanity within a century, possessing unmatched combat prowess. Capable of contending with celestial beings, rallying numerous emerging talents of the human race. He defeated the demon race, igniting the second counter-heavenly war, which swiftly penetrated the lesser immortal realm and opened the heavenly gate, revealing the ascension platform and the path to immortality. At that time, Yun Yin had been among those entering the lesser immortal realm, albeit having become indistinguishable from the crowd. In the eastern region, Yi Chun reigned supreme. In the western desert, the diamond-wielding Fury stood tall. In the southern wilderness, the demon sovereign Wu Hen lurked, and in the northern plains, the moonlight star god shone brightly. The central continent was no less remarkable, with prodigies shining like stars in the night sky. In her previous life, had she not been in a state of transcendent detachment, her formidable power would not have granted her the qualification to enter the lesser immortal realm. Yun Yan's thoughts wandered, and her eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. In this life, she possessed absolute confidence to compete with the many prodigies of the present era and to surpass them. With the fortune of the great Qin nation backing her, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy of the Eastern Sea, she was merely a step away from transforming her physique using the powers of time and space. Once she entered the ancestral dragon's secret realm, and if she could obtain an immortal-grade dragon vein, the great Qin would flourish further, and she would grow even stronger. In this life, Yi Chun had yet to rise. It seemed her future bets would all be placed on Su Qing. Collecting her thoughts, Yun Yan's figure vanished from the void divine realm. Within her inner world, Shui Lioli sat cross-legged by the shore, countless patterns flickering in her eyes. Su Qing observed curiously. wondering if this little one had managed to comprehend the 9 transformation Emperor Zun's techniques. Shui Liuli revealed a sweet smile, 2 beams of light radiating from her eyes. This is the secret art of the 9 transformation Emperor Zun, combined with my insights. Su Qing absorbed the 2 beams of light and turned to Shui Liuli. I will be leaving the inner world for a while. You may roam the void divine realm in the meantime. All right. Shui Liuli squinted her eyes, wanting to linger by Su Qing's side a little longer, but understanding that he must have pressing matters to attend to. It was best not to burden him. Su Qing's figure vanished, exiting the inner world. The Tian-Duan mountain range stretched endlessly around him, teeming with fearsome beasts, towering trees, and dense underbrush. Su Qing floated in the air, erasing the spatial fluctuations leading back to his inner world beneath his feet, stepping upon the dual energies of yin and yang, traversing the Tian-Duan mountain range into the central continent. This path, taken by another of his avatars, rarely encountered unexpected occurrences. Soon, he arrived at the formation before the central continent. Gazing at the gathering spirit-locking immortals' grand array, he produced a token and stepped into the central continent, intending first to head to the heavenly Tao mountain. His other avatar had been in the central continent for quite some time and should have a good grasp of the general situation here. Chapter 141. Ji Ruxue falls into madness, forces of the central continent. In the central continent, within the heavenly Tao mountain, Ji Ruxue knelt in a cave, her expression earnest, murmuring incessantly, beseeching the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Why has it come to this? Was I not chosen by the heavenly Tao? Her eyes darkened with ferocity, unleashing terrifying black light. In an instant, she shattered the heavenly Tao altar, descending into madness, resembling a wild beast. At that moment, several beams of white light surged from afar, all emanating from the powerful beings of heavenly Tao mountain. They rebuked her in fury. You, the current heir of heavenly Tao mountain, dare to show such disrespect. It seemed she had succumbed to a derangement of her cultivation. They decided it best to temporarily seal her. Now, Ji Ruxue had only returned to the foundation establishment stage, and despite her overwhelming power, she could not resist. From the distance of a spatial rift, Su Qing observed this scene, realizing that the fusion had failed. The powers of destruction and void were too domineering to merge, while the innate energy was comparatively gentle. Hence, Yunhai succeeded. Just then, another Su Qing emerged from within the spatial rift. 2 avatars locked in a gaze. These 2 projections were the contingency measures left by Su Qing before his seclusion. Each avatar bore numerous hidden cards up their sleeves. Subsequently, one operated in the light while the other concealed itself in shadows, ensuring they would not appear simultaneously. Though they were 2 distinct entities, they shared a singular consciousness, merely a division of Su Qing's spirit, allowing him to multitask. The majority of his mental faculties resided within his true form, while a fraction controlled the avatars. One of the avatars entered a state of chaos demon shadow, merging with the darkness. A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips. If he were to engage in battle, both avatars would strike together, subsequently invoking the divine art of transforming into the 3 pure ones. The thought alone was quite exhilarating. At that moment, an unexpected change unfolded. Ji Ruxue's eyes, as deep as ink, revealed an unfathomable darkness. As she raised her gaze, the sky dimmed and the earth darkened. A torrent of black energy erupted from her being, engulfing her entirely. Her figure vanished without a trace. This bewildered the powerful figures from Tiandao Mountain. Exchanging glances in confusion, what had transpired? There were no spatial fluctuations around them. Could it be that Ji Ruxue had mastered some dreadful demonic art during this journey to the Eastern Territories? I must report this to the Lord of Tiandao Mountain. You all must search for Ji Ruxue with all your might. Meanwhile, Su Qing, ensconced within the rift of space, observed Ji Ruxue's attribute panel with mild astonishment. Her void body's attribute had inexplicably transformed into the identity of a void practitioner. Void practitioner, a new identity formed by the fusion of void power and annihilation power, possessing the ability to conceal oneself and evade all, equally intolerable to the heavenly Tao. The longer one evades the heavenly Tao, the stronger one becomes. Sign-in successful. Gained the title of anti-heavenly being. Su Qing contemplated the rewards from the sign-in. He was now only a step away from assimilating the power of annihilation, culminating in the ultimate force. The ultimate force should manifest as a colored attribute. Such attributes were exceedingly rare, and Su Qing possessed but a few. What would happen if he combined this new void power with the other 4 forces? At present, Ji Ruxue found herself in an extraordinary state, although she remained in place. Not even a celestial ascension expert could perceive her. She sensed her own condition and discovered that she was growing stronger by the moment. At this rate, it would take merely a few days to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. This pace was far swifter than starting over from scratch to regain her previous peak as a human immortal. Since the heavenly Tao refused to accept her, she would retreat and await a time when her strength surpassed her former self, at which point she would reveal herself once again. Xianxiaaudiobooks activated her void power, merging with the depths of Tiandao Mountain. Unbeknownst to her, a purple-golden array pattern appeared at the nape of her neck. In the rift of space, Su Qing noted her lack of intention to depart. Thus, he inscribed a mark upon her, with the Supreme Spirit Refinement technique having reached its second tier, complemented by various enhancements to his spirit. Although his cultivation still remained at the nascent soul stage, his mental prowess had reached unfathomable heights, comparable to that of a human immortal's peak. The Array Master attribute was on the verge of evolving into a red tier. He could effortlessly manifest array patterns, wielding them as he pleased, the effects shifting according to his will. He wandered stealthily through Tiandao Mountain, now endowed with the titles of Annihilator, Anti-Deicist, and Anti-Heavenly Being, his ability to conceal himself far surpassing that of the Void Power. He infiltrated the section where Tiandao Mountain's records were kept, meticulously replicating every detail. Gazing toward the treasure vault of Tiandao Mountain, he refrained from recklessly intruding. This place revered the heavenly Tao, and attracting its attention could provoke divine retribution, a prospect Su Qing regarded with considerable trepidation. Quietly departing Tiandao Mountain, he found himself in a mountain gorge miles away. Su Qing reclined upon a massive stone by a brook, the bright moon rising and casting silvery light. In his hand, he held a scroll, studying the current distribution of power across Central God Continent, along with detailed descriptions. To his astonishment, the celestial empire of Shenzhou was remarkably formidable, gathering the fortunes of the 9 provinces and venerating the water deities, capable of coalescing a fortune comparable to that of a peak celestial immortal. Within the celestial empire of Shenzhou resided the Sword Alliance, Dao Sect, Haoran Academy, and the Great Buddha Temple, which were currently the most powerful factions in Central God Continent. Following closely was the Haoran sect. Su Qing paused momentarily upon reading the description of the Haoran sect. The ancestral founder of Haoran, thousands of years prior, had sealed the lust demon using the ultimate technique of the infinite universe grindstone, perpetually siphoning its power. Now, their strength was unfathomable. By the heavens, those demons truly possessed the cultivation of true immortals. Such formidable beings existed in Central God Continent. Su Qing recalled the list of powerful individuals. It seemed the name of the Haoran ancestor was absent, suggesting he had never ventured into the void divine realm. Continuing to peruse the descriptions of the factions within Central God Continent, he noted that the Haoran ancestor had leveraged cleverness during the cataclysmic battle against the lust demon, expending his own essence to deliver a fatal blow just as the lust demon teetered on the brink of death. The Haoran ancestor had merely been at the great ascension stage during the 9 demons' rebellion thousands of years ago, yet now his strength was unfathomable, rumored to rival that of a celestial immortal. Next, he noted the Celestial Immortal Academy, presided over by Li Daoru, currently the strongest individual in the world, drawing the attention of various factions. Thousands of years ago, he had battled against his own heart demons alongside a few friends, who ultimately perished in that confrontation. The heart demon was sealed within Li Daoru's being. The Celestial Empire of Shenzhou, Haoran Sect, and Celestial Immortal Academy stood as the 3 most formidable powers in Central God Continent. Beneath these 3 great powers lay Blood-Soaked Tower, Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, and the 10 ancient clans. Numerous smaller factions existed, yet all were subservient to these larger forces. At that moment, a flickering azure light erupted from the brook beside him. A whirlpool emerged, revealing the silhouette of a woman clad in blue palace attire, exuding the purest essence of water. I am the water deity of the falling stream, honored to meet the holy son of Xixiao. Su Qing turned to glance at her, dismissing the water deity as merely a ghostly figure, unworthy of his attention. He resumed his study of the scroll, contemplating the matters of heart demons and lust demons. He planned to first visit the Haoran sect to secure a sign-in with the lust demon. As for the Celestial Immortal Academy, he would visit in due course. Li Daoru had already extended an invitation. Noticing Su Qing's indifference, the water deity's expression darkened slightly. However, she managed to maintain her composure and respectfully stated, "The Crown Prince of the Celestial Empire, Xia invites you to the celestial capital." Upon hearing this, Su Qing set down the scroll and regarded the water deity. "So, you already know I will certainly come to Central God Continent. Indeed, every piece of the token's descent must be recorded. The token gifted to you by the little princess, Xiaolingyan, will also be duly noted." The water deity observed Su Qing's newfound earnestness, her mood lifting slightly as she offered a gentle explanation. Su Qing recalled the location of the celestial capital, situated at the very heart of 9 celestial dragon veins. The celestial empire of Xinzhou wielded immense power. It was likely to possess numerous array texts. Currently, his array master attribute was on the verge of evolving into a red tier. Furthermore, the celestial capital was not far from the Hawan sect. I shall make my way to the celestial capital immediately. Farewell. Upon uttering these words, a rift in space appeared before him, and he stepped through, vanishing from sight. His speed was so extraordinary that even the water deity, at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, could not react in time. A cold glint flickered in the water deity's eyes as she murmured, "Go ahead. That shall be your burial ground." "What are you saying? I haven't left yet." Just then, Su Qing's voice emerged from behind her, questioning in confusion. The water deity turned in disbelief, awkwardly chuckling. "I was merely talking to myself." "Yes, indeed, just talking to myself." Su Qing entered a state of yin-yang unity, where the dual energies coalesced into an enormous hand that struck forth with formidable force. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you further. There is no need for words." The water goddess was struck with profound terror, her very essence immobilized by the overwhelming aura he exuded. Should this strike truly descend upon her, she would surely, no, undoubtedly, be reduced to mere wisps of spirit. Hastily, she exclaimed, "It is the summer god Wu who fears your rise, and has thus plotted to eliminate you." Upon uttering these words, she sighed in relief, believing Su Qing would spare her. Yet, at that moment, the dreadful hand continued its relentless approach. Observing the water goddess, now devoid of consciousness, Su Qing revealed an enigmatic smile, swiftly draining her of most of her power. Gazing at her fading form, he marveled at the purity of her strength. Even a water spirit from the central divine continent possessed such exquisite potency. Alas, she lacked a corporeal vessel, rendering blood extraction impossible. A flash of light illuminated the scene as the water goddess, still in a state of unconsciousness, was drawn into the cycle of reincarnation. This time, Su Qing truly intended to visit the heavenly capital, planning to confront the so-called foremost prodigy, Summer God Wu. The murderous schemes of Blood Cloak Tower and the Xianming Sacred Land might very well be orchestrated by him. Without further concealment, the immortal sword of the Celestial Hall was unsheathed, and Su Qing reclined upon its immense blade, leisurely soaring towards the heavenly capital of the divine continent. Aside from Su Qing, the number of sword wielders flying in unison around him was exponentially greater than those from the other four domains, all bearing the insignia of the Sword Alliance of the divine continent. Moreover, each beam of sword light carried passengers. Su Qing found himself bemused. This ride-sharing version of sword flying was indeed commonplace in the central divine continent. As long as one provided spirit stones, the Sword Alliance would ensure safe passage to their destination. In the end, Su Qing became an anomaly among them. However, he paid little heed to these trivialities and accelerated, invoking the speed of the Kunping. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 miles away. Other sword cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed, "What astonishing speed! We must pursue him. I shall burn my essence to outpace him. This is a matter of faith." But soon, they realized it was futile to chase after him. Su Qing extended his divine sense to perceive those behind him. The sword cultivators of the divine continent were indeed peculiar. Just then, atop a towering mountain that pierced the heavens, a youthful scholar brandished a treasured sword, passionately reciting poetry. The waters of the great river come from the heavens. Above, a colossal fissure formed in the sky, and torrents of water surged forth, aimed directly at Su Qing. Su Qing furrowed his brow slightly, invoking the yin-yang taiji diagram. As the diagram rotated, it obliterated the celestial river's waters. Two beams of light, one black and one white, surged forth, merging instantaneously with an unimaginable force, directed straight at the mountain peak. The young scholar's expression shifted drastically, and he shouted, "Dodge!" In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The towering mountain was reduced to dust, scattering in the wind. 100 miles away in the air, the scholar gasped for breath, realizing his opponent was truly fierce. "I mean no harm. I merely wished to witness the prodigy who defeated the sun's sacred monarch and could not resist testing the waters. I am Jiang Wuhui from the Howard Academy." Su Qing appeared before him in an instant, his words imbued with power. How intriguing. "If you harbored the slightest intent to kill, do you believe you would still be standing?" Jiang Wuhui clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed sir." Su Qing responded with a swift slap. "I preferred your earlier defiance." A red imprint appeared on Jiang Wuhui's cheek, causing half of his face to swell slightly. He regained his defiant demeanor, even more aloof than before. "Not far from here lies the heavenly capital. I invite you, Su brother, to the Wanhua Pavilion to admire the moon. The fairies of the Hahuan sect are simply exquisite, and it is rumored that one might even glimpse the sect's saintess." Su Qing regarded Jiang Wuhui with amusement. He appeared so righteous, yet he delighted in visiting brothels. he noticed a golden inscription upon him, denoting the power of his words, which successfully registered as a sign-in. Sign-in successful, acquired the extraordinary immortal pill, Howren Xiandan. Su Qing contemplated the rewards from his sign-in. They were indeed valuable resources, stored within his system space. Zhang Wuhui stepped forward, moving with grace, his pace brisk. Su Qing flew alongside him on his sword, inquiring curiously, "How did you know I would pass this way?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wuhui explained, "This is the art of Qi observation. Your aura is so formidable. I could perceive you clearly even from tens of thousands of miles away." Su Qing nodded slightly. He had indeed not concealed his presence, intending to draw out those who would stir trouble and deal with them directly. To his surprise, he had attracted a prodigy from Howren Academy. As for being detected by the heavenly Tao, Su Qing was continuously testing its boundaries, discovering that as long as he concealed the powers of annihilation, reversal, and defiance against the Tao, divine retribution would not descend upon him. His previous encounter with divine retribution in the Eastern Sea was somewhat related to the annihilation power, but more so to Yi Chen's influence. The complete eradication of Yi Chen's cultivation had provoked the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Su Qing realized that every time he altered Yi Chen's trajectory of growth, the heavenly Tao would instantaneously take notice. This had been true in the Eastern Sea and when he had entangled the threads of fate in the Tian-Duan mountain range. One could only conclude that it was no wonder Yi Chen was the son of the heavenly Tao. It was constantly observing him. After a day and night, beyond the heavenly dynasty, Su Qing gazed upon the magnificent splendor of the heavenly capital, feeling a sense of awe. Truly, it deserved its title as the heart of the continent. It surpassed even the city of illusions. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within the heavenly capital was infused with traces of celestial essence, greatly benefiting cultivation. Zhang Wuhui explained beside him. At that moment, several guards flew out from within the heavenly capital, their spears pointed at Su Qing. Individuals from the other 4 domains lacked the qualification to enter the heavenly capital. Zhang Wuhui's expression turned awkward, as there had indeed been precedents for such occurrences. Moreover, the number of people from the other 4 domains who had come to the divine continent was not great. They were all isolated outside the array. Thus, he had overlooked this matter. Su Qing observed the scene with a peculiar smile. "Are you certain you wish to obstruct me?" A surging and overwhelming aura reverberated through the void, altering the very fabric of reality. The guards' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces contorted with anguish. They were in the great ascension stage, yet they found themselves unable to lift their heads under the pressure of Su Qing's aura. "It is the rules. I implore you to show mercy, esteemed sir. We are merely following orders." Su Qing replied, "I have always relished breaking rules." With a flick of his sleeve, he sent the guards soaring into the sky, like shooting stars streaking across the firmament, their fates unknown. At that moment, the dragon aura of the heavenly capital expanded, transforming into a small golden dragon of fortune, charging towards Su Qing. Zhang Wuhui's expression changed drastically. "This is not good. We have triggered the heavenly capital's restrictions. Even those of the human celestial realm must avoid its sharp edge. It would be prudent for us to retreat. There is no need for such panic." I find this quite amusing. Su Qing pressed forward instead of retreating, the yin-yang taiji diagram swirling rapidly before him, and then it began to merge at its center. The power unleashed by the transformation of the yin-yang sacred body was now dozens of times more formidable than before. A terrifying explosion surged towards the golden dragon of fortune. The earth around them shattered, and mountains and rivers were turned upside down. Despite the cataclysmic explosion, the golden dragon of fortune yet remained alive, though its form had dimmed considerably. The deafening roar of the explosion drew countless powerful beings, luminous figures descending upon the walls of the cloud city. They appeared perplexed and inquired, "What transpired? Is someone attacking the heavenly capital?" The guards atop the walls pointed towards Su Qing, declaring, "He is from the other 4 domains and has triggered the restrictions of the heavenly capital." All eyes turned in unison. At this moment, although the auspicious golden dragon's form had dimmed, its gaze grew ever more ferocious. Having just been momentarily hindered by the explosion, it could scarcely believe that its adversary would be able to unleash such formidable powers again. It lunged once more at Su Qing. Upon witnessing the golden dragon's renewed assault, Su Qing's lips curled into a smile. One seemed insufficient. What of 100? Behind him materialized hundreds of yin-yang taiji diagrams, each spinning with alarming velocity, exuding a dreadful aura. This time, even the formidable beings atop the city walls found themselves unable to maintain their ground. Should this terrifying divine ability allow its opponent to gather strength, the auspicious golden dragon could very well meet its demise. Should that occur, the fate of the celestial empire would be irrevocably marred. A host of powerful figures stood resolutely before the golden dragon, led by an elder who was, astonishingly, At the earth immortal level. He chuckled, young friend, this is a misunderstanding. If you wish to enter the celestial city, proceed freely. No further restrictions will apply. The auspicious golden dragon was nearly paralyzed with fear. Having resided in the celestial city for an extended period, it had rarely encountered conflict. Today, it intended merely to suppress an outsider, never anticipating the sheer terror radiating from its opponent. Su Qing, however, paid no heed to the elder's words. As the hundreds of Taiji diagrams before him continued to accelerate ominously, as though on the verge of detonation. Forgive me, but can this truly be dismissed as a misunderstanding? If I were to falter and allow the auspicious golden dragon to crush me with a single claw, where would I seek justice? At that moment, an elderly scholar unexpectedly took flight, declaring, youngster, this is a rule that has persisted in the celestial city for millennia. How dare you attempt to breach it? Should you remain obstinate, there exist even greater powers within the city. Su Qing dug at his ears. While every word was crystal clear, the overall message eluded him. Please, do not lecture me on principles, for I am wholly unversed in them. At that juncture, several Taiji diagrams erupted in a series of explosions, their terrifying force sending the elderly scholar to the brink of death. Subsequently, over 100 Taiji diagrams detonated, yet to everyone's astonishment, nothing catastrophic ensued, as a radiant light emanated from within the celestial city, forcibly nullifying the explosion's impact. The surrounding earth, once ravaged, returned to its original state. A voice of authority resonated from the heavens above. Su Qing, you may enter the city. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was the celestial emperor, who had been in seclusion for decades, now emerging unexpectedly. The celestial emperor was one of the mightiest beings in the central celestial region, possessing cultivation at the late celestial immortal stage, only slightly inferior to Li Daoru of the Celestial Immortal Academy. Now, having re-emerged, his prowess was even more formidable, likely having ascended to the pinnacle of celestial immortal status. Su Qing, no longer seeking conflict, recognized that without unleashing his invincible domain, he could not contend with the celestial emperor. Yet, the invincible domain was his ultimate trump card. It could not be deployed lightly. Thus, you shall each compensate me with 1 million, and I shall refrain from pursuing further grievances. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror that of your fallen comrade. Su Qing gazed at the nearly lifeless elderly scholar on the ground. The others exchanged glances, incredulous at the audacity of this individual who had previously held the upper hand, now resorting to threats against them. However, given their trepidation towards Su Qing's Taiji diagrams and the fact that 1 million was merely a painful loss rather than a debilitating blow, they hastily tossed forth their storage rings, hastening their retreat with fervent urgency. At that moment, Jiang Wuhui stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Su Qing's overwhelming dominance, compelling even the rules of the Celestial Empire to yield. Let us depart. I hope more individuals come to impede my progress. Otherwise, it shall be exceedingly dull. Su Qing remarked with a smile to Jiang Wuhui, landing gracefully and retrieving the elderly scholar's storage ring as he proceeded towards the gates of the celestial city. Hearing Su Qing's words, Jiang Wuhui's astonishment deepened. Although he was ostensibly the guide, he found himself instinctively falling behind Su Qing. To their surprise, the guards of the celestial city voluntarily opened the gates, regarding Su Qing with a mixture of awe and reverence. In any realm, power remains the fundamental essence. Given Su Qing's explosive potential, he may very well ascend to become the strongest in the world in the future. They offered their accolades, proclaiming, truly a remarkable talent, forcing a multitude of celestial immortal practitioners to retreat despite being merely at the core formation stage. The future holds boundless possibilities. I would be honored to serve as your follower. Su Qing regarded the speaker with a slight shake of his head. You are not yet worthy. His followers included the heir of the demon lord, Wu Hin, whose potential had been greatly enhanced by Su Qing, and the gifted Yu Hai from the South Sea. Yet even the latter was merely a subordinate, not a true follower. They then entered the celestial city. Within the celestial city, exquisite structures floated amidst the clouds, seemingly poised to merge with the mist. The atmosphere was replete with celestial energy, surpassing even some of the famed paradises. The passers-by, all formidable in their own right, cast respectful glances at Su Qing, having witnessed the extraordinary scene moments prior. It was conceivable that Su Qing would soon gain renown throughout the central celestial region. Curiously, Su Qing turned to Jiang Wuhui. That elderly scholar seemed affiliated with the Howren Academy. Do you not intend to intervene? Chapter 144, The Wanhua Tower. Jiang Wuhui chuckled softly, shaking his head. I merely practice the eloquence of the Howren Academy and its myriad Confucian techniques. I only appear impressive. I do not belong to that faction. My true lineage is the ancient Jiang family. Upon hearing the mention of the Jiang family, Su Qing recalled the Jiang family of the eastern region and inquired, "Is there a connection between the Jiang family of the eastern region and that of the central celestial region?" The Jiang family of the eastern region is merely a branch of the central celestial region's Jiang family. Notwithstanding, their heritage is far from insubstantial. Jiang Wuhui spoke of the Jiang family with pride, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. As they approached an aerial edifice, Jiang Wuhui remarked, "That is the Wanhua Tower, the stronghold of the Hehuan sect within the celestial city. Shall we venture inside?" Su Qing nodded, acknowledging that the Hehuan sect was one of his objectives, and it would be prudent to gather some information. Together, they entered the Wanhua Tower. Meanwhile, within the central palace of the celestial city, the celestial emperor surveyed all beneath him, his aura radiating power and authority that resonated across the 4 seas and 8 realms. Seated upon the dragon throne and gazing towards the celestial immortal academy, his eyes were imbued with profound contemplation. At that moment, a strikingly handsome youth entered the hall. Bowing in respect, it was the celestial empire's crown prince, Xianxiawu. "Congratulations, father, on your emergence from seclusion. Your cultivation appears even more unfathomable," he continued, "yet it seems you harbor a distinct perspective regarding that prodigy from the eastern region." The celestial emperor turned his gaze to Xianxiawu, his expression inscrutable as a still pond, revealing no trace of emotion. "Do you believe I am unaware of your little schemes? The Celestial Immortal Academy is set to open soon. Until then, maintain your composure. Once it opens, you may compete freely for opportunities and engage in deadly battles, but I trust you will not falter." Xianxiawu comprehended his father's implication, bowed once more, and quietly withdrew into the shadows. In a highly concealed underground palace, surrounded by iron cages adorned with intricate runes, each cage contained a captive. Xianxiawu's aura erupted without restraint, revealing his cultivation at the peak of the celestial immortal stage. With a flourish of his sleeve, several shadows emerged from the ground. Kneeling respectfully, "What are your orders, master?" "Go, capture all those of the Xianming sacred ground. Ensure they are brought in cleanly. Simultaneously, instruct the Blood-Robe Tower to hunt the prodigies, preferably alive." Xianxiawu settled onto a cushion, his eyes glinting with cold brilliance as one of the iron cages swung open. The young prodigy was swiftly seized by the formidable Xianxiawu, whose form subsequently hunched, rendering him increasingly decrepit. Ultimately, he was reduced to a mere skeleton, succumbing to death. Xianxiawu nodded in satisfaction. The caliber of this prodigy was commendable. Within the Wanhualu, a realm of transcendent beauty lay concealed. Externally, it appeared as a mere loft, yet internally it sprawled vast and resplendent. Surrounding pink clouds swirled, enveloping the space in a hazy mist, while delicate pink veils shimmered with hints of iridescence. The melodious strains of a guqin filled the air as several graceful disciples of the Hehuan sect danced elegantly in midair. Su Qing sat at a table in the corner, unable to suppress his admiration for the Hehuan sect's revelry. The Kunling city paled in comparison. The surrounding enchanting formation rendered one's senses dizzy, making them more susceptible to allure. The fragrant mist enveloped the atmosphere, luring individuals into a state of entrancement from which escape seemed impossible. Jiang Wuhui gazed at the exquisite maidens dancing above, recognizing that their mastery of the Hehuan secret arts was akin to 100 days of arduous cultivation. Su Qing, however, remained disinterested, coolly remarking that his cultivation method was Taishang Wan Qing, a path of severing emotions and desires. Jiang Wuhui, taken aback, expressed her regrets, stating that had she known this, she wouldn't have brought him here. "It matters not," Su Qing replied, savoring his wine and sampling the dishes. After all, the vast store of spirit stones spent to enter this place had all been at Jiang Wuhui's expense. It was a free opportunity. Leisurely observing his surroundings, he planned to see if there were any enticing entries to be found. Just then, a stir arose in the vicinity, as it was rumored that the saintess of the Hehuan sect would grace this gathering. We were indeed fortunate. The Hehuan sect saintess possessed both an innate charm and an ethereal beauty, and her cultivation was remarkably profound, currently ranked 10th on the prodigy list. To catch a glimpse of her visage would render this visit worthwhile. Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, even Jiang Wuhui became animated, her cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was the potency of the liquor or a sense of bashfulness. "I cannot believe she will be here today, and I am utterly unprepared." Noticing Jiang Wuhui's demeanor, Su Qing downed his drink in one gulp and chuckled. "If you desire her, simply seize her. Why overthink it?" Jiang Wuhui looked at Su Qing in silence. She knew she could not contend with the Hehuan sect saintess, but also did not wish to lose face. Thus, she continued drinking. Su Qing suddenly proposed, "How about I help you seize her, and then you can become partners? Wouldn't that be splendid?" Jiang Wuhui hastily shook her head. "Let us not. A mere glance will suffice to satisfy my curiosity." Su Qing chose not to press further, continuing to observe his surroundings as the news of the Hahuan sect's Saintess arrival drew an ever-growing crowd. Check-in successful. Receive the Break Demon spell. Check-in successful. Receive the Supreme Celestial Artifact, Binding Immortal Rope. Check-in successful. Receive the Holy Spirit Essence. Su Qing was indifferent to whether the Hahuan sect's Saintess appeared. He merely continued checking in. A golden thread materialized in his hand, the Binding Immortal Rope, which he casually tied around his flowing hair. Currently, his avatar was adorned with celestial artifacts, from the attire he wore to the boots he trod upon, and the Binding Immortal Rope. His ensemble radiated a brilliance that drew the gazes of every prodigy present. Su Qing remained unperturbed, utilizing this moment to check in yet again. At that instant, a commotion erupted among the crowd as the pink veils fluttered of their own accord. A figure of unparalleled grace emerged, appearing through the dense mist. A flash of golden light flickered in Su Qing's eyes as he pierced through the fog, beholding the true visage of the Hahuan sect's Saintess. Clad in a pristine white gown adorned with delicate sheer fabric, she floated ethereally. Her beauty was captivating, each smile and frown ensnaring hearts. Su Qing had to concede that she was indeed striking, yet he felt it was merely that. He surmised her essence to be quite remarkable. The Hahuan sect's Saintess bore but 2 golden entries. Su Qing checked in successfully. Check-in successful. Receive the Supreme Celestial Artifact, Xianxiaaudiobooks gourd. A gourd appeared in his hand, capable of controlling the actions of others and possessing an immense internal space, perfect for holding wine, which he promptly hung at his waist. Just then, the crowd erupted once more, for the Hahuan sect's Saintess had directed her gaze towards Su Qing. Her voice, enchanting and melodious, resonated. This must be the renowned Zixiao Saint's son, recently celebrated across the realm. Pray, step forward. Su Qing did not respond, merely retorting coldly, "You are not worthy of my attention." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Could it be that he had audaciously rejected the invitation of the Hahuan sect's Saintess? Whispers circulated about the Zixiao sacred land's most powerful technique, known as Taishang Wanqing Lu, a method of severing emotions and desires. Thus, it was revealed. Chapter 145, Assembly of Prodigies, Acquisition of the Tao Scripture. Despite the rebuff, the Hahuan sect's Saintess remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering. "I come with no ulterior motives. I have merely heard that the Celestial Academy is to be opened soon and wish to invite a plethora of prodigies to gather." She paused, however. "Those wishing to attend must possess the qualifications to enter the Celestial Academy. Will you still refuse?" She turned her gaze back to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded, "Very well." He then accompanied Jiang Wuhui into the chamber behind the Hahuan sect's Saintess. The Saintess was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further. The interior was exceedingly spacious, adorned with numerous tables laden with rare treasures and medicinal herbs, enriching the surrounding celestial aura. Some tables already hosted guests, one a young Taoist clad in black robes, and another a white-clad youth brandishing a longsword. To Su Qing's surprise, the last individual was none other than the disguised princess of the Tianqiao, Xiaolingyan. Since emerging from the sea of reincarnation, Xiaolingyan had garnered the attention of the Tianqiao royal family. This was no ordinary coming-of-age ceremony. Simply surviving the ordeal promised her a future of limitless potential. Upon returning to the capital, she instantly gained renown. She approached Su Qing with a smile. "I did not expect you to arrive so soon. But of course, with the Celestial Academy opening soon, you are indeed the first prodigy to receive an invitation." Su Qing nodded slightly, taking a seat while observing the other 2 individuals. One was a prodigy from the Daos of Heaven, ranked 12th, while the other was a swordsman from the Sword Alliance, ranked 18th on the prodigy list. Both were at the Great Ascension stage, each adorned with golden entries. Su Qing found them intriguing and began checking in. Check-in successful. Receive the Sword Intent of Burning Heaven. Check-in successful. Receive the Tao Scripture. Upon examining the Tao Scripture's introduction, Su Qing realized it was a sacred-level technique. This check-in yielded exceptional rewards. The Tao Scripture was crafted by one of humanity's 9 great celestial sovereigns, the Tao Te Ching sovereign. The ethereal transformation of 3 purities and Taishang Wanqing Lu were also his creations. This implied that his primary cultivation method, Taishang Wanqing Lu, could seamlessly transform into the Tao Scripture without any discrepancies or the need for recultivation. The Celestial Academy was indeed a remarkable venue. Gathering prodigies from all corners of the world, he would seek to check in there in the future and perhaps confront his inner demons. Observing Su Qing's demeanor, the little princess appeared somewhat disheartened by his apparent disinterest, her lips pouting slightly. Yet, recalling Su Qing's formidable reputation, even in the sea of reincarnation, he strode with confidence. She quickly composed herself and returned to her seat. Su Qing was engrossed in studying the Tao Scripture, indifferent to the presence of others. At that moment, The Hehuan sect scientists entered the room alongside the other two. One of them, representing the Howren Academy, donned scholarly robes, exuding an air of unparalleled pride while wielding a folding fan. His gaze towards Su Qing was decidedly unfriendly. The old Confucian scholar, nearly lifeless from Su Qing's earlier outburst, happened to be one of his instructors. Beside him stood a youth clad in a robe adorned with peculiar patterns, who was intermittently calculating with his hands, muttering incomprehensible phrases. He hailed from the Tianji Pavilion. The two individuals who arrived later, both possessing the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage, were ranked among the top 10 on the genius list. The Holy Maiden of the Harmony sect introduced each person in turn before taking her seat at the foremost position. Zhang Wuhui felt quite anxious in this gathering, as most attendees were of the Great Ascension stage, while he was merely at the initial stage of the integration phase. Observing the lively banter among the prominent figures and glancing at the distracted Su Qing beside him, he could only sit quietly. At that moment, the Holy Maiden of the Harmony sect suddenly spoke. "We few represent the prodigies of various factions, and shall support each other once we enter the Celestial Academy." The others nodded slightly. Even if they encountered significant benefits later, the verbal agreement would be rendered void. However, as there were no immediate interests at stake, they all readily concurred. The Holy Maiden was quite pleased, but upon noticing Su Qing still lost in thought at one of the tables, she felt a pang of helplessness. All the other prodigies had backing from powerful factions, yet Su Qing was the one she most desired to ally with. However, his peculiar temperament proved to be quite a nuisance. As the gathering continued, an ancient zither appeared before the Holy Maiden, and she began to play. The enchanting melody resonated throughout the room, and the prodigies appeared highly satisfied. Just then, a spark of brilliance flickered in Su Qing's eyes as he mused to himself. The supreme forgetting emotion record can indeed transform into a cultivation scripture. He glanced around at the other prodigies from Tianji Pavilion and Howren Academy, each adorned with golden inscriptions. Sign-in successful, gained Howren power. Sign-in successful, acquired the exquisite celestial artifact, Tianji Compass. Su Qing examined the compass, finding it vaguely familiar. It resembled a similar treasure once held by the Demon Lord, capable of vaguely predicting certain future events, but at a tremendous cost. For now, it was of little use. Listening to the beautiful zither music, Su Qing remained disinterested in the gathering, intending to return and refine his cultivation method. He stood up to leave. At that instant, a harsh sound pierced the air. The zither string had snapped. The Confucian-clad youth bellowed, "Su Qing, how dare you interrupt the music? Today, many prodigies are present, and you have the audacity to act so insolently." Su Qing responded nonchalantly, "Is that so? What of it? Go ahead and strike me." The youth turned to the other prodigies, only to find them engrossed in their own affairs, seemingly ignoring him altogether. The Holy Maiden was busy adjusting her treasured zither, while the Tianji Pavilion youth continued his cryptic mumblings. The Taoist sect prodigy appeared to be on the verge of slumber, as if ready to drift into dreams. Xia Lingyan wore a mischievous grin, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, with a resounding slap, Su Qing approached and struck the Confucian youth, knocking him unconscious while dozens of miniature black holes merged into his body, draining a significant portion of his essence. "You may not strike me, but I will strike you because I dislike being yelled at." With that, Su Qing nodded at Zhang Wuhui before departing from the Hundred Flowers Pavilion. Xia Lingyan's eyes sparkled with delight at the commotion, contentedly continuing to indulge in her food. The Tianji Pavilion youth shook his head, muttering, "One's own misdeeds will lead to one's downfall." As he continued his cryptic ramblings, he pondered why he could discern some fateful threads from everyone else, yet found nothing on Su Qing. The Holy Maiden of the Harmony sect lightly clapped her hands, and several young maidens entered the room. "Go. Escort him back to Howren Academy." "Understood." Zhang Wuhui, upon witnessing this, offered an apologetic smile to the other prodigies. "I came here with Su Qing, and since he has left, I shall take my leave as well." With that, he swiftly chased after Su Qing. At this moment, he no longer noticed the Holy Maiden's exquisite beauty, but was solely focused on his desire to cling to a powerful ally. On the streets of Tiandu, Su Qing gazed at the countless pavilions and towers floating in the air, feeling an urgent impatience to cultivate. Otherwise, he might as well seize one at random. Chapter 146, Transitioning Cultivation Methods. Zhang Wuhui called out from behind, "Dao brother, wait for me. I possess a tranquil courtyard in the sky, a splendid place for solitary cultivation. Allow me to lead you there." Su Qing nodded and followed Zhang Wuhui to a secluded corner of Tiandu. The soaring courtyard was vast and indeed serene, almost as if it were on the verge of leaving Tiandu altogether. However, Su Qing was indifferent to its remoteness. He was not particularly lacking in celestial energy. With a mere devouring of a premium celestial artifact, he could obtain a vast amount of celestial energy. Zhang Wuhui activated the courtyard's formation, saying, "This dwelling is a gift to you, Dao brother. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out." Stepping onto the dual energies of yin and yang, Su Qing entered the courtyard, subsequently sealing it off and entering a state of cultivation. Zhang Wuhui smiled, realizing that Su Qing's promise was worth far more than a premium celestial artifact. He departed with satisfaction. Within the courtyard, Su Qing sat cross-legged at its center. Another clone emerged from the shadows, also adopting a meditative posture. Both clones began to transition their cultivation methods simultaneously, converting the power of the supreme forgetting emotion record entirely into the essence of the Tao scriptures. They fell into an utterly selfless state of cultivation. As time passed, a month swiftly elapsed. On this day, Su Qing opened his eyes, and golden light erupted forth, causing various phenomena to manifest: the sun and moon, the chaotic blood sea, the yin-yang taiji diagram, and the abyss of no return. Following this, as if returning to simplicity, everything fell into profound silence. At this moment, Su Qing's aura became remarkably subdued. Although the transition of his cultivation method was successful, his cultivation level had not increased. He needed to refresh his clone with his main body. Otherwise, the clone's strength would remain stagnant. Currently, the main body was still undergoing metamorphosis, and he had no idea how long it would take. Nevertheless, his combat prowess had seen tremendous enhancement. His physique, talents, and divine abilities were significantly stronger than before. Upon completing his cultivation practice, the other clone transformed into a shadowy figure, merging back into the darkness. The virtual divine order floated before him, and Su Qing immersed his consciousness within it, intending to explore the virtual divine realm and test his current strength. In the vast and bustling virtual divine city, the atmosphere was even more vibrant than before. Crowds bustled about, engaged in lively discussions. Hurry to the stronghold arena. The Emperor of the 9 provinces is challenging the mightiest. Li Daoru. It is said that the Emperor has made great strides during his recent seclusion, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial immortal stage. Some voiced their confusion. But the Emperor of the 9 provinces is only ranked 4th on the strength list. Why not challenge the 3rd, the heavenly fiend demon sovereign, or the 2nd, the barbarian emperor, and instead go straight for the 1st? The barbarian emperor is still embroiled in a fierce battle with the heavenly fiend demon sovereign in the northern sea. They've been at it for months, which has prevented them from entering the virtual divine realm, thereby forfeiting their match. Now, the Emperor of the 9 provinces has ascended to 2nd place on the list. Su Qing, intrigued by the discussions around him, resolved to witness the clash between these two peak celestial immortal powerhouses. At the stronghold arena, throngs of people were gathered, all fixated on the sky. Su Qing arrived and took his place at the back. A massive luminous screen hung across the heavens, revealing an endless expanse of snow-capped mountains within. The Emperor of the 9 provinces, donned in a yellow robe, exuded an air of authority and dominance. In contrast, Li Daoru, dressed in pristine white, radiated an elegant and gentle aura, casually hovering in mid-air as he faced off against the Emperor from a distance. The two individuals exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble on the brink of collapse. This spectacle incited a cacophony among the spectators. Even through the shimmering barrier, I could perceive the terrifying essence they radiated. Astonishingly, this was merely the prelude to their confrontation. I found myself growing increasingly impatient in anticipation of their battle. Yet, what was the haste? The methods of such formidable beings are beyond our comprehension. Su Qing also observed the scene among the crowd, acknowledging the sheer terror of a peak celestial immortal. Should a conflict ensue, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, should he unleash his invincible domain, even the combined might of the two would not stand against him. At that moment, within the luminous barrier, the figure of Li Daoru flickered into view, his sleeves swirling as the endless snow-capped mountains were reduced to mere powder. An awe-inspiring force surged toward the Emperor of the 9 provinces. Behind the Emperor, 9 majestic golden dragons soared, their scales shimmering as they unleashed dreadful might. With a single strike, the surrounding snow mountains crumbled into dust. The entire scene shattered into countless fragments. Then, the battlefield transformed once more into a swirling tempest of yellow sand. Amidst this chaos, the golden dragons behind the Emperor dimmed, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Truly, he was worthy of the title of the world's strongest. In the end, I have been defeated, the Emperor conceded. As Li Daoru strode forward, the fierce wind subsided, leaving imprints in the sands of the desert. Calmly, he remarked, "If we were in the outside world, you might have been able to contend with me by harnessing the national fortune. Have you given any thought to that matter?" The Emperor of the 9 provinces nodded slightly. "I agree. As long as that place remains, we shall be eternally unable to rise again." Li Daoru smiled. "That is reassuring. I feared that when the time came, I would be the only one to enter there, with no one left to collect my remains. What a tremendous loss that would be. Not at all. There are plenty of ambitious individuals in this world. When the time comes, the number of strong contenders visiting that place will surpass your expectations. The emperor sighed deeply before vanishing from the luminous barrier. Li Daoru turned to face the multitude gazing at the barrier. The Celestial Immortal Academy will commence in 2 months. Not only the prodigies of Central Divine Continent will attend, but also those from the other 4 domains, including the Untamed Lands. Strong beings shall be stationed throughout Central Divine Continent to guide the esteemed talents into our realm, regardless of whether they succeed in entering the Celestial Immortal Academy. I shall personally impart teachings and share insights on cultivation. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs, then became utterly fervent. The rumors were not unfounded. The Celestial Immortal Academy was indeed set to open. Any prodigy who could enter would have the opportunity to learn from the strongest in the world, an opportunity not to be missed. However, I find myself situated in the Northern Sea, a great distance from Central Divine Continent. I must begin my journey at once. After delivering his words, the prodigy departed from the realm of the void. Among the crowd, the older generation of strong beings bore complex expressions. The barriers of Central Divine Continent had confined them for a lifetime. Had they been blessed with celestial energy, they would have long since transformed their mortal bodies into immortal forms and ascended as human immortals. For this generation's prodigies, the path to Central Divine Continent seemed astonishingly simple, a truly prodigious fortune. They too departed, sending their own prodigies on their way to Central Divine Continent. At the back of the throng, Qing absorbed this news, his eyes brightening. Prodigies from across the land were destined for the Celestial Immortal Academy. He reasoned that he could simply await their arrival there. Among those prodigies, there might be exceptional talents. At that time, he could secure a significant advantage. Should he acquire ample cultivation resources above the immortal level, his own transformation might be completed ahead of schedule. As the luminous barrier faded, Li Daoru's figure vanished, and the once bustling crowd dwindled significantly as many returned to prepare. Qing exited the arena of strong beings and made his way toward the arena of prodigies. This time, he intended to penetrate the ranks of the prodigies and claim the top position. Chapter 147, Ascending the Prodigy Ranking. The realm of the void appeared somewhat sparse at this juncture. The arena for prodigies lacked its usual vibrancy, with only a few dozen spectators observing the battles. The small demon king was indeed fearsome. At merely 7 or 8 years of age, she had reached the later stages of the Golden Core, and within just a few days, had ascended to the 800th tier of the Celestial Tower. She was on the verge of claiming the top spot on the prodigy ranking, having even defeated those at the peak of the transformation stage. Regrettably, her cultivation base was a tad low. Even if she were at the integration stage, she could potentially claim the first position on the prodigy ranking. Qing was well aware of whom they were discussing. It was most likely Shuel Yuli. That little one truly lived up to her reputation as the reincarnation of the Demon Lord. After merely a month of practical training, her strength had surged from the initial to the later stages of the Golden Core. Within a few days, she would likely solidify her nascent soul. Qing intended for her to, like himself, utilize chaotic energy to condense her nascent soul, establishing an unrivaled foundation. Once she shattered the seals of the heavenly path, the multitude of powerful attributes she possessed could significantly enhance her strength. As the crowd recognized Qing, they parted to allow him passage. He ascended to the prodigy arena, igniting excitement among the spectators. That is Qing. He has lingered at the 100th position on the prodigy ranking for quite some time. Could he be aiming for the top 10? I have a feeling he is targeting the very first position. That seems improbable. Qing currently stands at the peak of the nascent soul, while the top-ranked Xiaoxianwu has already reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. The top 100 prodigies are all at the peak of the integration stage, with the top 30 being at the Great Ascension stage. I would be surprised if Qing managed to break into the top 30. As the crowd debated, a colossal luminous barrier materialized, revealing Qing standing atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. His opponent, a prodigy from the Sword Alliance of the Divine Continent, was of the late integration stage but chose to forfeit without engaging in battle. Qing stood momentarily stunned. Although he had previously reached the 100th position without effort, his opponents had still chosen to fight. Now, he had effortlessly garnered 10,000 points in the realm of the void, securing the 99th position on the prodigy ranking. His next opponent emerged, a prodigy from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, who stared at Qing with an air of eccentricity. I have already calculated your weaknesses, thus, you shall surely be defeated. Very well. I hope you do not disappoint me. The hand formed from the duality of yin and yang surged forth, shattering his opponent. Qing could not help but feel perplexed. Had he not claimed to have discerned his weaknesses? He proceeded to challenge the next prodigy. This time a prodigy from the hardy union, adorned in a delicate pink veil, her exquisite form tantalizingly obscured. With a charming smile, she enveloped the arena in an atmosphere of allure. She spoke softly. I have heard that you practice a form of forbidden art that severs emotions. Today, I shall demonstrate how to unravel your technique. Su Qing began to fathom the meaning behind the heavenly mechanism pavilion's prodigy's earlier statement regarding weaknesses. Regardless of the seductive techniques employed by the hardy union prodigy, Su Qing remained impervious, calmly observing her performance. After a while, the hardy union prodigy resorted to the same few maneuvers, growing tiresome for Su Qing. With a flick of his fingertip, a radiant beam erupted, piercing her brow. At this moment, the audience outside the prodigy arena had swelled significantly, with most drawn by Su Qing's renown. Their disappointment was palpable. They had anticipated a display of tantalizing spectacle, only to be met with tedium. What a farce. The hardy union is hardly worthy of attention. Even if Su Qing did not cultivate the supreme forgetting emotions technique, he would still have no interest in their antics. As the crowd continued to murmur, two figures approached from the rear, Wu Hin and Yun Hai. They gazed at Su Qing within the luminous screen, their eyes filled with helplessness. Despite Su Qing's ability to effortlessly vanquish even scattered immortals, he was now seemingly toying with a group of formidable cultivators in the integration stage. Their intention for coming was to discuss with Su Qing the possibility of joining the Heavenly Immortal Academy. Should Su Qing permit them to continue expanding their influence in the 10,000 mountains, they would forego entering the academy. With Su Qing's prowess, he would soon dominate the Celestial Champion arena, and they awaited him outside its confines. Inside the arena, Su Qing's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he encountered opponents who all chose to evade battle, causing his rank to ascend rapidly without him lifting a finger. His points in the virtual realm were likewise accumulating at an astonishing pace. Su Qing contemplated utilizing these points to comprehend the Tao scriptures and the art of transforming into the three pure ones after conquering the Celestial Champion arena. However, upon reaching the 30th rank, a genuine adversary finally materialized before him. A powerful cultivator of the great ascension stage, hailing from the ancient families of the central divine continent. A young man wielding a long sword. He smiled and remarked, "Fellow Taoist, the news of your suppression of the myriad fortunes and golden dragons in the heavenly capital has spread far and wide. I implore you to show mercy." At that moment, the essence of yin and yang coalesced into a colossal foot, which promptly crushed him. "Show mercy? Then I shall refrain from using my hands," Su Qing declared, standing atop the mountain peak, relishing the fierce winds as he observed the influx of virtual points. These so-called champions were utterly lacking in skill. Even a single exchange would suffice, yet the solitude of the heights was overwhelmingly cold. I had previously heard that the champions of the central divine continent overshadowed those from other regions, yet now it appeared to be mere bravado. I could easily take on 10 of them. The Celestial Champion arena seemed to momentarily freeze before unprecedentedly agreeing to his challenge. Remarkably, 10 champion figures emerged. All present exchanged glances, aware of Su Qing's endeavor to ascend the champion rankings, yet none anticipated his audacity in initiating a group battle. Should these 10 great ascension champions unite, their combat prowess would be unparalleled and exceedingly fearsome. Su Qing regarded these champions as a massive yin-yang taiji diagram manifested behind him, swirling as though it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Celestial phenomena of sun, moon, and stars arranged themselves in a grand formation, spanning the heavens and forming an immense array. Under the dual enhancement of these phenomena, Su Qing's aura surged dramatically, simultaneously entering a state of yin-yang unity. Drawing forth his immortal sword, he soared forward, intent on a swift resolution. The other champions exchanged wary glances, their seriousness returning. Although Su Qing was formidable, they believed it impossible for him to withstand all 10 of them and aimed to end him decisively. Mysterious techniques of the cosmos, yin and yang inverted, celestial laws, sun and moon toppled, each of them, as unparalleled champions, possessed extraordinary physiques and talents. Now, faced with Su Qing's disdain, they were instantly incensed. Each unleashed terrifying phenomena, brandishing their life weapons to execute their most potent attacks. The immortal sword hung in the air, emanating ominous power. With a single stroke, Su Qing shattered all manifestations, sending the 10 champions flying from the arena and earning himself hundreds of thousands of virtual points. Not bad at all. It seems I can finally take this seriously. If not, perhaps all the remaining champions should join forces. The Celestial Champion arena once again appeared to freeze. Outside the arena, all spectators were left in a state of shock. Am I seeing this correctly? Su Qing just annihilated the top 10 champions with a single stroke, and he seems to be merely at the nascent soul stage. Do not gauge strength by realm. A talent like Su Qing may have long since surpassed multiple thresholds, and is likely only honing his foundation to forge the most formidable nascent soul. Voices murmured among the crowd. Chapter 148, The Group Battle. The audience nodded in agreement, considering it highly plausible. Su Qing is currently suppressing his realm, otherwise, he could not possess such formidable strength. I placed my bets wisely. Su Qing has slain the top 10 champions, and I shall receive tenfold virtual points. Excited murmurs erupted from the crowd. You are indeed fortunate. I wagered on Su Qing's defeat and lost all my virtual points. Others expressed envy. At the back, Yun Hai and Wu Hen wore smiles, having long recognized Su Qing's terrifying strength, and they too amassed considerable virtual points. This currency was exceedingly valuable, capable of being exchanged for items or used for enlightenment. Just then, the colossal screen high above shifted dramatically. The once rolling mountains became even more towering, reaching for the clouds, adorned with intricate patterns. Su Qing's eyes sparkled at this sight. It was the scene of the Celestial Champion Arena being reinforced. Was a formidable opponent about to emerge? How intriguing. Suddenly, a terrifying crimson light surged forth, moving with blinding speed, causing half the mountain's patterns to dim. A blood shadow materialized behind Su Qing, a crimson dagger poised to deliver a lethal strike aimed directly at Su Qing's nascent soul. Yet, in that moment, a gentle breeze rustled, and the world dimmed. Everything seemed to decelerate as Su Qing turned, grasping the blood-colored dagger with his hand. You from Bloodrobe Tower attempted to assassinate me previously. Thus, I shall ensure you are quite comfortable. The blood shadow revealed its form, a frail figure adorned with a blood-red mask, trembling slightly. For Su Qing had effortlessly received the strike of a supreme immortal artifact without sustaining even a scratch, appearing utterly unfazed. As Su Qing prepared to dispatch the Bloodrobe Tower's champion, an intoxicating fragrance wafted from behind, ensnaring the senses and rendering one entranced. Melodious strains of music permeated the atmosphere, affecting the very souls of those present. A blade of light shot towards Su Qing with astonishing speed, while glimmers of starlight cascaded from the heavens, imbued with lethal intent. A youth clad in scholarly robes wielded a folding fan, directing the starlight towards Su Qing with haste. A grand Tao diagram spanned the firmament, enveloping half the sky as if to ensnare Su Qing. These were the very individuals Su Qing had encountered at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the saintess of the Harmony sect, a champion from the Howren Academy, a champion of the Sword Alliance, and a champion from the Dao sect. Su Qing swiftly dispatched the Bloodrobe Tower's champion with a single punch before turning his gaze slowly. The yin-yang taiji diagram re-emerged, swirling and extinguishing all incoming assaults. Is this truly all you have? I find myself somewhat disappointed. Behind Su Qing, more menacing auras materialized. As it seemed, all the powerful figures from the champion rankings had finally made their move. Su Qing transformed into a colossal beast's silhouette, with another yin-yang taiji diagram manifesting behind him, obliterating all attacks. As the void trembled, figures began to emerge in succession, their expressions contorted with dread. Su Qing had activated the rules of the virtual realm. Unless they eliminated him, all their virtual points would be transferred to Su Qing. However, the virtual realm granted them a chance to strike first. They had not anticipated Su Qing's overwhelming strength. Yet, inexplicably, Su Qing remained motionless. The saintess of the Harmony sect giggled. In this virtual realm, one does not truly perish. It is merely a matter of recuperation for a few days. I hope you do not hold a grudge. The other champions quickly nodded in agreement, with the Heavenly Immortal Academy about to open. It would be troublesome if such a formidable figure as Su Qing bore a grudge against them. Su Qing paid them no heed, focusing instead on the burgeoning strength within him. The more adversaries he faced, the longer the battle endured, and the more grievously he was wounded. The stronger he would become, even without injury. As time passed, his enemies would grow increasingly feeble, and their waning power would augment his own. With every passing moment, his aura swelled exponentially. All the prodigies continued their frenzied assault on the illusory spectacle of the yin-yang taiji diagram, utterly oblivious to the increasingly dim patterns upon the vast mountains. At that moment, Su Qing merely let out a soft snort, and all the prodigies exploded in a cacophony of demise. One by one, Su Qing counted the locations of the explosions, ultimately discerning that 3 individuals had yet to make their move. With an air of indifference, he declared, "There is no need to hide any longer. I shall stand here and allow you 300 strikes without retaliating." At this juncture, one among them could no longer contain himself and revealed his presence. This individual, a prodigy in his own right, bore an appearance remarkably aged, resembling a man in his 70s or 80s, clad in a gray robe. He grinned at Su Qing and said, "However, you mustn't go back on your word regarding those 300 strikes." "Of course," Su Qing replied. Seated atop the mountain peak as celestial phenomena of the sun, moon, and stars manifested, arranging themselves into a grand formation, enveloping him in radiant light. Four additional yin-yang taiji diagrams emerged, orbiting around the original two. Su Qing regarded the elderly prodigy, known as the Yin Taoist, who possessed a peculiar constitution. Though immensely powerful, every strike he delivered cost him a portion of his lifespan, hence his frail appearance. The Yin Taoist observed the celestial formation surrounding Su Qing, the 6 yin-yang taiji diagrams, and the colossal phantom beasts, noting that he was adorned in what appeared to be celestial artifacts. Rumors had long circulated about Su Qing's unparalleled physical form. The defense he exhibited would likely deplete the scant remnants of the Yin Taoist lifespan were they in the outside world. However, within the realm of the void divine, he could battle freely without concern for the toll on his life. Thus, he summoned his resolve and ascended to the 3rd rank of the prodigies. Incanting fervently, the void erupted as black lightning and fire surged towards Su Qing. Void divine thunder, void divine fire. Celestial sword, law manifesting heaven and earth. Natural sword Tao. The Yin Taoist unleashed a barrage of terrifying attacks, each strike formidable enough to compel even a scattering immortal-level powerhouse to retreat. Yet, without exception, not a single blow managed to breach Su Qing's foremost layer of defense, the yin-yang taiji diagram. Eventually, the Yin Taoist collapsed to the ground, howling at the heavens. How can there be such a freak as you? I concede. He then promptly exited the prodigy arena. Su Qing, feeling drowsy, lifted his gaze to find a substantial amount of void divine points had been credited to him. Since the transformation of the yin-yang sacred body, the unification of yin and yang, along with the yin-yang taiji diagram, had become significantly more potent. Subsequently, bolstered by the Tao Sutra, his strength had been further enhanced. After a protracted battle, the demonic arts had accumulated considerable power, rendering him terrifyingly strong. Yet, 2 prodigies remained elusive, presumably studying his weaknesses. Su Qing, choosing to disregard them, reclined atop the mountain and succumbed to a deep slumber. The yin-yang taiji diagram, along with the celestial phenomena and colossal phantoms, began to dim. At that moment, a resplendent 5-colored radiance burst forth from the void. Su Qing abruptly opened his eyes, brimming with delight. He had lured one out, leaving only one remaining. Chapter 149, the first of the prodigies. The yin-yang taiji diagram rotated once more, erupting in brilliance, colliding with the 5-colored light, causing mountains and rivers to shatter in an instant. Su Qing assessed the information of his opponent, the 2nd-ranked prodigy, who hailed from the demon race, an ancient beast known as the 5-color sparrow. As the 5-color sparrow spread its wings, its feathers radiated a dazzling 5 colors, soaring towards Su Qing with great speed. Su Qing did not flinch. The 6 yin-yang taiji diagrams merged into a singular, colossal form, spinning at an astonishing pace before erupting, unleashing boundless might, obliterating the patterns upon the vast mountains. The 5-color sparrow attempted to flee at full speed to evade this terrifying assault. However, even the residual force left it wounded, its vibrant colors dimming and blood trickling from its beak. Su Qing lamented, "What a pity, if this were not the void divine realm. All that precious blood would have been wasted." The 5-color sparrow dared not attack again, instead circling at a distance, seeking an opportune moment. Yet, the celestial phenomena began to radiate endless brilliance once more, the stars rearranging themselves into a new grand formation. This formation enveloped the 5-color sparrow, binding it tightly. Subsequently, a sword ray shot into the sky, directly slaying the 5-color sparrow. As the celestial sword was sheathed, Su Qing let out a cold snort at this juncture. "You still dare not reveal yourself? Xiaxianwu." Yet, there was no response, and the surrounding scenery began to dissipate. Xiaxianwu had voluntarily forfeited. Su Qing furrowed his brow slightly. This top-ranked prodigy did not seem the type to shy away from battle. True prodigies yearn for combat, for it is through battle that one can swiftly ascend. Moreover, in the void divine realm, death was not a concern. This implied that Xiaxianwu harbored some unspeakable secret he wished to keep hidden. Su Qing's eyes glimmered with insight. It seemed the previous assassination by the Blood Cloak Tower was indeed linked to him. Once he exited the void divine realm, he would venture into the heart of Tiandu for further investigation. The position of the top prodigy yielded a plethora of void divine points daily, coupled with his previous gains. Su Qing had amassed a staggering number of void divine points, reaching into the millions. As the surrounding scenery crumbled, Su Qing departed from the prodigy arena. Outside the arena, a throng of people buzzed with excitement. It was unexpected that Xiaxianwu would relinquish the fight, given Su Qing's formidable prowess. It was clear that Xiaxianwu stood no chance. Should he force a confrontation, his soul would suffer damage, necessitating several days of recuperation. Have you forgotten? Su Qing's realm is merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, yet he seems to outmatch Xiaxianwu, who was at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Su Qing's strength could not be gauged merely by his realm. As he emerged from the prodigy arena, Su Qing surveyed the crowd. Surprised by the number of onlookers drawn to his battle, spotting Wu Hin and Yunhai in the distance, he approached them. The three departed the prodigy arena together. Within a unique structure in the void divine realm, insulated from external disturbances, a sanctuary for enlightenment, Su Qing sat upon a mat and addressed Yunhai and Wu Hin. Speak. What brings you to me? I wish to enter the Celestial Academy. I have heard it is replete with opportunities not to be missed, Yunhai explained. Wu Hin nodded in agreement. You may decide for yourselves. I will not interfere. Should you come to the central divine continent, I can arrange for the beast god to oversee your faction. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, both were invigorated and nodded in understanding. They then vanished from sight, leaving the void divine realm. Su Qing resumed his seated position, commencing his quest for enlightenment using the void divine points. His primary focus lay on the recently acquired Tao Sutra, along with the two imperial sutras of the yin and yang, the transformation of the three purity realms, and the transcendent art of carefree wandering. He entered a profound state of contemplation. The void divine points visibly dwindled. Even with millions at his disposal, they would only sustain him for a month at most. As Su Qing entered seclusion, the external world stirred tumultuously. Beneath Tiandu, Xiaoshenwu wore a grim expression, tinged with a hint of longing. Damn it! Su Qing's power is astonishingly strong. To triumph over him, I must resort to my hidden strength. Yet, how can one at the pinnacle of the nascent soul possess such prowess? His innate abilities are remarkably formidable. If I could seize his essence, I would soon break through to the earth immortal stage. Perhaps my constitution would undergo a transformation as well. In the shadow behind the divine figure of Xiaoshenwu, an elderly man materialized, his visage obscured and his voice raspy beyond measure. Su Qing, currently basking in the limelight and garnering the attention of Li Daoru, understood the delicacy of the situation and the necessity of patience in choosing the right moment to act. Xiaoshenwu fell into contemplation, and it seemed a revelation dawned upon him. That very place would suffice. Should Su Qing dare to venture there, we would ensure his demise. In the eastern region, within the great Qin Empire, Yunyan sat gracefully upon a cloud, surveying the magnificent expanse of the empire. The fortunes of the great Qin flourished remarkably, transforming into a potent force that accelerated her cultivation, now reaching the stage of integration. Though reborn, it was akin to a fresh start in her cultivation journey. Her comprehension of various realms was profound. A crimson light ignited in her eyes as she gazed towards the central divine continent, anticipating the imminent battle for ascension. While others could not decipher the dialogue between the Emperor of the Nine Provinces and Li Daoru, Yunyan understood it to pertain to the incursion into the minor celestial realm. Upon her arrival in the imperial capital of the Great Qin, after orchestrating her plans, she transformed into a celestial phoenix and soared into the heavens. In this lifetime, she possessed unwavering confidence to rival all prodigies. To reach the location of the formation, one must traverse the Tian-Duan mountain range, teeming with formidable beasts, including several at the scattered immortal level. Yunyan entered the Zixiao sacred land, joining numerous prodigies in their flight towards the Tian-Duan mountain range. In the southern wilderness, a brilliant azure light descended, materializing into a blue celestial vessel, housing a dozen or so prodigies from the Kanglan sacred land, alongside some from the Southern Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance. At the bow of the ship stood Linglong, clad in a flowing azure gown, showcasing her exquisite figure as she gazed into the distance. The Kanglan sacred lord approached, his eyes fixed upon the ominous flowers and the chilling aura of death in the distance, lamenting Su Qing's extraordinary prowess. The Gu God sect and the Witch God sect had both fallen at his hands, and he had swiftly established a mightier force. Henceforth, the Kanglan sacred land and the 10,000 mountains would forge a lasting alliance. Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. The foremost task was to unite with Wu Hin and others to infiltrate the central divine continent. In the distant palace, Wu Hin traversed the air ahead of the group, his voluminous black robe billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of authority cultivated over time. I am already aware of your intentions. You may accompany me, he declared. A resounding roar erupted as the ancestral dragon's phantom soared into the sky, transforming into a golden streak that vanished. Yunhai revealed himself, glancing at the group. We may set forth now. At that moment, the Moon Empress arrived, stepping gracefully onto the scene. They all boarded the azure celestial vessel, which shot into the sky with astonishing speed, heading toward the central divine continent. 1 month later, within the Shushan realm, Su Qing opened his eyes, two beams of golden light flashing momentarily. This time, he had reaped substantial rewards, having thoroughly comprehended the Tao Sutra. and his mastery of the wandering immortal technique had also reached a minor completion. The Tao Sutra possessed a unique power, enabling one to enter an extraordinary state of enlightenment, rendering any cultivation of techniques immensely formidable. Furthermore, Su Qing discovered that employing the Tao Sutra to activate the one Qi transforming into three purities technique yielded results far superior to before. Previously, his avatar possessed only 70% of its strength. Now it had reached 80%. It is worth noting that this technique had only recently been introduced to him. Recalling that both the Tao Sutra and the one Qi transforming into three purities technique were creations of the virtuous celestial sovereign, he found no reason for astonishment. With the enhancement of the Tao Sutra, the one Qi transforming into three purities technique was comparable to a minor completion. Only through achieving perfection could one unleash strength equal to their true self, and his avatar's prowess remained notably distant. Rising to his feet, his aura deepened further. He departed the building and wandered through the Shushan city. Entering a secluded corner, a peculiar mask appeared on his face as he stepped into the Blood-Clothes Tower, the stronghold of the Blood-Clothes faction within the Shushan realm. The first floor was rife with news from across the world, scrolls adorning the walls, which Su Qing humorously dubbed the immortal cultivation version of a newspaper. One scroll flew into his grasp, and he perused the recent news. The Celestial Immortal Academy is set to open, attracting countless prodigies to the central divine continent, leading to intense clashes with its native prodigies. The Western Desert's true immortal ruins have erupted with boundless celestial light, scattering immortal energy, revealing the ruins to be the tomb of a true immortal. Li Daoru has intervened to seal it, intending to use it as a testing ground for prodigies of the Celestial Immortal Academy. The demonic sovereign and the barbarian emperor remain embroiled in a bloody conflict. If there are no urgent matters, do not venture to the Northern Sea. Su Qing regarded these tidings with indifference, fully expecting the battles among the prodigies. The prodigies of the central divine continent had always held themselves in high esteem, looking down upon those from other regions. However, Li Daoru had indeed made a grand move, sealing the true immortal tomb to serve as a trial ground for the Celestial Immortal Academy. As for the ongoing conflict between the demonic sovereign and the barbarian emperor, Su Qing paid it no mind, as their struggle had persisted for quite some time. Casting a glance at the Blood-Clothes Tower stronghold, he initially contemplated its destruction but realized it could still serve a purpose for gathering information. Thus, he chose to spare it for the time being. His figure vanishing from the Shushan realm. In a remote courtyard of Tiandu, Su Qing opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the central region of Tiandu, home to some of the most powerful factions in the world, promising treasures aplenty. A spatial rift appeared before him, and he stepped through, heading toward the heart of Tiandu. This area differed drastically from the outskirts, with an abundance of celestial energy. The structures were remarkably opulent, crafted from celestial crystal stones. Su Qing wandered around the various edifices, but found no treasure vault. Muttering to himself, he pondered whether the treasures here had been stored within a certain world artifact, which was quite plausible. World artifacts are significantly larger than spatial artifacts, containing a small world capable of housing living beings. The quality of the interior depended entirely on its tier. After a fruitless search, Su Qing's attention was captured by a floating pavilion, the repository of all the texts in Tiandu. His goal was to elevate his array master entry, which was tantalizingly close to advancing to red tier. Today was the day of opportunity. As he entered, a towering figure within the pavilion startled Su Qing. The emperor of the 9 provinces sat there, holding a transmission talisman in his hand. The talisman emitted Li Daoru's voice. The minor celestial realm will experience a rift in 3 years, located at the pinnacle of the Tian-Duan mountain range. At that time, I will invite all powerful beings from the world. As Li Daoru's voice faded, the talisman crumbled to ash, dissipating into the air. The emperor of the 9 provinces, devoid of his usual regal presence, sighed deeply. The minor celestial realm has suppressed the world for millennia, preventing all strong beings from ascending. Yet there are far too many powerful entities within. However, to pave the way for future generations, I must take this risk. This journey is fraught with peril, yet it is regrettable that the celestial dynasty of Shenzhou lacks a suitable heir. The crown prince, Xiaoxianwu, is indeed top tier in both cultivation and means. Yet he bears the taint of demonic energy. What a pity. The emperor of the 9 provinces closed his eyes, contemplating for a long while before ultimately deciding to pass the imperial throne and the nation's fortunes to Xiaoxianwu. Rising to his feet, he stepped away, vanishing from the pavilion in an instant. Sign-in successful. Gained the immortal king artifact, Tai Huang sword. In the midst of the spatial rift, Su Qing observed the system panel, noting a red entry associated with the emperor of the 9 provinces. To his surprise, he had signed in to acquire an immortal king artifact. Summoning all-powerful beings to invade the minor celestial realm piqued his interest. Su Qing suddenly found himself deeply intrigued by the minor celestial realm, having previously heard the blood demon speak of that place. The small celestial realm has barred the heavenly gate, preventing the formidable beings within from ascending for millennia, forcing them instead to reluctantly transform into scattered immortals. Nevertheless, the realm harbors a multitude of powerful individuals, as well as a considerable number of dragon veins of celestial rank. Su Qing surmises that there must be true immortals hidden within. However, this poses little concern, for once his invincible domain is activated, it will be sufficient to obliterate them in an instant. He plans to follow the throngs of powerful beings into the small celestial realm, meticulously scouring every corner to collect all the treasures within. As for the summer god Wu, Su Qing has never regarded him as a threat. Their paths will inevitably cross. So he chooses to postpone any confrontation. With the departure of the Emperor of the Nine Provinces, an unexpected tranquility envelopes the attic. This place is fortified with numerous prohibitive formations, rendering even human immortals incapable of stealthy infiltration. Yet, Su Qing remains unaffected. He promptly begins inscribing the tomes of formations and subsequently etches a complete set of texts pertaining to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Following this, he shatters the void and departs. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard in Tiandu, he enters the realm of virtual divinity, commencing the expenditure of his remaining virtual divine points to comprehend the tomes on formations. His formation master attribute begins to advance toward the red tier. This time, the process is not as convoluted. Merely 3 days pass before the advancement is successfully achieved. Su Qing stands with his eyes closed in the courtyard, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated ground, the starry sky above, and the resplendent moon hanging high. With a single step, his footprint transforms into countless purple-gold formation patterns. And every gesture he makes can invoke a formation. Even the spirit-locking array that seals the central divine land could be breached and modified at his command. At that moment, a beam of light surged toward him from beyond the courtyard, only to be thwarted by the formations. Su Qing raised his hand, capturing the radiant light. It was a premium sound transmission talisman. The voice of Zhang Wuhui emanated from within. The Heavenly Immortal Academy will commence in less than a month. Many prodigies have gathered here, my fellow Taoist. Do not miss the opportunity. As the premium sound transmission talisman dissipated into the wind, a faint smile graced Su Qing's lips. It seems his tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Could he be encountering some trouble? Su Qing resolves to head to the Heavenly Immortal Academy, where the congregation of prodigies promises abundant rewards. However, before proceeding to the Heavenly Immortal Academy, Su Qing intends to make a stop at the Hahuan sect, as it lies conveniently along the way, and both the lust demon and Yi Chen are present there. He wishes to ascertain Yi Chen's current state and perhaps draw a little of his blood. Following that, he would sign in with the lust demon before making his way to the Heavenly Immortal Academy. Leaving Tiandu, this time no one dares to obstruct him. Su Qing soars toward the Hahuan sect, riding the dual energies of yin and yang. Amongst the myriad mountains and valleys, celestial light dances, and temples abound. This is the very location of the Hahuan sect, situated at the convergence of 3 celestial-grade dragon veins. The Hahuan sect stands as one of the most formidable forces in the central divine land. Although the ancestor of the Hahuan sect has never entered the realm of virtual divinity, none would dare to underestimate him. Within one of the palatial structures, Yi Chen sits cross-legged, emanating an aura so terrifying that it causes the void to tremble. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth. This reverse Qian Kuan secret art truly lives up to its reputation. It has not only restored my cultivation to its peak, but has also condensed my primordial infant, allowing me to break through to the mid-stage of the primordial infant realm. This technique was specifically crafted as a countermeasure against the lust demon. As long as someone practices the lust demon's art, one can merge with them and wield the secret art to drain them dry. A hoarse voice from the remnants of the celestial demon echoes in Yi Chen's heart, momentarily pausing. Yi Chen reveals a satisfied smile. His infiltration of the Hahuan sect has yielded considerable gains, restoring not only his previous form, but enhancing his cultivation beyond its former glory. As the Heavenly Immortal Academy approaches its opening, he contemplates whether to enter. Though he has broken through to the primordial infant realm, his prowess pales in comparison to the prodigies of the central divine land. You may leave the Hahuan sect and proceed to the Tianji Pavilion. That is a pawn I have set in place. The prodigies there will safeguard your path, ensuring that even if you enter the Heavenly Immortal Academy, you will encounter no issues. Listening to the voice of the celestial demon, Yi Chen nods, preparing to depart for the Tianji Pavilion. Just then, he senses a chill creeping up his back, causing him to shudder. No, I have a foreboding feeling that something unpleasant is about to occur. I must leave quickly. A spatial passageway materializes at his feet, and he strides through the void, vanishing from sight. At this moment, Su Qing conceals himself nearby, observing Yi Chun with mild astonishment. This is the premonition of the heavenly Tao, capable of sensing imminent danger. It appears Yi Chun has mastered the heavenly Tao sacred art. This particular art is exclusive to the heavenly Tao sacred body, enabling its user to harness the fortune of the heavenly Tao in battle, endowed with various remarkable abilities. Su Qing is not surprised by this development. However, Yi Chun's mid-stage primordial infant realm is still too feeble, far from the time to reap benefits. Allow him a period of growth, and perhaps he will encounter additional fortuitous events. Clutching a strand of formation pattern, he overlays the markings he had previously inscribed on Yi Chun's form thousands of times, merging them into the remnants of the celestial demon. Manipulating the remnants of the celestial demon, he instills a thought into Yi Chun's mind, that his achievements are solely the result of his own efforts, independent of the heavenly Tao. Su Qing refrains from further interference. Any additional actions might alert the heavenly Tao, causing the remnants of the celestial demon, this piece in the heavenly Tao's game, to dissipate instantaneously. Wandering through the Hahuan sect, Su Qing is surrounded by the sounds of debauchery and the emanation of peculiar pink mist. Each palace resonates with strange fluctuations of power, the source of which originates from the heart of the Hahuan sect. Concealing his form, Su Qing makes his way toward that focal point. Deep within the central underground palace of the Hahuan sect, the ancestor of the Hahuan sect sits cross-legged upon a mat, his appearance markedly peculiar, embodying both feminine grace and masculine vigor. Draped in a voluminous pink robe, he inhales the clouds of pink mist that rise from the ground, drawing them into his very being. Lust demon, your essence seems on the verge of depletion. It appears you are nearing your end. A feeble voice emanates from below, laced with resentment. You are even more frightful than a demon, having tormented me for 30,000 years and drained my magical power entirely. The ancestor of the Hahuan sect remains unfazed, his words laced with a terrifying demonic aura. Who but yourself is to blame for falling into my grasp? Such a pity that Li Daoru does not grasp the art of manipulation. The heart demon sealed within him is a dreadful waste. Once I fully refine you, I shall ascend to true immortality. In an instant, the cosmos is inverted, an yin and yang spiral in reverse. The ancestor of the Hahuan sect unleashes a fearsome aura, eliciting pained cries from the lust demon below. Su Qing, concealed at a distance, internally muses that this ancestor of the Hahuan sect is indeed a formidable figure. The ancestor bears a red attribute, yin-yang deviant body. This is reminiscent of one of Su Qing's own attributes. Yet the yin-yang sacred body draws upon the dual origins of sun and extreme yin. The sheer magnitude of their aura is overwhelmingly grand, a fusion of the powers of the sun's sacred emperor and the moon empress. In contrast, the yin-yang deviant body is imbued with sinister intent, manifesting various bizarre innate talents and abilities. To think he could systematically obliterate one of the 9 demons, the lust demon, and absorb its powers for his own use. Su Qing surmises the reason behind Yi Chun's restoration. The ancestor of the Hahuan sect possesses a yin-yang constitution, effectively a hermaphrodite, capable of devising peculiar secret arts. However, judging by the lust demon's attributes, its strength is genuinely lacking. It is perhaps the weakest among the 9 demons, for even at its zenith, it barely reaches the initial stage of true immortality. Before the lust demon is fully refined by the ancestor of the Hahuan sect, Su Qing hastily initiates his signing process. Sign-in successful. Obtained the celestial king artifact, the Qian Ding. Sign-in successful. Acquired the supreme essence of yin and yang. Upon completing his sign-in, Su Qing departed from the Hahuan sect. As he journeyed towards the celestial academy, he contemplated the benefits of his sign-in, gazing at the supreme essence of yin and yang. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. This remarkable substance could facilitate the evolution of the yin-yang sacred body. Having assimilated the insights and techniques from the sun's sacred emperor and the moon empress, the yin-yang sacred body had already reached a level comparable to a red-tier entity. Now, should it undergo another transformation, a miniature black hole materialized, devouring the innate talents of heaven and directly consuming the supreme essence of yin and yang. The yin-yang sacred body grew even stronger. While it had not yet attained the multicolored spectrum, Su Qing surmised it had reached the zenith of the red tier. The exclusive divine abilities and manifestations had significantly enhanced as well. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and activated his Kunping speed, soaring towards the celestial academy. As he glided above the landscape, Su Qing surveyed the terrain. The celestial aura emanating from the dragon veins was alarmingly sparse, somewhere on the brink of withering, utterly incapable of sustaining the cultivation of celestial beings. No wonder there was such an urgency to enter the lesser celestial realm. The celestial dragon veins of the central divine continent could not endure for much longer. Should the celestial aura be entirely depleted, those celestial-level powerhouses might very well plummet in their realms. Glancing back, he observed the Hehuan sect amassing substantial celestial energy, as the sect's founder desperately absorbed it to break through to the true celestial stage. One of the celestial dragon veins was emanating increasingly less celestial energy, nearing complete exhaustion. With a flash of sword light, Su Qing vanished in an instant, arriving near the Celestial Academy. Chapter 152, The Celestial Academy. The Celestial Academy was ensconced by 3 celestial dragon veins. Amidst the clouds, numerous structures appeared to shimmer into view. At that moment, a terrifying wave erupted not far away. As a celestial phoenix soared through the skies, radiating boundless flames, seemingly engaged in combat. Su Qing dispelled the sword light beneath his feet and stepped into a rift in space. He relished the prospect of a brawl. If he could see some benefits, that would be even better. At this juncture, Yuanyin donned a crimson robe, her gaze imbued with an air of indifference, her words strikingly cold. "Stand aside, or you shall perish." The adversary was a young man clad in white, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. To think that from such a remote region of the eastern domain, one could encounter such an unparalleled prodigy. "You are quite beautiful, Yuanyin. If you would consent to be my companion, I could assist you in breaking through to the great ascendant stage within a month." No sooner had the youth spoken than a crimson line appeared on his brow, and he was struck, his primordial spirit pierced through. Scarlet feathers scattered in the wind, transforming into specks of crimson light. Yuanyin ascended into the void, the celestial phoenix manifestation dissipating. Su Qing emerged from the spatial rift. A sorrowful look cast upon the white-clad youth, whose primordial spirit had been pierced. He would likely become a fool from this day forth. Why provoke her? She is a reborn individual. Despite the youth being at the great ascendant stage, Yuanyin, merely at the integration stage, had effortlessly defeated him. Several miniature black holes emerged, engulfing the youth's body, extracting some of his blood and essence. Su Qing glanced at the system panel. The youth possessed a purple tier status, and Yuanyin was a special character, still eligible for sign-ins, albeit with random rewards. Sign-in successful, acquired the blood essence of the mythic phoenix. Sign-in successful, acquired a heart of exquisite spiritual ore. Su Qing's eyes lit up. These items were impressive. This was just the beginning. The Celestial Academy was a congregation of all the extraordinary talents of the world. He soared towards the Celestial Academy, although it had yet to officially open. Several battles had already erupted, primarily between the prodigies of the central divine continent and those from other realms. In a particular clearing surrounded by wooden cabins, Wu Hen gazed at the starry sky, his eyes filled with profundity. Though the central divine continent served as a haven for cultivation, he still preferred to remain in the 10,000 great mountains. With your innate talent, you will surely leave this world one day. At that time, you can refine the 10,000 great mountains and incorporate them within yourself. The voice of the Wuxiang demon lord resonated within Wu Hen's heart. Wu Hen shook his head slightly. In that case, I'd rather not. This world has not seen a single ascension in thousands of years. Is it truly possible for me to depart? The Wuxiang demon lord pondered for a moment before responding. If you genuinely wish to leave, you need not pass through the heavenly gate. You may traverse the void directly toward the path of immortality. While ordinary cultivators may lose their way, I possess precise coordinates to guide your journey. At that moment, a rift in space erupted, and Su Qing stepped forth. If you had such coordinates, why not mention them sooner? Imprint a copy for me. Upon seeing Su Qing, the remnants of the Wuxiang demon lord fell silent. He had risked everything to seal away the ominous aura, only for Su Qing to obliterate the small world and carry away the ominous energy, completely unscathed. That aura was terrifying enough to make even the celestial emperors wary. Wu Han acknowledged Su Qing's arrival with a slight nod, then began to recount the current situation. The Celestial Academy is currently teeming with prodigies. Summer Divine Martial leads the charge in the central divine continent, suppressing the prodigies from other regions. Many prodigies have even gone missing, with rumors suggesting that some have cultivated demonic arts that allow them to consume essence for their cultivation. A divine child from the wild continent, merely a decade old, cannot cultivate, but possesses an extraordinarily robust physique, impervious to all methods. They have fought Summer Divine Martial thrice, with no clear victor. As for the other prodigies, they remain unfamiliar with one another, each fighting their own battles. Su Qing's brow furrowed upon hearing about the demonic arts. These were his intended targets for sign-in. If they perished before he could sign in, it would be utterly unforgivable. He planned to lie in wait for that demonic prodigy and seize their essence. Just as he was about to depart, Wu Hen suddenly remarked. The Moon Empress is searching for you. Would you like to meet her? Su Qing waved dismissively, instructing Wu Hen to wait there. I shall return sooner or later. In the meantime, construct a wooden cabin for me. Stepping into the rift in space, he vanished in an instant. Wu Hen, wearing a helpless expression, lamented the fleeting nature of Su Qing's visits. He had only exchanged a few words before leaving again. Suddenly, sounds of battle echoed from afar. As a luminous moon hung in the sky, radiating brilliant light, the Moon Empress was engaged in combat with other prodigies, and an ethereal vision of azure seas and skies appeared beside her. Saintess Linglong and the Moon Empress were fighting side by side against their foes. Wu Hen was about to proceed when Yunhai emerged from a wooden cabin. This time, do not intervene. I shall confront the prodigies of the central divine continent. With a swift leap, he dashed forth at remarkable speed. In the woods, Su Qing's form and appearance rapidly shifted, revealing the fluctuating power of his peak nascent soul stage. Concurrently, he unleashed the aura of his innate essence, vast and formidable. This time, I shall personally take action. I refuse to believe you will not emerge. He then perched himself on a tree, entering a meditative state. The aura of his essence radiated outward, with a powerful physique but meager cultivation and being alone. He set this bait, waiting for the fish to bite. Yet, by the break of dawn the following day, as the sun rose and a fine mist enveloped the surrounding trees, no fish had shown up, leaving Su Qing utterly disheartened. Could it be that they are not nearby? Or perhaps they are out hunting other prodigies? Restoring his original appearance, Su Qing wandered about. In this gathering of prodigies, many recognized him at a glance, exclaiming, "The number one on the prodigy rankings, Su Qing, has arrived." This is bound to become increasingly lively. When Summer Divine Martial had previously evaded battle, could it be that he was now challenging him? It seemed highly likely. Su Qing's previous confrontation with numerous prodigies had been a truly astounding spectacle, still vividly etched in memory. The crowd was bustling, predominantly composed of prodigies from the Eastern Domain's 9 heavens sacred land. Alongside the illustrious figures from the northern plains and the wilds, they banded together for warmth and to collectively resist the antagonism of the prodigies from Central Divine Continent. Su Qing cast a glance at these individuals before fervently signing in. Although the quality of his rewards was rather mediocre, the sheer quantity was impressive. The world's foremost expert, Li Daoru, expounded that many prodigies, despite their weaknesses, had been ushered into Central Divine Continent. At that moment, a colossal celestial vessel pierced the sky from afar. Another batch of prodigies had arrived, this time from the Western Desert. All were adorned with shaved heads, and their leader, a remarkably burly monk, bore an intimidating visage filled with rugged features. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, which, amidst the numerous great ascension prodigies in Central Divine Continent, could be deemed rather ordinary. However, Su Qing sensed that his physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable, likely nearing the apex of the Great Ascension stage. He had not anticipated such a powerful prodigy emerging from the Western Desert. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized the attributes panel of this imposing monk. Chapter 153, Transformation Complete, Enormous Enhancement. Fahai, Talent, Diamond Fury Eyes, Diamond Dharma Form. Entries, Diamond Pure World Body, Arhut Reincarnation, Reincarnation Seal. Description: the Arhut in heaven faced tribulations and attracted the attention of significant figures from the Buddhist sect, reincarnating in this realm to seek a particular item. Su Qing observed the monk's system panel and began signing in on the red entries present on him. Sign-in successful, acquired the Immortal King artifact, Diamond Carving. Su Qing felt elated. He now possessed 3 Immortal King artifacts, the Taiwang Sword, the Qiankuan Cauldron, and the Diamond Carving. Coupled with the impending ascension of the Hongmeng Emperor Sword to an Immortal King artifact and the Rebirth Emperor Robe, that amounted to 5 Immortal King artifacts. Even standing still, no one in this realm could breach his defenses, and there was a chance they might even be met with a fatal backlash. He mused inwardly, hoping that the 2 unparalleled prodigies, Xia Shenwu and the Wild Godchild, would not disappoint him with their entries. As the celestial vessel descended, a multitude of prodigies disembarked. Alongside the earlier arrivals, despite their lack of particularly potent entries, their sheer numbers were formidable. Sign-in successful, acquired 1 pound of divine soil. Sign-in successful, acquired the Heart of Spirit ore. Sign-in successful, acquired 10 immortal crystals. Sign-in successful, acquired the immortal grade secret technique, shadow and form. A series of notifications appeared on the system panel, which greatly pleased Su Qing. He decided to return to his abode and instructed Wu Hen to probe the whereabouts of Xia Shenwu and the Godchild. Not far from the wooden cabin in the dense forest, Yunhai exhibited a wild exuberance as the celestial phenomenon of dragon and phoenix unfolded. His physical form was extraordinarily robust, coupled with an ability to heal his injuries and replenish his spiritual energy unceasingly. Two immense dragon claws grasped two severely injured great ascension prodigies from Central Divine Continent, and he roared with laughter, "You are so feeble. How dare you challenge me?" With a swift motion of his claws, he flung the two wounded prodigies away. Cracks in space materialized, and two elderly figures appeared to escort the injured prodigies away. They were guardians, each possessing an early human immortal cultivation. This was the territory of the Heavenly Immortal Academy, where they could protect their own prodigies but could not act against others. Otherwise, the wrath of the world's strongest would bring calamity upon their factions. Yunhai walked through the air, his rampant aura unabashedly displayed, declaring, "The prodigies of Central Divine Continent are nothing extraordinary." Since his enlightenment in the 10,000 Great Mountains, grasping the phenomenon of dragon and phoenix, his cultivation had once again surged, now reaching the early harmonization stage. Coupled with the repeatedly transformed dragon and phoenix sacred body, he found it effortless to battle beyond his rank. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Linglong observed Yunhai with a complex expression. Before her arrival, she had found him rather disdainful, believing him to be excessively arrogant and overbearing. She had not anticipated that he would possess such terrifying combat prowess and talent. At that moment, Su Qing gently clapped his hands from the rooftop, approving, "Indeed, quite impressive." Yunhai's haughtiness diminished as he faced Su Qing, instantly subdued, and calmly remarked, "These recent battles have established my reputation. No prodigy should dare to seek trouble before the Heavenly Immortal Academy opens." After speaking, Yunhai retreated into a nearby wooden cabin. Suddenly, another cabin opened, and the Moon Empress gracefully emerged. With each step, moonlit footprints appeared beneath her feet, and the radiance of the moon enveloped her. Dressed in a black gown, she appeared even more exquisite. Upon seeing Su Qing, her face flushed, and she respectfully bowed. "How could you leave without a word?" Su Qing scratched his head, his eyes gleaming with golden light, surprised to discover that the Moon Empress was also a prodigy. She had not yet reached a century of age, but had already broken through to the Great Ascension stage. Although this was not particularly remarkable in Central Divine Continent, in the southern regions, such an achievement marked her as an exceptional prodigy. Su Qing did not respond to her words, suggesting instead, "You may meditate here for a few days. The celestial energy is quite abundant." The Moon Empress nodded slightly, completely obedient to Su Qing's words, and returned to her wooden cabin to begin her meditation. Su Qing watched her enter, feeling a tinge of helplessness. The Moon God clan had worshipped the Azure Emperor since ancient times, treating his words as divine decrees. Even if he commanded her to sacrifice herself, she would comply without hesitation. Currently, the Moon God clan regarded the Moon Empress as their strongest member, with the others barely reaching the late harmonization stage. Faced with decline, had he not intervened, the Moon God dynasty, this small realm, would have been obliterated. Su Qing entered the newly constructed wooden cabin, closed his eyes, and returned his consciousness to his original body within the Tian Duan mountain range, in the world inside him. Sitting atop the celestial tree, he faced the dismembered remains of the Wuxiang demon lord, which were rapidly being absorbed and refined. As the remnants of the Wuxiang demon lord were nearly consumed, Su Qing's eyes snapped open. The Hongmeng primordial spirit had successfully coalesced, reaching the initial stage of spirit transformation, advancing through the mid-stage, and ultimately achieving the pinnacle of void refinement. His physical body also strengthened rapidly, transitioning from the early harmonization stage to a level comparable to the peak of the tribulation stage. Only by absorbing enough celestial energy could his physical form instantly rival that of an early human immortal. A terrifying radiance erupted from within him, piercing through the world inside and creating horrifying rifts in the sky. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, he restored his internal world to its original state. His aura softened significantly, gradually becoming more subdued. His gaze was peculiarly intense, as he had failed to transform into the primordial demon god. However, it could hardly be deemed a failure. All the innate abilities and divine powers of the primordial demon god had been absorbed by his physical essence. Su Qing's aura turned violently chaotic, his once black hair transforming to white, and his pupils resembled deep abysses, as if seeking to devour everything. This was the state of the demon god, the devouring demon god. He then reverted to his original form, the ferocious aura dissipating. Sitting atop the celestial tree, Su Qing fell into contemplation. The primordial demon god was merely a colorful entry. Yet, his physical essence was undetectable by the system in terms of rank. Fortunately, after assimilating the source of the demon god, his strength surged tremendously. With each movement, he could threaten the very fabric of the heavens. Now, even without employing any entries, he could likely crush heavenly immortals with ease. As for his precise strength, Su Qing had yet to test it. However, in the state of the demon god, defeating the world's strongest expert, Li Daoru, should be effortlessly achievable. Several immortal artifacts floated before Su Qing, instantly disintegrating into powder and being consumed by a black hole. His physical form began to transform into an immortal body. His realm was rapidly stabilizing, and within half a month, he would break through to the early harmonization stage. With the Heavenly Immortal Academy set to open in a month, Su Qing's thoughts were not directed there, but rather focused on his Kunping avatar. In the primordial era, centuries have elapsed. During these hundreds of years, Su Qing and the Emperor of Desolation have hunted countless ferocious beasts. The Emperor of Desolation, clad in animal skins, bears a peculiar pattern upon his brow, formed from the essence of millions of savage creatures. This terrifying insignia, when aglow, possesses the lethal power to vanquish even Earth immortal-level ferocious beasts. Su Qing, perched upon a tree, remains unchanged in demeanor from hundreds of years prior. A bitter smile graces his lips. This avatar resides in the ancient epoch, and without the rejuvenation of his true self, his cultivation shall remain stagnant. Fortunately, accompanying the Emperor of Desolation has granted him the blood essence of countless beasts. If he can conceal this, allowing his future self to retrieve it, he would possess the innate abilities of myriad ferocious creatures, significantly enhancing his true form strength. Chapter 154, Confrontation with the Emperor of Desolation. At that moment, a magnificent white bird soared through the sky. The Emperor of Desolation's eyes glinted crimson as he prepared to ascend and slay this formidable avian. Su Qing gazed upon the soaring creature, recognizing it as the Xian-winged bird, sensing its aura intertwined with his own from their shared hatching. Without the true immortal Xian-winged bird, he could never have survived so long in this ancient age. He hastily implored the Emperor of Desolation, "You cannot kill this bird." Suspended in the air, the Emperor furrowed his brow, their bond forged through shared trials over centuries. Yet, his path demanded the crafting of his destiny from the bones of innumerable beasts. "With your strength, you cannot deter me, and it is merely a ferocious bird. Why do you seek to protect it?" Su Qing found himself momentarily speechless. Could he truly divulge that he had been hatched alongside this avian? Moreover, the Emperor's entire kin perished at the claws of savage beasts. Revealing his true form as a Kunpeng would render them bitter enemies. "The mother of this bird is a true immortal beast. We are not its match. What of it? If it is not nearby, I shall slay it without hesitation." The Emperor of Desolation, brimming with ferocity, summoned the radiant beast patterns upon his brow, preparing to attack the Xian-winged bird. In that instant, Su Qing unleashed his unparalleled speed, activating his invincible domain. With a single punch, he shattered the resplendent glow. "I have stated it clearly, you cannot kill this bird." Unforeseen, the Emperor's latent strength revealed itself. "Then let us battle." The phantoms of countless savage beasts coalesced behind him, augmenting his might. With a mere palm strike, he cast darkness upon the heavens, shattering mountains for miles. Su Qing retaliated with a punch, unleashing 99 golden dragon phantoms that dominated the sky with overwhelming force. The clash commenced, leaving devastation in their wake. The Emperor sensed a formidable power suppressing his own, his energy rapidly depleting while Su Qing's prowess surged. For many years, Su Qing's abilities had remained unremarkable, never breaking through. To his astonishment, he now wielded a power capable of subduing the Emperor. Su Qing embraced the Kunpeng's swiftness. Gliding with grace, he could easily vanquish the Emperor, yet refrained. Their companionship over centuries had forged a profound friendship. Were it not for the Xian-winged bird, he would never contemplate such a confrontation. Suddenly, a fearsome aura descended from the heavens. It was the true immortal Xian-winged bird, having progressed from the initial to mid-level. With astonishing speed, it soared above them. Su Qing's brow furrowed. This posed a significant dilemma. Should the true immortal Xian-winged bird enter the invincible domain, it too would be subject to suppression, leading to utter chaos. The Emperor of Desolation, in a precarious state, realized that escaping the pursuit of a true immortal beast was nearly impossible. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have tested Su Qing's powers. Su Qing struck the Emperor back with a punch, then transformed into his Kunpeng form, ascending to the skies. Within the confines of the invincible domain, the true immortal Xian-winged bird could offer no resistance. With it in tow, he vanished into the clouds. The Emperor stood stunned, unable to comprehend that the friend he had spent centuries alongside was, in fact, a ferocious beast. Pain etched across his features. He understood that Su Qing had acted to save him, yet the very thought of being rescued by a creature he had sworn to eradicate filled him with turmoil. His tribe had been annihilated by savage beasts, his kin and friends lost to their claws. Yet here he was, saved by Su Qing, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As torrential rain fell, the Emperor's form faded into the deluge. Above, The true immortal Xian-winged bird did not attack. Instead, it scrutinized Su Qing with curiosity. There was an unmistakable familiarity in Su Qing's aura. With a gentle coo, it inquired, "Are you not the one who appeared within my nest, encased in a black egg?" Su Qing activated his ability to comprehend all things, understanding the soft voice of a gentle maiden emanating from the bird. "Indeed, I owe you my gratitude for bringing forth many celestial treasures. Without them, I would have taken much longer to hatch." Now a true immortal, the Xian-winged bird, possessed of remarkable intellect, gazed with regret in its eyes. "I should not have abandoned you. I have regretted that decision ever since." Suddenly, a gentle white light radiated from the Xian-winged bird, forming a blood contract. Any of her descendants would unconditionally assist Su Qing for generations to come. As the blood imprint melded into Su Qing's being, the vow was irrevocably sealed. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, recalling the events in the 10,000 Great Mountains, where the so-called beast god had continuously aided him merely through the exertion of his aura. Was this influence at play here? Su Qing's wings unfurled like clouds descending from the heavens, exuding innate energy that flowed into the Xian-winged bird. This primal essence was gentle, capable of fostering a further transformation within her. "Could you grant me some blood essence? I would offer this innate energy in exchange." The Xian-winged bird nodded slightly, several of her feathers cascading down, drifting on the wind towards Su Qing. "My only desire was to see you. Now that I find you well and endowed with such supreme power, I am at ease." With a resounding cry, the Xian-winged bird soared, her wings illuminating with white light, imbued with the grace of the wind spirit wings. In the blink of an eye, she vanished beyond the horizon. Su Qing reverted to his human form, hovering in the air as he gathered the white feathers. It seemed he had irreparably severed ties with the Emperor of Desolation. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. He was, after all, a great emperor of antiquity, and their paths were never meant to intertwine. Besides, he had completed all necessary dealings with him. Recalling the maps of the future, he realized that he was now in the 10,000 Great Mountains of the southern wilderness. However, this expanse was several hundred times larger than in the future, suffused with an abundance of celestial energy. Even in this remote region, the celestial essence was far superior to that found in the heart of the Middle Divine Continent. Regrettably, he was but an avatar. No matter how much celestial energy he absorbed, his cultivation would not ascend. He could only rely on the invincible domain to gather resources as much as possible, employing the passage of time to accelerate the flow of time. Su Qing produced several storage rings, each containing an array of celestial herbs and the blood essence of ferocious beasts, all sealed with purple gold array patterns. The potency within remained undiminished. These materials were collected by Su Qing, inscribed with spatial array patterns to forge the storage rings. Having confirmed the direction, I soared towards the central region, where the enigmatic Emperor Xian resides, accompanied by his two disciples, the Sun's Sacred Emperor and the Moon Empress. The attributes they possess are undoubtedly remarkable. Chapter 155, The Legendary Emperor Xian. As I tread upon the violet-blue divine rainbow, I swiftly approached the heart of the continent. Gradually, I observed clusters of primitive tribes below, still steeped in the primal ways of existence. True cultivators were scarce among them, yet each individual possessed formidable physiques, capable of effortlessly hunting weaker ferocious beasts. The land beneath bore peculiar patterns that could diminish the strength of these beasts. With my eyes shimmering with brilliance, I activated the all-seeing eye. Emperor Xian inscription, created by Emperor Xian through the fortune of the human race. It serves to better resist the onslaught of monstrous beasts. As I ventured further into the central region, the presence of humanity began to increase, while the towering mountains became increasingly rare. After 3 days of flight, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky, accompanied by a voice of majestic authority. "I am Emperor Xian. Today, I shall impart the methods of cultivation to the human race at Mount Luoxia. All humans are welcome to attend." The voice resonated across vast distances, inciting fury among countless beasts, yet they remained powerless to act. Gazing skyward, I marveled at the unfathomable depth of Emperor Xian's cultivation, which now appeared to be at least at the golden immortal level. As a golden immortal delivers teachings, I could not afford to miss this opportunity, especially as it would surely attract a multitude of attendees. Perhaps I might even encounter legendary emperors from ancient history. With a slight alteration to my appearance, I directed my flight towards the location of Emperor Xian. The evening glow illuminated the surroundings, casting a resplendent golden light. At the summit of Mount Luoxia, Emperor Xian sat cross-legged upon a great stone, flanked by young boys and girls. With wide, curious eyes, a young boy blinked incessantly and inquired, "Master, are you about to unify the human race in this realm?" Emperor Xian gazed down upon the earth and replied with an air of indifference, Since the collapse of the mythical era and the human emperor's rebellion against the heavens, the celestial court has represented the heavenly Tao. This has led to the human race being targeted by the heavenly Tao. Though this world is rich in spiritual energy, even with methods of cultivation, the path to success is fraught with challenges. My only hope is for the human race to unify and no longer suffer from the onslaught of monstrous beasts. If someone can forge their own path, they may break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. I hope to encounter such a person. The young boy nodded slightly. Though he barely understood, feigning astonishment, Master's righteousness is profound. The young girl looked at him in silence, her lips pouting slightly as she chimed in with a clear, innocent voice. Master, after imparting the teachings to the human race in this realm, shall we depart? Emperor Xian nodded gently. We shall proceed to the next world to continue imparting teachings. You must remain to protect the growth of the human race in this realm before you can leave. As the evening glow descended, Emperor Xian sat peacefully upon the massive stone, while the two young acolytes began to meditate and cultivate. On the following morning, as the sun rose, a figure rushed towards Mount Luoxia, illuminated by the dawn. The desolate emperor strode forward, his brow adorned with an endless beastly pattern that caused the void to tremble. With a calm demeanor, he regarded Emperor Xian. You indeed possess great strength, worthy of delivering teachings. Emperor Xian looked at the desolate emperor with astonishment, never expecting such a prodigious talent to emerge in this realm. One who had forged his own path through sheer determination. The desolate emperor shook his head, unable to comprehend Emperor Xian's words. Since others have yet to arrive, shall we engage in a discussion? I have matters to consult with you. Emperor Xian nodded slightly, although his cultivation was vastly superior to the desolate emperor's. Engaging in dialogue with one who comprehended their own path would undoubtedly yield great insights. 2 hours later, the desolate emperor gained profound insights into his cultivation. I have one final matter to consult with you. Over the past few centuries, I have traversed the world with a close friend, yet he is a beast, standing in opposition to my path. Ultimately, he saved me from a terrifying avian beast, but has since vanished without a trace. Since that incident, I feel my path has wavered. Emperor Xian smiled gently and inquired, is your path truly to extinguish all monstrous beasts? That seems rather superficial. In the mythical era, there was a divine beast, Bai Zhe, who was a close friend of the human emperor and assisted the human race through numerous tribulations. Later, the sacred beast Qilin aided the human race in suppressing fortunes and bestowing great blessings. Your beastly friend has never harmed you and even risked his life to save you. Why be lost in confusion? The desolate emperor's eyes brightened, and he settled into a meditative posture, achieving a deeper understanding of his own path. The young boy behind Emperor Xian whispered, what is so remarkable about this? One day, I too shall comprehend my own path. As time passed, more and more individuals gathered in the area, quietly seated at the foot of the mountain, eagerly awaiting Emperor Xian's teachings, their eyes filled with longing. In this era, humanity faced monstrous beasts, reduced to mere prey, utterly powerless to resist. If there existed methods of cultivation, they could escape the fate of becoming blood food. Under the constraints of the heavenly Tao, not everyone is as extraordinary as the desolate emperor. I, Su Qing, adorned in animal skins, transformed into a rugged man with bulging muscles, my hair entwined with beast bones, blending seamlessly with the crowd. Observing the desolate emperor seated in the sky, I realized that revealing my true form might lead to a confrontation. My gaze shifted to the three figures atop Mount Luoxia. As I suspected, seated at the mountain's peak was Emperor Xian, with the young boy and girl being the sun's sacred emperor and the moon empress. Before me, the attributes of Emperor Xian materialized. Emperor Xian, status, bound by the shackles of the heavenly Tao, currently at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Talent, fate of humanity. Attributes, supreme body, legacy of the human emperor. Description, Emperor Xian is the 99th disciple of the human emperor. He did not participate in the rebellion against the heavens, thus ensuring his survival. I was astonished to learn that Emperor Xian was a disciple of the human emperor. However, this bore no relevance to me, and I commenced my attendance. My physique was already sufficient, so I opted to sign in for the legacy of the human emperor. Sign in successful, obtained the Tao level technique, the Chaos Celestial Emperor Scripture. Chaos Celestial Emperor Scripture, a technique birthed from the Celestial Emperor's comprehension of the heavenly Tao and his own creation, possessing boundless power and an unstoppable force. Only by aligning with the heavenly way can one cultivate it. I regarded the sign-in reward with a sense of exasperation, for I had often been targeted by the heavenly Tao. How could one possibly align with the heavenly way? Were it not for my insufficient strength, I would have devoured the heavenly Tao outright. Though this technique was formidable, my inability to cultivate it was quite disheartening. If only I could sign in for a technique that complemented my physique, my strength would undoubtedly surge to new heights. Subsequently, I signed in with the Sun's Sacred Emperor and the Moon Empress, though they were still young. Their physiques were undeniably of the highest caliber, initial forms of the Sun's Sacred Body and the Moon's Sacred Body. They surpassed all subsequent generations of Sun and Moon Sacred Bodies. Chapter 156. Sign in for Celestial Artifacts. Sign in successful. Obtained Chaos Yin Yang Essence. Sign in successful. Obtained Celestial Artifact. 9 Heavens Demon Repelling Shuttle. I examined the descriptions of the two items. Chaos Yin Yang Essence can unify Yin and Yang completely, facilitating insights into the Great Tao, enabling a further transformation of one's physique. 9 Heavens Demon Repelling Shuttle, a celestial artifact, incredibly swift, capable of traversing the void and crossing the heavens. At that moment, Emperor Xian's voice resonated ethereally and calmly, spreading throughout the surroundings as he began his teachings. As he spoke, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and gentle white light enveloped the area, immersing all in the essence of the Tao and its principles. The Xian Emperor meticulously expounded upon the insights he had garnered from each realm, from the foundational stage all the way to the Celestial King. Following this, he imparted the laws and divine abilities, among which was the profound technique of transforming the One into the three purities. Qing diligently recorded these teachings, immersing himself in the Emperor's discourse. The Xian Emperor's philosophy was rooted in the belief that humanity could conquer the heavens. Qing sensed that his own path diverged from that of the Xian Emperor, yet he found value in their mutual validation. For 3 months, the Xian Emperor shared his wisdom, inspiring the chieftains of various human tribes to embark on their own journeys of cultivation. As his teachings concluded, the Wasteland Emperor opened his eyes, golden radiance soaring skyward before vanishing into the horizon. Observing this spectacle, Qing noted the Wasteland Emperor's newfound strength but chose not to intervene. At that moment, the Xian Emperor declared his aspiration for the numerous human tribes to unite in order to collectively withstand the incursions of demonic beasts. The human populace, still possessing a degree of innocence, fervently proclaimed their willingness to recognize him as their leader in pursuit of peace for their kind. The Xian Emperor nodded in satisfaction, and with a mere wave of his hand, cities rose from the earth, each positioned with utmost strategic significance, forming a formidable array that enveloped the surrounding lands. This was the central part of the continent, later known as the Middle Divine State. The Xian Emperor became the inaugural leader of humanity in this realm, commencing the transmission of various survival doctrines. The populace was filled with vigor and dedication, laboring and cultivating diligently each day, save for one anomaly, Qing. He was assigned a dwelling, yet he spent his days idly gazing into the distance. As time passed swiftly, a century slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Qing witnessed the transformation of humanity from a state of weakness to one of prosperity. The Xian Emperor established the human sovereign hall in the heart of the continent, gathering all of humanity's prodigies. Although bound by the constraints of the heavenly laws, the number of cultivators continued to swell. They practiced the cultivation methods refined by the Xian Emperor. Though slow and complex, these methods alleviated the burdens imposed by the heavenly laws upon humanity. Qing pondered deeply, recalling that during the mythic era, there existed only 4 realms beneath the celestial level. The subsequent multitude of stages, from Qi refinement to tribulation crossing, had arisen due to the constraints of heaven, which the Xian Emperor had meticulously subdivided into more stages. Within the city, a torrential downpour fell, invigorating the crops beyond its borders. At that moment, a peculiar full moon ascended the skies 100 miles away. An elderly man, clad in coarse linen garments, walked amidst the moonlight, his steps unorthodox and muttering incantations to himself. Below, the people gazed upward with sincerity, kneeling in reverence toward the heavens. Qing, observing this phenomenon through his divine sense, mused that the celestial spectacle was likely a tribute from the Moon God clan to the Azure Emperor. How fascinating indeed. His eyes shimmered with golden light. The emergence of such celestial phenomena was a manifestation of humanity's insight, gained while striving against the constraints of heavenly law. This understanding could mitigate the effects of these constraints. Thus, any individual capable of such manifestations could be deemed a prodigy. With the weakening of heavenly law, the speed of cultivation surged dramatically. The elder walking in the moonlight possessed an exceptionally robust physique, comparable to an earth immortal, yet his cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. As the moonlight merged with the rain, crops spanning thousands of miles underwent extraordinary transformations, bursting with vitality. Inside the human sovereign hall, the Xian Emperor sat in serene contemplation, his gaze sweeping across the scene. He was profoundly astonished to discover that this tribe was indeed venerating the Azure Emperor. Nearby, the Solar Saint Monarch and the Lunar Empress, who were engaged in their own cultivation, opened their eyes in disbelief. Logically, such a scenario seemed improbable. The Azure Emperor stood shoulder to shoulder with the Heavenly Emperor. How could he be worshipped by such a diminutive tribe? The Solar Saint Monarch pondered deeply, murmuring to himself, perhaps these people have encountered the Azure Emperor, leading them to this decision. When the mythic era collapsed, that figure traversing the heavens would not be an uncommon sight. The Lunar Empress spoke gravely. Now, we are no longer children. A century has passed, and we have transformed into youthful figures. The Xian Emperor remained silent for a long while before gently shaking his head. Utilizing the auspices of humanity, my cultivation has returned to the pinnacle of the golden immortal. Should I surpass the celestial king, I will no longer find a place in this realm. Thus, I plan to confront the two golden immortal peak powers of this world, the ancestral dragon and the demon god. Once I subdue them, I shall break through to the celestial king realm and depart from this world. I entrust the future of humanity to both of you. The Solar Saint Monarch and the Lunar Empress bowed deeply, assuring him, Master, there is no need for such concerns. We shall exert our utmost efforts. The Xian Emperor nodded in satisfaction before stepping through the void and departing the human sovereign hall. As the enormous moon faded from sight, the rituals of the Moon God clan were consummated. Su Qing watched the entire proceedings, sighing deeply. This tribe was indeed sincere, and it seemed he should leave them some benefits. He glanced toward the human sovereign hall, noting there was still a red entry he had yet to sign. He intended to complete the signing while observing the Lunar Empress as she unveiled her own path, crafting the Lunar Emperor's scriptures. In due time, he would leave some advantages for the Moon God clan before sealing both items for their future legacy. He promptly entered the spatial rift, making his way to the human sovereign hall. Surrounding the hall were numerous edifices, the abodes of the hall as prodigies. Su Qing surveyed the area, recognizing 3 individuals adorned with golden entries, each possessing unique constitutions. He subdued them swiftly, drawing several drops of their essence blood, and began the signing process. Signing successful. Obtained the source of demonic path. Signing successful. Obtained the pill cannon. Signing successful. Obtained the source of array techniques. Upon witnessing the source of demonic path, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that, even in this era, individuals were beginning to explore the demonic path. This resource would serve him well, particularly in aiding Xiao Liuli to break free from the constraints of heavenly law. He stored it away and entered the human sovereign hall. Inside, the Solar Saint Monarch and the Lunar Empress bore expressions of concern. Once our master confronts the demon god and ancestral dragon in the Northern Sea, he will be on the verge of a breakthrough. This realm can accommodate only the pinnacle of golden immortals. It cannot harbor a celestial king. If our master departs, I fear my strength may not suffice to ensure a prosperous future for humanity, the Solar Saint Monarch lamented, pacing restlessly in the hall. The master shall not depart so easily. He will likely remain here for some time, ensuring that humanity is thoroughly stabilized before he takes his leave. The Lunar Empress remarked with a light laugh. Just as their conversation unfolded, they suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, collapsing within the human sovereign hall. Su Qing emerged from the spatial rift, a smile gracing his face. These 2 legendary figures, renowned throughout the ages, had been so effortlessly subdued during their moment of vulnerability. Considering their future contributions to humanity, he decided to extract only a modest amount of their essence blood. Chapter 157, Special Location, North Sea Celestial Domain. Su Qing sensed that the Solar Saint Monarch and Lunar Empress had yet to comprehend their own paths or establish exclusive techniques. He extracted 3 drops of essence blood from each before soaring toward the Northern Sea. There remained a red entry associated with the human sovereign. And having just overheard their conversation regarding the 2 golden immortal peak powers, the demon god and the ancestral dragon, it was likely that at least one of them possessed a red entry, amounting to 3 in total. With his invincible domain still unutilized, he planned to confront the Xian Emperor with a punch, deliver a kick to the ancestral dragon, and thoroughly thrash the demon god. After defeating them, he would complete the signing and then make his escape. Otherwise, the duration of his invincible domain would expire, and without its activation, his current strength would be insufficient to withstand even the residual forces of their battle. Su Qing hastened towards the North Sea, employing the ethereal arts of the carefree roaming god, the purple and azure divine rainbow, and the swift might of the Kunpeng, all augmented by his spatial talents. His speed reached an unparalleled zenith, driven by the fear that he might arrive too late to witness the conclusion of the battle. At this moment, the North Sea was in tumult, with waters surging backward and countless sea beasts being swept away by the towering waves. The Xian Emperor exuded an overwhelming presence, his towering figure crowned with long hair billowing in the wind, strands infused with unfathomable divine power. Ancestral dragon, demon god, you stand among the mightiest of this age. Do you dare to engage in combat? The demon god's true form resembled a colossal creature with 9 heads, each one a serpentine manifestation. Its immense body fractured the very fabric of space as it moved, turning the waves to a malevolent black, shrouded in toxic mist that threatened to engulf the heavens. Radiating a formidable intimidation. Merely blood and flesh, yet you dare to be so audacious. Today, I shall feast upon you. Meanwhile, the 9-claw golden dragon ascended, its draconic majesty resonating through the cosmos as its roar unleashed a devastating sound wave that made the very heavens tremble. Xian Emperor, I harbor no desire to be your adversary. Should I depart now, I would consider an alliance with humanity. The 9-claw golden dragon's gaze was sharp, unmistakably recognizing the Xian Emperor. The Xian Emperor was equally surprised, recalling their fleeting encounters during the mythical era, realizing that this ancestral dragon had been known to him, albeit briefly. The mythical great world has only recently shattered. I question how there could be 2 peaked golden immortals in this realm. It appears you are also here. Yet, the battle was inevitable. Even if humanity forged an alliance with the dragon race, they would still aspire to hold a position of supremacy. The Xian Emperor's form expanded dramatically, channeling unparalleled divine powers that manifested as a celestial figure. Every motion he made resonated with infinite might, his shoulders bearing the sun and moon, while a cloak resembling the stars billowed behind him, creating an extraordinary aura. His fists, imbued with divine might, surged towards the demon god and the ancestral dragon, plunging the 3-peaked golden immortals into a harrowing clash. The terrifying shockwaves of their battle rippled for thousands of miles, sending all beings in the North Sea into a frantic retreat. Roar! What a splendid commotion! Why not take me along? The Kuanpung, immense beyond comprehension, blotted out the sun, casting the skies of the North Sea into darkness. In an instant, the Xian Emperor, ancestral dragon, and demon god felt their powers severely suppressed, reduced to less than a fraction of their original might. As the Kuanpung flapped its colossal wings, a tempest arose, rendering the 3-peaked golden immortals disoriented. Su Qing was momentarily stunned. Even when these formidable beings were of his realm, they could not withstand a single strike. However, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes as he transformed into human form, unleashing 3 miniature black holes that engulfed the 3 powerful entities. The Xian Emperor and ancestral dragon each lost 3 drops of essence blood, while Su Qing's brow furrowed slightly upon observing the 9-headed serpent. With 9 heads, its essence blood must be abundant. I shall extract 9 drops. Su Qing then seized a handful of the Xian Emperor's shimmering hair, directly plucking it from his head. He proceeded to gather the jade pendant from the Xian Emperor's waist and the adornments upon his chest. These were treasures of the immortal king. He noted the exquisite robe the Xian Emperor donned, which appeared to be of even higher grade, but refrained from denuding him entirely. Considering the Xian Emperor as the first leader of humanity in this realm, thus granting him some semblance of dignity. Next, he severed one of the heads of the 9-headed serpent, intending to savor its flavor, and extracted a dozen of its bones. Following that, he plucked a significant number of scales and a large piece of flesh from the ancestral dragon, before departing with a sense of satisfaction, soaring rapidly towards the north. At this moment, Su Qing was immensely exhilarated. Having previously felt obscure, he was certain that after this encounter, he would carve his name into history. Observing the system panel, he noted, Sign-in successful, acquired the Yuan Dragon Battle Body. Sign-in successful, acquired the Supreme Poison Path Divine Power. Sign-in successful, acquired the Ultimate Sublimation Secret Technique. Su Qing's excitement surged as he beheld the system panel. His harvest was bountiful, truly splendid. His speed was unparalleled as he reached the extreme northern region. When the system provided another notification, special location detected, North Underworld Immortal Territory. In this special location, you can sign in once every day. Su Qing's eyes widened in realization. Even if it was a random sign-in, this was the era of ancient times, millions of years prior to the present. If he could sign in here for such an extended period, the rewards would be unimaginable. He initiated his first random sign-in. Sign-in successful, acquired the Deluo artifact. North Underworld Immortal Palace. A magnificent palace arose upon the glaciers, radiating immortal light that enveloped the North Underworld Immortal Territory. Although treasures produced by the system would immediately acknowledge their master, they still required refinement. However, time was plentiful, and he entered the North Underworld Immortal Palace directly. Meanwhile, above the North Sea, the Xian Emperor was the first to awaken, sensing a chill upon his head. Upon inspection, he discovered he had merely lost a small amount of essence blood and 2 Immortal King artifacts. These losses were inconsequential. As the 99th disciple of the human emperor, he possessed at least 2 Deluo artifacts. What embarrassed him was that the Kuanping had completely shaved his hair. Fortunately, no one witnessed this. The ancestral dragon and demon god were still in a dazed state. The Xian Emperor resolved to bury the incident and harbored no intention of seeking revenge. The Kunping's cultivation seemed unfathomable, yet it appeared devoid of malice. A flash of divine light illuminated his head, and his hair began to regrow. Observing the disheveled states of the ancestral dragon and demon god, a smile crept upon the Xian Emperor's lips as he produced a small mirror to capture their dismal appearances. At that moment, the ancestral dragon and demon god slowly regained consciousness. The demon god's eyes turned a fierce crimson, disregarding both the Xian Emperor and the ancestral dragon. As it charged frantically towards the north, the ancestral dragon fell into silence, enveloped in golden radiance, its scales and lost flesh gradually restoring. These were but minor injuries, not threatening its essence. The Xian Emperor, holding the small mirror, felt no urge to pursue the demon god. Its trajectory northward would likely lead to an encounter with the formidable Kunping, and the outcome would undoubtedly be grim. The small mirror shimmered, revealing the ancestral dragon's recent harrowing visage. Cooperating with humanity brings you only benefits, not detriments, he remarked, smiling at the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon nodded its massive head slightly. I can lead the dragon race to ally with humanity, but the utmost I can offer is an equal covenant. The Xian Emperor recalled the dragon race's haughty demeanor during the mythical era. This was indeed a considerable concession. Should he press further, a deadly confrontation might ensue. Yet he ultimately acquiesced. Meanwhile, at the North Underworld immortal territory, the demon god was obstructed by the immortal light, relentlessly battering against the barrier. Kunping, come out. I shall devour you alive. Su Qing, standing within the barrier, beckoned mockingly with his finger, his face a mask of disdain. Come here. Chapter 158, Reconciling with the Wasteland Emperor. The time for the invincible domain had elapsed, preventing immediate reactivation. Yet, the North Underworld Immortal Palace was a Deluo artifact. Su Qing doubted the demon god could breach its defenses. The demon god, in a frenzy, hurled itself against the barrier with all 8 remaining heads howling in fury. Su Qing stood upon the ice, flames roaring to life as he commenced roasting the demon god's bones. The marrow of such a great demon should be delectable. A sprinkle of cumin would have been delightful. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. He possessed superior seasonings. During his years of training with the Wasteland Emperor, Su Qing had acquired dozens of exquisite spices. The moment they were scattered, the bones of the demon god emanated an unparalleled aroma. In a fit of rage, the demon god continued its assault against the barrier, but ultimately, it unleashed a fierce surge of energy, injuring itself gravely before retreating, barely clinging to life. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qing's lips curled into a smile, noting the temperamental nature of this demon god. After indulging in a hearty feast, he entered the Northern Underworld Immortal Palace and subsequently activated the passage of time. Time swiftly flowed by, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. Under the governance of the Sun Holy Emperor, the human race entered a period of rapid development. The Xian Emperor could no longer contain his realm and departed from this world. The Dragon Clan and the human race formed an alliance, with even the fortunes of the humans transforming into the Golden Dragon of Fate. The underground immortal stone veins became known as dragon veins. They mutually benefited, coexisting peacefully and developing together. Although the Dragon Clan was few in number, each member was immensely powerful. As time continued to hasten, the human race grew increasingly robust. After several more centuries, the Annihilation Dragon opened a secret realm in the Northern Sea and led the Dragon Clan away from this world. The desolate emperor sat atop the clouds, retaining his youthful visage, yet his aura had reached an unparalleled intensity. His gaze was exceptionally indifferent, exuding an extreme sense of detachment. Compared to the Xian Emperor at his peak, he was only slightly inferior. The beast pattern on his forehead transformed into a formidable sword, cleaving the continent in two, thus severing the ties between the human and demon races. With a mere gesture, he summoned a small world from the void, refining it into a miniature landmass to isolate the demon race from the human race. The Sun Holy Emperor, exuding an aura of authority and dominance, observed this scene with a complex expression. Henceforth, the human race of this realm would be without worry. He could only hope that internal strife would not ensue. Should he attain the status of immortal king, he too would follow in the footsteps of the Xian Emperor and depart from this realm. Just then, ominous clouds gathered, and the demon god approached with ferocity from the distance. The desolate emperor, wielding the sword forged from the beast pattern, charged boldly towards the demon god, his aura terrifying. Today, he sought to slay the demon and attain enlightenment. The Sun Holy Emperor's expression changed drastically. The current desolate emperor was merely at the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation. He was far from being a match for the demon god, and such a powerful human could not perish here. He infused himself with human fate, ready to intervene and save the desolate emperor at any moment. Unexpectedly, the desolate emperor displayed extraordinary ferocity, and the beast-patterned sword in his hand seemed to counter the demon god effectively. The sword's radiance rent the heavens, forcing the demon god to retreat heavily injured back to the demon continent. The desolate emperor turned to the Sun Holy Emperor and nodded slightly before soaring northward. The Sun Holy Emperor watched the direction in which the desolate emperor departed, lost in thought, pondering how one could grow so formidable after comprehending their own path. Although his cultivation was rising, he found himself unable to grasp the essence. Sighing, the Sun Holy Emperor returned to the human emperor's palace, outside the northern underworld immortal realm. The desolate emperor stood beyond the protective barrier, his aura softening. Kuanping, the Xian emperor once hinted that you resided here. Might you emerge for a chat? Su Qing emerged from the northern underworld immortal palace, a hint of confusion in his eyes, wondering if the desolate emperor intended to kill him. Their paths were irreconcilable, as the latter's grand design involved slaying all demon beasts. Given the desolate emperor's might, breaching the defenses of the northern underworld immortal palace was impossible. Su Qing stepped forward, approaching the barrier, and addressed the desolate emperor. What business do you have with me? Do you intend to take my life? A smile graced the lips of the desolate emperor. Though you belong to the demon race, you have not wronged me. Rather, you have saved me on numerous occasions. Since my discourse with the Xian emperor, while my path remains unchanged, I have come to discern who deserves to be slain and who does not. Su Qing, somewhat speechless, replied, if this is merely a reunion, then do come in. Yet, he remained vigilant, prepared to activate his invincible domain at a moment's notice. The desolate emperor settled upon an icy mountain, tossing forth a small pouch, which turned out to be a treasure of the world. I once witnessed you gathering these. I have collected the essence blood of demon beasts from across the realm, all of which is contained within. It also holds my complete techniques, secret arts, divine powers, and insights. I hope you will watch over the wilderness continent. I have come primarily to bid farewell, for should I leave this realm, I know not how many years it will be before we meet again. Observing the desolate emperor's lack of hostility, Su Qing realized he was indeed here for a friendly exchange, indicating a change in the latter's previously obstinate demeanor. He promptly retrieved the head of the demon god to roast, alongside several jade vials. This is the Ice Soul immortal brew I have concocted during my years of boredom. Consider it a farewell gift. The desolate emperor's demeanor softened, a rare smile illuminating his features. He had only one friend in this life, and by the time he comprehended everything, it was already too late. At this moment, misconceptions were dispelled, bringing him great joy and satisfaction. Should he enter a state of cultivation, his progress would be swift. Yet, he chose not to. After reveling with Su Qing for 7 days and nights, he shattered the void and departed from this realm. Su Qing reclined upon the glacier, watching the desolate emperor's departure, silently wishing for his survival in the future, as it would provide him a formidable ally. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sat upright. I could take on a few disciples in this era, ensuring that in the future, I can act as I please. In this current period, the human race remained quite innocent. The desolate emperor's hatred for demon beasts stemmed from the loss of his kin and friends at the claws of these beasts, which explained his obstinate nature. His path was to eradicate all demon beasts and forge his own destiny from their innate patterns. However, others remained naive and easily swayed. Grasping the small pouch left by the desolate emperor, Su Qing entered the northern underworld immortal palace, commencing his daily random sign-ins. He planned to infiltrate the human race in due time, as the Qing empress had yet to emerge from her own path. Time accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, several millennia had passed. The Sun Holy Emperor, having comprehended his own path, established the Sun Holy Canon and directly entered the demon continent to confront the demon god. If all went as expected, the demon god would soon face another defeat. A month later, the Sun Holy Emperor disseminated his teachings across the realm before shattering the void and departing. The third-generation leader of the human race was the Qing empress. Su Qing had perused ancient histories in later times, noting that the Qing empress had comprehended her own path and established the Qing emperor canon. Only a few years behind the Sun Holy Emperor, Su Qing soared towards the human continent. Chapter 159, Encountering the First-Generation Yin-Yang Sacred Body. Outside the human emperor's palace, Su Qing transformed his appearance. Wandering among the crowd, he examined a map in hand. The present geography bore a striking resemblance to that of later ages. Surrounding him, the human populace engaged in fervent discussions regarding the Sun Holy Emperor's dissemination of his insights and the Sun Holy Canon throughout the human race. The techniques created by the Holy Emperor are indeed formidable, but alas, they are incomprehensible. Indeed, I too find them inscrutable. If only someone could elucidate them for me. Enough of that. Even if someone explained it, you wouldn't comprehend it. In past years, when the Xian Emperor imparted his teachings, He spread his techniques and secret arts throughout the human race, and now, not a single one remains. All have been lost. After this remark, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. The discussion shifted to what to eat for dinner that night. Qing found himself in a daze, pondering whether this was the shackles of the heavenly Tao, a truly fearsome concept. Thankfully, he had meticulously recorded the Xian Emperor's techniques. Everywhere his gaze fell, he saw white text. At this moment, most of the human race's prodigies had congregated within the human emperor's palace. Qing casually found a place to reside nearby, waiting for the Taiyin empress to achieve enlightenment of her own path. This wait extended for 8 years. The Taiyin empress successfully comprehended her own path and began to preach to the world. Qing listened intently, documenting the essence of the Taiyin empress's path and her emperor canon. At this juncture, the situation of the human race has been thoroughly consolidated, with the only remaining threat emanating from the demon race continent. The Empress of the Dark Moon transformed into a wisp of ethereal light and surged towards the demon race continent. A peculiar smile graced Qing's lips as he mused on the unfortunate plight of the demon gods, who had endured countless beatings. Upon infiltrating the imperial hall, he discovered several prodigies adorned with golden titles. Sign-in successful, received celestial essence elixir. Sign-in successful, received supreme immortal pill, 9 turns treasure pill. Sign-in successful, received millennium celestial treasure, mysterious flower. After completing his sign-in at the imperial hall, Qing proceeded to the Moon God clan. The venerable patriarch of this clan possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a celestial immortal, and the Moon God clan boasted a population of several 100,000, rendering them far from insignificant even within the human realm. Qing revealed his identity directly, producing an identical stone and proclaiming himself as the envoy of the Green Emperor. The patriarch immediately knelt in reverence, expressing gratitude for the Green Emperor's past salvation of his clan, pledging eternal devotion. In the subsequent years, Qing resided within the Moon God clan, imparting teachings daily and enhancing their innate talents with pure primordial energy. He also left behind formidable formation plates for the clan's use in times of crisis, as well as a statue signifying that the reincarnation of the Green Emperor would eventually arrive to awaken. Afterward, he departed leisurely. The patriarch, lost in thought as he watched Qing's retreating figure, was approached by a robust man. "Patriarch, do you suspect this individual has ulterior motives?" "Silence. This youth must be the incarnation of the Green Emperor. His voice is identical to that which I heard on that day. He has come to bestow opportunities upon our clan. Do not hesitate to kneel." The patriarch's voice was filled with righteous fury, and he commenced his fervent worship. The stout man was equally astonished, joining the patriarch in sincere reverence. Qing stood amidst the rift in space, quietly observing this spectacle. With a deep sigh, he reflected that even the most prosperous of tribes cannot withstand the relentless passage of time. Recalling the future, where the Moon God clan dwindled to a mere few dozen members, with the strongest among them barely reaching the great ascension stage, he fell into contemplation. Having discovered the divine technique of transforming Qi into 3 purities and the Emperor's scriptures of the Dark Moon within the ancestral land of the Moon God clan, he pondered whether his past actions were influenced by the future or if the future was shaped by the past. The intertwining of cause and effect proved to be exceedingly complex. Deciding to cease his musings, he tore through the void and returned to the imperial hall, intending to ascertain whether the celestial emperor had documented his existence in ancient texts. However, after perusing the records, Qing's expression turned to one of helplessness. Perhaps he had been omitted due to the embarrassment it would cause. He departed with the intention of returning to the northern underworld immortal realm, where he could continuously fast forward through time, signing in until he emerged again in the future timeline. Activating his Kunpeng form, he soared northward at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Qing's eyes widened in surprise, for before him unfolded a scene strikingly familiar. The yin-yang taiji diagram enveloped the heavens and earth, rotating incessantly. Subsequently, the unity of yin and yang erupted with terrifying force, piercing through the ocean's surface and stirring colossal waves. Qing flew towards this spectacle, and upon entering the forest, he beheld the lifeless bodies of demonic beasts strewn about. In the midst of this, a child, swaddled in animal hides, remained silent, his round eyes surveying the surroundings. Qing gently picked up the child, realizing that he was, in fact, the yin-yang sacred body, specifically the original incarnation of the yin-yang sacred body. The child's attribute panel was not complex, possessing only a single red title, yin-yang sacred body. The yin-yang sacred body Qing later acquired was golden in hue. While this original constitution was far more potent than any that would appear in the future, he initiated his sign-in successful, received the immortal sovereign weapon, yin-yang sword. Su Qing surveyed his surroundings. He had arrived on a solitary island above the northern sea, not far from the wild continent. How could there be a child here? And one who had just awakened the yin-yang sacred body at that? He had previously considered taking on disciples during this ancient period. But most prodigies had been gathered by the imperial hall, and those who were left had already matured. Little did he expect to stumble upon a disciple. He soared towards the wild continent, a realm of untamed spirits where the consumption of celestial or spiritual energy was immensely taxing and nearly impossible to replenish. This land was inhabited by various wild beasts and some humans, yet compared to those of the human continent, the inhabitants here remained uncivilized, living as they did in the days before the celestial emperor imparted his teachings, surviving through the consumption of raw flesh and hunting wild beasts. Su Qing began to enlighten the human inhabitants of this land, leaving behind the legacy of the desolate emperor. After several years, the first leader of the wild human tribes obtained the entirety of the desolate emperor's heritage, his physique rivaling that of a human immortal and mastering the secret arts of beast patterns. He gained the strength to hunt the majority of formidable wild beasts and achieve the means for self-preservation. Only then did Su Qing take his leave. By this time, the original yin-yang sacred body had matured into a youthful figure, clad in animal hides, with a physique remarkably robust and muscles well-defined. He primarily practiced Su Qing's self-created path of physical enhancement, as well as the secret arts of bone patterns, for in the wild continent, one could only cultivate the physical and bone pattern arts. Su Qing named the youth Tai Yuan, symbolizing the unity of the sun and the dark moon. Approaching Su Qing, the youth bore a colossal wild beast upon his shoulders, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Today, I will feast on the delicious food prepared by my master. Su Qing regarded Tai Yuan with a gentle smile. It is time for us to depart and commence your next stage of training. All right. Though reluctant, Tai Yuan nodded slightly. Let us bid farewell to them. We shall return in the future. 3 days later, Su Qing departed the wild continent with Tai Yuan, returning to the northern underworld immortal realm. He imparted the 2 volumes of the emperor's scriptures of the dark moon and the sun to him, instructing, your next stage of training is to merge these 2 scriptures and comprehend your own path. Tai Yuan appeared somewhat bewildered, yet nodded in acknowledgement. In the ensuing decades, Su Qing imparted the transcendent techniques of the carefree journey and the divine technique of transforming qi into 3 purities, along with the insights he had previously recorded from the celestial emperor, the sun sacred monarch, and the dark moon empress, to Tai Yuan. He also advised him to be cautious, for preserving one's life was paramount. In the future, when he could traverse the world in a corporeal form, he need not reveal his true self, and he further taught him the path of wood. Listening to these words, Tai Yuan seemed to grasp their significance. Although he remained somewhat perplexed, Su Qing utilized primordial energy, chaotic energy, and primordial chaos energy to refine Tai Yuan's talent and strengthen his foundation. Coupled with the rich celestial energy of the northern underworld immortal realm, Tai Yuan's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, and within a matter of decades, he ascended to the pinnacle of human immortal. Now clad in a white robe, Tai Yuan appeared as a youthful figure of striking handsomeness, his countenance exuding an ethereal grace. His eyes sparkled like stars, as though harboring countless celestial bodies. One day, not far from the northern underworld immortal realm, a tumultuous wave of sea beasts descended upon them. Tai Yuan, brimming with excitement, rushed forth to subdue them. Upon his return 3 days later, Tai Yuan bore a frail youth upon his shoulder. He approached the entrance of the northern underworld immortal palace and respectfully stated, Master, I found this person on the verge of death, so I brought him back. Su Qing stepped out of the palace and, upon observing the attribute panel of the frail youth, was taken aback. This was none other than the youthful incarnation of the reincarnation immortal emperor, possessing a singular red title, Reincarnation Sacred Body. Sign-in successful, received the Supreme Divine Eyes. Su Qing examined the item description, recognizing that the Supreme Divine Eyes also counted as a constitution title, endowed with 2 formidable divine abilities. Although the all-seeing eye possesses remarkable abilities to discern the information and weaknesses of others, it lacks offensive capability. The Supreme Divine Eye perfectly remedies this shortcoming. As the frail youth awakens languidly, he is struck with astonishment at the surroundings. What is this place? This locale is known as the Northern Mystical Land, situated at the very northernmost point of the world. This young man is destined to become the reincarnation immortal emperor, and he has just acquired the Supreme Divine Eye for himself. Su Qing intends to cultivate a benevolent connection, embarking upon the path of wood and the nirvana fire. In an instant, the youth's injuries are entirely healed. Observing this miraculous scene, Tai Yuan's eyes widen in disbelief. Is not the true form of his master the Kunpeng? How could it possibly wield the Phoenix clan's innate divine ability, the nirvana fire? Truly astonishing. The young reincarnation immortal emperor perceives Su Qing as unfathomable and enigmatic. Choosing not to depart the northern mystical land immediately. Instead, he resolves to remain and cultivate for a while longer, contemplating, I wish to stay here for a time, and I shall leave on my own accord thereafter. Su Qing gives a slight nod in agreement. It is fortuitous, as Tai Yuan, feeling profoundly lonely each day, would benefit from having someone to accompany him. Although the reincarnation immortal emperor is being eroded by a terrifying and ominous power, he is aware of his precise location. It resides in the future South Sea, and even if a fragment of his soul remains, with the unparalleled might of an immortal emperor, he can swiftly restore himself to his former state. In the ensuing centuries, Su Qing spends his days either instructing Tai Yuan and the young reincarnation immortal emperor in their cultivation or sitting in contemplation. With random sign-ins over a millennium, his storage space has amassed a plethora of treasures, including hundreds of 10,000-year-old elixirs and numerous secret techniques. One day, a thunderous roar erupts, and the void shatters as a demon god unexpectedly tears through the fabric of reality. Shortly after the departure of the demon god, the Taiyin empress also breaks through the void, leaving this realm. Su Qing, seated within the northern mystical palace, observes this spectacle with growing ennui. He contemplates sending Tai Yuan and the young reincarnation immortal emperor away, subsequently initiating the passage of time. Otherwise, enduring millions of years in such a manner would be excessively tormenting. At the edge of the northern mystical land, Tai Yuan is overcome with heart-wrenching sorrow. Although Su Qing is his nominal master, he has treated him as a beloved child. From childhood to adulthood, he has never strayed far from Su Qing's side. Within the northern mystical land, Su Qing's voice resonates. I intend to enter a period of seclusion. You may depart from here. Your futures are boundless, and only through experience can you truly grow. A spatial passage opens, leading directly to the human realm. The young reincarnation immortal emperor bows deeply, stepping into the spatial passage. Venturing into the human realm for training is indeed worthwhile. Let us go. Tai Yuan gazes longingly at the northern mystical land for a time before finally turning away and entering the spatial passage. Su Qing watches them depart, letting out a soft sigh. After thousands of years together, it would be disingenuous to claim there are no emotions involved. However, they have both matured, and as long as they comprehend their own paths, they will soon traverse the myriad realms. With ample means of self-preservation, Su Qing harbors no concerns. The northern mystical land becomes enveloped in ruins, subsequently entering a state of complete closure, initiating the passage of time. Within his inner world, a month has elapsed. Su Qing has advanced to the mid-stage of fusion, his physical cultivation reaching the mid-stage of human immortal. He has also generated 3 additional avatars. His aura is exceedingly restrained, appearing quite ordinary, akin to an untrained commoner. This is a characteristic of Taoist scriptures, returning to simplicity. In this state, one can more rapidly comprehend techniques and divine abilities. As his eyes slowly open, they reflect a complexity beyond measure. Little did he expect so many events to unfold during the primordial era. The northern mystical land, now lost to time, has become a significant forbidden zone in this realm. Su Qing exits his inner world, traversing the void with a single step. Arriving at the edge of the northern sea, he enters directly. The northern mystical light radiates, forming a passageway that breaks through the restrictions of the forbidden zone. Su Qing successfully re-enters the northern mystical land. The moment he retracts the Kunping avatar, he receives profound insights into cultivation. Although the Kunping avatar could not cultivate during the primordial era, it was capable of comprehending techniques, recording the insights of the Xian Emperor, the Taiyin Empress, and the Sun Saint Emperor. Su Qing stands in a daze for 3 days and nights before regaining his composure. As for the state of time flowing like a shuttle, it feels as if countless years have passed in the blink of an eye, rendering him oblivious to the passage of time. Thus, no memories were retained. Su Qing surveys the system space, which is brimming with an abundance of items. These are the treasures accumulated over millions of years of sign-ins. Among them, there are thousands of items aged 1,000,000 years and countless elixirs. As for artifacts, there are not many, 4 to 5 dozen immortal king artifacts, 9 immortal sovereign artifacts, and merely 3 immortal emperor artifacts. However, the most significant acquisition remains the Grand Luo artifact, the Northern Mystical Palace, which has been refined to 1/10 of its potential power, exuding an awe-inspiring might. Furthermore, the Northern Mystical Land, during the primordial era, was a veritable sanctuary for cultivation, steeped in rich immortal energy, making it entirely feasible to reach the immortal king realm. Su Qing gazes towards the periphery of the Northern Mystical Land, known within the cultivation world as the Northern Mystical Sea, rumored to be even more terrifying than the Reincarnation Sea. It is a true realm of no return. Beneath lies a formidable array imbued with the essences of both Tai Yuan and the reincarnation immortal emperor, presumably their efforts to shield the northern mystical land from disturbances. Su Qing returns to his inner world, commencing the planting of various elixirs. Once all are sown, the cosmic tree, nourished by an abundance of immortal energy, unexpectedly undergoes a transformation.